Chapter 1 Since ancient times, childhood sweethearts have hurt people's hearts. Don't lie there pretending to be dead. I know you're awake. Tell the truth. Did you molest Zhong Xiaoyu? I advise you to admit it honestly, otherwise it won't be as simple as a serious warning. Lying on a cyber-style hospital bed, Feng Chang, whose head was split open, opened his eyes dazedly and saw a middle-aged woman in a slim-fitting suit and gold-rimmed glasses staring at him domineeringly. Molesting a classmate? I'd been graduated for so many years, how could a classmate molest me? Suddenly, there was a sharp pain in his head, and Feng Chang subconsciously covered his head. The blood seeping from the gauze fell and blinded his eyes. Pretend, keep pretending. I want to see how long you can keep pretending, you loser. I'm telling you, don't think you can let this go just by pretending to be pitiful. A toad wants to eat swan meat. Even if Zhong Xiaoyu has a poor talent, it is not something you, a poor guy living in the slums, can get your hands on. Feng Chang wiped his blood-stained eyes and raised his hand to see it was covered in blood. What on earth was going on? What on earth was this woman barking at him? At this moment, a strange yet familiar memory emerged in his mind. There wasn't the severe pain described in novels, only a tingling numbness that made people feel so good that even their heads suddenly became much clearer. Had I traveled through time? Looking at this cyber-style health room. This is a parallel world where strange beasts are rampant. 500 years ago, Tianyuan came into the world, and a large number of strange beasts and secret places appeared all over the world. Under the pollution of Tianyuan, due to the difference in chromosomes between men and women will automatically awaken their bestial abilities and transform into strange beasts after they turn 18. But as the murderous intent grows, they will eventually lose their humanity and become completely bestial. Men have a certain chance of awakening the ability to taming beasts. After making a contract with a woman, not only can they prevent the woman from completely transforming into a beast, but they can also help each other achieve success, unlock more abilities, and enhance each other's strength. Therefore, every country on the blue planet will hold a superpower awakening ceremony when its citizens reach the age of 18, using human intervention to allow boys to awaken this superpower. Initially it was motivated by humanitarianism to reduce the beastly transformation of women, but later it gradually evolved into a battle for national destiny. Here, the strength of a country mainly depends on how many powerful beast tamers and powerful female beasts it has. But what I'm saying now has nothing to do with Feng Chengdu. Because anyone who can truly become a beastmaster must have a supernatural talent of at least sea level. According to development potential, superpowers are divided into 9 levels from F to SSS. The higher the level, the faster the growth rate. However, at yesterday's awakening ceremony, the original owner, a waste, only awakened the second to last E-level talent. As for the old woman in front of him, she was his class teacher named Zhu Guiying. She was not young anymore, but she liked to wear black stockings with exaggerated high heels. She dressed in any way that made her look seductive. She is obviously an old woman, but she always calls herself a queen. It's so disgusting. As for the Zhong Xiaoyu she mentioned, she was a classmate of hers. She was as tall as a dwarf, had big buck teeth, and couldn't even cover her lips. She was exposed to the wind and sun all year round and looked like a plow. If you say she is excellent at all, except that her father is a school director and her F-level beast transformation talent is even more useless than the original owner. During the first self-study class in the afternoon, Zhong Xiaoyu suddenly ran in from outside and told the original owner that the teacher wanted to see her. The original owner didn't think much about it and went to the teacher's office with Zhong Xiaoyu. As a result, in the corridor, the woman suddenly went crazy and shouted that she was molesting the original owner and hit him in the head with a stick. Now it seems that the blow killed the original owner. Teacher Tian, I really didn't molest her. If you don't believe me, you can check the surveillance. There's no need to check the surveillance. I believe Zhong Xiaoyu will never wrongly accuse you. You'd better admit it quickly. Tian Guiying pushed her gold-rimmed glasses and said with disgust. How can I admit to something I didn't do? Feng Chang also got angry. Zhu Guiying was stunned for a moment. This loser would become timid when he was scared before, so why did he become so tough today? At this moment, she felt her authority was challenged. She stood up and shouted, "What's your attitude? With your attitude and the fact that you molested a female classmate, I can expel you. Of course, a loser like you, even if you stay in school, other than lowering our school's admission rate, what use can you have?" Feng Cheng said in the same annoyed tone, "I can't possibly admit to something I didn't do. Either you check the surveillance footage and convict me, or you get out of here." Okay, you don't have to come to school tomorrow. Get up and get out of here. You're expelled. Yuqing slums. What's going on with Xiaoqi's mom? Why are officials coming to your house? Did your man do something wrong again? Honestly, please don't get anyone involved. At this time, Xiaoqi's mother, Tian Shunrao, suddenly said proudly, "You bunch of poor damn bastards, if you can't speak, then shut up. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth, my daughter is going to participate in contract training, and the officials came specially to give her combat uniforms." Just blow Xiaoqi's mother. I'm bragging? I'm not afraid to tell you the truth, my daughter's talent rating this time is S level. She's about to soar to the top and become a phoenix. Is it true that Xiaoqi has such a high talent? Hey, Nyoair's dad, look at what this is? She slapped a brand new combat uniform in front of everyone, the authorities even sent my daughter a combat uniform. How could this be fake? It really is a combat uniform. Look at my foul mouth. Congratulations to Xiaoqi's mother. When Fang Chang returned to the slums, neighbors were gathered in front of Suyaki's house to congratulate her. She is also the childhood sweetheart of the original owner, a very beautiful girl, especially her voice is very pleasant. Ever since she could remember, the original owner and she had been going to school together, going home together, and had always been classmates. However, the other person was about to become a phoenix, while she had become a drowned dog. When passing by Suyaki's house, Fang Chang stopped. Since he inherited everything from the original owner, it was reasonable for him to go and congratulate her. Congratulations, Xiaoqi. Suyaki, who was enjoying everyone's flattery, was suddenly stunned. Why are you here? Fang Chang was about to say that he was expelled from school, but suddenly he noticed that Suyaki's eyes looked like a thief, and something was not right. So when the words were on the tip of his tongue, he suddenly changed his tone and said, "You seem surprised to see me?" Nothing. I mean, you have classes today, why did you come home so suddenly? No, isn't she my childhood sweetheart? The bandage on my head is still bleeding, and she doesn't ask about my injury, but instead cares about why I came home so suddenly. Fang Cheng carefully recalled the original owner's memory, and with his own perspective, he soon discovered that the so-called childhood sweetheart in front of him turned out to be a bitchy green tea girl. Before the talent test, she had been using all kinds of sweet words to keep the original owner hanging, asking her to be her follower, and even asking the original owner to prepare sanitary napkins for her every month. She was simply a free servant kept by her side. What's infuriating is that while this woman was keeping the original owner hanging, she was also flirting with some rich second generations in the school. The original owner was jealous, so she poohed the original owner, saying that the original owner was stingy and narrow-minded. She felt very disappointed with such a man. As a result, the original owner, that silly boy, actually believed it and was determined to be an open-minded person. The most infuriating thing is that the original owner bought her sanitary napkins every month and remembered her period clearly, but 1 month her period didn't come, and the original owner foolishly thought she was sick and wanted to take her to the hospital. The result is predictable. How could she possibly go? Wouldn't the abortion be exposed if she went? Recalling Zhong Xiaoyu's inexplicable shouting of molestation before, Fang Cheng's eyes suddenly became clear. Zhong Xiaoyu told the teacher everything. As soon as these words came out, Suyaki was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and suddenly said angrily, "Nonsense, this has nothing to do with me." Chapter 2, A Broken Drum, 1,000 people beat it, the system awakens. Fang Cheng sneered in his heart. This woman's psychological quality was not good. Her true colors were exposed as soon as she was tricked. I didn't seem to mention you just now? Suyaki was stunned for a moment. How dare this damn bastard lie to me? I don't even know what you're talking about. She came to her senses and was immediately furious, her voice rising 8 degrees, "Mom, go get those things I packed earlier and give them back to this loser." When Tian Shunrao heard this, she immediately smiled and sighed, "My dear daughter, you finally figured it out. You and this loser are not suitable at all. Now you are going to participate in the contract training, and you are definitely not someone this loser can afford." After saying that, Tian Shunrao went into the house and took out a cardboard box. Suyaki snatched it away and smashed it into Fang Cheng's face. Seeing Fang Cheng dodge sideways, she was even more furious. "How dare you hide? Are you fucking sick?" Fang Cheng was also furious. He couldn't understand how such a top-notch person could exist in this world. You dare to scold me? Even my parents don't dare to scold me, how dare you scold me?" Suyaki pointed at Fong Chang, her chest heaving with anger. Okay, we with the surname Fong are finished. Then, pointing to the small gifts scattered on the ground, she said, those were all the rubbish you gave me over the years. Now I'm returning them all to you. We're even now. Don't bother me anymore, and don't call me Xiaoqi anymore. Do you understand? Of course. Suyaki lifted her hair and smiled coldly. From now on, we are people from two different worlds, and there will be no chance for us to meet again. That's all I have to say. I hope you will take care of yourself. There's something I don't understand. I haven't done anything wrong to you, so why did you let Zhong Xiaoyu frame me? At this time, all the neighbors looked at Suyaki curiously, as if there seemed to be a big melon in it. Looking at everyone's gaze, Suyaki's heart couldn't help but tighten. It was indeed Zhong Xiaoyu who framed Fong Chang. In this world where strength is king, once you awaken your advanced talent, it will undoubtedly open the door to the upper-class society. But her childhood sweetheart is still the same loser as before. There is no future for her and him. But what if he uses the past to morally blackmail her? How can I mix in the upper-class circle in the future if I am entangled with such a waste? He is a stain on me and must be eliminated as soon as possible. So she bribed Zhong Xiaoyu and falsely accused Fong Chang of molestation. He is 18 years old. If this crime is proven, it will be enough to send him to jail. By the time he comes out of jail, I will have achieved success and fame. What can this loser do to me? In the past, Zhong Xiaoyu would definitely not even look at her, but now she has awakened her S-level beast talent. Not only does Zhong Xiaoyu have to give her face, but even the old woman Zhu Guiying has to give her face. As the old saying goes, everyone carries a fancy sedan, but everyone beats a broken drum. This is the truth. Fong Chang was obviously the broken drum. Fortunately, Fong Chang traveled through time and refused to admit that he had molested Zhong Xiaoyu. If he had been the cowardly person of the original owner, he would probably be in jail by now. You said I had someone frame you? Suyaki sneered. Ha, ask everyone, who would believe your lies? Hearing this, the neighbors immediately became agitated. It was obvious that Suyaki had something to hide, but they were too busy trying to curry favor with Suyaki now, so who would be stupid enough to speak for a useless person with no future? Fong Chang, Xiaoqi grew up under our care. She's a good girl. You can't wrongly accuse her, or I, as your uncle, will be the first to object. That's right, I told you to provide evidence for what you say. If you don't have evidence, then you are slandering me. Xiao Cheng, you don't want to go to jail at such a young age, do you? Listen to your uncle's advice and apologize to Xiaoqi right away. Haha, that's human nature. An old man named Guo once said it well, people should never fight against human nature, otherwise they will get angry to death sooner or later. Seeing Fong Chang standing there without saying anything, Tian Chunrao thought that he was heartbroken and was about to cry, make a fuss, or even commit suicide in front of her precious daughter. So he quickly urged Suyaki, okay, my dear daughter, didn't you say you had an appointment with your classmates to go out and play? Now the things have been returned to them, don't waste your time on this loser. Go quickly and don't keep your classmates waiting. Suyaki was still wondering whether she should sue this loser for defamation and send him to jail. As a result, after being interrupted by Tian Chunrao, he thought about it and decided to forget it. Anyway, the matter has been made clear now. If he really doesn't know what's good for him, there will be plenty of opportunities to kill this loser in the future. Suyaki snorted coldly and left, leaving Fong Chang, who stayed where he was, becoming a laughingstock in everyone's eyes. Although one cannot fight against human nature, it would be a lie to say that he didn't feel upset. But at this moment, a ding sound suddenly came from Fong Chang's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host, the beast control system has been successfully activated. Please sign your own beast girl as soon as possible to obtain the novice gift package and receive generous rewards. Fong Chang, who was feeling upset, suddenly heard the notification sound of the system's payment, and the depression in his heart was immediately swept away. But in the eyes of those neighbors, Fong Chang's sudden laughter became a silly smile. Is that kid crazy? That's right. Xiaoqi treated him like a dog for so many years, and today he was suddenly kicked out. Even if he's not crazy, he's probably not far off. You see, these people actually know everything in their hearts. But who told Suyaki to identify S-level beast transformation talent, while he himself was an E-level waste? That kid deserves it. He doesn't even realize what kind of person he is. He was born to be a jinx. He's a wild kid whose parents don't even want him, and he's just dreaming. Fang Chang, who was about to go back, was suddenly stunned. This kid who doesn't even want his parents, does he not want his parents, or does his parents not want him? Soon Fang Chang found the answer from the original owner's memory. It turned out that when he was 5 years old, he was abandoned outside the city by his parents and was later adopted by Aunt Lin, who was picking up scraps outside the city. Aunt Lin has never been married in her life, so she has never made a contract with anyone. She relies on genetic drugs to maintain her humanity, but these drugs are expensive. When he was 13 years old, he was unfortunately completely transformed into a beast because of the delayed injection of genetic drugs. He was sent to a welfare factory, which was actually a kind of humanitarian destruction, similar to euthanasia. I still remember Aunt Lin very clearly, but to be honest, I would have almost forgotten my parents if someone hadn't mentioned them just now. Fang Chang subconsciously turned around and looked at the person who had just spoken, a middle-aged woman who was as thick as a tank but not as tall as a tank. Bao Lao's wife was called Ma Ju. When Fang Chang looked over, Ma Ju's eyes subconsciously dodged for a moment, but soon turned disdainful and said, "Hey, you still dare to glare at me? What? Did I say something wrong just now? You are just a wild child that no one wants, yet you still want to imitate others and try to eat swan meat. You don't even take a piss and look at yourself. What kind of character is this?" Fang Chang was not glaring at her. The reason why he suddenly widened his eyes was that he suddenly saw a piece of blurred text above Ma Ju's head. Beast form, F rank alien bucktooth pig. Evolvable form, E level saber-toothed pig. Hidden evolution form, none. Overall evaluation, half a star. Chapter 3, Picking Up a Beast Girl. Fang Chang thought he was seeing things, so he rubbed his eyes and looked again, but the text had disappeared again. Is it really my eyes that are blurring my vision? Fang Chang asked someone else to look at it, and the text appeared again. It was not an illusion, but a new ability that the system had enabled him. Isn't that kid really stupid? What a pity. Such a handsome guy turned into a fool. I say Chunier's mother, if you feel sorry for him, you can take him home and raise him. When Chunier's father is unable to take care of him, you can ask that boy to help. Bah, you son of a bitch Bao Lao, why don't you ask your wife to take him home to raise him? With your 2 tails of meat, it's probably not as big as that kid's. My wife didn't say it was a pity. She didn't say it was a pity, but who knows what she was thinking. Besides, what I mean by pity is that when Xiaoqi returns home with wealth and glory, that idiot boy will probably still be stupid enough to flatter her. He has no sense of shame at all. That guy has been Xiaoqi's dog for so many years. If he still had some self-respect, would he have been Xiaoqi's dog for so many years? Fang Chang was too lazy to pay attention to the barking of dogs. After figuring out his new ability, he turned around and went back home. He looked at himself in the mirror. Although the original owner was a loser, this appearance was really handsome. He is 1.83 meters tall and his looks are impeccable. Even without the awakening system, his looks alone are enough to make the young ladies send him rockets when he goes live. Strength, 7 normal adult 20. Agility, 8 normal adult 20. Spirit, 17 normal adult 20. Physical strength, 5 normal adult 20. Life countdown, days. I am 18 years old this year, and I can probably live to over 60. In this world where anyone can live to be 100, why can I only live to over 60? In addition, Fang Chang also saw 2 skills, which should be given by the system. An active skill, the spiritual eye that breaks delusion trial version, currently can only see some simple beastly information of the woman. The other is the passive skill ultimate contract, which can 100% prohibit your contracted beast girl from devouring her master and will never betray her. In fact, in this world, the Beastmaster does not drive the beast girls to fight. The Beastmaster himself is also a warrior with great strength. He is a partner who fights side by side with the beast girl. The combination of them is similar to dual cultivation. The prerequisite for possessing powerful strength is to first have a beast girl that has contracted with you, just like the spiritual roots in fairy tales. Without this thing, no matter how good your talent is, it is all in vain. The reason why they are called beast tamers is because the beast girls must sign a contract with the beast tamer in order to maintain their humanity after the transformation and to change back into humans from the form of alien beasts. As for the beast girl's talent, it only determines the combat power that can be achieved in theory. In reality, whether the beast girl can grow up and the efficiency of her growth depends on the talent of the Beastmaster. The question now is, where should I go next and find a beast girl to make a contract with me? Without your own contracted beast girl, no matter how good the system is, it is just a decoration. With his E-level talent, any beast girl with a little talent would have to be a fool to sign a contract with him, so he could only look for those beast girls that no one wanted, so that the success rate would be higher. There are a lot of beast girls like this in the school now, but I was expelled today. Apart from school, where else can you find unwanted beast girls? At this moment, the voice of Bao Lauer's son came from outside the house, cursing at his mother. "Mom, why haven't you cooked yet?" "Oh, my dear son, why are you back so early?" "Don't mention it. Hurry up and cook. I'll eat so I can get some sleep. I have to go on duty tonight." "On duty? Didn't you say that the equipment at Anil factory was broken? And it was fixed so quickly?" "Fixed it? It's because it wasn't fixed that those bastards asked me to take over the night watch for them. How can those people be like this? You work the day shift, and now they want you to work the night shift too. Who told me I was just a temporary worker?" "Oh my son, please don't say those things in front of those people. You know that this temporary job of yours was also obtained by your third uncle with great difficulty." I know. Okay, go and cook. I can catch up on my sleep after dinner." Bao Lauer's wife Ma Ju looked at her son's tired face and felt pain in her heart. Suddenly, her eyes rolled, and she grabbed her son Bao Erlong and whispered, "I just heard that the loser named Fong next door seems to have been expelled from school. It's none of my business whether he fires me or not. He's been expelled, so he's no longer a student and can't receive official compensation. He'll be out of food next month, no, to be more precise, the day after tomorrow. Let's give him a meal and have him keep watch for you. Do you think he'll do it?" Bao Erlong thought about it for a moment, then smiled and said, "That's a good idea. Why didn't you say so earlier?" When Fong Cheng heard the two people's whispers, he suddenly sat up from the bed in shock. "Anil factory, why didn't I think of it? What that place has the most is beast girls. Although they have lost their humanity, they have an ultimate contract, so there is no need to worry that they will devour their masters. As long as you can complete the contract, you will get the system's big gift package." After a while, Bao Erlong came knocking on the door. Although he looked like he was asking for alms, Fong Cheng gladly accepted his proposal. "Then let me put it this way. I'll take you on the first half of the night, and the second half will be up to you." "No problem, brother. I'll go with you tonight." In the evening, Bao Lauer brought Fong Cheng to Anil factory, took him on a tour, told him the places to punch in and the patrol time, and then handed his card to Fong Cheng. They had agreed to leave in the second half of the night, but when they saw that Fong Cheng had completed the patrol without any problems, they immediately slipped away. After walking around, Fong Cheng found that he had come to the right place. The Anil factory is like a crematorium. According to the regulations of the Anil factory, these beast girls who have been completely transformed into beasts will be humanely destroyed every day. However, because the equipment for humane destruction broke down and has never been repaired, one can imagine how many beast girls are now piled up in the Anil factory. Seeing so many beast girls, Fong Cheng's requirements became higher. He wanted to pick a good one. Beast form, F rank alien beast iron claw rat. Evolvable form, D level alien beast steel claw rat. Hidden evolution form, none. Evolutionary talent, 1.5 stars. Fong Cheng looked through the cages one by one. He had already foreseen that the beast girls here were not very talented. After all, those who were sent here do not have beast masters, otherwise they would not have lost their humanity and turned into beasts before they had time to inject the genetic drug. Fortunately, there are enough of them, so the chances of finding a bargain are high. In the blink of an eye, the night was almost over, and there were not many beast girls left in the Anil factory, but still no beast girl with a hidden evolved form was found. Fong Cheng has already made up his mind. If he really can't find one, he will just pick the taller one among the short ones. In short, he will complete the system's task first, and then change to the female beast when his strength improves. Beast form, F rank exotic beast flower horned deer. Evolvable form, E level sickle deer. Hidden evolution, X level abyssal giant spirit wood spirit. Evolutionary talent, 10 stars. Chapter 4, School Beauty Mom Teacher Moo. Fong Cheng took a look and suddenly stepped back. Through the laser fence in front of him, he saw a snow-white sika deer in an ally cage. It was not big, just over 1 meter tall, but it showed its horns on its head towards him domineeringly, as if it would pounce on him and kill him if there was no laser fence blocking it. Fong Cheng looked again and again. It was indeed the X-level Tianyuan giant spirit with a hidden evolutionary form. It had an overall rating of 10 stars. That's it. Who says there are no leaks? If you really can't find any, it's because the base is not big enough. Suddenly, a flower-horned deer rushed over. Fong Cheng grabbed its antlers and fastened them to the fence. Then he cut a hole in its antlers with his thumb and put a drop of blood on its forehead. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining his first beast girl. The novice gift package has been sent to the system space. Please check it carefully. Before Fong Cheng could feel happy, he saw a ball of white starlight rising from the horned deer in the cage and gradually turning into a human shape. Can the beast girl regain her humanity after the contract? Why isn't this in the textbooks? Besides, if this were the only way to restore their humanity, would they really need to be sent to a rehabilitation center for humane destruction? After much thought, the only possibility is his passive skill, the ultimate contract. The textbook only mentions 3 types of contracts: elementary, intermediate, and advanced. The primary contract is also the weakest contract. The relationship between the Beastmaster and the Beast Girl is equivalent to that of colleagues. They can share 50% of each other's talents and can terminate the contract at any time. It is generally used during the adjustment period between the Beastmaster and the Beast Girl. Just like this contract training camp, they all sign this kind of contract in the end. The binding force of the intermediate contract is slightly stronger. The 2 parties are equivalent to lovers and can fully share each other's talents. At the same time, the Beastmaster has a certain binding force on the Beast Girl, and the Beastmaster has the ability to summon the Beast Girl. However, the Beast Girl can unilaterally request to terminate the contract and may not respond to the Beastmaster's call. The advanced contract is the strongest contract known so far. In addition to the benefits of the intermediate contract, each other's talents can be increased by 20%. However, the Beast Girl is equivalent to a slave and has almost no freedom. Only the Beastmaster can terminate the contract. Under normal circumstances, even if there is a 20% increase, no Beast Girl would sign such a contract with a Beastmaster unless they were forced to do so. As for the ultimate contract, there is no such thing in this world. As the first person to have this kind of contract, Fong Cheng knew from the system's introduction that this kind of contract was extremely overbearing. Once the contract was successful, the Beast Girl could not terminate the contract for life and had no rights or privacy. In other words, you are his person in life and his ghost in death. At the same time, they have all the benefits of a contract, and each other's talents are increased by up to 100%. Under such a strong restraining force, it is a piece of cake to restore its humanity and regain the ability to become human again. The starlight faded, and the flower-horned deer turned into a beautiful and shy queen. Fong Qingma was stunned. Her long satin hair draped over her shoulders, her skin as delicate and smooth as snow, and her curves that could make one's nose bleed, all declared that she held a dominant position among the royal sisters. It is worth mentioning that the reason why the official distributes combat uniforms to beast girls is because ordinary clothes will be torn into pieces by the beast form after they transform into beasts. The combat suit, which is the crystallization of the wisdom of countless engineers, can turn into armor and attach to the body of the strange beast after transforming into a beast, and can also automatically recover when turning back into a human body. Obviously, the lady in front of her was not wearing combat uniform when she transformed into a beast, so she had no clothes. But what really stunned Fong Qingma was that the beast girl he had just signed was actually his school's doctor, Teacher Mu. It was said that she was also the mother of the school belle Mu Yunxi. Mu, Mr. Mu? Mu Yao, feeling uneasy, suddenly looked up and looked at Fong Cheng outside the cage with a puzzled look on her face. Who is the master? Fong Cheng cleared his throat awkwardly and said, Teacher Mu, please call me Xiao Fong, or Fong Cheng classmate. Calling me master will easily get me banned. Fong Cheng immediately took off his coat and threw it to Mu Yao in the cage. Then he used Bao Erlong's work cart to open the cage and let her out. The coat was a little small for her, so she could only hold on to the collar tightly to avoid exposing herself. In fact, Fong Cheng is not thin. At the age of 18, he is 1.83 meters tall. How small can he be? It's just that Teacher Mu's chest is too magnificent, so his clothes look too small. With her mature body and shy eyes, if Fong Cheng didn't get excited at this moment, he would probably be struck by lightning. School Dr. Mu Yao reference picture. He looked her up and down from head to toe, and finally his gaze stopped on her pair of white, slender bare feet. If she wore black stockings, she would be absolutely stunningly beautiful. In Fong Cheng's memory, Teacher Mu also wore stockings in school, but she only wore flesh-colored stockings and flat shoes, and the whole person looked very simple and elegant. If she wore black thongs and silver high heels like Tian Guiying, with her figure and exquisite face, there would probably be people lining up to see the doctor in the school health room every day. Xiaofeng, have we met before? I'm a student at number 11 middle school. I once had a heat stroke, and it was you, Teacher Mu, who gave me in 4 drip. Mu Yao was stunned for a moment, obviously not remembering him as her student, but one thing was certain, he was a student of number 11 middle school, a classmate of her daughter. So he said awkwardly, really? Fang Cheng smiled slightly, okay, let's go. Where are you going? After asking, Mu Yao finally realized that she was now his beast mother and he was her master, so she quickly said, sorry, I shouldn't ask such questions. It's okay. You can ask whatever you want later. Now I have to go find you some clothes that fit. I can't let you go out like this, right? Fang Cheng took her to the duty room and found a work suit. Although it was a bit dirty, it was better to wear temporarily than his own coat. By the way, do you have money? After asking, Fang Cheng realized that he had asked a nonsense question. In her previous situation, how could she have hidden the money on her body? Mu Yao shook her head, and Fang Cheng smiled and said, then I can only walk, because I don't have any money. When the two walked out of Anil Factory, a hint of paleness had already appeared in the sky, painting the night sky in indigo blue. Looking at the morning light in the sky and breathing the moist and cool air, Mu Yao, who had been reborn, was filled with emotion. She was grateful to Fang Cheng, even though he was her daughter's classmate, he had now become her beastmaster. But if it weren't for his contract, which allowed him to transform into a human again, he would have been disposed of. How could he have the chance to see his daughter again? Fang Cheng, who was walking in front, felt a little embarrassed because they were not familiar with each other and could not find a topic to talk about. So I took this opportunity to open the newbie gift package to see what good stuff it contained. Ding obtained the complete version of the delusion-breaking spiritual pupil. Ding obtained X-level beast taming talent. Ding received the blessing of koi luck. Ding gained X-level charm. Ding obtains 60 F-level star crystals. Ding obtained Star Source Crystal X1. Ding gained the skill blindness. Ding obtained skill enlightenment. Chapter 5, Koi Luck. The gift package is indeed worthy of its big name. As soon as the gift package was opened, the system prompts flashed across the screen in front of my eyes. The strength in this world is divided into 9 levels, from F to SSS. If Beastmasters and Beast Girls want to increase their levels, they don't rely on practice but on a kind of star crystals that explode from strange beasts. As for the Star Source Crystal, it is a necessary item for the evolution of Beast Girls. It usually appears in fragments, and only the big boss in the secret realm above level B has a certain chance of exploding a fragment, and then 30 fragments are used to synthesize a crystal. I didn't expect the system to give me one directly. As for the skill of blindness, it has only one function, which is to conceal the Beast Girl's true identity. I have to say that this system is very considerate. You know, Mu Yao's hidden evolutionary form is the X-level Tianyuan giant spirit wood spirit. Taking it out when your strength is low is just courting death, isn't it? Now she has the skill of blindness to conceal her true identity, so she doesn't have to worry about being noticed. The enlightenment skill is a passive skill that can activate the hidden bloodline in the body and unlock the hidden evolutionary form through interaction with the Beast Girl. There is also the spiritual eye that can break illusions. Now it has been upgraded to the complete version. I don't know how it is different from the previous trial version, so Fang Cheng turned around and looked at Mu Yao. Beast Mother, Mu Yao. Owner, Fang Cheng. Age, 36. Strength level, F. Strength, 17, Agility, 18, Spirit, 27, Stamina, 15. Beast form, F rank exotic beast flower horned deer. Evolvable form, E level sickle deer. Hidden evolution, X level abyssal giant spirit wood spirit. Evolutionary talent, 10 stars. Skill, none. Favorability, 80. Taming value, 0 until the taming value reaches 100, the Beastmaster cannot evolve the Beast Girl. Life countdown, days. I used to think that Teacher Mu was well maintained, after all, Mu Yanxi is so big now. I didn't expect that when I saw her today, she was only 36 years old. Doesn't that mean that she had Mu Yanxi when she was 18 years old? As for the fact that her life countdown was the same as his, Fang Cheng was not surprised at all. Under the constraints of the ultimate contract, how long she could live depended entirely on how long I lived. If something happened to her, she could only blame herself for her bad luck. There is also the taming value, which is not unique to the ultimate contract, but the Eye of Breaking Delusion has made it concrete. In this world, the role of the Beastmaster is not only to protect the Beast Girls from being completely transformed into beasts, but the evolution of the Beast Girls also depends on the Beastmaster. The Beastmaster's taming value of the Beast Girl is a prerequisite for whether the Beast Girl can evolve. If the taming value is not high enough, even if there is a star source crystal, it will be useless. It is worth mentioning that the primary contract cannot increase the domestication value, only the intermediate and higher contracts can do so. What Fong Cheng finds a bit tricky now is how to increase Mu Yao's domestication value. The answer in the textbook is to have an in-depth communication with the Beast Girl, which is also the only known way at present. His passive skill enlightenment also plays a role in this process. But the problem is that I am not familiar with her now, and her relationship with the school belle Mu Yunxi is unusual, so I can't bring myself to do anything to her. Do I really have to force her? What's wrong, Xiao Feng? Fong Chang, distracted, almost bumped into Mu Yao, who was walking with her head down. Teacher Mu, you are so beautiful. Mu Yao blushed at Fong Chang's praise. She didn't even think about whether he had any evil intentions towards her behind his praise. How can the child still be beautiful when he is that old? Everything I said is true. Whether it's her figure or her looks, she can definitely beat all the celebrities and models on the internet. Mu Yao subconsciously touched her cheek and felt a little hot. Facing Fong Cheng's compliments, she was happy. Which woman doesn't like compliments from the opposite sex? Especially when it's a handsome and very attractive boy praising her. However, under the constraints of the ultimate contract, she had not yet adapted to her current identity and did not know how to answer, so the conversation between the two of them came to an end. Huh? What's that? Fong Cheng was embarrassed. As soon as he looked away, he saw a ray of light in the grass by the roadside. When I walked over and took a look, it turned out to be a bracelet. The bracelets in this world are equivalent to mobile phones in the previous life. The more advanced bracelets even have storage functions. This looks like an S-level bracelet. Mu Yao said, but she couldn't understand. Once the bracelet was put on, it needed a fingerprint or password to unlock it. The chance of it falling off was very small. Who would lose their bracelet? Fong Chengkai ignored all that and walked over to pick up the bracelet. The identity authentication interface popped up and he found the password authentication. Teacher Mu, how much do you think this secret should be? This. Mu Yao shook her head. An 8-digit password was not that easy to guess. Just name one. If there's money in it, we won't have to walk home. This, 8 nines, do you think it's okay? Won't you just try and see if it works? Fong Cheng entered the password and unlocked it successfully. Mu Yao looked at the words unlocked successfully with a look of disbelief on her face. Is this possible? Fong Cheng was feeling emotional in his heart. This Koi's good luck was really amazing. Not only did he pick up a bracelet on the road, but he could actually unlock it by simply entering a password. Teacher Mu, you are really my lucky star. Not only did you let me pick up a bracelet, but you can also unlock it by just saying the password. Could this be a coincidence? Never mind, let's see if there's any money in there first. Isn't this bad, Xiao Feng? Do you want to walk home? Fong Cheng frowned as he swiped the holographic window on the bracelet to find the balance. What the hell? It's an S-level bracelet, but the balance is only 3,000 yuan. Fong Cheng's frustrated look made Mu Yao feel a little amused. Xiao Feng's S-level bracelet has a storage space. Yes, how could I forget this? Fong Cheng's hope suddenly rekindled. Opening the storage space, there was an E-level longsword and a crystal card recording E-level martial arts, and the rest were some trophies from killing strange beasts. Teacher Mu, can you help me see how much these things are worth? The market price of an E-class sword is around 120,000. E-level martial arts are worth around 80,000. As for these spoils, they are all items dropped by F-level monsters. Although they are not very valuable, they should be able to sell for 200,000. 200,000? Teacher Mu, does that count as me becoming rich overnight? In Fong Cheng's memory, the people in the slums were lucky to have a surplus a year, and having a deposit of 200,000 yuan was simply unthinkable. But for a Beastmaster, it might just be a matter of the next dungeon. Xiao Feng, the owner of this bracelet should be an E-level Beastmaster. Aren't you afraid that he will cause trouble for you? What are you afraid of? This bracelet is obviously new. I just checked it and it hasn't been linked to my identity yet. As long as I complete the identity linking now, who would dare to say that this bracelet isn't mine? Mu Yao thought about it and it seemed to be true. This little master of hers was so lucky. Fang Cheng looked towards the breakfast shop that had just opened on the roadside, shook his bracelet and said with a smile, "Come on, Teacher Mu, I'll treat you to breakfast." Mu Yao's combat uniform reference picture. Chapter 6 School Beauty Mu Yunxi. At the same time, in the Suiyuan community of Yuqing, the school beauty Mu Yunxi wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes in front of her mother's portrait, changed into a shiny tight combat uniform, and walked out without hesitation. I wouldn't say her looks are the best, but even without makeup, she is enough to outdo all the beautiful female anchors on the internet. But her luck was not very good. She was abandoned by her scumbag father while she was still in the womb, and she had to depend on her mother Mu Yao since childhood. 3 days ago, my mother was sent to a welfare facility because she failed to receive the genetic drug injection in time and was completely transformed into a beast. The euthanasia plant is actually a crematorium, a place where residents who have been completely transformed into beasts are euthanized. Over the years, if my mother hadn't bought the Star Source pill to improve her talent, she wouldn't have taken on a loan, wouldn't have been too late to inject the genetic drug, and wouldn't have been completely transformed into a beast and sent to the animal factory. Even though he had taken the Star Source pill, his talent was only at level D in yesterday's talent assessment, which just barely reached the passing line. I went to attend the training camp today. The school belle who was not to be desecrated in the past has now become a waste. Those who once envied her beauty would be surprised if they didn't take this opportunity to avenge themselves today. But Mu Yunxi no longer cared. Although she only had a D-level talent, it was obtained at the cost of her mother's life. She must not let her mother down. 18 anti-gravity buses were parked at the assembly point in front of the school. As far as the technology of this world is concerned, it is at least 200 years ahead of Fang Cheng's previous life. Mu Yunxi arrived here early and found an inconspicuous corner in the car to sit down. She thought that this would avoid attracting other people's attention, but it turned out that she was overthinking it. Mu Yunxi reference picture. Hey, isn't that our school's belle, Mu Yunxi? A mere D-rank loser actually has the nerve to come and snatch a seat. Suyaki saw her from 2 streets away. The reason why Suyaki had such good eyesight was that after awakening her beast transformation ability, her attributes in all aspects were improved. Secondly, her jealousy towards Mu Yunxi made her extremely sensitive to her, to the point where she would recognize her even if she turned into ashes. So just as Mu Yunxi got into the car, Suyaki rushed up with her new best friend. Although Suyaki is beautiful, she was born in a slum and could not get into the core circle of the school. But now it's different. Her talent is assessed to be S level, which is rare among the 16 high schools in Yuqing. In the past, she had tried her best to break into a circle, but now people in the circle have taken the initiative to extend an olive branch to her, such as her 2 new best friends. Mu Yunxi pretended not to hear Suyaki's words and continued looking at the scenery outside the window. Still pretending to be noble here? You're just a D-level loser. Do you really think you're a fairy? Why are you pretending? Lu Shui is right. She's just a piece of trash. Why would you care about her, Chi-Chi? At this moment, the carriage suddenly became quiet. Mu Yunxi subconsciously glanced over here. It turned out that the school's most handsome boy, Shintu Jun, got on the car, which made all the women crazy about him. Before his superpowers awakened, Shintu Jun was already a top student. Now he has even awakened an S-level talent for beast taming. Most importantly, he is tall and handsome. He likes to invite his classmates to have parties in his villa whenever he has nothing to do. Suyaki was fortunate enough to be dragged to a pool party by her good sister as a scapegoat. Because she was pretty, she also had an in-depth exchange with Shintu Jun. Later her aunt disappeared. She thought that she could marry into a wealthy family and rise to prominence because of her son. The result is predictable. How could a rich second generation like Shintu Jun be interested in a poor girl like her? So he used a Xingyuan pill to make her have an abortion. The person Shintu Jun likes has always been Mu Yunxi, but Mu Yunxi has always kept her distance from scumbags like him. He doesn't want to offend you, a rich second generation who brings harm to his family, nor does he look down on him, a scumbag who relies on his family's few dirty dollars to harm girls everywhere. But the situation is different now. Mu Yunxi's beast transformation talent has only reached the D level. Such a talent basically has no future. Whether it is going to the dungeon secret realm or forming a team to fight in the wild, she is just cannon fodder. If they go to the battlefield in the future, they will be cannon fodder among cannon fodder. Unless she can contract a good beastmaster, such as herself who has S-level beastmaster talent. Suyaki also saw the opportunity. She felt that Shintu-jun asked her to have an abortion because she was a poor woman living in a slum. But now it's different. I have S-level beast transformation talent, which is equivalent to an invitation to the upper-class society. I have already got it, and my life is destined to be extraordinary. In addition, since she has a look that is comparable to Mu Yunshi's, and she has had a close experience with Shintu-jun, he will definitely look at her differently. As expected, Shintu-jun looked at him the first time he got on the car and smiled at him. I remember you, you are the one called. Just as Shintu-jun frowned in thought, Suyaki quickly said, My name is Suyaki, you can call me Xiaoqi. Yes, Xiaoqi, after this training camp is over, I'll have a party at home, and you must come. While Shintu-jun was speaking, he was secretly observing Mu Yunshi's expression out of the corner of his eyes. The result disappointed him. Mu Yunshi didn't take his invitation to Suyaki to heart at all. Suyaki was so excited at this moment that she wanted to strike while the iron was hot and say a few more words to Shintu-jun, but when she looked up, Shintu-jun had already walked to the corner at the rear of the car. Seeing him go find Mu Yunshi, Suyaki was filled with hatred. She really couldn't understand what was so good about a D-level waist. Is it really like what others say, that what you can't get is the best? So that woman is really good at pretending, isn't she? She must be madly in love with him, but on the surface she always puts on a sour face towards Shin Tuesday. Isn't this just like hanging on to that loser Fong Chang? If I had known earlier at the pool party, I would not have let Shintu succeed so easily, otherwise I would not be in such a passive situation now. Yun Shi. Shintu-jun sat down next to Mu Yunshi and spoke gently. But before he could finish his words, Mu Yunshi interrupted him without even turning around. My name is Mu Yunshi. The subtext is, don't call me Shi, we are not that familiar with each other. Then he added, also, I don't want to make a contract with anyone yet, so Mr. Shintu, please don't waste your time on me. Yunshi, why are you always so distant when you speak? But I can wait, because I know that in this world, no one is more suitable for you than me. Suyaki, who was standing by, couldn't stand it any longer. Mu Yunshi was such a pretentious woman, so she said sarcastically, I really don't understand. How can a useless D-level talent have the guts to reject an S-level beastmaster? Her new best friend, Lu Shui, heard the hidden meaning in her words and said disdainfully, I think she's self-aware and afraid of hindering the beastmaster. Another close friend, Tian Shuang, laughed and said, that's right. Beastmasters with S-level talents are all future kings. D-level losers should really know their own limitations and not hold them back. When Shintu-jun heard these words, he not only did not stop them, but he smiled slightly and reached out to grab Mu Yunshi's hand, as if to comfort her. In fact, he just wanted to take advantage of her, but Mu Yunshi dodged him calmly. Yunshi, although you have only awakened the D-level beast talent, I don't dislike you at all, really? As the saying goes, if you lack talent, you can make up for it with supernatural powers. As long as you sign a contract with me, with the resources of my Shinta family, I can definitely make your combat power reach S-level or above. After saying that, he grabbed Mu Yunshi's hand again. He had offered such tempting conditions, and he didn't believe that Mu Yunshi would not be tempted. As a result, this time Mu Yunshi just stood up and left. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in telling you any of this. I have something else to do. Could you please let me get off? Looking at Mu Yunshi's back as she got out of the car, Suyaki spat on the ground. Bah, why are you pretending? No matter how much you pretend, you're still a green tea. After saying that, he looked at Shintu-jun at the rear of the car and smiled, but did not take the opportunity to sit over. Instead, he got out of the car. Distance creates beauty. Since Shintu-jun likes to be kept in suspense, he must be very good at this. Although he has already stabbed me, it is not too late to mend the situation. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes when he looked at me just now. This is a good start. Chapter 7 Living with the School Beauty Mom. By the way, Teacher Mu, where do you live? Suiyuan Community. Well, do you mind if I stay at your house for a few days? Muya was stunned for a moment, then shook her head, I don't mind. Don't get me wrong, Mr. Mu. The main reason is that I live in a slum, and I seem to have offended my neighbors last night. I'm worried that it will cause you trouble. Seeing Fong Chang's awkward look, Muya smiled and said, Xiao Fong, no need to explain. I understand. I also need to go home and change clothes. Her hesitation just now was simply because she had never made a contract with anyone before and she didn't react for a moment. After the contract, the Beastmaster and the Beast Girl are supposed to live together, so that they can improve their mutual understanding and, as well as the taming value. Whether it is the improvement of each other's strength or one's own evolution, the domestication value is a mandatory prerequisite. She thanked Fong Chang for giving her the chance to start a new life. At the same time, judging from the embarrassment Fong Chang had inadvertently shown during the journey, Mu Yao also believed that he was not a bad person, at least he did not have any bad habits. With such a powerful contract that makes people feel despair, he doesn't even need to ask for his opinion on such matters, and he can make the decision for himself. But he didn't. Instead, he asked about his own thoughts and gave him great respect. So he was a good person and would be a good beast master. There was nothing wrong with following him and being his beast mother for the rest of his life. The only thing that worried Mu Yao was her own talent. It was because of her poor talent that she was ruthlessly abandoned by that man. He even left without even looking at Yun Shi. So what about Xiao Fang? Xiao Fang is now trying to see if her favorability towards him has decreased. Seeing that Mu Yao's favorability towards him increased instead of decreased, Fong Chang felt relieved. After all, after signing that kind of contract, she is equivalent to his wife, and a wife is to be loved, not to be ordered around. Of course, the main reason is that Fong Chang likes her. Not only is she beautiful, but she also has a good figure and personality. If two people want to spend their whole lives together, is it better to live with a flesh and blood woman or a walking corpse who only knows how to follow orders? Of course, if it was an ugly one with a bad temper, Fong Chang wouldn't mind living with her as a master. Now that I had money, I naturally took a taxi home and soon arrived at Sui Yuan community. Seeing the door of her home so close, Mu Yao suddenly became a little nervous. What's wrong, Teacher Mu? Xiao Fang, can you let me go home first? Are you worried about Mu Yunxi? Mu Yao felt a little hot. Xiao Fang was her daughter's classmate, but now she had become his beast mother. She felt shy just thinking about it. She was probably even more unwilling to accept it, right? If she doesn't accept it, Xiao Fang will be in trouble given her temper. Fong Chang smiled slightly. Don't worry, she is not at home. How do you know? Because she went to participate in the contract training. Really? She really went to the training camp? Then she must have quite a talent, right? Before the awakening ceremony, she was sent to a comfort factory because she had completely transformed into a beast. As her mother, she naturally didn't know what happened next. Now, when I heard Fong Chang say that his daughter had participated in contract training, I felt as happy as ordinary parents hearing that their children had passed the undergraduate entrance line. I'm not sure about that, but I did see her get on the bus the day before yesterday, wearing her official combat uniform. Fong Chang lied, he didn't see it, and Mu Yunxi's talent rating was only C level, which was at the bottom of the group. Seeing that Mu Yao, the mother, was so happy at this time, Fong Chang didn't want to say it out loud and spoil her fun. When you arrive at the door of your home, after fingerprint recognition, the silver alloy security door automatically opens. When you walk in, the soft light automatically lights up. Before I could see clearly what was going on inside the room, I could smell a fragrance. It was different from perfume, it was a unique scent in a woman's room. A small two-bedroom house with smooth white decorative materials and linear lights looks like a space capsule, full of futuristic science fiction feeling. There are green plants in front of the windowsill and at the corners, which are obviously Mu Yao's work. Xiao Fang, wear my slippers first. I'll buy you new ones later. Only then did Fong Chang notice Mu Yao squatting in front of him. He looked down and saw a pair of furry white slippers placed in front of his feet. Mu Yao looked at Fong Chang's size and raised her head and said, "It seems a little small." "It's okay. Didn't you forget that we just picked up a huge sum of money?" After saying that, Fong Chang habitually rubbed his heels and was about to take off his shoes, but Mu Yao held his feet. In the movies and TV dramas of the island country, there are always scenes of women kneeling at the door to change their husband's shoes. Fong Chang used to be envious, but today he accidentally experienced it and was actually a little uncomfortable. Fong Chang did not stop Mu Yao from changing his shoes, because habits can be developed. When Fong Chang walked into the living room, he saw the portrait on the table. Who else could it be but Mu Yao? Mu Yao also saw it and quickly walked over to pick up her portrait. She said awkwardly, she probably thought I was gone." Speaking of this, she couldn't help but feel grateful to Fong Chang. It was he who gave her a new life. Fong Chang smiled slightly, very beautiful. Mu Yao combed the hair beside her ear and said with a blushing face, "Xiao Fang, do you want to take a shower?" Fong Chang took a look at her work clothes, which were from Anil Factory and smelled of sweat, so he said, "I'm not in a hurry. You take a shower first." Mu Yao did not refuse. The work clothes she was wearing did smell a bit smelly. I went back to my room to look for clothes. Luckily, they were still there. Maybe Xiaoxi didn't have time to deal with them. He went into the bathroom with some clothes to change into, while Feng Cheng sat on the sofa, playing with the bracelet he had just picked up. A moment later, Feng Cheng heard the sound of the bathroom door opening. He subconsciously looked up and couldn't take his eyes off. Under the wet long hair was a white silk nightgown. The smooth fabric was shiny under the light, and the proud curves were even more clearly defined under the soft fabric. With smooth white bare feet walking on the shiny metal floor, Feng Cheng's eyesight was really sharp, and he saw the key point at a glance. Embarrassed, he tried to look away, but his eyes wouldn't obey him. Mu Yao, who was drying her hair with a towel, didn't notice any of this. The other party said, "Xiao Feng, I'm done washing." Feng Cheng quickly cleared his dry throat and walked into the bathroom with a bewildered look on his face. I rubbed my face vigorously under the shower. Why pretend? Pick the flowers when they are ready to be picked, don't wait until there are no more flowers to pluck. The brave will die of overeating, while the timid will die of starvation. After preparing myself mentally in the bathroom, I came out and saw Mu Yao sitting on the sofa. Where should I sleep from now on? After asking this question, Feng Cheng wanted to slap himself. What's the point of asking? Why not just carry her into the room? Mu Yao was even more nervous than Feng Cheng. Although she had convinced herself to accept Feng Cheng, she had remained a virgin for 18 years and still felt hesitant when the time came. She stood up subconsciously and pointed to her room and said, "Xiao Feng, do you want to sleep in my room tonight?" "What about you?" Seeing Mu Yao lowering her head shyly, Feng Cheng mustered up the courage to come to her side. "Teacher Mu, if Beastmasters and Beast Girls want to grow, they must improve their taming value. Do you know this?" Mu Yao reference picture. Mu Yao reference picture. Chapter 8 Xiao Feng, do you regret it? After saying that, Feng Cheng tentatively put his hand on her shoulder. Seeing that she did not resist, she nodded shyly. Feng Cheng immediately felt relieved and picked her up by the waist. Mu Yao screamed in surprise, her face full of shyness. Her heart was pounding, and she couldn't find a place to hide, so she had to bury her head in Feng Cheng's arms. At this moment, Feng Cheng was feeling very proud. I didn't expect that Teacher Mu, who has always been gentle and upright, has such a lovely side. I carried Teacher Mu into the bedroom and closed the door behind me. The sunlight poured in from the window, passed through the curtains fluttering in the breeze, and woke Feng Cheng from his dream. The first thing I did when I woke up was to subconsciously turn my head to look at Teacher Mu beside me. In fact, Mu Yao was not asleep. She had been looking at Feng Cheng silently. When she noticed Feng Cheng looking at her, she closed her eyes like a thief. Unfortunately, her slightly trembling eyelashes gave her away. Feng Cheng saw her little movement, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. He gently pulled his numb arm out from under her neck. Mu Yao suddenly grabbed his arm. Feng Cheng was no longer in a hurry to get up. He leaned beside her and smiled. "Did I wake you up?" Mu Yao shook her head and mustered up the courage to ask, "Xiao Feng, do you regret this?" "Regret? What should I regret? I'm so much older than you." "Well, it's true that I'm a bit older, but as the saying goes, a woman 3 years older than you is worth 6 gold bricks. You're 18 years older than me, so that's 6 gold bricks. In the end, I'm the winner." After hearing what Feng Cheng said before, Mu Yao's heart tightened. It turned out that Xiao Feng still cared about his age. But when she heard the following words, she burst out laughing. "Xiao Feng? Any other questions? My talent isn't great. It was because of it that Xiaoxi and I were abandoned by that person. With your talent, this is really unfair to you." Feng Cheng reached out and pinched Mu Yao's nose, then smiled and said, "You know what? Your talent is beyond your imagination. That person let you go because he was blind." After saying that, Feng Cheng used his spiritual pupil to take a look at Mu Yao in his arms. "I only tamed it once today, but it actually generated 10 points of taming value. The taming value is divided into rings just like shooting. The highest ring is when you hit the center of the bullseye, and the farther away from the center of the bullseye, the lower the ring is. At the same time, for beast tamers, because of the different levels of talent, the accompanying enhancements are also different, and the number of rings in the bullseye is also different. The higher the talent level, the larger the number of bullseye rings. The highest known talent level is SSS, and the maximum number of bullseye rings is only 8. I must have hit the bullseye this time. I can tell by looking at Mu Yao's condition. But I didn't expect that the bullseye of the X level has 2 more rings than that of the SSS level. No wonder the system said that my talent level is unique in the world. At the same time, Mu Yao's hidden evolutionary form has completed 10% of its enlightenment progress. From Mu Yao's perspective, the two of them were looking at each other, and her eyes became even gentler. What kind of talent do you have? Don't you know it? This kid only knew how to comfort people. However, after worrying all night, she felt warm in her heart. Mu Yao couldn't help but raise her head and leaned over to kiss him. She only reacted after the kiss. This time she didn't hide shyly, but stared at Feng Cheng infatuatedly and gave him a sweet smile. Seeing Mu Yao revealing her true feelings, Feng Cheng couldn't bear it anymore. Teacher Mu, let's improve the domestication a little bit. After saying that, he pressed forward. Mu Yao suddenly supported Feng Cheng's shoulders and said, "Wait a minute, Xiao Feng, it's not easy to tame on an empty stomach." It's okay. Skipping a meal won't kill you. But there's no need to worry about so many buts. Just do it. When Feng Cheng woke up again, it was already afternoon. Mu Yao was not around, and in front of him was a brand new set of men's clothes, neatly folded. The messy room was also cleaned up. Feng Cheng sat up from the bed and found that his waist was a little sore. It seemed that Mu Yao was right. Training on an empty stomach was indeed not good. She changed into the new clothes Mu Yao bought for her, put on the new slippers Mu Yao bought for her, and walked out of the bedroom. At this time, Mu Yao was wearing an apron and busy in the kitchen. Taming value 37, enlightenment progress 37%. Although Mu Yao tried her best to cooperate with the last shot, she still only scored a 7th ring. This reminded Feng Cheng of the old saying, only cows can be worked to death, but the land cannot be plowed to death. Look at Mu Yao's radiant face. While he was sleeping, not only did she go out and buy him new clothes and shoes, but now she also has the energy to cook in the kitchen. Xiao Feng, are you awake? Feng Cheng scratched his head awkwardly. Mu Yao smiled and said, I bought you some new toiletries. They're in the bathroom. Do you want to wash up? Dinner will be ready soon. Thank you. Feng Cheng fled to the bathroom. How should I put it? For the first time, I felt a little embarrassed because I couldn't beat a woman. Mu Yao poked her head out from the kitchen and couldn't help but smile at Feng Cheng's back. As the school doctor and an experienced person, how could she not know what Feng Cheng was thinking at the moment? As for the matter of domestication, due to the different body structures of men and women, boys are naturally at a disadvantage in this regard. The hot sales of the blue pill are enough to explain everything. When Feng Cheng came out of the bathroom, the dishes were already on the table: clear mutton soup, stir-fried chicken with leeks, kidney slices with Yucamia almoids, and steamed eggs with sea cucumber. Apart from anything else, Zhu Muyao's cooking skills are absolutely unique. But Feng Cheng was a little amused and helpless. I'm not that weak yet, am I? Is it necessary to replenish myself like this? Mu Yao saw Feng Cheng's thoughts and explained with a smile, these are normal dishes for beastmasters and beast mothers to accumulate taming points. Didn't you learn this in school, Xiao Feng? Teacher Mu, I don't think the school teaches these things. Maybe I remembered it wrongly. Come and try the food I cooked to see if it suits your taste. Mu Yao served Feng Cheng a bowl of rice and a bowl of mutton soup, and when they sat down, she also picked up a sea cucumber for Feng Cheng. Teacher Mu, you know more than me. Is there any quick way to accumulate taming points? Accumulating taming points is a long-term process, and taming points are only used when the beast girl evolves and levels up, which takes a long time, so Xiao Feng, you don't have to be too anxious. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, your health is the most important thing. I know everything you said, but the earlier you evolve, the more benefits you get, right? This is just like raising a baby in the game. After you catch the baby, wash it and start growing again from level 0. The 4-dimensional attributes will be much higher than the original one. But Beast Girl evolution requires not only taming points, but also Star Source crystals. Star Source crystals have a certain chance of dropping in secret realms above B rank, so they are rare on the market. Feng Cheng interrupted her and said, don't worry about Xingyuan crystal. Just tell me if there is a faster way. Mu Yao thought seriously and said, others may not have the same method, but Xiao Feng, you can try to order me to hit the target. Chapter 9 I was born before you, you were born when I was old. Forced to hit the target? Feng Chengdu was stunned. Could this be done this way? Yeah. Mu Yao's face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and she continued to explain, other beast masters cannot give such orders to beast girls because the contract is not binding enough. But Xiao Feng, your contract makes me feel extremely powerful, so maybe it can work. Feng Cheng touched his chin and said, that makes sense. After saying that, Feng Cheng began to eat faster, and it seemed that he planned to try to pull Mu Yao along after he finished eating. Mu Yao couldn't help but laugh. She reached out and grabbed Feng Cheng's hand as he was eating quickly and said, Xiao Feng, even if I can force the target to hit, target shooting still requires bullets. I know, but as long as it can help you evolve quickly, I believe all my efforts now are worth it. Teacher Mu's hidden evolved form is the wood spirit among the giant spirits of the sky and abyss, also known as the immortal green deer. Her first characteristic is her strong vitality. As long as she evolves successfully, under the constraints of the contract, her powerful vitality will benefit the Beastmaster, and there will be no worries about making up for the current deficit. Feng Cheng wanted to take her to experiment because she didn't even wash the dishes after dinner. Teacher Mu naturally didn't know Feng Cheng's plan, he just thought that his evolved form was still a sickle deer. After much persuasion, Feng Cheng was finally calmed down with a cup of tea, and asked to digest his food first. Doing strenuous exercise right after eating was not good for his stomach. He is a child who knows how to enjoy the taste of food but doesn't know how to do it. As an adult, how can I not know how to do it? Teacher Mu returned to the kitchen to wash the dishes. While she was washing, Feng Cheng hugged her waist from behind. Through experiments, it was found that Mr. Mu's method was indeed feasible and could allow Mr. Mu to force the target to be hit. But the problem is obvious. As she said, even if you can hit the target every time, you still need bullets to shoot. Insufficient firepower is a major flaw facing Feng Cheng. Fortunately, his talent was now at X level, and he could obtain 10 taming points at a time. According to the current progress, he would be able to complete the taming points required for evolution in at most 3 days. In the blink of an eye, it was the 3rd day. Under the guidance of Teacher Mu, Feng Cheng lived a very regular life during these 3 days. During the day, I practiced martial arts with her in the park, using the E-level martial arts book I picked up, called Crazy Sword Technique. With the blessing of X-level talent, Feng Cheng mastered the essentials of the swordsmanship after only 1 use, grasped the essence in 1 day, and achieved some success after 3 days. However, he hasn't taken the star crystal yet, so he can't unleash the power of the Crazy Sword Technique for the time being. That night, after completing the domestication, Feng Cheng forced himself to take out the Star Source Crystal despite his tired body. Now Mr. Mu's domestication value and enlightenment progress are sufficient. As long as he fuses the Star Source Crystal, he can complete the evolution. Is this the Star Source Crystal? Teacher Mu saw the Star Source Crystal in Feng Cheng's hand as soon as he opened his eyes. Didn't Xiao Feng say he'd always lived in the slums? How did he get this thing in his hand? Fuse it and evolve it, Teacher Mu. Isn't this a bit too fast? If the taming value is not enough, it will only waste this hard-earned Star Source Crystal. Xiao Feng, I know you are doing this for my own good, but haste makes waste in this kind of thing. Feng Cheng smiled and said, the taming value is enough, I promise. Except for Feng Cheng, the taming value is just a vague concept for everyone else. It is a kind of energy formed when yin and yang interact with each other. Whether it is the evolution of the beast girl or the upgrade of her strength in the future, this energy needs to be consumed. But no one knows the exact amount, because they can't see it and can only gamble based on experience and feeling. Feng Cheng is different. He has the spiritual pupil that can see through delusion. In his eyes, the taming value is just a string of numbers, just like he can see through things when gambling on stones. He doesn't need to gamble at all. But I still can't have it. Why? Xiao Feng, I know your talent. It's definitely not just E-level as others say. E-level talent is simply impossible. It's impossible to master E-level martial arts in 3 days without a teacher. My talent is really only E-level, I can't let you waste a Star Source Crystal because of me. Feng Cheng felt warm at the thought, so he decided to tease her. If you don't want to evolve, then why have you been cooperating with me to accumulate taming points these past few days? Are you fulfilling your obligations? No, I cooperated with you because I like you. You may not believe me when I say this, after all, we have known each other for less than a week. I also admit that at the beginning, I was grateful to you. But later, I don't know why, I slowly fell in love with you, you really have to believe me. Since you love me so much, why don't you evolve when I ask you to? Because I don't want to waste your Star Source Crystal, you can save it for a better beast girl. With your talent, I believe that even contracting an SSS level beast girl won't be a problem. Fang Cheng smiled and said, but you are the best beast girl, I think. There is no better beast girl than you in the world. Fang Cheng's words made Teacher Mu's eyes mist up. What have I done to deserve your sacrifice for me? My love, you deserve a better beast girl. Seeing that Teacher Mu was still hesitating, Fang Cheng directly stuffed the crystal into her hand. Take it and evolve. Don't let me give orders. Teacher Mu held the Star Source crystal tightly, her watery eyes filled with tenderness. I was born before you, and you were born when I was already old. Why didn't you let me meet you earlier? What's wrong? Fang Cheng asked in confusion as he looked at Teacher Mu's tears. Teacher Mu suddenly grabbed Fang Cheng's hand and said, Xiao Fang, why couldn't I meet you earlier? When I was at my best. Fang Cheng wiped away Teacher Fang's tears and said with a smile, it's not too late to meet me now. For me, you are at the best time now. Okay, go to sleep first. Tomorrow we will rent an evolution room and try to succeed this time. Fang Cheng originally wanted to evolve at home, but after thinking about it, he decided to rent an evolution room from the Beast Taming Guild just to be on the safe side. The taming value can be accumulated again, but there is only one Star Source crystal. Early the next morning, after eating breakfast made by Teacher Mu, the two took a taxi to the Beast Taming Guild. There are three major beast taming guilds in the Dragon Country, namely the Xuanyuan Guild, the Xinqi Guild and the Lingqi Guild. The one with the best reputation is the Lingqi Guild where Fang Cheng is currently. The cyber-style reception hall has rows of benches for people waiting for business to rest, and 7 or 8 tall cabinets, just like a bank. Because they arrived early, they took number A001 and went directly to the counter. Hello, I would like to rent an evolution room. The young lady at the counter, wearing a slim blue vest, glanced at Fang Cheng out of habit, and this glance made her stunned. What a handsome boy. Is he a beast master? Why haven't I seen him before? The young lady's appearance made Fang Cheng speechless. Being too charming can also be a problem. She attracts attention wherever she goes. Seeing that the young lady was staring at him in a daze, Fang Cheng had no choice but to clear his throat and remind her, hello, I want to rent an evolution room. Ha? Oh, okay. Out of professional habit, the young lady subconsciously looked at the beast girl next to the beast master. The handsome boy looks like a student at first glance, and although the beast girl next to him is very good looking, she has a mature temperament and it is obvious that she is much older than the handsome boy. If a beast girl like her had good talent, she should have evolved long ago. Why did she come now, and her beast tamer is a student like the handsome boy? I hope the handsome boy won't be fooled by her? Chapter 10 Evolution Success, True Feelings Revealed. Handsome boy, we're currently having a promotion where we're offering a 20% discount on the Beast Girl talent appraisal fee. Do you want to have your Beast Girl appraised first? No thanks, just rent an evolution room. Handsome boy, you are still a student, right? Just got expelled from school. Expelled from school? Yeah, if you don't have talent, then don't embarrass yourself in school. Actually, the guild also has college entrance examination quotas. Fang Cheng interrupted her and said, I think I'm fine the way I am now. Miss, let's get down to business. Well, okay then. Our evolution room here charges by time, 20,000 Dragon Country coins every 10 minutes. The young lady was a little bored. So expensive? Our guild's evolution room can increase the success rate of evolution by 10%. The price is already fair, but I can give you a 20% discount. Is there still a success rate for evolution? Fang Cheng looked at the young lady at the counter in confusion. The reason he brought Teacher Mu here was because he was afraid that the evolution process would be interrupted accidentally. He never thought that he still had a success rate. Yeah, you don't know? Fang Cheng turned around and looked at Teacher Mu, who explained, the higher the beast girl's talent, the lower the success rate of evolution. However, each time the evolution fails, the success rate can be increased by 10%. So the 10th evolution is 100% successful? Has anyone ever succeeded in one try? At this time, the lady at the counter said, yes, but such a lucky person only comes across once every few years. Handsome boy, do you still want to rent the evolution room? Rent, why not? Even if you fail, can't you still get 10% more? The young lady completed the formalities for Fang Cheng and handed him a room card. Good luck, handsome boy. Fang Cheng took the room card and said with a smile, it's to wish us good luck. Arriving at the evolution room, Fang Cheng immediately urged, Teacher Mu, hurry up. The rent here is extremely expensive. Teacher Mu smiled and said, do you regret it? It's not that I regret it, I just suddenly felt deeply that time is money. Teacher Mu knew that Fong Chang only had 200,000 yuan in his pocket. Even with a 20% discount, this amount of money could only last for 2.5 hours at most, and this time might not be enough for evolution. So hurry up and fuse the star source crystal. If the time is really exceeded, the worst that can happen is that I sell the house and live in the slums with Xiao Feng. Teacher Mu was thinking about selling the house, but Fong Chang was thinking about buying on credit. The biggest difference between the Lingqi Guild and the other two guilds is that it is a guild formed by civilians and is not controlled by capital. The original intention of its establishment is to break the monopoly of the oligarchs on the upward channels for the poor. For the other two guilds, the rental of evolution rooms requires payment first and then use. If the time limit is exceeded and there is no money to renew, the Beast Girl's evolution will be forcibly interrupted without any mercy. Their practices are no different from those of unscrupulous doctors who add extra charges during the operating table. But their gain rate is high, reaching more than 20%. As for the evolution room of the Lingqi Guild, you can use it first and pay later. In other words, you can buy on credit. To put it bluntly, those who can come to the Lingqi Guild basically have no money in their pockets. For Fong Chang, who has been picking up money every time he goes out these days, what he wants is not the 10% success rate, but a space isolated from the outside world, which can lock up Teacher Mu's evolutionary aura and prevent it from being known to the outside world. As for the success rate, I am blessed with good luck. I dare not say that I can succeed 100%, but at least 90%. Teacher Mu is now her own beast girl, so she should also be able to receive blessings. As long as Teacher Mu evolves successfully, he can take the star crystals. Once he has the strength, he can go to the secret realm to make money to pay off his debts. This is why Fong Chang dares to buy on credit. While Fong Chang was daydreaming, Teacher Mu had already turned into a cocoon of light, and his body was liquefying and reorganizing in the cocoon. If he was forcibly interrupted at this time. In mild cases, evolution fails, and in severe cases, the person dies immediately. As for the guilds controlled by the oligarchs, they don't care about the life or death of the beast girls, they only care about whether they can make money. As time passed, the light threads on the light cocoon began to peel off, one or two at first, and soon they exploded with a bang like a ball of thread melting in water. The emerald green mist instantly swept across the entire space, turning it into a glittering green. In this green, bright white area, a four-hoofed creature is rapidly emerging. When the starlight faded, the evolved Teacher Mu appeared before his eyes. At this moment, she looked like a centaur, with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a deer. Her all-white body is covered with emerald green patterns, which looks particularly exquisite with her graceful and domineering curves. There was a pair of spring branch-shaped horns on her head, and her originally bright-colored long hair had now turned into a waist-length emerald green, including her beautiful eyebrows. The eyes turned snow-white, as if there were no pupils, but they gave people a bright and lively feeling. Beast Mother, Mu Yao. Host, Fong Chang. Age, 36. Strength level, F. Upgrade progress, 0%. Strength, 17, Agility, 28, Spirit, 31, Stamina, 35. Maximum energy, 20. Beast form, X level Abyssal Giant Spirit Wood Spirit. Growth talent, 10 stars. Skills, Thorn Entanglement level 1, Healing level 1. Loyalty, 100. Repayment ratio, 100%. Taming value, 0. Life countdown, days. Physical strength dominates vitality and the length of the health bar. Spirit dominates energy and the length of the blue bar. After the evolution, Mr. Mu has made great improvements in all attributes except strength. With each improvement in the upgrade progress, the four-dimensional attributes will automatically increase according to this ratio. The benefits of evolving earlier are reflected here. It is worth mentioning that there is no such thing as a refined baby in this world. As for how much the attributes can be increased with each improvement, it depends entirely on the talent of the Beast Master. In addition, Teacher Mu also acquired 2 initial skills, and his lifespan increased by about 40 years. She increased her lifespan by 40 years, and naturally her own lifespan also increased by 40 years. Now she can live to at least 100 years old, which is finally reaching the standard of a normal person. Teacher Mu looked at his hands in surprise, then looked back at his body. Suddenly, he became excited and said, Xiao Feng, shouldn't my evolved form be a sickle deer? How did I become the legendary Sky Abyss Giant Spirit? Fong Cheng smiled and said, didn't I tell you this a long time ago? Teacher Mu, your talent is beyond your imagination. You didn't believe it at first, but now you should believe me, right? I have a hidden evolution? But doesn't activating a hidden evolution require a special item? We don't seem to have that item. How did you do it? There are also hidden evolutionary forms that are almost impossible to identify. How did you know about them? Of course, I have my own tricks. Okay, now that the evolution has succeeded, are you happy? Are you surprised? Yeah. Mu Yao nodded excitedly. She knew that if it weren't for Feng Chang, she would never be able to activate the hidden evolutionary form in her life, and she would definitely not know that she still had a hidden evolutionary form until she died. Come to think of it, if I hadn't met Xiao Feng, wouldn't I have died long ago? The very next day after Feng Chang took her away from Animal Factory, the equipment for running Animal Factory was repaired. When she learned about this, she felt scared but also very fortunate to have met Xiao Feng that night. Mu Yao, whose heart was instantly filled with happiness, expressed her true feelings and ran over to hug Feng Chang tightly in her arms. Thank you, my little master. Chapter 11 Compensation from Teacher Mu. In her beast form, she is a head taller than Feng Chang. Although the sticky hominy melon feels good at this height, if Teacher Mu doesn't let go, he will suffocate to death. Feng Chang had no choice but to pull her hair. Teacher Mu, who had reacted, looked at Feng Chang puzzledly. What's wrong, Xiao Feng? You almost suffocated me to death. Teacher Mu blushed and said shyly, Sorry, Xiao Feng, I was too excited. It's okay, change back quickly and put on your clothes. Wait. I almost forgot, I have to perform a little trick for you. Go home and change. Every minute you stay here costs an extra penny. It's too late to go home, so I can only stay here. After saying that, Feng Chang stretched out his finger and touched Teacher Mu's brow. With the tip of his finger as the center, a circle of ripples quickly spread out. As the ripples spread across his body, Teacher Mu's appearance also changed, transforming into an A-level exotic beast, the thorn deer. Teacher Mu was surprised again and asked, What's going on? I feel like I'm still a giant spirit of the abyss, how come my form has changed into a thorn deer? Feng Chang smiled and said, An innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure. We should also prevent others from getting jealous, right? Teacher Mu nodded and quickly changed back into human form. How long have we been here? Feng Chang thought for a moment and said, About 3 hours. 3 hours? It's okay, we can buy on credit. Go back to the lobby and return the room card to the young lady. Handsome boy, your rental time this time is 3 hours and 11 minutes. I'll give you the remainder, and with the 20% discount we agreed on, your total bill is. Cash or bank transfer? There's no rush for this. I still want to do another talent appraisal for my beast girl. Okay, I'll arrange it for you right away. Appraisal machine number 10 is vacant right now, so you can go there. Feng Chang took the license plate to Teacher Mu for identification. On the way, Teacher Mu asked in confusion, Xiao Feng, I have already evolved successfully. Isn't it a waste of money to get it identified again? Feng Chang smiled and said, I want to see if my tricks can fool the identification instrument. What if it doesn't work? Teacher Mu, I'm not as cold-blooded as you are. Can you please try to look at the bright side of things? Sorry, Xiao Feng, I didn't mean it. Feng Chang smiled slightly, sent Teacher Mu into the identification instrument, and started the identification. The identification result was as expected, it was indeed a Class A thorn deer. This result is neither good nor bad, and it won't attract people's attention. The most important thing is that with this result, the Lingqi Guild will give you credit. They are also open for business. But if they see that you are someone who has no ability to repay the money, who will give you credit? Just relying on his handsome face? That's probably overthinking it. Sure enough, when I returned to the counter, the girls inside had obviously become more enthusiastic. I didn't expect, handsome boy, that your beast girl is actually a thorn deer with a level talent. Ah, it's just luck. By the way, beautiful, I don't have that much money on me right now. Can I buy it on credit? Of course, that's no problem. Our monthly interest rate here is 1 point. If you pay back within 6 months, there will be no interest. Is there anything else you need? Like, a combat uniform for your beast girl? Can. Ha, I can tell from the first sight that this handsome boy is a good beastmaster. It's a blessing that your beast girl follows you. Miss, you can't say that. Beastmasters and beast mothers have a relationship like fish in water. They give to each other and grow together. When Feng Chang arrived at the equipment area, he was stunned. Beastmaster is the most profitable profession, but the equipment is too expensive. An F-class combat uniform costs 100,000. If I and Teacher Mu each get one, that would be 200,000, not counting the weapons. Fong Chang gritted his teeth and bought one for each of them. After all, they were about to go to the secret realm and they couldn't do without combat uniforms. As for the weapon, I picked up a long sword. As for Teacher Mu's, after thinking about it, I decided to lend her a supernatural bow. Strength is not her strong point, and vine entanglement is a control skill. In addition, her position is a nurse, so the supernatural bow, a long-range weapon, is naturally the most suitable for her. Of course, there is also the long-range weapon, the supernatural rifle, which has the same attack power as the supernatural bow, but it can hit farther. But considering that it didn't match her image and she didn't need to shoot very far, she chose the supernatural bow. Fong Chang used the 200,000 yuan he had picked up before and all the spoils to pay off his debts. In the end, he still owed the guild 150,000 yuan. After returning home, Fong Chang took out the star crystal and wanted to try its effect with Teacher Mu. Teacher Mu blushed and said, "Xiao Fong, why don't we improve the taming degree first? Then the effect of taking the star crystal may be better." Is that so? I remember that the taming degree only seemed to increase the maximum attribute value of each level. Doesn't the effect of taking star crystals depend on my talent? How can you know if you don't try it? What if it helps? Fong Chang looked at her suspiciously. Why was Teacher Mu so proactive today? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed through his mind. Teacher Mu's body had been reorganized today. Could it be that she wanted to? Looking at Teacher Mu's shy look, no matter what her reason is, I can't do anything that will spoil the fun at this time. Seeing Fong Chang still seem to be hesitating, Teacher Mu mustered up the courage to pull Fong Chang's hand. "Please, Xiao Fong." Fong Chang jokingly said, "Accumulating taming points is the duty of a beastmaster. Please lead the way, teacher." At this time, Teacher Mu's face was so red that blood seemed to be dripping out, but she still mustered up the courage to take him into the bedroom. This domestication has indeed brought about great changes. In addition to the smaller trajectory, what surprised Fong Chang the most was his own recovery ability. Teacher Mu's return to herself as a beast girl not only lengthened her health bar, but also gave her amazing recovery ability. In the past, after hitting the target twice at most, you had to use the forced hit, and after only 3 times at most, you had to give up. But today he fired 7 shots in a row, all of which hit the mark. If he hadn't been hungry, Fong Chang felt he could have fired a few more times. Time passed quickly and it was evening in the blink of an eye. Fong Chang was about to get something to eat when he saw some bloodstains on the bedsheet. The bloody red color is too eye-catching. This is. When Teacher Mu saw this, he quickly stood in front of Fong Chang and said, "Xiao Fong, go wash up quickly. I'll clean up here." Is this the reason you're so anxious to accumulate taming points? Teacher Mu nodded shyly. "I just hope to do my best to give you more compensation." What a silly woman. Didn't I say that? I don't care about these things. Besides, what compensation do I need from you? Don't you think of me as an outsider? But I care. Teacher Mu suddenly raised his head, looked at Fong Chang seriously and said, "Please, can you please make me feel better? All right, you clean up. I'll go wash my face. By the way, what are we having for dinner tonight? Sea cucumber and wolfberry again? Of course it's good for your health. Never mind as long as you're happy. Mu Yao." The next day, Fong Chang took out the star crystal. Although Teacher Mu was surprised, she did not ask any questions because there were so many things that Fong Chang had surprised her with. Without taking into account personal talent, a star crystal of the same level as one's own strength can increase the upgrade progress by 1% and increase 10 attributes at the same time. These 10 attributes will vary from person to person and will be automatically distributed to the 4 attributes. The higher the Beastmaster's talent, the more points he or she will gain. The talent increase below level C can be ignored. Starting from level C, the talent increases by 50% for each level upgrade. The SSS level talent increase is 300%, but Fong Chang's X level talent increase is 500%. For every 1% increase in upgrade progress, Fong Chang will gain 50 more attribute points, which means 5,000 points for one level. Talent is king, and it is fully reflected here. Without the support of external forces, after the strength reaches sea level, people with sea level talent, let alone compared with Fong Chang, are definitely ants even compared with people like Shin Tajun. Chapter 12 Another use of Mu Yao. Fong Cheng and teacher Mu each took 30 star crystals. Fong Cheng's current strength is 390, agility is 450, spirit is 600, physical strength is 380, and maximum energy is 100. Mu Yao's strength is 175, agility is 320, spirit is 425, stamina is 425, and maximum energy is 200. With their current attributes, there is no problem for them to go to the F-level secret realm. The two took the city train and came to the Red Maple secret realm outside the city. The so-called secret realm is actually some special spaces brought to this world by Tian Yuan. Generally, there are two types. One is eternal and unchanging, just like a normal space. It is inhabited by the natives of Tian Yuan and is also known as the secret realm of adventure. There is also a secret realm that can be refreshed at any time. After being artificially modified, it becomes a copy for people to level up and brush props. According to the difficulty and the items that dropped, people divided into 9 levels from F to SSS. The higher the level, the greater the difficulty, and the corresponding higher the drop rate of various crystals. At the same time, some rare items will only be dropped in secret realms of a certain level. For example, the Star Source crystal used for the evolution of exotic beasts has a chance of dropping only in copies of level B or above. In Dragon Country, secret realms below level E are open to the public free of charge, while those above level E not only charge a fee, but some are even only open to specific groups of people, such as college students, guild members, and the military. There is a bustling crowd outside the secret realm, with people everywhere looking to form teams and recruit team members. A maximum of 5 beast masters can enter a dungeon at a time. As for beast girls, there is no limit on the number of those with a master, but those who work alone without a master are counted as one quota. Fong Cheng ignored these people, but as he walked through the crowd, he was met with all kinds of looks. Looking at Fong Cheng's childish face, one can tell at first glance that he is a student. At this point in time, all the talented students have gone to participate in contract training. Only those who have no talent and are arrogant will come here, wanting to achieve something with their own strength, and then go back to slap the faces of those who look down on them. But there are almost no students who have this ability. Because everyone present, young and old, was like this. They have been grinding dungeons all their lives and are still grinding at F level. They have already become mentally distorted. When they see a newcomer coming, the first thing they think of is how to cause trouble for him, under the pretext of teaching him how to behave. Fong Cheng didn't know this because these things were not taught in school at all. But Mu Yao knew. On the way here, teacher Mu had already introduced this knowledge to Fong Cheng. Although the official has designed protection measures in the copy, you can forcibly teleport out of the copy when your health is low. But even so, many people die in dungeons every year, and most of them die when good items are dropped. Those veterans who have been playing F-level dungeons all their lives have already figured out the mechanisms of the dungeons. They have plenty of ways to kill people and plunder in them. My dear little brother, our team is only short of a beastmaster. If you have the horses, we can start the battle. It's absolutely fair to split the spoils equally. Would you like to consider it? An old man suddenly stood in front of Fong Cheng, with a smile on his face that was even warmer and more sincere than that of a farmer. Fong Cheng glanced at him. Wow, he's only 32, and he looks so old? He was also dark and thin, with an E-level talent and E-level strength. The Beast Girl actually signed 4 contracts, and her life countdown is only 344 days. No wonder she is so thin and old. It turns out that she was exploited by the Beast Girl. He has less than a year left to live. Instead of staying at home to enjoy his retirement, he is still thinking about harming others here. Such a person really deserves to die. Fong Cheng ignored him, and then someone else came over and said, "Little brother, you just graduated from school, you look inexperienced, but you were right not to agree to that old man Wang. He said he was short of a beastmaster, but in fact, the team is full of his people. But we are different, each beastmaster leads one beast girl, ensuring fairness and justice." Fong Cheng still didn't say a word, just glanced at him, and passed by Mu Yao. It's not that Fong Cheng is aloof, but people like this, once you talk to him, he will talk to you endlessly until you agree to team up with him. As soon as Fong Cheng left, the short-lived ghost called Wang Lapozi came up and said to the man just now with a smile, "Lu Pianzi, you are ruining my plan, but you still don't get any meat." "Wang Lapozi, are you really trying to rip off my Tai Xiao? That kid must have just been in school and was really angry. Why is he pretending? I don't believe that kid can win alone. When he can no longer brush, then we will know how good our relationship is." In front of the copy is a circular space gate, like a blue vortex. Xiaofang, we have to go there first to register and get our scorecards. The scoreboard is equivalent to the Beast Tamer's ID card or license. With this thing, there will be an official record of the battle record, which is connected to the global network and can be checked at any time. In the future, whether you are taking exams, joining a trade union, or joining the military, your personal achievements will be important reference data for employers and the only condition for special recruitment. After all, a person's combat effectiveness, in addition to strength, personal combat skills and experience are also very important. This is also another upward channel provided by the Dragon Country officials for those who were eliminated in the first batch, which is roughly equivalent to the adult college entrance examination in the previous life. As for those who were not eliminated, the scorecards were naturally distributed together with the combat uniforms provided free of charge by the official. Now they are learning various combat skills under the guidance of instructors, and are organized to go to the wild to earn points, and there are even free star crystals to receive. The place to collect the scorecards is right at the entrance of the dungeon, a bit like the ticket office at the entrance of the park, with a 1-meter high counter covered by a piece of glass. If you want to talk to the person inside, there is only a gap under the glass. For a 1-meter high counter, people outside can either stand or sit, or they can only squat. After recording personal information through the identification device and paying a so-called handling fee of 2,000 yuan, you can successfully get the badge. It is actually a string of IDs, just like a social security card, which can be directly bound to the bracelet. Teacher Mu, can we go in now? Fang Chang looked at the space door, but felt puzzled. There should be many people clearing the dungeon, so why was there no one going in or out from there? Teacher Mu smiled gently and said, "Not that way. Follow me this way." Teacher Mu pulled Fang Chang to a teleportation array and stood there. He used the bracelet bound to the scorecard to activate the teleportation array, and they arrived at the secret realm in a flash. In front of you is a red maple forest with beautiful scenery. If it weren't for the occasional roars of strange beasts, this would definitely be a great place for an outing and vacation. Teacher Mu beside him opened a laser map on his bracelet, which was full of markings. "What is this?" Fang Chang asked curiously. Teacher Mu smiled slightly. "This is the guide I made when I was young. Look, I've marked the locations where the strange beasts appear, as well as the best routes. We'll follow this route later." "When you were young?" "Teacher Mu, are you saying you are old now?" "The child is already that old, how can he not be old?" "How about we make a bet? I bet if someone tells you you're 20 years old, they'll believe you." "Do you want to bet?" Teacher Mu chuckled and said, "I won't bet with you. Let's go quickly. The faster you clear a level, the higher your points will be." Teacher Mu transformed into a thorn deer, and the other party said, "Come up and I will carry you, it will be faster." Teacher Mu. Chapter 13. Are you here to fry fish? Fang Chang didn't act pretentiously and just rode on it. Running on 4 legs was indeed much faster than running on 2 legs. In the blink of an eye, 3 strange beasts appeared in front of them. F-level corpse antelope, strength 80, agility 130, spirit 100, stamina 230, weak point is the neck, with an 80% chance of delivering a critical hit. It turns out that the spiritual eye can also see the opponent's weaknesses. This is a new discovery. Teacher Mu, bring one over first to practice. As you command. Teacher Mu pulled the supernatural bow, and a green light arrow automatically formed when the bow was drawn. He aimed at a corpse-like antelope, shot it with a whoosh, and it hit its forehead with a bang. The force of the arrow directly hit the corpse-like antelope's head, causing it to tilt and subconsciously let out a scream. Burning with anger, it turned around and saw the culprit, Teacher Mu, in the distance. He rushed over with his teeth bared, blood gushing out of the arrow hole in his forehead as he ran. When the distance was less than 10 meters, Fang Chang rushed forward with the knife, aimed at its neck and slashed it with the knife. The E-level sword was very smooth, and it cut off its head just like cutting tofu. The corpse-like antelope fell to the ground. "That's it?" Teacher Mu explained, "This is just an ordinary monster guarding the gate. Elite monsters are a bit harder to defeat." Fang Chang looked at the remaining 2 corpse-transformed antelopes. Their attributes were the same, and there were no elite monsters. So he simply rushed forward. With 2 sharp cuts, the opponent fell to the ground before he could react. At this moment, Teacher Mu behind him suddenly exclaimed, "Xiaofang, look! The monster we just killed exploded a star crystal." Teacher Mu ran over with the star crystal in his hand, showing off his treasure, and handed it to Fang Chang. Fang Chang smiled and said, "Isn't it just an F-grade star crystal? What's so strange about that?" That's not surprising, isn't it? Ordinary monsters won't drop star crystals. Only elite monsters have a very small chance of dropping them. Even though the final boss will definitely drop star crystals, there will only be one or two. Maybe it's my luck. That's true, but you're really lucky. The first beast you killed dropped a star crystal. The remaining two corpses of antelopes disappeared in a puff of black smoke. No star crystals exploded, but a pair of antelope horns were left behind. This was the spoils of war, and also the main output of this copy. It can be sold to the guild or the beast taming shop and is the lowest level of loot. But it is the main source of income for those people outside who play this dungeon. Teacher Mu put away the antelope horns and carried Fong Chang forward again. Fong Chang basically killed all the strange beasts he encountered along the way with one sword. After getting a feel for the game, he started to attack monsters in groups. After Teacher Mu released thorny vines to entangle and immobilize the monsters, those monsters were basically destined to be slaughtered. This is also true even when so-called elite monsters appear. Anyway, Fong Chang felt that there was no pressure at all in clearing this dungeon alone. The journey would have taken at least 3 hours, but with Teacher Mu carrying Fong Chang, they saw the final boss in less than an hour and a half. Teacher Mu used a thorn vine to entangle the boss and immobilize him. Fong Chang rushed forward and chopped him down. With his crazy swordsmanship and his current physical attributes, he could fight without difficulty even without Teacher Mu's thorn vine. But this is not about rushing. When boss died, 6 F-grade star crystals and a pair of antelope kinghorns were dropped. This time, he obtained 8 star crystals, and the other income was about 30,000 Dragon Country coins. After passing through the space gate and returning to the teleportation platform, I heard someone say, "Brother, you came out so soon. Is this dungeon difficult to clear?" Fong Chang looked in the direction of the voice and saw that it was the Lu Pai Yanzi from before. Fong Chang was too lazy to pay attention to him and pulled Teacher Mu into the dungeon again. This time it was faster, and I finished it in less than an hour. This time someone called him again. In this place, in addition to those who were farming, there were also people doing business, such as the one now. "My dear brother, you won't be able to pass the level just by persuading me. I have a secret code for passing the level. Would you like to know about it?" "Not interested." "What about the potions?" "I have both healing and mental health potions." "Don't worry, I'll only charge a nominal fee for the trip. I guarantee fairness." "Potion?" Fong Chang knew about potions, but he had forgotten them completely. Even if he remembered them now, it seemed that he didn't need them anymore. "I have the powerful recovery ability of the Tianyuan Giant Spirit Wood Spirit." "What potion do I want?" The other party immediately became interested when he heard it, and said with a smile, "Little brother, you didn't forget to bring the potion, no wonder you come out faster and faster each time." "I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I have no use for this thing." "No need?" The man subconsciously looked at Mu Yao. "Is your beast mother a healing beast mother? Then you must need the mental potion, right?" Fong Chang was too lazy to talk anymore and pulled Teacher Mu into the dungeon again. Although Fong Chang had achieved some success in the crazy sword technique, that was only a matter of his brain. His hands, feet, and body movements might not be able to keep up. Simply put, he lacked practical experience. Actual combat is undoubtedly the best teacher. Others do dungeons for money, and of course Fong Chang is also short of money now, but what he cares more about now is using this dungeon to hone his combat skills. "What's wrong, Lao Chen? Didn't you make any deals today?" "Ha, bad luck to meet such a stubborn guy." "How about you, old man Wang? How many people have you messed with today?" "Just like you, I'm just waiting for that kid to hit a wall." "Don't wait, Mr. Wang, that guy is my type." "Lu Pianzi, are you eating shit or drinking urine? Why did that guy become your dish?" "Since I'm here to guard, there has to be a first come, first served, right?" "I'm telling you, aren't you two doing this for the money? Instead of just sitting here and waiting, why not go in and clear a few secret realms? You'll definitely earn some money, right? Old Chen, aren't you talking nonsense? The little money we paid isn't even enough to buy medicine." "Old Chen, stop talking about me and old man Wang. Why don't you go yourself?" "Ha, just like you guys, the little money I earn from clearing secret realms is not even enough for me to buy medicine." Just as a few people were chatting, Fong Chang and Teacher Mu came out again. This time, it took even less time, less than half an hour. Without waiting for these people to speak, Fong Chang pulled Teacher Mu into the dungeon again. The time was fixed at about half an hour, and the two would come out once and then enter the copy again. After going back and forth 6 or 7 times, everyone outside was stunned. I've seen stubborn people, but I've never seen anyone as stubborn as this one. Is this silly boy completely determined to challenge the secret realm? At this time, Fang Cheng took Teacher Mu's hand and walked down the transmission platform. Xiao Fang isn't going to continue? That's boring. Let's go to the E-level secret realm tomorrow. Yeah, that's fine. Fang Cheng took Teacher Mu's hand and walked through the crowd. The people behind them looked at each other. What did that kid just say? Boring? Going to an E-level dungeon tomorrow? I think that kid is crazy. Wait a minute, did you notice something strange about them? What's strange about that? I don't see what's strange about that. Clean, haven't you noticed that they're both very clean? Take you, old man Wang, for example. Even if you brush your teeth 5 or 6 times, how could you be as clean as them even if you brush your teeth once? Tisk, I'm lucky I didn't die in there. After he finished speaking, the others also reacted. Could it be that some talented person from some academy came here on purpose to fry fish? Is that so? There's an information board over there. Just go over and take a look and you'll know. Chapter 14, A Blind Cat Catches a Mouse. A huge group of people gathered in front of the information board, where everyone's battle records in the secret realm and basic information would be displayed. Although they didn't know Fang Cheng, they still found him at a glance. The reason is very simple. For some people, there has never been a team that can clear the secret realm 10 times a day since they were born, let alone people who can clear it alone. The first time, in less than an hour and a half, the secret realm's management system gave a grade A record. The second time took less than an hour and the performance evaluation was S level. The third time was SS level, and all subsequent levels were the highest SSS level. Today I was truly amazed. Someone actually received an SSS level rating 6 times in a row. Is this true? Could the official system have made a mistake? Do you think the official system will make mistakes? Have you ever seen such a fierce person? No, I haven't. I've been guarding this place for almost 20 years, and I've only seen S-ranked people a few times. And they were students from the Martial Arts Academy, and their strength was already E rank. They came here to fry fish. Look at that kid's profile just now. His strength is really F level. Is it fake? They were all authenticated by the authentication instrument. How could they be fake? Strange, look at that kid's talent level. What does the question mark after the E mean? Question mark? It really is a question mark. Could it be garbled text? At the same time, far away at the headquarters of the 3 major guilds, Fang Cheng's performance directly triggered the early warning mechanism of the 3 major guilds. With Fang Cheng's level of strength, it is unheard of to have received 6 consecutive SSS level clearance evaluations. But soon someone discovered the secret. The A-level beast girl was 36 years old. With the help of such a beast girl, it didn't seem very difficult to achieve such a result. As for why Fang Cheng's talent was garbled, it was normal for the identification machine to malfunction in a small place like Yucheng. Just when everyone thought everything was normal, someone discovered something was wrong. At the Lingqi Guild headquarters, the annual performance conference has concluded. The Yucheng Guild's performance this year is still at the bottom of the list, and Wu Zhong, the president of the Yucheng branch, is still ranked last. Because he was near the back door, he was the first to leave after the meeting. In fact, he couldn't afford to lose face. Lao Wu, why do you always come out so early for every meeting? Tell me your tricks. Shi Gang, the president of the Yuecheng branch, and Wu Zhong were college alumni. Wu Zhong was their dormitory leader back then and was also the most promising beastmaster among them. After graduation, Shi Gang followed the college's arrangement and went to Yuecheng, a first-tier city. However, Wu Zhong refused the college's arrangement and insisted on returning to his hometown, Yucheng. Decades passed in a flash, and now both of them have become branch presidents of the Lingqi Guild. However, at the annual performance conference, the Yuecheng branch where Shi Gang was located always took first place. However, the Yucheng branch where Wu Zhong is located ranks last every year. The two brothers met once a year, and every year when they met, Shi Gang would joke with him about this matter. Get lost. Wu Zhong heard Shi Gang's teasing and glared at him unhappily. Okay, I'll just leave, okay? But you can't miss the party tonight. It's just the brothers from our former dormitory 8848, no one else. After saying that, Shi Gang patted Wu Zhong's shoulder heavily and pointed with his finger, waiting for you. Wu Zhong raised his foot and kicked the guy in the butt. However, Shi Gang was well prepared, and not only did he not get kicked, he also sarcastically said, "Squeak, squeak, old Wu, have you been drained dry by your sister-in-law all these years? Look at your legs and feet, they're not working anymore." Wu Zhong pretended to chase him, but Shi Gang ran away as soon as he saw him. Wu Zhong returned to the guild guest house. As soon as he entered, he saw his wife laughing and asking, "Why did that Shi Gang guy make fun of you again today?" His wife, also his beast mother, is called Tangli. She was the school belle of their college back then. She doesn't care about money or power, but only loves Wu Zhong, a big head with a single-minded mind. "How do you know?" Wu Zhong asked habitually. Tangli smiled slightly and pointed at his face and said, "It's all written on your face. Anyone with a normal eye can see it." After that, she took out a tablet and handed it to Wu Zhong. "Take a look at this. Maybe next year, it will make you proud." Wu Zhong subconsciously took the tablet and took a look at it, then exclaimed, "F-level secret realm, 6 consecutive SSS level clearance evaluations, is this true?" Tangli laughed and said, "Can the official data be false?" Wu Zhong carefully examined the information above, then flicked his tablet with a look of disappointment on his face. A 36-year-old A-rank beast girl, obviously a second-generation rich kid. With such a beast girl helping him, it's no surprise he achieved such results. Then you're wrong. I just asked around in Yuqing, and this little guy named Fong Chang isn't some second-generation rich kid. That 36-year-old beast girl only managed to evolve successfully with his help the day before yesterday. What does that mean? What? Tangli rolled her eyes at him and said, "This shows that before she met that little guy, people didn't think highly of that beast girl." After hearing this, Wu Zhong also reacted. In a small place like Yuqing, let alone an A-level beast girl, even a C-level one would not be able to find her own beastmaster at the age of 36. Wu Zhong immediately said excitedly, "Does this mean that the boy has a good eye for talent?" "No, it could be that the blind cat has caught a dead mouse." "You're the idiot. That beast girl just evolved the day before yesterday, which means she's still an F-rank rookie. 2 F-rank rookies managed to get SSS rank clearance ratings 6 times in a row the next day. How could he run into an idiot 6 times in a row? But that kid's talent is only E-level, don't you find it strange? Is it E-class? If you look closely, it's just a garbled code. You also know that the identification instruments in Yuqing are all antiques from more than 10 years ago." Wu Zhong became more and more excited as he listened to his wife's analysis. "If Yuqing really had such a genius, I would recruit him into the Lingqi Guild even if it cost me my life. Not to mention that it would allow him to be proud at next year's performance conference, but he must not let that kid fall into the hands of the other 2 guilds." The Lingqi Guild was already struggling under the pressure from the other 2 guilds. If they were to add another general, the Lingqi Guild's days would become even more difficult. "No, I have to go back and see that guy with my own eyes." "Wait a minute." Tangli stopped Wu Zhong and said, "Are you not attending the class reunion tonight? People have been calling me to get together with you." "Then I won't go. Who would still want to drink at this hour? We have to go. No matter how urgent it is, we can't afford to miss one night." Which of Shi Gang's group had poor talent back then? The Xuanguang Guild and the Xinqi Guild were recruiting them, so why didn't they go? Isn't it because you, a fool, chose the Spiritual Contract Guild? They truly treat you as a brother and don't want to be embarrassed when they meet in the future. Why don't you understand? Wu Zhong, knowing he was in the wrong, said angrily, "Then why don't I go?" "No, put on this dress first. I just bought it for you. You don't have to dress so formally, do you? It's not about being formal or not. Just look at the clothes you're wearing now. If you say you're the captain of the scavenging team, people will believe it. If Shi Gang and his group saw this, I don't know what they would do to me." Chapter 15. In which years did we chase the same girl? Fong Chang and Teacher Mu came to the Lingqi Guild again. Coincidentally, the one who received them this time was the same young lady from last time. "Hey, handsome boy, what do you want to buy from your beast mother today?" "No credit today, we are here to pay you back." After saying that, Fong Chang took out all the spoils from the bracelet and piled them up in front of the young lady like a grave. "Wow! So much loot. Did you guys go robbing yesterday? Wow! There's even corpse crystals." The young lady dug out a black crystal from a pile of antelope horns and said, "This is a rare item. The drop rate in an F-level dungeon is less than 1 in 10,000. My handsome boy, you're incredibly lucky, aren't you? That beautiful lady. Wait a minute, my name is Lan Xiao. Although I like it when you call me beautiful, I prefer to hear you call me by my name. Okay, Sister Lan. What's Sister Lan? Will you call for help? Then how about I call you Sister Xiao? Bah, you are the lady, handsome boy, can't you just call me Sister Xiaolan? Fong Cheng endured it because she gave him a 20% discount on her products. Sister Xiaolan, could you please hurry up? We are in a hurry. No problem, junior brother, please wait in the lounge with your beast mother. I'll call someone to help me count. Don't worry, our Lingqi guild is absolutely trustworthy and will not charge you a penny less. Fong Cheng still trusts the reputation of the Lingqi guild. So he went to the lounge with Teacher Mu to drink tea, but the next moment, the corpse crystal was in Wu Zhong's hands. See, I told you that guy was just lucky. He even managed to pick up a corpse crystal that's so hard to find. Now you believe I wasn't lying, right? In the president's office, besides Wu Zhong, Shi Gang, Lu Ru and Yin Hong were sitting opposite him. They were all brothers who used to live in the same dormitory, but now each of them has become the president of a regional branch. Today, Shi Gang and the other two are here to rob people. Many people in the three major guilds knew that Fong Cheng had obtained SSS level clearance evaluations 6 times in a row. But when you look at his beast girl, she is a level and 36 years old, and she only cleared an F level dungeon. It's obvious that she is leading the younger ones with the older ones, so it's not surprising that she has such a record. The reason why Shi Gang, Lu Ru and Yin Hong came to snatch people from Wu Zhong can only be blamed on Wu Zhong himself. He got drunk at the party and told his wife's analysis under the influence of alcohol. The 36-year-old A-level beast girl was not one to treat the younger ones with respect. She had just evolved the day before Fong Cheng entered the F-level secret realm. Like Fong Cheng, her strength level was F-level. The most important thing is Fong Cheng's talent identification. The reason why it appears in garbled characters is because Yu Qing's identification instruments are all old machines from decades ago. If they are replaced with a new generation of identification instruments, what will his talent be? The first letter of the talent level is E. What else can it be besides X level? X level talents are new talents discovered in recent years and are also known as ultimate talents. No one would find it strange if a beast master with such talents said he could see the hidden evolved forms of beast girls. So they came over overnight to snatch the person away. After Tang Li knew about this, she rolled her eyes at Wu Zhong. From what you said, old Wu, it seems that the boy really just got lucky. In that case, I take him to Yuecheng. Is that okay with you, old Wu? After Shi Gang finished speaking, Lu Ru said angrily, take that kid to Yuecheng? Third brother, have you asked me? Second brother, third brother, stop arguing. I think that boy and I are destined to be together. It would be better for him to come to Yanqing with me. Get out. You shameless thing. Shi Gang and Lu Ru said in unison. Yin Hong said angrily, are you guys bullying me? Do you really think I'm easy to bully? What's wrong with bullying you? All of you shut up. Tang Li suddenly appeared at the door, looking unhappily at the people who were arguing. Hey, sister-in-law, why are you here? Shi Gang asked knowingly. Tang Li glared at him and said, if I don't come soon, this cooked duck will fly away. Then she glared at Wu Zhong fiercely again. It was all this guy's fault. If he hadn't been such a big mouth and talked nonsense everywhere, none of these bad things would have happened. Get out of my way. Tang Li pushed Wu Zhong angrily, drove him out from behind the desk, and sat behind the desk herself. Wu Zhong knew he was in the wrong, so he stood obediently behind her like a quail. When the others saw Tang Li coming, they also behaved themselves. Who said this was the girl we all chased after in those years? Shi Gang, Lu Ru, and Yin Hong, I believe you all know how Brother Wu has been doing these years, and I believe I don't need to say how Brother Wu treated you back then. Now that Yuqing has finally found a good talent, you rush over to snatch it from him. Do you have any conscience? When they were in college, whenever they were bullied, Wu Zhong would always stand up for them. Every time they had a fight, Wu Zhong would always cover their retreat. When they had no money to eat, Wu Zhong always helped them, even though he was the poorest among them and was also an orphan. Wu and Wu have the same pronunciation, so Shi Gang and the others have always called Wu Zhong Lao Wu, and they may have thought that Wu Zhong was the youngest. In fact, this was just a joke, and they had already regarded him as the eldest brother in their hearts. The reason why everyone tacitly joined the Lingqi Guild after graduation was because the second, third, and fourth brothers knew that it was the Lingqi Guild that sponsored Lao Wu to complete his studies. Given Lao Wu's personality, he would definitely join the Lingqi Guild. After joining the Lingqi Guild, because Lao Wu was too straightforward, whenever a good seedling appeared in Yuqing, it would be snatched away by the other two guilds. As a result, over the years, the performance of the guild that Lao Wu belonged to was at the bottom every year. But even so, Wu Zhong never reached out to them. Tang Li saw that the three people were speechless after being asked by him, and a smug look flashed across his eyes. Everyone is busy. Since there's nothing more to say, let's go our separate ways. Sure Gang stood up and sighed. That was an X-level talent, such a good seedling, and he was gone just like that. He really felt unwilling to let it go. Seeing that Sure Gang had left, the others felt embarrassed to sit here any longer, so they all stood up and said goodbye to Tang Li. At this time, Tang Li suddenly said, "Wait a minute, regarding that kid's matter, I hope everyone will keep their mouths shut. Don't be like my wife, who drinks a few cups of horse urine and tells everything out loud. Don't worry, sister-in-law, we won't tell anyone about this even if you kill us." Watching the three people leave, Wu Zhong gave Tang Li a thumbs up with admiration and said, "Wife, I still have to rely on you at the critical moment. You dealt with these guys in just a few words." Tang Li glared at him angrily. "How dare you say that? If you hadn't been such a big mouth and told everyone about it, would this have happened?" Yes, my wife is right. I promise I will never do it again." Tang Li sighed. "Although I fooled Sure Gang and the others away, I still don't know whether that kid's talent is X level or not." "That's easy. I've already brought back a new type of identification device. Just give it to that kid and we'll know." "Take a test? Once you get the result, everyone in the world will know about it. Will you still be included in the list then? Then what do you say, wife?" Tang Li thought for a moment and said, "It must be tested, but the identification instrument cannot be used." "How can we test it without an identification instrument?" "Alright, leave this to me, don't worry about it." Chapter 16, If you are poor, you should take care of yourself. If you are rich, you should help the world. In the lounge, Teacher Mu leaned on Fong Cheng's shoulder and watched the news with him. Teacher Mu doesn't like watching the news, she likes watching TV dramas, but Fong Cheng likes to watch them. However, Teacher Mu will not be bored. When she is with her beloved, even if she is just in a daze, her heart will be as sweet as eating honey. What's more, she has a little secret, which is that the smell of Fong Cheng is like catnip to her, which makes her so obsessed. If possible, she can smell it like this for the rest of her life. At this time, footsteps were heard outside the door. Teacher Mu quickly sat up, combed the hair around her ears in a panic, and sat down next to Fong Cheng in an orderly manner. Lan Xiao opened the door of the lounge, and a very elegant and graceful lady came in. It was Tang Li. "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long." Tang Li smiled slightly, expressing his apology without sounding artificial. Fong Cheng smiled and said, "It's okay, we didn't wait long." Then Tang Li placed the tablet computer on the coffee table and gently pushed it in front of the two of them. "According to our inventory, the total value of the goods you two brought this time is yuan. After deducting the 150,000 yuan you owed me last time, I'll have 10,000 yuan left. How about making it a total of 90,000 yuan for you two?" Teacher Mu had estimated the price of these spoils in advance, and the price offered by the Lingqi Guild was much higher. Fong Cheng glanced at the tablet on the table and said, "In this case, aren't you at a loss?" Tang Li smiled and said, "Just consider it as making friends. I also hope that you two will choose to trade your spoils with our Lingqi Guild in the future. We guarantee fair prices. Don't worry, I will definitely give you priority next time." After Tang Li transferred the money to Fong Cheng, she suddenly seemed to remember something and said, "By the way, my Lingqi Guild is holding a competition recently. The first prize is a B-level supernatural crystal. I wonder if you are interested in participating?" Superpower crystal? The supernatural crystals are divided into 7 levels from D to SSS. The reason why they start from level B is because only secret realms above level B or wild bosses above level B can drop this item. It allows the Beastmaster to randomly obtain a special power with a certain probability. The higher the level of the special power crystal, the greater the probability of obtaining a special power after use. Xiao Fong, are you really going to participate in that competition? Outside the Lingqi Guild, Teacher Mu held Fong Cheng's arm and walked on the street like an ordinary couple. Why not? We're going to clear the E-rank dungeon anyway, and we can also participate in their newcomer competition. If we win, we can get a supernatural crystal. No matter how we calculate it, it's a win-win for us. But this dungeon is different. It's a large secret dungeon within the guild, and many people can participate at the same time. I'm worried that you might be in danger. Fang Cheng smiled slightly. Do you know what I just saw on the news?
Teacher Mu looked at him in confusion, and Fang Cheng continued, the quadrennial Tianyuan League has begun.
Really? Why do I feel like the last league just ended yesterday, and I didn't expect the next one to start right away? But Xiaofang, what does this have to do with our participation in the Spiritual Contract Guild's competition? Fang Cheng smiled and asked, have you ever participated in any competitions? Teacher Mu shook her head. I didn't have much talent before. Besides working, I was taking care of the kids. I barely had time to watch these competitions, let alone participate. I've never participated in it, nor have I seen it, so we need to gain more experience. The previous owner's mind was completely focused on Suyaki, and there was only Suyaki in his world. Although he is from this world, he knows very little about it. Fang Cheng now likes to watch the news, which is actually to make up for the lessons missed by the original owner. Teacher Mu nodded habitually, then immediately realized what was happening and asked, do you want to participate in the Tianyuan League? Fang Cheng smiled and said, if you were just an A-rank beast girl and I were just an E-rank beast master, I wouldn't have given a second thought to a competition like that. But things are different now. Both you and I have reached the pinnacle of talent. Wouldn't it be a waste if we didn't go to the Tianyuan secret realm to take a look? But that's the world's strongest competition. Are we qualified to participate? If the next term doesn't work out, we'll try the next one after that. If the next term doesn't work out, we'll try the next one after that. As long as we keep working towards that goal, we'll eventually qualify. Teacher Mu thought for a moment and said, wouldn't that make life too tiring? Fang Cheng was stunned for a moment, then asked, what is your ideal? Me? My biggest dream right now is to be with you forever. If possible, we can open our own small clinic. Then I will be satisfied. Isn't this ideal too small? Yeah, I can't catch up with you. You're going to win glory for the country. Fang Cheng chuckled, did you know? The news just said that in this Tianyuan League, 10 countries, including the Plaster Country, the Swansai Country, and the West Coast Federation, have formed an alliance and want to eliminate our Dragon Country in the first stage. What's so strange about this? Isn't it like this in every competition? The results are always idealistic, but the reality is bleak. Is it like this every time? Then what place does our Dragon Country always get? My best result seems to be third place, but as our Dragon Nation's national strength grows, we will take first place one day. What a blessing it would be if you and I could participate in the competition where our Dragon Country takes first place. Teacher Mu's eyes flickered, and he chuckled softly, okay, then let's work hard together. Because he had to participate in the Lingxi Guild's rookie competition tomorrow, Fang Cheng, who had originally planned to go to the E-level dungeon, changed his schedule and returned home with Mu Yao. He took out the star crystal and shared half with Teacher Mu. They consumed the star crystal to improve their strength and prepare for tomorrow's competition. Xiaofang, our taming value is low right now. If we rashly take so many star crystals, once we break through to E-level, our strength will be greatly affected. The reason why Teacher Mu was worried that the two would break through rashly was because she couldn't see the progress of the upgrade. If you rush to advance without sufficient domestication, the upper limit of star crystals will be lowered. One star crystal of the same level can allow a Beastmaster in Beast Girl with an X-level talent to gain 50 attributes. Once the upper limit of star crystal consumption is lowered, it is equivalent to lowering the strength that can be obtained by one stage. Previously, he and Teacher Mu each took 30 star crystals, and now each of them has received 7. The combined upgrade progress is only 37%. How can this be possible? It's okay, I know what I'm doing. Just eat these 7 star crystals boldly. Teacher Mu hesitated for a moment and said shyly, to be on the safe side, why don't we increase the taming value first? This is indeed a slow and arduous process. Rich people can eat 100 star crystals in a day, but they cannot save up all the domestication points in a day. Seeing Fang Cheng silent, Teacher Mu's heart tightened, and he timidly asked, do you think I'm? Fang Cheng found Teacher Mu's shy look funny, and he couldn't help but teasing. I understand. Isn't there an old saying? Women are like wolves at 30 and tigers at 40. Teacher Mu is exactly at that age, so I understand. Mu Yao blushed instantly after hearing this. She grabbed Fang Cheng's hand and explained shyly, no, I really just wanted to be on the safe side. Fang Cheng chuckled, hugged her from behind, rested his head on her shoulder and said softly, I know that taming points can't be achieved overnight, they need to be accumulated over a long period of time. So I've decided that starting today,
I'm going to make accumulating taming points a daily compulsory course for us.
Teacher Moo. Chapter 17, talking about money hurts feelings, and not having money hurts feelings even more. Ah. Can you bear it? No, I mean. Alright, you are my beast girl now. The feedback you gave me is that I have recovered to the extreme, so you don't have to worry about my body at all. Fong Cheng didn't give Teacher Moo a chance to explain and pushed her into the bedroom.
It was already afternoon when Fong Cheng woke up, and the room was ablaze with red light from the setting sun. The sudden smell of rice made Fong Cheng's stomach growl. When she arrived in the living room, Mu Yao had already prepared dinner and placed it on the dining table covered with a plate. She was sitting on the sofa, checking something on her bracelet. Seeing Fong Cheng, Teacher Mu quickly turned off the holographic panel on his bracelet, stood up and said, "Xiao Fong, you're awake.
Dinner is ready. We have your favorite mutton soup. What were you doing?" "Nothing, just looking up some information online." "About this newcomer competition? How do you know?" "Just a wild guess."
Teacher Mu chuckled, pulled out a chair for Fong Cheng, and said, "I'm just trying to cram for the exam and make some strategies. By the way, there are over 200 people participating in this competition, and their strengths are all above ours." Fong Cheng sat down at the table, casually took the bowl and chopsticks handed to him by Teacher Mu, and said, "Since this is a newcomer competition, it shouldn't be as high as B level, right?"
"No, not really.
If it were the rookie competition held by the other two guilds, there might be D-level beastmasters participating, but the rookie competition of the Lingqi Guild is full of E-level beastmasters, except for us. Oh, and I also found a map of the secret realm for this competition.
Would you like to take a look?"
Okay, but we have to eat first. At the Lingqi Guild, Wu Zhong looked at the list of participants and was still worried that there were no beast tamers above level D participating.
At this time, Tang Li walked into his office, rolled her eyes at him and said, "Are you still worried about the contestants this time? How do you know?"
Wu Zhong looked at his wife in confusion.
Tang Li said angrily, "Look at your lack of ability. Everything is written on your face. How can I not know?"
Wu Zhong was speechless for a moment, then changed the subject and asked, "By the way, are you sure that Fong Cheng will participate? I've brought the message, but I can't guarantee whether he'll attend or not."
After Tang Li finished speaking, she saw that Wu Zhong ignored her and asked curiously, "What's wrong? Do you think Fong Cheng's talent is X level? Just look at his performance in the arena, and you'll know. Besides, even if he's not X level, his talent is at least S level or above. No matter how we calculate it, we're not at a disadvantage." "But you just said that he might not attend." Tang Li was stunned for a moment, then said angrily, "You're so good, Wu. I used to think you were honest and loyal, but after just a few years, you're already trying to trick me?" Wu Zhong smiled foolishly, "Isn't this all because of your good teaching, my wife? I didn't teach you that. People get redder by the company they keep.
You didn't teach me, but being with you every day would make even a pig smarter." When Tang Li saw that he compared herself to a pig, she rolled her eyes in satisfaction. "If that kid has X-level talent, all the losses we've suffered over the years can be recouped with interest just by him."
"Wife, your analogy is inappropriate. We've been suppressed by the Xinqi Guild and the Xuanguang Guild for so many years.
As long as we have Fong Cheng, we can hold our heads high and fight for our own happiness."
"Isn't that the same thing? You're doing business.
If that guy came to our guild, he'd be a partner and a brother.
How can you judge him by business?"
Tang Li looked at Wu Zhong in confusion. "I didn't expect that you, who have such a dull mind, are becoming more and more talkative."
"Isn't this all because of what my wife taught me?"
Wu Zhong finished joking and then said seriously, "If that kid really has an X-level talent, how confident are you that he can join our guild?" Tang Li thought for a moment and said, "Judging from the current situation, that guy has a good impression of our guild. And from my observation, although he came from a poor family, he was able to stick to his original intention once he gained power, unlike some people who became ruthless once they learned that they had awakened advanced talents. I think there's a 60% chance of him joining our guild."
"Why is it only 60%? What about the other 40%? 60%, you're still not happy? If that kid really awakens an X-level talent, won't we cry to death if we don't seize the opportunity?"
Tang Li smiled slightly. "The other 40% depends on whether the price we offer can attract him."
"Why is it all about interests again?"
"Nonsense, even though we talk about money and feelings, people still have to eat, drink, defecate and urinate."
"Who would work with you if there is no benefit? Even if we talk about feelings, do we have any feelings for that boy now?"
Wu Zhong was speechless, and after thinking for a moment, he said, "How about this? As long as we have something, we can give it to him if he wants it."
So generous?
Money is something outside of our body, which we cannot bring with us when we are born and we cannot take with us when we die.
And didn't you also say that?
That kid has good intentions and I believe he wouldn't do something like that.
But if I really missed out on a good seedling with EX level talent, I would definitely regret it for the rest of my life.
Early the next morning, the hall of the Lingqi Guild was as bustling as a vegetable market. There are 200 people participating in this newcomer competition, 100 Beastmasters and 100 Beast Girls.
The rest were just there to watch the fun.
For first place, the Spiritual Contract Guild only gave a B-grade supernatural crystal.
Isn't that too stingy? That's right. The Xinchi Guild and the Xuanguang Guild at least give out an A-level supernatural crystal. With prizes like these, it's no wonder there isn't even a D-level participant this time. Forget about D-level. I just saw an F-level kid joining in the fun.
Alas, if this continues, I estimate that there will only be 2 major guilds left in Yuchen.
Our income will be reduced by at least 20% in the future. What does this have to do with your income? You're stupid. The Xinchi Guild and the Xuanguang Guild are both more shameful than each other.
If the Lingqi Guild didn't have the backing, they would definitely drive down the price of the spoils to the bone.
Really? Why don't I feel that way? Every time I see them, they're always blocking the way in the wild or at the entrance to the secret realm to collect them. Price is never a problem, they're just afraid you're out of stock. Brother, may I ask what your level as a beast tamer is? B level, what's wrong? Well, just pretend I didn't say anything. The crowd suddenly dispersed, isolating the Versailles man in the middle.
There will be such people in every newcomer competition of Lingqi Guild.
They are either from Xuanguang Guild or Xinchi Guild.
Soon 4 or 5 such people were separated from the crowd. They smiled at each other, obviously knowing each other.
Hao Feizheng, what do you think of the Xuanguang Guild's opinion on this newcomer competition?
Hao Feizheng smiled slightly and said disdainfully, "Stand and watch, what else can you do?"
Zhou Shaolin, are you from the Xinchi Guild going to lie down and watch? Get lost.
If I hadn't been told by my superiors to come and see how they're doing this year, I wouldn't have come to this godforsaken place.
Chapter 18 Can I be your beast mother?
Hao Feizheng laughed and said, "Last year I heard there were 1 or 2 new D-level people, but this year I haven't seen any."
That's right. I just heard that even F's newcomers are here. The F-class freshmen are here? That's pretty new, high school students, right? If they're really college graduates, and they're F-class, how bad must their talent be?
Zhou Shaolin nodded. He's from number 11 middle school.
He was expelled from school a few days ago. It seems that he awakened an E-level talent. Hao Feizheng couldn't help but chuckle, really? With an E-level talent, he wants to become a beast master?
I was born into a poor family and didn't know how high the heavens were.
I guess when I was kicked out of school, I told my teacher, 30 years in Hetung, 30 years in Yishi, don't look down on the young and poor. I must be holding my breath right now. Why are there so many sayings like, don't bully the young and poor?
I guess they've been fed too much toxic chicken soup. For someone with that kind of talent, and still a poor person, 30 years from now it will be don't bully the middle-aged and poor.
30 years after that, it will be don't bully the old and poor.
And 30 years after that, the dead will be the greatest.
Ha 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 ha. Hao Feizheng, I just had breakfast, can you please stop telling me jokes? If I vomit my breakfast laughing, you have to compensate me. Honestly, with that kid's talent, can he sign his own beast girl? I actually signed one, a beast girl in her 30s. I guess, just like you said, she's one of those people who shouldn't be bullied by the poor middle-aged people.
After Zhou Shaolin finished speaking, he saw Fong Cheng in the crowd and quickly pulled Hao Feizheng. Look, that's the guy. Hao Fei was looking in the direction he pointed, and his eyes were immediately fixed on Mu Yao's beauty.
The beautiful girl next to that boy is his beast mother? That should be it. This isn't that old.
It's a shame that he actually recognized such a useless beast master.
Are you tempted too? Nonsense, you're not tempted? No, you mean you've been tempted for a long time?
Zhou Shaolin nodded, same as you, but unfortunately she is already taken, and forcing a contract with her is not allowed by law.
It doesn't matter.
A loser like him can actually sign such a beautiful beast girl. It's obvious that he has stolen the secret of heaven. He will definitely be a short-lived ghost.
Fong Cheng took Teacher Mu's hand and walked through the crowd to find Lan Xiao. That's Xiaolan's sister?
Lan Xiao, who was watching the excitement, turned around when she heard the voice and saw Fang Chang.
She immediately smiled and said, "Oh, handsome boy, you came so early today?"
Sister Xiaolan, I want to buy you an E-level supernatural bow on credit.
Buying on credit again?
Fine, you're handsome, but E-class equipment isn't cheap, so you better think carefully.
The interest rate is very high? Don't worry, it's the same old rule.
No interest for the first 6 months, and 0.1 percentage point per month after that.
Want to buy on credit? Buy on credit. Okay then, come with me. By the way, you came so early just to buy equipment on credit? Didn't that sister surnamed Tang invite me to the newcomer competition yesterday?
I'm here to participate, and to get a good result, I thought I'd borrow an E-level supernatural bow from you.
Lan Xiao smiled slightly. That's more like it. Just for what you said, I'll give you another 20% discount. Thank you, Sister Xiaolan.
Sister Xiaolan is not only beautiful, but also has a kind heart.
Ha, you have such a sweet mouth, little handsome boy. No wonder you can trick such a beautiful sister into being your beast mother. Sister Xiaolan, you're too polite.
It's mainly because Teacher Mu is just like Sister Xiaolan, kind-hearted and can't bear to see me suffer, so she reluctantly agreed to be my beast mother.
Teacher Mu? Lan Xiao looked at Mu Yao suspiciously. Mu Yao blushed.
The teacher-student contract really made her feel uneasy. She quickly explained, I'm just the school doctor, not a real teacher.
Lan Xiao smiled and said, Sister Mu, what's the big deal? A contract between a teacher and a student is very common.
In the last Tianyuan League, General Gusu, who led our dragon nation out of the siege, had a beast mother who was also his high school teacher, wasn't she?
Yeah. Of course, it's nothing.
If you're concerned about your age, then you don't have to worry. Beastmasters have long lifespans. Let alone a difference of 10 or 20 years, even a difference of 1 or 200 years is nothing in the long span of life. After being enlightened by Lan Xiao, Teacher Mu felt a lot more relaxed. However, the next moment, she felt nervous again because of Lan Xiao's words.
By the way, handsome boy, what do you think of me? Can I be your beast girl? You want to be my beast girl?
Not only Fang Chang was surprised, but even Teacher Mu beside him looked nervous.
Lan Xiao asked doubtfully, Isn't it just that I want to make a contract with you? Is there any need to be so surprised? Sister Xiaolan, stop joking. If you want to be my beast mother, your brother-in-law will kill me. How do you know? In my eyes, all your information is written above my head, how could I not know it? Fang Cheng smiled and said, I guessed it. Tang Li pushed the door open in Wu Zhong's office.
Seeing Wu Zhong pacing back and forth, she smiled and said, All right, stop pacing around.
Xiaolan just told me that Guy has already entered the competition and is currently buying equipment on credit from Xiaolan. Really? Are you sure? Wu Zhong couldn't help but feel happy.
Since Fang Chang was willing to participate in the competition, half of the matter was done.
Which half are you talking about? Of course I'm here to participate in the competition. Do I really care about those 1 or 2 pieces of equipment? What if that kid's talent, based on our observations, isn't X level? No. As long as he can clear the level, I'll give him the equipment. That should be fine, right? Tang Li smiled slightly. You really can't keep your money.
That's what they call those who achieve great things, not caring about small details. We all come from poor backgrounds, so if we can help out, we should just consider it a good relationship. All right, the competition is about to begin. Hurry up and turn on the secret realm surveillance.
Let's take a good look and see if that guy is X level or not. Oh, honey, are the people from the Xinchi Guild and the Xuanguan Guild coming too? If that guy comes out too quickly, will it arouse their suspicion? Too fast? How fast can it be?
Even if he has X-level talent, his F-level strength is still there.
He won't be able to leave the secret realm in 2 or 3 hours.
Wu Zhong thought about it and it made sense.
After 2 or 3 hours, those guys would definitely have left.
The contestants took their places in the hall, and the spatial door leading to the secret realm of this competition opened. Fang Chang had always thought that the huge metal ring was just a decoration, until he realized at this moment that it was actually a door. As the light on the ring rotates rapidly, a water curtain-like substance gradually forms in the middle of the ring. When the light ring on the ring reaches its extreme, there is a sudden splash, and a big splash rises in the water curtain, and then gradually returns to calm. Everyone lined up, 4 people in a row, and walked through the water curtain in an orderly manner into the secret realm. This kind of scene from a science fiction movie now appeared before his eyes, but Fong Chang was no longer surprised by it. As we walked into the space gate with Teacher Mu, the scenery before us suddenly changed.
Chapter 19, Something is Wrong.
In the distance, the mountains are gentle and the forests are dense. Up close, there is waist-high green grass, and when the wind blows, layers of green waves are created. Looking back at the space gate behind him, it was still the water curtain.
He could vaguely see the figures in the hall, queuing and walking into the space gate, but after entering, they did not appear in front of him.
The images in the iSpace door feel like movie scenes, giving people a sense of unreality.
Where did they go? Fong Chang looked at Teacher Mu in confusion.
This should be a random teleportation. The exit on this side of the space gate is constantly changing position, but no matter how it changes, it should be on the periphery.
Otherwise, it would be cheating.
The rules of this competition are to start from the edge of the secret realm, run to the center of the Xuanji Valley, and defeat the final big boss. Then the ranking is determined based on the results and time taken. It looks no different from an ordinary dungeon, where you fight monsters and kill bosses along the way, but the route of this dungeon is centered and branches out to all sides. The innermost layer has 18 roads, and the second layer extends to 36 roads. There are a total of 3 layers extending outward, and there are 72 entrances at the outermost layer. There will definitely be lucky people on the first level who don't get an opponent, like myself, but it's hard to say on the second level, and on the third level you will definitely meet an opponent. The reason they are considered opponents is that they will snatch the spoils. In order to make the competition fair, in addition to the time it takes to pass the level, the results will also be calculated based on the amount of spoils, and snatching the spoils is not prohibited.
Hurry up, Xiao Fang.
Teacher Mu transformed into a thorn deer and said, while there are no opponents, we need to run faster.
As long as we run fast enough, we won't have to worry about encountering opponents on the second or third floor. Fong Chang smiled faintly. It's useless.
The organizers of this bug have already figured it out.
The results are determined by the amount of loot.
No matter how much we drop on one route, it won't be as much as the total of others drops on several or even dozens of routes.
What should we do then? What else can we do? We'll just fight our way through. We'll wait for them in the final round.
After saying that, he jumped onto the deer back of Mu Lao, patted her shoulders and said, let's go.
Hold tight, Xiao Fang.
I saw Teacher Mu raise his front hooves, and then he jumped out with a whoosh, like a green light, skipping on the green waves.
Fong Chang still used the same old method when fighting the dungeon.
He would first practice by pulling down a single monster and then evaluate the strength of the monster. It turned out that although the monsters in the E-level copy were much stronger than those in the F-level copy, they were just so-so for me and Teacher Mu now. Both of them used E-level equipment, one was for remote healing and control, and the other was for charging into battle and attracting aggro. Using the crazy sword technique, it was no problem for them to kill 5 or 6 monsters at a time. It is worth mentioning that although the crazy sword technique cannot release chi and blood to form a group damage skill like the half-moon slash, its flexible footwork and powerful sword momentum are definitely the most suitable and strongest sword technique for defeating the enemy with a small force. The main point is to not care about life, but in the eyes of the opponent, every blow is fatal. With the help of the spiritual eye that breaks delusion, Fong Chang can kill every strange beast with just one strike and will never use a second strike.
In Wu Zhong's office, the surveillance camera was focused on Fong Chang.
As for the others, they were all veterans, and the routine they used in each dungeon was the same, so there was nothing interesting to watch.
Oh my god, didn't they say that this secret realm doesn't produce star crystals? How come that kid dropped an E-level star crystal the first time he killed a strange beast?
Wu Zhong looked at Tang Li in surprise, and the latter's eyes were also filled with shock.
How would I know, you ask? But E-level star crystals are originally dropped by E-level monsters. It's not surprising to see E-level star crystals in an E-level dungeon.
That's right, but that kid's luck is just too good. As far as I can remember, I've never heard of anyone finding a star crystal in this secret realm. Tang Li smiled and said, now you not only heard it, but you also saw it with your own eyes. Wu Zhong nodded subconsciously, and withdrew his gaze from Mu Yao and returned to Fong Chang. Mu Yao was an A-rank beast girl, this was basically confirmed. Wu Zhong and his wife had no objection, but Fong Chang, who was hacking around in the beast herd, suddenly piqued their interest.
Hubby, that kid must be using the crazy sword technique, right? Wu Zhong nodded.
To be more precise, it should be called martial arts. It's the techniques and basic skills of using a sword. Martial arts are like decisive moves, usually only one move, but swordsmanship has many moves.
Tang Li nodded, but why do I feel that boy's crazy swordsmanship is better than what you used back then?
Wu Zhong said undeniably, don't even mention the past. Even now, I am not as good as him in this crazy sword technique.
Tang Li looked at Wu Zhong in surprise, are you sure? Of course, that kid's understanding and application of this sword technique are already very close to perfection. Even if that kid has been training since his mother's womb, it's only been 18 years now, right?
It's impossible for him to have been practicing since his mother's womb. He can only have practiced the crazy demon sword technique for a year or two at most.
Tang Li smiled slightly, so, that kid's talent is indeed very likely to be X level.
Wu Zhong was stunned for a moment, then became excited, you're right.
With my S-level talent, I've been practicing the crazy demon sword technique for 2 years, and I'm only just getting started. But that kid is close to mastering it. If he doesn't have X-level talent, this doesn't make sense.
If the couple knew that Feng Cheng could refine his swordsmanship to a minor level in 3 days, and push it to a major level after clearing 10 dungeons, would they be scared to death?
Feng Cheng and Teacher Mu were very fast and reached the semi-finals in no time.
Maybe he and Teacher Mu ran too fast and did not meet the opponent coming from another road, so Feng Cheng decided to turn around at the fork in the road and go back to look for the opponent who should have appeared here. In Feng Cheng's opinion, the storage space in the bracelet is only so big, and the spoils that can be carried are limited, so the spoils needed to determine the competition rankings must also be limited.
After turning from the fork in the road, I ran into a strange beast not far away. It seems that the other party is indeed not as fast as me, otherwise what I would see now would be the corpse of the strange beast. But as Feng Cheng got closer to the entrance, he felt something was wrong. Even if the opponent is slow, this should have happened.
Am I the only one on both lines?
Teacher Mu, let's go back to the finals.
No more searching forward?
No, if I keep searching, my bracelet will be full. I won't have anywhere to put the loot that the boss drops later.
Teacher Mu nodded, carried Feng Chenghua on his back with a ray of green light, and headed straight for the final circle.
Wu Zhong in the office saw this scene and couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. It seems that boy is not too stupid.
Tang Li smiled and said, it seems that this is indeed the first time for his beast mother to participate in this kind of competition.
Both of them are inexperienced. But don't you find his beast mother a little strange?
What's strange about that? A rank beast girl, 36 years old this year, how is it possible that no one has signed a contract with her in all these years?
If Feng Cheng is not her first beastmaster, then why does she have no experience in such an ordinary competition? Chapter 20, knowing there is a tiger in the mountain, we still go there.
Wu Zhong touched his chin and said, now that you put it that way, it doesn't quite make sense.
But if her A-level talent is a hidden evolutionary form, then it makes sense.
Her talent, as originally identified, was below D level, so no one contracted with her, and Feng Cheng discovered her hidden evolutionary form.
Even I can't see the beast girl's hidden evolutionary form, how can Feng Cheng see it? X-level talents always have some outstanding qualities.
And haven't you noticed?
They haven't taken any recovery potions since entering the arena.
The Thorn Deer is a support-type beast girl.
The feedback it provides to the Beastmaster through the contract is accelerated recovery.
She hasn't needed to use recovery potions for such a long time.
Does that mean the beast girl's feedback rate is at least above 80%?
Tang Li smiled and said, that's right, whether it's the increase in beast girl talent or the improvement in feedback rate, only beast tamers with X-level talent can achieve such an effect.
If I was only 70% sure before, now it's a sure thing that kid is definitely an X-level talent.
At this time, in the final round of the Secret Realm, except for Feng Cheng and Mu Yao, all the Beastmasters and Beast Mothers gathered here. The results of the competition are based on spoils and clearance time, but friendly competition between players is not prohibited.
So the question is, if one person kills strange beasts and collects spoils along the way, and another person waits for you here, the former is already exhausted by then, while the latter is well rested, then all the efforts of the former will not be making things easier for the latter? Also, if no one has any loot, then the only thing we can look at is the time it takes to clear the level?
So in competitions like this, experienced contestants would not care about the strange beasts on the road and would run directly to the final circle. This was the first time Feng Cheng and Mu Yao participated in this kind of competition, so they had no idea about this. The contestants gathered together, looking at each other, all knowing that those who could get here so quickly had no loot in their pockets, not to mention that there was still a last-place contestant who had not arrived yet, so no one was in a hurry to take action.
Otherwise, if we all start fighting each other now, wouldn't that allow the last one to take advantage?
Mu Yao carried Feng Cheng on her back and rode at lightning speed. Just as they were about to enter the final round, Feng Chang asked Mu Yao to stop. Feng Chang took out the star crystals, all of which were exploded along the way, only 6 in number.
Xiao Feng, this is an E-grade star crystal.
At our current level, taking it will have twice the effect of an F-grade star crystal.
Feng Chang looked at Mu Yao doubtfully. I know, is there any problem?
We haven't been able to take lesser star crystals these days.
We should be advancing soon, right? If we take E-level star crystals, what if we advance? Feng Chang laughed and said, how can it be that fast? By the way, your estimated data all came from your former colleagues, right? Mu Yao nodded, yes. Teacher Mu, don't you think about the level of your colleagues and our current level?
They can advance after eating only a few star crystals, but it's still too early for us.
But what if?
Teacher Mu felt Feng Chang's words made sense, but he still had some concerns. The main concern was his lack of experience, and insufficient taming value limited his E-level strength, which would last a lifetime.
Are you worried about the taming value again? But we can't increase the taming value here, right?
Mu Yao blushed and said shyly, how is that possible? I mean, you can save the E-level star crystals for when you get home. Feng Chang glanced ahead and said, I think so too, but I always feel that there are people waiting for us up ahead, and there must be quite a few of them. So if we improve our strength now, we will have more protection when the time comes. No way, with our speed, no one should be faster than us.
But what if they don't kill any monsters along the way and just run as hard as they can to reach the finals?
If they don't kill the strange beasts, where will they get the spoils? You don't know there's actually a bug in the rules of this competition.
I just thought of it.
If no one has any loot, then the only way to rank them is by the time it takes to clear the level. If we continue to fight against strange beasts like this, we will be at a great disadvantage. By the time we entered the final circle, we were already exhausted. Those who ran directly to the final circle not only took longer to defeat the boss, but they could also take advantage of our rest and snatch our spoils. If everyone thinks this way, and runs to the final circle without collecting any loot, they can still be ranked according to the time it takes to pass the level. This way, neither side will suffer.
If it were you, would you do it?
Mu Yao nodded, then we will be at a great disadvantage if this happens.
So, let's eat these star crystals first, and then go again after we've recovered. Maybe we can even get some bargains.
The front door of Boss's house in the final round is a must-pass place for all contestants.
I was wondering why that kid hasn't come yet. Could he have been killed by a strange beast on the way?
Tian Dabong, if you can't wait, how about we spar first?
Sparring with you?
You wish.
Of course I'm not afraid of you.
I'm just afraid of wasting my energy on you.
If that happens, I'll be the next one to suffer.
Tian Dabong, can we find a place to be alone?
It doesn't have to be here. That way, even if you lose, you won't feel embarrassed. No one will see you anyway.
Go ahead, Lao Tian.
I support you.
Right.
No matter who wins or loses, I promise not to take advantage of anyone.
Tian Dabong said angrily, I don't trust you guys.
If you want to go, go ahead.
I'll stay here and guard that kid. Because the loot is worth more points than the time it takes to clear a level. Now, not only Tian Dabong, but everyone knows that as long as Feng Chang can get here, he must have a lot of spoils on him. As long as I can grab his spoils and find a place to hide, I will most likely be the first in this competition. If someone is waiting here for you, and you are forced to leave the secret realm when the competition time is up, then no one will be able to pass the level, and the amount of loot will become the only option for ranking.
Look, is that boy here?
Everyone who was enjoying the coolness under the shade of the trees stood up at once, put their hands on the shade and looked into the distance.
That guy is really fast. Could it be that he has no loot on him, just like we thought?
Take a good look. That boy's beast mother is a thorn deer. It's not impossible for her to get here so quickly with her as a means of transportation.
That's true, but who's going to go up first?
Everyone looked at each other, and finally looked at Tian Dabong at the same time.
Why are you all looking at me like that? We've unanimously decided to let you go first. How about that, isn't that considerate of us?
Tian Dabong cursed in his heart, isn't this just bullying an honest man? Among these people, his strength is the lowest. If someone else steals the boy's spoils, the others may not be able to catch him.
But it's different for me.
If I rob that kid of his spoils, I will definitely not be able to escape.
Now he regrets it. Why did he join in the fun when he was weak? Xiaofeng, you really guessed it right. They are indeed waiting for us here. What should we do now? Fang Cheng jumped off Mu Yao's back and said, what else can we do? There's only one way out. Even though we know there's a tiger in the mountain, we still go there. When they were about 10 to 20 meters away from everyone, Fang Cheng and Mu Yao stopped. After glancing at everyone, Fang Cheng said, so many of you are waiting for me here, are you planning a group fight? Chapter 21 2 moves to resolve the battle. As soon as Fang Cheng finished speaking, Tian Dabon was kicked out. Patting his butt, Cheng Dao said, boy, you think too highly of yourself. A loser like you needs so many of us to beat you up? I'm enough. Fang Cheng sneered, aren't you afraid that after you snatch my spoils, you'll be next? Fang Cheng's words hit Tian Dabang's heart. He subconsciously turned around and glanced at everyone, only to feel his throat become dry. At this time, someone in the crowd urged angrily, why is old Tian nagging him? Go ahead. That's right, old Tian, hurry up. That kid is trying to sow discord. Can't you see that? Listening to the crowd's urging, Tian Dabon was furious. What do you mean by sowing discord? If you didn't think so, would you kick me out to fight him? Old Tian, let's go. Tian Dabang's beast girl said helplessly. Tian Dabon sighed bitterly and walked towards Fang Cheng with the beast girl. When he looked up at Fang Cheng, his expression immediately became disdainful. Boy, I advise you to hand over the spoils obediently, otherwise you will suffer physical pain later. Fang Cheng looked at the two of them and took in all their information. Tian Dabang is an E-level Beastmaster, with a C-level Beastman talent, Strength 300, Agility 299, Spirit 201, and Stamina 230. His martial arts skill is the entry-level 8-step door-breaking sword. E-Class Beast Girl Mawen, a C-Class human-faced spider in beast form, with Strength 320, Agility 210, Spirit 101, Stamina 299, Skill Spider Silk Shooting, and Weakness in the lower back. Is this the strength of an E-rank Beastmaster and Beast Girl? Their attributes are only about half of mine. He probably just got promoted. Besides, his talent is not even close to mine. No wonder he was kicked out as cannon fodder. Teacher Mu, the battle will be the same as usual. Cast Thorn Entanglement immediately, then quickly create distance and provide long-range assistance. But one thing is for sure, although the opponent's Beast Girl is a melee beast, her skill is Spider Silk Shooting, so be careful. I see. What about you? Just keep an eye on my health bar, don't worry about anything else. Just as Fang Cheng was speaking, Tian Dabong on the opposite side rushed over with a knife in hand. Teacher Mu, be careful of her Spider Silk Shooting out. After saying that, Fang Cheng directly raised his sword and went forward to meet the enemy. The crazy sword technique was all about momentum, and first of all, one couldn't lose in momentum. Since you have already drawn your knife, let's fight it out face to face and die. Tian Dabong was stunned for a moment. An F-level kid actually dared to confront me? However, just as he was stunned, countless vines suddenly sprang out from the ground, pinning him and his beast girl to the spot. Tian Dabong was so angry that he just asked his beast girl to deal with Mu Yao, but Fang Cheng rushed in front of him. Tian Dabong broke the vines in panic, but Fang Cheng's knife was already in front of him. He subconsciously blocked the attack with his sword, but found that Fang Cheng only feinted and slashed at the beast girl's back with his backhand. At this moment, the spinner on Ma Wen's butt had just spit out a spider silk towards Mu Yao. Her attention was all on Mu Yao, and she didn't notice that Fang Cheng's knife had already been pulled to her lower back. With a bang, Ma Wen's eyes rolled back, his 8 legs suddenly folded into a ball, and he fainted. The next moment, Ma Wen fainted, triggering the secret realm's security mechanism, and she was forcibly teleported out of the secret realm. This is also why killing is not allowed in the arena, otherwise Fang Cheng would not have used the back of the knife when he struck. When the spectators saw the scene, they were all petrified. In the blink of an eye, that kid actually took care of Tian Dabang's beast girl? Tian Dabang and Ma Wen are noobs, but even if we replace them with our own people, it won't be so fast, right? When Tian Dabang saw this, he felt disappointed. Is that kid's strength level really F? What answered him was a cold arrow from Mu Yao, which interrupted his plan to attack Fang Cheng while his old strength was gone and his new strength had not yet returned. Tian Dabong heard the sound of breaking wind and turned around to avoid Mu Yao's arrow. The next moment, Fang Cheng swung his sword at him. In a panic, he instinctively raised his sword to block, but Fang Cheng cut his sword into 2 pieces with one blow. The spiritual eye that can break illusions can not only see the weaknesses of humans and monsters, but also the weaknesses of weapons and equipment. Tian Dabon looked at the half-broken knife in his hand, his head buzzing. Isn't this kid too fierce? I thought it was a soft persimmon, but unexpectedly I got a sea urchin. Before he could react, Fong Chun kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying. He then fell to the ground with his knees, holding his stomach. Beads of sweat the size of beans appeared on his head, as if they were squeezed out of his skin, and in a blink of an eye, he was covered in sweat. As soon as he raised his head, Fong Cheng's knife was already on his neck. Do you want to leave on your own, or do you want me to knock you out and forcibly send you away? Tian Dabon knew that he had lost today, but he didn't want to lose the battle. He said with a red face and thick neck, "Don't be too proud too soon, kid. I'm just a cannon fodder. Do you really think that if you defeat me, everything will be fine for you? See those people? They are all waiting to kill you. No matter how capable you are, can you defeat all of them?" Fong Cheng slashed him on the cheek with a knife and sent him out of the secret realm. He looked up at the others, and they were also staring at him. This is indeed a difficult matter. There are 100 or 200 people blocking the way. No matter how powerful I am, it is impossible to knock them all down. However, the people opposite him all felt dry in their mouths and were swallowing their saliva at the same time. I originally thought Fong Cheng was a pushover, but he knocked Tian Dabong down in just 2 moves. Is he even human? Have high school students become so awesome these days? Even if everyone attacks together, they will definitely win, but at least half of them will be knocked down by this guy and his beast girl. No one wanted to make things difficult for others, so the scene suddenly became weird. Teacher Mu stared closely at the group of people in front of Fong Cheng. As long as Fong Cheng took action, she would definitely go all out and would never let Fong Cheng get hurt until she fell down. The strong desire to protect the other person in her heart made her forget her fear for a moment, and all she wanted to do was fight to the death with those people. At this time, Fong Cheng put away the knife, took out a pile of spoils from the bracelet space, and put them on the ground. All my spoils are here. As for how to divide them, that's your business. Boy, I thought you were so capable, but I didn't expect you to be afraid sometimes? Fong Cheng smiled coldly. Afraid? Humph, I just don't want to waste time. You have not killed any strange beasts on the road, right? I'll go back now and there's still time to collect the loot. Next time I come, if you dare to block me here again, then we will fight to the death. After saying that, Fong Cheng took 2 steps back. Seeing that everyone was intimidated by him, he did a backflip and landed directly on Mu Yao's back. Teacher Mu, let's go. Everyone looked at Fong Cheng's departing back, and no one dared to chase him. Because no one can guarantee whether others will chase after you. If there are few people going, then you will just be wasting your time. On second thought, the guy has already taken out the spoils, so there is no need to chase him anymore. Wouldn't it be better to just take the spoils and pass the level? So everyone's eyes were immediately fixed on the pile of spoils. How to divide it? Of course, the powerful ones are the leaders, how else can they be divided? So everyone rushed forward. Chapter 22, Strategies Need Strength as a Backing. At this time in Wu Zhong's office, Wu Zhong was rubbing his hands excitedly and walking around the office. He witnessed the whole process of Fong Cheng and his beast mother cooperating with each other in killing Tian Dabong and his beast mother with 2 moves. Such a talent, even if he doesn't get a ranking this time, the Lingqi Guild can't let him get away. Tang Li, watching Wu Zhong walking around, was in a good mood and couldn't help but tease him. What's wrong? Are your hemorrhoids acting up again? Wu Zhong rolled his eyes. What? How can a woman speak so vulgarly? How dare you call me vulgar? It turns out that no man is a good thing. When you were pursuing me, you praised me like a flower, but now that you have me, you think I'm vulgar. Oh, honey, that's not what I meant. I was just kidding you. What if that guy doesn't like our guild? How should I know? Do you think I should let him choose whatever he wants from the warehouse? You're crazy, those things aren't yours. But am I not also recruiting people for the guild? You said you were recruiting talent for the guild, but if you really do that, won't that kid think the guild belongs to him? Then he won't be a talent, but a nuisance. I don't think that guy is that kind of person. Human nature is the most fragile thing. He may not be like that now, but if you really do this, it's inevitable that he will become like that in the future. Then you are harming him now. But if we can't show enough sincerity to impress him, a talent like him will most likely look down on our guild. There are many ways to impress people, and it doesn't have to be material things. How about this? I've saved a lot of personal belongings over the years, so I'll pick out a few that he can use right now and give them to him. It's your dowry, right? We've been living beyond our means these past few years. What can you possibly save? What do you care? This is called investment, don't you understand? Oh, and get rid of those people down there. I have a feeling Fong Chang isn't someone who'll suffer so easily. He must have a trick up his sleeve. Mu Yao was carrying Fong Chang on her back when she ran to the fork in the road when she suddenly heard Fong Chang say, "That's it, Teacher Mu." That's enough. Mu Yao was so fast that her 4 hooves instantly supported the ground. She slid a long way before steadying herself. She turned around and looked at Fong Chang with a puzzled look on her face. What happened to Xiao Fong? Fong Chang jumped off her back and said, "This place is far enough. There's no need to run any further. Aren't we going to collect the spoils?" Fong Chang shook his head. "No, just sit here and wait." Mu Yao still didn't react. "That's the crystal that can give you superpowers. Don't you want it?" Fong Chang smiled slightly. "The spoils I gave away are only a small part. There are still many spoils in my bracelet." Mu Yao, who was still a little confused, suddenly had a bright look in her eyes. "Xiao Fong, are you planning to use the spoils to cause them to start a fight among themselves?" Fong Chang smiled slightly, finally figured it out. "My teacher Mu?" Fong Chang originally wanted to touch her head, but after transforming, Teacher Mu was a head taller than him, so he had to give up. Mu Yao noticed his little move, bent her front hoof slightly to lower her height, and put her head in front of him. "Hey! It's boring if we don't shoot anymore." Mu Yao smiled slightly and followed him and said, "Then why didn't you take it out at the beginning? That way we wouldn't have to fight that person." Teacher Mu said it well, a blacksmith must be strong himself. No matter how good the plan is, it still needs strength to support it. If we don't fight the Tian Dabong and let those people know our strength, do you think they will come and rob us when we leave? Without waiting for Teacher Mu to answer, Fong Chun continued to explain, "Human greed is like a snake swallowing an elephant. They will definitely suspect that we still have hidden treasures and have not taken out all the money. They may even send us away just in case. But we showed our strength, which made them hesitate. In terms of strength, we are definitely no match for so many of them, but people like them are most afraid of letting others take advantage of them, so no one will be the first to step forward, and they can only watch us leave. Of course, man proposes, God disposes. If plans fail to keep up with changes and they really divide the spoils peacefully, then the remaining half of the spoils will be a way out for us. No matter how they divide it, they will not get as much as we do." Fong Chang's patient explanation made Mu Yao nod frequently, and her heart became more and more excited. He couldn't help but hugged Fong Chang. "My little master, are you really only 18 years old? Why are you so smart? You can think of so many things in an instant." The height difference between the two of them was just enough for Fong Chang's eyes to rest on the stem of the hummy melon, which was so sticky that it was suffocating. "If you don't let go, I'll bite you." Mu Yao was startled and quickly let go of him. She held his face and asked, "What's wrong, Xiao Fong? You almost suffocated to death. Don't do this again in the future." A hint of pink appeared on Mu Yao's face, and her long green hair, the elegant fragrance was so charming under the blue sky. Especially her drunken eyes, which almost melted Fong Chang's heart. "I have to increase my taming value by at least 30 points tonight, no, 50 points. I might as well just fill it up." At the final boss's door, facing the pile of spoils left by Fong Chang, everyone was able to discuss the distribution at first, but soon they ran out of ideas. "Behind you is the final big boss. Killing the final boss will not only pass the level, but also give you a bunch of loot. But whether this pile is a large pile or a small pile is random. This is a variable. If we cannot get the largest share of the distribution and gain absolute advantage now, with this variable, everything we have done before may be in vain. Besides, no one knows when Fong Chang will come back, so there is no time to waste arguing here. Since we can't reach an agreement, let's just fight over it. Whoever grabs more gets it." Because everyone was in a hurry, the melee became more intense. There was no testing at all, and everyone defeated the enemy with one move. The first round of sneak attacks alone knocked down at least a quarter of the people present. In the chaotic battle that followed, they had to deal with their opponents, prevent sneak attacks from others, and rush the clock. To be honest, these people were almost driven crazy. In this situation, they had long forgotten their original intention of grabbing the spoils, and the only thing left was how to kill their opponents. So their attacks became more and more ruthless, and in a blink of an eye, another quarter of the spoils were carried away. As the number of people dwindled, the remaining people began to wake up. Are we being fooled? Stop it right there, I don't want these things anymore, they belong to you, grab them yourselves, I'm not playing anymore. After the man finished speaking, he was about to take his beast girl and fly away, but when he turned around, he was dumbfounded. At this time, the others also reacted and looked in his direction. They were all dumbfounded. Chapter 23, The Human Heart is Evil. On the small hill in front of me, Fong Chang was standing there riding a thorn deer, watching the show. I don't know how long he had been watching. Fong Chang smiled coldly. Teacher Mu, since they don't want to play anymore, it's our turn to play. Okay, Xiao Fong. Mu Yao excitedly raised her front hooves and rushed down the hillside with Fong Changhua like a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, they were in front of everyone. Before, they were resting here and waiting for the opportunity, but Fong Chang was exhausted. But the situation suddenly changed, and now they are exhausted, while Fong Chang is waiting for the opportunity. Fong Chang suddenly jumped up from the back of the thorn deer, and with the help of Mu Yao's impact, he fell into the crowd and knocked a group of people away on the spot. With a crazy sword technique, he killed 4 or 5 people in an instant. Teacher Mu took advantage of his speed, walked outside the crowd, drew his bow and arrow, and kept shooting arrows into the crowd. If they saw Fong Chang being surrounded, they would immediately wrap a vine around him to freeze him, and then Fong Chang would send him away one by one. At this moment, Fong Chang in the crowd was like a crazy butcher, and none of his subordinates could match him. At the same time, he can accurately dodge the beast girl's various skills and traps. In addition, everyone has to be on guard against the sneak attacks from his beast girl at all times. At this time, someone targeted Mu Yao, who was shooting arrows from the outside, but not only could he not catch up with her, but he also exposed his back to Fong Chang, who caught up with him and stabbed him and killed him directly. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore. Is this a game? Even a war couldn't be this terrifying. That kid Fong Chang is a madman, and a very calm madman. As these people were sent away one by Fong Chang, everyone's psychological defenses finally collapsed. The Beastmaster didn't care about his beast girl, and the beast girl didn't care about her Beastmaster, and they all scattered like birds and beasts. Mu Yao ran back to Fong Chang. Xiao Fong, are you okay? Fong Chang sheathed his sword and smiled slightly. We are in tune with each other, how could you not know if I have something wrong? Mu Yao blushed slightly. She just cared about you. Teacher Mu, pack up the spoils and go fight the boss. In the guild office, Wu Zhong and his wife stared at the monitor intently, not daring to breathe. Both of them were dumbfounded. Wu Zhong swallowed his saliva and turned to his wife. Did that kid really use the E-level martial art crazy sword technique? Haven't you practiced that before? Don't you know? But that's too scary, isn't it? Even through the screen, I broke out in a cold sweat. Tang Li smiled slightly. Do you regret not continuing to practice the crazy demon sword technique now? Alas, if I had known earlier that the crazy demonic sword technique could be this powerful after mastering it, I would never have thrown it away no matter what. It's not too late to continue practicing now. Wife, you must promise me to recruit that boy into our guild, okay? Look at what you've accomplished. After saying that, Tang Li stood up and left the office. Fong Chang was about to come out, so she had to go downstairs to make some arrangements. In order to maintain confidentiality, the original plan was to clear the venue of spectators. But she seriously underestimated the unreasonableness of those people. Under the instigation of Hao Feizheng and Zhou Shaolin, she could not drive them away at all. At this time, everyone in the crowd was whispering to each other. It would be fine if the Lingqi Guild's newcomer competition was not broadcast live, but they even had to clear the venue. There must be something wrong. Although the Lingqi Guild's explanation was that there was a technical failure, ordinary people might believe it, but people like them who came specifically to inquire about the news would never believe it even if they were beaten to death. So, under the instigation of the two of them, everyone now believes that the Lingqi Guild did this in order to manipulate the situation behind the scenes. In fact, the rankings of the competition had already been determined, and the competition was just a formality. Every contestant who enters the competition has a few relatives and friends waiting outside for the results. In addition, people's hearts are treacherous. Those who watch the fun may not like to see others get promoted or rich, but they definitely like to see others lose everything. This gave the two of them room to operate. As long as they could prove that the Lingqi Guild was organizing a fake match, which could bring bad luck to the Lingqi Guild, I believe many people would be willing to step in and take action. Now that the news of the shady dealings in the game had come out, the crowd was in an uproar. Tang Li came to the scene and tried to appease them, but it was no use. They simply wouldn't listen. If there is no conspiracy, why let us go? I heard the rankings were already determined, and the others were just there to make a show.
You guys in the Spiritual Contract Guild are usually so righteous, giving discounts here and there, but at the critical moment you actually resort to such tricks. It's really disheartening. They usually just pretend, don't you think any of you really believe it? Tang Li was very angry. Ever since she and her husband took over the Yuqing branch of the Lingqi Guild, they had always taken the initiative to make concessions in various transactions with these people, and their main goal was to make friends with as many people as possible. As a result, with a little encouragement from others, these people completely forget all the advantages they had taken in the past. It's totally bullshit. In the secret realm, the final big boss was killed by Fong Chang with a knife that stabbed his crotch. Suddenly, a rosy glow ignited and the spoils exploded all over the ground. 5E level star crystals exploded, as well as various materials. The most valuable ones were boss parts, which were excellent materials for refining potions and equipment. According to the rules, all the spoils obtained in the competition can be taken away for free. With this wave of money, not only can he pay off all the debts owed to the Lingqi Guild, but the rest is more than enough to buy a 3-bedroom apartment in the city. Xiaofeng, take a quick look at this, is it a beast soul fragment? Teacher Mu picked up an inconspicuous crystal from the spoils and ran to Fong Chang excitedly. Beast soul crystals can increase the skill level of beast girls, and 30 fragments can be combined into one. Fong Chang nodded, this is indeed a beast soul fragment. Did you find it here? Yes, it exploded together with these spoils. But aren't beast soul fragments only found in B-rank dungeons? Can they also drop in E-rank dungeons? Mu Yao nodded, I also find it strange, but this secret realm is the inner secret realm of the Lingqi Guild. Maybe there is something different, otherwise it wouldn't be an inner secret realm. It's a pity it's just a fragment. It would be much better if it was a complete crystal. Your thorn entanglement can only entangle the opponent now, without any additional damage. After upgrading, I think there's a high chance of inflicting sustained damage. Well, that way it will be easier for Xiaofeng to kill strange beasts in the future. But some things can't be forced. As long as we keep working hard, sooner or later we'll be able to clear B-level dungeons. Then, why worry about not having crystals? As the countdown for the copy ended, Fong Chang and Mu Yao were sent out of the secret realm. As soon as I returned to the guild hall, I realized something was wrong. It was as noisy as a vegetable market. Although it was noisy before, the noise now sounded more like a quarrel. At this moment, Hao Feijing saw Fong Chang in the crowd and immediately said in a high-pitched voice, hey, look, they said there was no shady dealings, but the first one to pass the level was actually that F-rank kid. When Zhou Shaolin saw that it was Fong Chang, he immediately chimed in, and F-rank kid cleared the level in less than 2 hours. Do you believe it? We don't believe it. Anyone who believes it is a fool. Yeah, you really take us for fools. That's right. Forget about anything else, just look at this E-rank dungeon. An F-rank loser was able to clear it in 2 hours. Who would believe this if there wasn't some shady deal going on? Fong Chang was dumbfounded. A conspiracy? What conspiracy? How come I didn't know about it? Xiaofeng, please take the beast girl to the lounge to rest. I will take care of things here. Fong Chang didn't want to meddle in other people's business, so he followed Tang Li to the lounge, but the rebels refused to let him go. Led by Hao Feijing and Zhou Shaolin, they suddenly rushed over and trapped the 3 of them in the middle. Chapter 24, Unexpected Disaster, Wailing Everywhere. We can't let this kid go. The Spiritual Contract Guild must give us an explanation. Yes, you must give us an explanation. Listening to the shouting in the crowd, Fong Chang roughly understood what these people meant. They suspected that there was something fishy going on in this game. Especially now, they, who had the lowest strength level, were the first to pass the level, which made them more convinced, or simply unable to accept it. Having said that, if it were the family members and friends of the contestants making a fuss here, it would be fine, but that is obviously not the case. The ones shouting the loudest are those who are just joining in the fun. What the hell does this have to do with you? To put it bluntly, they just want to see the Lingqi Guild lose face. This is human nature. You can't bet on the goodness of human nature, but you can bet on the evil of human nature. The fire started when someone with ulterior motives added fuel to the fire. But no matter what, I definitely suffered an unexpected disaster. I didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but I don't know how I got myself involved. Now it's surrounded by people inside and outside, and there's no way to leave. These people are now inciting a lot of excitement. If it weren't for the people from the Lingqi Guild who were desperately protecting them in front, these people would have rushed over and tore themselves apart.
Who did I offend? Fong Qingdu couldn't help but start to feel a little unsure.
He scanned the crowd and soon spotted the two guys who were standing the farthest away and shouting the loudest. Since I don't know them at all, it doesn't mean they have any grudge against me.
They are mainly targeting the Lingqi Guild.
I have really suffered an unexpected disaster and become their pawn.
What's this young lady's name? Fong Cheng suddenly asked Tang Li. Oh, my name is Tang Li. It's Sister Tang. Didn't many people come out early before? Where are they now?
When Tang Li heard this, her eyes suddenly lit up.
How could I have forgotten about this?
So she immediately shouted, "Everyone, stop and listen to me. Hao Feizheng, Zhui Shaolin, I know you're the one stirring up trouble. If you don't shut up, don't blame me for being rude."
Oh, you still want to hit someone? Everyone heard it, right? The Spiritual Contract Guild is furious and ready to hit someone. Just shut up, everyone.
Suddenly, a loud shout came from upstairs, like the sound of a huge bell, making everyone's ears numb.
Fong Chang was the same, he was almost shocked to the point of bleeding from all 7 orifices.
Looking in the direction of the sound, I saw a burly man standing on the corridor on the 3rd floor of the hall. He had a broad build, a flat head, a face full of stubble, his brows were furrowed with a look of great sorrow and grief, and he was looking down at the hall. Fong Cheng found this person familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him. After all, there was only Suyaki in the original owner's world, and he rarely cared about other things.
Teacher Mu recognized this person at a glance. It was Wu Zhong, the president of the Yuqing branch of the Lingqi Guild. Wu Zhong's loud shout made everyone shut up.
Only then did Tang Li have the opportunity to speak. "I think everyone knows whether our Lingqi Guild is engaging in shady dealings in the competition, but in order to clarify some people's rumors, you can come with me to ask the participants."
Why was Brother Fong Cheng the first to pass the level? You'll know once you go in and ask him.
Only those who have passed the level normally like Fong Cheng can be teleported to the lobby.
Those who were forced to leave the secret realm were teleported to the medical area at the rear for timely treatment.
Tian Dabong and his beast girl Ma Wen were the first to be sent to the medical area. At that time, Fong Cheng slapped him in the face with a knife, turning his face into a pig's head. The pig's face, which was originally purple and black, has now lost its swelling. At the beginning, he was pushed out as cannon fodder by everyone because he was the weakest, and he still feels resentful about it.
Now he is very happy.
With his hands behind his back, he walked with Ma Wen between the beds, looking at these unfortunate people who were much more miserable than him. He felt as proud as a pig walking on a country road. The ubiquitous wailing sounded to him like the most beautiful music in the world. He would never have thought that Fong Chang was so powerful.
He could fight 1 against 100.
No, it was 1 against 200, and beat all of them into pig heads. Look, this guy's leg is broken, and he is lying on the bed holding his broken leg and screaming in pain. Compared with this guy, my pig-headed face seems to have gotten a great bargain. And this brother, not only is his face swollen like an eggplant, but his butt is also bruised.
Was he killed by a knife? There were also some beast girls who were injured by Fong Chang. Their delicate wails made people think about something else. There are quite a few good-looking ones among them. I really don't know how that guy could do that. Squeak, squeak, squeak.
Tian Dabong shook his head with a gloating look. It's so cruel and completely unscrupulous.
But now that I think about it, we really got a great bargain, hee. Ma Wen nodded enthusiastically in agreement, isn't that so?
I never thought that young man was so powerful. Now that I think about it, he was showing mercy to us. Hearing this, Tian Dabong was also frightened. If Fong Cheng had tried to kill him at that time, with his strength, even if he used the back of the knife, his head would probably have been no different from a watermelon under his knife. Look at these guys in front of him, many of them are almost at level D, but they were still dealt with by him with 1 blow.
Thinking of this, he suddenly said to Ma Wen, "Wife, have you noticed?
They all seem to have only been stabbed once." After being reminded by Tian Dabong, Ma Wen also reacted and looked carefully at these howling guys. Although the symptoms of their injuries were strange, the damage was caused by a knife, and only 1 knife. Although we didn't see the scene of their fight, the thought of Fong Chang in the crowd, chopping one person with his sword like cutting melons and vegetables, was chilling.
Is that guy really an F-rank beast tamer? Isn't that ridiculously strong?
In addition, there were dozens of people who came out earlier, and they were cursing, saying that they had fallen into that damn evil trap. They hunted geese all day long, but they didn't expect to be pecked in the eye by a goose today. They were tricked by that guy. I don't know how much resentment I have in my heart, and the curses I'm hearing are more harsh than the last. Tian Dabong stood aside and looked at these people, laughing foolishly. When Fong Chang took out the spoils, it caused an internal conflict among everyone. These people were sent out by their own people. In Tian Dabang's opinion, they should be thankful. Look around them, those who were sent out by Fong Chang personally, who was not worse off than them. Just then, footsteps were heard outside the gate. Tian Dabong and Ma Wen looked in the direction of the sound. The next moment, they both shuddered as if they had seen a ghost. Why is that kid here? Behind Tang Li, they saw Fong Chang at a glance. There was no way out. They were really scared by Fong Chang. Now they were extremely sensitive to Fong Chang and couldn't help but see him. Quick, stop cursing, that kid is coming. Tian Dabong tried to kindly remind everyone, but they refused to appreciate his words and shouted, even if the Jade Emperor came. He accidentally caught sight of Fong Chang out of the corner of his eye and was instantly stunned, with the second half of his sentence stuck in his throat. Could it be that the boy didn't beat me enough just now and wanted to beat me again? Chapter 25. A group of white-eyed wolves. Led by Tang Li, everyone came to the medical area in the backyard. At first, I heard a lot of noise inside, with people cursing and wailing, just like a vegetable market. As a result, as soon as everyone came in, all the noisy noises disappeared miraculously. Everyone lying on the hospital bed raised their heads and looked over here like groundhogs. What are you looking at? What is so good here? No, how could they be injured like this? At a glance, it seemed that except for that kid Fong Chang, all the contestants were lying here. You still dare to say there's no conspiracy? Hao Feizheng, as if he had won the lottery, desperately squeezed out from behind the crowd, pointed at the group of wounded, and said to Tang Li, "You still dare to say there's no shady dealings in this match? Can you imagine which other match has so many people injured? I bet everyone except that guy surnamed Fong is lying here right now, right?" The wounded were also dumbfounded when they heard this. A shady deal? What shady deal? Wasn't it Fong Chun who beat him up? At this time, Zhou Shaolin also squeezed out from the back and said, "I waited outside for a long time, but no one came out. It turns out that they are all lying here. A Miri-level dungeon can cause so many people to lie down. Do you, the Spiritual Contract Guild, think we are all fools?" When the others heard this, they immediately reacted and spoke at once. So many people are lying down, and only one F-rank kid made it through. Can you, the Spiritual Contract Guild, please do it in a more shady way? Who would believe this? The E-rank ones are all lying down, and I don't believe that an F-rank kid can pass it. That's right. I don't believe it either. The Spiritual Contract Guild must give us an explanation. Tang Li's brows knitted in anger, and he gritted his teeth and said, "If there's any shady dealings going on, you can find out if you go over and ask. Why are you all talking nonsense here? You think I don't dare? Of course we have to ask. Let's go ask. With so many people here, I don't believe the Spiritual Contract Guild can kill us all." At this time, if someone takes the lead, others will follow. A group of people ran to the wounded as if they were herding ducks, and asked questions in a flurry. "Old Wang, how did you get hurt like this? Who beat you up? Is it someone from the Spiritual Contract Guild? Don't be afraid, there are so many of us here. Even if the Spiritual Contract Guild is so powerful, can they still beat us all to death? Don't be afraid, Laojiu. I've already started a live broadcast. Did the Spiritual Contract Guild set up an ambush to beat you all up in order to promote that kid?" These wounded soldiers were all stunned. Is this a shady deal? Is the Spiritual Contract Guild organizing this competition to propel Fong Chang to the top, and to beat us all? So many people, and all of them are veteran beastmasters who have been in society for many years, were beaten into a mess by a kid who just graduated from school. If people knew about this, wouldn't I be so embarrassed? I can't admit it, I absolutely can't admit it. Haven T, you even thought of an excuse for yourself now? He was not beaten by Fong Chang, but the Lingqi Guild, in order to help that guy get promoted, had shady dealings in the competition and ambushed people in the secret realm, which was why everyone was beaten into pigs' heads. That's right, there's something fishy going on in this competition. We were all beaten up by the people from the Spiritual Contract Guild. With one person taking the lead, the others also reacted, because they were beaten by a kid who had just graduated from school. It was really embarrassing. We were ambushed as soon as we entered. They were all experts above C rank.
Didn't you see it? What the hell, the Spiritual Contract Guild didn't even broadcast this match live.
Everyone became excited when they heard this. It turns out there was no live broadcast.
Doesn't that mean they can just say whatever they want?
Not only did the Spiritual Contract Guild set up an ambush this time, but the beasts inside weren't E rank, but C rank or above.
That's right, even that bastard Wu Zhong came down personally.
They also threatened us that if anyone dared to tell anyone about this, they would break their legs.
It's not just about killing one person, it's about killing all of them together. Yes. Now that you're here, we're ready to go all out.
I'm going to expose all the despicable and shameless things that the Spiritual Contract Guild has done in front of the camera.
Listening to these people talking more and more outrageously, Tang Li almost fainted from anger. How could these people speak so unscrupulously? Hadn't the Spiritual Contract Guild taken good care of them over the years? Among the 3 major beast taming guilds in Dragon Country, is there anyone like Lingxi Guild that will give you 8 out of 8 for everything and even give you the opposite when buying spoils? Which other guild will let you buy on credit and waive interest for 6 months?
I originally wanted to make friends with many people, but I didn't expect to raise a group of ungrateful people who could never be tamed. Those who are currently broadcasting live, originally there were so many people in the live broadcast room that they could beat people to death, but as these guys in front of them cried and complained, the number of people in the live broadcast room kept increasing.
Is it really necessary to have shady dealings in a newcomers competition? The Lingxi Guild has always had a good reputation. Could they possibly do something like this?
Oh, you can only judge a person by his appearance. I've long said that the Spiritual Contract Guild harbors evil intentions.
Do you believe it now?
A rookie competing in a competition is actually engaging in shady dealings.
How degrading.
At school, it was study time again because those who had participated in the contract training had not returned yet. Fang Cheng's former class teacher, Zhu Guiying, threw the book in her hand onto the podium, said coldly, "Study on your own," and then sat on the podium with her legs crossed, watching online videos. Suddenly she stood up and looked at the laser screen on the bracelet with an incredible look on her face. Fang Cheng, that loser, went to participate in the rookie competition and was the first to pass it.
If this isn't a shady deal, what is it?
The next moment, she quickly waved her nimble fingers and wrote in the comments, "As far as I know, Fang Cheng is not only a loser, but also a gangster.
How can such a loser get first place?
There must be no shady dealings.
From now on, my aunt will not come again."
Not long after this comment was sent, the phone in the bracelet rang. I took a look and saw that it was the principal calling. Zhu Guiying glanced at the students who were absorbed in their studies, walked out of the classroom with a cold face, and answered the phone. "You idiot, we're in class, why are you calling at this time?"
"You're pregnant? What do I have? Aunt is gone?"
Pft.
What are you talking about?
I'm saying that if the Spiritual Contract Guild hadn't done anything shady this time, then they'd let me do that.
What are you thinking? I was so scared, I thought someone was killed.
Yuqing Education Bureau, Director Zhou Jianyang is a very ambitious man, but unfortunately he has bad luck.
He has been stuck in the position of local director for decades and is about to retire. He was very angry about this.
Today, as usual, he was bored and watching short videos, when suddenly a live broadcast piqued his interest.
Is it true that the Spiritual Contract Guild's newcomer competition involves shady dealings? Mr. Zhou, what's true or false?
A colleague named Zhu Hongchen just came in with a thermos cup and saw this scene. Hey, in the newcomer competition of our Yuqing Lingqi Guild, a kid who just graduated from school won first place.
A kid who just graduated from school? Aren't all the capable students in training right now?
If you don't believe me, come and see for yourself. Coincidentally, someone actually gave the camera to Fang Cheng at this time, and there was a lot of cursing below, and it seemed that they wanted to ruin the reputation of this beneficiary of the shady dealings. Zhu Hongchen came over to take a look, then pushed up his glasses to take a closer look.
Hiss, why does this guy look so familiar? Have you seen it? Chapter 26, 1 by 1, fight me again if you dare. I remember now. Isn't this the kid who just got expelled from number 11 middle school? What a coincidence. He's a student of my cousin's. I think his name is Fang Cheng. Yes, this kid was expelled from school? Well, a loser with only E-level talent who also molested the girls in the class. A few days ago, number 11 middle school sent me the expulsion documents. I personally approved them. There's no mistake. After hearing this, Zhou Jianyang fell into deep thought.
A loser with only E-level talent, who had even molested a classmate, could be said to have no character and no talent. How could such a loser from the Spiritual Contract Guild be involved in such a shady competition? What's their real purpose? In the Lynchie Guild, Tang Li was so angry that she was going crazy. She grabbed Hao Feijing, who was standing next to her, and started to fight with her. It was a real fight between women, pulling hair, scratching faces and necks. If she really drew her sword to fight this guy, or transformed to fight him, Hao Feijing would definitely draw his sword to fight back, and the nature of the situation would change, and what was right would become wrong. But the way she is now, making herself look like a wronged little woman, Hao Feijing really can't do anything about her. After all, this is not the wilderness, and the Dragon Country officials are watching. No matter how big the Shinchi Guild is, it is not bigger than the official. If they really dare to draw their swords and fight with others in the city, they will at least be detained, and at worst, they will be sent directly to work on a sewing machine.
Is anyone in charge or not? You crazy woman, I won't argue with you. If you come again, I'll fight back. Fuck, Zhuo Shaolin is here too, why don't you hit him? Zhuo Shaolin, who was originally watching the fun, was frightened when he heard this and quickly hid in the crowd. Old Hao, I have no grudge against you, why are you trying to harm me? You crazy woman, if you don't stop, I'll really fight back. Seeing that Hao Feijing was about to lose his mind after being caught like a pig's head, Fang Cheng came over and grabbed Tang Li. Sister Xiao Tang, there's no need to bother with this kind of person. Tang Li said angrily, you know nothing.
If you can't explain this matter clearly today, you're done. To be honest, Tang Li really regrets now why he didn't broadcast the entire competition live. Although his original intention was not to let people discover Fang Chang, this good seedling, to put it bluntly, it was also due to selfish motives. He was afraid that the other two major guilds would snatch people from him. But now, even though Fang Cheng's talent has been concealed, if this matter cannot be clarified today, not only will the reputation of the Lynchie Guild be ruined, but the reputation of Fang Chang will also be ruined.
But how can I clarify?
With so many mouths, I can't win at all, and those bastards even started a live broadcast, and now they are scolding me online. Even if I had a mouth all over my body, I still couldn't explain it clearly.
Okay, leave it to me. Fang Chang said in a deep voice. Leave it to you? Tang Li was stunned for a moment, then said unhappily, what can I do if I leave it to you? Those people won't listen to any explanations now. Even if you have a lot of tricks up your sleeve, it's useless. Who said I had to explain it to them?
After saying that, Fang Chang walked up to a guy who was acting pitiful in front of the camera, under Tang Li's puzzled gaze, and pulled him up from the hospital bed. The man was shocked at first. He had seen how powerful Fang Chang was, and he had an instinctive fear of him at this moment. But when he thought about how many people were here, what could Fang Chang do to him? So he started to cry out, look, everyone. This kid is going to kill someone to silence them. Fang Chang drew his knife and knocked over the bed. The explosion suddenly made the surroundings quiet. Shut the fuck up, everyone. Didn't you say there was something fishy going on in this competition? Okay, every one of you, get up and fight me again. I'll let you see for yourself if there's anything fishy going on here. I'm injured now, so I definitely can't beat you. If you have the guts, wait until I'm healed. Okay, Sister Tang, did you hear me? Hurry up and get these bastards healed. They want to fight me again to prove whether there is any shady dealings here. Tang Li's brows lit up when he heard this. Yeah, such a simple solution, why didn't I think of it? One more fight and everything will be revealed. As for Fang Chang's talent, let's just say he is SS level. Anyway, these people have never seen this level of talent, so they definitely won't think of it as X level. At this moment, the man grabbed Fang Chang's hand and struggled desperately, saying, I won't fight with you. Let me go, I want to go home. Go home? No one can leave until things are cleared up today. Sister Xiao Tang, close the door. If they don't fight me again today, don't let any of them go. Tang Li smiled and said, don't worry, no one will escape today. At this time, the people around were puzzled. An F-level trash wants to fight with you. Why should you, a dignified E-level, be afraid of him? Old 9, are you confused? What are you afraid of with an F-rank loser? Go ahead. This guy is so arrogant. If you don't kill him, how can you swallow this anger? Old 9, go fight him. I'm live streaming here. If the Lynchie Guild dares to do anything sneaky, the whole Dragon Nation will know about it, and then they'll be completely finished. That's right, Lao Jiu.
AF rank loser, can't you, a dignified E rank beast master, kill him?
Lao Jiao was sweating profusely at this time.
You have never fought with him before. I don't want to be beaten to death by him again. So Lao Jiao got scared and said, I was wrong, big brother, I was wrong. What I just said was forced by these guys. Everyone was unhappy. Old 9, do you know what you were going to say? Lao Jiao got angry. Of course I know what I'm talking about. If you have the guts, fight this guy. At this point, Lao Jiao quickly said to the other party, brother, you have seen it too, I was really forced by them. You fight them, and if they're not hurt, beat them to death, and I'll bury them. Lao Jiao now dares to say anything, just asking Feng Cheng to let him go. Feng Cheng sneered, threw Lao Jiao aside, and turned to all the contestants and said, I still say the same thing. Every one of you here counts as one. If you have the guts, fight me again. If you don't have the guts, don't talk nonsense here. Sister Xiaotang, close the door and let the medical staff treat their injuries. I'll fight them again after they're healed. All right. What are you guys still doing standing there? Didn't you hear anything? Hurry up and close the door. The medical staff, quickly heal these people so that my little brother can fight them again. No, we were wrong, we were really wrong. Those guys who were just lying on the hospital beds and comparing their misery in front of the camera could no longer lie down. They climbed up one by one and chased Feng Cheng to beg for mercy. Feng Cheng's crazy swordsmanship really scared them all. When he beat people, he was not a human being at all, but a madman, and a very calm madman. Feng Chengza ignored these people completely. He took Teacher Mu and the people from the Lingqi Guild out of the medical area and actually closed the door. As the heavy alloy door closed, not only the people inside were dumbfounded, but even those watching the live broadcast were all confused. What the hell is going on? Isn't it just another fight with that kid? Can't so many people beat that kid alone? Is it an act? If it were me, I would definitely make that kid beg for a beating. However, the next moment, the scene suddenly changed. A group of people in the medical area asked the contestants to avenge their previous defeat and fight Feng Cheng, but the contestants did not dare to fight Feng Cheng, so the two groups of people started fighting directly, and a big fight involving hundreds of people broke out. Some hit him with chairs, some hit him with clubs, some rolled on the ground together, some rode on him and beat him to death. In short, the scene was horrific. This left everyone on the internet dumbfounded. That scene with blood and flesh flying everywhere, could this be acted out? Chapter 27. Wasn't it you who wronged him in the beginning? A string of blood suddenly splashed onto the camera, startling everyone watching the live broadcast online. Oh my god, there's no way this is acting. Oh my god, what on earth did that brat do to them in the secret realm? He made them choose to kill each other rather than duel with him. I protest. Why didn't the Spiritual Contract Guild broadcast live this time? Can anyone tell me what exactly happened in the secret realm? The latest news is that the boy is Feng Cheng from number 11 middle school. I heard he was expelled from school a week ago because of his poor talent. Are you fucking crazy? He can make a group of people act like they've seen a ghost. Could this be because he has poor talent? You're just here to get traffic, right? Do you believe what you're saying? Soon, someone posted a screenshot in the comments section, which was the barrage that Zhu Guiying had posted during the previous live broadcast. This old lady is very young, has been confirmed to be the boy's homeroom teacher. If you don't believe me, you can check out her homepage. Those who like to watch the fun and enjoy the trouble flocked to the homepage of Laonyang Shinin, where there were quite a few short videos of Zhu Guiying shot at school. Most of the photos are selfies of her sitting at the podium and teaching students, and some are of her checking on them from outside the window. There are many videos, but almost none of them capture Feng Cheng. However, some sharp-eyed netizens found Feng Cheng in a certain frame of a certain video and took a screenshot. Who else could that ignorant boy sitting in the corner of the last row of the classroom, next to the garbage dump, be but Feng Cheng? Oh my god, is he really Feng Cheng's teacher? Now everyone believes it, right? Looking at where Feng Cheng sits in the photo, we can basically conclude that he's really not liked by the teachers at school. So, he really was fired. I want to know what their teacher thinks now. A guild-run rookie tournament doesn't really mean anything. I'm looking forward to next month's citywide youth tournament. If he can punish all those geniuses his teacher considers him to be like he did this time, that would be a lot of fun. Next month's youth tournament is at the end of the month, so it's only a few days away. Who will you bet on to win then? I will definitely buy this kid this time.
I heard that Fu Liang from number 1 middle school, Xing Peng from number 5 middle school, Pang Mao from number 6 middle school, and Shin Tu-jun from number 11 middle school are all quite talented.
Exclusive news: Fu Liang was severely injured by Shin Tu-jun during training yesterday and will miss this youth tournament. Is your revelation reliable? My aunt is the medical staff for this training camp. She was the one who took Fu Liang to the city hospital last night.
Oh, and my aunt is a class A medical technician.
Even A-level medical technicians can't heal this injury. Shin Tu-jun must have been too harsh, right? Can anyone tell me what's going on?
At school, Zhu Guiying was initially feeling complacent about the sudden surge in clicks on her videos, thinking that a flood of wealth was about to fall on her head. But suddenly the tone of the video changed, and the comments on the video were full of curses, especially the part where Feng Chang was shot. There were even people in the comments section who specifically pointed out Feng Chang and posted him in the comments section. To be honest, if it weren't for this screenshot, she herself wouldn't believe that she would actually include that guy in the video. Because of disgust, every time she took a video, she would subconsciously avoid these trash in the class. There were all kinds of insults in the comments section, but the general meaning was that they were scolding themselves for being so blind that they actually fired Feng Chang, causing number 11 middle school to miss out on an opportunity to make a big splash.
Some people even scolded her, saying that she was just a teacher.
If she were in a high position, who knows how much talent Longwo would lose.
Zhu Guiying was unhappy about this. If this matter got to the ears of the education department, would she still be eligible for this year's Outstanding Teacher Award and Model Teacher Award? So she quickly posted a new video. In the video, she was wearing a khaki slim fit suit, gold-rimmed glasses, with a few strands of hair hanging down gently, and sitting at the desk with a dignified demeanor. At first glance, he is definitely a good teacher who was both knowledgeable and respectable. But if you look closely, the putty-like foundation on her face, the thin eyebrows she drew on, and the lipstick that was as red as blood all looked awkward. Dear netizens, please do not be fooled by Feng Chang. His talent was only E-level after being assessed by the school.
He is not a genius at all. The school expelled him not because of his low talent as he said, but because he molested his classmates in school. For such a student who has no ambition and extremely bad character, expelling him is already a mercy beyond the law. Of course, as his teacher, I didn't teach him well, so I also bear responsibility. On behalf of our number 11 middle school, I solemnly apologize to all netizens. I also ask all netizens to be rational when using the internet and not believe or spread rumors.
Zhu Guiying was very satisfied with her performance in this video.
She watched it several times before posting it. She believed that with this video, public opinion on the internet would definitely be one-sided, and everyone would condemn Feng Chang, the jinx. The result was contrary to her expectations. Not many netizens bought her video after watching it, because Feng Chang in the screenshot looked so honest and did not look like someone who would molest a classmate. As for the fact that his talent was only E-level, no one believed it. Because those who participated in the Qiling Guild's newcomer competition this time were now as scared as if they had seen a ghost when they saw him. How big a shadow must Feng Chang have cast in their hearts to make them so scared?
And how could a student with only E-level talent and who had just graduated from school do this?
Seeing that most netizens were not buying her story, Zhu Guiying quickly grabbed Zhong Xiaoyu and filmed a video together to accuse Feng Chang. Zhong Xiaoyu's appearance is like a ripe sweet potato dropped on the ground, like a pile of shit. How much of a swear word does Feng Chang have to molest her? Not to mention the majority of netizens, even Zhu Guiying herself thinks that this matter seems outrageous now. But now she is in a difficult situation and can only bite the bullet and go down the dark path. When Zhu Guiying found Zhong Xiaoyu initially said that she didn't want to talk about the matter again, and was even more unwilling to record a video with her. The incident of Feng Chang molesting her was something she fabricated out of thin air at Su Yaki's request. If Feng Chang was still the useless guy that no one looked down upon, she would naturally be willing to step on him a few more times. But Feng Chang has become famous now, and with so many people supporting him online, if he is not careful, he will end up getting burned. Seeing that Zhong Xiaoyu refused to cooperate, Zhu Guiying threatened, "When Feng Chang molested you, you wrongly accused him, didn't you?"
"Nonsense, no, he just molested me." "Really? Then look at what this is."
Zhu Guiying took out the surveillance footage of the corridor at that time. In the picture, Feng Chang was walking in front, and Zhong Xiaoyu, who was walking behind, suddenly picked up a mop beside him and hit him on the head with it. He didn't even have time to react and fell straight to the ground. Seeing Feng Chang with a bleeding head, Zhong Xiaoyu seemed very scared. After kicking him a few times, she mustered up the courage to shout molestation. Her acting was really realistic. When Zhong Xiaoyu saw the scene, her face turned pale and she subconsciously rushed forward to snatch Zhu Guiying's bracelet in order to destroy the evidence.
No, this isn't true, this isn't true. Chapter 28. After all the planning, the bomb still exploded.
Zhu Guiying grabbed Zhong Xiaoyu's collar and lifted her up, glaring at her fiercely and saying, "You little cousin, you're scared now. Believe it or not, I'm going to post this video online right now and ruin your reputation."
Don't. My dad is the school director. If you dare to do this, my dad will not let you go. School director? Ha ha ha, have you forgotten that you're just a useless piece of shit with an F-level talent? Your dad can't even get enough time to disown you right now, so why would he go after a role model like me, a teacher, just for a piece of shit like you? Seeing that Zhong Xiaoyu was frightened, Zhu Guiying said again, "Now it's either Fong Cheng that kid dies or you die.
Do you want him to die, or do you want to die yourself?"
He dies. I want him to die.
You're such a jerk, tell me the truth.
Why did you wrongly accuse that loser in the first place? Do you have a grudge against him? Or are you simply annoyed with him?
Zhong Xiaoyu quickly shook her head, neither of them is true.
Suyaki asked me to help her.
She said Fong Cheng is like a dogskin plaster, always clinging to her and she can't get rid of him. She hopes that through this incident, the Jingyan division will detain him for a few days to allow him to calm down.
Zhu Guiying sneered, "Do you believe it?" Zhong Xiaoyu nodded, and Zhu Guiying said coldly, "You are a jerk. This time, I am really killed by you."
Seeing Zhong Xiaoyu still confused, Zhu Guiying explained unhappily, "Suyaki and Fong Cheng have been childhood sweethearts. It's not certain who was the one who was pestering whom in the past. Now that Suyaki has been identified as having S-level talent and is about to soar to the top and become a phoenix, how can she still look down on that loser Fong Cheng?
Only an idiot like you would believe her lies and send him to the Jingyan division for a few days? Is that a matter of a few days? Don't forget that your father is a school director.
He is a loser from the slums. Once this is confirmed, he will have to work on a sewing machine for at least half his life."
But Mr. Zhu, didn't you just say that I'm a loser and my dad despises me?
Of course he despises you, but if you were to do that to a poor person, it would be a disgrace to him.
He can stop calling you, but can he stop calling his own face?
Zhu Guiying was furious when she saw Zhong Xiaoyu.
If it weren't for this idiot, would I be condemned by thousands of people on the internet now?
As for Suyaki, the instigator of the whole thing, she is a real S-class beast girl. Such a person is destined to be looked up to by herself in the future. And I heard that she recently got together with the 8th son of the Shinta family in the training camp.
She is really a scheming and resourceful woman. Can I afford to offend a woman like this? Okay, stop crying here, your parents are not dead yet. Next, you do as I say. Didn't that bastard Fong Cheng come from a poor family?
And your father is a school director, his family is rich and powerful.
He said he was attracted by your family background and wanted to marry into your family as a married woman.
The purpose, of course, is to use your father's connections to get you into university, so as to escape poverty.
As long as we make our motives sound and reasonable, we won't be afraid of no one believing us. Just keep your current attitude. You can tell everyone about it tearfully later to gain some sympathy. There will always be some idiots who will take pity on you. Do you understand? In the education department, there was a loud bang.
Zhou Jianyang crushed his beloved old friend the thermos cup, and the red wolfberries and hot water splashed all over him, but he was staring at the holographic video on the bracelet and was completely unaware. As the saying goes, rumors stop at the wise. Zhou Jianyang is able to sit in the position of director of Yuqing Education Department, so he is not a good for nothing. Although there are fewer and fewer voices questioning Zhu Guiying and Zhong Xiaoyu on the internet, he could tell at a glance that they were just acting. Fong Cheng's talent must have been misjudged. This kid's talent could never be the E-level that Zhu Guiying said. The group of people who were participating in the Lingqi Guild's newcomer competition today were as surprised as if they had seen a ghost when they saw Fong Cheng's live broadcast.
He also watched it. How could a boy who scared so many grown men become someone else's son-in-law?
The most important thing is that the boy is current beast girl, although she looks a little older than him, has an elegant figure, an amazing appearance, and especially her gentle eyes, which seem to be able to melt people's hearts. Even an old antique like me couldn't help but recall the youthful and energetic years when I saw it. I felt like I had suddenly become decades younger. With Fong Cheng's taste, would he molest that slut Zhong Xiaoyu? What made Zhou Jianyang angry was that Zhu Guiying, this pig, actually fired such a good seedling for her own selfish reasons. If such a genius could represent Yuqing as a student to participate in the regional youth competition in a month, I wouldn't say he would make a splash on the field, but at least he would be able to move Yuqing's ranking up by dozens of places. As the director of Yuqing Education Department, I should be able to get some credit, right? With this achievement, I, who have not moved for decades, may be able to move to the regional education and teaching department and become a deputy director. After waiting for decades, I finally got such an opportunity, but that stupid woman Zhu Guiying let the cooked duck fly away. Old Zhou, are you okay? Zhu Hongchun looked at Zhou Jianyang with a puzzled look. Zhou Jianyang gave Zhu Hongchun a death stare, and he was startled. What's wrong, Lao Zhou? You look so scary. It took Zhou Jianyang a long time to recover. He wanted to cut the Zhu family into pieces, but now was not the time to get angry because he had no evidence in his hands. It's okay, it's okay. Zhou Jianyang quickly put on a smile and said, by the way, old Zhu, last time you mentioned that kid named Fong Cheng from number 11 middle school, you personally approved the withdrawal procedures, right? Yeah, what's wrong? Any problem? Look at what you're saying, old Zhu. We've been colleagues for years. Even if there's a problem, I'll cover for you. I'm just curious what that kid did wrong. Oh, you're asking about this. Molesting classmates at school. Really? That's really nothing. By the way, when did it happen? Zhu Hongchun thought for a moment and said, 2 weeks ago. After getting the location in time, Zhou Jianyang turned around and checked the surveillance. As the saying goes, cutting off someone's financial resources is like killing their parents. Mr. Zhu, since you dare to cut off my source of income and prevent me from getting promoted and making money, then you can forget about having an easy life. Having said that, what I did was to discover the mistake in time and correct it in time. Maybe I can get some credit. Even if I can't become the deputy director of the regional education and education department, I can become the general manager, right? In addition to Zhou Jianyang, the people who knew the truth of the matter included Su Zhanlong, the president of the Yuqing branch of the Xinqi Guild, and Duan Liqing of the Yuqing branch of the Xuanguang Guild. Their first reaction was to snatch him away. A genius like Fong Cheng must not fall into the hands of the Lingqi Guild. Moreover, the two of them also realized that the so-called rookie competition of the Lingqi Guild was actually to test the talent of Fong Cheng. The reason why he chose this secret method instead of using an identification device is because he is afraid that other guilds will find out and compete with him for his people. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes, and it finally exploded. Su Zhanlong and Duan Liqing, almost at the same time, notified Hao Feijing and Zhou Shaolin who were in the Lingqi Guild, and ordered them to recruit Fong Cheng no matter what. Chapter 29, An Ignorant Boy? He is just a little fox. After receiving the order, Hao Feijing and Zhou Shaolin looked at each other and saw helpless bitter smiles on each other's faces. They were only interested in discrediting the Lingqi Guild, but ignored Fong Cheng's value. I told you long ago that the people above would definitely recruit that kid. You still didn't believe me. Now it's come true, right? Zhou Shaolin glared at Hao Feijing angrily. Stop talking nonsense here. When did you say that? Why didn't I hear it? Okay, let's think about what to do now, shall we? What should we do? Zhou Shaolin sneered. How, have you forgotten that our two families have never been allies, but rivals? Okay, then we'll each rely on our own abilities. Hao Fei went to knock on the door angrily, but the people who came in were actually a group of people from the Jingyan division. As soon as these people came in, the leader of the group shouted through a loudspeaker, the Jingyan division is investigating this case. Everyone, keep your heads down and squat. While the team leader was still shouting, the people behind him rushed out and started to arrest people. What's going on? They actually notified the Jingyan guard? Before Hao Fei could react, he was kicked in the popliteal fossa. His legs went limp and he was pinned to the ground. Zhou Shaolin, who followed closely behind, received the same treatment. In the chaos, the two of them once again looked at each other in tacit understanding. Why the hell did the Lingqi Guild not play by the rules and actually inform the Jingyan division? Do they have any shame? The first thing Tang Li and Fong Cheng did after leaving the medical area was to ask Lan Xiao to notify the Jingyan division. No matter how powerful the guild is, it is still a guild of Dragon Country and cannot be greater than the national law. If someone is causing trouble and notifies the Jingyan division, no one will find fault. If anyone dares to bring this up in the future, they will be going against the authorities. Tang Li had finished all her work before she saw Wu Zhong arriving late. Honey, are you okay?
How dare you come here? Your wife was in there just now and was bullied. Where the hell were you? Wu Zhong is also very angry now. Which man can stand seeing his wife being bullied? But at the beginning, Tang Li glared at him and told him not to come. He knew that his wife was afraid that he would not be able to bear it and make things worse. But he regretted it, and now he regrets it to death. Forget about the overall situation. The wife is the most important in the world. But saying this now would seem a bit like hindsight, so Wu Zhong said nothing. Facing his wife's scolding, he could only endure it, but he could not tolerate those people in the medical area. Without a word, he rushed to the medical area, but was stopped by Tang Li. Where are you going? Come back. Wu Zhong gritted his teeth and said, I'm going to beat those two guys to death and vent your anger. You're here to help me now. What were you doing before? I've already notified the Jing'an division, so please don't cause me any more trouble. After she finished speaking, she remembered that Feng Chang and his beast mother were standing next to her, so she turned around and put on a smiling face again. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you too. Don't look at my husband. He may look stupid, but he is a very loyal person. It's also because he is so loyal that I worry every day about him getting into trouble outside. Feng Chang said politely, it can be seen that this elder brother is a man of character. It is his blessing to marry Sister Tang. Little brother, you're really sweet. By the way, little brother, are you interested in joining our spiritual contract guild? Now that Feng Chang's talent has been confirmed, he naturally has to act first and recruit Feng Chang as his disciple before the Xinqi Guild and the Xuanguan Guild react. Wasn't all this fuss today just because of Feng Chang? If someone else got the upper hand, wouldn't he be crying his eyes out? Moreover, there are three major guilds in Dragon Country, namely Xinqi, Xuanguan, and Lingqi. Although Lingqi Guild is the weakest, it is still one of the three major guilds. Under normal circumstances, if you want to join the Lingqi Guild, you have to wait until you graduate from university. Feng Chang had just graduated from high school when the Lingqi Guild invited him to join. It was like a Fortune 500 company in Feng Chang's previous life, recruiting him directly while he was in high school. Or maybe he passed the postgraduate entrance examination as soon as he graduated from high school. In Tang Li's eyes, Feng Chang is still a little boy with little experience, so this is definitely great news for him. However, Feng Chang answered the question irrelevantly, Sister Tang, the competition is over now. I wonder where I'll rank this time. Tang Li was stunned for at least 3 seconds before he reacted. This kid is really a little rascal. At this time, a normal person would definitely show joy between his brows, even if he didn't nod in agreement immediately. But this kid remained calm and reminded himself in a veiled way, have you forgotten the rewards for this competition? Oh, look at my memory. You are the only one who has passed the competition this time. You are definitely the first place winner. I will give you the supernatural crystal I promised you. By the way, little brother, would you mind taking a photo with me? Let us put a perfect end to this new talent competition. Taking photos at the award ceremony was a normal procedure. Tang Li was not bad looking, only slightly inferior to Teacher Mu, so Feng Chang couldn't find a reason to refuse her. Seeing Feng Chang agree, the cunning look on Tang Li's face disappeared. I told Feng Chang that it was an award ceremony photo, but I wrote the title of the photo myself when I sent it out. For example, Feng Chang has successfully joined the Lingqi Guild, and some people should stop thinking about it. In this way, Tang Li took Feng Chang and Mu Yao to hold an award ceremony in the hall, and everyone took photos together. In the medical area behind the hall, people from the Jing'an division were arresting people, and the scene was extremely chaotic. Little brother, can we talk about your employment now? Feng Chang glanced at the newly acquired supernatural crystal and said with a smile, Sister Tang, you've seen it too. I've been exhausted all day. How about we discuss joining the gang another day? Feng Chang was about to leave with Mu Yao when Tang Li quickly stopped him and said, Feng Chang, wait a moment. Let's talk about it another day. Which day should we change to? The longer this time is delayed, the more disadvantageous it will be for the Spiritual Contract Guild. She now realized that Feng Chang was not as easy to fool as she had thought. It seemed that she had to spend a lot of money this time. Feng Chang smiled faintly with his back to Tang Li. This is just like buying something. Boss, can you sell it to me at a lower price? If not, I'm leaving. For Feng Chang, he is now evaluating his own value in the other party's eyes so as to estimate his own price, just like negotiating salary with the employer when joining the company. It's best to discuss this kind of thing in advance. If you're hoping your boss will have a change of heart and give you a raise after you start working, then forget it. In Fong Cheng's impression, the two are inherently contradictory. The boss wants to employ workers for free, while the employees want to just get paid without working. The two are simply not on the same page. So in his impression, the fastest way to get a raise is to change jobs. Fong Cheng is an ambitious man, but not greedy. He would not think of something unrealistic like emptying the Lingqi Guild's warehouse. Besides, as a branch president, he cannot make such a decision. But you must not get a penny less than the treatment you deserve. Sister Xiaotang, do you have anything else to say? Chapter 30, Don't accept the toast, you will be punished. Tang Li looked at Fong Cheng with resentment on his face, calling her sister Tang affectionately. When it came to matters of interest, he was very firm and uncompromising. Fong Cheng, I wonder if you've ever heard of Beast Soul Crystal? Tang Li no longer called Fong Cheng little brother, as that made her look like a clown in front of him. Fong Cheng nodded. Could it be that Sister Tang is going to give me another Beast Soul Crystal? Tang Li ignored Fong Cheng's words and asked again, Your beast girl has the skill of Thornvine Entanglement, right? But unfortunately, it is only level 1 at the moment, and can only be used to control people, and its true power cannot be brought into play at all. But as far as I know, once this skill reaches level 2, it can entangle the opponent while also dealing continuous damage, which is what this skill should be like. Fong Cheng smiled and said, Sister Tang, we really think alike. I think so too. Tang Li smiled and said, What a coincidence. My sister happens to have a Beast Soul Crystal. How much is it? Can I buy it on credit? Talking about money hurts our feelings. If you're willing to join our spiritual contract guild, how about this Beast Soul Crystal as a meeting gift from my sister? Well, Sister Tang, let me think about it. What's there to think about? With your current strength, you can't even get a Beast Soul Crystal. Besides, Beast Soul Crystals are hard to come by. They're usually only sold to guild members on the market, so outsiders can't buy them. No way? I was just in the secret realm when a fragment exploded. You just found a fragment of the Beast Soul Crystal in the secret realm? Yes. Fong Cheng took out the crystal and said, Look. Did it explode in that secret realm just now? Of course, if Sister Tang doesn't believe me, you can go watch the battle replay. Tang Li looked at Fong Cheng in disbelief. This kid's luck was too good. He could actually find something from a B-level copy in an E-level copy. Tang Li cleared his throat and said, You also know that Beast Soul fragments only have a chance of being found in at least a B-level dungeon. You were able to find this thing in an E-level dungeon, it was pure luck, but can you guarantee that your luck will always be so good? Fong Cheng shook his head, No, but that doesn't mean I have no chance at all, right? Then how long will it take you to collect a crystal? Also, dungeons above E-level aren't open to ordinary beastmasters. Don't you know that? Fong Cheng smiled and said, So? Sister Tang, do you have anything else to give me? Tang Li was immediately furious. Even if you want something, can't you be more reserved? You're asking for it openly, how can I bully you into not asking for more? Xiaofeng, my husband and I are also very poor, okay? We really don't have anything left, but we can maximize your membership benefits. Can you be more specific? Normally, the base salary for an F-level member is 80,000. I can give you 160,000. In addition, you will have priority in exchanging for all rare items in the guild. Everything, including the venue, will be discounted by 40%. You can choose any guild mission you want, and you don't have to do the monthly membership missions. Besides that, I'll also give you a villa and $1 million in starting bonus. How about that? To put it bluntly, as long as Fong Cheng joins the Lingqi Guild, he can just get a salary without doing any work, and he can also enjoy the privilege of priority access to the guild's resources. According to the guild system, he is indeed a branch president, and he has been given all the privileges that can be given, which is the utmost he can do. Just as Fong Cheng was hesitating, he suddenly heard someone say, Brother Fong Cheng, our Shinchi Guild will give you all these conditions. In addition, we will tailor-make a set of D-level equipment for you and your beast mother. Brother Fong Cheng, please join our Shinchi Guild. Tang Li frowned at Hao Feizheng's sudden intervention. Wasn't the Jing'an division arresting someone inside? Why hadn't they arrested this guy? As Hao Feizheng finished speaking, Zhou Shaolin continued, Brother Fong Cheng, our Xianguan Guild will give you everything that the Shinchi Guild can give you. In addition, we will help you break through to E-level and double your base salary. Brother Fong Cheng, please join our Xianguan Guild. Hao Feizheng immediately said angrily, What do you mean, Zhua? Your Xuanguang Guild can afford it, but can't our Xinchi Guild afford it?
Brother Fong Chang, we can also recommend you to E level, and at the same time, we will double your base salary based on that of the Xuanguang Guild.
Zhou Shaolin said angrily. How, do you think this is interesting?
The two of them started arguing back and forth, and soon they started quarreling fiercely. But when Fong Chang saw that they had finally agreed to stop arguing, he looked at Tang Li and said, "Little sister Tang, did you hear that too?
The Xuanguang Guild and the Xinchi Guild are very sincere. I wonder if little sister Tang could show a little more sincerity."
Seeing that Fong Chang seemed to be tempted by their conditions, Tang Li gritted his teeth and said,
"We can also customize a set of D-level equipment for you and your beast girl. The base salary can be as high as 240,000.
At the same time, our guild will cover all the star crystals you and your beast girl need to upgrade to E level.
What do you think?"
This was already paid out of Tang Li and Wu Zhong's own pockets, or to be more precise, her dowry. But now, she was no longer sure that Fong Chang could choose the Lingqi Guild. Because the Lingqi Guild is too poor compared to the other two guilds, even if Fong Chang's guild is given priority use of resources, its resources are not as abundant as the other two guilds. Take the Beast Soul Crystals and Supernatural Crystals for example. If Fong Chang needs them in the future, the Yuqing branch may not be able to provide them in time. But it's different for the other two guilds.
As long as you have enough contribution points, you can get items below S level at any time.
Before, she could still bully Fong Chang for not knowing this, but now that she has discovered that this kid is very cunning, how could he not know? The reason why I chose to increase my bet was simply because I was unwilling to give up and wanted to take another gamble.
Okay, it's a deal. Ah?
What did you say?
Tang Li looked at Fong Chang in disbelief. Fong Chang smiled and said, "I say deal."
This time, Hao Feizheng and Zhou Shaolin also heard it clearly. The two who were arguing stopped and looked at Fong Chang in unison. Then I heard Hao Feizheng say, "Brother Fong Chang, you have to think it through." Zhou Shaolin then sneered, "Given your current reputation, the Spiritual Contract Guild may not be able to protect you."
Fong Chang looked at Zhou Shaolin in surprise. "My current reputation? What does it mean?" You don't know yet, do you? Your teacher has already exposed you for molesting a female classmate at school. Now the whole internet knows that you were expelled from school because of molesting a classmate. Hao Feizheng added, "The classmate you molested is called Zhong Xiaoyu, right? You know what her family's financial situation is like. Otherwise, you wouldn't have done something as disgusting as molesting a classmate just because you wanted to marry into her family. If this matter is confirmed, which guild would dare to hire you? You can expect to go to jail." Fong Chang sneered, "Are you trying to bribe me and threaten me?" Chapter 31, A Promise Worth 1,000 Pieces. It doesn't matter what Zhong Xiaoyu's family background is, what matters is who said this. Now that these words came out of the mouths of Hao Feizheng and Zhou Shaolin, it meant that the Xinchi Guild and the Xuanguang Association were going to make a big fuss about this matter. To put it bluntly, it's like a bandit who thinks that if I can't get it, no one else can either. What do you think? Fong Chang looked at Tang Li. He didn't call her sister Tang anymore at this time, as that would make him look stupid and unable to distinguish the important from the unimportant. Tang Li also put away the smile on his face and said seriously, "I believe you are not that kind of person. This is actually not a question of whether to believe it or not, but a question of making one's stance clear and whether one is willing to take the blame for Fong Chang." Hao Feizheng and Zhou Shaolin had just made it very clear that if Fong Chang was unwilling to join them, he would have to wait for their revenge. When Tang Li said she believed in him, she actually promised to take the blame for him. In other words, she wanted to break off relations with the other two guilds. Fong Chang heard her reply and smiled again. "Sister Tang, you're offering such a good salary, do you really not need me to do anything?" Tang Li also smiled and said, "I just hope that you can do your best for the guild when you are able, just like I did today." "No problem, do you want to sign the contract?" At this time, Hao Feizheng and Zhou Shaolin became anxious again. Even though they had been very aggressive in slandering Fong Chang before, Fong Chang's talent was obvious to all of them. If such a person joined the Lingqi Guild and grew up, he would be a huge threat to both the Xinchi Guild and the Xuanguang Guild. Moreover, the president also issued a strict order, requiring them to recruit Fong Chang to their guild no matter what. If you succeed, it will definitely be a great achievement. If you fail, then be prepared to face the wrath of the president. "Mr. Fong, you better think carefully. A spiritual contract guild may not be able to protect you." After Zhou Shaolin finished speaking, he saw a black screen in front of his eyes. Wu Zhong, who had been like a transparent man, suddenly stood in front of him like an iron tower.
Whether I can protect you or not is not up to you to decide, only my decision counts. Wu Zhong had had enough of this bullshit. Even if his wife tried to stop him, he would beat these two guys until he was paralyzed. After saying that, he slapped Zhou Shaolin's face. Zhou Shaolin's heart instantly rose to his throat. What do you want to do? Tang Li glanced at Wu Zhong and said, don't fight here. After that, she smiled at Feng Cheng and said, little brother, come upstairs with me to complete the membership procedures. I still have the guild badge to give you, and also the things I promised you before. Don't worry, although our Lingqi guild is poor, we never default on our debts. Watching Tang Li take Feng Cheng and Mu Yao upstairs, Hao Fei was about to slip away, but Wu Zhong grabbed him from behind and said, did I let you go? My surname is Wu, but I'm from the Xinqi guild. Before Hao Feizhen could finish his words, Wu Zhong exerted force with his hand, and the rest of his words were stuck in his throat. Then he dragged Zhou Shaolin with one hand and Hao Feizhen out of the guild hall with the other. My wife said we can't fight in the guild, so I can only drag him out and beat him up. As soon as I arrived at the door, two black luxury cars drove towards me from the left and right and stopped suddenly on the street in front of the door. As soon as the car stopped, Yang Shang, president of the Yuqing branch of the Xinqi Guild, and Lu Kuan, president of the Yuqing branch of the Xuanguan Guild, hurriedly opened the car door and rushed out. They were worried that Hao Feizhen and Zhou Shaolin would do something bad, so they came to recruit Feng Cheng in person. Now they saw that these two losers had really messed things up. Wu Zhong, what are you doing? Lu Kuan and Yang Shang asked in unison. Wu Zhong glanced at Hao Feizhen and Zhou Shaolin in his hands and said, these two bastards came to my house to make trouble. I'm going to break their legs now. What's wrong? How dare you? We are members of the Xinqi Guild. We will discipline them and will not tolerate anyone else interfering. When Wu Zhong said he was going to break their legs, he was actually slapping the faces of the two guilds. Although Hao Feizhen and Zhou Shaolin are not popular figures or celebrities, they are also B-level beastmasters. In Yuqing, they are the backbone of these two guilds. But as long as Wu Zhong slaps them twice, these two guys will immediately become celebrities in Yuqing, and even have a certain reputation in the entire guild world. Wu Zhong's eyes swept across the faces of Lu Kuan and Yang Shang. Talking nonsense was not his strong point, so he was too lazy to talk nonsense with them. In front of the two of them, Hao Feizhen, who had been strangled by them, fell to the ground. Without waiting for the other party to get up, he stepped on his knee and broke it. You? Yang Shang's eyes widened. He didn't expect that Wu Zhong would actually dare to attack him. Then Wu Zhong did the same thing, throwing Zhou Shaolin to the ground and also crushing his knee with one foot. Yang Shang and Lu Kuan were so angry that they cursed each other, but neither of them dared to go up and fight with Wu Zhong. Because the three of them had fought each other many years ago. At that time, the two of them were higher in level than Wu Zhong, had stronger abilities than Wu Zhong, and had more martial arts than Wu Zhong. It was a 2-on-1 fight, but they were almost beaten to death by Wu Zhong, and more than once. The reason is that Wu Zhong is poorer than the other two. Wu Zhong's strength is earned bit by himself, while the other two's strength is earned by sitting in a spacious office and eating star crystals. Psychologically, Wu Zhong was extremely poor and had nothing to lose, so he dared to trade 1-for-1 with his opponent in a fight. Yang Shang and Lu Kuan were so rich that even their pee was covered in oil, so why would they trade 1-for-1 with a peasant? They were also timid in a fight. To put it bluntly, those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. Looking at the two men lying on the ground screaming, Wu Zhong kicked them one by one and sent them flying in front of Yang Shang and Lu Kuan. Get out! Looking at Hao Feizhen, who had completely passed out at his feet, Yang Shang was shaking with anger. Okay, Wu, you wait for me. Zhou Shaolin lay at Lu Kuan's feet, his life or death unknown. An exasperated Lu Kuan glared at Wu Zhong and said, Wu, we have a rift in the mountains and rivers. Let's wait and see. Upstairs, Feng Cheng took in everything that had just happened through the French windows. He turned around and said to Tang Li, little sister Tang, I didn't expect our club to be so domineering. Tang Li laughed and said, domineering? He's clearly a reckless man. Looking at Tang Li's beautiful smile, you can tell that she must be very happy to have such a domineering man. By the way, Sister Xiao Tang, should I come and check in tomorrow? Tang Li smiled and said, no need. Just remember that you are a member of the Lingqi Guild. You can ignore the rules and regulations of the guild. So, can I go see my big villa now? Tang Li nodded and said, go ahead and take a look at your new home. Oh, and if anything happens, remember to notify that big stupid bear. As long as it's not murder or arson in the city, he can help you with anything. Feng Cheng and teacher Mu had just walked out of Tang Li's office when they ran into Wu Zhong, who had just returned.
Leaving now?
Fang Cheng smiled and said, little sister Tang said that your family is so poor that they can't even afford to eat, so you won't let me stay for dinner. Why are you still here if you don't leave? Wu Zhong subconsciously looked at his wife. Tang Li came out and said with a smile, don't listen to this kid's nonsense.
He wants to go back with sister Mu Yao to see their new home. Mu Yao blushed.
This was the first time she had been teased like this since she had been with Fang Cheng.
Wu Zhong said, will you participate in the city youth competition next month? If so, I'll sign you up. City youth competition? Are there any benefits? Fang Cheng asked. Wu Zhong frowned, why do you only know how to ask for benefits? Fang Cheng smiled and said, Master Guild Leader, you misunderstood me. Did I say it would be good for the guild?
Wu Zhong's face lit up with a smile as he said, that's about right. The first place prize this time is 2 of 3, a supernatural crystal, a beast soul crystal, or an evolution crystal, plus a 5 million yuan bonus.
That's it? Chapter 32 I want to be the one who loves you the most among all your beast girls.
Seeing Fang Cheng's bored look, Wu Zhong explained, the crystals this time are all S grade, which is impossible to buy even with money.
How can you only have this? If you don't want it, you can give it to me.
Tang Li said, how about this, if you can still take first place this time, you can pick any rank martial art from the guild. Fang Cheng looked at Tang Li suspiciously, there's only one A-level martial art in our guild, right?
Tang Li's face flushed slightly, and he said unhappily, how is that possible?
Even if our guild is poor, it's still one of the 3 major guilds.
How could we possibly only have one A-rank martial art? Are you going or not? Go, this is something that will bring honor to the guild, why wouldn't I go? After seeing Fang Cheng and Mu Yao off, Wu Zhong turned around and said to his wife, didn't they say that kid was born in a slum? How come he's not even interested in S-grade crystals? His standards are too high, aren't they?
Tang Li smiled and said, it's true that he was born in a slum, but who could be as lucky as him? In his first competition, he obtained a supernatural crystal and a beast soul crystal that no one else has ever seen in their entire life.
Wu Zhong nodded thoughtfully, isn't it typical of a dandy mentality that his son ruins his family and he doesn't feel bad about it? What you said seems to make sense.
It seems we need to teach that kid a lesson, otherwise this good seedling will grow crooked.
Wu Zhong smiled and said, it's okay, didn't that kid already agree to participate in the city youth competition?
The city youth competition is not our rookie competition, and there is no shortage of talented people participating.
The age range is wide, anyone under 25 can participate.
There are quite a few C-level beast masters among them.
With less than a month left, do you think that kid can reach C-level? So this time, you're only planning to let him participate alone, without preparing a team for him?
We always come in third anyway, and it's pointless to win it for so many years. Might as well take this opportunity to teach that kid a lesson and let him know that the sky is high and mighty. Otherwise, if he keeps not treating his bean buns as solid food, something bad will happen sooner or later.
Tang Li nodded, that's fine too. At least there will be officials watching over the competition, so nothing will happen to that kid.
On the way home, Fang Cheng looked at the anti-gravity cars flying close to the ground on the road. He had driven cars with wheels by himself, but he had never tried a car without wheels flying close to the ground.
Is it time to treat yourself to an entire car?
I turned around and wanted to tell Mu Yao about this idea, but I saw that she was looking down at the video.
No wonder he didn't say anything along the way, it turns out he was busy surfing the internet. Fang Cheng looked at the holographic screen on her bracelet curiously. Who else could the people in the video be but Zhu Guiying and Zhong Xiaoyu?
What Fang Cheng saw at this time was the clip that Zhu Guiying forced Zhong Xiaoyu to record, saying that Fang Cheng wanted to molest her because he was attracted by her family's conditions and wanted to have an affair with her to get close to her. At this moment, Mu Yao noticed something strange about Fang Cheng.
She turned around and looked at him and said, how could they slander you like this? Are you angry? Fang Cheng couldn't help but laugh when he saw Teacher Mu's angry look. You are so heartless, aren't you? People are slandering you like this, and you still laugh? This is the first time I've seen you angry. To be honest, before this, I thought you wouldn't get angry. Xiao Fang, I'm not mad at you. I'm mad at these two women. I even want to kill them now. Stop joking with me. I'm telling the truth. What I said is true. Fang Cheng nodded. If you want to kill them, you can't do it in the city. There are surveillance cameras everywhere. It's not worth it to risk yourself for these two bastards.
Mu Yao felt that what Fang Cheng said made sense. The official rules of the Dragon Kingdom were the most important in the world, and everyone had to abide by them. So the other party said seriously, Xiao Feng, think of a way to take them out to the wild. I want to ask them why they slandered you. If they can't give me a satisfactory reason, I will kill them myself. There's no need for that. We won't do such a thankless task as suppressing one problem only to have another pop up. At best, they are just clowns being used by others. If we compete with them, we will only play into their hands. What we need to do is to get rid of them once and for all and hit them where they are weak. Xiao Feng, you mean they were instructed by someone? Fang Cheng nodded, it's my childhood sweetheart, have you heard of her? Mu Yao shook her head. Although they were in the same school before, Fang Cheng was not very noticeable before. She was the school doctor, not Fang Cheng's substitute teacher. She stayed in the health room every day. There were so many people in the school that she didn't notice Fang Cheng. Since you two are childhood sweethearts, why would she treat you like this? Fang Cheng smiled and said, because she has awakened her S-level beast transformation talent, I have become a waste in her eyes, a stumbling block in her pursuit of glory and wealth. Do you understand what I mean? Mu Yao nodded, didn't the school identify your talent? Maybe the school's identification device is broken. Xiao Feng, no matter if you are a genius or not, I will never leave you. I really swear. Even if you want to leave me now, it's impossible. But you can abandon me, Xiao Feng, please promise me that you will never abandon me, okay? Looking at Teacher Mu's pitiful appearance, Fang Cheng couldn't help but touch her cheek and said softly, don't worry, it definitely won't happen. Teacher Mu leaned into his arms and said tenderly, well, this is what you promised me, that you would never abandon me. Fang Cheng smiled and said, but in the future, I may have many beast mothers. Then I must be the one who loves you the most among all your beast girls. You have no objection? Why should I object? Isn't it normal for a capable beast master to have many beast girls? Not only will I not object, I will also make delicious food for you every day to nourish your body. Since you are so sensible, I will let you be the eldest sister from now on. I don't want to be the eldest sister. It makes me look old. By the way, what's the name of your childhood sweetheart? Suyaki, what's wrong? Mu Yao silently memorized these 3 words in her heart, and at the same time, she smiled and said to Chang, when I meet her one day, I must thank that idiot for giving me such an excellent person like you. As Mu Yao's beast master, Fang Cheng could sense that she had already developed murderous intentions towards Suyaki. Fang Cheng didn't want that idiot to affect Teacher Mu's mood, so he said, by the way, Teacher Mu, let's go buy a car? Buy a car? Why buy a car? Being a beast master is very expensive. What I mean is, there's no need to waste that money. I can carry you wherever you want to go, inside or outside the city. Fang Cheng pointed at the beast girls on the street and said with a smile, do you see any beast girls transforming in the city? But there's no official rule that prohibits transformation in the city. I don't discriminate against eccentricities, but will this eccentricity make people think that I, a beast master, am a pervert? Then can you please not buy an off-road vehicle? I still want to be your transportation in the wild. Fang Cheng smiled slightly, pinched her chin and said, don't worry, when we get home later, I will make sure you vomit by carrying me. I want to be the one who loves you the most among all your beast girls. Chapter 33 Teacher Mu, is this a relative's child? After buying the car, Fang Cheng did not go to see the big villa he had just bought, but returned to his small home in Suiyuan community with Teacher Mu. Because Teacher Mu was worried that Mu Yunxi would not be able to find her when she returned home after the training camp, or maybe she wanted to give her daughter a surprise. For Fang Cheng, nothing is more important than Teacher Mu's peace of mind. Fang Cheng will naturally do his best to meet her small request. There was a cool breeze in the living room, and the endless summer in front of the window swayed in the wind. Mu Yao lay on Fang Cheng's legs and looked at him with a sly smile. The tipsy eyes are so charming, just like the old saying goes, it's not the wine that makes people drunk, it's the people themselves who get drunk. Fang Cheng said that he would carry her until she vomited. Now it seems that Teacher Mu won. I didn't expect that she, who has always been obedient, would actually cheat. I swallowed back everything I should have vomited out. The white and slender fingers elegantly wiped the corner of her mouth and she gave Fang Cheng a sly smile. Fang Cheng gently stroked her cheek. You only know how to eat, is it delicious? I can't even lie. Really, it's sweet. Sweet? Fang Cheng looked at Mu Yao in surprise. Do I have saccharine disease? Ha? Mu Yao looked at Fang Cheng in surprise. She didn't react for a long time and almost vomited all over Fong Chang with a chuckle. Seeing her quickly covering her mouth, Fong Chang couldn't help laughing and said, "How cute." Teacher Mu came to her senses, lowered her head in embarrassment, and said immediately, "Xiao Fong, it seems that this won't increase the taming value, right?" Fong Chang took a look with his delusion-breaking spiritual eyes, and it seemed that the taming value hadn't increased at all, so he said, "How about we try and force you to hit the target?"
Ah. If you don't like it, forget it. No, I like it, really. But I'm worried it would be a waste of your. 6 hours later, Fong Chang had a new understanding of the domestication value. As long as you can hit the target, whether it is mandatory or not, you can generate domestication value. However, the principle of taming value is the balance of yin and yang. It is a process in which the Beastmaster and the Beast Girl complement each other and achieve each other. If one party is too strong and does not play by the rules, breaking this balance, the obtained taming value will be greatly reduced. In addition, the maximum domestication value that can be obtained in one day will not exceed 35 points. But it doesn't matter, I have accumulated enough taming points for upgrading today. Xiao Fong, are you hungry? I'll make you whatever you want to eat.
Teacher Mu leaned over and looked at Fong Chang, like a gentle and affectionate big sister next door, sensible and caring.
Fong Chang touched his stomach and said, "I didn't realize it until you told me, but now that you've said it, I'm really a little hungry." Teacher Mu asked expectantly, "What do you want to eat? Isn't it true that you only know how to make sea cucumber with scallions and stir-fried kidney? Do I have a choice? I'm doing this for your own good. I suppose it's for your own sake?"
Teacher Mu glared at Fong Chang coquettishly and said, "Okay, I won't cook these 2 dishes today."
Is that okay? Really? Fong Chang couldn't help but feel happy. Well, choose one between abalone sauce and sea cucumber with rice or spicy kidney. I knew it wouldn't be that good. Forget it, it's better to change the flavor. I'll choose spicy kidney. An hour later, the aroma of spicy hot pot wafted from the kitchen.
Fong Chang, who was sitting on the sofa watching the news, looked back and saw Teacher Mu holding a small pot in his hand.
We're having hot pot today. Can Xiao Fong help me hold the stove? That's great. I knew Teacher Mu still cares about me. Where's the stove? Forget it, I'll just help you get the pot. The red oil spicy hot pot makes people very hungry just by looking at it. The side dishes are also rich, but kidney, leeks, beef and mutton are still among them. The last thing to relieve the spiciness is a bowl of millet and sea cucumber porridge. Although he was eating hot pot, he still couldn't escape the fate of being nourished by Teacher Mu. After dinner, Fong Chang took Teacher Mu downstairs to eat. From a distance, they looked like a happy young couple. Hey, isn't this Teacher Mu?
Yun, she said you were on a business trip.
When did you come back? It's been a while since I came back. Is this your relative's child? This boy is really handsome. Teacher Mu blushed. Fong Chang looked at the embarrassed Teacher Mu and felt amused. Then the neighbor aunt said, "Teacher Mu, does your brother have a girlfriend? My niece you've seen is the one." Before the other party could finish speaking, Teacher Mu immediately interrupted him and said, "I got it." Ah. That's a pity. By the way, how's your brother's talent? Hey, look at the way I ask. He's already got a partner at this age, so his talent must be right. Does he still need a beast girl? You know my niece too. Teacher Mu interrupted her again and said, "No shortage." The neighbor aunt looked at Teacher Mu in surprise. What happened to Teacher Mu today? Why did he look like he had taken some medicine? Then the neighbor aunt simply said to him directly, "Handsome boy, my niece is an A-level talent, a top student in number 9 middle school." No, shouldn't you be in the training camp right now? Fong Chang smiled and said, "You mean training camp? I don't have the talent, so they didn't ask me to participate." The neighbor aunt looked at Fong Chang suspiciously. You have no talent? Is that true? Then how can you have a partner? Who said he's not talented? Teacher Mu suddenly took Fong Chang's arm and said, "Xiao Fong is very talented. If you don't believe me, you can check it out online. We won first place in the Lingqi Guild's rookie competition today. Moreover, Xiao Fong has now been admitted to the Lingqi Guild as an exception. Do you know what special admission is? It's... Wait a minute." This time, the neighbor interrupted Teacher Mu. "Did you just say you guys?" Teacher Mu was stunned for a moment, then he made up his mind and said, "What's the matter? He is my beast master and I am his beast mother.
Hey, I was wondering why this handsome boy looked so familiar.
So you really are Fong Chang.
I watched your match and I didn't expect that at such a young age, you could actually beat up those grown men and make them cry for their parents.
If you say you don't have talent, I'd be the first to disbelieve it. It must be your school that made a mistake, right? My niece truly has an A-level talent. I believe you know that her talent is much better than Teacher Mu's.
You will definitely not lose out by signing a contract with her. They have been neighbors for many years, and everyone knows each other's talents. But when Teacher Mu saw her neighbor promoting her niece to Fong Cheng again, she felt angry. We have no shortage of beast mothers in our Xiaofang family.
You'd better give up on this idea. Eh? Teacher Mu, what are you talking about? Teacher Mu was too lazy to pay attention to her and directly dragged Fong Cheng away. Teacher Mu had seen the other party's niece.
Although she had an A-level talent, she was just so-so in appearance.
How could Xiaofang possibly be interested in her?
But what if Xiaofang did fall in love with her? He is my beast master, I have to listen to him. After walking away, Mu Yao looked back several times with lingering fear. Fortunately, the neighbor did not chase after her.
Fong Cheng smiled and said, Teacher Mu, didn't you say you didn't mind me having many beast girls?
I don't mind, but her niece only has a level talent.
Isn't that holding you back?
I'm not afraid of being held back, as long as I'm pretty. She has a face full of freckles and doesn't look pretty at all.
I don't believe it. I have to go back and ask again. No.
Okay, I'm jealous. Please don't go to her, okay?
Fong Cheng laughed and said, I was just kidding, but you actually believed it? Xiaofang, let's stop walking and go home. Teacher Mu was really scared. Many people must have watched the video of today's game.
One neighbor was enough for her to deal with. Who knows how many people would hear the news and rush to introduce beast girls to him.
What should she do then? Chapter 34A Competition with no winning rate. The elderly often say that we should combine work and rest and relax in moderation.
So in the next 2 days, Fong Cheng gave himself and Teacher Mu a short vacation. Every day I accompanied Teacher Mu to eat hot pot, go shopping, watch movies, and taste various street snacks. By the way, I also bought her a big bouquet of roses, which made her very happy. The reason why Teacher Mu was jealous was because she felt insecure about herself.
Fong Cheng could see through her feelings at a glance, but Teacher Mu did not have this ability.
I always worry that it's just my wishful thinking.
So go on a date.
Life shouldn't just be about fighting and killing. Do what couples should do and let her understand your feelings. As long as she is convinced that he has her in his heart, in this world, this is more important than anything else for beast girls. They don't care how many beast girls their beast tamers have, they only care whether they have a place in the beast tamers' hearts. On the third day, Teacher Mu prepared breakfast as usual.
Xiaofang, get up and have breakfast. Coming. Fong Cheng walked out of the bathroom.
Hey, when did you get up? When you burned your hand on the porridge and touched your ear.
Fong Cheng sat at the dining table, took the millet and sea cucumber porridge handed to him by Teacher Mu, and then said, Teacher Mu, let's go to the dungeon today?
Okay. Teacher Mu responded naturally, put her hands on her hips and slid down, tightening her skirt while highlighting her plump and graceful curves, and sat down on the chair gracefully. He straightened his back, looked at the breakfast in front of him, and seemed to have thought of something, and said, the city youth competition is less than 2 weeks away.
Xiaofang, do you have any ideas? Fong Cheng took a sip of porridge and said with a smile, it seems that Teacher Mu has an idea?
I've looked up some information about the city youth competition these past 2 days.
Your classmates will also be participating. When did it happen? How come I don't know?
It's the 9th of next month.
By then, the contract training will be over. According to convention, they must participate. Yes, Mu Yunxi should be back by then. I'm asking you when you check these things. How come I don't know about them?
While you were asleep, Xiaofang, this isn't the point. The point is that besides them, there will also be college students, social workers, and guild members.
To be more precise, anyone under the age of 25 can participate. Among the contestants, I heard that there will be even C-level contestants at the highest level.
At the age of 25, his strength level has only reached C-level.
His talent doesn't seem to be that great. Hey Xiaofang, why can't you always grasp the key points of what I say? Fong Cheng smiled and said, are you saying that the city youth competition is a group competition? You can't let F-level and C-level compete together, right? That would be too unfair, right?
Teacher Mu shook his head and said, "You can say that, but not entirely. To be precise, the city youth competition is about teamwork and collective competition."
What I want to say is, Xiaofeng, why don't you ask the guild who will be competing with you this time?
Let's get familiar with each other in advance and discuss tactics and so on, so that we can cooperate more tacitly on the field. Fang Cheng nodded and said, "That's a good suggestion, but Mr. Mu, we might be the only two representing the guild this time."
Teacher Mu was shocked. Ah. Just the two of us? Then, how can we compete? It's been several days now.
If the team you mentioned really existed, the guild would have informed us long ago, but as you can see, there's still no news. And when I was watching the news yesterday, I also checked online. The guild's record in the city youth competition over the years has always been third place and it has never moved. So I think their purpose in asking me to participate this time was not to get a good ranking, but to take advantage of the opportunity to beat me up.
To punish you? Teacher Mu was even more confused. Hadn't they given Xiaofeng an exception?
To put it bluntly, they had begged Xiaofeng to join.
Why would they punish him? Fang Cheng smiled and said, "Maybe everything has been too smooth since my debut. Everyone hopes for smooth sailing, but too much smooth sailing is not necessarily a good thing for a person's growth." Teacher Mu suddenly realized, that's true. People who have had things go their way too much will easily go to extremes or even become devastated if they encounter even the slightest setback. So it makes sense that they wanted to use this to criticize me. They were willing to break up with both guilds at the same time in order to recruit me into the guild. They valued my potential, but potential does not equal achievement. In order for me to achieve the success I deserve, or the success they expect, and to ensure their efforts today don't go unrewarded, they can't ignore my future growth. Teacher Mu nodded, "This is also a good thing for us." There was something that Teacher Mu was embarrassed to say. After all, she was 18 years older than Xingshu. From the perspective of adults like them, it was okay for children to grow up wildly, but the prerequisite was to make sure they would not grow in the wrong direction. Otherwise, letting them go would ruin the child. I can't control you, and there's no way I can control you. It would be great if someone could stand up and take care of you now. Fang Cheng smiled faintly, "Am I the kind of person who doesn't understand reason? But in this match, even if we know we're going to lose, we can't lose so badly, right?" Teacher Mu smiled slightly, "Then what do you want to do?" "Of course, it's to improve our strength. After breakfast, we'll use those 2 crystals. Whether we can gain superpowers depends on our luck, but I believe my luck shouldn't be too bad." Looking at Fang Cheng's confident look, Teacher Mu couldn't tell him the truth to discourage him. The probability of awakening superpowers with a B-level superpower crystal is less than 10%. Although the B-level Beast Soul crystal can increase the skill level of the Beast Girl, the higher the level of the Beast Girl's beast form, the smaller the chance of increasing the skill level. His own beast form is an X-level Sky Abyss Giant Spirit, and the probability of the Beast Soul crystal increasing the skill level is estimated to be less than 10%. After breakfast, Fang Cheng was about to take out the crystal when Teacher Mu made him a cup of tea. "Wait a minute, Xiaofeng, drink some tea and calm down first. Oh, and here's something else." Teacher Mu hurried over again and brought a small incense burner, which they had bought when they were shopping the day before yesterday. At that time, Fang Cheng thought that Teacher Mu liked this exquisite little gadget, but he didn't expect that it was prepared for the use of crystal today. Fang Cheng looked at Teacher Mu busying around, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Teacher Mu, what are you doing again?" Teacher Mu knelt on the ground and lit the incense while gently saying, "It said online that this can increase the success rate of using crystals. Many people online say it really works. Do you need to take another bath?" "Bath? Burning incense and bathing, if you only burn incense without bathing, won't the effect be compromised?" Teacher Mu thought for a moment and said, "It sounds very reasonable. How about?" "Stop it, Teacher Mu, you're an intellectual, how can you believe in such superstition? If you believe it, it exists. If you don't believe it, it doesn't exist. Just seek peace of mind." Okay, that's too much trouble. Here." Teacher Mu took the Beast Soul crystal handed to him by Fang Cheng and insisted, "Xiaofeng, how about we go take a bath first?" Fang Cheng smiled and said, "Teacher Mu, you're right. It's good to be free of distractions when doing things like this. But if we go take a shower now, do you think we can still calm down?" Just when Teacher Mu was embarrassed and at a loss, Fang Cheng had already crushed the supernatural crystal in his hand. Chapter 35, Awakening of Superpowers, Both Advance. As the crystal shattered, the mist in the crystal seemed to be starlight,
which wrapped around Fong Chang's arm like a spirit snake and quickly jumped up. Suddenly, it pierced into Fong Chang's eyebrows, forcing Fong Chang to close his eyes. At this time, Teacher Mu stared at Fong Chang closely, her heart in her throat. Her previous shyness had long disappeared. At this moment, she was like a gambler, praying for Fong Chang in her heart. She hoped that he could successfully awaken a superpower. Even she knew that the success rate of B-grade crystals was not high. After a moment, Fong Chang opened his eyes, and a string of fine electric light flashed in his pupils.
How's Xiao Fong? Has he awakened any special abilities? Fong Chang smiled slightly, snapped his fingers, and a thin arc of electricity appeared at his fingertips. Teacher Mu looked at the blue arc of electricity on his fingertips and was immediately overwhelmed with excitement. He hugged Fong Chang into his arms and said, "That's great, Xiao Fong. You have awakened a B-level lightning ability. Congratulations. The higher the level of the ability, the greater the power. The lowest level is F and the highest is SSS. At the same time, the level of the ability can be increased using high-level ability crystals. However, in the future, whether Fong Chang uses the supernatural crystal to awaken new supernatural powers or to improve the level of his existing supernatural powers will depend entirely on luck. All in all, Fong Chang was lucky enough to use a B-level supernatural crystal with the lowest success rate to awaken a B-level supernatural power." Fong Chang patted Teacher Mu's shoulders and said, "Okay, it's your turn." Teacher Mu said timidly, "Me? I'm afraid I won't succeed and will waste this hard-earned crystal." Fong Chang, however, had no such worries at all. He was blessed with good luck and was now in the novice protection period. He couldn't say that the success rate of using the crystal for the first time was 100%, but it was probably at least 80%. So he consoled her, "Teacher Mu, have you ever heard of the novice protection period?" Teacher Mu shook his head. "What is the novice protection period?" Even in a given field or activity, newbies often have relatively good luck, just like the newbie protection period in games. For example, people who play cards for the first time often have ridiculously good luck. Teacher Mu smiled and said, "But this isn't playing cards. Just try and you'll know. Even if you fail, won't it increase your chances of success next time?" "Okay, I'll try." After saying that, Mu Laoxian also crushed the crystal. The process was the same as Fong Chang's, but after the mist penetrated her forehead, an emerald green light burst out from her body. After a moment, Teacher Mu opened his eyes, and Fong Chang quickly asked, "How is it?" Teacher Mu said excitedly, "I feel like my thorn entanglement has already reached level 2. Is there really a novice protection period as you said?" Fong Chang breathed a sigh of relief. "Do you believe what I said now?" "Yeah, I believe it. I always believe it." "Okay then, eat all these star crystals." Teacher Mu saw Fong Chang shake out another star crystal and asked in confusion, "Xiao Fong, you took so many at once, aren't you afraid of leveling up?" Fong Chang smiled and said, "Don't worry, our taming value is sufficient." "Are you sure? You just said you believed me, but now you don't believe me anymore?" "I did not mean that." "Since that's not your intention, then just advance with peace of mind." Fong Chang counted out 59 star crystals and gave them to Teacher Mu. These star crystals were given by Tang Li as she had promised before, to help Fong Chang and Teacher Mu break through to level E. Fong Chang didn't ask for more, just 59 pills per person. Tang Li was generous enough to Fong Changdao, "If it's not enough, just ask her for more, she will give you enough." It would be a waste to use the previous star crystals after upgrading, so Fong Chang was not greedy and just wanted enough for himself and Teacher Mu to upgrade. Teacher Mu looked at the small pile of star crystals and asked in surprise, "Haven't we already taken quite a few star crystals? Do we still need this many star crystals to advance?" "Of course, eat the last one and you're guaranteed to advance." After Fong Chang finished speaking, he started eating. Teacher Mu no longer hesitated and followed Fong Chang, taking the star crystals one by one. Sure enough, after eating the last star crystal, the two of them were illuminated by the upgraded glow at the same time. Teacher Mu looked at Fong Chang in surprise again. Little Fong's calculations were too accurate, weren't they? They said the number of star crystals was impossible to estimate? But how could he calculate so accurately? Seeing Teacher Mu's surprised expression, Fong Chang smiled and said, "Now you should finally believe what I say, right?" Teacher Mu lowered her head in embarrassment. Since Xiao Fong could calculate the star crystals needed for the upgrade to the exact number, then if he said that the taming value was enough, then it must be enough. Fong Chang said this to reassure her.
In this world, although the taming value exists as a kind of energy, neither the Beastmaster nor the Beast Girl will feel anything. Whether it reaches the maximum value during the upgrade depends entirely on experience. Adding the star crystals needed for upgrading, it can only be estimated roughly, so the status of an experienced master or instructor in this world is quite high.
Fong Chang looked at himself in the mirror. Age, 18. Strength level, E. Upgrade progress, 0%.
Strength, 1320, Agility, 1380, Spirit, 955, Stamina, 1000.
Maximum energy, 450.
Beast Mother, X level Abyss Giant Spirit Wood Spirit.
Growth talent, 10 stars. Superpower, B level Lightning. Skill, Crazy Sword Technique. Beast Mother's Return, Ultimate Recovery. Repayment ratio, 100%. Life countdown, days.
Then he looked at Teacher Mu again.
Beast Mother, Mu Yao. Host, Fong Chang. Age, 36. Strength level, E. Upgrade progress, 0%.
Strength, 485, Agility, 940, Spirit, 1355, Stamina, 1775.
Maximum energy, 720.
Beast Form, X level Abyssal Giant Spirit Wood Spirit.
Growth talent, 10 stars. Skills, Thorn Entanglement level 2, Healing level 1. Loyalty, 100. Repayment ratio, 100%. Taming value, 0-200. Life countdown, days.
After the upgrade, the strength of both of them increased a lot, and their lifespan suddenly increased to more than 200 years, but the domestication value of the next level directly doubled. This change will most likely cause newcomers who do not have a famous teacher to guide them to suffer a great loss when upgrading from E level to D level.
Fong Cheng and Teacher Mu came to the Lingqi Guild and saw Lan Xiao as soon as they entered the door. Hey, our little genius finally knew to report to the guild? Sister Xiaolan, you misunderstood me.
I didn't come to report, but Sister Xiaotang gave me special permission.
Okay, I know you're a big shot, but you never come here for no reason. What do you want to do this time? I want to choose a martial art. No problem, come with me.
However, the guild currently doesn't have any high-level martial arts skills.
If you want them, you can go find Sister Xiaotang yourself.
They need to be allocated from the guild headquarters. I don't have that much money, let me try the cheaper ones first. Lan Xiao and I came to a room made entirely of alloy, which looked like a bank vault from the outside.
Lan Xiao passed the biometric identification at the door, and the door opened automatically. Follow me in. Sister Xiaolan, your rank in the guild shouldn't be low, right?
Lan Xiao smiled slightly. Last time I said I wanted to be your beast mother, but you didn't agree.
Do you regret it now?
If you want my brother-in-law to kill me, just say it. Lan Xiao chuckled and said, Alright, I won't tease you anymore.
Go in and choose any martial arts you want.
Chapter 36 The Eye-Crossed Magnetism.
Here is a selfie of Teacher Mu. I am about to enter the verification period. Please support me.
As the soft white light came on gradually, the whole room was illuminated in white. The room was very big, but it was empty when you looked around. It was so clean that there was not even a hair on the ground. Just when Fong Chang was puzzled, Lan Xiao reached out and pressed a square on the wall, and colorful light cards appeared on the wall like a kaleidoscope.
The ones in front of you are all F-rank combat skills.
The further you go, the higher the level of combat skills.
However, after a rank, there are only empty cabinets, so there is no need to go any further. What's the price? Fong Chang asked the question he was most concerned about. Lan Xiao smiled and said, Didn't Sister Tang say that she would give you a 40% discount on everything in the guild? What are you afraid of? By the way, you know what? You are now the only one in the guild who can enjoy discounts. What's the meaning? Hey, it's all about that rookie competition last time. Those people really disappointed little Tang.
From that day on, the guild won't give discounts to anyone, and they won't give credit to anyone, except you.
Fong Chang sighed, a little kindness, a big grain of rice, a grudge. Some people are just a bunch of ungrateful wolves who can never be fed. What about you?
Lan Xiao suddenly turned around and looked at Fong Chang.
I will repay a drop of kindness with a spring of gratitude. You said that yourself, I've taken note of it. Fong Chang smiled and asked, How much do the martial arts here cost? F class is the cheapest, but of course you wouldn't want to pay any attention to it.
E class is 60,000, D class is 200,000, C class is 670,000, B class is 3.3 million, and A class is 7.2 million. As for the S class, the price at headquarters is 89 million, not discounted.
Are all these things you just told me discounted? Of course, I've calculated it all for you. Isn't it thoughtful? It's still so expensive even after the discount?
Lan Xiao explained with a smile, these are the fruits of our ancestors' hard work and have passed the test of life and death. Naturally, they are not cheap.
But I heard that these martial arts were brought by the meteorite shower that year? Feng Chang looked at Lan Xiao in confusion. You know quite a lot, kid. It's true that all of these skills are obtained from original star crystals, but aren't original star crystals gone now? These martial arts have become out of print, so the higher price is reasonable, right? Can I buy on credit? You want to buy on credit again? Didn't I just give you 2 million? Mainly, I want to see B rank martial arts. Why pick a B level 1?
Didn't Sister Tang promise you that as long as you can win first place in this city youth competition, she will let you choose an A level martial art for free?
If you choose a B level martial art now, isn't that a complete waste? You even know this? Is there any impenetrable wall in this world?
But you just said I was the only one who could buy on credit.
Yes, but it will take effect after you return from the city youth tournament.
Sister Xiaolan's reluctance to buy on credit was probably due to Sister Xiaotang's instruction, otherwise the promise she made to herself would become meaningless.
If you don't want to buy on credit, then don't buy on credit, but it's okay to take a look.
The main reason was that Feng Chang was afraid of being cheated.
If there was only one A-level martial art in the guild, how could he choose one? He walked to the A-level martial arts area and took a look.
There were not many martial arts, only 12, of which only 3 were related to swordsmanship.
However, what interested Feng Chang was a supernatural skill called original magnetism.
After learning this skill, you can control all metal objects. For example, you can control the opponent's weapons and make the opponent's weapons rebel during the battle.
This sudden move can definitely determine the outcome of a battle.
At the same time, you can also throw flying knives, or simply use the electromagnetic version of sword controlling. When you are fighting your opponent with a knife, suddenly one or several flying knives fly out from your body, and they are the kind that can be controlled by your mind.
Wouldn't that scare you to death?
If I encounter the situation like in the last competition where I am fighting against many people alone, maybe I can just stand there and kill everyone with the flying knives I throw.
In addition, it can emit magnetic blasts to cause surrounding electronic equipment to fail.
In addition to Beastmasters and Beast Girls, this world also has many advanced war weapons, but all of these things require electricity. It may not be useful under normal circumstances, but if you are on the battlefield or encounter a bad mercenary group in the wild, you can give them a surprise.
For example, it can turn enemy tanks, plasma cannons and other things into scrap metal, and even destroy their bracelets and communication systems.
Feng Qing thought that if he could get first place by chance this time, he would ask Sister Tang for this. Even if I don't get first place, I have to save money to buy it. Finally, Feng Chun chose 2 martial arts in the D-level martial arts area. One was Thunder Slash, a group attack skill with a paralysis effect and a maximum attack power bonus of 180%. The higher the level of the ability, the greater the damage bonus. Based on his current B-level lightning ability, the bonus can be doubled by about 50%. Another martial art is Lightning Flash, which is a body movement and also a kind of escape technique. You can use your special powers to dodge quickly, or you can dodge a long distance at once, but the maximum distance is about 15 kilometers. However, after performing this long distance escape, there will be a side effect, and the body will go into a period of weakness. The length of the weakness period depends on the distance and the level of ability, and the longest is 24 hours. During this time, there is almost no attack power.
Have you chosen? Lan Xiao asked while standing guard at the door. You've made your choice, let's go check out. Let me see.
Lan Xiao stretched out his hand.
Feng Cheng took out 2 martial arts crystal cards and handed them to Lan Xiao.
Lan Xiao took a look at them and asked doubtfully, these 2 martial arts are good, but they both require the use of lightning abilities to maximize their power.
Are you sure you want to choose these 2? How about I go in and pick some more?
Okay, go ahead. You don't have any special abilities right now, so it's best to pick some martial arts that increase your chi and health. Although they're not as powerful as special abilities, they're definitely better than the 2 you've chosen.
Feng Cheng smiled and said, actually, I have already awakened the lightning system ability.
Lan Xiao looked at him in surprise at first, and then his face was full of disbelief. Fang Chang got a supernatural crystal this time, but it was only the lowest grade B crystal, and the probability of awakening supernatural powers was less than 10%. If everyone could awaken supernatural powers, then supernatural powers would be everywhere in the world. I'll give you another chance, will you change it or not? No need to change it, this is it. That's what you said. After saying this, Lan Xiao angrily inserted the 2 martial arts crystal cards into her bracelet and copied 2 new ones for Fang Chang, saying that the originals could not be taken away. Then he handed the copied martial arts crystal card to Fang Chang, take it and pay. Oh, I have to remind you that the contents of these 2 crystal cards will disappear in a month, so you better hurry up. It will disappear in a month? If I can't learn it in a month, won't these 400,000 yuan be for nothing? This is too much of a rip-off. 400,000 only buys 1 month of study time. Lan Xiao chuckled, this is how martial arts are sold. If you don't agree, you can sue us officially. How dare I sue you? I'll just call it 1 month. Fang Chang picked up the crystal card and was about to leave with Teacher Mu, who was waiting for him outside. At this time, Lan Xiao called him from behind and said, hey, handsome boy, if you think you can't learn it, I have another service here. I believe you will like it. Chapter 37, Famous teachers are important, but I don't need them. What? Fang Chang turned around and looked at Lan Xiao. In fact, he had already guessed what the other party wanted to say next. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be to find a master for him. Lan Xiao came over and said seriously, please give me some advice, there are colleagues in our guild who know these 2 martial arts. If you can get their guidance, you will be able to learn relatively quickly, right? How much? We're all from the same guild. Talking about money will hurt our relationship. All you have to do is help them complete some tasks every month, and they'll teach you for free. Free things are the most expensive in the world. I'd better practice on my own first. By the way, Sister Xiaolan, do you have any suitable dungeons? Can you recommend them to me? You can freely farm E-level dungeons outside the city. You must trust the officials of our dragon country. They will never cheat our people. I want to try the D-level one. D rank? Don't get carried away, kid. Don't think that just because you can dominate in an E-rank dungeon, you can do the same in a D-rank dungeon. Besides, D-level and above dungeons all require money. If you get kicked out as soon as you enter, wouldn't that be a huge loss, right? I just want to get some star crystals. You can tell me which dungeon has a high drop rate. The higher the quality of the star crystal, the lower the drop rate. Based on this principle, the drop rate of D-level star crystals cannot be high no matter which dungeon it is. Forget it, just pretend I didn't ask. Fang Chang took Teacher Mu out of the guild and found that she was staring at the bracelet again, so he asked curiously, Teacher Mu, what are you checking? Xiao Fang, I just checked online. Among the D-level dungeons in Yuqing, the Blood Wolf Secret Realm has the highest drop rate of star crystals, about 1%. The drop rate of the boss is 2.2%, and there are 4 bosses in this dungeon. Compared to the drop rate of a few tenths in other dungeons, the 1% drop rate in the Blood Wolf Secret Realm is indeed much higher. Then let's go to the Blood Wolf Secret Realm. But the Blood Wolf Secret Realm also charges the highest fee, 100,000 per person. If you go there as a team, you'll basically end up spending more than you earn. People's hearts are hidden, we won't team up with others, we will go solo. The 2 drove to the light rail station first, and then took the City Express to the Blood Wolf Secret Realm outside the city. This is the border of the human-controlled area and also Yuqing's first line of defense against alien beasts. A row of sci-fi themed corner forts are lined up from the wasteland to the top of the mountains. There were 8 plasma cannons on the corner fort in front of him, 6 of which were pointing directly into the depths of the wilderness, and the other 2 were aimed at the square in front of the secret realm. The terminus of the City Express line is at the foot of the horn. Fang Chang and Teacher Mu got off here, and they could see the entrance to the Blood Wolf Secret Realm as soon as they exited the station. Unlike the F-level copy, there are not many people in the square at the entrance. There are only 3 or 2 people in a group, or 4 or 5 people in a bunch. When Fang Chang and Teacher Mu arrived here, only a few people looked up at them, while the others seemed to ignore them. The quiet atmosphere makes people feel a little depressed. Xiao Fang, do you feel something is strange? Teacher Mu looked at Fang Changdao. Teacher Mu, do you feel the same way? This is murderous intent. Murderous look? They must all be adventurers. Their cold eyes show that they have all killed people. This place is just a supply station for them. They are heading to the vast wilderness opposite the corner fort. There are no laws or morals there, it is a dark, barbaric, and primitive world.
The only thing you can trust in that world is your own strength. Fang Cheng tried to lighten the mood and jokingly said, they wouldn't kill people here just because someone asked them, what are you looking at? It's not that they can't, it's that they don't dare. Look at those 2 plasma cannons on the bastion. You mean the 2 doors in the square? That's right, that horn fort is the first line of defense against alien beasts, and it's also the boundary marker of the Dragon Kingdom. Outside the boundary marker, you can do whatever you want, but inside the boundary marker, you must abide by the laws of the Dragon Kingdom. And it's best not to get into arguments with people here. Why? Be careful not to be misjudged. Fang Cheng looked back at the particle cannon on the corner fort and nodded in understanding. When you arrive at the ticket office at the entrance of the secret realm, there is also a small room like the F-level copy. The difference is that this place does not require you to register your personal information, but actually sells tickets. The dungeon admission ticket costs 100,000 Dragon Nation coins and can only be used by 1 beast tamer. At the same time, qualifications must be checked. It is only open to beastmasters from guilds and the military. College students can also enter, but they need a letter of introduction from the school. Fang Cheng had the badge of the Lingqi Guild, and after verification, he successfully bought the admission ticket. Your name is Fang Cheng, right?
The male waiter at the ticket booth, a handsome man in his 20s, suddenly asked as he gave Fang Cheng the admission ticket.
Do you know me? Fang Cheng looked confused.
The other party smiled slightly and said, I don't know you, but the Lingqi Guild's rookie competition has caused a lot of noise these past few days.
I'm afraid there aren't many people who don't know you now. Fang Cheng nodded without comment. The other party then continued, you're E-level now? It seems the Spiritual Contract Guild spent a lot of money to recruit you, right?
Fang Cheng was not familiar with him, so he said casually, if you have nothing else to do, I'll leave first.
The other party smiled slightly and said, my name is Zhou Yuan. You dare to bring your beast girl to the Blood Wolf dungeon at E-level. Either you are conceited or you have real skills. In any case, I wish you good luck. Thank you, and good luck to you too. Don't wish me good luck. Maybe in a few days, we will be rivals.
Fang Cheng was stunned for a moment, then realized that he was talking about the city youth competition, so he looked at him.
Name, Zhou Yuan. Age, 21. Talent, SS. Strength level, C. Upgrade progress, 86%. Taming value, 275-400. Strength, 1620, Agility, 1480, Spirit, 1255, Stamina, 2220. Maximum Energy, 600. Beast Mother, S-Class Swift Mantis. Growth Talent, 7.5. Superpower, B-Level Speed. Skills, Sword Slash, Cross Slash. Weakness, Unstable Lower Body. Beast Mother's Return, Speed. Repayment Ratio, 70%. Life Countdown, Days. Seeing Zhou Yuan as personal information, Fang Cheng smiled slightly. It is said that talent is king, and this is true.
But this guy in front of me may not have the guidance of a famous teacher, or he may have met a mediocre teacher.
He has a good SS level talent, but it is almost B level, and his attribute points are not much higher than mine.
Moreover, despite his supernatural power of speed, his lower body was unstable.
He must have met a mediocre teacher. Spiritual Contract Guild. Is that kid Fang Cheng here today? Tang Li called Lan Shao to the office and asked. Yes, Sister Tang, I picked up 2 martial arts books and left. What martial arts?
For Thunder Slash and Lightning Flash, I paid in full this time, no credit.
Tang Li frowned and said, it doesn't matter whether he pays or not, but why did he choose these 2 martial arts? Didn't you remind him that these 2 martial arts can only be used in conjunction with lightning abilities to exert their power? I did remind him, but was it any use? He's as stubborn as a donkey.
Not only did he refuse to listen to me, he even said he wanted to take Sister Xiaomu to clear a D-level dungeon.
I think he's going to get into trouble this time.
Tang Li was also annoyed when he heard this.
He said unhappily, it's better to let that kid suffer. By the way, did you tell him about becoming his disciple? What did he say?
I did, but that kid said that free things are the most valuable in the world, and he wants to practice on his own.
You little brat, you're really too conceited. What's wrong, honey? I could hear you getting mad from so far away. Chapter 38 Headquarters needs someone, Master Gongyu.
Tang Li saw Wu Zhong come in and winked at Lan Xiao, indicating that it was okay to leave. Wu Zhong glanced at Lan Xiao doubtfully, then turned to his wife and said, "What happened?
Did that little girl mess things up again?" "It's not her, it's that brat Fong Chang.
Lan Xiao just told me that he came to the guild today and picked 2 martial arts."
"Can you guess what they are?"
Wu Zhong thought for a moment and said, "Overlord Slash is the best match for his crazy demonic sword skill."
"That kid must have chosen Overlord Slash, right?"
Tang Li rolled her eyes at him and said, "It's Thunder Slash and Lightning Flash."
"Hiss, did that kid awaken a lightning ability?"
Tang Li shook his head. The probability of awakening for AB level supernatural crystal is less than 10%.
"Do you think it's possible?" "Honey, have you ever heard of the novice protection period?" "Don't give me that shit. Did you successfully awaken the supernatural crystal the first time you used it?"
Wu Zhong shook his head. The first supernatural crystal he used was a grade, with a 20% chance of awakening, but it all went to waste.
And as far as he knew, no one had ever succeeded in one go using crystals below SS level.
Tang Li continued unhappily, "I think that kid needs someone to take care of him, otherwise he'll get into trouble sooner or later." Wu Zhong said casually, "As the saying goes, every failure makes you wiser."
"He'll understand once he suffers a loss." "Suffering a loss?"
"Suffering a loss in other areas is fine, but youth is fleeting.
If you suffer a loss in attribute accumulation, it will be a lifelong problem." "What you said makes sense, but we don't have that talent, so we can't teach it."
After saying that, Wu Zhong secretly glanced at Tang Li. Seeing that she was still sulking, he suddenly slapped his head and said, "I thought of someone."
"Do you think it's okay?" "Who?" "Gong Yi." "Gong Yu." "Her? Hasn't she completely transformed into a beast yet?"
"No, I heard that even though he failed to advance last time, he managed to survive."
"That crazy woman, you asked her to teach that boy, are you serious?"
"Although Gong Yu is crazy, she is definitely better than us in theory.
Moreover, her talent is also SSS level, which makes her the closest to that kid's talent."
Hearing this, Wang Li suddenly looked at Wu Zhong suspiciously. "Gong Yu on the left, Gong Yu on the right, you call her so affectionately?
Tell me honestly, what's going on? Why did you suddenly mention her?" "Well, wife, we are all friends." "Didn't I always call her that before?" "Really? I'll give you one last chance. Tell me the truth."
Well, actually, headquarters already knows about that brat."
"Headquarters needs someone?"
Wu Zhong nodded helplessly. "The headquarters needs people, we can't refuse to give them. After thinking about it, I think Gong Yu is the only one who can help us. Besides, Gong Yu has never looked for a beastmaster, and this is not a solution. Last time she failed to advance, I heard she almost died. That's what she deserves."
"Didn't she say back then that she wanted to open up a new path for the beast girls? Even without beast tamers, the beast girls could still stand on their own? But how sure are you?"
Wu Zhong felt amused, knowing that his wife had a sharp tongue but a soft heart.
"What do you mean, wife?" "Nonsense, the old president is her grandfather.
If she is willing to endorse us, the headquarters will definitely not dare to come and ask for her."
"The question is, if she were to make a contract with that guy, do you think she would agree? How can we know if we don't try?"
"But from what I hear, she should be very interested in that guy."
"How do you know?"
"Because she's already on her way here."
"She didn't come to Yuching for that boy. Could it be that she came here specifically to see us?"
Time flies, and in the blink of an eye it is the day for the contract training camp to close. That morning, Fong Chang and Teacher Mu were having breakfast as usual.
"Xiao Feng, can you take a day off today? Want to pick up Yunxi?" "Yes." Teacher Mu nodded, and then looked at Fong Chang with pleading eyes. "Is it okay?" Fong Chang smiled slightly. "Do you want me to go with you?" No need, I'm afraid of her." "Are you afraid she won't be able to accept it?" Teacher Mu nodded.
Fong Chang also felt that this matter was a bit difficult. He and Mu Yunxi were classmates, but now her mother had become his beast mother.
With Mu Yunxi's proud and arrogant personality, she might not be able to accept this reality.
Looking at Teacher Mu sitting there, his brows furrowed, his eyes full of confusion, he unconsciously picked at the wontons in the bowl, as if trying to find a hint of the answer from those wontons.
Her dilemma really makes people feel pity for her.
So Fong Chang held her hand and said, "If you need anything, tell me.
If it really doesn't work, I'll try to cancel our contract."
Teacher Mu suddenly raised his head and said nervously, "No, no, no, that's not what I meant." Fong Chang knew, "I know, but I don't want to embarrass you because of me."
Xiao Fong, you don't want me anymore? What nonsense! How could I not want you? It's just that if our contract makes you feel embarrassed, I will also be unhappy. I'm not embarrassed. Xiao Fong, please give me some time. I will definitely handle this matter. Trust me, okay?
Fong Chang lovingly scratched her cheek with his fingers and said softly, "If I don't trust you, who else can I trust?"
But don't take on everything alone.
I'm your beast master now, and I have the responsibility and obligation to share your burdens.
Do you understand? Yeah, I know. Do you need me to leave for a while? No, just wait for me at home, okay?
Okay, I'll wash the dishes today. Go clean yourself up quickly, Yunqi and the others will be back soon.
Well, thank you, Xiao Feng. Why are you being so polite to me?
Mu Yao swept away the depression in her heart, ran into the bedroom happily, and changed into a colorful stepmother skirt, showing off her exquisite figure to the fullest. She also curled her hair into big, fluffy waves, which went around her neck and draped over her right shoulder, making her smooth, white neck on the left look even more slender. The shoulders are of moderate width, which makes her look dignified and elegant, and her chest is plump and well-shaped, which highlights the softness of mature women to the extreme.
A small handbag without any decoration was slung over her slender waist.
She wore light makeup and smiled at Fong Chang.
Fong Chang was instantly lost in her warm smile.
She went to the door and changed into a pair of silver high heels. Her straight and slender legs were not adorned with any makeup, except for a pair of flesh-colored boat socks on the soles of her feet, which contrasted with her round and perky buttocks, making her look full of feminine charm. She gently hooked the heel of her shoe with her fingers, looked up at Fong Chang who was admiring her, smiled slightly, and then opened her arms.
What? Xiao Fong, won't you give me a kiss of peace?
Fong Chang raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and when he came over, Mu Yao hugged him, and a warm feeling came from his lips. There was no entanglement in pulling threads and pulling nets, because we were in a hurry and didn't have time for that. Teacher Mu looked at him and said seriously, "Wait for me at home.
I'll come back and make dinner for you." Fong Chang smiled slightly. Well, be careful on the road. Oh, did you bring your keys?
Fong Chang bought a car, an anti-gravity sports car that flies close to the ground. But after buying the car, he remembered that he didn't have a driver's license in this world. So, Mr. Mu has always been both the driver and the mount.
Teacher Mu. Chapter 39, Suyaki, who makes people look at her with admiration. Mu Yunqi reference picture. Mu Yunqi reference picture. Contract training camp. Yunqi?
Mu Yunqi, who was packing her things in the dormitory, paused subconsciously but did not look up. Because she knew from the voice that it was the lingering Shintujun again.
Shintujun leaned against the doorframe, looking around like a thief, and then said to Mu Yunqi, "Yunqi, why are you doing this? You won't lose a single piece of meat by signing a contract with me. Besides, I already have a beast girl now.
She can help me improve the taming value.
I will never touch you unless you agree. I swear, will you sign a contract with me? I promise that no one will dare to bully you in the future." Mu Yunqi threw the things in her hand onto the bed and looked up at Shintujun. Is Fu Liang still alive? How should I know? You're not really in love with that loser, are you?
I've already told all of you that I have nothing to do with him, and don't get involved in my affairs from now on.
Yunqi, can't you feel my feelings for you at all? I can't afford it.
Seeing that Mu Yunqi was still unmoved, Shintujun finally got angry. Mu Yunqi, you know that if you don't sign a contract with me, no Beastmaster will dare to take you.
Even if it's a basic contract, it's fine.
Even without a Beastmaster, I can still live well.
You don't really believe what that crazy woman said, do you?
You may not know that if that crazy woman hadn't relied on having a good grandfather, she would have been dead long ago without a burial place.
Yin alone cannot produce life, Yang alone cannot thrive.
Beast girls need beast masters.
This is the truth of heaven and earth, and no one can change it. But I want to try. Are you crazy? I'm telling you, this is your last chance. After today, even if you beg me, I won't want you again. Mu Yunqi frowned, then suddenly looked up at Shintujun, who couldn't help but be delighted. How come you finally figured it out? Mu Yunqi said calmly, Suyaki is coming back soon, why don't you leave? Where?
Shintujun subconsciously shrank his head like a mouse hearing a cat's cry, and looked around hesitantly.
Are you kidding me? Shintujun looked at Mu Yunqi in anger. If you don't leave now, she will really come back.
Mu Yunshi's eyes were full of contempt.
Mu Yunshi, just wait for me. One day I will make you kneel down and beg me. Shinto-jun left and the dormitory returned to peace. After a while, Suyaki came back, looking very proud and happy.
It had only been a month, but Shinto-jun was already excited to see her, like a mouse seeing a cat. At the same time, in order to monitor Mu Yunshi and prevent her from having the opportunity to be alone with Shinto-jun, she also deliberately used means to move into the same dormitory with her.
Hey, our school beauty, are you packing up and preparing to go home in disgrace?
In this contract training camp, almost everyone successfully signed a contract.
Suyaki and Shinto-jun even signed an intermediate contract in advance, making them the only couple in this training camp. Except for Mu Yunshi, it's not that no one wants her.
On the contrary, many boys in this training camp don't care about her talent at all, because her stunning appearance is enough to make many boys fall in love with her. Unfortunately, no one dared to approach her. Fu Liang, the first person who had an intention towards her, was beaten seriously and his life or death is unknown now.
With such a precedent, who would dare to sign a contract with her? I'm talking to you, are you mute?
Suyaki stood in front of Mu Yunshi's bed with her hands folded across her chest, and said unhappily.
Mu Yunshi put the last item into her bracelet, stood up and left, not even bothering to pay attention to the woman.
Ever since this woman moved into the same dormitory with him, water would be splashed on his bed for no apparent reason, and his clothes would disappear for no apparent reason when he took a shower. There were even several times when I was locked in the bathroom, missed the assembly time, and was scolded by the instructor in front of everyone.
It's easy to guess who did all this.
In fact, all of this would come to an abrupt end as long as I agree to the contract with Shinto-jun, and I might even live a better life. As for Suyaki, he could let her die however he wanted.
Because if she can do it, I can do it too, and I can even play it better than her.
But what Shinto-jun did really made her sick. Suyaki saw that Mu Yunshi dared to ignore her like this.
She was immediately furious and grabbed Mu Yunshi's arm. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me talking to you? Let go.
Mu Yunshi raised her hand to break free, but was held tightly by Suyaki.
Seeing that she couldn't break free, Suyaki smiled smugly and said, a loser like you wants to seduce my man, are you worthy? You better keep your mouth shut.
You're the only one who treasures a piece of shit like that.
I wouldn't even want him if you gave him to me.
You little bitch, keep pretending with me.
You just seduced him. Do you think I didn't see it?
Seeing that Suyaki was simply unreasonable, Mu Yunshi didn't bother to talk nonsense with her. She stretched out her arm, passed it under Suyaki's armpit, and then twisted her joint.
Suyaki felt pain in her wrist and subconsciously let go.
Mu Yunshi broke free and turned away without even looking at her. However, for Suyaki, she was unable to control a piece of trash with only D-level talent, which made her like a mad dog that was provoked. He rushed forward, grabbed Mu Yunshi's hair from behind and pulled her over. At the same time, he raised his other hand and slapped her in the face.
Mu Yunshi covered her face and looked at Suyaki angrily. Suyaki first looked at her palm, then said angrily, what are you looking at? I slapped you, so what? If you have the guts, go to the instructor and tell me.
Before she could finish her words, Mu Yunshi slapped her in the face as well.
You dare to hit me? Suyaki looked at Mu Yunshi in disbelief. Can't I hit him?
Go to the instructor and tell him about it if you dare.
You, just wait for me. Sooner or later, I will make you wish you were dead.
Mu Yunshi smiled coldly, I'll wait.
After saying that, Mu Yunshi walked out of the dormitory without looking back.
Behind a pillar in the corridor behind her, Shinto-jun secretly looked at her back.
You are such a jerk. If you had followed me, how could you have suffered such humiliation?
As soon as he finished speaking, he found that his weak spot was suddenly grabbed by someone. The sudden change made him shudder.
No need to look back, you will know who it is by smelling the fragrance.
At some point, Suyaki appeared behind him, reached out and grabbed the dot below the word Tai, and sneered, why are you heartbroken? If you're heartbroken, go find her.
Chi-Chi, you misunderstood.
How could I possibly feel sorry for that bastard? I just felt that the slap you just gave was too light. It would have been fine if Shinto-jun didn't mention this matter, but when he did, she became furious. She slapped Mu Yunshi, but that bitch also slapped her back. Suyaki, who was furious, suddenly grabbed with her hand. Shinto-jun leaned his hands against the pillar and put on a mask of pain. Chapter 40, Beautiful and Graceful, Mother and Daughter Resown.
Since you were outside just now, why didn't you come in and help me? You still dare to quibble, are you not interested in that vixen? Chi-Chi, I won't dare to do it again. I will definitely help you next time.
Shinta-jun's voice was half cheerful and half sad, and he was as anxious as if he had a stomachache. Suyaki heard that Shinta-jun's voice was not right, so she moved closer to take a look, and immediately pushed Shinta-jun away.
Damn, this bastard actually got high. Shinta-jun's family is wealthy and powerful. As the 8th son of the Shinta family and the youngest son of the head of the Shinta family, he has seen and played everything. However, for the sake of his own face, he dare not play this. Until Suyaki accidentally discovered his secret. After she had crammed for a few nights watching porn movies and acquired knowledge in this area, she taught herself with her extraordinary IQ. Then the two of them signed an intermediate contract. Under Su Shiechi's guidance, Shinta-jun also completely let go, and the two of them became the only pair in this contract training camp to sign an intermediate contract, and the only pair to successfully advance. Even if others have enough star crystals, they can only suppress their levels and dare not advance because of insufficient domestication value. Their successful advancement made many people envious at that time. But who knows that the domestication values of the two of them were all generated by Shinta-jun? Except for Muyunshi, because she lived in the same dormitory with Suyaki, she was seen by her one night when Suyaki was admiring her masterpiece. In fact, Suyaki did it on purpose. In addition to wanting to disgust Muyunshi, it was also because she had no confidence in front of Muyunshi. If Muyunshi competed with her for Shinta-jun, she would have no chance of winning. The only way is to make Muyunshi feel that Shinta-jun is disgusting and she will never be interested in him. Now it seems that she has done it, and has successfully caught Shinta-jun's handle. But she had never hidden this from Shinta-jun. Given the Shinta family's background, if she dared to threaten Shinta-jun like this, she would surely die without even knowing how. The best way is to make Shinta-jun willing to be threatened by himself. This may be crazy to others, but to Shinta-jun, it is the icing on the cake. I have to say that Suyaki is a very smart woman. After just a few nights of cramming videos, she understood Shinta-jun's psychology and also learned a lot of skills. On the anti-gravity bus going home, Muyunshi sat there alone, with her chin in her hand, looking out the window alone. It was unclear whether she was distracted or just looking at the scenery outside the window. The hair that occasionally fluttered by her ears made her look a little more desolate. The school gate was crowded with parents waiting for their children. The head teacher Jiang Guanglu, along with the senior teachers, stood at the front, habitually with his hands behind his back and a stern face, looking majestic, like a general waiting for his soldiers to return triumphantly. Suddenly, a beautiful figure flashed past his peripheral vision. He subconsciously turned his head to take a look, and this look made him stunned. What's wrong, Director Jiang? What are you looking at so fascinated?
Shu Guiying came up and said with a flattering look on her face.
Jiang Guanglu finally came back to his senses, cleared his throat and said, "Look, isn't that Teacher Mu? Teacher Mu's daily uniform reference picture. How is that possible?"
Director, you might not know this yet, but Mu Laoxian was sent to the animal factory a long time ago because of his beast transformation.
Mu Yunshi has a strong sense of pride and didn't dare to tell anyone. No, look carefully, I think that's Teacher Mu. Shu Guiying glanced back with disdain, and this glance instantly shocked her. Is this seeing a ghost in broad daylight?
The other teachers noticed something was wrong with the two of them, and they all followed their gaze, looking in the direction of curiosity.
Hey, isn't that Teacher Mu?
I haven't seen her for a long time, why is she here? Teacher Gon, you forgot that her daughter Mu Yunshi is also attending the training camp this time. Teacher Mu's outfit today actually makes me feel a little ashamed of myself. I told you before that Teacher Mu was absolutely a great beauty.
You didn't believe me. Now you know what I said is true, right? Why don't you believe it? Mu Yunshi is her daughter.
If her daughter is so beautiful, her mother must be a beauty too. Headmaster Mu hasn't come to school for so long.
Did he resign? Director, you're not really going to approve it, are you? That would be really dishonest of you. What are you criticizing? I don't know anything about it. Besides, what business is it of yours whether she resigns or not?
It has nothing to do with us, but there are many young teachers in our school, and they miss her very much, right?
That's right, Director.
A full man doesn't know the hunger of a hungry man. Shu Guiying, who had been silent the whole time, felt so angry when she heard these words.
What's the saying, a well-fed man doesn't know the hunger of a hungry man? I'm single too, so why has no one ever come looking for me?
Except for that old bastard, the principal, of course.
Everyone praised her beauty. Can beauty be eaten as food or worn as clothes? I'm such a beautiful woman standing here, are you all blind? You are all teachers, but don't you know that it is very impolite to praise another woman's beauty in front of a beautiful woman? Xu Guiying couldn't stand it any longer, so she said sarcastically, "What's the point of resigning?" He was sent to Animal Factory. Teacher Zhu, were you sent to Animal Factory? When did it happen? Xu Guiying rolled her eyes when she heard this. Teacher Wang, which ear of yours heard that I was sent to the Animal Factory? But didn't you just mention someone else? I thought it was you? Bah, I'm talking about that Mu Yao. Teacher Zhu is so humorous. Isn't Teacher Mu standing there just fine now?
Who knows who she hooked up with and why she was rescued from the Animal Factory?
Teacher Zhu, are you telling the truth?
Of course. If you don't believe me, just ask that useless Mu Yunxi, that girl later. At this time, someone looked at Zhang Guanglu and said, "Director, this is your dereliction of duty."
Zhang Guanglu was shocked. Why are you dragging me into this again? Teacher Mu is a teacher in our school, right? She doesn't even have money to buy genetic medicine. Isn't this your dereliction of duty? Zhang Guanglu was speechless for a moment.
Everyone knew that Teacher Mu came from a single-parent family. As her boss, he did have the obligation to prevent her from transforming into a beast.
But she was sent to Animal Factory without even knowing it. Zhang Guanglu looked at Zhu Guiying unhappily and said, "Who told you that? Isn't Teacher Mu still there? If she was sent to Anlichang, could what we see now be a ghost?" Facing Zhang Guanglu's questioning, Zhu Guiying was immediately furious. These stinky men, isn't it just that Mu is a bit pretty? There's no need to criticize me like this, right? Who told me that? There are so many people who know.
If you don't believe me, you can go ask her daughter yourself later.
Isn't the car coming? Go ask her right away.
More than a dozen buses stopped in front of the school gate. When the students saw their parents, they excitedly rushed down and began to look for their mothers and go back to their homes.
It was very lively for a while. Mu Yunxi hadn't seen Mu Yao in the crowd yet.
In her heart, she was already an orphan, and her mother's familiar figure had disappeared from her world forever. So she kept looking out the window on the other side, her eyes unfocused, and she didn't look for her parents in the crowd like other people did. When Teacher Mu saw the car coming, she also followed the crowd and rushed to the front of the car and began to look for her daughter one by one. However, as everyone was about to leave, she still hadn't seen her daughter, and she couldn't help but feel a little panicked. At this moment, she finally saw a familiar figure on the last bus, Xiao Shi.
Chapter 41. Xiaoxi's mother wants to tell you something. Teacher Mu and Mu Yunxi reference picture. Mu Yunxi was the last one to get off the bus.
Just as she reached the door, she suddenly heard a familiar voice.
Mother!
It was like a flash of lightning that passed through her mind in the dark night, leaving her completely stunned. Then she looked up suddenly and searched anxiously in the crowd. Sure enough, she saw a figure in the crowd trying hard to squeeze towards her.
Who else could it be but her mother? But wasn't Mom sent to a welfare center? Why is she here? Am I dreaming? If so, please, God, I will never wake up. Mu Yao finally squeezed over and stood under the car, looking at the dazed Mu Yunxi. What's wrong, Xiaoxi? Don't you recognize your mother? Mom, is it really you?
Mu Yao smiled slightly and took her hand. Silly girl, who else could it be but your mother?
Mu Yunxi jumped out of the car and hugged Mu Yao. The familiar fragrance instantly filled her nostrils.
Yes, this was her mother. Suddenly her nose felt sore and her eyes turned red. Mom, I miss you so much.
Mu Yao lovingly stroked her hair and comforted her softly. Silly girl, isn't Mommy here? Mu Yunxi suddenly raised her head. Mom, what's going on? Just then Zhang Guanglu came over with a group of teachers.
Originally, he was going to give a speech after all the students got off the bus, but Zhu Guiying interfered and he failed to calm the parents' emotions immediately, which made the situation a mess.
Look, the mother and daughter are here now. Ask them and see if I'm lying.
Zhu Guiying was like an old sow in miscarriage, blocking Mu Yao and her daughter, and spoke angrily. Today was supposed to be the day for the mother and daughter to reunite, but when they suddenly heard such a voice, both of them frowned.
At this time, Zhang Guanglu pulled Zhu Guiying aside and said to Mu Yao, Teacher Mu, where have you been these days? Why haven't you come to school? After saying that, he suddenly felt that his tone seemed a little wrong, and quickly added, Teacher Mu, I don't mean to blame you, I just want to care about you. Mu Yao looked at her daughter in confusion. Didn't she tell the people at school about being sent to Anil Factory?
Mu Yunxi said, Teacher Jiang, I've already told the principal about my mother.
Didn't the principal tell you? Jiang Guanglu shook his head and immediately looked at Zhu Guiying, who he had pulled away. Did you hear that from the principal? No one in the school knew about this except her.
She did hear it from the principal, but he said it when the two of them were flirting. The old man said that even if he didn't make any contributions over the years, he had worked hard, meaning that he had saved Zhu Guiying a lot of genetic medicines over the years.
Then he talked about Mu Yao's beast transformation.
As a result, the principal twisted his waist that night and stayed in the hospital for a few days, and he forgot about it.
Does it matter who I heard it from now?
You should ask her if her mother was sent to a rehabilitation center.
Mu Yao said coldly, whether I was sent to Anil Factory or not is none of your business?
Zhu Guiying was displeased when she heard this.
How dare this vixen be so mean to me? Do you think you can be so mean to me? It's no wonder that Zhu Guiying reacted so strongly.
When Mu Yao was in school, she always gave everyone a gentle and charming impression, which made her male classmates full of protective desire towards her and never said anything harsh to her.
This concerns my innocence. You must explain clearly to everyone today. Have you been sent to the Anil Factory? When Jiang Guanglu saw that the atmosphere was not right, he quickly came out to smooth things over and held back Zhu Guiying, who was about to pounce on him. Okay, Teacher Zhu, we all know, everything you said is true. At this time, everyone also echoed, yes, Teacher Zhu did not lie, we all believe Teacher Zhu.
Seeing this, Mu Yunxi also wanted to pull her mother away quickly. She couldn't afford to offend that crazy woman Zhu Guiying. But when Zhu Guiying heard the perfunctory words spoken to her by the crowd, it was more painful than killing her. If she let these two women go today, she would never be able to wash herself clean even if she jumped into the Yellow River. Seeing that Mu Yunmu was about to take her mother away, Zhu Guiying rushed forward like crazy and grabbed Mu Yao's hand.
You can't leave. I told you you can't leave. Until we make things clear today, none of you can leave. Seeing this crazy woman dare to pull her mother, Mu Yunxi immediately said angrily, Are you crazy?
Zhu Guiying was really crazy at this moment. Mu Yunxi, as her student, actually called her crazy. It would be fine if she had good talent, but what qualifications does a D-level waste have to scold me?
What did you just say, you loser? Say it again.
As Zhu Guiying spoke, she was about to grab Mu Yunxi's hair, but before she could finish her words, she heard a snapping sound.
Mu Yao slapped her hard in the face. Everyone was stunned at this moment. In their eyes, Teacher Mu, who was as gentle as water, would actually hit someone.
Zhu Guiying covered her face and was stunned for a long time before she came back to her senses.
This woman who couldn't even bite off water dared to hit me? I'm going to fight you.
After saying that, Zhu Guiying stretched out her 10 newly made nails and scratched Mu Yao's face. When Mu Yunxi saw this, she subconsciously wanted to pull her mother away, but she was too late.
Her mother was quick-witted and grabbed Zhu Guiying's wrist, twisted it outward, and threw Zhu Guiying to the ground. She couldn't get up for a long time. The speed was so fast that everyone thought they were dazzled. Mu Yao looked down at Zhu Guiying and said, Are you still going to fight? If not, I'll leave.
Zhu Guiying knew that she had lost face this time, so she had to lie on the ground pretending to be dead, too embarrassed to see anyone. The moment Mu Yao grabbed her wrist, the force was so great that she felt her wrist bones were about to break. If she still tried to fight with her, wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Mu Yunxi looked at her mother in surprise. Her mother was so cool today. She never knew she was so capable. Xiaoxi, let's go.
Ha?
Oh. Zhang Guanglu and the others were the same, looking at Mu Yao in surprise. In their hearts, Teacher Mu had always been beautiful and gentle, which made the opposite sex full of protective desire for her. Now it is discovered that her skills are so good, who can resist her?
Love you, love you. I will be your most loyal fan in my life.
When he heard Mu Yao was about to leave, he finally realized, Teacher Mu, wait a moment.
Teacher Jiang, I have already resigned and will not be returning to school. Resigned?
When all the male teachers heard this, their hearts skipped a beat, as if the most important thing in their lives had suddenly been lost, and they were all heartbroken. Mu Yao took her daughter away, and Zhu Guiying got up from the ground. She didn't know when she was surrounded by people, including students and parents. What made her most angry were the teachers who were watching the fun. Just now they were all watching the fun, and no one helped her.
Are you all blind? That woman just beat someone up at the school gate, and you didn't do anything? Shu Guiying's sudden roar was like a helpless brothel owner being thrown into the street by a bully. It was funny no matter how you looked at it. The people around her who were originally just pointing fingers at her suddenly burst into laughter. Shu Guiying was completely embarrassed. She was stunned for a moment, then quickly covered her face and rushed out of the crowd. Jiang Guanlu frowned. He had heard people say that Teacher Zhu was annoying before, but now he realized that he was really annoying. The others nodded in understanding, feeling not only disgusted but also disgusted. Mom, is this the car you bought? Mu Yunqi was a little dazed when she saw the sports car parked on the side of the road. Xiaoxi, Mom wants to tell you something. Oh Mom, get in the car first. We'll talk after we get in. I, your daughter, have never ridden in such a cool car before. The roadside was not a place to talk, so I got in the car with my daughter. After the car started, Mu Yunqi glanced at her mother. You're so worried, it must be something important, right? Is it related to Anil Factory? Mu Yao held the steering wheel and said after a moment of deliberation, well. Mom has a master. Chapter 42 Xiaoxi, you will like him. Teacher Mu and Mu Xiaoxi reference picture. Oh. Mu Yunqi's calm reaction actually made Mu Yao a little scared for a moment. She thought her daughter would be surprised, angry, or even unreasonable after hearing about this, but she never thought her daughter's reaction would be so calm, as if she had heard something insignificant. Aren't you surprised? Don't you want to know who that person is? Mu Yunqi smiled and said, I'm not surprised, because I've already thought about it. Besides making a contract with someone, what other ways can Mom use to rescue you from Anil Factory? As for who your mother's Beastmaster is, no matter who he is, the fact that he can restore your sanity is amazing. After all, even the authorities are helpless to do anything about it. It's simply a miracle. So I want to thank him for creating a miracle for me and bringing my mother back to me. Mu Yao hesitated for a moment, wondering whether she should tell her that her Beastmaster was her classmate. When passing through the city park, she parked the car under the shade of a tree. Mu Yunqi glanced at the park next to her and asked curiously, Mom, why did you park your car here? Mu Yao said, Mom thinks it's better to explain some things to you. Seeing her mother's serious expression, Mu Yunqi suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. She forced a stiff smile on her face and said, Mom, what's the matter? You're so serious. I'm not used to it. Mu Yao pondered for a moment before asking, Xiaoxi, do you have a classmate named Feng Chang? Mu Yunqi thought for a moment and nodded, it seems there is such a guy. Mom, why are you asking about him suddenly? What kind of person is he in your mind? Mu Yunqi felt that there was something strange in her mother's words, but she still said truthfully, how can I describe Feng Chang? He's a bit of a coward, not very talented, and most importantly, he's a bit stupid. Is he such a person in your mind? Mu Yunqi nodded, let me tell you this, he is almost an invisible person in school. I have been classmates with him for 3 years, and I only found out about him in the class this semester. And it was all because of Suyaki. By the way, Suyaki is also our classmate, his childhood sweetheart. She is pretty, but unfortunately she is a green tea girl. She often fools around with some rich kids without telling him, and he, let's put it this way, he gives me the feeling of a dog raised by Suyaki, so I say he is cowardly and stupid. Bang! Mu Yao accidentally broke the steering wheel, which scared Mu Yunqi. Mom, what's wrong with you? You scared me. Mu Yao also knew that she had lost her composure just now, but for some unknown reason, she wanted to slap her daughter, but luckily she held back. And that woman named Suyaki, why did she treat Xiaofang like this? Sorry for scaring you. Mu Yao took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Mom, what's going on? Are you trying to tell me that your Beastmaster is Feng Chang? When Mu Yao heard this, she suddenly turned to look at her daughter. Hearing about Feng Chang's past experiences, her emotions, which had just calmed down, became chaotic again. She originally wanted to tell her daughter these things in a gentle way so that she could accept Feng Chang smoothly. But now, as if she was angry, she didn't bother to think too much and said directly, yes, my mother's Beastmaster is Xiaofang. After saying that, he looked at Mu Yunqi, as if to say, no matter what your attitude is next, this is the fact. The car suddenly fell into silence, so quiet that it made people feel depressed. After a long while, Mu Yunqi suddenly laughed and said, doesn't that mean I owe him a huge favor? Seeing her daughter's seemingly casual but actually deliberate smile, Mu Yao suddenly felt a little regretful. She shouldn't have been so careless just now. But what's the use of regretting now that things have come to this? So he took his daughter's hand and said, "He's actually different from what you see. He's a very promising young man. He's very talented and smart. He's a responsible, brave, and resourceful young man. Whatever you say is what it is. As long as Mom is happy, it's fine. And if it weren't for him, I wouldn't be able to see Mom again, right?" I know you don't believe it, that's because you've been in training camp all this time. After saying that, Mu Yao opened the bracelet and pulled out the short videos about Feng Chang during this period of time, and showed them to Mu Yunqi one by one. "He actually took you to participate in the Lingqi Guild's rookie competition?" Mu Yao nodded. "That's right, and we even took first place. Not only that, he was also admitted to the Spiritual Contract Guild as an exception, becoming its youngest member." "How is this possible? I said you didn't believe it, but can this video on the internet be fake?" "But..." Mu Yunqi slid her fingers quickly on the holographic screen, as if she wanted to find someone in these videos to tell her that all this was fake. Unfortunately, no, even the videos in which Zhu Guiying slandered Feng Chang have now miraculously disappeared. Mu Yunqi naturally didn't know about this, but some of the live broadcasts in the medical area at that time had been edited into short videos and posted online. Through these videos, she was surprised to find that the Feng Chang in the video, except for his appearance and voice, was completely different from the Feng Chang she knew in terms of temperament, expression, and tone of voice. Did that guy suffer a shock and suddenly change his personality? Or does he have a split personality? Mu Yunqi pointed at Feng Zai in the video and asked, "Is this person really him? What do you think?" "But the Feng Chang I know is not like this." "What does that look like?" "He is." Mu Yunqi was speechless for a moment. Could it be that we have been wrong about him before? Then Mu Yunqi suddenly asked, "Where is he now?" "At home." "At home? Our home? You've always lived together?" Mu Yao nodded. "He is my mother's beast master, so of course he has to live with her." "Is there any problem with that?" Mu Yunqi said unconvincedly, "Don't you think he has no family?" "Yes, and it's a big villa." "A big villa?" Mu Yunqi seemed to have suddenly found Feng Chang's flaw and said excitedly, "Impossible, Mom, you must have been deceived by that guy. He actually lives in a slum and doesn't have any big villa at all." Mu Yao nodded. "I know, he told me on the first day that the big villa I mentioned was a reward given to him by the guild." "You forgot I said he was admitted by the Lingqi Guild as an exception. In other words, it was the Lingqi Guild that begged him to join, so what's the big deal about giving him a villa? The reason he lives in our house now is because I was worried that you wouldn't be able to find me after the training camp, so I wanted to stay home and wait for you. That's why he stayed to accompany me." Mu Yunqi was very confused now. Feng Chang's change directly overturned her understanding. This was even more surprising than Mu Yao telling her that he was her father. "Can anyone join the Lingqi Guild just because they want to? Even if I graduate from university, they may not necessarily accept me." "But how old is he?" "To be precise, he hasn't even graduated from high school, but he was admitted to the Lingqi Guild." Also, the Feng Chang she saw in the video had changed so much. He was completely different from the Feng Chang in school, both in temperament and conversation. Seeing that her daughter was silent for a long time, Mu Yao held her hand and said, "Shashi, Mom knows you can't accept it right now. But I hope you can get along with him for the sake of him saving your mother's life. You will like him after a long time." At the same time in the ghetto, a taxi drove into the slum, which was definitely a rare thing for people living in the slum. The roads in the slums were narrow, and the car was not driving fast. The dust kicked up by the rear end of the car was like a smokescreen along the way. A group of children were playing and laughing in the dust, chasing the car forward. The taxi finally stopped in front of Suyaki's house, and the neighbors around curiously stuck their heads out to look over here. "Who is this?" With such a big show, he actually took a taxi home. Needless to say, it must be the girl from the Su family. That girl from the Su family? All right, today is the closing day of the training camp. Did that kid Feng Chang come back with her? I heard that kid Feng Chang has become very successful recently. Chapter 43. Suyaki is furious. The taxi door opened, and Suyaki, wearing a combat uniform that fit her skin tightly, stepped out of the car. She looked arrogant and squinted at the neighbors around her, as if to say, "Look at you poor bastards. I just took a taxi back, and you all dropped your jaws. If I come back in a luxury car someday, won't you all be scared to death? Mom is getting off the bus. I'll help you." I only heard her mother Tian Chunrao showing off in the car. Oh, my dear daughter, this is the first time I sit in such a soft car, I really can't get up. Okay, Mom, I'll help you. Suyaki helped Tian Chunrao out of the taxi. After the car left, the neighbors looked puzzled. You look at me, I look at you, and finally someone can't help but ask. Xiaoqi, didn't Xiaofeng come back with you? Suyaki was stunned and frowned. Xiaofeng? Which Xiaofeng? Neighbor Maju chimed in. Oh, that's Feng Chang, the man you grew up with. Don't mention him to me. He's a vile and shameless gangster. Didn't you all see him last time? I have nothing to do with that scoundrel anymore. When the neighbors heard what she said, they all looked at Tian Chunrao in surprise, as if to say, Old Tian, didn't you tell your daughter that Feng Chang is now rich? Suyaki also subconsciously looked at her mother, but found that her mother looked like a thief and didn't dare to look at her. How could she have the nerve to tell her daughter that Feng Chang was no longer the same as before? When Suyaki dumped Feng Chang, she strongly supported it. At that time, she also scolded Feng Chang, calling him a jinx and a burden. She said all kinds of nasty things to him, for fear that he would still pester her daughter. But who could have thought that he would turn around and make a huge leap forward, not only contracting a beautiful girl, but also taking first place in the Lingqi Guild's rookie competition among so many beast masters. Finally, he was admitted to the Lingqi Guild as an exception. To be honest, she regrets it so much now. If I had known that boy had this ability, I should have welded him and my daughter together and never let my daughter dump him. Even if my daughter refused, she would have tied them both together. Suyaki also felt that something seemed amiss, and quickly asked her mother, Mom, what happened? Tell me, I have a question for you. My dear daughter, this. Suyaki saw her mother hesitating and was so angry that she said angrily, What's this and that? Why is it so hard for me to listen to you? Tell me quickly, what's going on? Seeing that Tian Chunrao was too embarrassed to speak, the neighbor immediately took the initiative to watch the fun and said with a smile, Xiaoqi, don't you know? No way, such big news, the whole Yuqing knows it, and you don't know it yet? Suyaki said unhappily, Lao-san, why don't you tell me? Just say it. I'm not your mother. What is there for me to be afraid of? Xiaofeng is a successful kid now. As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately responded, That's right. Now the whole of Yuqing knows that Feng Chang has not only contracted a beautiful bride, but his beastly wife is also much prettier than you. I'm not lying to you. Another neighbor chimed in, That's right. His beast girl has a great figure, great looks, and a very gentle personality. Especially her eyes, they melt your heart. Listening to the neighbors' chatter, Suyaki clenched her fists tightly. If she hadn't been wearing combat uniform, the veins on the back of her hands would have bulged. How could that loser do that? I dumped him, and he turned around and signed a contract with someone else. Who gave him permission to sign a contract with someone else? Did I agree? Damn wimp, can't you just be a wimp in peace? Why do you have to come and cause trouble for me? Suyaki took a deep breath and said disdainfully, Isn't it just a contract with someone? He is a waste. Anyone who can make a contract with him must also be a waste. Lao-san laughed and said, But his beast girl is really prettier than you. What Suyaki hates most is hearing this sentence, She is prettier than you. Let's not talk about whether she's really as pretty as me. Speaking of which, for a beast girl, can such beauty really be used to make a living? Well, she's also very strong. Neighbor Zhuer rushed to say, Xiaofeng is not a bad kid, how could he have contracted such a powerful beast girl? Strong? How strong can that loser be? Suyaki said unhappily. Ha, you're really ignorant about this, aren't you? Xiaofeng won first place in the Lingqi Guild's rookie competition and is now a full member of the guild. He's a special recruit. Lao-san laughed and said, That's right, Xiaoqi, if you want to join the Spiritual Contract Guild, you probably have to wait until you graduate from college, right? That kid Xiaofeng skipped college and joined the Spiritual Contract Guild. Do you think he's impressive now? When Suyaki heard this, she couldn't help but exclaimed, He directly entered the Spiritual Contract Guild? How is this possible? Impossible, you can check it online, I'm not bragging. If one person says so, it may be false, but if a group of people say so, and even your useless mother is hesitant, is there any need to check? Calm down. Suyaki forced herself to calm down and think carefully about what was going on. But when she thought about how Feng Chang, that good-for-nothing who was once a jinx in everyone's eyes, had suddenly become Xiaofeng's kid, she became furious. I am the only one who was the center of attention and fawned over by everyone. When will it be the turn of that loser Fong Chang? He won first place in the rookie competition and was specially recruited by the Lingqi Guild. And his current beast girl is actually prettier than himself. Did he ask me? He then went to make a contract with someone else? Who gave him the guts? Mom, aren't you tired of standing there like a mute for so long? I'll help you get home. Suyaki pulled Tian Chunrao back into the house without saying anything.
After returning home, Tian Chunrao stammered, "My dear daughter, I."
What do you mean by I? Your daughter was scolded by those poor people, and you just stood there and watched. You really are my good mother. Tian Chunrao was scolded by Suyaki and became angry.
But she couldn't vent her anger on her own daughter. If she wanted to be rich and prosperous in the future, she had to rely on this good daughter.
Just wait, my dear daughter. I'm going to go out and fight those gossipers.
After saying that, Tian Chunrao ran out angrily and started arguing with the neighbors around her.
Suyaki didn't bother to care about her.
She opened her bracelet and checked the internet to find out what those poor people had just said. It would have been fine if he hadn't checked, but now that he did, he was furious.
Because his current beast girl is really prettier than himself. Wait a minute, why does this beast girl look so familiar? Isn't this teacher Mu from school?
Looking at teacher Mu staring at Fong Chang with eyes full of attachment and obsession, Suyaki felt like her lungs were about to explode.
Okay, how dare you steal my man while I'm not at home? Suyaki rushed out of the door in a hurry. Tian Chunrao, who was arguing with someone outside, saw her and asked hurriedly, "Where are you going, my dear daughter?" Suiyuan community. Anyway, don't worry about it. Just fight them quickly. If you can't win, don't call me your daughter anymore. I can't afford to lose face.
Provoked by Suyaki's words, Tian Chunrao was so scared that her life was in danger that she was forced to start a fight with the other person, scratching her neck and cheeks in a chaotic manner. The scene was like letting the dogs out behind closed doors.
Anyway, what Suyaki wanted was, if you don't want me to have a good life, then you can forget about having a good life.
As for whether her mother has a good life or not, it's none of her business.
Chapter 44, Childhood Sweethearts Reunite. Suiyuan Community. Fong Chang was sitting at home alone surfing the internet, looking up some information about the City Youth Competition. For the original owner, the City Youth Competition was just a name and had no meaning. Fong Chang needed to make up for all the relevant knowledge by himself.
During this period, he also wanted to find Tang Li and Wu Zhong to ask them for relevant knowledge and experience in person.
But the couple, as if they had discussed it beforehand, said to Fong Chang the following words, "Little brother, relax. Just treat this as an opportunity to see the world. Whether you get a good ranking or not doesn't matter.
In short, don't put too much pressure on yourself." But the problem is that this couple made all kinds of promises in order to encourage me to participate in the competition. The first place winner of this competition will receive 3 S-level crystals, 2 of which can be chosen from 3, as well as a 5 million yuan bonus and the ability to learn 1 A-level martial art for free.
Money doesn't matter, but I have my eyes on the supernatural crystal and the beast soul crystal.
Needless to say, the beast soul crystal can improve teacher Mu's skills. The supernatural crystal can help you awaken another supernatural power, or if you are lucky, directly upgrade your lightning power to S level. The higher the level of the ability, the greater the power. At the same time, Fong Chang also wanted to awaken a wood-type ability, because teacher Mu had a 25% ability bonus for him, and he could also share skills with her, but only limited to wood-type abilities. There is also the A-level skill Original Magnetism, which I have been eyeing for a long time and I am determined to obtain it. So no matter what, I can't just go through the motions in this city youth competition, as Wu Zhong and his wife said. Just then, he heard the sound of a door opening. Fong Chang turned around and saw teacher Mu pushing the door and going home. "Are you back?" Fong Chang said with a smile. Teacher Mu leaned on the shoe cabinet to change her shoes and asked, "Xiao Feng, are you bored at home alone?" "I'm not bored." "Why did you come back alone? Didn't our school beauty come back with you?" Fong Chang stood up and subconsciously went to pick up teacher Mu, but he was stunned as soon as he turned around. The school beauty Mu Yunxi was standing at the door, staring at him unhappily. "Who is your family now? Do you really think you are the master of this house?" "Xiao Shi." Teacher Mu turned around and frowned at her. Mu Yunxi said unhappily, "That's right. Am I wrong? Am I related to him? How did it become his family's?"
Fang Cheng cleared his throat awkwardly. Sorry, I was just joking with your mother. This joke is not funny. Don't make it again. Xiaoxi, how can you talk like this? How did you promise me? Originally, she wanted to live in peace with Fang Cheng because he saved her mother. But it would have been fine if Fang Cheng didn't mention Teacher Mu. As soon as he mentioned Teacher Mu, Mu Yunxi felt like her mother had been taken away by someone, and she felt very angry. Mu Yunxi said helplessly, Okay, you guys chat, I'm going to change my clothes. The combat uniform is good in every way except that it is too tight-fitting. It is okay to wear it in the wild, but at home, especially in a home with outsiders, it seems a bit ambiguous. Of course, you could also be like Suyaki, reluctant to take it off and use it as a way to show off, but Mu Yunxi obviously didn't have such an idea. Seeing Mu Yunxi slam the door shut, the words Mu Yao wanted to say to her were stuck in her throat. When I turned around and saw Fang Cheng, I felt a little embarrassed. Sorry, Xiao Fang, Xiaoxi must still be a little uncomfortable with it. Seeing Mu Yao's embarrassment, Fang Cheng smiled slightly, put his arm around her shoulders and said, I know, and I also know that you have made a lot of efforts so that she can go home with you. I won't blame you, nor will I have any opinion about her. In short, I won't do anything that will make things difficult for you. Fang Cheng's casual remark touched Teacher Mu's heartstrings, causing her face to blush slightly, as beautiful as the sunset in the sky. Her originally calm eyes were now like a lake with a stone thrown into it, rippling with layers of ripples. She gazed at Fang Cheng with affection, and that look seemed to be able to melt everything, containing endless tenderness. Xiao Fang, why are you so nice to me? What should I do if you don't want me in the future? She had been abandoned before, so how could she have experienced such tenderness? You little fool, you are my beast girl, right? To paraphrase your words, no matter how many beast girls I have in the future, you will always be the one I love the most. Seeing Teacher Mu being moved, Fang Cheng suddenly felt that what he said was really mean. In the room, Mu Yunxi, who had changed her clothes, didn't want to go out. The impression the original owner had left on her was already deeply ingrained and could not be changed by watching a few videos. To put it simply, she looked down on Fang Cheng. If Fang Cheng hadn't saved her mother, she wouldn't even be interested in talking to Fang Cheng. One thing at a time, we must find a way to get him to terminate his contract with Mom. Mu Yunxi stood in front of the window, thinking angrily. Just then, she inadvertently saw an unpleasant figure downstairs. Who else could it be but Suyaki? Suyaki was downstairs, asking someone about something. It's not enough that she is bullying me in the training camp, but she even dares to come to my house and cause trouble for me? Do you really think I have no temper? No, she might not be coming to see me. The conflict between her and me mainly came from Shinta-jun, which was due to her persecution complex. She actually knew in her heart that she looked down on Shinta-jun, so she would only target or retaliate against herself when the three of them were in the same space, or when Shinta-jun had any ideas about her. There is only one possibility for her to appear downstairs of my house now. When she thought of this, Mu Yunxi subconsciously looked outside the door. Fang Cheng was in her home. Although Fang Cheng was kicked away by her, for a woman like her, even if it is garbage she throws away, it is hers and others cannot pick it up. Besides, my mother is inferior to this woman in any way. After she found out that Fang Cheng had a contract with my mother, wasn't she going crazy? Fang Cheng is such a jerk. He has no skills at all and just causes trouble for Mom. Why would Mom fall for a guy like him? Wait a minute, didn't I want him to terminate his contract with his mother? This opportunity really came unexpectedly. Mu Yunxi looked at Suyaki downstairs through the glass, and a sneer appeared on the corner of her mouth. Mu Yunxi hurried out of the bedroom. Mom? Mu Yao poked her head out from the kitchen. What's wrong, Xiaoxi? Mu Yunxi didn't see Fang Cheng, so she asked, Where's that guy? At this time, Fang Cheng poked his head out from the balcony, looking for me? What are you doing there? Fang Cheng shook the kettle in his hand. Water the flowers. Why are you watering the flowers when the sun hasn't even set yet? Aren't you afraid they'll suffocate to death? Forget it, I won't tell you anymore. He turned around and looked at Mu Yao and said, Mom, let's go out for dinner today? Eat out? But I've already prepared the food. Oh, Mom, I finally got back from training camp, don't you want to treat me to a nice meal? Fang Cheng said, Teacher Mu, let's go out for dinner. I also want to change my taste. Okay then. Mu Yao wiped her hands on her apron and said as she untied it, Wait for me to change my clothes. Mu Yao went to change clothes, but Mu Yunxi found that Fang Cheng had been staring at her mother's back, and she was very angry. You'll be in trouble later. Mu Yunxi took Mu Yao's hand and went out, leaving Fong Chang behind.
Fong Chang didn't feel anything, but Mu Yao felt a little uncomfortable. These days, she and Fong Chang went out together, and she always went out holding Fong Chang's hand. Now that her daughter was back, she suddenly found that she seemed like a troublesome light bulb. Mu Yunxi calculated the time for the three of them to arrive downstairs just right, and as soon as they came down, they ran into Suyaki, who was walking towards them.
Hey, Fong Chang, your childhood sweetheart is here, why don't you go say hello? Chapter 45 Mu Yao, he is my happiness now. Suyaki's sudden appearance caught Mu Yao off guard.
At that moment, her heart sank suddenly, as if a huge rock had pressed down on her. She looked at Suyaki's energetic appearance, and her flying hair seemed to be mocking her as an old aunt. Her so-called charm seemed so pale at this moment, and was eclipsed by the youthful and beautiful contrast. An indescribable feeling of inferiority surged in her heart, like a dense vine tightly wrapped around her heart. Before this, she had always believed that Fong Chang must like her, but now when she saw Suyaki, he was not sure. The inferiority in her heart made her subconsciously hold on to her daughter beside her. She turned her head stiffly with her smooth neck and looked at Fong Chang behind her. Fong Chang knew that the most important thing at this time was to reassure Teacher Mu, so he walked over to Teacher Mu and gently took her hand. She must be given an explanation for some things, otherwise Suyaki's existence will become a permanent thorn in her heart. What childhood sweethearts? We're just neighbors. Fong Chang said calmly. When Suyaki heard this, she frowned. What a good neighbor. I've only been away for a few days, and you're already looking for other women behind my back. Are you trying to rebel? Hey Fong Chang, who are they? Why are you here? Suyaki's face was full of confidence. She believed that Fong Chang would definitely give her a reasonable explanation as he did before. Even if there isn't one, you have to make one up for yourself. But Fong Chang said expressionlessly, Suyaki, does this have anything to do with you? Huh? Suyaki was startled, and immediately said unhappily, why is it okay? I am you. He wanted to say, I am your girlfriend, but when he thought of her current boyfriend being Shin Tu-jun, he was afraid that these words would reach Shin Tu-jun's ears and cause trouble for him, so he swallowed the words back. Me what? Neighbor? Don't you think you're meddling too much? What neighbors? Besides, even if they are neighbors, does asking about them mean I'm meddling too much? A tree without bark is doomed to die, and a person without shame is invincible. Suyaki's shameless words are really impeccable. Fong Chang took Mu Yao's hand and said, then let me introduce you, Suyaki, this is my girlfriend Mu Yao. Then he said gently to Teacher Mu, the woman Yao Yao was my former neighbor, her name was Suyaki. At this moment, Mu Yao truly felt the warmth and strength coming from Fong Chang's palm. Suddenly, her heart was filled with an incomparable sense of security. She looked at Fong Chang subconsciously, her eyes full of deep obsession and attachment to him. She wanted to just look at him like this for the rest of her life, but there was a small matter that had to be dealt with. Then he glanced at Suyaki, then looked at Fong Chang tenderly, is Xiaofeng your neighbor? Why haven't I heard you mention him before? Hey, I'm just an ordinary neighbor. There's no need to single him out to talk to you. If I have the chance to visit the slums, I'll introduce them to you one by one. Fong Chang looked calm and composed. When dealing with a woman like Suyaki, you can't get angry. The angrier you are, the more complacent she will be. On the contrary, the less you care about her, the angrier she will be. Mu Yunxi, who was standing by, looked at their performance with a puzzled look on her face. Mom, are you serious with that kid? I want Suyaki to expose his true face. But why was Fong Chang not afraid at all after seeing Suyaki, and even played a double act with his mother? And how did my mom become your girlfriend? Did I agree? My mom is just your beastly mother at best. Wrong. Mu Yunxi suddenly reacted and looked at Fong Chang in surprise. If this was still the same stupid, useless loser as before, would he dare to provoke Suyaki like this? Suyaki looked at the intimacy between Fong Chang and Mu Yao and was so angry that her lungs almost exploded. You two are a pair of bastards. Didn't I, Fong, just despise you for being poor and useless before? Now that I've taken the initiative to find you, what do you mean by doing this to me? Suyaki calmed down and said again, Fong Chang, you are deliberately irritating me, right? Haven't I always been the one you like? In the past, when I told you to go east, you never dared to go west. I just ignored you for a few days, and you treated me like this. Aren't you too petty? Suyaki forced herself to suppress the anger in her heart and looked at Fong Cheng seriously. I want to see how your aunt will react when she hears this. Teacher Mu's gentle nature prevented her from cursing like Suyaki. She just raised her chin slightly, with a quiet and resolute smile on her face, gently took his arm, looked at him with eyes full of love, and said softly, My dear, no matter what happens, you will always be the most precious thing in my heart. My love for you shines like the stars and will never dim. Then, she turned her head and looked at Suyaki, her eyes calm but with an unquestionable strength. He is my happiness now, and I will always be with him. Even if he doesn't want me, I will not let go.
Fong Chun laughed. What else could a man ask for in his life with such a wife? Teacher Mu's reference picture. He patted the back of Mu Yao's hand and said, You misunderstood, and she misunderstood too. I have been an orphan since I was a child, and it was Aunt Lin who picked me up and raised me. And Suyaki didn't know who her father was since she was a child. When Mu Yunchi on the side couldn't help but burst out laughing when she heard this. Fong Cheng glanced at her and continued, Maybe it's because we share the same suffering, so I have always treated her as my younger sister since she was a child. I've taken good care of her since she was little, and maybe that's why she misunderstood me. Mu Yao and Fong Cheng's affectionate behavior completely drove Suyaki crazy. She raised her voice and said, Misunderstanding? Sister? Do you know what you're talking about? I'm telling you, Fong, if you know what's good for you, come here right now. Otherwise, we're completely finished. As she said this, she raised her hands as hard as if she wanted to tear the sky apart. Fong Cheng said to Mu Yao apologetically, I'm sorry, but she seems to have some mental problems. Her mother has always liked to hit her on the head with a broom since she was a child. After so many years, it's finally working. Mu Yao smiled, How can you say that about her? After all, she is your sister. Mu Yao was joking with the first half of her sentence, but the second half clearly showed her jealousy. What brother and sister? That's all in the past. On the day of the talent assessment at school, I drew a clear line between myself and her. Mu Yao feigned surprise and said, No way? She's still not satisfied with having such an outstanding brother like you? Didn't I tell you? Her mother hit her on the head with a broom when she was little, and made her stupid. Fong Cheng and Mu Yao were arguing with each other, which completely drove Suyaki crazy. Mr. Fong, I'm going to fight you. After saying that, she pounced towards Fong Cheng with her fangs bared. Fong Cheng subconsciously protected Mu Yao behind him and raised his hand to slap her in the face. Before Mu Yunchi could react, she heard a snap and a crisp sound. Suyaki's long hair swung and she staggered and almost fell to the ground. Suyaki was stunned. She covered her face and looked at Fong Cheng. You dare to hit me? Fong Cheng laughed and said, Oh, I'm so sorry. I just saw a mosquito trying to bite my girlfriend, but I didn't expect it to hit you in the face. I'm so sorry. The slap was painful, but it finally woke Suyaki up. What had happened to me just now? Was this still me? How had I made myself look like a bitch? From the moment I learned of his comeback, I felt like I had lost my composure. That guy Fong Cheng must be feeling very proud when he sees how I look now, right? Suyaki looked at Fong Cheng with eyes that became colder and colder. Fong Cheng didn't expect that you actually have such a manly side. This is good, really. Fong Cheng looked at Suyaki in confusion. Could it be that I really had a concussion on this woman? But Suyaki continued, But I will definitely return everything you gave me today double, I promise. After saying that, she covered her face and walked away. Her face felt burning with pain, but for some reason she couldn't help but want to look back at Fong Cheng again. Fong grew up to be very handsome, and she couldn't deny that. A long time ago, when she didn't know anything, she could stare at his face for the whole day. If he had slapped me earlier, maybe. Suyaki didn't think about it anymore, nor did she look back at Fong Cheng. Although she didn't know why that loser had suddenly turned around and was recruited by the Lingqi Guild and became a man, so what? He came from a humble background, and no matter how talented he was, he could never compare to Shintajun. I will slap you back for the slap you received today sooner or later. And as for that girl next to you, no matter how proud she is now, I will make her regret it soon. After leaving the complex, she took a taxi and, instead of going home, went to Aoshi Villa, the upscale complex where Shintajun lived. Chapter 46 Suyaki's Capital. Mu Yunchi was very unhappy. Ever since that crazy woman Suyaki ran away, her mother actually walked away holding Fong Cheng's hand. They looked so intimate, like a young girl who had just fallen in love. The point is that she completely forgot about her daughter. Mom? Mu Yunqi couldn't help but shout from behind. Mu Yao turned around and smiled. What's wrong, Xiaoxi? Hurry up and catch up. Didn't you say you wanted to have a big meal?
After saying this, she looked at Feng Chang with a smile in her eyes, then leaned on his shoulder, not avoiding suspicion at all towards the daughter behind her. Mu Yunqi stomped her feet in anger. Mom, you are already 36 years old, and your daughter is so grown up. Why are you still acting like a little girl?
What's so good about Feng Chang? He could actually make you so obsessed that he even abandoned your daughter.
Mu Yao and Feng Chang walked forward for a while, and when they found that Mu Yunqi had not followed them, they turned back to look at her in confusion. What's wrong, Xiaoxi? At this time Feng Chang said, why don't we go home and eat?
I like your cooking the most.
Mu Yao looked at him and smiled sweetly. Okay. Mu Yunqi was not happy with this and said angrily, no, I want to have a big meal.
Mr. Feng, you have to treat me to dinner today. Xiao Shi.
Seeing that teacher Mu was about to lecture Mu Yunqi again, Feng Chang quickly tightened his hand on her waist and interrupted her.
Mu Yunqi probably didn't realize it herself.
Although her words just now seemed to be criticizing Feng Chang, she was actually subconsciously beginning to accept Feng Chang as her stepfather.
If a proud person like Mu Yunqi really hated someone, would she go to dinner with him? Feng Chang smiled and said, no problem, I'll treat you, just order whatever you want. I'm not exaggerating, you can choose from any hotel or restaurant in Yucheng.
It just so happens that teacher Mu and I haven't been to such a high-end place yet, so you're just the right opportunity for a country bumpkin like me to broaden my horizons.
Is that what you said?
Of course, I lied to you that this is it. Feng Chang pointed his 5 fingers downwards and made a turtle gesture, which made teacher Mu beside him smile.
Okay then, I'm going to Xingyao Mansion. No problem. Feng Chang thought for a moment and said, if I remember correctly, the restaurant is in the city center. It's a bit far. I'll go get the car.
Mu Yao suddenly grabbed Feng Chang and said, Xiao Feng, I accidentally broke the car today.
Are you okay? Feng Chang looked at teacher Mu nervously. Feng Chang's nervous look made teacher Mu feel sweet in her heart.
She shook her head and said, don't worry, I'm fine, really. Mu Yunqi said unhappily, all right, stop hanging around there.
I'm still here.
After saying that, he angrily passed by the two of them.
Aosher Villa has a huge artificial lake in the middle, with villas scattered around it.
It is a famous wealthy community in Yucheng and also the property of the Shinta family. She had been to Shinta Jun's villa before, at the last pool party, and was brought here by her best friend to be used as a fire stand. So this time, she was familiar with the place. There was a doorbell in front of the villa, but she refused to ring it and instead punched and kicked the door.
Then, from inside the gate, Shinta Jun said angrily, who the hell is that?
The door opened and a butler in a suit and tie came out.
Miss, are you crazy?
Miss? You are the miss, your whole family is Mississippi.
Is Shintujuan living here? Call him out quickly.
Little girl, do you know my young master?
Nonsense, I just heard his voice, don't tell me he's not here.
The servant had no choice but to look back at Shintu Jun by the swimming pool.
Who is it? Lao Tian. Just as Lao Tian was about to speak, Suyaki pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing Shintujuan, she immediately said angrily, what's wrong with me? You can't even recognize my voice? When Shintujuan saw Suyaki, his heart couldn't help but twitch. Why are you here? Didn't you say you would wait for me to find you? I am your beast mother now. Can't I come to you?
Yes, of course.
I just wanted to clean up the house and give you a surprise. Seeing Shintajun's helpless look, Lao Tian rubbed his eyes quickly. Is this still the 8th young master of his family?
Although the 8th young master was young, he had seen all kinds of women.
Why did he seem a little afraid of this little girl?
But having said that, this girl is really fierce, like a she-demon.
Suyaki glanced at Lao Tian, frowned and said, this is none of your business, go do your thing.
Old Tian looked at his young master with a troubled look, and Shintajun quickly waved at him, signaling him to leave quickly. Suyaki took a look at the swimming pool, her eyes sliding across the water, and then she looked at the tent under the tree in the distance.
The scene at the pool party is still vivid in my mind. And there was that white tent. I was there at the time and was almost stabbed to death by Shintajun and his cronies. Now thinking about it, it seems like it was just yesterday. Today I revisited the old place, but I, Suyaki, am no longer the lowly and stupid girl I used to be.
She took a deep breath and suppressed the anger she had received from Feng Chang. She walked gracefully to the beach chair and sat down. She crossed her legs and swung her high heels, as if she was enjoying the beautiful sunset, but in fact she was fishing. Seeing this, Shin Tae-jun quickly climbed out of the swimming pool and came to her with a flattering look on his face. I really didn't expect that you would take the initiative to come to me. Suyaki glanced at him with disdain, raised her straight and slender legs, and began to practice calligraphy lightly on Shin Tae-jun's body with the tip of her shoes. She knew that Shin Tae-jun indulged her so much not because he loved her so much or because he admired her so much. How could a man like him possibly accept a woman who had fought with his accomplices? Didn't he have any dignity? All he liked was the pair of high heels on his feet, and they happened to fit his feet. Suyaki's ankles were very flexible. She circled the dot of the word tie and soon the word tie became a wooden character. At this moment, she looked up at Shin Tae-jun. Just when Shin Tae-jun felt that he had an opportunity, she kicked him away. Get out of the way. Shin Tae-jun staggered after being kicked. Only then did he realize what was happening. He saw the slap mark on Suyaki's face and asked in confusion, "Who gave you the mark on your face?" "What? You want to help me?" "Nonsense, you are my woman now, tell me who bullied you. I will make him regret coming into this world." Suyaki smiled coldly, "Don't try this on me, I think you want to take this opportunity to get close to that little bitch Yunshi, right?" Yunshi? Was it her who hit him? Do you think she has that ability? If it's not her? Then who is it? Her beast master. Okay, why am I telling you this? After saying that, Suyaki turned her head away in annoyance, seemingly looking at the scenery, but actually she was secretly paying attention to Shin Tae-jun's reaction. Sure enough, when he found out that Yunshi had a beast master, he looked as if he had been struck by lightning. Suyaki smiled coldly. Shin Tae-jun couldn't understand why, even though he had already made the announcement, there were still people who were not afraid of death and dared to make a contract with Yunshi. Who is her beast master? Tell me. Are you giving me orders? Alright, seeing how pitiful you look, I'll tell you so you can give up. Her beast master is Fong Chang. Fong Chang? Shin Tae-jun was stunned. Why did this name sound so familiar? Suddenly, his pupils shrank and he looked at Suyaki fiercely. Is that the loser who liked you before? This is impossible. How could Yunshi like that loser? You underestimated that loser. He's been scheming since he was little. To avenge me for dumping him, he used some despicable tricks to become that little bitch's beastmaster. As soon as I got home today, that loser brought that little bitch to show off in front of me. I was so angry that I wanted to slap him, but... Chapter 47 Fong Chang, from now on, you are only fit to lick my shoes. Suyaki touched her cheek. Her face was still burning with pain after being slapped by Fong Chang. That guy was really strong. He had no intention of showing any mercy to her and was simply beating her to death. But after knowing him for such a long time, this is the first time I find him so manly. If I were that woman, he would definitely stand up for himself. Oh, ugh. Why do I keep thinking about these nonsense? If I hadn't abandoned him, would he have known how to work hard? Would he be where he is today? It's all his fault. I've already taken the initiative to find him. What else does he want? Fong Chang, since you are so heartless, don't blame me for being ungrateful. She turned around and glanced at Shin Tae-jun. His face was ashen and he wished he could tear Fong Chang into pieces. Suyaki smiled slightly. This guy's murderous intention towards Fong Chang was real, but it was not because Fong Chang hit him, but because Fong Chang really touched his reverse scale. Yunshi has always been the white moonlight in his heart. How could he tolerate others getting there first? You want to kill that loser? Suyaki smiled coldly. You want to protect him? Shin Tae-jun said with a cold face. Why should I protect him? But you may not know this yet, right? That loser is no longer the useless person he used to be. He can be manipulated at will. What's the meaning? He is now a member of the Lingchi Guild, and he is a talent specially recruited by the Lingchi Guild. No matter how rich your Shinta family is, you are no match for the Lingchi Guild, right? Bastard! Shintu's teeth were chattering, his face flushed red, and the veins on his forehead bulged, as if they would burst at any time. Suyaki was right. His Shinta family was rich, but they really didn't dare to mess with the Lingchi Guild. Are you scolding me? Suyaki said with a cold face. Shin Tae-jun glanced at her and didn't bother to pay attention to her.
Suyaki turned around, folded her hands in front of her, leaned back in her chair and said arrogantly, "You never go online?" There's news online saying Fong Chang has been expelled from school for molesting a female classmate. What does this have to do with me wanting to kill him? Suyaki turned around and looked at Shin Tujuan and said with disdain, "Do you think the Lingqi Guild would want such a person with bad behavior and corrupt morals?" Shin Tujuan's eyes lit up, but after thinking for a moment, he said, "That still won't work. What you know, the Spiritual Contract Guild must also know, but he still joined the Spiritual Contract Guild. That's because this matter hasn't been confirmed yet. With the resources of your Shinto family, it shouldn't be difficult to make this matter a reality, right?" "I see. Don't worry, just leave this to me." After saying that, the two of them smiled at each other. "Okay, that's settled then. I'm leaving now." Suyaki stood up and was about to leave, but was stopped by Shin Tujuan. "What will I do if you leave?" Suyaki glanced at the vertical stroke in the word and pushed Shin Tujuan away with a disgusted look on her face. "What a hassle." Shin Tujuan chuckled, "Don't forget that you are my beast girl now. You have an unshirkable responsibility to improve the taming value." As a result, in less than 10 minutes, Suyaki was polishing her high heels by the swimming pool and they were soiled by the dog again. He casually threw the used tissue into the swimming pool and looked back at Shin Tujuan lying on the ground. "I can help you kill Fong Chang, but if you want to be with Mu Yunxi, forget it in this life." "Don't worry, dear. I only love you in this life." "Love only me? How much?" Suyaki stepped on him, applying a little force with her slender heel, and said with a cunning look at the corner of her mouth. Shin Tujuan swallowed his saliva with a look of aftertaste at the metallic high-heeled shoe in front of him. He subconsciously wanted to reach out and grab it, but Suyaki kicked it away. "Get out." After saying that, Suyaki turned around and left, but suddenly she thought of something and turned back to ask, "Do you have a car?" "Yes." Shin Tujuan's eyes lit up and he quickly sat up and said, "Put aside your dirty thoughts. I just don't want to walk back. Do you mind if you give me one?" "That's no problem, but do you have a driver's license?" This question really stumped Suyaki. Shin Tujuan quickly got up and said, "Let me drive you." Suyaki glanced at Shin Tujuan and thought it would be a good idea to drag this guy in front of those poor people to show him off. Let everyone know that Fong Chang, that loser, is doing well, and I, Suyaki, am not doing badly either. "Okay, but you have to behave yourself in the car. Sway Yuan community. Mu Yunxi is trying on the combat uniform Mu Yao gave her." Originally, after the three of them had dinner today, Fong Chang took her to the Lingqi Guild, wanting to buy her a D-level combat uniform. However, the girl's own strength was too low, and she couldn't wear the D-level combat uniform. When they got home, Mu Yao gave her the E-level combat uniform she had worn before. There was no way she could wear the official F-class combat uniform, which was too low quality. Mu Yao had only worn this combat uniform once, but now it looked like new on Mu Tsushi. Especially after the combat uniform was reshaped by the bracelet, the leather texture that was close to the skin made Mu Yunxi's graceful figure even taller. To be honest, when she stands with Teacher Mu now, they really look like a pair of sisters. Sisters visualization picture. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a girl in combat uniform? Mu Yunxi saw Fong Chang staring at her, and her face turned slightly red. At this moment, her anger was more like shyness. Today, Fong Chang slapped Suyaki on her mother's behalf. Although the slap was on Suyaki's face, it also hit her heart, making her heart tremble. Fong Chang has really changed. He is completely different from the Fong Chang I knew before, except for his voice. Of course, he is still as handsome as ever. It's just that this guy had met the wrong person before, Suyaki, that green tea girl, so no one in the school noticed that this guy was so handsome. Fong Chang smiled as he sat on the sofa. "I just found out today that combat uniforms can be controlled by wristbands. Who told you not to study hard in school? If you had gone to the training camp last time, the instructors would have taught you these things. This doesn't seem to have anything to do with studying hard, does it?" I don't want to bother with you." He then pulled his mother to sit down opposite Fong Chang. "By the way, what's going on with Zhong Xiaoyu? She's just a psychopath, why are you asking her? Do you have evidence that she is insane?" Seeing Fong Chang was stunned by the question, Mu Yunxi continued, "You'd better be able to prove that she is a psychopath. I don't know what your relationship with the Lingqi Guild is like, but you just joined the guild, so you probably don't know many people. If someone uses Zhong Xiaoyu to cause trouble, do you think you can still stay in the Lingqi Guild? Are you saying that Suyaki will use her to retaliate against me?" You think too highly of her, don't you? Mu Yunqi glared at him. It's not that I look up to her, it's that you look down on her. During this contract training, she was the only beast girl in the entire camp to advance to E rank, and you would never guess who her beast master was. Who? Shintu Jun, the 8th son of Yutong Group. Suyaki was born into a poor family, and the difference in status between her and Shintu Jun could be said to be as great as heaven and earth. Of course, with her S-level talent, she is worthy of Shintu Jun, but she is not the only beast girl with S-level talent in the training camp, and each of them has a better family background than her. But she was able to sign an intermediate-level contract with the other party in just 1 month. Isn't this possible without some tricks? Fong Chang nodded. If Mu Yunqi hadn't said it today, he might have really underestimated that woman. Then Fong Chang opened the bracelet and called Tang Li. The first thing Fong Chang thought of to prove his innocence was campus surveillance, but he couldn't get that thing himself, so Sister Tang should be able to do it. Chapter 48: A family of 3 with a guilty mind. Hey, Miss Tang, can you please do me a favor? You only call me when you have something to do. Why don't you think of me as your sister at other times? Aren't you afraid of disturbing you and Brother Wu? Go away, tell me what's going on this time. I'd like you to help me retrieve a video of the number 11 middle school surveillance footage. This shouldn't be too difficult for you, right? Tang Li said angrily. You're only now thinking of checking the surveillance footage? What were you doing? I've already checked the surveillance footage at number 11 middle school for you, but unfortunately, the part that could prove you're clear has been edited out. Fong Chang was shocked. When did this happen? It's the day of the rookie competition. Xu Guiying acted quite quickly. It shouldn't have been deleted by Xu Guiying. Although I didn't find the video you asked for, I have watched the other time periods. She had never been to the monitoring room before me. If it's not her, then who could it be? Who cares who he is? Whether or not there's that video is irrelevant to me. Just put your mind at ease and stop overthinking. Get some rest with Sister Mu Yao tonight and prepare for tomorrow's City Youth Tournament. Don't let me down, do you understand? Tang Li hung up the video call with a snap. Fong Chang scratched his head in embarrassment. Why did this little Sister Tang speak without considering the occasion? Didn't she see her daughter was beside her? Hi, in the final analysis, I still have something to hide. As long as I have nothing to hide, this sentence will not have any hidden meaning. I subconsciously looked at Mu Yao opposite me. It turned out that she had something to hide, so she lowered her head shyly and secretly glanced at Mu Yunqi next to her. Mu Yunqi glanced at Fong Chang, then at her mother, and hurriedly picked up the mug on the table, using the motion of drinking water to cover her face. It seems that she knows a lot. What should I do? Should I chase Fong Chang away, or pretend I didn't hear anything? But he is my mother's beastmaster after all. It seems that the contract level of both of them is not low, and they have both successfully advanced. The taming value must have been maxed out once without my knowledge. If I chase Fong Chang away now, won't it seem like I'm making a fuss and being pretentious? I promised my mother not to act silly. I promised my mother that I would not act silly. And Fong Chang didn't seem to be that bad. He was quite manly when facing Suyaki today. Moreover, when he saw Suyaki, he was obviously furious, but he still acted calm. This shows that he is still a very shrewd person. His seemingly light words actually hit Suyaki's heart, and in the end he also vented his anger. Well, he's pretty handsome too. Mu Yunqi's eyes jumped over the rim of the cup and secretly glanced at Fong Chang. He is indeed very handsome and capable. My mother is like an old cow eating young grass. TSK, it's not mom who is at a disadvantage anyway, why should I care so much? Mu Yunqi, who finally figured it out, suddenly stood up and said under the astonished gaze of Fong Chang and Mu Yao, well, I'm tired and will go back to my room first. Don't bother me, both of you. Mu Yao watched Mu Yunqi close the door and finally breathed a sigh of relief. What she worried about most was that her daughter didn't like Fong Chang, said something harsh to him, or did something to embarrass him. To put it bluntly, what she was most worried about was that her daughter would break up the couple. It seems that my daughter is quite sensible now. In the future, our family of 3 will definitely live in harmony. Just as Teacher Mu was lost in thought, Fong Chang said, Teacher Mu, what did she mean when she told us not to disturb her? Ah. Teacher Mu looked confused at first, then as if he thought of something, his face instantly turned red like a tomato. Teacher Mu then summoned up the courage to say to Fong Changdao, Xiao Fong will compete in the City Youth Tournament tomorrow. We should get some rest today.
Fang Qingze lifted his butt and sat next to her, holding her shoulders and said, "Teacher Mu, do you know? Although Sister Tang seems to be indifferent to Zhong Xiaoyu's matter, if I can't prove my innocence and the guild headquarters finds out about this, I don't think Sister Tang will be able to protect me."
Teacher Mu nodded. What should we do then?
The reason why Sister Xiao Tang doesn't care is because compared to my worth, that matter is nothing.
Similarly, if headquarters can see my value, they can also not care. What do you think? Teacher Mu nodded. That makes sense. So we have to improve our abilities as quickly as possible and strive to achieve good results in the City Youth Tournament, right?
Teacher Mu nodded in agreement. How about we eat all the remaining star crystals now and try to break through to D level tonight?
That way, the chances of achieving good results will be greater.
Teacher Mu, what you said makes a lot of sense, but our taming value is not enough now.
Huh?
Teacher Mu looked at Fang Chang in surprise. It turned out that after walking around for so long, this kid was waiting for him here.
Isn't this because?
Teacher Mu wanted to say, this is not because of you, kid, you have been wasting your time on trivial things recently. He either uses facial cleanser or applies a facial mask, or he secretly digs a ditch behind my back. When I caught him, he still looked confused.
Isn't it because of something? Fang Chang teased.
Mu Yao lowered her head shyly and whispered, bad boy, you're asking even though you already know the answer. Fang Cheng finally revealed his true colors and said with a smile, Teacher Mu, the past is gone.
There's no point in talking about it. It's only the last night left. Let's improve the taming value a bit, right?
Mu Yao secretly glanced at Mu Yunqi's bedroom. Xiaoxi hasn't slept yet. What if I wake her up later?
No. Why not?
Teacher Mu rubbed his hands nervously, feeling his palms full of sweat. He hated himself for not being able to do his best. Even though he knew that he was doing bad things, his heart was beating faster and faster. Then let me go brush my teeth first. As soon as Teacher Mu stood up, Fang Chang grabbed her by the waist. She was so scared that she subconsciously wanted to scream, but when she thought of Xiaoxi who had returned, she quickly covered her mouth.
Then she punched Fang Chang on the shoulder and glared at him shyly. Fang Chang sneered, go back to your room first and I'll help you wash it later.
In Mu Yunqi's room, she sat on the bed hugging a pillow, listening to the noise outside the door. A pair of beautiful eyebrows are almost twisted into a lump. It wasn't until he heard the door close outside that he said angrily, Fang Chang, you bastard, if you dare to let my mother down in the future, I will cut you into pieces.
After sending Suyaki home, Shen Tujun first went to the Lingqi Guild to confirm whether Fang Chang had really entered the Lingqi Guild. This was an incredible thing for him.
As far as he knew, Fang Chang had very poor talent.
If it weren't for Suyaki, she wouldn't have kicked him out.
Given that woman's personality and that boy's talent, if he was any better, that woman would have kept him by her side like a dog. Besides, he didn't even graduate from high school.
How could the Lingqi Guild possibly accept him?
As a result, he actually saw the boy's personal information in the member column of the Lingqi Guild.
Fang Chang, 18 years old, talent level SS. Talent level SS? Shen Tujun wiped his eyes and looked again. Yes, it was indeed SS level, one level higher than his own talent. No wonder Suyaki was so angry.
It turned out that the cooked duck flew away and she was angry that she had misjudged him. In Shen Tujun's opinion, if this kid hadn't provoked Mu Yunqi, he really wanted to spare his life. Given his relationship with Suyaki, as long as he was used properly, he would definitely become that woman's weakness in the future. But he should never, ever set his sights on Mu Yunqi. No matter who dares to set their sights on my woman, I will make him regret ever coming into this world.
Chapter 49. The truth is not worth mentioning in the face of public opinion.
After Shen Tujun came out of the Lingqi Guild, he rushed to the school without stopping.
Fang Chang could not enter the school's monitoring room, but as the 8th young master of the Shinta family, he could naturally enter whenever he wanted.
The security guard watching the surveillance video not only didn't dare to stop him, but also had to bow and nod to him. He wanted to check the surveillance footage of the day when Fang Chang molested Zhong Xiaoyu. He didn't know that this incident was actually fabricated and thought it was evidence of Fang Chang's guilt.
At the Lingqi Guild, he learned that Fang Changming would represent the Lingqi Guild in this year's City Youth Competition.
Before the game starts, the evidence of this crime will be revealed in front of everyone, and even if the Lingqi Guild wants to protect him, they will not be able to do so.
When he was kicked out of the Spiritual Contract Guild, what good would it do an orphan from the slums have no talent?
He could still do whatever he wanted to him. As a result, more than a dozen security guards searched for the surveillance footage until late at night but still couldn't find it.
That recording is missing? How is that possible? By the way, besides you, has anyone else come to the monitoring room recently?
The security captain thought for a moment and said, Master Shinto, I remember now. Teacher Zhu came here about half a month ago.
Zhu Guiying?
Yes, it's Teacher Zhu Guiying. Why the hell didn't you say so earlier? After saying that, Shinto Jun was about to run to find Zhu Guiying, but was stopped by the security captain.
Master Shinto, are you going to look for Teacher Zhu?
If so, she may not be at home.
What's the meaning?
The security captain scratched the back of his head, looking at Shinto Jun with a sly look in his eyes, and then lowered his voice and said, This is a matter of personal privacy.
I'm sorry I can't speak directly to Master Shinto.
After saying this, seemingly casually, he actually rubbed his fingers in front of Shinto Jun deliberately.
Shinto Jun understood what he meant. Wasn't he just looking for benefits?
So he opened the bracelet and transferred 10,000 Dragon Country coins to the security captain, which was almost 2 months' salary for the security captain.
Can you speak now?
The security captain looked at his bracelet and immediately lowered his voice and said, Master Shinto, it's not that I don't want to say it, but if people knew it was me who said it, I might lose my job.
Shinto Jun glared at him coldly. He was really greedy. Aren't you afraid that you may earn the money but not spend it? Then he transferred another 200,000 yuan to him, can you tell me now?
The security captain took a look at the transfer record and immediately smiled.
He leaned over to Shinto Jun's ear and said, Teacher Zhu is in the principal's office and hasn't come out yet.
Huh?
How did you know?
The security captain did not explain, but just turned around to look at the huge holographic screen behind him, and Shinto Jun immediately understood.
Is there any surveillance in the principal's office?
There are some in the principal's office, but not in the secret room.
There's a secret room?
It should be in the bathroom. As for how to get in, Master Shinto has to figure it out himself.
Soon Shinto Jun came to the bathroom in the principal's office and turned on the recording function on the bracelet. It was actually very easy to find the secret room in the middle of the night. Just follow the sound.
Some sounds may not be audible during the day, but at night in this cramped bathroom, it's like turning on an amplifier. I pushed the bathroom wall with my hand and the secret door was not locked and opened easily.
Oh my god. The 200,000 I spent was really worth it.
The secret room is not big, but it has everything it needs. It is full of domestication tools, many of which are high-tech equipment that even Shinto Jun has never seen.
His shot of I'm going instantly petrified the two people who were taming animals in the secret room.
It took a long time for Principal Chao Jilung to react and he quickly grabbed a towel for himself. As for Zhu Guiying, she even wanted to die because she couldn't move and could only stare blankly.
Student Shin.
Shinto, why are you here? Chao Jilung said stutteringly. I came to see Teacher Zhu for something. Chao Jilung then remembered Zhu Guiying and quickly picked up the bracelet, trying to take her down from the circular force field device. But Shinto Jun stopped him and said, No, I'm just asking this question, it's quite interesting.
Hey, Shinto, if you have anything to say, let's talk outside. Is that okay?
No, I'm going to say it right here.
What can you do to me?
You.
What do you mean? If you don't dare to kill me, then go die somewhere else.
Seeing that Chao Jilong wanted to kill him but was helpless, Shinto Jun smiled coldly and came to Zhu Guiying. Zhu Guiying now wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into, but her body was restrained by the force field and she couldn't move. She could only lower her head in shame and anger.
Teacher Zhu, I have a question for you. Shinto Jun thought that Zhu Guiying had taken the missing surveillance footage. As for her purpose, Shinto Jun could not think of anything other than wanting to gain benefits from Fong Chang.
After all, that loser Fong Chang is now a member of Lingqi Guild, one of the 3 major guilds in Dragon Country, and his meteoric rise to fame is just around the corner. But after a conversation, it turned out that Zhu Guiying originally wanted to take the surveillance video, but she wanted to destroy the evidence. But when she arrived at the monitoring room, the surveillance recording had disappeared. Then Shinto Jun learned from her that the story of Fong Chang molesting Zhong Xiaoyu was completely nonsense. It was Su Yaki who wanted to get rid of Fong Chang and deliberately framed him.
Is everything you said true? Zhu Guiying nodded wildly, it's absolutely true. If you don't believe it, you can ask Zhong Xiaoyu.
Shinto Jun touched his chin and looked back at Chao Jilong, who felt uneasy when he looked at him. What else do you want to do?
I'd like to ask for a small favor.
Please accuse Fong Chang at tomorrow's city youth competition so that justice can be served and the innocent victim, Zhong Xiaoyu, can be vindicated.
Are you crazy? This didn't happen. What evidence do we have to accuse him?
He's a member of one of the 3 major guilds, the Spiritual Contract Guild.
Do you know the consequences of falsely accusing him? Shin Taejun smiled coldly and clicked replay on the bracelet.
When Xu Guiying and Xiao Jilong saw the replay, they were stunned again.
Delete it for me right now.
Before Xiao Jilong could finish his words, someone rushed over and tried to snatch Shin Taejun's bracelet. Shin Taejun raised his hand, dodged it with a beautiful turn, and said with a smile, "Sorry, my hand just slipped and it went online."
You.
Don't worry, as long as you do me this small favor, I will make sure that no one will know about your affair. Seeing that things had come to this, Xiao Jilong could only take a deep breath and said, "Xiao Ying has already said that Su Yaqi framed Fong Chang in this matter, and Zhong Xiaoyu also admitted it. Fong Chang didn't molest her at all, he was just knocked unconscious by her."
If you ask me to slander him, you should at least produce some decent evidence, right? Shin Taejun smiled and said, "This is your business. I can't control it. Anyway, I want to see the results tomorrow." Shin Taejun yawned after saying this. "It's getting late, so I won't disturb you too. By the way, do you want to know how I found this place? How did you find it? You can only blame yourselves for being stupid. Don't you know there are surveillance cameras everywhere in the school? Some people watch the cameras every day, how could they not know about your little shit?"
Shin Taejun left the school and ran into the security captain again at the door.
"Master Shin-tu, is this all done?" Shin-tu snorted coldly.
There was really no need for him to bother with a dead person.
The 200,000 yuan could be used as a resettlement allowance for his wife and children.
As for whether the 2 guys can succeed in the accusation tomorrow, Shin Taejun doesn't care at all. He just wants to make this matter bigger and let all the big guys present tomorrow know about it. By then, it won't matter whether Fong Chang molested Zhong Xiaoyu or not. Unless he can produce evidence to prove his innocence, the evil nature of human beings will make everyone choose to believe that this is true.
Would the Spiritual Contract Guild still want him by then? They might even wish him dead. Chapter 50 Shin Taejun is ready for everything.
Teacher Mu prepared breakfast early in the morning, which was mostly snacks that Mu Yunqi liked.
As for Fong Chang's taste, to be honest, she really didn't know.
Because she stewed sea cucumbers for Fong Chang every day, or kidneys, leeks, and lamb ribs.
Thanks to Mu Yunqi, Fong Chang finally had a different breakfast today.
"Xiaoxi, these are the soup dumplings that Mom made especially for you.
Try them."
Teacher Mu picked up one for Mu Yunqi and one for Fong Chang. "Xiao Fong, you try it too."
Fong Chang looked at the buns on the plate. The bun skin was as thin as wonton skin.
It was a puddle when placed on the plate, and a lump when picked up because it was full of soup. "Teacher Mu, I thought you only knew how to make sea cucumber millet porridge, but I didn't expect you could also make soup dumplings."
"This is a technical job. How do you put the soup in?" "This is easy. Just add some jelly when making the filling." "I see. Teacher Mu, you've solved my doubts that I've had for years."
After saying that, Fong Chang glanced at Mu Yunqi and found that the girl had a pair of dark circles under her eyes and was absent-minded while eating breakfast.
Teacher Mu also noticed her abnormality and asked with concern, "What's wrong, Xiaoxi? Don't you have an appetite?" "Huh? No, I just..." "Never mind, I'll go wash my face first."
Teacher Mu looked at her back and muttered, "What's wrong with that child?
Didn't she just wash her face?" Fong Chang smiled and said, "Do you think it's possible that I didn't sleep well last night?"
Teacher Mu didn't know what she was thinking about, and a blush rose on her face, which was more beautiful than the morning glow outside the window.
Then he lowered his voice and said uncertainly, This can't be possible?" "I don't think it's possible either. We turned on silent mode yesterday. It's impossible to wake her up, unless..." "Unless what?" Fong Chang smiled slightly, "I won't tell you."
Just when Teacher Mu wanted to continue asking questions, Mu Yunqi came back and he had to give up. Mu Yunqi ate breakfast absent-mindedly, but Fong Chang ate quite comfortably.
After living with Teacher Mu for so long, this was the first time he knew that she could actually make exquisite snacks.
She should not be from Yucheng.
Because people in Yucheng prefer spicy food and few like sweets, ordinary families cannot make such exquisite snacks. It seems that Mu Yunqi's arrival was not entirely useless.
At least it helped improve his food.
After breakfast, Teacher Mu and School Bell Mu also changed into combat uniforms.
They really look like a pair of twin sisters.
This is the benefit of longevity.
In this world, once you are over 20 years old, it is difficult to tell your age from your appearance.
Xiaoxi, do you have a team for the city youth competition? Teacher Mu asked.
Mu Yunxi shook her head. It's just a formality anyway, I don't bother to waste my energy on it. For those who have just come out of the contract training camp, events like the city youth tournament are actually a way for them to see the world, or perhaps it is part of the training.
How about you join your mother's team?
That way it will be easier for us to take care of you. Mu Yunxi subconsciously looked at Feng Chang. Feng Chang, who was adjusting his collar in front of the mirror, felt as if someone was looking at him and subconsciously turned around to look at the two of them.
Mu Yunxi panicked and said unhappily, whatever, it's just a formality anyway. Teacher Mu did not notice the strangeness in her daughter's eyes.
When Feng Chang turned around, she thought that Feng Chang was looking at her because he minded bringing his daughter, a burden, along.
Xiao Feng, Feng Chang smiled slightly and interrupted Teacher Mu, it's okay.
When we can no longer take care of her, it won't be too late for her to withdraw from the competition.
Yes, thank you. Why are you being so polite to me? She's your daughter, and also my classmate.
Mu Yunxi glanced at Feng Chang suspiciously.
Did this guy almost let something slip just now?
In the slums, Suyaki got into Shin Tajun's luxury car in front of everyone's astonished gazes.
Xiaoqi, I have good news for you. Today I can ruin the reputation of that kid Feng Chang. Shin Tujun said confidently while driving. Suyaki glanced at him and said disdainfully, are you sure?
Of course.
Are you still unsure of my ability? When have I ever let you down?
Tisk, haven't you disappointed me enough times?
Don't mention those things, okay?
Besides, you were almost unconscious back then.
Did you forget?
Shut up, it's not just your first time that's your achievement, what are you so proud of?
Okay, I won't say any more. Shin Tujun concentrated on driving. From your appearance, you seem very confident this time?
That's for sure.
Let me show you something good first. After saying that, Shin Tujun sent the video he took last night to Suyaki. Suyaki opened the bracelet suspiciously and looked at it. She couldn't help but exclaimed, why are you showing this to me? Do you want to try it too? Shin Tujun touched his nose awkwardly. Xiaoqi, what I want to say is, now that we have this evidence in our hands, do you think those two guys dare not buy our lives?
Suyaki then looked carefully at the people in the video and suddenly asked excitedly, do you want Zhu Guiying and Chao Jilong to expose Feng Chang at the competition?
My Xiaoqi is so smart, you guessed it before I even said it.
Humph, stop flattering me.
Shin Tujun smiled slightly, I heard from Zhu Guiying that it was you who ordered Zhong Xiaoyu to be molested by that boy? Why are you jealous?
What's there to be jealous about?
I just want to ask someone more reliable to do this next time.
Feng Chang didn't do anything at all, but he was knocked unconscious by Zhong Xiaoyu. If it were someone I had found, it would definitely make sure the evidence was irrefutable.
Whether it's true or not doesn't matter.
As long as we can make a scene at the competition today, half of the deal will be done.
Why only half? Suyaki sneered and said, 70% at most, no more. Don't forget that Feng Chang was specially recruited by the Lingqi Guild. He must have the ability that the Lingqi Guild values.
Although his molestation of a classmate is a shameful act, if the Spiritual Contract Guild values his abilities more, then what you did will become meaningless.
That makes sense. What about the other half? How confident are you that you can use this incident to disqualify him from the competition?
Shin Tajun smiled slightly and said disdainfully, unless he can produce evidence to prove his innocence this time, he can forget about participating in the competition.
Suyaki nodded, that's good. You haven't told me how to do it yet. This is not that simple.
As far as I know, he was specially recruited by the Lingqi Guild, but it's just the Yuqing branch's business. This time, the Yuqing branch sent him to participate in the competition, most likely to prove to the headquarters that the boy is qualified to be specially recruited. Then we won't give him the opportunity to show his abilities, and let people not see his achievements.
Add to that this scandal that everyone knows about, and do you think the guild headquarters will still let him stay in the guild? That makes sense.
Yuqing is a small place after all. That kid is qualified for special recruitment in Yuqing, but he might not be qualified in other places.
As long as we exaggerate this scandal, the headquarters may not be impressed by his limited ability. That depends on your ability. Don't worry, I will definitely make that kid notorious today. The entrance to the City Youth Tournament copy is set up in the Beast Taming Square. Thousands of participants gathered here, waiting for the entrance to open. The stage originally in the center of the square was converted into a rostrum today. The Lord of Yuching, heads of various departments, and celebrities were all present today. According to the tradition of the Dragon Kingdom, whenever such an important occasion occurs, the top two leaders will stand up and say a few words. But today, just as the city lord opened his mouth, Chao Jilong, who was sitting in the corner of the podium, stood up and interrupted his speech, not giving the city lord any face at all. Chapter 51 Why is your vision so bad? While the city lord was giving an impassioned speech, Chao Jilong was still struggling in his mind about whether or not to do as Shintajun said. Just then, his hand beeped and someone sent him a video. It was the scene where he and Zhu Guiying did not go home after get off work last night and hid in the office to play games. The city lord was giving a speech in front, and you show me this? At that time, Chao Jilong stood up suddenly as if he had a burst hemorrhoid. Because he was too excited, he knocked over the teacup on the table with a loud bang. It was hard for others to ignore him. City Lord Yu Jianming frowned and turned to look at Chao Jilong, who looked like a fool. Principal Chao, do you have any opinion on what you said to me? No, that's not what I meant. So you have hemorrhoids and can't sit still? Chao Jilong is now in a dilemma. If he doesn't do what Shintajun says, the big screens around the square will probably show him and Zhu Guiying. So he gritted his teeth, stamped his feet, looked at Yu Jianming and said, I think someone is not qualified to participate in this city youth competition. Yu Jianming's face suddenly turned dark. You suddenly stood up just to tell me this? Why did you say it when I was giving a speech to the citizens instead of earlier? Are you deliberately trying to slap me in the face and embarrass me? Who? Yu Jianming said, suppressing his displeasure. Fong Cheng from the Spiritual Contract Guild. Yu Jianming said coldly, go on. Chao Jilong felt his throat dry and swallowed hard, saying, he was originally a student at our school, but was expelled for molesting a classmate. Someone with such corrupt morals has no right to participate. That's it? Yu Jianming realized that he had spoken out of turn after he finished speaking. This kind of thing, if said in private, is not worth mentioning at all compared to today's business. But now, in front of all the people in the city, it was a bit inappropriate for him, as the lord of a city, to say this. So he quickly changed his tone and said, after the competition is over, I will definitely order the people from the Jing'an division to investigate this matter thoroughly. Now, please sit down. No, Lord City Lord, if it was just ordinary indecent assault, I would definitely not bother you, but what Fong Cheng did this time was really too bad. Not only has this caused Zhong Xiaoyu immense psychological trauma, but according to doctors, it has also very likely caused her lifelong infertility, completely depriving the child of the right to become a mother. Yu Jianming frowned. What the hell are you talking about? One moment you're talking about child, the next moment you're talking about mother? But he couldn't get angry in front of the people, so he could only follow his words and say, is that true? At this moment, Zhu Guiying rushed to the stage like crazy and said, Lord City Lord, it is absolutely true. I am their class teacher and I saw it with my own eyes. Since you saw it with your own eyes, why didn't you stop it? I was across from their building at the time. By the time I ran over, it was too late. You have no idea how tragic the scene was. Thousands of ordinary people in the audience, after hearing what they said, started talking about it. So, that little beast called Fong Cheng is really a piece of shit. Why does this name sound so familiar to me? Is he the guy who made a splash in the Lingqi Guild's rookie competition last time? At the time, Mr. Zhu posted videos online accusing him of crimes, but not many people believed them. Later, the videos mysteriously disappeared. I guess there's a lot of water here, otherwise Teacher Zhu and Principal Chao wouldn't come to accuse that guy in this kind of situation. Although the method was somewhat inappropriate, teachers and principals who are willing to uphold justice for their students are truly admirable. In the crowd, Mu Yunxi looked at Fong Cheng unhappily. Why are you looking at me? Why aren't you ashamed at all? Xiao Shi? Mu Yao frowned. Why, am I wrong? Mu Yunxi also wanted to say, if you want to molest someone, can't you molest someone pretty? Why is your vision so bad? Fong Cheng signaled Mu Yao to calm down and said to Mu Yunxi, you know Zhong Xiaoyu, do you think my taste is that bad? Mu Yunxi was speechless for a moment. With Zhong Xiaoyu's behavior, all the boys in the class would feel sick when they saw her. Who would be blind to molest her?
Mu Yunxi didn't believe it in her heart, but for some reason, she felt a little angry.
Then you can't just stand there and watch the show, right?
Zhu Guiying and Chao Jilong are talking about you, the culprit, so why are you acting like nothing happened?
The victim hasn't even come on stage yet. What's the difference between me going up there now and cursing at a shrew?
In Fang Cheng's opinion, although he had no evidence to prove his innocence, the other party also had no evidence to prove that he molested Zhong Xiaoyu. Now both sides were relying on their words. Then the only breakthrough, or the key to the victory or failure of this debate, lies in Zhong Xiaoyu. As long as her words can be made inconsistent, or people can feel that her words are full of loopholes, then the rumor can be debunked.
Bullshit. Wu Zhong suddenly stood up from the podium and said, "You said my people were molested? Do you have any evidence, old man?"
Chao Jilong glanced at Wu Zhong and said coldly, "The evidence has all been destroyed by your spiritual contract guild."
"Where can I find it?" "But fortunately, you don't dare to kill to silence the witness. Do you want to hear what Zhong Xiaoyu has to say herself?"
After saying this, he winked at Zhu Guiying in the audience. Zhu Guiying glanced behind her and saw that Zhong Xiaoyu had not squeezed out yet.
She was immediately furious.
"If you, a cheap bastard, mess up this thing today, and if the affair between me and the principal is exposed because of this, I will skin you alive." Zhu Guiying rushed into the crowd and grabbed Zhong Xiaoyu out. "Go ahead, tell us in front of everyone today how that little beast Fang Cheng assaulted you." Zhong Xiaoyu is regretting her decision so much now. Before dawn today, Zhu Guiying and Chao Jilong rushed to her house, woke her up from her sleep, and forced her to make a false confession. Chao Jilong also knew that when both sides had no evidence, the key to success or failure lay with Zhong Xiaoyu, so whether she could speak well became the key to the success or failure of the matter.
When Zhong Xiaoyu heard that she was to accuse Fang Cheng at the city youth competition, she felt numb.
This was slander in itself. It would have been fine if she had just posted some short videos online, but now she was asked to lie in front of the city lord and all the big guys in Yuqing.
She really didn't have the courage to do that.
She didn't have the courage, so Zhu Guiying and Chao Jilong gave her courage. They beat her to death with belts and gave her a mixed doubles beating. They didn't believe that this bitch would not obey. Now her clothes were covered with bruises. She regretted why she listened to Su Yaqi and framed Fang Cheng.
If she had not agreed, why would there be so many problems now? And because of this incident, her parents were completely disappointed in her.
This morning, she was beaten so hard by Zhu Guiying and Chao Jilong that she cried for her parents. The whole building must have heard it, but they did not show up. At this moment, Zhong Xiaoyu looked so hopeless, just as Chao Jilong said, her heart had been deeply traumatized. Before she even opened her mouth, she had already won a lot of sympathy. Yu Jianming, who had originally wanted to send the matter to the Jing'an division, subconsciously slowed down his tone when he saw her pitiful appearance and said, "Don't be afraid, Zhong Xiaoyu. The city lord will definitely take care of it for you today.
Tell me what's going on." Chapter 52, Don't Let the Bad Guys Go Unpunished.
Zhong Xiaoyu was like a piece of wood now. Zhu Guiying pushed her and she stammered.
"Zhu.
What teacher Zhu said is all true.
Fang Cheng molested me. Not only did he molest me, he also beat me. He even hit me with a stick."
The more Zhong Xiaoyu spoke, the more excited she became, and the more horrific her words became, as if she had risked everything.
"I don't want to talk about this anymore. Why do you keep forcing me to say it over and over again? Why? That last week roar was so heartbreaking to hear."
The camera gave Zhong Xiaoyu a close-up, and now the holographic screens around the square were all showing her desperate and helpless look. The square was eerily quiet. Everyone clenched their fists, wishing they could catch Fang Cheng and tear him into pieces. Su Yaqi and Shintu Jun looked at all this and felt relieved. The effect seemed to be even better than they had imagined.
Fang Cheng is finished this time.
Su Yaqi's eyes were full of pride. Now she no longer had to worry about him making a comeback. It seemed that my judgment was right.
How could he compare with Shintu Jun with his poor status?
Shintu Jun was in the crowd, staring at Fang Cheng with his sinister eyes.
"Do you think you can touch my woman? If you try to steal my woman, I will make you regret coming into this world." Yu Jianming on the stage looked back at Wu Zhong. He had a good personal relationship with Wu Zhong.
Although Wu Zhong looked like a fool, he was a very loyal person. Moreover, his wife was really beautiful and could cook very well. He had to consider the Buddha's face instead of the monk's.
He really didn't want to make things difficult for Wu Zhong unless it was absolutely necessary, but now he was in a dilemma.
Just as he was about to speak, Wu Zhong looked at Zhou Jianyang unhappily and said, "Old Zhou, if you don't stand up and say something, the promise I made to you will be null and void." Zhou Jianyang is the director of Yucheng Education Department. He and Wu Zhong have nothing to do with each other, but from his tone just now, it seems that the two are not only familiar with each other, but also seem to have reached some kind of deal. Not only Yu Jianling was confused, but Tang Li, who was sitting next to Wu Zhong, was also confused. What kind of promise did her man make to others behind her back? Zhou Jianyang sighed and stood up with an extremely reluctant look. Seeing him like this, Wu Zhongyi became unhappy again. All right, stop talking. It's like I'm forcing you. Zhou Jianyang perked up when he heard this and said hurriedly, "Don't, Lao Wu, didn't we already agree on this? You can't go back on your word now. Now everyone is even more curious. What are they talking about? And how does this relate to the current situation?" Chao Jilong and Zhu Guiying were also stunned. What did that guy mean by bringing up the director of the education department? Could he really call a hen a duck just by talking? Or do you want to use the director to put pressure on us? If it were in private, whoever had a higher rank would definitely be right, but now in front of so many people, whoever dared to show favoritism would be killed. Suyaki suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart, and Shen Tujuan comforted her, "Don't worry, the only surveillance video that can prove Fong Cheng's innocence has been deleted. The way they look now, it's obvious that they've reached some kind of deal. Even if he says something fantastical later, no one will believe him." At this time, Zhou Jianyang on the stage cleared his throat and said, "Maybe some of you here don't know me yet, let me introduce myself again. I am the director of the Yucheng Education Department, and my name is Zhou Jianyang. I can guarantee with my character that Chao Jilong and the others are lying." As soon as these words were spoken, the square exploded. Just like what Shen Tujun said, no one believed what he said. Fong Cheng is from the Lingqi Guild, and Wu Zhong is the president of the Yucheng branch. Everyone heard what he just said to Zhou Jianyang. It is obvious that the two of them have reached some kind of ulterior motive. You say they are lying, so they are lying. Do you think we are all fools? Zhou Jianyang helplessly stretched out his hand and said, "Everyone, stop arguing and listen to me. I'm not talking nonsense. I have evidence." "What evidence do you have? Why don't you show it to me? If you can't, I think you should quit your job as director of the education department." "What bullshit evidence? I don't believe it." Seeing that the crowd was so angry that they didn't listen to him at all, Zhou Jianyang had no choice but to tap on the bracelet a few times, and then swiped his finger from the bracelet forward towards the holographic screens around the square. The disappeared surveillance video immediately played on all the holographic screens. From Zhong Xiaoyu calling Fong Cheng out to the classroom door, to her hitting Fong Cheng with a stick until his head was bleeding in the corridor, to her shouting molest to those around her, everything was recorded clearly. "Didn't you say that the surveillance video was deleted? How did it get into his hands?" Suyaki was so angry. She saw that Fong Cheng was going to be unable to recover forever, but then Cheng Yaojin showed up out of nowhere. Shen Tujun was also dumbfounded. How did this surveillance video end up in Zhou Jianyang's hands? He was the director of the education department, so what on earth did this have to do with him? Not only did he think so, Chao Jilong and Zhu Guiying also thought so. He had nothing to do with this matter from beginning to end, so what did it have to do with him? So when Zhu Guiying discovered that the surveillance video was missing, she racked her brains but couldn't think of Zhou Jianyang as the culprit. Zhong Xiaoyu didn't react much, because she was already disheartened. If she wasn't afraid of being beaten to death by Zhu Guiying and Chao Jilong, she wouldn't have come here. She wanted to die, but there were many ways to die, and being beaten to death was undoubtedly the most painful in her opinion. Now when she sees someone telling the truth, she feels relieved. No one will force her to lie anymore. At this moment, someone suddenly held her shoulders. She subconsciously looked back and was stunned. She thought it was Zhu Guiying, but she never expected that the person who put his hand on her shoulder was Fong Cheng, whom she had always slandered. Fong Cheng actually felt that this woman was quite disgusting, but the matter could not end here. Holding back his nausea, he slowly said in his magnetic voice, "You must have been in a lot of pain during this period. So many people forced you to lie." This sentence instantly resonated with Zhong Xiaoyu, and tears fell one by one like beads with broken string. Zhu Guiying next to him suddenly became anxious. Although Zhou Jianyang's surveillance video could prove Fong Cheng's innocence, as long as Zhong Xiaoyu didn't make any accusations, this matter had nothing to do with her. At most, I mistakenly believe the student's lies, but on the other hand, if I take a student's words seriously, I am still a good teacher who cares about students and a model of teacher ethics.
Fang Chang, what do you want to do?
Stay away from my students. Before Zhu Guiying could finish her words, she had already pounced forward like a mad dog, but Teacher Mu grabbed her hair, pulled her back hard, and then knelt down to grab her and pin her to the ground.
The whole set of movements is so smooth.
You. With a loud slap, Mu Yao slapped him, interrupting what she was about to say. You'd better behave yourself until Xiao Fang tells you to. Fang Cheng smiled slightly and said to Zhong Xiaoyu, see, she is not that scary.
I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to slander you. I really didn't want to do this, but it's bullshit, it's still okay.
Seeing Zhong Xiaoyu got stuck again in the middle of her words, Fang Cheng had no choice but to patiently say, I forgive you.
Actually, we are both victims, but we can't let the person who hurt you go unpunished, right?
If the matter ends here, the two guys can only be convicted of false accusation, which is not what Fang Cheng wants.
Chapter 53 Borrowing a Knife to Kill and Counter Borrowing a Knife to Kill.
This time, Zhong Xiaoyu cried so sadly that she subconsciously wanted to lean on Fang Cheng's shoulder. Fang Cheng would not let her take advantage of this, so he pulled Mu Yunqi over to block her in front.
Mu Yunqi glared at him, but Fang Cheng pretended not to see it.
He even winked at her, asking her to quickly guide Zhong Xiaoyu to tell the truth.
Mu Yunqi was completely unprepared and didn't know how to start.
But lying on Mu Yunqi's shoulder, Zhong Xiaoyu felt unprecedented peace of mind, as if she had someone to rely on.
So she sobbed and said, it was Teacher Zhu and the principal who forced me to do this. If I didn't agree, they would beat me. They would really beat me to death.
After saying that, Zhong Xiaoyu rolled up her sleeves. Her arms were covered with bruises. When she opened her shirt, her neck was also covered with bruises. It was obvious that she had been beaten with a belt. The wound is still fresh, most likely from the beating that morning.
So she wasn't lying, she was forced into it, but what does that have to do with me? Were you also forced into it in the beginning? The camera gave her another close-up.
Now, a holographic screen in the square showed her scarred appearance, which made everyone in the crowd, regardless of gender or age, indignant.
It's a pity that her appearance is really not flattering.
If she could be half as beautiful as Mu Yunqi, and considering what she had experienced, I guess all the men present would rush out regardless of everything to vent their anger on her.
Fang Cheng felt that this was not a good idea.
According to convention, Zhu Guiying and Xiao Jilong would definitely be sent to the Jing'an division in the end. He would then use his connections to get them released after the storm had died down.
How could there be such a cheap thing in the world?
Anyway, Fang Cheng was the first one to refuse it. Mu Yunqi was suddenly startled by Fang Cheng's voice, shameful, beast, scumbag who is unworthy of being a teacher, don't you have children of your own? These words made those with children present feel a sudden pang in their hearts. If it were my child, I would fight those two scumbags even if it meant risking my own life. If this were my child, I would make those two scumbags regret coming into this world. Then Fang Cheng continued to raise his voice, she's still just a child.
How could you two scumbags have the heart to do that to her? Look at her body, scumbags. Is there even a single piece of good flesh left?
Yu Jianming on the stage couldn't help but sigh at this moment, thinking that he had not done his job well as the city lord. Such devilish principals and teachers appeared under his rule.
He actually only found out about it now.
If he had known it a day earlier, the child would not have been beaten like this by them.
Fang Cheng noticed Yu Jianming's reaction and immediately said to Xiao Jilong, who was sweating profusely on the stage, as the culprit, shouldn't you come down and apologize to this kid?
Everyone on the stage subconsciously looked at Xiao Jilong. He was already sweating profusely, and under the gaze of everyone, he twitched violently and shook like a sieve.
How did things suddenly turn out like this?
I should have never listened to that bastard Shen Tujuan and helped him deal with Fang Cheng.
Now Fang Cheng didn't get rid of it, and he even shot himself in the foot.
No, he is the mastermind. I am in trouble now, but he can't stay out of it either. Thinking of this, he suddenly raised his head and looked for Shen Tujun in the crowd. Just then someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, "Come down and apologize." A single stone caused 1,000 ripples, and the crowd began to echo loudly, asking Xiao Jilong to come down and apologize to Zhong Xiaoyu. Fang Cheng didn't need to look back to know that the person who took the lead in asking for an apology was Shen Tujun.
He is Su Yaqi's beast master.
If Su Yaqi wants to take revenge on him, there is no way he won't help.
And with Xiao Jilong's identity, if no one forces him, would he risk offending the city lord and expose this matter?
To put it bluntly, no matter whether he is unlucky today or not, the city lord has already been offended by him. With Chao Jilong's experience, it is impossible for him not to understand such human relationships and the ways of the world. The only possibility is that he was forced to do so. Suyaki doesn't have the ability to force Chao Jilong into this state now, but as the 8th young master of the Shinta family, she definitely has it. And the direction from which the voice just came was the direction where Shinta Jun and Suyaki were. In Fang Cheng's opinion, the reason why he started to make a fuss at this time was because he was afraid that Chao Jilong would blame him. This is also what Fang Cheng wanted. If he didn't make trouble, how could he kill those two scumbags just relying on Zhong Xiaoyu's looks? Especially that Zhu Guiying, who has framed me again and again. If I don't teach her a lesson, then what's the difference between me and the original owner, that coward? If we want to solve the problem once and for all, we must first get these two scumbags together. Otherwise, one will be on the stage and the other will be off the stage, and at most one of them will die. Yu Jianming turned around and looked at Chao Jilong, his eyes full of hatred, which made people shudder.
Chao Jilong? Chao Jilong, who was still looking for Shinta Jun in the crowd, was startled. Faced with the hateful looks around him, he could only step down and apologize to Zhong Xiaoyu. Fang Cheng saw this and smiled coldly, then said to Zhong Xiaoyu, "You see, so many people are helping you. Just do whatever you want. If you don't take advantage of it now, you will never have another chance." Zhong Xiaoyu looked confused, but Mu Yunqi suddenly turned around and looked at Fang Cheng in surprise, feeling that there was something wrong with what Fang Cheng had just said. Zhong Xiaoyu finally realized it later.
Fortunately, she was not too stupid, otherwise she would have wasted her breath and that would have gone against her original intention of staying out of it. In the morning, Zhong Xiaoyu felt that Chao Jilong and Zhu Guiying were two demons that could scare her to death, but now with so many people standing behind her, what is she afraid of? Just like Fang Cheng said, I can do anything to them now, for example, let them taste the feeling of being hit by a belt. As soon as Chao Jilong stepped down from the podium, Zhong Xiaoyu pounced on him like a mad dog. Everything has its limits, and the same goes for fear. As long as people are not scared to death, human nature will change drastically, not to mention that there are so many people supporting her now. As much as Zhong Xiaoyu was afraid of these two people at the beginning, she is as crazy now. Before Chao Jilong could react, Zhong Xiaoyu scratched 3 bloody marks on his face. What was worse was that he didn't dare to fight back. How could he not dare to fight back? How could Zhong Xiaoyu kill him alone? So Fang Cheng signaled teacher Mu to let go of Zhu Guiying. As expected, Zhu Guiying did not disappoint him. After being bitten by Zhong Xiaoyu, she subconsciously pushed her and knocked her to the ground. The opportunity has come. Fang Cheng turned around and looked at Shinta Jun. You must seize this opportunity. Those two people must not be allowed to live. This is what Suyaki said to Shinta Jun. Even if she didn't say it, Shinta Jun thought so in his heart. As the 8th young master of the Shinta family, his father taught him to cherish his reputation since he was a child, so how could he be involved in such a scandal? When he saw Zhong Xiaoyu being pushed to the ground, he couldn't help but feel happy, thinking that the opportunity had come. That scumbag actually dared to fight back. Does he think we are all dead? Kill him. Zhong Xiaoyu being pushed to the ground was a fuse that further increased the anger in everyone's hearts. Shinta Jun's words were the spark that ignited the powder keg. The enraged crowd finally exploded and rushed forward. Fang Cheng quickly pulled Mu Yunqi and Mu Yao aside. By the time the people on the stage reacted, Zhu Guiying and Chao Jilong had already been drowned by the angry crowd. The crackling sounds of fists and kicks made Fang Chengdu unable to hear the screams of the two men. At this moment, Zhong Yu suddenly ran out from the crowd. When Fang Cheng saw her, he subconsciously wanted to step back. What did this woman want to do? Fang Cheng, my stomach hurts. Chapter 54, You're responsible for your own mistakes. If you have a stomachache, go see a gynecologist or anorectal doctor. Why are you seeing me? Go see a doctor right away. It's too late. While Fang Cheng was confused, Zhong Xiaoyu leaned over to his ear and whispered something. In order to make her obedient, Chao Jilong had given her something, saying it was a nanobomb. Fang Cheng was startled and quickly looked at her with his spiritual eyes. There is 1 minute and 50 seconds left on the life countdown. Fang Cheng quickly grabbed Zhong Xiaoyu's hand and said, It's really too late to see a doctor now. Do you believe me? I believe it. That's good. Go find Shinta Jun right away. He's sure to have a solution, because he arranged all of this. Zhong Xiaoyu looked confused.
What does this have to do with Shintujun? Fang Cheng said angrily, don't dawdle, go find Shintujun quickly, he's over there.
After saying that, he kicked Zhong Xiaoyu out. Now most people have rushed to the rostrum, and there are fewer people in the square, which can be seen at a glance. Zhong Xiaoyu was now at a loss and couldn't think too much. Seeing Fang Cheng pointing out a clear way for her, she subconsciously rushed towards Shintujun.
As for whether it has anything to do with Shintujun, what does it have to do with Fang Cheng? All Fang Cheng wants is to kill Shintujun. Mu Yao and Mu Yunxi looked at Zhong Xiaoyu's back with confusion. What happened to Xiao Fang? Fang Cheng leaned over to Mu Yao's ear and whispered something.
Mu Yunxi, who was standing beside him, tilted her ear but couldn't hear clearly.
However, after hearing what she said, her mother blushed and said unhappily, This is too inhumane, isn't it? Mu Yunxi was even more confused. Mom, what are you talking about? Don't ask questions, kid.
Mu Yunxi was already very curious, and when she heard her mother say that, she immediately felt unhappy. I am the same age as Fang Cheng.
I am a child, so what is Fang Cheng? You. Mu Yao was so angry.
She seemed to be talking about Fang Cheng, but actually she was talking about herself.
Isn't she ashamed of being an old cow eating young grass?
Seeing that Mu Yao was angry, Fang Cheng quickly stepped out to smooth things over. All right, it's just a little bomb, isn't it?
Teacher Mu, don't be angry, don't take it personally.
Mu Yunxi felt unhappy when Fang Cheng called her a child, but for some reason, she just glared at Fang Cheng and asked, What little bomb?
I'll tell you this later.
Let's stay away from the bomb for now, because I don't know how powerful it is.
Now everyone's attention is on the chaotic crowd.
I wonder if Xu Guiying and Xiao Jilong are still alive. Including the Jing'an guards, they are now desperately trying to push out the crowd, trying to pull Xu Guiying and Xiao Jilong out, otherwise there will be no complete bodies left.
No one noticed Zhong Xiaoyu, including Shintujun and Suyaki. Now there is one last trouble. Suyaki looked at Shintujun and said, Are you talking about Zhong Xiaoyu? Suyaki nodded.
Shintujun had only forced Xu Guiying and Xiao Jilong, but the source of the whole thing was with her. If the truth were to be revealed to the world, the image she had worked so hard to build would be ruined.
By then, given the Shinto family's usual style, would they allow a tainted woman like herself to become his son's beastly wife?
Having lost Shintujun, she had to start all over again.
When could she make Fang Cheng regret his actions? When could she make Fang Cheng crawl back like a dog, wagging his tail and begging for mercy? At this time, Shintujun smiled slightly. Didn't I tell you? You can trust me to do the job. I have thought about this a long time ago. Ha? Suyaki looked confused. Shintujun smiled slightly and whispered in her ear, Do you remember that I left for a while before? Aren't you going to give Xiao Jilong a suppository? What is enema? This silly girl actually believed it. No wonder she is so ignorant.
In fact, after he learned the truth of the whole matter, Shintujun never thought of letting Zhong Xiaoyu live. He didn't want to lose someone like Suyaki, a beast tamer who was not only capable but also a good beast girl.
Most importantly, he didn't want anyone else to know his secret.
After saying that, he took out a remote control and pressed it lightly in front of Suyaki, and then there was the scene where Zhong Xiaoyu came out and said she had a stomachache.
What is this? Suyaki asked curiously. This is a surprise for you. What surprise?
You'll find out soon, just watch the show first. Just as the two were watching with great interest, Zhong Xiaoyu's voice suddenly came from behind them.
Shintujun. Zhong Xiaoyu? Oh my god.
Shintujun was startled and really jumped up, turning in the air, which directly blocked the words that Zhong Xiaoyu wanted to say in her throat.
Suyaki looked confused. What's wrong? I scared you like this. Don't ask any more questions, just run away. Shintujun still had some conscience and pulled Suyaki to run with him.
The two of them were running in front, and Zhong Xiaoyu was chasing them from behind. One was running and the other was chasing, and you couldn't escape even if you had wings. Now Zhong Xiaoyu finally believed that what Fang Cheng said was right. This was indeed Shintujun's idea, otherwise why would he run away when he saw me?
Don't come over here. If you come over here again, I'll kill you.
At this time, Shintujun was sweating all over and was almost scared to death.
If Shintujun ran out of the square, with his strength, Zhong Xiaoyu wouldn't even be able to see his taillights.
But he chose to run into the crowd, intending to kill a few fellow Taoists.
He was courting death. If you turn it off, I won't run with you.
Zhong Xiaoyu was also running out of breath, but her strong desire to survive made her adrenaline surge, and she displayed extraordinary speed and endurance. Shin Tae-jun seemed to have thought of something and quickly took a look at the remote control in his hand. This thing didn't have a detonation button at all, only a countdown with less than 2 seconds left.
Should we push Suyaki out to take the blame?
Just as he was hesitating, Jong Xiaoyu behind him exploded. The shockwave mixed with blood and meat paste directly blew away all the people around, and Shin Tae-jun and Suyaki were the first to be hit. Fang Cheng had fled ahead of time with Mu Yunqi and Mu Yao, so he saw an explosion from afar. The big guys on the rostrum were all petrified, and the crowd below, which couldn't be pulled apart, finally quieted down.
They couldn't help but secretly feel lucky that they ran over to beat up the scum.
If they were still in the same place as before, they would have been skinned alive if not dead.
What are you still standing there for? Save them quickly. Yu Jianming slammed the table anxiously on the stage.
Fortunately, those who were blown up were Beastmasters and Beast Girls, who were all very powerful. If it were ordinary people, who knows how many would have died. But even so, some Beastmasters and Beast Girls were not having an easy time. Many of them were blown to pieces, and their bodies were covered with bone fragments, which hit their bodies like bullets. Those who were lucky enough had their battlesuits withstood the attack and were only hit by the shockwave. Those who were unlucky, like Suyaki and Shin Tae-jun, had their battlesuits but refused to wear them and insisted on looking cool.
Now, their backs were completely blown to pieces. At the same time, Chao Jilong and Zhu Guiying were beaten to death by the angry crowd and were no longer human. 3 people died before the competition even started.
With such a big incident, today's competition cannot be held and the official decided to postpone it for 1 day. Tang Li stared at Fang Cheng's back on the rostrum in a daze. Wu Zhong looked at Chao Jilong and Zhu Guiying, who were putting bodies into body bags, and sighed, "Alas, you will suffer the consequences of your own actions." He turned around and saw his wife in a daze, and couldn't help but ask in confusion, "What's wrong?
Do you feel?" "Never mind. I'll tell you later. Let's go home first."
Chapter 55, That kid has had a rough journey, so he must hate evil. In the car, Tang Li was concentrating on driving. Wu Zhong, who was sitting in the passenger seat, thought for a moment and asked, "Wife, what exactly did you want to tell me just now?" Tang Li parked the car on the side of the road, turned around and looked at Wu Zhong and said, "Old Wu, do you think that Fang Cheng was the one who planned everything that happened today? That guy planned it? He's crazy, planning someone to frame him? I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about Chao Jilong and Zhu Guiying being beaten to death, and Zhong Xiaoyu's self-explosion. Don't let your imagination run wild. I don't see that. That's the brilliance of that kid. Let me put it this way, who do you think wanted to kill those 3 people the most today?" Wu Zhong laughed and said, "Do you really think I'm stupid? It must be that kid Fang Cheng." But even when the crowd was heated, he didn't say a single radical word, and everything he said was reasonable. "Yeah, do you think everyone is like you, going out without thinking, and just going up to fight people when something happens? Do you think the people on the stage today and the Jing'an guards around the square are just decorations?" But if he followed his method, not only would no one suspect him, but he would also make the deaths of the 3 people uglier than the last. Honestly, I really admire that kid. Not only is he brave and resourceful, but he also knows how to be patient. When he grows up, who can be his rival? So, that kid really did it? He's so cunning at such a young age. Don't you find it terrifying? As far as I know, that little guy was abandoned by his biological parents when he was young and was raised by a woman named Aunt Lin in the slums. However, Aunt Lin left him because of her beast transformation. Being falsely accused like today was a common occurrence in his life before. So you suspect he's mentally twisted? Get lost. Have you ever seen a mentally twisted person as sunny as him? So you just said. Tang Li said unhappily, "I meant that the little fellow had come a long way, and must be filled with hatred for evil." Are you a bad person? Have I always been a bad person in your heart? Then why are you afraid of that boy? Wu Zhong said disdainfully, "Tisk, I'm afraid of him. If Zhou Jianyang hadn't helped that guy out of my face today, do you think he would have a chance to turn the tables? Then have you ever thought that the little guy had already figured out from the beginning that the breakthrough point lies with Zhong Xiaoyu? Even without Zhou Jianyang, he could still turn the tables with his eloquence. This is all your guess. Do you have any evidence? You. By the way, I haven't asked you yet, what kind of deal did you reach with Zhou Jianyang? You dare to tell me, it's because of your face. It's actually nothing.
It's mainly because I have a lot of face. Really, don't do it.
He took the initiative to come to me. I don't know where he got the information from, and he even has the key evidence in his hands.
So he came to me and asked me to do him a favor. What's the matter?
It means reinstating that kid's student status and allowing him to compete as a student.
That's it? Wife, you don't understand this, right? He's the director of Yucheng's education department. If Fang Cheng can get a good ranking this time, it will be a great achievement for him, don't you know? With Fang Cheng's current strength, do you think it's possible to get a good ranking in the city youth competition? You don't understand this again, right?
Even if Fang Cheng doesn't get a good ranking, with his ability he will definitely attract a lot of attention. Moreover, he is participating in the competition as a student, so this is also an opportunity for Zhou Jianyang to show off. He's been in the position of director for many years and is almost going crazy wanting a promotion.
Do you think he'll miss this opportunity? City Lord's Mansion. Old Zhou, wait a moment.
Because of the vicious incident that happened in the square today, the leaders of various departments in Yucheng were called here for a meeting. After the meeting, Zhou Jianyang, the director of Yucheng Education Department, was left alone by Yu Jianming.
What's the matter, City Lord?
Yu Jianming glanced at him, motioned him to sit next to him, then took out a pack of cigarettes and gave one to Zhou Jianyang.
Zhou Jianyang quickly waved his hand. I have already given up. He didn't dare to accept the cigarette until he understood why Yu Jianming kept him. Quit it? Just smoke when I tell you to. There's no one else here.
Zhou Jianyang glanced around the conference room, then took the cigarette and said, Old Zhu, if you have anything to say, just tell me now.
I won't feel at ease if you don't.
After saying that, he took out a lighter and helped Yu Jianming light the cigarette. The two are old classmates, but Yu Jianming has a better career than him. He is now the lord of a city, while he is still a director.
Yu Jianming exhaled a puff of cigarette and said, Are you very happy now, kid?
Old Zhu, please don't talk nonsense.
How can I be happy when such a big thing happens? The blame is mine, but you got exposed. Aren't you happy?
Old Zhu, we've known each other for so many years.
Do you think I'm the kind of person who sells out friends for personal gain? At first, I really didn't expect those two scumbags to be so cruel. If I had known this earlier, I would definitely not have made this deal with Wu Zhong. What deal?
Nothing much, I just want Fang Cheng to resume his student status and compete as a student.
You have good vision this time. Zhou Jianyang laughed, do you think so too? Yu Jianming nodded, that kid is not simple. I just figured it out.
Whether those two scumbags were beaten to death or the Shinta family's son was injured in the explosion, it was all planned by that kid.
No way, can that kid be so cunning?
Yu Jianming did not answer, but just looked at this guy meaningfully and said, keep pretending.
Zhou Jianyang sighed, defeated. Well, actually, I just figured it out during the meeting. Don't look at me like that. That guy did it so flawlessly, and you just figured it out too, didn't you? How can I be any smarter than you? It's really not you who gave that boy the idea? So you suspect that I taught him? What else could he do? How old is he? Considering his age, and considering it was such a sudden incident, he's lucky he didn't die of fright. How could he come up with such a thorough plan in such a short time? I swear, okay? If I taught him this, I will never get promoted. Your oath is really too cruel, isn't it?
You wouldn't believe it if it's not poisonous.
So, this kid. Zhou Jianyang smiled and said, he's a talent, right?
To be specially recruited by the Lingqi Guild, his talent and character are beyond words.
He's also so thoughtful.
As long as nothing unexpected happens along the way, he'll be a pillar of our dragon nation in no time.
Yu Jianyang nodded subconsciously, your boy is finally going to be rich this time.
I testify for him today, and this friendship is sealed.
Zhou Jianyang smiled and said, it's too early to talk about prosperity now. After all, that kid is still young. Have you ever thought about introducing that guy to the military?
Come on, I think it's better for him to stay in the Spiritual Contract Guild for now.
Yu Jianming thought for a moment, nodded, and said, that's true.
Jade cannot be made into a useful object without being carved, and it cannot be of great use without weathering the storm. To be honest, I'm worried that it's easier to avoid an open attack than to guard against an arrow from the dark. When Yu Jianming heard this, he seemed to be frightened and subconsciously looked around.
Zhou Jianyang smiled and said, what are you afraid of? Didn't you say there are no outsiders here? There are no outsiders, but there might be ears. He Zhou Jianyang sneered and answered the question irrelevantly. In this Tianyuan League, our dragon country's performance was not very good, you know? There's nothing we can do about it.
My dragon country doesn't lack famous generals, but we do lack famous commanders.
Ever since Zhuge Jinyan failed to advance 30 years ago, the Zhuge family hasn't produced a decent talent. So what do you think of that kid Fang Cheng? Him? How old is he? Are you comparing him to Zhuge Jinyan? Zhou Jianyang smiled and said, yeah, how old is he? Chapter 56, It turns out I've been stuck in a bug. Oh, what a pity. Fang Cheng, who was sitting on the sofa surfing the internet, suddenly slapped his thigh. What a pity. Mu Yunxi sat next to Fang Cheng and asked curiously. Fang Cheng pointed at the holographic screen on his bracelet and said, Shen Tujuan and Su Yaqi were not killed in the explosion. Don't you think it's a pity?
The report of the incident was playing on the holographic screen. In the announced death list, there were only Chao Jilong, Zhu Guiying, and Zhong Xiaoyu.
Fang Cheng did not see the names of Shen Tujuan and Su Yaqi, which was a great pity. Mu Yunxi smiled slightly. It's a bit of a pity. Really? You think so too? Yeah, is there any problem?
Remember to work harder next time and don't let anything slip through the net again.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know, forget it. By the way, what kind of food do you like? Fang Cheng looked at Mu Yunxi suspiciously. Why are you asking this? Didn't you say my mom only knows how to stew sea cucumber for you? I'm in a good mood today. Tell me what you want to eat and I'll make it for you. I didn't realize you could cook. Fang Cheng's eyes were full of disbelief. Didn't my mom tell you? I'm usually the one cooking at home. Really? What's your specialty?
Fish-flavored shredded pork, minced pork and eggplant, and twice-cooked pork.
Oh, and there's also pine nut fish. Would you like to try it? Fang Cheng looked at her suspiciously. Has this girl changed her personality today? Why is she suddenly so nice to him? Are you sure you can do all of this without your mother's help? Just tell me if you want to try it. And if you miss this opportunity, you won't be able to find this shop anymore. Okay, do you want my help? No need, just wait and eat.
After saying that, Mu Yunxi happily ran to the kitchen, humming a song. As soon as she went in, Mu Ya was chased out. She looked back at her daughter in the kitchen from time to time with a puzzled look on her face.
Xiaofeng, what were you guys talking about outside just now?
I haven't seen Xiaoxi so cheerful in a long time.
Fang Cheng patted the sofa beside him and asked Teacher Mu to sit over first. Then he lowered his voice and asked, Can she really cook? Yes, I'm usually busy, so she's the one who cooks at home. That's good. It looks like I'll have a treat in the future.
Teacher Mu smiled slightly. I have stewed the sea cucumber for you, remember to drink it later.
Teacher Mu, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you're the one who suffers if you keep giving me supplements like this every day.
Teacher Mu said unconvincingly, You forgot that my beast form is the immortal green deer, and my physical fitness is better than yours.
Then don't forget, you are my beast mother. As a beast master, I have 100% of the benefits of feeding you back. But you always fall asleep first. Fang Qingyi was no longer happy to hear this and immediately retorted, That's because I don't want to lose my ambition due to pleasure. Really? Seeing Fang Cheng's unwillingness to admit defeat, Teacher Mu deliberately lengthened his tone. Isn't it? Why don't we give it a try and see who is afraid of who? Teacher Mu winked and said with a smile, Hate Xiaoxi is still here. After a while, Mu Yunxi prepared a plate of shredded pork with fish flavor. She wanted to serve it to Fang Cheng to let him taste her cooking skills first, so that he wouldn't always doubt his cooking skills. When she came out, she found that the guy and her mother were not there. A nasty grave happened to fall on the dining table and was killed by her with a slap. I looked back at the green plants in the living room. There were water trays under the flower pots. It had been a long time since my mother changed the water for them. They were now infested with mosquitoes. She had to cook and her hands were busy, so she went to see if her mother was in the bedroom, wanting her to change the water in the dishes. However, she came back just as she walked over. As he walked, he said angrily, There are so many mosquitoes during the day, how much more at night? This time she was really angry. She returned to the kitchen with her cheeks puffed up like buns. She threw the spatula into the pot and had no intention of cooking anymore.
After a while, I don't know if it was out of curiosity or what, but he quietly lay down at the kitchen door and looked towards his mother's bedroom for a while. A tiger mosquito flew out of nowhere and buzzed in her ear again as if it was seeking death. She slapped it to death in her palm.
It's so annoying. I don't know whether I am annoyed by the mosquitoes or the noise. I rushed into the bathroom angrily and took a cold shower to calm myself down.
The setting sun slowly sinks to the west, and the dreamy and gorgeous sunset stretches across the horizon. Strands of golden, orange, and red light quietly shine into the living room through the clear floor-to-ceiling windows. The wall seems to have become a huge curtain, gently painted with the colorful colors of the sunset. The afterglow reflected on the smooth metal floor, forming shimmering phantoms, like a piece of dancing flames.
Fong Cheng finally won this time and appeared in the living room rubbing his waist.
The fish-flavored shredded pork on the dining table had already gone cold. Maybe he was hungry. A plate of cold shredded pork with fish flavor, still covered with lard frosting, made his stomach rumble.
Are there people? Didn't you say you were going to make 4 dishes? Why is there only 1? Fong Cheng ran to the kitchen and didn't see Mu Yunqi. He picked up a pair of chopsticks and opened the rice cooker.
The pot inside was cleaner than his face.
That girl is really unreliable.
He held his waist and sat down at the dining table again. In fact, his waist was fine because it recovered quickly enough. It was just that it was sore for a long time, and the sequelae caused by it were simply psychological effects. Through this incident, Fong Cheng discovered that having too strong a recovery ability also has a disadvantage. Any kind of injury can recover on its own, and it is difficult to stimulate the body's self-protection mechanism. For example, if you practice iron sand palm and insert iron sand into your hands every day, your palms will form calluses, which will become thick and thick. Although it may look like they are worn out, your palms will become stronger. But this won't happen to me.
Skin injuries heal in a few seconds, so the body's protective mechanism cannot be activated and the body cannot make corresponding adjustments, so calluses cannot form.
In other words, I now have a lot of blood but low defense, but the pain after being injured is real.
This is no big deal for me.
At worst, I can contract a defensive beast girl later to increase my defense.
Teacher Mu is in a miserable situation.
Let us put it this way, she gets hurt every time she is tamed. At first, Fong Cheng thought he was too reckless, but later he found out that every time was the first time for her.
Fong Cheng even suspected that he had encountered a bug. Knowing her weakness, defeating her is just a matter of finding the right timing.
Before he knew it, the plate of shredded pork with fish flavor had been licked cleaner than his face by Fong Cheng. Just then the bathroom door opened.
Fong Cheng turned around and heard the door slam shut. Why are you in the living room?
Mu Yunqi's voice came from the bathroom.
Fong Cheng asked with a puzzled look on his face, shouldn't I be in the living room? Where's my mom? She's taking a nap. Mu Yunqi frowned. Taking a nap? I don't believe you. Do you think I'm still a 3-year-old child? Mom, why am I sleeping in my own room again?
Child, you sleepwalked last night.
Are you okay? Fong Cheng walked to the bathroom and asked with concern. I'm fine. Ask my mom to bring me a change of clothes. You don't even bring a change of clothes when you shower? It's none of your business. Is this your attitude when asking someone to do something for you?
Mu Yunqi was speechless for a moment, took a deep breath and said, "Thank you for your help."
That's more like it. Wait. Chapter 57 Xiao Fong, can you call me Yao Yao?
Teacher Mu, who was awakened by Fong Cheng, was startled at first, then ran to the dressing table in a panic, quickly combed her hair, and then ran to get clothes for Mu Yunqi.
Fong Cheng couldn't help laughing when he saw her panic.
When Teacher Mu saw Fong Cheng making fun of him, his bright eyes couldn't help but roll up slightly, revealing the whites of his eyes just right. As the saying goes, love is the secret recipe for eternal youth, making lovers young and energetic, full of passion and longing for life.
Look at Teacher Mu, she is starting to learn to be playful. Then Teacher Mu chuckled and said, what are you laughing at? It's all your fault.
I told you a long time ago, but you refused to live in a big villa with me.
Now you know the disadvantages of a small house? There are only 3 of us living in this 3-story villa. Don't you think it's lonely? It's not as warm as living here. Big? I don't think so. Besides, isn't my current mission to make you live a good life? Becoming my beast girl and still living here, what's the difference between that and having me?
Mu Yao seemed to have caught a loophole in Fong Cheng's words and said with a smile, "But I remember someone once told me that his greatest dream was to win the Tianyuan League Championship for Dragon Country." "Yes, I did, but I also said that when you are poor, you can take care of yourself, and when you are rich, you can help the world. Winning the Tianyuan League Championship for Dragon Country is the dream of every Dragon Country man, but it's still too far away for us now. Anyway, my current goal is to make sure you live a good life." Teacher Mu looked at Fong Chang, his eyes gradually turned red, and he couldn't help but hold Fong Chang's hand. He frowned slightly because of being moved, and his eyes became blurred and affectionate.
Fong Chang was stunned for a moment. "What's wrong?"
"No, nothing." Teacher Mu lowered his head embarrassedly, then looked up at Fong Chang and said, "Xiao Fong, why are you so nice to me?"
Fong Chang was stunned again. Was he moved already? "Sai, how much hardship did you endure in the first 30 years of your life? Just saying I want you to live a good life could move you like this." Fong Chang smiled gently and stroked Teacher Mu's long hair. "Ask such a stupid question again. How many times have I answered you? You're my beast mother. If I don't treat you well, who else can I treat well? Do you want me to treat Suyaki well? Humph, you dare. Isn't that right? Don't ask such stupid questions again. Can I call you dear from now on?" Fong Chang laughed and said, "Are you stupid again? Why ask? Just yell if you want to. You're stupid. Have you forgotten that we have a contract? How can I yell without your authorization?" Fong Chang had forgotten about this.
For a Beastmaster, the magical power of the contract is usually not felt at all, because the highest contract does not have any requirements for him. However, as a beast girl, Teacher Mu is suppressed by the power of laws all the time.
"Okay, I agree. Dear, can you call me Yao Yao? I shouldn't have mentioned Suyaki." Fong Chang remembered that he only called Suyaki Yao Yao on the day he met her.
He didn't expect that she had been thinking about him since then.
"Are you going to scream or not? If you don't want to, forget it. Yao Yao, this is okay, right?"
Teacher Mu smiled complacently. "Remember, when no one is around in the future, call me Yao Yao instead of Teacher Mu."
"Why wait until there's no one around? Can't you just call at other times?" "Because I'm shy. I've seen people call their wives in public, but have you ever seen anyone call their wives by a pet name in public? You're not surprised by anything you don't see. Of course there are. Then don't you think that person is corny? The kind that's deliberately contrived." The intimacy between the two made them completely forget about Mu Yunxi in the bathroom. Then the bathroom door was knocked again. "Hey, Fong Chang, did you call my mom?"
The two then remembered that Mu Yunxi was still locked in the bathroom.
Fong Chang frowned. "Hiss, Yao Yao, did you notice that there seems to be some ambiguity in her words? Does she want me to call her mom?"
Mu Yao burst out laughing. "Stop imagining that.
I think there's ambiguity in what you said."
After delivering the clothes, Teacher Mu came back with a frown on his face, not knowing what he was thinking.
"What's wrong?"
"Honey, Xiaoxi actually got wet with her clothes on."
"Do you think she suffered some kind of shock?" "A shock?" Fong Chang smiled inwardly and said, "Hey, don't overthink it. Maybe you accidentally got your clothes wet.
Last time you were cleaning the bathroom, you accidentally bumped into the water valve and got splashed with the shower."
Teacher Mu nodded. "By the way, dear, you must be hungry. I will go cook for you." "That's great."
"If I rely on that girl Xiaoxi, I might starve to death and no one would know." Teacher Mu smiled and said, "Don't worry, dear.
I promise I won't let you go hungry in the future. Do you need help?" "No, just sit there and wait for your food."
Mu Yunxi finally came out of the bathroom. When she saw Fong Chang, her eyes subconsciously avoided him.
"But then I thought, I didn't do anything wrong, so why should I be afraid of him?"
So he looked over again openly, but just looking wasn't enough, he had to say something. Then he saw the empty plate on the table and asked, "Where's my fried shredded pork with fish flavor?"
"Fong Chengdao, eat it.
I would have starved to death by the time you cooked."
He walked over and picked up the plate. "You eat it so cleanly, did you eat it?" "Nonsense. Is it delicious?"
Mu Yunxi smiled slightly. She had never smiled at a man before. This was her first time, so her smile looked a little restrained and shy.
In Fong Cheng's eyes, her words just now combined with her current expression seemed like she was asking, "Is Dalon's medicine delicious?" Fong Cheng was shocked. "You didn't put rat poison in it, did you?" "You are the one who put the rat poison."
This made her, who had just thought Fong Chang was a good person, suddenly realize that she must have been overthinking.
Then why do you ask? Can't I just ask? Fong Chang glanced at her suspiciously. It tastes good. Really? Mu Yunqi felt inexplicably happy when she heard Fong Chang say it was delicious. Would you please stop talking to me like that? It feels weird. What's strange about that? It's creepy. You don't know what's good for you.
If I stay with this guy, I will definitely be pissed off to death by him. I saw her rosy cheeks puffed up slightly, her white teeth gently biting her rosy lower lip, her brows slightly wrinkled, her eyes sparkling, revealing a hint of stubbornness, and a hint of anger that made it difficult to hate her. Then she stomped her feet. It looked like she was going back to her room, but she turned around and went to the kitchen again. She really didn't want to cook any of her signature dishes for Fong Chang anymore, but since it was her first time cooking for that boy, she had to see it through to the end. The city youth competition has begun again, and the square in front of the portal is as lively as ever.
It feels like everyone has forgotten what happened yesterday. This is better, so that people 1T keep thinking about me. Fong Chang, look over there. Shen Tujuan and Su Yaki were injured like that yesterday.
I estimated they would have to stay in bed for at least a month.
How come they recovered in just one night? Fong Chang looked in the direction of Mu Yunqi's finger, and sure enough, the two of them were wearing a black couple's uniform, and their expressions were solemn as if they were attending a memorial service. How would I know? Maybe his family is rich.
You're right, kid. Last night, the Shinta family paid a high price to hire an S-level medical technician from the Shinchi Guild. The sudden sound startled Fong Chang and the other two. They quickly turned around and saw a little old man with a Mediterranean hair, looking at them with a smile.
Fong Chang Dao said, "Old man, you are from another place, right?
You have to be under 25 to participate in this city youth competition.
You are late." Mu Yunqi quickly pulled Fong Chang aside and whispered in his ear, "What nonsense are you talking about? He's Zhou Jianyang, the director of Yuqing's education department. He helped you yesterday, and you've forgotten about him today?" Chapter 58 must come back alive.
This was really unfair to Fong Chang. He had not forgotten this old man. The reason he pretended not to know him was because this old man was not kind. Because in Fong Chang's mind, he was the one who deleted the surveillance video.
Of course, Zhu Guiying was also a possibility, but the time didn't match.
Sister Tang went to check the surveillance video the next day, and according to her, no one had been to the monitoring room before her. But the surveillance video from that day has disappeared, and the only place where you can check the surveillance footage without entering the school's monitoring room is the education department.
Why did this old man do this?
If he wanted to harm himself, he would not have testified for himself at the meeting yesterday. The premise for him to testify for himself was that he had reached an agreement with Lao Wu, which was that he would participate in this city youth competition as a student.
No wonder the guild only sent me to participate in the competition this time. It seems it was all this old man's fault. If it weren't for the fact that he testified for him yesterday, Fong Chang wouldn't even want to pay attention to him now. Following the principle of seeing clearly but not speaking out, Fong Ben slapped his head and said, "Oh, look at my memory. I actually forgot."
Fong Chang pretended to be ashamed and said to Zhou Jianyang, "I'm really sorry, Director Zhou, you look much more handsome today than you did on the podium yesterday."
"Thank you so much for yesterday.
If you hadn't testified for me, I would have been doomed." Zhou Jianyang frowned and his eyes drooped, as if to say, "Does your acting have to be so fake?"
"Forget it, I won't bother with this kid."
With his intelligence, I think he must have guessed that what he did was not right.
"The Spiritual Contract Guild told you everything, right?" "What?" Fong Chang asked knowingly. "No way, didn't that brat Lao Wu tell you to represent number 11 middle school in the competition?"
"That's what I said, but I didn't agree to it."
"Ah? How could that guy be so unreliable?"
Zhou Jianyang stomped his feet in anger. When Wu Zhong promised him, he patted his chest to make the promise. The competition was about to start, but that guy let him down. Fong Chang smiled and said, "But Sister Xiaotang told me, and I agreed."
"Huh?"
Zhou Jianyang looked at Fong Chang in surprise, knowing that he had just been fooled by this kid.
"Let's not talk about this anymore."
Zhou Jianyang wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, "I came here today mainly because I was worried that you were too young and didn't know how treacherous people are. Yesterday, Shin Taheo not only paid a high price to hire an S-level medical doctor for his son, but also spent a large sum of money to hire a group of mercenaries under the age of 25 for his son."
"Mercenaries?" That's right. If you've been to a D-level dungeon and seen the watchtower, you should have seen those people. Fong Chang nodded. I don't think I've ever offended Shin Tujuan. Why would he make such a big fuss and even hire mercenaries to deal with me? Zhou Jianyang sighed, that's why I said you're too young. For some people, they don't need a reason to do something. As long as they think you're wrong, then you're both right and wrong. I see. That means they can kill me in there. Rules are dead, but people are alive, so. At this point, Zhou Jianyang shook his hand, and a diamond-shaped object appeared in his hand, which he handed to Fong Chengdao. This is an emergency teleporter. It can passively teleport you 3 times when your life is on the line. You mean to say that using this thing is cheating? That's not the case. The main reason is that this is a military product and is prohibited for civilian use. What's the difference? This. Zhou Jianyang scratched his ear and said, the civilian version of the emergency transmitter can only transmit. The one I gave you can be used when the transmission fails, or when you actively turn off the transmission function. Once the passive teleportation is triggered, it doesn't activate teleportation, but 3 spatial blades that can cut everything within a 50-meter radius, including yourself, in half. After saying that, he stared at Fong Cheng seriously, as if he didn't want to miss any subtle changes on his face. Fong Cheng just thought about it for a moment, then naturally took the emergency transmitter and said, thank you. Zhou Jianyang smiled slightly, you're welcome, remember the 50-meter radius. Fong Cheng nodded. To put it bluntly, this was an alien version of Feng Tian Shangrun or the bomb vest. Giving himself such a dangerous thing is a test for himself, and of course this test has just begun. Not long after Zhou Jianyang left, Sister Xiao Tang and Wu Zhong came again. Little brother, you were hiding here, making it so hard for me to find you. Looking at Sister Tang, who looked resentful, Fong Cheng said helplessly, Sister Tang, isn't it inappropriate for you to tease me like this in front of Brother Wu? Tang Li glanced at Wu Zhong and said with a smile, what's wrong with him? No way, are you afraid of him? No, I was thinking about waiting until Brother Wu was not around. If you say that, I will feel better. Will it? Of course, don't you think it's exciting to tease someone behind Brother Wu's back? Ha! Oh my god. How dare you tease me, kid? After saying that, Tang Li raised her leg and kicked, but she didn't really kick. Otherwise, with her strength, she could kick Fong Cheng accurately and there would be no way for him to dodge. Seeing that Tang Li missed the kick, Fong Cheng turned back and said with a smile, weren't you the one who teased me first? I'm your sister, so it's my duty to tease you. At this time, Wu Zhong couldn't bear to watch it anymore, and quickly stood up and said, okay, let's get down to business. Tang Li snorted, indicating that she didn't care and told him to say whatever he wanted to say. Wu Zhong had no choice but to say, Brother Xiao Fong, do you still remember the harsh words Hao Feijing and Zhou Shaolin said to you last time? Fong Cheng nodded, remember, this time they are going to organize a group of people to fuck me inside? It's not one group, it's 2 groups. They have 1 group each from each family. But don't worry, their strength is not that great. After all, there is an age limit for participating in the competition. Don't be too afraid of them. Tang Li was displeased upon hearing this. She pulled Wu Zhong away and said, what do you mean by not very strong? Even if the age limit for participating is there, how old is Xiao Fang this year? How long has he been a beast tamer? And how long have they been beast tamers? They're clearly bullying the weak. Am I just comforting this kid? Tang Li was too lazy to pay attention to him. The other party said, they came well prepared this time. I can't say that all of them are C level, but at least there won't be anyone lower than D level, so you must be careful. Fong Cheng couldn't help but complain in his heart after hearing this, be careful, you still want me to go alone? How about finding me some helpers? I heard that this city youth competition is all about team battles. Tang Li and Wu Zhong looked embarrassed, and Wu Zhong stammered, this. Tang Li, quick-witted, said, the match is about to start. It's too late to call for help, isn't it? But don't worry, we won't watch you suffer in vain. After saying that, he took out a small pyramid-like object and handed it to Fong Chengdao. I'll give you a barrier generator. Activate it at a critical moment and it will help you release a particle shield. Even a rank Beastmaster or Beastwoman will be helpless against you. Fong Cheng smiled slightly and took the barrier generator. Thank you, Sister Tang. Don't be too happy, kid. The particle shield can only sustain you for an hour at most. So once you activate it, call for help immediately.
If you decide to withdraw from the competition, the arena's protection mechanism will immediately send you out.
Can it be used repeatedly?
Tang Li looked at Feng Cheng in confusion, not knowing what this kid was up to, but nodded and said, yes, you can, but you can only use it 3 times at most. And the third time, the shield's activation time and defense power will be halved.
3 times is more than enough for me. What do you want to do, kid? I'm warning you, this is for your life, don't mess around. Chapter 59, could it be that the boy wants to travel on public funds? As the huge space door in the square opened, the contestants entered the arena one by one.
On the other side of the space gate is a small town.
The town's buildings have unique styles, some resemble crystal prisms, and some resemble spiral shells.
Strange trees grew on both sides of the street. Their branches were like flowing metal, their leaves reflected a faint light, and the sounds they made when the wind blew were no different from those of ordinary plants. There is also a huge fountain in the central square of the town, but it does not spray water, but a stream of sparkling particles that interweaves dreamy patterns in the air.
If it weren't for the traffic lights at the intersection, Feng Cheng would have thought he had arrived at an alien battlefield. Is this the Tianyuan world? Mu Yunxi looked around curiously.
Although I have heard that after the advent of the Tianyuan world, many fragments of the Tianyuan world were preserved relatively intact.
Some small fragments can be easily controlled and become copies.
In fact, every refresh of the copy is a step back in time. There are also some large fragments that cannot be controlled, like the small town in front of you, which is called the Adventure's Secret Realm. In such a secret realm, you can witness the civilization of the Tianyuan world. Xiao Feng heard that here, you can also see the natives of the Tianyuan world.
Is it true? Feng Cheng smiled slightly, there shouldn't be any in this small town.
The strategy of the Dragon Kingdom to deal with the alien races of Tianyuan is different from that of the countries in the West Coast Alliance that practice genocide. The Dragon Kingdom's strategy is to win over one group, suppress one group, and eliminate another group. Those who identify with the Dragon Kingdom will be won over and those who sit on the fence will be suppressed. As for those who are stubborn and attempt to occupy the Dragon Kingdom, they will be resolutely eliminated. That's why Mu Yao was curious whether she could see the legendary Tianyuan indigenous people, the spirit race, here. It is worth mentioning that the West Coast Federation, the boss of the West Coast Alliance, has a subordinate country called the Plaster Country. On the surface, they were implementing the Dragon Country's assimilation plan, but secretly they were still carrying out the genocide plan. In addition to the two, they also came up with a unique gene fusion plan. They have set their sights on the strange beasts of the sky. It is said that since their Prime Minister, Maji Junenujiro, proposed this plan 300 years ago, it has been stuck in the isolation of living plants.
Well, let's find a place to stay first. Feng Cheng, shouldn't we go out and earn points first?
Mu Yunxi pointed at the crowds of people outside the square. There is a competition inquiry terminal there, where you can view a map of the surrounding area and check the points rankings.
In short, you can find everything related to the competition. In this city youth competition, a points system is implemented, and rankings are based on points. The closer to the town, the lower the level of the beast, and the lower the points earned from hunting it, and vice versa. In addition to hunting exotic beasts, you can also earn points by collecting Tianyuan materials. Feng Cheng took a look at the crowd.
Most of them were students like Mu Yunxi, who had just come out of the training camp. With their F-level strength, they could only wander around the small town.
No. Feng Cheng said firmly. Why?
Mu Yunxi looked puzzled.
Do you want to sleep on the street at night? What does that matter? It's okay? Okay, then you can sleep on the street. Your mom and I will go to a hotel.
After saying that, he supported Teacher Mu's waist and said, "Let's go, Teacher Mu."
No, that's not what I meant. What does collecting points now have to do with sleeping on the street at night? Feng Cheng was too lazy to pay attention to her.
Teacher Mu smiled slightly and turned back to Mu Yunxi and said, "Okay, stop making trouble, Xiaoxi." Xiao Feng must have his reasons for doing this.
Feng Chengze was impressed by the waist under his palm.
It was so thin and smooth that he couldn't help but want to slide down and slap her hard on that tight and well-shaped big butt. The three of them asked several hotels in succession, but found that they were all full.
Now Mu Xiaoxi finally understood why Feng Cheng wanted to sleep on the street at night.
She felt a little guilty, but also confused.
How come Feng Cheng is so fast? All the hotels are full? Don't these people go there to earn points? Feng Cheng smiled and said, "Is it strange?" "Isn't that strange?"
That's because you haven't participated in the competition yet. Next time you will have experience. It makes you look like you've participated in a competition. Fong Cheng chuckled, your mother and I have participated in the rookie competition. So what? Then I understood a truth, everyone likes to get something for nothing. What's the meaning? You'll know in a couple of days. Now we have to find a place to live. Fong Cheng tapped on the bracelet and a map appeared in front of him. This was a full map of the 1,331 square kilometers of the competition venue, which was more detailed and comprehensive than the regional map at the square terminal. Then he zoomed in to find the town in front of him. At this time, he heard Mu Yunqi ask doubtfully, is this the competition map? Where did you get it from? Is this considered cheating? The guild gave it to me. As for the cheating you mentioned, believe it or not, there are maps like this in the arena. I'm definitely not the only one. But according to the competition rules, you are cheating, right? So what? If others can cheat, why can't I? But you, stop talking and find a place to stay, otherwise you will have to sleep on the street tonight. Mu Yunqi reference picture. Fong Cheng put away the map, took the mother and daughter off the street, walked into the nearby fire escape, and after several turns, they arrived in front of a 2-story building. The sign at the door reads, Lingqi Guild B11 Area Service Station. Are you Fong Cheng? Fong Cheng and the other two had just arrived at the door and took a look inside. A young lady in combat uniform came out to greet them. Fong Cheng nodded and looked at the young lady in front of him. If he looked at it from his previous perspective, this girl's appearance was still okay, but now that she had Teacher Mu, this girl looked just so-so. My name is Hee-Yun, and I'm the liaison officer for this service station. Sister Tang has instructed me to treat you well if you come. What if I didn't come? Hee-Yun smiled and said, Sister Xiao Tang said that if you didn't come then forget it. Forget it? Well, that suits her style. Come in, the room is ready for you. Yuchun Lingqi Guild. Wu Zhong rushed over to Tang Li and said, my wife just got the news that the guy has been admitted to the service station. Really? Hee-Yun just sent a message. You said before that it was a good thing that the boy could remember it at night while sleeping on the street. Didn't expect that? The first thing he did when he arrived at the venue was to find a place to stay. Isn't he a newcomer? How did he know all this? Tell the truth, was it you who reminded him? God have mercy on us. We agreed to teach that kid a lesson. How could I possibly tell him this? By the way, do you want to change the time you estimated he would withdraw from the competition? What's there to change? 2 days at most, no, 5. On the 5th day, he will definitely come out. Wu Zhong smiled and said, then let's wait and see. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Tang Li would still open the city youth competition rankings every afternoon and take a look at them for a while. Today she suddenly slammed the table and said to Wu Zhong, Old Wu, what's going on with that kid Fong Cheng? It's the 2nd day, why is his score still 0? Wu Zhong, who was standing by the window basking in the sunset, smiled and said, this means that the kid hasn't left the town since the start of the competition. Never left town? What on earth does that kid want to do? He's planning to stay here until the competition is over and travel on his own dime? Chapter 60. The real game has just begun. Yuqing City Lord's Mansion. A tall secretary in an OL uniform pushed open the door of Yu Jianming's office. City Lord, Director Zhou from the Education Department wants to see you. Yu Jianming, who was stamping, was stunned for a moment. Why did that old guy come to me? Let him in. After a while, Zhou Jianyang, led by the female secretary, came to Yu Jianming's office. He first thanked the female secretary politely, and when the door closed, he turned around and changed his expression. Hey, old Yu, did something happen to that kid Fong Cheng? Yu Jianming looked at the anxious Zhou Jianyang and felt both angry and amused. What's the meaning? It's been 2 days, and there's been no movement in that kid's points. Could he be dead? Gallop? Isn't that the dark horse you've been eyeing? How could it be Gallop so easily? If you want to blame someone, it's only my own arrogance. I knew so many people wanted to kill him, but I still told him to go and die. Yu Jianming cleared his throat. We may be familiar with each other, but if you dare question the official security mechanism, I will sue you for defamation. Stop talking official language here. Your so-called safety mechanism is useless, not to mention for the Xinqi Guild and the Shuangguan Guild, even for the 8th young master of the Xinda family.
You. Did I say something wrong? Yu Jianming said angrily, what on earth do you want to do by coming to my place today? It's nothing, actually. I just want to use the power in your hands to let me see whether the guy is dead or alive. Won't you watch the live broadcast of the event yourself? If he was on the live broadcast, I wouldn't have come looking for you. That's against the rules. Okay, Yu Jianming, you actually told me the rules. Do you still remember who accompanied you to find a house when you rented it for the first time? Do you still remember the first takeaway you ordered and who you ate with? Do you still remember who pulled you out of the fire when you were worried about the 300,000 yuan betrothal gift? Yu Jianming frowned. Alright, I won't do it again. And keep your big mouth shut and don't tell anyone. That's right. Zhou Jianyan walked over with a smile and saw Yu Jianming tap a few times on the bracelet. After completing the identity verification, a holographic screen appeared in front of the desk. Each contestant has a number plate, which is usually responsible for recording the contestant's points. It can also save lives at critical moments and send the contestant to a nearby safe area. However, once this function is activated, the contestant will be considered eliminated. At the same time, it is also a tracker for each player. Through the ID on the license plate, Yu Jianming easily found Fong Chang. At this time, Fong Chang was shopping with Mu Yao and Mu Yunqi. To be more precise, they had just come out of a bar. The two beauties following him had rosy faces and it was obvious that they had drunk a lot. Is this kid here to compete or to travel? Zhou Jianyang looked at Fong Changdao in confusion. Yu Jianming chuckled, how would I know? Now you can see it too. It's so comfortable to travel with a beautiful woman. You can rest assured now. If Zhou Jianyang had known Fong Chang was like this, he would not have come to see him. B11 area town. Fong Chang, when are we going to leave the city to earn points? Let's talk about it after your mother and I upgrade. When will you upgrade? It's almost done. We should be able to upgrade tonight. Mu Yunqi was stunned for a moment, then looked at Fong Chang with a complicated expression. You mean to say that you have been improving your taming value these days? What's the problem? Mu Yunqi looked at Fong Chang in surprise, then looked at her mother, and saw her mother lowering her head shyly. Even the game is not peaceful. Fong Chang is really an animal. Why are you looking at me like that? Fong Chang looked confused. Nothing, I just think that you are definitely the most diligent beastmaster I have ever met. Ha, thank you for the compliment. Looking at Fong Chang's shameless look, Mu Yunqi was furious. Upgrading won't instantly increase your strength, so what's the point of just thinking about upgrading? Respect Luoshan first, then respect others. Although the upgrade won't instantly increase your mother's and my strength, it will save face. Just for this? Fong Chang laughed and said, what's with that expression? I'm telling you, this is incredibly useful. You'll know in a couple of days. Anyway, when are you going out hunting? You don't really want to stay here until the end of the game, do you? Fong Chang pointed around and said, take a closer look. What are you looking at? Take a closer look at who has been out hunting recently. Teacher Mu subconsciously looked up and glanced around. When Mu Yunqi looked puzzled, she continued Fong Chang's words, Xiao Fong, are you trying to say that all the people who went hunting recently were students? My teacher Mu was really smart. It's true that the ones going out hunting now are all students. None of the experienced contestants have gone out. Mu Yunqi said, it's been 2 days already, aren't they anxious? In a hurry? Fong Chung chuckled. There's still more than a week left. Why are they in such a hurry? Teacher Mu said, I think I understand. The monsters around the town are all F-level monsters. Killing 1 gives 1 point, so killing 10 only gives 10 points. But there are so many of them, and killing them one by one would be a waste of time for those with higher levels. It would be better to wait until the students have cleared out all the monsters around, and then directly take the points from them. Fong Cheng smiled slightly. I told you, if we talk about smartness, it has to be my teacher Mu. Hearing Fong Cheng's words, teacher Mu was stunned at first, then a shy smile flashed across his eyes, the corners of his mouth unconsciously raised, and he naturally took Fong Cheng's hand and said, You just know how to make fun of me. Fong Cheng covered her hand and said, I'm not teasing you. What I said is true. Mu Yunqi stood there quietly, watching the sweetness between her mother and Fong Cheng. Her eyes gradually dimmed, and her lips unconsciously pouted slightly, as if she was filled with unrelieved sorrow.
Then he crossed his arms over his chest and said angrily and helplessly, "Humph, that's enough.
Where are we going now? We've almost explored this town."
Sisters. At this time, in a forest outside the city, a group of students were surrounded by 3 E-level Beastmasters and Beast Girls. The students huddled together, their faces filled with fear and helplessness, tears welling up in their eyes. Their leader usually acts like he is powerful, but when he speaks on stage on behalf of the students, he speaks in such a clear official tone that those who don't know him would think he is a big leader. Of course, his strength is also the strongest among these people. But in the end, he didn't even have the chance to surrender in front of these people, and was knocked to the ground by these guys in front of him. Looking at the leader whose life or death was unknown, the students felt sad.
It's over. We can't keep the points. Why are we so unlucky?
A girl, still not knowing what to do, cried, "We worked so hard to earn our points.
Why should we give them to you?"
That's right, after waiting for 2 days, someone finally couldn't hold back and came out to grab points. Before the girl could react, she heard a loud slap and a row of her teeth were knocked out by a slap. She fell to the ground and coughed continuously, spitting teeth and blood all over the floor. None of the boys behind her dared to help, and they didn't even dare to breathe. The attacker glanced at the group of cowards and said angrily, "Humph, a bunch of pathetic creatures.
Your miserable appearance really makes me happy."
At this time, another person shouted impatiently, "Don't dawdle.
Hand over the points quickly. Otherwise, I will make sure you all die here today."
Chapter 61. Does that guy still need a beast mother?
Xiao Feng, don't be naughty.
As the sun sets, the sky is dyed a brilliant orange-red, and large patches of sunset glow spread out like a dream, like a painting carefully painted by an artist. In the central square of the town, the particle stream ejected by the fountain looks even more beautiful in the air. Under the fountain, Chang was holding Teacher Mu's slender waist, and Mu Yunxi was taking pictures of the two of them.
Okay, it's my turn.
This doesn't look like a competition at all, it's clearly a family of 3 traveling. Teacher Mu looked at Feng Chang and smiled slightly, thinking that her daughter wanted to take a photo with her. However, when Mu Yunxi came, she pushed her away from the middle and said, "Mom, take a photo of me and this guy too." Teacher Mu was stunned for a moment, then smiled slightly, walked over, picked up the bracelet, pointed at the 2 people under the fountain and said with a smile, "Are you ready?"
Okay.
Mu Yunxi made a scissors gesture.
All right. Pass it over here so I can see it.
When Mu Yunxi opened the photo, her cheeks puffed up like a cute pufferfish. Her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, with a hint of anger in her eyes. She snorted with a hint of coquettishness.
It seems angry, but it is more playful and cute.
When Feng Chang took a photo with me, his eyes were actually looking elsewhere. This could not be considered perfunctory, he was simply ignoring my existence.
Hey, you're being disrespectful, aren't you? What's wrong? Feng Chang came back to his senses, looking confused. See for yourself.
Feng Chang took a look, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, outlining a slightly cunning arc. "Sorry, I was distracted just now.
Besides, why didn't you call me?" I think you did it on purpose. What could make you look like this?" Feng Chang pointed to the distance and said, "Look for yourself."
Mu Yunxi looked in the direction he pointed and saw a group of students returning.
Why did they go back to the square? Because all the hotels in the town were full, they could only set up tents in the square.
The students all looked depressed, like a funeral procession, and some of them were carrying simple stretchers.
What happened to them? Mu Yunxi asked curiously. If I'm not mistaken, it must have been robbed. Robbed?
Mu Yunxi was surprised.
Feng Chang laughed and said, "What's so strange about this? There's no rule in the competition that prohibits stealing points. If there's no law prohibiting it, you can do it. Don't you know that?"
After saying that, Feng Chang no longer paid attention to the girl and came to Mu Yao. "Teacher Mu, let's go back."
Mu Yunxi caught up from behind. "Feng Chang, didn't you say that we have to wait 2 days for this to happen?" "Well, I didn't expect that."
For example, E-level players are not as strong as the top players, but they are better than the bottom players. If they go to rob with D-level or C-level players, they will become prey. So they have to go in advance, grab the items, and run away. Mu Yunxi glanced back at the students again, a trace of pity in her eyes.
She turned back to Cheng Dao and said, "So what are you going to do? You and my mother are also E-level, right?" Feng Chang smiled slightly and did not answer. "I am different from your mother who is at E-level.
Let me put it this way, Feng Chang has not been idle these 2 days.
While walking around the town, he also looked at everyone in the town, including the 20 mercenaries hired by Shin Jun. He discovered that although Mu Yao and he were not the highest level, no one could compare with them in terms of personal attributes. There is only one reason. Looking around, there is not even one with SS level talent. How can it be compared with X's talent? I have to say that Yucheng is really a small place. Of course, high attributes do not necessarily mean strong combat power. The true combat power can only be known when fighting. However, attributes are the foundation of a person. The foundation is like that. No matter how strong it is, it will not be too outrageous. At night, 2 rays of light burst out from Fong Chang and Mu Yao's room. Standing outside, it looked like someone was welding inside. Mu Yunqi's eyes lit up, they actually advanced. I was so excited that I ran over subconsciously, but when I reached the door, I suddenly stopped. Forget it, let us wait until they come out. It's late at night and it's not good to let mosquitoes in. The moon was full in the night sky, and Mu Yunqi returned to her room in melancholy. When will I have my own Beastmaster? Thinking of Fong Chang, he was my classmate. Now he has become a D-level Beastmaster, while I am still stuck in the F level. Fong Chang is so powerful. Does he still need a beast girl? Thinking of this, her face suddenly turned red to her ears, her eyes darted around in panic, and suddenly she held her cheeks and said, "Oh, what the hell am I thinking? He's my mother's Beastmaster. How could there be 2 people who could be his beast mothers? Besides, with my talent, that guy might not be interested in me, so I shouldn't humiliate myself." The early morning sunlight poured in through the gaps in the curtains. In the soft light, Teacher Mu was standing in front of the sink, brushing her teeth carefully. She lowered her head slightly, and her long black hair fell like a waterfall, swaying gently with her movements. Fong Chang walked over gently with a doting smile on his face. He slowly hugged this fascinating older sister from behind and gently rested his chin on her shoulder. Mu Yao was stunned for a moment, then a sweet smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She continued to brush her teeth with foam in her mouth and hummed indistinctly. Fong Chang hugged her tightly, feeling her warmth, and placed his hands gently on her waist. Then Fong Chang blinked at the 2 people in the mirror and opened his spiritual pupil that could see through delusion. Beast Mother, Mu Yao. Host, Fong Chang. Age, 36. Rank, D. Upgrade progress, 0%. Strength, 975, Agility, 1920, Essence, 2825, Vitality, 3735. Maximum Energy, 1620. Beast Form, X Level Abyssal Giant Spirit Wood Spirit. Beast Transformation Ability, X Level Wood Element. Growth Talent, 10 stars. Skills, Thorn Entanglement Level 2, Healing Level 1. Loyalty, 100. Repayment Ratio, 100%. Taming Value, 0400. Life Countdown, Days. Name, Fong Chang. Beast Mother, Mu Yao. Age, 18. Rank, D. Upgrade progress, 0%. Strength, 2790, Agility, 2850, Essence, 1935, Vitality, 1980. Maximum Energy, 918. Beast Taming Talent, X Level. Superpower, B Level Lightning. Skills, Crazy Sword Skill Grade Mastery, Lightning Flash Grade Mastery, Thunder Slash Grade Mastery. Beast Mother Bonus, Fast Recovery, Wood Type Ability Bonus 25% not activated. Life Countdown, Days. Looking at the information of the 2, Fong Chang showed a wry smile. The taming value of the next level doubled. Fortunately, the taming value can be shared. Otherwise, if there are too many beast girls, it will be difficult to grind an iron rod into a needle. However, seeing the countdown of their lives, Teacher Mu is worthy of being a life-type beast girl. After the upgrade, the lifespan of the 2 doubled directly to 400 years old, which has reached the C-level level and there is still room for growth. Mu Yao washed her toothbrush in the cup, turned around and looked at Fong Chang and smiled. "Aren't you going to wash up, dear?" "Yao Yao, don't you want to give your Beastmaster a good morning kiss?" Mu Yao kissed his lips gently, feeling as light as a dragonfly touching the water, yet filled with deep attachment. Then she quickly left and looked at Fong Chang, a shy blush on her face, and the 2 smiled at each other. Fong Chang leaned over and wanted to do it again, but Mu Yao pressed his mouth with her slender fingers and said with a smile, "Don't be naughty, Xiaoxi is waiting for us to have breakfast." Chapter 62, a counterattack starting from a group of trash. In a blink of an eye, it was the 4th day of the competition, and Fong Chang strolled to the town square again.
As students withdrew one after another, the square became emptier, but some students still stayed. Firstly, because of the competition mechanism, when the points are snatched by the same person, only 50% can be snatched at a time, and the cooling off period is 1 day. In other words, most of these students still have points that have not been snatched away.
The second is unwillingness.
Some may be carrying the expectations of their families, some may want to prove themselves, and some may have been respected among students and served as class leaders or student union leaders. They feel ashamed to leave in such a disgrace.
Fong Chang came here today to recruit people to form a team.
Of course, he would not accept the last type of people. They are students, and Fong Chang is also a student now. When they learned that Fong Chang, this student, was actually a D-level Beastmaster, everyone was shocked. We all graduated together, and we haven't even brushed up our taming values yet, so why did he become a D-level Beastmaster?
Are you really a D-rank Beastmaster? Faced with the questioning, Fong Chang did not say anything more.
He simply took out his number plate and placed it on the terminal in the square, and his basic information was displayed. Number 11 middle school contestant Fong Chang, age 18, level D, Beast Mother, Beastly Thorn Deer, points, 0.
He really is a D-rank beast tamer.
The farce at the opening ceremony of the City Youth Tournament a few days ago was still fresh in everyone's mind, so everyone also knew that he had been specially recruited by the Lingqi Guild outside the 3 major guilds, and his talent was SS level.
Of course, this talent was reported by Tang Li falsely.
At that time, he was still an E-level beast tamer. He never thought that after only 4 days of not seeing him, he had already reached D-level.
Are all SS level talents so amazing? After a commotion in the crowd, someone asked, how come your points were taken away too?
Fong Chang shook his head, my points have always been 0.
You didn't go hunting outside the city? Then how did you level up? Fong Chang smiled and said, leveling up doesn't depend on killing monsters. Star crystals are enough.
Then you really leave me speechless.
No, where did you get so many star crystals?
I heard that you were specially recruited by the Spiritual Contract Guild.
Did the guild give you all the star crystals? Then, isn't it ridiculous for a D-rank Beastmaster like you to be so?
Fong Chang took a look at the young boy in the crowd who had wrinkles on his lips. He thought that this guy might be the president of the student union. He always had a stern face in front of his classmates and acted like a big shot, so he had nasolabial folds at such a young age. Of course I earned my star crystals myself, during your contract training.
During our contract training?
That's ridiculous. The contract training has only been going on for over a month.
How could you possibly earn so many star crystals? Fong Chang shook his head, facts speak louder than words. Let me show you something else.
After saying that, Fong Chang took out his Beast Tamer badge and placed it on the terminal in the square. Then, Fong Chang's record of clearing dungeons during this period of time was displayed in front of everyone.
Cleared 6 SSS level F class dungeons solo, and 76 SSS level D class dungeons solo.
Of course, in addition to these, there are also A level and S level clearance evaluations, but people tend to only see the ones that surprise them the most. Oh my god, when we were still in training, that guy had already gone solo to clear the dungeon, and his clearance ratings were all SSS.
No wonder he was specially recruited by the Spiritual Contract Guild. He really is a tough guy. Are all SS level talents so amazing? Then wouldn't someone with SSS level talent be incredibly amazing? Fortunately, there aren't many people like them, otherwise I'd want to die.
At this moment, someone in the crowd suddenly said, "Are you showing us all this today just to show off how good you are?"
After talking for so long, someone finally got to the point. Fong Chang smiled softly, of course not. I came here today to ask you, are you willing to just let your points be taken away like this? Are you willing?
Nonsense, those who are willing have left, and those who are left now are unwilling to accept.
Is there any need to ask? Fong Chang continued, do you want to come with me to get it back? Take it back? Hearing this, many people in the crowd were moved.
He definitely couldn't get it back by himself, but with Fong Chang leading the way, he was a D-class Beastmaster, and had an unattainable record. I couldn't say anything else, but snatching points from the E-class Beastmasters should be no problem.
However, at this moment, the young man with nasolabial folds on his mouth suddenly sneered, take it back? Who do you think you are? Do you think that just because you are a D rank, you are invincible here? Fong Chang frowned, you don't have to go, is there anyone willing to go with me?
Everyone, don't fall for his tricks. The young man suddenly raised his hands and shouted, "From the beginning, this guy never thought about leaving the city to compete for points, but now he jumps out and wants to take everyone with him to rob."
Don't you think there's something wrong? Fong Chang's guess was correct.
This guy was the president of the student union of number 2 middle school in the city, and his name was He Gang. According to his own words, he was admired by thousands of people in their number 2 middle school. Today Fong Chang suddenly jumped out and wanted to lead everyone to grab points. This was undoubtedly a slap in his face and a challenge to his prestige in everyone's hearts. To put it bluntly, he himself has no ability and can't stand others having ability. If Fong Qingjun takes all these people away, he will be left alone. As the president of the student union, he was used to being flattered. How could he have ever suffered such humiliation? As everyone was whispering, Fong Chang said, "Because I knew from the beginning that all your previous hunting was just working for others, and this competition is not a hunting competition, but a points competition." He Gang suddenly pointed at Fong Chang and laughed. "Ha, everyone heard it. This guy must have planned this all along. If he didn't, why didn't he tell us earlier? If I told you this early in the morning, would you believe it? If you don't tell us, how do you know we won't believe you? If you could believe it, would you be robbed again and again until you were left with nothing but your underwear?" He Gang's face flushed red after hearing what Fong Chang said, but he was angry. This was the first time in his student career that a student dared to contradict him, the boss. "You?" He Gang gritted his teeth in anger, but he was helpless facing Fong Chang, who was stronger than him. "What do you mean by you? You're incapable of accomplishing anything, and are always more likely to cause trouble. Get the hell out of here." Seeing that this guy was so angry that he was out of breath, Fong Chang was too lazy to pay attention to this idiot anymore, and then said to everyone, "I have told you the truth now, this is a points competition. Speaking of the original points, it was you who created them, but the winners will not thank you. On the contrary, they will call you a bunch of pathetic creatures. If you have the guts, come out and join me in the robbing. This isn't about proving how great we are, we just want to prove ourselves and let everyone know that no matter who steals our things, we will definitely get them back. We are definitely not a bunch of pathetic wretches." At this time, someone stood up and asked, "After all this talk, how sure are you?" "If it's only 50%, I'll go with you." Chapter 63, Honor in Defeat, A Promising Future. "How confident are you?" Fong Chang said with a light smile. "I told you I could lead you to first place, do you believe me? Not only you, but even I don't believe it. But what I want to say is that we have the advantage in numbers. We are the largest group in this competition. If we can't defeat 1 against 1, how can we not defeat 10 against 1, or 100 against 1? Of course, if you want to win first place in this competition, I don't think that is possible. But when you first entered the competition, were you thinking of taking first place? You probably wanted to get a good score, to get extra points on the Gaokao National College entrance examination, so you could get into a good university, right? So my goal is to lead you to do something that will be glorious even if you lose. In a game, it is not only the winner who deserves to stand in the light and be remembered by everyone. A group of people with backbone and courage to fight can still stand in the light and enjoy everyone's praise. Besides, we're just fresh graduates, so isn't failure normal? But even if we fail, we must fail with vigor and determination, leaving everyone with a memory of our unyielding spirit and a hopeful future. With this, how could you possibly get less extra points in the college entrance exam? To put it bluntly, Fong Chang is actually just painting a pie in the sky. In Fong Chang's opinion, if he wants to paint this pie well, the first thing he needs to do is to make people willing to listen to him. This is what Fong Chang said to Mu Yunqi before: respect the clothes first and then the person. Regardless of whether you succeed or not, you must first make yourself presentable so that others will respect you before you even open your mouth. The second is to circle the crowd. This is why, even though people were robbed starting from the second day, Fong Chang didn't come until the 4th day. What he wanted was to let those who had no fighting spirit and ambition leave first. People with fighting spirit and ambition are often more easily deceived. The third is bribery. It is unrealistic to ask them to take first place, but even if we take a step back, it is still possible to give them extra points in the college entrance examination, and this is what they need most urgently at the moment. After he finished speaking, the crowd fell silent, but Fong Chang was not worried at all. Instead, he was full of confidence. Sure enough, after a moment, someone stood up and said, "I'll go with you. I'll fight and trust you for once. I've decided to take a gamble with you." As volunteers stepped forward one by one, more than 100 people finally gathered around Fong Chang. Although it was less than a quarter of the people present, it was enough to be his first batch of original employees. Then Fong Cheng divided these people into 10 teams, one for ease of management, and the other because of the rules of the competition, which required only one person to grab the items once a day. In this way, the original team is divided into 10 teams. Once a fat sheep is caught, they can fleece it 10 times in a row. At the same time, Fong Cheng also took advantage of a loophole in the rules and became the captain of the 10 teams, so that no matter which team made the most money, he could get a share. As for the distribution, Fong Cheng took 20% alone, and the remaining 80% was divided equally among the remaining dozen or so people. Take out the player number card, register for a team on the competition terminal, set the profit sharing ratio, and once points are obtained, the system will automatically transfer the points to your own account.
President He, do you think they can do it?
The person who spoke was Luo Junbo, the former student union secretary of No. 2 Middle School.
He watched from afar as Fong Cheng led everyone to gather in front of the terminal, looking very motivated. It would be a lie to say that he was not envious. To be honest, if it weren't for He Gang, he would have wanted to join them. He Gang glanced at him and said, "A bunch of trash can't achieve anything. Xiao Luo, if you want to go, go ahead."
No, President He, you misunderstood.
What I meant was, if this is feasible, and Fong Cheng can lead them to do it, then as the president of our student union, why can't you do it too? He Gang's eyes lit up. Yes, why didn't I think of that?
Subconsciously looking at Fong Cheng who was talking in the crowd, He Gang narrowed his eyes slightly. According to him, their advantage lies in the number of people. What matters is not the ability, but the organizational ability of the leader. Although I am not as talented as that kid, I have been the student union president for many years. I heard that before his talent awakened, that kid was a loser in school and was not even a class monitor. In terms of organizational ability, he was not even worthy of carrying my shoes. Thinking of this, He Gang's confidence increased greatly.
He looked at Luo Junbo with a smile on his face. He patted his shoulder and said in a condescending manner, "Xiao Luo, it seems that all these years of my training in you have paid off. You always give me an epiphany at the critical moment."
Luo Junbo immediately said with a flattering look on his face, No, this is all thanks to the president's good cultivation. Speaking of which, He Gang's organizational ability is really not to be underestimated. He immediately organized all the remaining people, a total of more than 400 people, which is 4 times the number of Fong Cheng's team. So he waved his hand and the first student corps in the history of the city youth competition was established. He served as the corps commander, and Luo Junbo and several other secretaries served as deputy corps commanders. The crowd suddenly erupted in excited cheers.
Fong Cheng heard it and subconsciously took a look, wondering, what are they doing? I don't know. Never mind. Captain, go on. Lin Jiang, your beast girl is AB rank lava scorpion, right? Yeah, I haven't told you how you knew that yet.
This is not difficult. I can tell with my spiritual eyes that can see through delusion. Not only do I know her beast form, I also know her initial ability.
It's lava ray, right?
Lin Jiang nodded, that's right, but the first level lava shot is not very powerful.
Fong Cheng laughed and said, who said that?
You think it has no power, that's because you don't know how to use it.
Don't know how to use it? Everyone looked at Fong Cheng in surprise. How could this be possible?
Captain, you haven't participated in contract training. You don't know that during training, the instructors provide specialized guidance based on each person's characteristics.
How could they not be able to use it?
Mu Yunxi also nodded subconsciously, and then looked at Fong Cheng with a worried look, worried that he would blow his own trumpet.
Fong Cheng, why don't you think about it carefully? This is not what you meant. Fong Cheng said, just listen to what I have to say first.
Then he looked at the other one beside him and said, Fan Bing, your beast form is Crystal Frost Butterfly, and your initial skill is Ice Ray, right?
Yes, so what?
Yes, so what?
Everyone looked at Fong Cheng in confusion. Fong Cheng said, have you ever thought about letting these two rays with opposite properties collide with each other?
Fan Bing and Lin Jiang immediately showed strange expressions on their faces, but Lin Jiang smiled and said, Hey, Captain, I thought you would say something else, but it turns out to be this. The instructors have long said that when two rays of opposite properties collide, the stronger one wins.
If both sides are equally strong, the rays will cancel each other out. Really? Have you tried it yourself? Is it the same as what the instructor said?
That's not the case, but since the instructor said so, the result must be right.
I don't believe it. How about we try outside the city? It would also open my eyes. Okay, let's give it a try. So a group of people ran out of the town.
Mu Yunqi followed Fong Chang and wanted to say something but stopped herself several times.
She was really worried that Fong Chang would make a fool of himself.
Teacher Mu, on the other hand, was full of confidence. As Fong Chang's beast girl, she had 100% trust in all of Fong Chang's decisions. Everyone arrived outside the town, and both sides took up their positions, preparing for a bombardment test.
Chapter 64. This is what fascinates me about him.
Fong Chang felt that such a confrontation was too dangerous, so he decided to let the two beast girls aim at one place and shoot, to avoid the situation where one side missed the target and hurt the other.
Everyone thought it made sense, so the two beast girls aimed at a huge rock 20 meters away.
It weighs about 20 to 30 tons. Under normal circumstances, the ice ray fired by Fan Bing's beast girl can only leave a layer of frost on it at most, and the lava ray fired by Lin Zhang's beast girl may not happen when it hits it.
But this time, when the beast girl's rays met the boulder, a violent explosion occurred.
The exploding rubble smashed the faces and noses of the people 20 meters away, leaving them bruised and battered. But no one cried out in pain.
After the explosion, everyone looked intently at the huge rock.
At least 3/4 of the rock was blown away without a trace.
How could this happen? Everyone was stunned.
At this time, Fong Chengkai walked out leisurely from behind the crowd. Everyone was bruised and battered, but he had hidden away early and nothing happened.
It seems my guess was correct. Captain, what's going on?
The rays they emit are pure energy, not physical objects. If they were physical objects, they might cancel each other out, as you describe. But as for energy, if the two are mixed together, they will become extremely unstable, and explosion is the inevitable result. At the same time in the city lord's city, Yu Jianming's expression changed as he looked at Fong Chang. This kid is quite good. I thought he just had a good character, but I didn't expect his comprehension to be so high. At this age, he has already comprehended the knowledge of compound tactics.
Zhou Jianyang, who was standing by, laughed and said, "What's the big deal? Didn't the military already know about this? How can this be the same?"
The military's composite tactics originated from an accident. Later, based on this, years of research were conducted, which led to the current composite tactics. As for Fong Chang, he figured it out solely through his intuition.
Zhou Jianyang chuckled.
The better Fong Chang performed, the happier he was.
By the way, do you think that kid's plan will work?
Yu Jianming thought for a moment and said, if it's just as he said, letting people see the performance of these students and giving them extra points in the college entrance examination, I think there's no problem. But if he wants to take advantage of these students and get him a good grade, I think it's doomed. After all, they are just a bunch of F-rank students.
What good does it matter if there are more of them? How can we fight against those C-rank teams if our foundation is too weak? After returning to the outside of the town, everyone was not surprised after listening to Fong Chang's explanation.
Instead, they were all more shocked.
Is it necessary for the gap between people to be so big? When everyone was at F level, it was okay for you to be promoted to D level, but now your understanding of beast girls and combat experience are even better than the instructor. I have been harmed by the instructor.
If I had known that the two energies with opposite properties would produce a more powerful explosion when intertwined, my points might not have been snatched away. While feeling surprised and regretful, everyone's belief in Fong Chang also reached a new level. Next, Fong Chang used this as a basis to divide everyone into combat groups and plan a combat plan. Outside the crowd, Mu Yunqi looked at Fong Chang, who was talking in the crowd, and her eyes gradually became obsessed and admiring. At this moment, in her eyes, the sunlight fell on Fong Chang. He stood there with an upright and handsome posture, and his voice was bright and infectious. He spoke clearly and passionately, exuding a unique charm that attracted everyone around him and made them listen attentively to his words. The sunny smile on her face seemed to be able to dispel all the haze.
See? This is what fascinates Mom about Xiao Feng. The sudden voice startled Mu Yunqi, and she subconsciously tucked the hair beside her ear. What? I wasn't looking at him just now. Really?
Teacher Mu said with a smile, then why are you blushing?
I'm sorry you misunderstood me. Really? Then do you want to be his beast mother?
Okay, after she finished speaking, she realized that she had let the cat out of the bag and quickly covered it up. What I mean is, with such an excellent beast master like him, who wouldn't want to be his beast mother?
So do you want to? Mu Yunqi hesitated, and after a moment she asked, Mom, do you mind?
Don't get the wrong idea, girl. What I meant was that I wanted you to share my taming points, let Xiaofeng be your master, and help you level up.
It's not the kind of relationship you think.
Besides, with your talent, if you want to sign an intermediate contract with Xiaofeng, he may not be interested in you.
So that's all you were talking about? I thought you were a nobody.
Teacher Mu pinched Mu Yunqi's head with her finger and said unhappily, "Don't forget, I'm your mother."
Mom, you are so lucky. Teacher Mu smiled slightly. I often feel this way too. Meeting Xiaofeng in my life is definitely my greatest luck in this life.
Mu Yunqi sighed and said in her heart, "Yes, my daughter is a little jealous of my good luck." Feng Cheng established a communication group with everyone and then dispersed everyone, and the hunt began. For the first time in the history of the city youth competition, a hunt from low level to high level was launched.
But for Feng Cheng, these people are actually the hunting dogs he released.
After all, the entire stadium is more than 1,000 square kilometers.
How can he improve efficiency without raising more dogs?
Of course, whether you can catch the hunter in the end depends on yourself. At least in the early stage, you must use victory after victory to build confidence for everyone.
Only by making them feel that they are all possessed by the Emperor of O can there be a possibility of turning the tide. What are you guys talking about? You seem so happy.
Teacher Mu saw Feng Cheng approaching alone and everyone else had disappeared, so he changed the subject and asked, "Where are the others?"
Let him out to find fat sheep. Mu Yunqi asked doubtfully, so you are using them? What's the use of that? It sounds so ugly. We're collaborating, mutually beneficial, okay? They're responsible for finding prey, and we're responsible for hunting. It's that simple. You misunderstood. I don't blame you. Besides, if someone can be used, it means he still has some value, right? Otherwise, wouldn't he be a waste? Feng Cheng was shocked. The sun rose from the west today, and this girl was actually speaking for him?
Subconsciously, he placed his hand on Mu Yunqi's forehead.
She didn't hide, but looked at Feng Cheng curiously. What's wrong? Are you sick?
Mu Yunqi was stunned for a moment before she realized what was happening.
She quickly slapped Feng Cheng's hand away and said arrogantly, "You're the one who's sick. You can't tell the difference between good and bad words." Feng Cheng smiled slightly.
It seemed that this girl had really changed her personality.
Just then Feng Cheng's bracelet rang.
When he looked up, Feng Cheng was happy.
Mu Yunqi came over with a curious look on her face and asked, "What's wrong?" "We found a fat sheep." "So soon?" "There's strength in numbers."
After saying this, Feng Cheng swiped his finger from the bracelet into the air, and a holographic map appeared before his eyes.
Number 2, take cover. All personnel, report your positions. Chapter 65, First Battle Victory, Emperor Possessed. Feng Cheng divided everyone from Team 1 into 10 teams. He was the captain of each team. Each team also had a deputy captain.
In order to facilitate command, he numbered these 10 deputy captains from 1 to 10. Number 2 is Sun Feng, the deputy captain of the second team. As the coordinates of each team were reported to Feng Cheng, red dots appeared on the holographic map, roughly distributed in a fan shape with his current location as the center and extending forward. The search range of this shape is definitely not as wide as the circular one, but it is the first time after all, so safety should be the top priority. The search range is compressed, but the distance between each other is closer, making it easier for them to take care of each other.
Number 2 reports the location and number of fat sheep. Soon 10 blue dots appeared on the map. There are 5 beast masters and 5 beast girls, whose strength is unknown.
But those who were still wandering around the town at this time were not that strong. Those who were strong went deep into the arena to hunt higher level beasts and earn more points. To say that this was a battle for points was just a lie from Feng Cheng. The fight for points was just a side job. There would always be people hunting exotic beasts, and there were only so many points a group of students could earn. Even if they took them all, they might not get more than others. The reason why Feng Cheng lied to them and described the city youth competition as so cruel was, to put it bluntly, that there was no boss who didn't lie to his employees.
If he didn't lie to his employees, how could they be obedient? If they were disobedient, how could they work hard for him? Number 1 and 3 will approach number 2.
Once they reach the designated location, number 2 will act as bait to lure the enemy south, while number 1 and 3 will provide support. As Feng Cheng spoke, he marked the map and sent it to number 1, 2, and 3 respectively.
Numbers 4 to 10, quickly head north to the valley. Numbers 7 and 9, use your expertise to set traps in the valley. I'll be there shortly. After that, he copied a map for these teams and marked the direction from which the prey would come in and the approximate area where the traps would be set. After finishing all this, Fang Chengkai looked at Mu Yao and teacher Mu and said, "Let's go." Mu Yunqi asked in confusion, "More than 100 people, hunting 10 people, there's no need for such a big show, right?" Fang Cheng chuckled and said, "Honestly, your mother and I are enough, but this is their first match, and we have to give them confidence, so no matter how exaggerated, it won't be an exaggeration." Mu Yunqi nodded, not quite understanding, but saw that Fang Cheng had already ridden on the thorn deer. Seeing that Mu Yunqi was still in a daze, Mu Yao said, "Come up, Xiaoxi, what are you still doing?" For some reason, seeing my mother turned into a mount, even though that person was the one I liked, I still felt a little weird. "No, I can do it myself." After saying that, Mu Yunqi transformed into a cat demon. This was Fang Cheng's opinion. Overall, it looked human, but had a cat's head and claws. When it crawled on the ground, it looked like a big orange cat with spikes. Sea-level beast form Swift Cat, hidden evolution form X-level Sky Abyss Giant Spirit Fire Spirit. Seeing Fang Cheng distracted by his own beast form, Mu Yunqi smiled slightly. "Meow, what are you looking at? Let's go." After saying that, he exerted force with his limbs and jumped a long distance. His speed was comparable to Mu Yao's, but I don't know how his endurance was. According to Fang Cheng's plan, number 2 was responsible for luring, and number 1 and number 3 were responsible for providing support. However, when they arrived at the valley, they saw 10 people chasing 30 or 40 other people, who were running towards this side crying all the way. Those people's levels are actually not high, they are all E level, and the strongest one has only upgraded to 68%. However, the group of students they were chasing were of a lower level, only F grade. The most important thing was probably that they had just come out of the ivory tower and had never seen the world, and they had also been beaten before and had psychological trauma. What Fang Cheng has to do now is to lead them out of the shadow and let them be possessed by the Emperor. Number 7, prepare to activate the trap. The rest of you, prepare to attack. Team 7 consists of Earth-attributed beast girls. Although they only have basic skills now, they are still very useful for digging holes or creating swamps. The captain of the team at the foot of the mountain was already balding at a young age. His beast mother was a white elephant trunk pig. He was currently riding on the pig's back, knife in hand, and said with disdain, "You little bastards, you dare to come after me? I'm going to make you skinned alive today, or I'll take your last name." At this moment, the ground in front of them suddenly liquefied and turned into a swamp. The area was not large, but it was right under the feet of each of them. As a result, the pig stumbled and threw the captain headfirst. The others also fell to the ground. Pa. What the hell is going on? We were all careless for a moment and fell down, no one knew what happened. At this moment, the ground began to solidify rapidly, trapping all of them underground. Such a trap could not trap them, but the time gained was enough for number 1, 2, and 3 to escape. Those who were stuck in the mud screamed in anger, and one by one they broke free from the shackles of the mud and soared into the sky like pulling onions in dry land. As soon as he landed, he was trapped by overgrown weeds and vines. At this point, Fang Cheng had no intention of being polite to them. Everyone beat them to death. Rays of light intertwined in the air and exploded in the valley. Although many of them missed the target, the sound was so loud and deafening that even if they didn't kill people, they would at least stun them. Sure enough, in less than 10 minutes, all 10 people below were stunned. Then all the beastmasters and beast girls came together, and those with long-range attacks were responsible for killing the beasts from the outside. Half an hour later, the 10 people were pinned to the ground and beaten by more than 100 people. This may sound shameless, but for these students, it greatly boosted their morale and stimulated their bloodiness. In the following period of time, this group of former lambs were indeed trained by Fang Cheng into vicious wolves. In less than 5 days, everyone in the competition area knew that there was a group of unsportsmanlike guys who would not fight in groups, and would never fight you head-on. They would always launch sneak attacks. The most hateful thing is that it's okay for you to just launch a sneak attack, but more than 100 people are divided into 10 teams. Every time a team attacks you, all your points will be taken away by them. The person who benefited the most was naturally Fang Cheng, because he could take 20% every time. 5 days later, his ranking went from outside 5,000 to within 500. That morning at the Lingqi Guild, Wu Zhong opened the tournament leaderboard as usual. Wow, Fang Cheng is not bad. He has already made it into the top 500 today. Wu Zhong said to Tang Li while pointing at the ranking list. Tang Li was also happy. A few days ago,
she still thought that Feng Chang would be a nobody in the competition. Unexpectedly, in recent days, he suddenly became active and his points soared like a rocket. When I woke up this morning, I saw that he was already in the top 500. If he continues at this pace, it shouldn't be a problem for him to get into the top 10. I was right about this guy. Even if he competes alone, he can still bring surprises to others. But when he saw Wu Zhong's smug look, he curled his lips and said, "Isn't it just the top 500? You don't even qualify for a live broadcast. What's there to be proud of? Let's talk about it once we get into the top 100. At the same time, in the city lord's mansion, ever since Feng Chang led that group of students to victory in the first battle, Zhou Jianyang's face has been filled with smiles like chrysanthemums. Olju, please open the system quickly and let me see where those guys are in the ranking now. Chapter 66. This dark horse is too dark. Yu Jianming said unhappily, "There's a ranking list, aren't you going to check it out?" Ever since Feng Chang led that group of students to victory in the first battle, everything has been going smoothly for the past few days, and Zhou Jianyang's grandson would come to show off in front of him every day. In fact, it's no wonder that Zhou Jianyang is showing off every day, because Feng Chang gave him a super gift this time. Ever since the city youth competition began, looking across the entire dragon country, even in the imperial capital where geniuses abound, students in the city youth competition have always been fat sheep, and they are fattened before being slaughtered. Even if there are outstanding students, they will choose to strategically submit, rely on the strong, or recruit a group of mercenaries to work alone like Shin Tajun. Not only did the Yuqing City Youth Competition produce an outstanding student, but this student also brought out a group of vicious wolves from the sheep pen. To put it bluntly, they are the first group of students who can snatch points back since the establishment of the City Youth Competition, and each of them has entered the top 1,000. For Zhou Jianyang, the director of Yuqing Education Department, this was an incredible fortune. Before this, he thought Feng Chang was just a dark horse, but he never expected that this dark horse was so powerful that he brought out a group of vicious wolves and refreshed the entire educational history of Longhua. Zhou Jianyang chuckled, his face full of pride. Looking at the standings is all text, it's so cold and icy. I can't compare to you. Watching the live broadcast is more interesting. Although Yu Jianming was annoyed by his cocky look, he still opened the competition system and brought up Feng Chang's live broadcast. You might be so proud, but you won't be able to be so proud for long. That kid has already made it into the top 500. He'll probably abandon that group of students and go it alone soon. After saying that, he secretly glanced at Zhou Jianyang, wanting to see his expression. Zhou Jianyang said as if it was a matter of course, "What's so strange about this? A capable person would not be depressed and be under someone else's control for a long time, let alone a young and energetic man. From the moment he started gathering those D-level teams, I knew that guy was aiming for first place this time." To put it bluntly, that group of students was just his stepping stone. What he really wanted to recruit were those D-level teams. As the team grew, those students became useless, even a nuisance, and it was only a matter of time before they were kicked out of the team. If he crosses the river and burns the bridge like this, will the students agree? Zhou Jianyang laughed and said, "That kid has his own ways. Besides, he has done his best by bringing a group of fat sheep to within 1,000 or even 500 people. If it were you, would you have the nerve to say that he is ungrateful?" Yu Jianming was speechless for a moment, then he added, "Anyway, I think what that kid did was not decent." "Ungenuine?" Zhou Jianyang sneered, "I think that guy is very authentic. Can't you see that even without that group of students, he can still form his own team? The reason he started with a group of students is completely to return a favor." "Returning a favor?" "Yes, I gave him a peach, and he gave me a plum in return. Aren't you envious?" Yu Jianming was very angry about this, but when he thought about it carefully, Zhou Jianyang was right. He helped Feng Chang to clarify things at the conference, and that kid gave him a fortune in return. Damn it, why didn't I discover this kid Feng Chang earlier, letting this old guy Zhou Jianyang get there first? Anyway, Zhou Jianyang now looks at Feng Chang like a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, and the more she looks, the more satisfied she is. Whether it is his character, wisdom, or talent, he is definitely one in a million. The most important thing is that this kid knows how to be grateful. Such a young man will surely have brilliant and admirable achievements in the future. Area B11, outside the town. The more than 400 people led by Student Union President He Gang were now lying along the way like dead dogs. President He Gang was lying at the very end of the team, closest to the town. More than 400 people rushed out screaming, which was really scary. If you meet an ordinary team, you will feel guilty and turn around and run away subconsciously. But soon these people discovered that after running for a distance, the people chasing them were all exhausted, so there was no point in running. I'll turn around and kill you, a bunch of little bastards, and tell them to come out and scare me.
Then a miracle happened.
The group of students who were almost exhausted saw the people around them being beaten more miserably than each other, so they jumped up and ran, and each one ran faster than the other.
It's too dangerous outside. I want to go back to town.
Then a dozen people came and chased more than 400 people, killing them all the way. When they saw the town from a distance, they took down the last 250 people with one sword.
He Gang, who was lying on the ground, had actually woken up a long time ago, but he was too embarrassed to see anyone.
Why is that kid Fong Chang so good at fighting? While I have at least 4 times as many people as him, why am I having a hard time and getting beaten every time?
I'm the student union president, who's he? How could I be inferior to him? If he's really that awesome, why isn't he the student union president? There must be a technique that I haven't found. Yes, it must be that I haven't found the right technique.
Thinking of this, he jumped up, cleared his throat and said, "My fellow students, we must strengthen our confidence and cheer up.
What we are doing is great and glorious. Just think about it. I miss your mom."
Luo Junbo, who had been obedient to him, suddenly got up from behind him and kicked him in the butt, knocking him to the ground.
You still want us to cheer up and get beaten up with you? Haven't we been beaten up enough these days?
You bastard, I finally see it clearly, you're a piece of shit and you just have to keep your mouth shut. In the past few days, they have been slapped on the left cheek, then on the right cheek, and then on the left cheek again. Anyway, they were hit close to the face and beaten coolly.
Who the hell can stand this? He Gang looked at Luo Junbo in shock. Xiao Luo, are you crazy? How dare you kick me? Xiao Luo? You called me Xiao Luo? I'm going to kick you to death today, you bastard.
When He Gang saw this, he quickly got up from the ground and ran, calling for help from the people around him. What are you guys still doing?
Can't you see Xiao Luo has gone crazy? Hurry up and help me stop him.
Finally someone stood up, but he didn't go to stop Luo Junbo behind him. Instead, he knocked He Gang down with a sweeping kick and then stepped on his face. The deep wrinkles on his face were full of mud.
They had had enough.
They had been beaten up every day by this guy for 5 consecutive days.
Even the most honest people were furious with him. Right on this road, dozens of people surrounded him and beat him to death.
If I had known earlier, I should have joined Fong Chang's team.
Look how well he is doing now, he must be ranked in the top 1,000.
In fact, they were also implicated by Fong Chang. As Fong Chang began to dominate, more and more people knew that there was a student team in the arena. There are so many of them that they will rob anyone they see, and they have ingeniously divided themselves into 10 teams. No matter how many points you have, as long as you meet them, they will rob you of everything. So the high-level teams were unhappy.
Since when did a group of sheep become wolves?
He felt that his dignity had been seriously challenged. So they rushed back from the periphery one by one, wanting to teach these rebellious sheep a lesson. If they met Fong Chang, they would be in big trouble. All the points they had worked so hard to earn by hunting exotic beasts outside were taken away by him, leaving nothing but their underwear. In the end, I was fooled by him and forced to join the team and become involved in the same evil things with him. After all, even a fool can see the advantages of this kind of large-scale military operations. Not only can they rob people and gods, but they can also hunt in areas where strange beasts gather.
The points are going up steadily.
Besides, for those who have become poor overnight, what can make them rich faster than taking a ride on Fong Chang's coattails?
If anyone encounters He Gang's people, then He Gang is unlucky.
Once he finds out that they are just for show, he will kill them and beat them to death.
No wonder Luo Junbo said they were beaten every day.
Shin Tujuan, who is currently besieging a group of bosses in the wild, heard the news and asked in disbelief, "Are you sure the leader of those people is called Fong Chang?"
Chapter 67. Even if it's dog shit, I'll slide you into a big split.
Shin Tujun and Suyaki were filled with disbelief when they heard the news. Everyone knows that there is strength in numbers, and since the city youth competition was held, there have been people who share the same idea as Fong Chang. But no one has ever succeeded, because everyone is selfish and will eventually break up due to uneven distribution of spoils. The reason why Fong Chang succeeded, apart from his personal charm and organizational ability, was probably that he started from a low point. They started as a group of students who were looked down upon. The low starting point means there is a lot of room for advancement, which always makes people see hope and full of motivation. At the same time, a group of students who have just graduated from school have not yet suffered the harshness of society and have relatively simple thoughts. They would not care whether the distribution of points is fair or not. As for those who join in later, their points were 0 when they joined, and the game time was already half over. If they didn't follow him, who else could they follow? Suyaki opened the scoreboard on her bracelet and found Fong Chang ranked 273rd. He's already ranked 273rd. This news should be correct. Damn it. Shin Tae-jun was muttering something to himself, looking extremely frustrated and as if he might lose control at any moment. If this news is true, then there are at least more than 100 people around Fong Chang, not counting the group of students. Even if I spend money to hire mercenaries, there are only 20 of them. How can I fight against his hundreds of people? Why does that bastard always create accidents for himself? If I had known this earlier, I should have waited at the town gate and killed him first. But at that time, he was afraid that someone else would take his first place. His father Shin Tae-hyo spent money to hire mercenaries for him this time, mainly for the purpose of killing Fong Chang. But Shin Tae-jun hopes to take this opportunity to win the city youth competition, to bring honor to the Shinta family and to gain extra points in matters such as family inheritance in the future. After all, from his point of view, 20 mercenaries who are willing to risk their lives on the edge of a knife are enough to kill Fong Chang hundreds of times, so killing him this time is just a coincidence. But who knew that before he won the first place, Fong Chang had already gathered a group of people to protect him, and there were quite a few D-level ones among them, and I heard that there were even C-level ones. I don't know how that guy did it. Why are you scared now? Suyaki said with disdain. Shin Tae-jun, who was already furious, glared at her angrily upon hearing her sarcasm. Aren't you afraid? If that bastard suddenly came charging at you with so many people, he'd scare the crap out of you. Suyaki knew that Shin Tae-jun didn't love her at all, but she had the means to make him cling to her. To put it bluntly, they were using each other. So she didn't mind Shin Tae-jun's temper at all. Instead, she smiled and said, "Wouldn't that be a good deal for you?" You. Shin Tae-jun was speechless. Ever since he met this woman, he felt like he was stuck in a quagmire, and her taste was getting worse and worse. Suyaki, who had successfully turned the game around, smiled wickedly. Actually, there is a way. Since Fong Chang can form gangs and find people to embolden him, you can do the same. Yes, it's you. You are the 8th young master of the Shinta family. Who in Yuching doesn't respect you? And in this arena, you are not the only one who wants Fong Chang dead. You have allies, have you forgotten? Shin Tae-jun was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, are you talking about the Shinchi Guild and the Xuanguan Guild? That's right. But who knows if this news is true? Just ask them and you'll know. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Xiaoqi, you are really my lucky star. Suyaki laughed. Really? Then tonight. Don't worry, you'll be satisfied. Are you satisfied or am I satisfied? It must be you, my dear master. Fong Chang sent all the students back to the town. Although they were all injured, they were all smiling happily. Now they are all in the top 1,000, and some of them are even in the top 500. With such results, they will definitely have no problem getting into their ideal university in the upcoming college entrance examination. Thank you, Fong Chang. If you hadn't let us, we definitely wouldn't have achieved such good results. Fong Chang smiled faintly. You're welcome. Just stay here until the end of the game. Don't rush out and fight with others. If all your points are taken away, won't all your previous efforts be in vain? Don't worry, we know our own strengths and weaknesses. Without you, we would be nothing but a pile of shit. What's wrong with shit? Even if it's shit, if someone steps on you, they'll do a big split. You're right. Even if it's dog shit, I'll still do a big split on him. Alright, I'm done with all that nonsense. Remember to cherish the present moment and strive to meet you on a bigger stage in the future. Then Fong Chang sent Mu Yunqi back to the Lingqi Guild. Fong Chang, can't you please let me go with you? I promise I won't get in your way. Fong Chang smiled lightly. Whether it's a hindrance or not is an objective question. How can you decide? You are just a burden now. I'm not afraid that you will hold me back, it's mainly because it's too dangerous right now. Fong Chang felt that she was lying without thinking, but it didn't matter, because she was not Teacher Mu anyway. How could that be? With so many people, you must be invincible. Invincible? Fong Chang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Xiaoxi, you're still too young. These people can fight me in a favorable situation now, but once we run into a tough opponent. Let me tell you this, they run faster than anyone else, and that's still a good thing. It's not impossible for them to switch sides at the last minute. Mu Yunqi was shocked. Then, if it's so dangerous, don't take them with you. I definitely won't always be bringing them along, but not right now. Right now, I still need them to hunt exotic beasts and earn more points. At least before I make it into the top 100, these people are still very useful. And before I make it into the top 100, I won't arouse the jealousy of those stubborn people, so it's relatively safe. Mu Yunqi nodded, not quite understanding. Then you must be careful. Don't worry, I will definitely bring Teacher Mu back safe and sound. Mu Yunqi blushed and wanted to say that this is not what I meant. Of course, it is also your responsibility to take good care of my mother. Let's go, Teacher Mu. Don't keep everyone waiting. Mu Yunqi stood there quietly, watching her mother and Feng Cheng gradually walk away. The breeze gently blew her hair, but it couldn't blow away the attachment and reluctance in her eyes. At this moment, she suddenly felt empty in her heart. How great it would be if I could become his beast girl. Then I wouldn't have to stand here and watch him leave, but could accompany him all the way. On the way, Teacher Mu thought for a long time and finally said, "Dear, have you ever thought about letting Xiaoxi be your beast mother?" Teacher Mu felt that what he said was a bit arrogant, because Xiaoxi's talent was too poor. How could an excellent beast master like Feng Cheng look down on her? Wouldn't asking such a question make it difficult for Feng Cheng? But when she saw Xiaoxi's lost look just now, her heart ached again. Seeing Feng Cheng silent, Teacher Mu immediately said, "It's okay, I just asked casually." After all, Xiaoxi's talent is really too poor. Chapter 68, No Strength, Just Background. Yao Yao. Feng Cheng suddenly interrupted Teacher Mu, "You want me to sign a primary contract with her, right? Is this request of mine too much?" "I'm sorry, I promise I won't ask again in the future." Teacher Mu lowered his head and rubbed his arms subconsciously, his face full of nervousness and anxiety. Feng Cheng couldn't help but sigh. Teacher Mu's cautious and worried look really made people feel pity for him. What a silly woman. Feng Cheng couldn't help but stop, put his arm around her shoulders, looked into her eyes and said, "It's not excessive." I said it's not excessive, not at all. As a mother, it's natural to think about your daughter. If you don't think that way, it will make me think you're cold-blooded. Listen to me. After I finish speaking, you can decide whether she wants to make a contract with me. I know you can make a contract with her, so you're already taking my feelings into consideration. How could I not know what's good for me? No matter what you say, I have no problem with it. Really? Feng Cheng smiled softly. You also know how outrageous the contract between us is, right? You must be wondering how such a contract appeared when there's clearly no such contract in the textbooks, right? Teacher Mu looked confused. She was indeed curious, but what did this have to do with Xiaoxi's contract? Feng Cheng continued, "Because this is the passive skill I gained after awakening my X-level talent." Passive skill? That's right. If you want me to make a contract with Xiaoxi, there will be a certain chance of triggering this contract. So, what are the chances? I don't know about that either. After all, you are my first beast girl. Apart from you, I haven't made a contract with anyone else. Teacher Mu was in a dilemma. It was not because the supreme contract was too binding on Xiaoxi, but because of Xiaoxi and her own identities. Let's go. Feng Cheng took Teacher Mu's hand and pretended nothing had happened. Teacher Mu suddenly grabbed Feng Cheng and said, "Wait a moment. What's wrong? After the contract, the taming value between beast girls can be shared, right?" Feng Cheng nodded. "Usually, we can share 50%. My contract is a bit stronger, but I don't know how much I can share specifically. It doesn't matter, as long as we can share it. I want to take a gamble." "Are you sure you want to take a gamble?" "Yeah, sure. But even if you win the bet, you only share 50%. It's okay, I'll try my best. Have you asked Xiaoxi if she's willing to gamble? And if she's willing to be my beast girl?" Adults are used to making decisions for children, but Xiaoxi is no longer a child now. Feng Cheng smiled slightly. "Let's wait until we ask her." A protective shield that blocks surveillance radars rose in the wilderness, and Shin Tu-jun was forming an alliance with someone inside. Standing in front of him were Zhu Jianluan from the Xinqi Guild and Luo Yuansong from the Xuanguan Guild. "Are you sure we can still be a match for that kid if we form an alliance now?" Zhu Jianluan looked doubtful. Luo Yuanzong also said, I heard that the guy now has more than 100 people around him, and they are all D-level teams.
With our small number of people, I guess it's not enough for him to fill his teeth, right?
Shin Tujuan smiled slightly, and said with a wise tone, in order to make a living, besides your own strength, your background is also very important, even more important than your own strength.
What's the meaning? We definitely can't defeat him in a head-on fight, but don't forget the two of you. One of you represents the Xinchi Guild, the other represents the Xuanwang Guild, and I represent the Xinta family. If someone in Yuqing offends all three of our families, do you think he can survive?
Zhu Jianluan said, but that kid has the Spiritual Contract Guild behind him.
Luo Yuanzong reacted at this time and rolled his eyes at Zhu Jianluan. What a pig brain! Fang Chang has the support of the Spiritual Contract Guild. Do those people around him also have it?
You. Zhu Jianluan, who was called a pig, was furious.
What do you mean? Did I say something wrong?
As long as the three of us stand there, the troops that kid has worked so hard to recruit will flee at the first sign of trouble. At the very least, they will just stand aside and not get involved. Alan Shu finally realized at this time that our three-person alliance could not compete with that guy in terms of strength, but in terms of background, that bastard was not even worthy of carrying his shoes.
Mr. Shin, how did you come up with this? This is exactly that bastard's Achilles' heel.
Shin Tejun sneered, it doesn't matter how I came up with this idea.
What matters is that you two have no objections now, right? No problem, of course no problem. When do we start? I think the sooner we act, the better. The sooner we kill that bastard, the better off we'll be.
Shin Tejun glanced at the two of them with disdain. I also want to kill that guy as soon as possible, but before killing him, don't we have to find him first?
Luo Yunzong said, this is easy.
Young Master Shin, you also said that in Yuqing, who dares not give face to our three families? Besides, that kid's points are rising rapidly, and he will soon enter the top 100. Firstly, we can offer a reward and mobilize everyone to help us find that guy. Secondly, once he makes it into the top 100, he'll be eligible for the live broadcast.
Then we can just look for him according to the live broadcast location. Why worry about not being able to find him? What's that bastard's current rank?
Luo Yuanzong and Zhu Jianluan subconsciously opened the bracelet and looked at it.
Oh my god, he's already ranked 110th.
If I remember correctly, that guy jumped 30 places in an hour. Shen Tujuan continued, please check again.
Has any team's ranking suddenly dropped significantly in the past hour?
The two checked the rankings again and shook their heads, no. So, that kid should be hunting now, and it's at least a D-level monster, and there's a boss among these monsters.
How do you know?
Nonsense, no team's ranking has suddenly dropped during this period, which means no team has been snatched away by him. Then the only creatures that could provide him with so many points at once are those of level D or above, and there are quite a few of them. After saying this, Shin Tejun opened the holographic map in his bracelet and said as he checked the map, there are many places where strange beasts gather, but there are only a few with bosses above level D. Then he pointed to several points on the map that had been marked long ago and said, if nothing unexpected happens, the boy should be at one of these locations.
What if something unexpected happens?
Shin Tejun glared at Alan Chu unhappily, so we'll go to this area first, and when he gets into the top 100, we'll immediately know where he is. On the other side, Fang Chang, after a series of hunting battles, finally ranked 99th. This made everyone around him jealous. If their previous points had not been snatched away by Fang Chang, they would have been ranked in the top 50 by now, and their points would have been far ahead of their opponents. How could it be like this now, just barely ranking in the top 300? But they forgot that when they were snatched away by Fang Chang, they were ranked outside the top 2,000. Without Fang Chang to organize them, based on their personal abilities, they would be lucky to be ranked in the top 1,000 now.
Some have even been eliminated. Fang Chang noticed the changes in everyone's mentality one by one.
It seemed that it was time to break up with them.
Chapter 69, What I Want is Your Ingratitude. What? Disband. I don't agree to disband. It's a joke. Do you think everyone has your ability to accurately locate the stronghold of alien beasts?
If we kill them one by one ourselves, the points we get will help us improve our ranking, and it would be good if we don't drop down.
I don't agree with disbanding either.
The competition is about to end, and you suddenly tell us to disband.
What do you mean? You think you're relying on your good luck and want to go it alone? No way.
Fang Chang looked at everyone indifferently, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a barely perceptible sarcasm.
When I was working with you, you complained that I earned too many points. After I left you, you found out that you were useless. Anyway, no matter what choice you make, you will feel that you are at a loss. Okay, I was wrong just now. I'm not disbanding, I'm quitting. You guys can continue on your own. You want to quit? Wish you could.
Brother Xiaofeng, if you feel that you have too many points, you can adjust it down.
Why quit? It's impossible for us to let you work alone.
We haven't settled the score with you for stealing our points.
Now that you have earned enough points and entered the top 100, you are going to kick all of us out. There is no such an easy thing in the world.
Brother Xiaofeng, if you really feel embarrassed that you've taken too many points, you can just let us take a little more.
There's no need for you to quit. It's a joke. If you leave, who will take on the responsibility of the bosses for everyone? If no one takes on the responsibility of the bosses, how many monsters can you kill in a day? I have made up my mind, you don't need to say anything more. You really have no room for negotiation? No. Seeing Feng Chang's decisive answer, everyone was very angry. Do you want to snatch this kid's points? With his points, I can at least be in the top 50.
But Feng Chang's strength is there, and everyone has witnessed it during this period. Not to mention fighting him alone, even if 10 people come together, they are no match for him.
If everyone comes together, they can snatch his points. Then everyone can get a little, and they can move up 4 or 5 places. But who will take the lead? Whoever took the lead was worried that they would be used by others, so more than 100 people could only watch as he left with his beast girl. For Feng Chang, Mu Yunqi had been sent back to the city, and he no longer had any burden. If these guys really didn't know what was good for them and dared to come up and steal his points, he wouldn't mind taking all their points. In this way, even if you can't rank first, you can at least be in the top 3. It's a pity to give these people opportunities. They are useless.
They all hate themselves to death, but no one dares to take action.
It's really disappointing. You're leaving now. Did you tell me? Do you agree to let me go? Shen Tujun appeared in front of Feng Chang with Suyaki and 20 mercenaries.
Then Zhu Jianluan and Luo Yuansong also appeared around Feng Chang with their men, forming a triangle to surround Feng Chang and everyone else in the middle.
About half a day ago, Shen Tujun guessed Feng Chang's location through Feng Chang's live broadcast footage.
Because they were well prepared, they arrived here in less than half an hour and witnessed everything that had just happened. That kid Feng Chang actually wants to break up with those people.
Is he an idiot?
Luo Yuansong said with a puzzled look on his face.
Shen Tujun was also confused. With so much free labor available, he actually wanted to work alone? But if someone said Feng Chang was an idiot, he would definitely believe it in the past. But since he was cheated by Feng Chang once, he would never believe that Feng Chang was an idiot even if he was beaten to death. I don't know whether he is an idiot or not, but it is an opportunity for us. What do you think?
Shen Tujun said, looking at Luo Yuansong and Zhu Jianluan.
Alan Shu scratched his head with a confused look on his face. What opportunity? Hearing this, Luo Yuansong rolled his eyes in disdain. Don't idiots understand this?
Feng Chang, that idiot, despises those people for holding him back, and now he wants to leave them and go it alone.
Isn't this just destroying his own martial arts? Alan Shu's eyes lit up. Oh, I see. When he had a group of helpers, we would be wary of him. Now that he's the only one left, doesn't that mean we can kill him however we want? You understand now?
Then we don't need to form an alliance.
Feng Chang is the only one left now, and our Shinshi guild can deal with him on our own. Okay, then go ahead. Luo Yuansong looked at Zhu Jianluan as if he were an idiot. Wait a minute, you two. I have a better idea.
Shen Tujun said, maybe we can kill that bastard Feng Chang without even having to do it ourselves.
What's the idea? Shen Tujun smiled and said, the reason why the 3 of us formed an alliance is because our background is strong enough. No one in Yucheng dares to disrespect us, right? Go on. Before, we only thought about using the power behind us to intimidate others and let them watch us deal with that bastard. But the situation is different now. Feng Chang wants to go it alone, which has obviously caused dissatisfaction among those people. Hearing this, Luo Yuansong's eyes lit up. I understand. You want them to fight each other while we just sit back and watch? Shen Tujun gave Luo Yuansong a thumbs up and flattered him. Brother Luo is indeed resourceful and insightful. He understands everything immediately.
Luo Yuansong laughed and said, no, I'm far inferior to you, a cunning fellow. Alan Shu said unhappily, okay, stop flattering each other.
What should we do specifically?
If you don't come up with a set of rules, that guy will leave.
Leave? Can that bastard get away today?
Shin Tae-jun said with a face full of resentment. Those people have wanted to get rid of him for a long time, but no one dared to take the lead, so they let him go. All we need to do now is add fuel to the fire. In other words, at this moment, as long as someone backs them up, they will immediately take action.
The three of them made an appointment to discuss, then split into 3 groups and surrounded everyone in the middle.
In order to see Fong Chang's despair with his own eyes, or perhaps he just wanted to show off in front of Fong Chang, Shin Tae-jun brought Suyaki with him to block Fong Chang. The sudden appearance of the 3 parties surprised everyone present.
None of the 3 families, Shinta family, Shinchi Guild and Xuanwan Guild, are ones they can afford to offend. If they want to snatch points, should they hand them over or not? If you don't hand it over, you might even lose your life.
Others don't dare to kill people in the stadium, but these 3 teams do, and they won't leave any evidence for the authorities.
Damn it! We must have been ruined by that bastard Fong Chang. If you wanted to leave, why didn't you leave earlier?
Why did you have to wait until you were in the top 100 before you remembered to leave? By making it into the top 100, one is said to be eligible for live broadcast, but in fact it is a disguised way of leaking one's whereabouts. The points we have must have made these guys jealous. They couldn't find us normally, but now that bastard Fong Chang has sold us all out.
Fuck, I really want to eat his flesh and peel his skin off.
Once upon a time, when Fong Chang took them to collect points, they all called him Little Brother Fong affectionately, and some people even started to call Fong Chang Big Brother. But the good brothers and big brothers who were once good brothers became mortal enemies in the blink of an eye. This also allowed Fong Chang to have no psychological burden when he wanted to steal points from them.
Chapter 70 He awakened the lightning power.
Shin Tae-jun would be happy as long as he could see Fong Chang in trouble. For this purpose, he even asked Luo Yuansong and Zhu Jianluan to turn off the jammer. His purpose was to let everyone see Fong Chang being humiliated through the live broadcast of the game, so that he could lose face completely. As for turning off the jammer, you can't avoid official surveillance and you can't kill people. Shin Tae-jun had his own plan, which was actually very simple, which was to humiliate him first and then kill him without delay. If he could only humiliate him secretly, he would not be able to vent the anger in his heart. To put it bluntly, even if he killed Fong Chang directly, it would be difficult to eliminate the hatred in his heart. When he stopped Fong Chang, the next thing he had to do was to dispel the doubts of Fong Chang's former teammates. After all, after the Shinta family, the Shinchi Guild and the Xuanwan Guild formed an alliance, they became the overlords of this arena. While instigating them to fight Fong Chang, some people would inevitably think that they were the mantis stalking the cicada, while they were the oriole behind them.
Shin Tae-jun held Suyaki's hand and said to Fong Chang, "Fong Chang, you didn't expect that we would meet again so soon."
In Shin Tae-jun's heart, Suyaki is the white moonlight in Fong Chang's heart, but now she has become his beast mother.
That bastard must be very angry. Have we met before? Fong Chang asked coldly.
What Shin Tae-jun wanted to say next was instantly stuck in his throat by Fong Chang's words. Yes, I have met him, but he has not met me. When Suyaki saw Shin Tae-jun coming, she was stumped by Fong Chang's questions. She cursed him in her heart as a waste. It was bad enough that he was not as strong as others, but now he was even talking nonsense and was stumped by questions when he opened his mouth. Suyaki rolled her eyes, but still acted intimately with Shin Tae-jun to show Fong Chang how well she was doing.
Fong Chang, I told you I would make you regret this. Do you remember?
I remember, but what you said made me regret it.
Could it be because you found another rich man? Then I can only say that your vision is really getting worse and worse. Go see a doctor when you have a chance, and check your brain by the way. Shin Tae-jun's face turned dark instantly. What do you mean her vision is getting worse and worse? I am the 8th young master of the Shinta family.
You are a peasant from the slums, not even worthy of licking my shoes.
Suyaki was stunned for a moment.
She was also very angry with Fong Chang, but not because of Fong Chang's words, but because of Fong Chang's reaction.
Shin Tae-jun and I are almost inseparable, aren't you jealous at all? Am I really that unbearable in your eyes? Suddenly Suyaki laughed, my vision is getting worse and worse? Are you saying that Shin Tae-jun is not as good as you? Stop being so self-indulgent. Do you want to ask everyone, with your poor appearance, you are not even qualified to lick my Junjun shoes? You're asking the wrong person.
Your Junjun might have that hobby, but I don't have this quirk.
Fong Chang's words undoubtedly stepped on Shin Tae-jun's tail.
He flung Suyaki away and pointed at Feng Chang, angrily shouting, "Shut the fuck up.
If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll skin you alive." Feng Chang sneered, "Why are you so excited? Do you think I can be right just by saying it casually?"
The others also had strange expressions on their faces. They heard that rich people all had some quirks.
Could it be that Shin Tu-jun really had this hobby? Seeing everyone whispering to each other, Shin Tu-jun couldn't hold back any longer. "You bastard, I think you are looking for death." After he finished speaking, he was about to order the mercenaries behind him to take action, but was stopped by Suyaki. This loser was really incapable of accomplishing anything but causing trouble. He was so angry at Feng Chang's few words that he became mentally confused and completely forgot the purpose of their visit today. "Honey, calm down."
Suyaki held Shin Tu-jun tightly, her eyes constantly winking at him. "If you kill him now, you won't get any good results either."
"Isn't this giving him an easy time? You have already asked people to turn off all the blockers.
How dare you say such things in front of Guan Guang?
Is there something wrong with your brain?" Shin Tu-jun finally reacted, but he couldn't swallow the anger in his heart. What would it matter even if he killed the guy in front of the officials? Will the Lingqi Guild fight to the death with the Shinto family for a dead genius? As for the authorities, so what if they arrest me? I have plenty of money at home.
Once the storm is over, they will still release me. Seeing that this guy had completely lost his mind, Suyaki didn't bother to talk to him anymore.
She turned to Chang's former teammates and asked, "Do you want to keep your points?" Everyone was stunned, and then everyone looked heartbroken.
I knew they were here for my points. But then Suyaki suddenly said in a stern voice, "Tell me.
Do you want to keep your points? Who doesn't want to keep their points? Are you willing to let us go?"
Suyaki sneered, "Of course, but the premise is." Suyaki pointed at Feng Chang and said, "The prerequisite is that you must take away all the points from this bastard, otherwise none of you will leave with any points today."
Real? Nonsense, do I look like I'm lying now? But can you decide? Not only your Shinto family is present, but also the Shinchi Guild and the Xuanguan Guild.
At this time, Luo Yungsong stood up and said, "We can give the Shinto family a favor, but only this time."
Alan Shu also stood up and said, "We must always give the Shinto family face. Whether you can seize this opportunity depends on you." Everyone looked at each other. "Aren't you afraid they're taking advantage of us?" "I don't think so. Look how angry Shin Tu-jun is. I don't think this is acting. Let's do it. Feng Chang is not a good guy anyway."
The next moment, everyone took out their knives and held them in their hands. "Feng Chang, you were the one who was unkind first, so you can't blame us for being unjust now." Feng Chang looked at these ungrateful people indifferently. "My points are not that easy to grab, you better think carefully."
"Why are you still talking to him? He asked for this." "That's right. Even if he can take away all our points, he can only take away half of them. The implication is that if Shin Tu-jun and the two major guilds take away all our points, it will not be half. Just do it." At that moment, someone rushed over with a knife.
As a result, as soon as he ran out, he was shot by an arrow from Teacher Mu and flew backwards, vomiting blood. When everyone saw it, they were stunned for a moment, and then they rushed forward as if they had been injected with chicken blood.
Feng Chang and his beast girl are powerful, but no matter how powerful they are, can they take down so many people?
After Teacher Mu released the thorny vines to entangle them, Feng Chang also rushed in front of these people and raised his hand to launch a thunderous slash. The dazzling lightning was like a long whip, swung out from the long sword, whipping away every piece of it. Even though the people he is facing now are all D-level beastmasters like him, no one can withstand his sword. At the same time, the thorn vines released by Teacher Mu seemed to have metal flowing in them, emitting a mysterious metallic glow, and the thorns on them flashed coldly like steel needles. Once bound by it, the armor below D will be instantly broken, and it will shrink every 2 seconds, just like pulling out a knife and stabbing it again. If one stab doesn't work, try a few more times and one of them will work. The thorns are just too thin and can't kill people in one stab. It takes about 20 to 30 seconds to make these people lose their combat effectiveness.
He actually awakened the lightning ability? Suyaki couldn't believe her eyes when she saw Feng Chang's thunder slash.
Tang Li and Wu Zhong, who were watching the live broadcast, were equally incredulous.
Chapter 71. Is this still a human being? When did that kid awaken his lightning ability? Honey, why didn't you tell me? Tang Li was speechless after being asked by Wu Zhong. You ask me, who should I ask?
Suddenly she remembered the last time Lan Xiao told her that the boy had chosen 2 lightning-themed martial arts.
So it seems that the boy really didn't lie. He really awakened the lightning ability with just a B-level crystal. Isn't this boy's luck too good to be true? If I say that the boy used the B-rank crystal we gave him to awaken his lightning ability, would you believe me? B-grade crystals can awaken superpowers? Do you believe what my wife said? I didn't believe it before, but now I do. Wu Zhong was speechless after hearing what she said. Of course, the lightning that burst out from the thunder slash that the kid just performed was the awakening of his lightning ability, wasn't it? That kid's luck is so good that I'm speechless. Old Wu, have you noticed that the thorn vines released by that kid's beast mother are a bit unusual? Wu Zhong took a closer look and nodded. It's a little unusual. It looks like it has already reached level 2. Normally, with her talent, she would have to upgrade this skill to at least level 5 to be able to break through the D-level suit so easily. It seems that boy has quite a few secrets. Wu Zhong laughed and said, it's normal to have secrets. Who doesn't have secrets? You, just put away your curiosity and don't pry. Do you think I'm the kind of person who doesn't know what's good for him? Wu Zhong smiled softly and pointed at the holographic screen in front of him. If you want to talk about strange things, Feng Cheng himself is the biggest strange one. Have you noticed that he has no defense at all and is always on the attack? Isn't this what all crazy demonic sword techniques are like? The crazy demon sword technique does use offense instead of defense, but I'm not a fool. Especially in a situation like this, where one man is taking on a whole group of people, how can you not defend yourself? Look at that kid, how many times has he been stabbed? Yet, even now, he's acting like nothing happened, completely unaffected. Tang Li carefully watched the live broadcast and suddenly asked worriedly, will he be okay if he continues like this? Wu Zhong shook his head, no, that kid's recovery ability is beyond ordinary people, and his defense is also pretty good. Those people can't inflict fatal damage on him at all. But this must be painful, right? Pain? You were still crying out in pain when you were fighting like crazy? But what if he accidentally kills someone? Wu Zhong said disdainfully, so many people bullied him, and they were all on the same level as him. Even if he killed someone, it was self-defense. In the city lord's mansion, Zhou Jianyang had just returned from the toilet when he heard Yu Jianming yelling at him, hurry up, old Zhou, if you don't come and watch, the show will be over soon. What good show has excited you so much? Zhou Jianyang walked over and took a look, and was stunned. In the live broadcast, people were lying all over the ground, and the murderer was still there, killing people indiscriminately with a knife. This is that kid Feng Cheng. That's right. I just realized today that this crazy demonic sword technique is a perfect match with Thunder Slash. If he were given another powerful sword, I think everyone present would be torn into pieces by him. And that kid's beast mother, squeak, squeak, squeak. The cooperation between the two is simply seamless, it doesn't seem like a newly debuted Beastmaster at all. Without more than 10 years of fighting side by side, you can't have such a combination between the two of them. No one's dead, right? Not yet, but a lot has been wasted. Zhou Jianyang groped for a chair and sat down, saying trembling with fear, in this situation, even if 1 or 2 people were killed, it should be considered self-defense, right? This is a live broadcast. I don't know how many people are watching. Whether it is the rules of the competition or the laws of Dragon Country, killing is prohibited. If Feng Cheng really killed someone during the live broadcast, it would definitely bring him some trouble. Yu Jianming touched his chin, looking embarrassed. Zhou Jianyang was furious. What's all this talk? So many people are bullying him, and if he doesn't fight back, is he just waiting to be torn apart? Besides, in this kind of chaos, can you guarantee that you won't accidentally kill someone? Hey old Zhou, don't get so excited. I didn't say you can't. But if you can avoid killing him, you should try not to. After all, there are so many people watching. I can't just pretend nothing happened and still commend him, right? In the cold field, whether it was Shinto Jun or Luo Yuansong, everyone was stunned. He can fight 1 against 100 people and still chop them all down within 10 minutes. Is he still a human being? It was not until this moment that Shinto Jun realized how big the gap was between him and Feng Cheng. At this moment, his body was shaking with fear. It's so scary. If you can avoid offending such a person, you must never offend him. But once you offend him, you must kill him at all costs, otherwise he will kill you sooner or later. However, Suyaki beside him was now completely stunned after being angry and shocked. Her eyes were now filled with Feng Cheng's figure. His fearless aura and courageous attitude made her heart beat faster.
His lips unconsciously opened slightly, as if he had forgotten to breathe, and his whole body seemed to be frozen, staring blankly. Her cheeks gradually turned red, and her eyes flashed with obsession and admiration, an indescribable emotion. It was not until Fong Chang sheathed his sword that she woke up from her dream, but she still couldn't take her eyes off him. Wasn't he supposed to regret it? Why did it seem like he was the one regretting it now? While Luo Yuanzong and Zhu Jianluan were surprised, they finally understood why the president was willing to break up with the Lingqi guild in order to get that kid into his own guild. This is only D level, but it is already terrifying. If it reaches S level, no. I'm afraid as long as it reaches A level, it will be invincible in the entire Yucheng. To be honest, when Hao Feizheng and Zhou Shaolin failed to win him over, they threatened him, which was really a bad move. Why the hell don't those two guys just die? Why are you threatening such a tough guy? Others say that it is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge, but that may be because of incompetence. But if he wants revenge, he doesn't have to wait 10 years. He can probably kill the entire guild in less than a year. Damn, we have already offended him now. The right thing to do is to kill him quickly before he has the strength to wipe out the guild. There are more than 100 people with points, but due to the rules of the competition, only half of them can be collected. But just this half made Fong Chang's ranking instantly jump from 99th to the top of the list. To be honest, he really has to thank these idiots for giving him the opportunity to steal points. Otherwise, with his personality, he would be too embarrassed to do it since everyone is so familiar with him. We can't let that guy get away. Hurry! Take action before he recovers. Following Shen Tujuan's loud shout, Luo Yuanzong and Zhu Jianluan reacted instantly. Fong Chang is a very powerful guy. If he were in his prime, neither the Xinchi Guild nor the Xuanguang Guild would be his match. The only ones who could defeat him were probably the 20 mercenaries brought by Shen Tujun, but even if they won, it would probably be a Pyrrhic victory. But it's different now. The kid just knocked down more than 100 people. His strength and energy have not recovered yet, and he is also injured. This is a good opportunity to kill him. Chapter 72 Mu Yao's trust makes people jealous. At this moment, everyone watching the live broadcast outside the venue stood up at once. Fong Chang just killed everyone in a big way, shocking everyone and gaining a lot of fans. Shameless, so shameless. How could people like Shen Tujun and Luo Yuanzong be so shameless? Do you have any bottom line? Taking advantage of others in distress is nothing. I despise you. What kind of person is this? He clearly knew it was a live broadcast, yet he still dared to take advantage of others so blatantly. He must be condemned. How can a person be like this? This is too much. I feel so sorry for Fong Chang. To do this to my beloved Fong Chang is simply outrageous. In the arena, almost the moment Shen Tujun finished speaking, the mercenary behind him rushed over. When Shen Tujun's father, Shen Dahao, learned the whole story, he decided that Fong Chang must not be kept alive, so he hired a group of mercenaries with the purpose of killing Fong Chang at all costs. As for helping his son win the championship, that was just a side job to cover up his tracks. As soon as Fong Chang started fighting with these mercenaries, his heart sank. They were indeed mercenaries who had been walking on the edge of life and death for many years. Compared with his previous opponents, they were nothing. Not only were their moves tricky and unexpected, but more importantly, each of their moves was filled with a chilling aura that made one's body run cold, making it difficult for him to perform his moves. If I were fighting alone, I might still be able to fight, but the problem is that now I am fighting against 20 people alone, and I have no chance of winning at all. At the same time, Luo Yuanzong and Zhu Jianluan also brought dozens of people and attacked from behind. Mu Yao, who was responsible for supporting the periphery, was unable to move at all. She had just released the thorny vines on this side when the enemy on the other side had already arrived in front of her. On the one hand, she had to keep the thorny vines around her to help her share the firepower, and on the other hand, she had to avoid the siege of Zhu Jianluan and Luo Yunzong. In just a few moments, she was stabbed several times. Less than a minute into the fight, Fong Chang's uniform was already soaked with sweat. This couldn't go on any longer. In this situation, he had no chance of winning at all. Taking advantage of the moment when the thorn vines protecting him disappeared, Fong Chang flashed to the side of Teacher Mu and used all his strength to swing a thunder slash, forcing Luo Yuanzong, Zhu Jianluan and others to retreat as quickly as possible. Before the mercenaries arrived, Ichigo quickly activated the barrier generator that Tang Li had given him. As the black triangle fell to the ground, Ichigo's blue hemispherical shield instantly expanded. At this moment, no matter whether it was the mercenaries flying over or the guildmen led by Luo Yuanzong and Zhu Jianluan, they were all repelled by the shield that suddenly appeared.
Teacher Mu, how are you? Mu Yao shook her head. It's okay, I can still handle it. At this time, Shin Jun rushed out from behind and yelled at the mercenaries like a madman. What are you still standing there for? Kill them.
The leading mercenary gave him a cold look, which immediately made the frantic Shin Jun shudder. Idiot, this is an A-level particle shield.
Powers below a level can't break it at all. Then, what should we do? Are you just going to just watch?
This shield can only last for an hour at most.
1 hour.
Shin Jun's heart suddenly twitched, and he looked at Fong Chang in the shield.
What if this kid withdrew from the competition? Fong Chang, you're a coward, hiding in your own asshole shell. I'm right here, come and chop me up if you dare, do you?
After saying this, he felt a little pale and powerless, unable to muster any hatred. In order to prevent Fong Chang from catching a cold at this time, he pulled Suyaki into his arms again. Holding Suyaki in his arms, he smiled at Fong Chang and said, Fong Chang, your beloved woman is in my arms now.
How do you feel? What are you doing? Let me go. Suyaki struggled angrily. She was very confused now. Seeing Fong Chang in such a desperate situation, she didn't know why she suddenly felt an indescribable heartache. Shut up, you are my woman, you have to do whatever I tell you to do.
After saying that, he slapped Suyaki hard in front of Fong Chang.
What about Fong Chang? Do you really want to kill me now? Fong Chang smiled indifferently, idiot.
After saying that, there was a flash of lightning and he disappeared from the spot. Shin Jun was shocked and thought that Fong Chang was out to get him. He was so scared that he quickly hid behind the mercenary. However, he searched for a long time but could not find Fong Chang.
Then, that kid ran away?
Shin Jun was immediately furious, and then suddenly turned around to look at Mu Yao in the shield.
Is this the man you've fallen for? You're running away alone when the time comes. You're simply blind to follow a man like this. Teacher Mu remained unmoved and said, I believe in Xiao Feng.
Whatever he does, he has his reasons.
He ran away and left you here alone. What else can he do? Terminate your contract with him and follow me. I promise I won't do such a beastly thing. Teacher Mu is Mu Yunqi's mother. Shin Tujuan has liked Mu Yunqi for so many years, how could he not know it?
It is said that first love is unforgettable, and the first love that is not obtained is even more difficult to accept.
Shin Tujun is in this state now. If he cannot get Mu Yunqi in this life, he will never be willing to die.
As long as there is an opportunity, or as long as he feels that the opportunity has come, he will instinctively try every possible means to get the white moonlight he has been thinking about. For example, now, if we get her mother first, then we can definitely get twice the result with half the effort. Teacher Mu turned sideways, her movements graceful and slow, but anyone could see that she didn't want to have any more entanglements with that idiot. Facing Fong Chang's departure, she showed no impatience or irritability, but just waited quietly. Her gentle temperament made people feel pity for her.
Chase him, that guy shouldn't have run far. The mercenary beside Shin Tujun reminded. Shin Tujun said angrily, Chase? How? Which direction? To put it bluntly, he just couldn't bear to part with Mu Yao and missed the chance to get Mu Yunqi. The hatred between him and Fong Chang was because Fong Chang was close to Mu Yunqi, and ultimately it was because he liked Mu Yunqi. So between getting Mu Yunqi and killing Fong Chang, he would definitely choose the former. However, at this moment, several circles of light suddenly appeared under Mu Yao's feet and spread out like ripples under her feet. Then, a green glow shot up from the circle into the sky, carrying Mu Yao and disappearing from everyone's sight. What's going on? Shin Tujun was stunned for a moment. The mercenary beside him looked at him like an idiot. Summoning, after the intermediate contract, the Beast Master can remotely summon the Beast Girl, don't you know? What are you waiting for? Hurry and chase after him. Chase? What are you chasing? Which direction are you chasing? Do you know where he is? With Fong Chang's current strength, he can use the lightning escape technique to escape 15 kilometers at a time. But there is a side effect, which is that your whole body will feel weak after using it. Relying on his strong recovery ability, Fong Chang performed 2 consecutive lightning escapes before finally falling to the ground. As soon as his energy recovered a little, he immediately used the summoning technique to summon Teacher Mu out. Fong Chang, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Looking at Fong Zai's pale face, Teacher Mu's heart couldn't help but wrench. Fong Chang shook his head, climbed up with the help of Teacher Mu, and then climbed onto her back. I'm fine, let's go back to the city. Chapter 73, Dragon Country Special Instructor Gongyu. When Feng Chang left, Luo Yuansong and Zhu Jianluan were dumbfounded. If I fail to kill Feng Chang this time, it is very likely that I will be the one to die next time. Shin Tu-jun was not afraid. They had just seen that Feng Chang was powerful, but he had just graduated from school and was no match for those mercenaries. But what should I do now? Luo Yuansong and Zhu Jianluan looked at each other with tacit understanding, and saw fear in each other's eyes. What should we do with Master Shintu now? I don't care if you guys die. Shintu-jun was very angry now. Not only did he let Feng Chang get away, he also failed to find Mu Yao. Seeing that Luo Yuansong had been frustrated, Zhu Jianluan stood up and said, Shintu-jun, what are you talking about? We are allies. How can you be considered an ally if you do this? I'm your ally, get out. Shintu-jun glared at the two of them fiercely, his face as ferocious as a twisted mask, emitting a chilling murderous aura. The 20 mercenaries behind him are Shintu-jun's courage. If they can't kill that bastard Feng Chang, how can they not kill these two losers in front of him? Shintu-jun was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. If these two bastards dared to say another word to him, he would jump up and kill them immediately. Zhu Jianluan and Luo Yuansong were brave men who would not suffer a loss in front of them. After being humiliated, they left in disgrace with their men. When he left, he did not forget to take a look at the barrier generator on the ground. It was a good thing, but now it has fallen into the hands of that idiot Shintu-jun. Shintu-jun lay on the shield, looking at the barrier generator on the ground, wondering what he was thinking. Master Shintu, what should we do next? Should we continue hunting, or continue to pursue Feng Chang? Shintu-jun punched the shield, turned around and said, return to the city. Back to the city? That kid has a beast girl by his side, her name is Mu Yunqi. She wasn't with him just now, so she must be in the city. The mercenary captain was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, you want to kidnap her and force that guy to surrender? You are really nothing. I'm nothing? Shintu-jun sneered, money, do you want to earn some solid money? The mercenary captain sneered, make money, why not make money? Luo Yuansong, who was leaving the scene on the other side, suddenly called out to Zhu Jianluan, brother Zhu, what should we do now? Zhu Jianluan glanced at Luo Yuansong and said, everyone go back to their own homes and find their own mothers. What else can we do? Are you willing to just let that bastard Feng Chang get away like this? Alan Shu smiled coldly, although my last name is Shu, I am not a pig. Get out of here, you want me to be cannon fodder for you? No way. You. Luo Yuansong felt as disgusted as if he had eaten a fly. Usually, Zhu Jianluan looked like a fool, but he didn't expect that he was pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. Alan Shu smiled coldly and left with his men. Now the safest place was only in the city. Although you won't get any points by hiding in the city, it's better than losing your life. Luo Yuansong originally wanted to use Zhu Jianluan as a gun, but he didn't expect him to be exposed by him. Now standing alone in this wilderness, he suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck. I covered my neck and went back to the city. Compared to my own life, the competition was nothing. At the Lingqi Guild, Wu Zhong left his office after seeing Feng successfully escape. Where are you going? Tang Li, still in shock, looked confused. To the bathroom. Tang Li frowned and thought to herself that this reckless man of hers couldn't even lie. She turned around and continued to look at Feng Chang on the screen, feeling angry again. That barrier generator is for you to use if you need to withdraw from the competition at the last minute. Don't you understand? Once you use it, your only option is to withdraw. You, kid, not only didn't withdraw from the competition, but you also threw away the barrier generator. What will you do next time you meet that bastard Shintu-jun? On the other side, Wu Zhong, who was going to the toilet, turned a corner and looked back to see that his wife did not follow him. He tapped his toes on the balcony and flew out. After moving between several tall buildings, he arrived at a bar. With a quick glance, he quickly found the person he was looking for, Gongyu. She sat quietly in the slightly dim corner of the bar. With neat short golden hair, he looks as dashing as number 18 in Dragon Ball. The tight black battle suit highlights her proud figure and shows her endless charm. She held the wine glass elegantly in one hand, her slender fingers contrasting with the transparent wall of the glass, and the wine in the glass glowed with a charming color under the light. Her face is delicate and beautiful, her eyes are bright and deep, sparkling with a capable light.
The short hair made her look particularly energetic, and added a bit of handsomeness and free and easy style. She drank silently by herself, her movements skillful and natural, as if she was already accustomed to such scenes. However, there was a subtle expectation in her eyes, as if she was waiting for someone special to appear. She just sat there, her short hair swaying gently with her slight movements, exuding a unique charm. She had both a charming and alluring aura and a capable and decisive temperament, becoming a beautiful scenery in the bar that was hard to ignore. Wu Zhong walked straight over, pulled out the chair opposite her, and sat opposite her. Gong Yi smiled gently, and her cherry-red lips slightly raised, drawing a graceful and charming arc. The lips are plump and shiny, and under the light, they look like a ripe fruit, exuding an alluring scent. Big fool, why are you here? You watched that kid's live broadcast just now, right? Who is it? Don't give me that. Isn't the reason you came here just for that kid? Alright, since you said this, let's be frank. I want that kid, so will you give him to me? No. Wu Wu answered very straightforwardly. What did you say? Our Yuqing branch has finally found such a promising talent. Where do you want to take him? Back to headquarters? What else? Gong Yi said as if it was a matter of course. You wish. You. Then why did you come to see me today? It's not convenient for Xiuli and I to enter the competition venue, but as a specially appointed instructor of the Dragon Country Jing'an Division, it's convenient for you to enter. You just saw it, that guy will never give up, so I hope you can help him at the critical moment and prevent him from dying in there. Gong Yi smiled coldly and leaned back in her chair. You asked you for someone but you didn't give it to me, and you still want me to go in and protect that kid? Why? I didn't say no, but not now. What's the meaning? Xiaoli and I have staked everything on that kid. If you take him away now, what do you want Xiaoli and I to do? Okay, how long will that take? 2 years at most. With that kid's ability, he can change the current situation of the Yuqing Guild in 2 years at most. Gong Yu nodded and extended her hand, saying, deal. Oh, and let's write this down in writing, clearly in black and white, so you don't have to regret it later. Gong Yi reference picture, too charming to be released. Teacher Mu was carrying Fong Cheng on her back as they raced along the field. Suddenly, Fong Cheng patted her shoulder and said, Yao Yao, stop for a moment. What's wrong, Xiao Fong? Yao Yao, what are they thinking about now? Chapter 74, White Knife in, Red Knife out. Teacher Mu shook her head blankly, but saw Fong Cheng jumped off her back, turned on the bracelet, and released a holographic map of the stadium. A flashing red dot on the map was moving slowly. The corners of Fong Cheng's mouth rose slightly, and there was a hint of cunning in his smile. Teacher Mu looked curious. Xiao Fong, what is that? The barrier generator I left behind. Why is it moving? Before Fong Cheng could answer, Teacher Mu suddenly realized, I see. Did you leave it there on purpose? The stadium is so big, how can we find them without this thing to help us? But, they're amazing. Don't worry, I will only take action if there is a chance. If there is no chance, I will definitely run away. Teacher Mu nodded. This was more like it. He was really worried that he would do something stupid out of anger. Come on, Teacher Mu, take me over to have a look. Now. But what about your injury, Xiao Feng? You've forgotten your beast form, but I'm the immortal green deer. With you here, this little injury would have healed long ago. Then Teacher Mu carried Fong Cheng on his back and galloped all the way. Soon, on a hill, he saw Shen Tujun's team from a distance, but did not see Luo Yuansong and Zhu Jianluan. It seems that my guess was right. They really have parted ways. What do we do now? Go back? Fong Cheng shook his head. Go find those other 2 guys. Do you know where they are? I don't know, but I guess he's on his way back to the city. Teacher Mu asked curiously, why are you so sure? Fong Cheng smiled softly. If it weren't for Shen Tujuan's mercenaries, do you think these 2 would be our opponents? Teacher Mu shook his head. If you could free up your hands and concentrate on dealing with them, with me by your side to help you, defeating them would be a piece of cake. But now Shen Tujun doesn't want them anymore. What do you think they should do? I understand. Returning to the city now is the safest option for them. Teacher Mu, you are getting smarter and smarter. Huh, was I really stupid before? Yao Yao, let's go back to the city first. Not going after them? Chase them, but Shen Tujuan is already here, they must be ahead of him, so we should chase them in the direction of the town. There are only 3 ways back to town from here.
Excluding the way we came, there are only 2 left. Although we have to choose one of the 2, as long as we are fast, we can definitely catch them before they return to the city. No, Xiaofeng, how do you know that the people from the Xinchi Guild and the Xuanguang Guild are ahead of Jun? That's easy. When I summoned you, there were still at least 50 minutes until the shield disappeared. Now the barrier generator is in Jun's hands, which means he left at least 50 minutes later than those 2 guys, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to get the barrier generator. The 2 rushed back again, and just as Fang Cheng expected, they caught Zhu Jianluan on the road. What Fang Cheng didn't expect was that only Alan Chu and these 2 guys actually broke up. Now, when enemies meet, they are extremely jealous of each other and there is no need to talk nonsense. When they saw it, they suddenly appeared beside Zhu Jianluan in a flash and put the knife directly on his neck. Only then did the people around him, including his beast girl, react. Fang Cheng. Everyone suddenly felt as if they were facing a great enemy, and Zhu Jianluan was even trembling as he spoke. If you don't want him to die, get out of the way. Fang Cheng, what do you want to do? You want to kill me? Killing is against the law. Fang Cheng's face was as gloomy as iron. The blade cut directly into Zhu Jianluan's neck, and Zhu Jianluan immediately became timid. Don't do it, please talk it over. I admit that we were wrong and shameless just now, but killing me is not worth it, don't you think? Let them all disperse. I'm in a hurry. Okay, as long as you don't kill me, you can say anything. Do you hear me? Disperse now, quickly. Do you want me to die? After capturing Zhu Jianluan, Fang Cheng and Mu Yao immediately returned to the city. At this time, those who were watching the live broadcast outside were all confused. What on earth was Fang Cheng going to do? No one understood what was going on until Fang Cheng grabbed Zhu Jianluan and brought him into the city and the live broadcast disappeared. Fang Cheng grabbed Zhu Jianluan and brought him to the guild service station. He cut Zhu Jianluan's tendons with a knife on each of his legs and then threw him to the ground. The severe pain immediately caused Alan Shu to let out a heart-wrenching scream, and his whole body was soaked in sweat, as if it were covered with oil. You, what on earth do you want to do? Zhu Jianluan is really scared now. Even if Fang Cheng doesn't kill him, but chops off his limbs, his life will be over. It will even make him feel more desperate than killing him directly. Tell me, how did you kill someone in the stadium without being discovered by the authorities? What do you want to do? You want to kill me? If you take me back to the city, the authorities will know. Fang Cheng stabbed Alan Chu's hand again and said, Tell me how you killed people in the arena? After Fang Cheng finished speaking, the knife was already on Alan Chu's other arm. I'm telling you, it's a shield. It can completely erase your location, and the area within a 300-meter radius, from official radar. Give me. Zhu Jianluan used his only good hand to take out a square device and handed it to Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng took it and checked it. After confirming that it was correct, he cut the tendons of Zhu Jianluan's other hand with a knife and then threw him on the street to fend for himself. Kill him, I really want to kill him, but what this guy said is right, he was captured by me and brought to the town, everyone saw it, so it is not convenient to do it. But Luo Yuansong outside the city was not so lucky. There are 3 ways back to the city. Fang Cheng has already taken 2 of them, leaving only the last one. It will not be easy to find Luo Yuansong. After turning on the jammer, Fang Cheng and Teacher Mu disappeared from the official radar and appeared in front of Luo Yuansong without anyone noticing. Fang Cheng. The Xuanguang Guild members, led by Luo Yuansong, immediately felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Fang Cheng was too lazy to talk nonsense with them, he just rushed in and started killing people indiscriminately. This time he really went in with a white knife and came out with a red knife. With the full cooperation of Teacher Mu, in less than half an hour, more than 20 people from the Xuanguan Guild, including Luo Yuansong, were all killed by Fang Cheng. The strong and pungent smell of blood in the air surged like a tide. Fang Cheng stood in the center of this bloody atmosphere, his body trembling slightly and his stomach churning. It was his first time killing someone, so he felt extremely uncomfortable with the smell. Looking at the pool of blood in front of him and the bodies lying all over the place filled his heart with complicated emotions. I tried to breathe deeply to get rid of the suffocating smell of blood, but the smell seemed to follow me everywhere. The discomfort in his stomach became more and more intense, and he covered his mouth, trying hard not to vomit. However, when he thought about how he and Teacher Mu almost died at the hands of these people just a few minutes ago, a sense of relief after taking revenge gradually spread in his heart. I turned around to look at Teacher Mu and found that she had already vomited all over the place.
Teacher Mu was his concern, and his discomfort instantly disappeared. He hurried over, stroking Teacher Mu's back and comforting her. Are you okay? It's okay, just let me vomit a little more. Do you regret it? Kill someone with me. Teacher Mu suddenly stopped vomiting and looked at Feng Cheng seriously. I don't regret it, really. I am your beast mother and your woman. No matter what you ask me to do, I will listen to you and will never regret it. Gong Yi reference picture. Chapter 75. You are the little devil that makes me tremble. Small town. The sun was pouring down on the street, and Mu Yunqi was strolling aimlessly on the street. Her long black hair fluttered gently in the breeze, her fair skin was as delicate as mutton fat jade, and her exquisite facial features seemed like a masterpiece carefully carved by God, especially her eyes as clear as lake water, which were full of agility and tenderness. She seemed to be walking aimlessly, but she was always thinking of Feng Cheng in her heart. Whenever she thought of him, a faint blush would appear on Mu Yunqi's face unconsciously, which was the shyness brought by the secret love hidden in her heart. A sweet and melancholy smile appeared on the corner of his mouth from time to time. Suddenly, for some reason, perhaps it was a flash of inspiration, she suddenly thought of a very important question. This is unrequited love, Feng Cheng, that guy, it seems that he has never liked me. At this moment, her vision darkened and a figure stood in front of her. Mu Yunqi subconsciously wanted to move aside, but then she heard the man say, Are you Mu Yunqi? Who are you? I was asked to give you this letter. After saying that, he didn't give her any chance to refuse and directly stuffed the letter into her hand. Mu Yunqi felt puzzled. What era was it in? How could there still be people writing letters? But when she opened the letter, she was struck by lightning. Her mother and Feng Cheng were kidnapped. Mu Yunqi reference picture. At the foot of a hill outside the town, Shintu Jun, with a group of mercenaries, was waiting for Mu Yunqi to fall into his trap. Such a cheap scam, Mu Yunqi shouldn't fall for it, right? Suyaki sat on the stone, looking at Shintu Jun's back, and said thoughtfully. She didn't know when it started, but she suddenly didn't want to see Mu Yunqi, and couldn't help but hope that she wouldn't come. Shintu Jun turned around and took a look at the mercenaries who were setting up tents in the distance. Then he set his eyes on Suyaki. The way the latter reached out to touch her ankle made him feel itchy. Are you tired from walking? Suyaki touched her ankle and said meaningfully, Do you want to come over and rub it for me? Shintu Jun smiled slightly. I am willing to serve you. After saying that, he walked over, squatted in front of Suyaki, and carefully placed her feet on his legs. Her jade feet in high heels were delicate and charming. In his eyes, the slender ankles had curves as graceful as works of art, and the smooth battlesuit, set off by the high heels, exuded an irresistible luster. Shintu Jun's fingers slowly stroked her feet, feeling the unique touch, and an evil possessive desire surged in his heart. Suyaki raised her head slightly, and that smile showed both disdain for Shintu Jun and a bit of cunning and pride. You haven't answered what I just said. After saying that, she wanted to pull her foot back from Shintu Jun's hand. But Shintu Jun grabbed him and asked without even looking up, What are you talking about? I don't think that woman Mu Yunqi will be fooled. What do you think? You're wrong this time. She'll definitely fall for it. Why? Concern leads to confusion. The more you care about someone in danger, the less time you have to think. This has nothing to do with IQ, it's about the human heart. You know a lot. Suyaki supported her chin with her hand and looked at the top of Shintu Jun's head. A complex emotion inexplicably arose in her heart, which was completely different from her relaxed and comfortable appearance. What are you going to do when she comes? Of course, we're using her as bait to lure out that bastard Feng Cheng. Really? Don't you want to do something else with her? How dare I do that when you're here? Am I that scary in your heart? Shintu Jun picked up her foot, sniffed it in front of her, and said with a shameless smile, In my heart, you are a demon that makes me tremble. Really? How about I just let this matter go? Shintu Jun was stunned for a moment, then he suddenly woke up. He threw Suyaki aside and stood up and said, Do you know what you are saying? Suyaki's heart tightened, and she forced a stiff smile on her face. I was just joking with you, why are you so excited? Shintu Jun said coldly, You are not regretting it in your heart? Regret? What should I regret? A trace of panic flashed in Suyaki's eyes. She might not have noticed it herself, but Shintu Jun saw it clearly, and his face turned dark instantly. You two were childhood sweethearts. You looked down on him before because you thought he was incompetent and would never make it in his life, right? But his performance today undoubtedly proves to you that you have misjudged him.
It was easy for him to rise to prominence, so you regret it, right? Nothing, don't go crazy here. Am I crazy?
Shen Tujuan's face suddenly turned ferocious.
He rushed over, grabbed Suyaki's hair and pulled it back hard.
Suyaki's head was forced back suddenly, and a look of pain appeared on her face as she said, "What do you want to do?"
You hurt me. Pain? Are you afraid of pain? Have you forgotten that at the party, the more pain you felt, the more likely you were to have an orgasm? It's only been a few days and you've forgotten everything?
Suyaki knew from the beginning that Shin Tu-jun had never liked her, and that it was a mutually beneficial transaction she had reached with him through some means. But now she suddenly realized that for two people with completely unequal power, it was just wishful thinking for her to take advantage of each other. In fact, she was courting disaster. Her lips trembled slightly, as if she wanted to defend herself but didn't know where to start. The eyes that were once confident and determined now became dim and confused. Regret surged into her heart like a tide, and she closed her eyes in pain. Suddenly she clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her palms. Thinking of the dirty slums, the ubiquitous musty smell made her feel sick, and she was unwilling to give up.
I just want to make myself live a better life, what's wrong with me?
Suddenly she opened her eyes, and although her originally confident gaze was a little dim, it still sparkled with a gleam of unwillingness to admit defeat.
Then she looked at Shin Tu-jun and smiled evilly. What are you laughing at? Shin Tu-jun was stunned. Believe it or not, I will whip you to death later. Shin Tu-jun's heart twitched and he subconsciously let her go. Suyaki tidied up her messy hair and accidentally saw Mu Yunshi running towards her. The person you're waiting for is here. Let's do your thing first. I'll deal with you in the evening. Xiaoqi, I. Suyaki smiled coldly, you are a lunatic, but I like lunatics.
Shin Tu-jun didn't apologize in the end, and Suyaki didn't expect him to apologize to her. She had already faced the reality and knew that strength was her foundation. Without strength as a support, no matter how good the skills were, it would be in vain. From now on, she wanted to be a leech, attached to Shin Tu-jun's body, and suck every last drop of his blood.
Now that Mu Yunshi has arrived, Shin Tu-jun has no time to pay attention to Suyaki. Xiaoxi, you are finally willing to come and see me? Mu Yunshi glanced at Suyaki's back, then said to Shin Tu-jun, where are my mom and Fang Chang? What have you done with them? Sorry, I was just kidding you, it's just that I wanted to see you so badly. Are you kidding?
Mu Yunshi immediately realized that she had been tricked. You despicable bastard.
Chapter 76 Nightmare of the Palace Concubine. Shin Tu-jun chuckled, seeming quite happy to be scolded. He put his hands behind his back and took 2 steps forward, looking at the sunset glow in the sky. He said, you can say whatever you want, but you have to do me a small favor. Are you busy dealing with Fang Chang?
Xiaoxi, we are indeed in sync.
You guessed it before I even said it.
Shin Tu-jun said with a cunning and shameless smile.
Don't even think about it.
Mu Yunshi squeezed out these words from between her teeth, her voice cold and resolute. There's no way I can help you deal with Fang Chang.
Are you in love with him?
Shin Tu-jun stared at Mu Yunshi closely, hoping to find some flaws on her face.
He didn't believe this was true. This is my business, it has nothing to do with you.
After saying that, Mu Yunshi subconsciously turned around, looking like she didn't want to pay attention to you.
Seeing her like this, Shin Tu-jun suddenly became furious. Are you really in love with him?
After saying that, he rushed over, grabbed Mu Yunshi's arm and pulled her over.
Yes, I do like him. What's wrong? I like him, I love him. You want me to help you deal with him? I advise you to give up this idea. How can you like him, you bastard? How am I inferior to that loser? Do you like him but not me? You are inferior in every way. You are not even worthy of carrying his shoes.
Mu Yunshi raised her hand and broke free from Shin Tu-jun's hand. However, Shin Tu-jun could see at this moment that his beloved Bai Yue Guang had really fallen in love with Fang Chang. Seeing Mu Yunshi break free, the feeling of reaching for nothing made him subconsciously raise his hand and slap Mu Yunshi. After the slap, he regretted it and quickly stepped forward and said, I'm sorry, Xiaoxi, I didn't mean it. Mu Yunshi touched her face, which felt burning with pain. Holding back the tears in her eyes, she took advantage of the moment when Shin Tu-jun came over, raised her leg and kicked him accurately and fiercely at the point of the word tie. Shin Tu-jun felt pain in his vitals and subconsciously protected his lower body.
Mu Yunshi took the opportunity to turn around and run. Shin Tu-jun was completely crazy now. He rushed over, grabbed her hair and pulled her back hard. Mu Yunxi screamed miserably as Shin Tujun grabbed her arms and said with a ferocious look on his face, "Why? Why do you like that bastard? I'm no match for him, you bitch." Mu Yunxi used the same trick again and kicked Shin Tujun in the vitals. Taking advantage of the moment when he was protecting his lower body, she turned into a gust of wind cat and jumped out. She now has only one belief, which is to escape, even if it means death. She will not become a burden to Fong Chang. Just when Shin Tujun seemed unable to catch up, a mercenary suddenly appeared behind her, grabbed the back of her neck, and exerted force, causing her to faint. Then he casually threw her in front of Shin Tujun and said with disdain, "Young master, stop playing games with your beast mother in the future. You have become a weakling and can't even catch a woman." After Fong Chang comforted teacher Mu, he stood up and began to destroy the body. At the same time, he collected all the competition plates of these people. Teacher Mu, who was helping him dispose of the body, saw this and couldn't help but remind him, "We can't take these points, Xiao Fong." Fong Chang smiled lightly, "I know, but if I spread it out, there will definitely be a lot of people fighting over it." "Are you trying to put the blame on someone else?" "You could say that, but the main purpose is to give the authorities an excuse, or a way for them to step down. After all, these people are not ordinary people. The Jing'an division must give an explanation to the Shinchi Guild, otherwise they will keep holding on to this matter." Teacher Mu nodded, not quite understanding. "Okay Yao Yao, it's time for us to go home." When I returned to the Lingqi Guild's service station with Teacher Mu, it was already dark. "Little sister he? Mu Yunxi?" Fong Chang called out twice, but heard no response. He couldn't help but ask Teacher Mu in confusion, "Where's the person? It's so late, are you still out there?" Teacher Mu smiled slightly, "Okay, are you hungry? What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you." Just then He-yun ran back from outside. When she saw Fong Chang and Teacher Mu, she was frightened as if she had seen a ghost. "Sister He, are we that scary? You are back? What happened to Missy?" He-yun's abnormal behavior gave Fong Chang a bad feeling. Xiao, she was kidnapped." Fong Chang and Teacher Mu were shocked and asked quickly, "Who took him away? When did it happen?" Then he quickly comforted Teacher Mu, saying, "Don't panic, it's okay. I'll take care of everything. Yes, don't panic. Someone has already gone to look for her." He-yun said quickly. "Who went to look for it?" "Gong Yu, the specially appointed instructor of the Jing'an division. Rest assured, she's one of our own." It was a coincidence that Gong Yu saw the flustered He-yun as soon as she appeared in the town this afternoon. I learned from her that Mu Yunxi was missing. Because He-yun had agreed with Mu Yunxi to make Rujiamo at noon, Mu Yunxi went to the street to buy meat and she made the steamed bun at home. But he had already made the steamed buns, but Mu Yunxi had not come back yet. He called her but she didn't answer, so he had to go out and look for her. After all, the town was not big. I searched everywhere but couldn't find it, and I couldn't help but wonder if something had happened. Just then she met Gong Yi, who had just arrived in the town. When Gong Yi heard this, she was still suspicious. Something must have happened. When Mu Yunxi got into trouble at this time, there was no need to guess, as everyone knew it was Shin Tu's doing. He opened the bracelet and quickly locked onto Mu Yunxi's location based on her competition ID, then rushed to the foot of the hill without stopping. "Shin Tujun, what are you doing?" Shin Tujun held the unconscious Mu Yunxi in his arms, with an obsessed and weird look on his face, as if he was holding a rare treasure with great care. His eyes were filled with greed and madness as he stared straight at Mu Yunxi's face, as if he wanted to deeply imprint every aspect of her features in his mind. Then the corners of his mouth rose slightly, but before he started to make a move, he was frightened by Gong Yu's angry shout and almost became impotent. "Instructor Gong, why are you here?" Anyone who has participated in the contract training knows Instructor Gong. When everyone first saw her, they were all captivated by her beauty and secretly admired her, thinking that she was the most beautiful scenery on the training ground. However, once training began, everything changed. She is extremely strict in her training. Her serious expression is chilling. Her sharp eyes seem to be able to penetrate people's souls and make people feel creepy. Anyone who wanted to take advantage of her, whether they were students or instructors, would often be woken up in the middle of the night after being interviewed by her alone. I don't know what kind of terrible psychological shadow she left in these people's hearts. In a word, she is like a rose blooming on the edge of a cliff, making people want to get closer to admire her, but also afraid of the hidden danger. Gong Yi took 2 steps at a time and walked up to him, then picked up the unconscious Mu Yunxi. What did you want to do just now? I didn't want to do anything. When I saw her, she fell to the ground. I just helped her up when you came. Are you sure?
Gong Yu's eyes narrowed, Shin Tu-jun's heart twitched, and his legs began to retreat uncontrollably, because he was also one of those people who were often frightened awake in the middle of the night.
At this moment, the mercenaries in the camp noticed the movement here and ran over quickly. As soon as he came over, the mercenary captain was dumbfounded. Instructor Gong? Do you know me? Don't you remember when you were leading the students from the Jing'an division to a field training camp and ran into a few of us? You almost beat us to death? I can't remember. Never mind. It's not important. I want to take this person away now. Do you have any objections? No problem, Instructor Gong. Do you want our help? Get lost. Gong Yi reference picture. Chapter 77. The best man has always been by my side. As soon as Gong Yi left, all the mercenaries looked at Shin Tu-jun. Shin Tu-jun was startled. Why are you looking at me? How did you get her here?
It would have been fine if this matter had not been mentioned.
As soon as it was mentioned, Shin Tu-jun became furious.
He had finally caught the opportunity to have sex with Mu Yunqi, but in the end, he almost became impotent because of the fear he caused the woman.
I recruit her? I recruit that crazy.
Before Shin Tu-jun could finish his words, he was interrupted by the mercenary. Shut up, Shin Tu-jun, if you want to die, don't implicate me. Another person said, now that she's here, I'm afraid we can't kill this guy.
Shin Tu-jun was immediately displeased when he heard this. What do you mean?
You guys have already received the money. We did receive money, but the contract said we would help you win the championship, not kill you. Nonsense, who would dare to write something like murder in Longwei in black and white in a contract?
At this time, another mercenary said, our mercenary group's reputation is at stake. There are only less than 2 days left until the end of the competition. We must hurry and help this guy gain points.
Seeing that these people were really backing off and were about to take him hunting, Shin Tu-jun was furious and just wanted to show off his power as the 8th young master, but he was frightened by the other party's eyes and his heart was trembling. He could only shout helplessly.
You promised my dad. Promise? Who can prove that we promised this? Forget it, forget it. Stop wasting time with this loser. Hurry up and help him gain points. The guy Fong Chang is in first place now. His score is much higher than this loser's. We have to hurry.
Suyaki, who was hiding in the tent, saw everything that had just happened. With just a look and a word from Gong Yu, these murderous mercenaries became like frightened rats. Her eyes lit up, as if she had found her life goal.
She is a woman, and I am a woman too. Why can't I be like her? Fong Chang also thought of Shin Tu-jun at the first moment.
He couldn't use the contestant's ID to directly lock onto a person like Gong Yu did, but he had the barrier generator to give him a location. In order not to worry Teacher Mu, he took Teacher Mu out of the city quickly and headed straight for the nameless hill.
Just after climbing over a hill, I saw Gong Yu supporting Mu Yunmu coming back here from afar.
That's Xiaoxi. Teacher Mu suddenly said excitedly.
Fong Chang nodded. Let's go, let's get out of the way. Xiaofeng, why should we hide? Didn't you hear what He Yun said?
She is a specially appointed instructor of the Jing'an division.
Are you worried that she'll find out what we did before?
I'm not worried about that, but she showed up right after we killed someone.
Isn't that a coincidence?
I wouldn't believe she wasn't coming for us. If she gets involved, we won't have the chance to kill Shin Tu-jun.
Teacher Mu nodded.
She was relieved that her daughter was fine, so she carried Fong Chang on her back, bypassing Gong Yu and Mu Yunqi, and headed straight for the small hill that Fong Chang mentioned.
Yao Yao and the others have already left their original location. Let's head east. Okay, but have you figured out how to deal with them?
I haven't decided yet, but judging by their looks, they seem to want to go hunting.
Hunting? Hunting at night?
Fong Chang stared at the map and said, their plan to use Xiaoxi to force me into a trap has failed. Now the only way to force me out of the city is to work hard on points. For example, if we want to raise the ranking to first place overnight, we have no choice but to go out and hunt if we don't want to give up the championship.
Xiaofeng, are you sure?
I'm not sure, but we'll know if we go and take a look.
Now the mercenary is indeed taking Shin Tu-jun hunting.
To be more precise, he has chosen a gathering place for exotic beasts and is hunting them in a circle. If he wanted to help Shin Tu-jun regain the first place in less than 2 days, killing them one by one would not work.
He could only have a chance by wiping out the monsters one by one.
When Fang Chang and Teacher Mu approached, they saw from afar that the mercenaries were driving away strange beasts. It seemed that they were planning to carry out a large-scale siege.
I have an idea. Fang Cheng pointed at the map and said, "We hunted around here once before. We didn't coordinate well enough and let some exotic animals get away. Do you remember?" "Remember.
These exotic beasts have the characteristic of returning to their roost. Let's go over and help drive them over."
"You want to use exotic beasts to deal with them? But we only let a few of them go. Even if we all rushed over, we might not be their match." Fang Cheng smiled softly. "It's definitely not enough to rely on the exotic beasts alone. Don't we have me?
I've prepared a huge surprise for them, but I don't know if they can handle it." Teacher Mu carried Fang Cheng to the designated location, and sure enough, he saw 5E-level monsters napping under the cliff.
"Yao Yao, help me control them." "Oh well."
Mu Yao wrapped a thorny vine around them and froze all the strange beasts in place.
Fang Cheng ran over and pried open the monster's mouth while it was roaring.
He took out the emergency teleporter Zhou Jianyang had given him, turned off the teleportation function, and threw it into the monster's stomach. After finishing all this, he nodded to Mu Yao and said, "Okay, let them go." These strange beasts were the ones that escaped during the previous hunt.
Since it knew how to escape, it would be easier to drive it away.
Fang Cheng slashed the ground with a thundering blow, and the frightened beast ran away and headed toward Shintajun's hunting ground.
"Okay, Yao Yao, let's go to the theater." Teacher Mu looked worried. "Xiao Feng, are you sure these strange beasts can kill them? Otherwise, why don't we go and drive away more?"
Fang Cheng smiled slightly. "No need, these few are enough to send all of them to hell." In the hunting ground, mercenaries surrounded a group of strange beasts, blocking them and even risking injuries to give the beasts a fatal blow. It can be said that they were worried sick about Shintajun's championship. On the other hand, Shintajun was sulking with Suyaki, as if he would die with regrets if he couldn't kill Fang Cheng this time.
Suyaki was checking the rankings on the side.
Because the gap in points between her and Fang Cheng was too big, even if these mercenaries could hunt exotic beasts again, Shintajun, who was ranked second, would not change his ranking in the short term. But at this moment, she suddenly discovered that the third and fourth places had changed. Originally, the Xuanguang Guild, and the Xinchi Guild had always occupied the top 3 places, but since Fang Cheng suddenly ranked first with a high score, the 3 of them also moved back 1 place. But now the Xuanguang Guild, which was originally ranked 4th, has dropped directly to outside the 2000 place, and the Xinchi Guild, which was ranked 3rd, has directly disappeared from the rankings.
What are they doing?
Suyaki suddenly thought of a possibility, and only one possibility, that they met Fang Cheng. The 2 major guilds were wiped out by Fang Cheng alone. In shock, her eyes gradually turned red, tears welled up in her eyes, and regret was written all over her face. She hated herself for being blind and stupid and short-sighted. Yes, she finally admitted that she regretted it. She never imagined that Fang Cheng, whom she regarded as a loser, was actually the blue-chip stock she had always dreamed of. It turned out that God had arranged the best man to be by her side from the very beginning.
But I was blind and couldn't see anything. What are you doing? Shintajun noticed her abnormality and walked over with a stern face. Chapter 78 Fang Cheng I regret. Hearing Shintajun's voice, Suyaki quickly composed herself.
This loser Shintajun was already on the verge of going crazy. If she let him see her regretful look at this time, who knows how crazy he would be. Quick-witted, she quickly thrust the rankings in front of Shintajun. Look, the Xuanguang Guild and the Xinchi Guild have both disappeared. Shintajun was indeed attracted by her words, and his eyes subconsciously fell on the ranking list. Then, with an incredible look on his face, he kept searching on the ranking list. Like Suyaki, after learning that the Xuanguang Guild and the Xinchi Guild had disappeared, the first thing he thought of was that they had run into that bastard Fang Cheng. The difference is that he is unwilling to believe that Fang Cheng has such ability.
Suyaki now looks at Shintajun as if he is an idiot. Even if you don't believe that Fang Cheng has wiped them all out, is it any use for you to look at the rankings? It can also be written on it, was this done by Fang Cheng? Suddenly, Shintajun raised his head and looked at Suyaki with a murderous look in his eyes, which made Suyaki's heart skip a beat. Do you regret it? Tell me. Do you regret it now? Shintajun suddenly pounced over, grabbed Suyaki's neck with both hands and shook her.
Suyaki rolled her eyes as he pinched her. The instinct for survival made her punch and kick Shintajun suddenly. She didn't know where she kicked. Shintajun suddenly let go of her hand, protected his lower body and jumped there.
This time Shin-Tu-jun was injured more seriously because Suyaki's high heels were pointed, which were much more lethal than Muyunchi's pure round-toed high heels. You. Shin-Tu-jun's handsome face turned into the color of liver. He protected his lower body with one hand and pointed at Suyaki with the other. Suyaki kept coughing at the side, and when she saw Shin-Tu-jun, she said angrily, "Are you crazy? I want your life." Shin-Tu-jun endured the severe pain and pounced on him again. Seeing this, Suyaki ran away.
Not long after she ran, she saw several strange beasts rushing out from the darkness. Suyaki was startled and ran back quickly, but Shin-Tu-jun was behind her. She gritted her teeth and rushed towards Shin-Tu-jun, kicking him in the air and stepping on his face and sending him flying far away. Before Shin-Tu-jun could react, he was knocked away by the charging monster. When the mercenaries who were surrounding and killing the strange beasts saw the scene, their faces turned pale.
Shin-Tu-jun was a fucking waste.
I'm here working hard to help you kill the monster, but you're just staying behind and getting knocked away by the monster. But he was the employer after all, so the mercenaries had to send a few people to rescue him.
Get the hell out of here.
The mercenary grabbed Shin-Tu-jun's collar and threw him back, while swinging his knife at the strange beast in front of him.
Woohoo!
When the mercenary's knife chopped into the monster's head, time seemed to stand still for a moment. The mercenary who hit the strange beast widened his eyes instantly. A blue energy burst out from the monster's body, reflecting on his face, making him look like a blue ghost. The next moment, 3 invisible space ripples instantly spread out from the blue energy, like mysterious ripples spreading layer by layer in the void. Wherever they passed, the space seemed to distort and vibrate, making a slight sizzling sound. Immediately afterwards, the 3 spatial ripples intertwined and shattered, erupting with a powerful and strange force that instantly covered the entire hunting ground.
Fong Chang calculated the distance and watched everything from a distance.
The forces of wind, fire, thunder, lightning, water, clouds and fog can be referenced in reality, but the power of space was the first time he had seen it. He immediately believed that this was definitely a weapon that could kill people without compensation. Shin-Tu-jun was fine when he was thrown out, but he was broken into 2 pieces when he landed on the ground.
No one knew how he was cut into 2 pieces.
Then the strange beasts in the distance and the mercenaries who were hunting the strange beasts were all inexplicably either cut in half or split in half, and some were even cut into several pieces. Seeing that almost everyone was dead, Fong Chang, before he could even see the space clearly, hurriedly used his spiritual eyes to break illusions. The scene before him suddenly changed, and a black whirlwind appeared in the wilderness. The black ones are cracks, and nothing is broken wherever they pass. At the same time, they collide and cut each other, turning into smaller spatial cracks, which become thinner and smaller until they disappear. The spiritual eye that can see the blade of space, so this trip was not in vain. Among the supernatural powers in this world is the ability of space. Although I have never seen it before, I know what it is today. If I encounter it in the future, I will have experience. After seeing all the space blades disappear, Fong Chang was about to go down to see the results of the battle, but was stopped by Teacher Mu. "Wait a minute, Xiao Feng, it must be very dangerous to go down now."
"It's okay, all the space blades have disappeared. Let's go."
Fong Chang dragged Teacher Mu to the hunting ground and they split up to see if all the people were dead.
Fong Chan walked straight towards Shin-Tu-jun.
He was already half dead, but he was still breathing. When he saw Fong Chang, he suddenly became much more energetic.
A flash of astonishment first flashed across his eyes, followed by endless anger and resentment.
His eyes were as big as a bull's, staring at Fong Chang intently, his teeth chattering, and he roared with his last bit of strength, You dare to plot against me?
Bah, you have a stupid brain, isn't this obvious? Why are you asking? Ah.
No one knew where this guy suddenly got the strength from, but he desperately crawled towards Fong Chang.
Fong Chang slowly backed away, watching his internal organs spread all over the floor.
Finally, when he was about to touch Fong Chang's toes, he suddenly turned his head and took a look. The butt next to him seemed to be his own. Then he turned back suddenly and was stunned on the spot.
"Don't look at it, you just pooped it yourself. Save me, please save me, I don't want to die yet."
Fong Chang squatted down and looked at him, smiling coldly. "Okay."
"Really?"
Shin-Tu-jun suspected that he had heard it wrongly.
Fong Chang took out the Xuanyuan Guild's badge and handed it to Shin-Tu-jun. "Put these in the space in your bracelet, and I will save you." "Are you so kind?"
"Then you can just wait to die here."
"Wait a moment."
Shin-Tu-jun quickly activated his bracelet and collected all the number plates in Fong Chang's hand into his own bracelet, then looked at Fong Chang expectantly.
Fong Chang smiled slightly. I'm sorry, I just lied to you again. You. I just want to see how miserable you look before you die. Why are you so unconvinced? Get up and fight me. I want to kill.
Before he could finish his words, he froze. This guy has such a strong vitality. Even when his stomach is empty, he can still talk so much nonsense. He is comparable to cockroaches. Just as Fong Chang got up to leave, he suddenly heard someone calling him.
Following the sound, I saw a person lying in the grass not far away. Who else could it be but Suyaki? Like Shin Tae-jun, she was broken into 2 pieces.
At this time, she crawled out from the messy grass, with blood all behind her. Her eyes fell straight on Fong Chang, and she just stared at him infatuatedly, as if she wanted to carve Fong Chang's appearance into the depths of her soul. His eyes were full of regret. His originally lively eyes were now dull and filled with tears. He didn't blink, and the tears kept flowing down his cheeks, leaving 2 clear marks on his dirty face. Her lips trembled slightly, and she uttered an almost inaudible sound, Fong Chang I
regret it.
This made Fong Chang, who originally wanted to go up and finish off the enemy, hesitate for a moment, then he turned around and left indifferently. Suyaki suddenly widened her eyes, and the regret in her eyes was instantly replaced by despair. She stretched out her hand, trying to grab the corner of Fong Chang's departing clothes, but she only grabbed nothing.
Don't go. Don't go.
Her voice was filled with tears and broke in the air. Her body trembled violently, as if she had lost the strength to support herself, and she collapsed to the ground. Her heart was filled with pain and sorrow. She knew that this turn would mean a farewell forever and she would never have the chance to make up for her mistake.
I destroyed everything with my own hands. I was so stupid. If there is an afterlife, I will never let go.
Her tears flowed freely, dripping onto the ground, splashing up teardrops, as if it were her broken heart. She could only watch Fong Chang's figure gradually go away until it disappeared, and she was imprisoned in this wilderness forever by endless regret and pain.
Chapter 79, Plaster Country's Death List.
When Fong Chang and Teacher Mu returned to the town, the streets were still bustling, perhaps because it was still early. But if you listen carefully, you will find that everyone is discussing the same thing. The top 3 that were originally chosen by everyone are all out this time.
Have you heard? Those people who were originally sure to be in the top 3 are all dead this time. Someone said in astonishment. That's right. Shin Tae-jun and Xuanguan Guild have 60 or 70 people in total. They just disappeared out of thin air. It's incredible.
Another person continued, his voice full of disbelief. And the only surviving guild, the Shinchi Guild, is ranked outside the top 2,000.
What's going on? Could it be that they encountered some extremely terrifying enemy or disaster? Otherwise, how could this happen? Is it possible that he was killed? Do you believe what you're saying? Who in Yuqing dares to provoke the Shinta family, the Xuanguan Guild, and the Shinchi Guild? Do you think your own death isn't fast enough? Spiritual Contract Guild.
Wu Zhong and Tang Li sat there motionless for an hour. Suddenly Wu Zhong swallowed his saliva, and the 2 of them exchanged a glance as if they understood each other, then said in unison, "Do you think that kid did it?" There is no doubt that Shin Tae-jun and the people from Xuanguan Guild are dead, but their bodies have not been found yet. It seems that no one else has such a big grudge against them except Fong Chang.
After they were both stunned for a moment, Tang Li spoke first. Do you have any evidence?
Wu Zhong shook his head mechanically.
Tang Li said angrily, don't talk nonsense if you don't have evidence. What do you mean by I? Did I say anything wrong?
From now on, this matter has nothing to do with that kid Fong Chang.
Honey, what are you talking about? It didn't matter in the first place, okay? Why do you have to start now and make it seem like it mattered in the past? That's good to know. Okay, let's go to the Beast Taming Square and wait. I think Shin Tae-hyo and Duan Liqing will go crazy. They won't be out until the morning of the day after tomorrow. Isn't it a bit early to go and guard them now? Tang Li also felt it was a bit early. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and said, didn't Xiao Yu come to Yuchun?
She is a specially appointed instructor of the Dragon Kingdom's Jing'an division.
Hurry and tell her to go to town B11. Hurry. Okay, honey, don't get excited. I'll go find her right away. By the way, how should I tell her?
Others only know that Wu Zhong is brave but not wise, but who would have thought that he is also good at pretending to be stupid?
There was dead silence in the meeting room of the Xuanguan Guild.
Their people disappeared, no doubt they were killed.
Do you think it's possible that Feng Chang did it? A manager said coldly, with veins bulging on his forehead. It must be him. He must have used some despicable means. Otherwise, how could so many people be killed by a loser like him? Another member said, gritting his teeth, his face full of resentment. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock and burning anger. In the past, the championship of every Yuqing Youth City tournament was taken turns between them and the Xinchi Guild.
Now, they were completely wiped out in this tournament, which was simply a great shame and humiliation.
No matter whether that kid did it or not, he must not be allowed to live.
President Duan Liqing slammed the table, and the table cracked. His voice was filled with endless hatred and anger, as if Feng Chang was right in front of him, wanting to eat him alive.
The same thing happened to the Xinchi Guild.
Although not all of their people died, their ranking was suddenly ranked outside the top 2,000, which was also a great humiliation for them.
The only difference is the Shinto family.
After Shinto Jun died, the elders in the family acted as if nothing had happened. There were so many young masters in the Shinto family, and one more or one less would not make any difference. Only Shinto Hao sat in the study for a while, then reached out and pressed a button under the desk, and an encrypted communicator rose on the table. A moment later, the black screen lit up and a bald man with a mustache appeared on the screen.
Shintu sang, what happened? Why are you contacting me at this time? Inukai Koan, my son is dead.
I'm so sorry, Shinto sang, please accept my condolences.
What I want to tell you is that he was killed while performing his duties. Shinto sang, are you trying to talk to me about the pensions so late at night? But your son doesn't seem to be on our list of members.
However, I can give you a 200 yuan consolation payment in my personal capacity. I'm here to offer my condolences to you, my neighbor.
How could my Shinto family owe you the 200 yuan?
Shinto was so proud.
Shinto sang, are you angry? Shinto's clenched fists were so tight that the joints were shaking.
After a long pause, he let out a breath of anger and said, I didn't.
Inukai Gohachi smiled slightly and said, that's good.
As your superior, Shinto-san, I have to remind you not to let personal matters affect your work. The person who killed my son was Feng Chang, the person I reported to you before.
He seems to be even more talented than what I wrote in the report. Shintuzang, are you trying to trick me into avenging your son? Everything I said is true.
I hired 20 mercenaries for my son this time, and they all died.
Are you sure? This matter will be reported soon. If you don't believe it, you can go and see for yourself.
In that case, he should be ranked in the top 10 of the death list.
What I want to say is that I no longer have the ability to kill him. If you want to assassinate him, you can find a way on your own. Don't worry, Shinto-jun, I will send someone to contact you next. Can you please not involve me in this kind of thing again? Shin-tuzang, you are a special agent of our Plaster Nation. You have devoted your life to the cause of our Plaster Nation. You have sworn an oath. Do you want me to help you recall your oath again? No need. When will you send someone? Soon. In the city lord's office, after a deathly silence, Zhou Jianyang suddenly stood up. What do you want to do?
Yu Jianming was startled and looked at him with confusion.
Zhou Jianyang asked in return, you don't suspect that the disappearance of those people is related to that kid Feng Chang, do you? No, how could I possibly doubt him? I don't have any evidence, right? Don't give me that shit. To be honest, I also think he murdered her.
Yu Jianming looked at Zhou Jianyang in confusion. Old Zhou, please say it again. Zhou Jianyang smiled coldly, sat down again and said, kill him, it's no big deal.
Old Zhou, are you crazy? I'm not crazy. Hurry up and get the people from the Jing'an division to protect that kid.
I'm afraid if we go too late, he'll be in danger.
Yu Jianming looked at Zhou Jianyang with a puzzled look on his face. Do you think you have me?
Zhou Jianyang didn't answer but asked, I heard that the Plaster Country has come up with a plan to kill the Dragon Country genius.
You are the city lord and no more than me. Do you think there is such a plan? Yu Jianming was stunned. Who told you that? Are you saying yes or no?
There really is no such thing as an impenetrable wall.
I was wondering why you looked like you had me in your hands. Turns out you were waiting for me here. Do you also think that boy is worthy of being on the death list?
Yu Jianming nodded with a heavy heart. Zhou Jianyang suddenly shouted angrily, then why are you still dawdling here?
Why don't you send someone in to protect him? Chapter 80. This kid is not as easy to fool as imagined.
Fong Cheng and Teacher Mu arrived at the downstairs of an inconspicuous hotel in the town and were considering whether to go in and kill the witnesses, because the people from the Shinchi Guild lived there.
Why do you want to go in and kill people to silence them?
Fong Cheng and Teacher Mu were stunned, and turned around to see Gong Yu.
Gong Yi reference picture. Why is this woman here?
Teacher Mu's heart skipped a beat and he subconsciously hid beside Fong Cheng. They were just thinking of killing the person to silence him, but the specially appointed instructor from Longwei Jing'an Division came.
Didn't they get caught in the act? What are you talking about, beautiful girl? You mean murder to silence someone? Don't say that, or I'll sue you for defamation.
Teacher Mu was stunned for a moment before she realized, yes, she knew us, but we didn't know her. Gong Yi smiled coldly, and walked gracefully to Fong Cheng in her high heels, clacking with the sound of a click. She stared at Fong Cheng with a cold gaze. What did you just say?
I can't say anything careless. Be careful or I'll sue you for defamation. Silencing someone is a serious crime in Dragon Country.
Gong Yu raised her head and interrupted Fong Cheng. The previous sentence.
The previous sentence? Fong Cheng thought for a moment and asked tentatively, beauty?
Gong Yi sneered. Just now you said that I accused you of murder and silenced you, which was slandering you.
Now you're teasing me, but I didn't make a false accusation, did I? Calling you beautiful is teasing, but does that mean I have to call you miss? This miss. Shut up. Gong Yi frowned.
She wanted to take advantage of Fong Cheng's young age and inexperience, and teach him a lesson first. But this boy was so slick and didn't fall for it at all.
If you want to sue me for molesting you, go ahead. I don't have time to waste with you.
After saying that, he winked at Teacher Mu and quickly left. Regardless of the fact that this woman is an instructor of the Jing'an Division, she was able to bring Mu Yunqi back unharmed from the hands of 20 mercenaries by herself. Her strength is not something he can afford to provoke now.
Stop, did I let you go? If you don't leave, do you still want me to stay with you overnight? You little brat, do you know who I am? I don't know, and I don't want to know. Do you know Lao Wu?
Gong Yu's previous thought was that it would be best if she could control Fong Cheng, so that she could take the initiative between them in the future. But now that she saw that this guy was difficult to deal with, she didn't want to ruin the deal. To put it bluntly, she had something to ask Fong Cheng, and the reason was because of Teacher Mu. At the same time, she herself really needs a Beastmaster now. Before this, she has been using the big data of Dragon Country to select. It was not until 2 months ago that Fong Cheng appeared in her field of vision when he suddenly received the evaluation of having cleared several SSS-level dungeons, triggering the genius early warning mechanism of Dragon Country. Anyone who can trigger this kind of warning is naturally very talented. Moreover, in Longwa, there are many people who can trigger this mechanism every year. What really made Gong Yu interested in Fong Cheng and made her go to Yuqing for an on-site inspection was because of Teacher Mu. Through her observation of Mu Yao, she knew that both the power of Mu Yao's wood-type ability and the self-healing ability she gave back to Fong Cheng were far from being comparable to an A-level beast. She needed Mu Yao's healing ability because she failed to advance last time. Although she saved her life, she was left with serious sequelae and was almost dying. If he wanted to survive, he had to parasitize on a beast master with strong vitality. Fong Cheng, who had Mu Yao, obviously met this condition. Of course, Fong Cheng is not the only one who can meet this condition in Longwa. But after checking Mu Yao's information, she found that Mu Yao's original beast form was an F-level exotic beast, a flower-horned deer, and her evolutionary form was an E-level sickle deer. How did Fong Cheng see that she had a hidden evolutionary form, and that her hidden evolutionary form was far more powerful than that of an A-rank thorn deer? Fong Cheng's talent revealed is that of an SS-level beastmaster. How good must his beast girl talent be that he still needs to hide it? The answer is self-evident: there is only one X grade among billions. Moreover, this kind of hidden talent is extremely difficult to activate, because she herself is such a hidden talent. In order to activate the hidden evolutionary form for herself, her grandfather used many activation props but failed. However, Fong Cheng succeeded without using any props. The only explanation is that Fong Cheng's talent for beast taming is not SS level as Tang Li said, but X level. Only those who awaken the X beast taming talent can awaken 2 beast taming skills, or even 3. Or maybe he is a person with great luck, who can tap into the less than 1% chance and activate the X level hidden bloodline with a simple stardust crystal. Can reveal hidden evolutionary forms and activate hidden evolutionary forms. With the above 2 points, Fong Cheng is definitely his most ideal beast master. As for his amazing growth rate and resourcefulness, that is just the passing line. After all, there are many people in Longhua who can achieve the latter 2 points. The only thing that surprised him was that this guy was not as easy to fool as he thought.
Fang Chang looked at Gong Yu in surprise. Do you know Lao Wu? Keep pretending in front of me.
Gong Yu didn't believe this boy, and he still didn't know his identity.
Yes, I know him. Is that strange?
Fang Cheng smiled and said, what surprises me is not that you know him, but that he knows you.
It seems that Brother Wu was not bragging at all. He really has a wide circle of friends.
For someone like him, he can actually know a beautiful woman like you.
Is he that kind of person? Gong Yu smiled lightly.
As the saying goes, too much good talk will lead to mistakes.
Does Lao Wu know that you are saying bad things about him behind his back?
Fang Cheng said seriously, he's a man who loves his wife deeply.
Since you know him, don't you know that Sister Xiao Tang has a keen eye on him? How could he have the chance to meet a beauty like you? Gong Yi's idea of finding fault with him was once again thwarted, so she could only ask, so do we know each other now?
No, I don't even know your name. Seeing Fang Cheng still pretending to be stupid, Gong Yu silently clenched her fists, then loosened them helplessly. My name is Gong Yu, what's yours?
Keep pretending. You already know I know Lao Wu, but you still don't know who I am?
You?
Gong Yi almost couldn't hold it in.
This kid actually turned the tables.
Who the hell was pretending from the beginning? Okay, we know each other now. See you later. You're leaving now? Isn't that rude? Fang Cheng smiled and said, I can't help it. My intuition tells me that you are too dangerous. It's better for me to stay away from you.
After saying that, he pulled Teacher Mu away. Gong Yu looked at his back and stamped her feet in anger.
You want to run? I wonder where you can run to. After thinking about it, she followed him.
Xiao Fang seems to be following us all the time.
Don't worry about her, let's go our way. When they returned to the guild service station, Gong Yu also arrived.
When Yun saw the three of them coming back, she hurried to greet them.
Instructor Gong, Fang Chang, and Sister Mu, you're back. Gong Yu glanced at Fang Chang in a protesting manner and said, Boy, aren't you curious about my identity at all? Fang Chang simply ignored her gaze and said, I'm not curious at all.
Then Gong Yi quickly winked at He Yun and told him who saved Mu Yunshi.
Since I can't find any evidence against you, I'll do the next best thing and try to repay you with a favor.
Nai He and He Yun looked bewildered, which made Gong Yu extremely anxious, so she asked, Where's that girl Xiao Shi? Oh, Instructor Gong, you're talking about Xiaoxi. He Yun finally reacted and said to Fang Chang, By the way, Fang Chang, not long after you and Sister Mu left, Instructor Gong rescued Xiaoxi.
Did you know that? Chapter 81 Teacher Mu's Little Thoughts. I know. Instructor Gong told us on the way. Fang Cheng's words directly disrupted Gong Yu's plan to blackmail her into repaying a favor. Gong Yu was stunned. You are really lying with your eyes open. When did I tell you that? You must have done it on purpose. Now that you have said that, what else can I say?
At this time, Mu Yunchi heard the noise and ran out. Seeing that Fang Chang and her mother were safe and sound, she couldn't help but feel happy.
Mom, Fang Chang, you're back. Fang Chang said hello to her and slipped away.
Gong Yu, that woman, had wanted to find something to hold against him from the very beginning.
No one knew why.
But in order to avoid making mistakes by talking too much, it is better to slip away first.
About an hour later, Teacher Mu came back.
When he opened the door, he didn't see Fang Chang. Just as he was wondering, he heard the sound of water in the bathroom. It turned out that someone was taking a shower. She gently pushed open the bathroom door, and the warm light sprinkled in the bathroom, filled with a faint mist. Seeing Fang Chang taking a bath, a peaceful smile appeared on her face. I saw her gently roll up her sleeves and walk to the bathtub. At this time, Fang Chang took off the towel covering his face and said with a smile, Why are you back so soon?
Maybe it's because of the generation gap. I can't communicate with them.
Mu Yao knelt beside the bathtub, put her hands in the water, and gently touched Fang Chang's shoulders. The slender and long fingers are sometimes gentle and sometimes powerful, as if playing a soothing melody. Each stroke is filled with endless tenderness and care.
Is this the right amount of force? Fang Chang closed his eyes slightly, enjoying the gentle touch, and hummed with a look of satisfaction.
Teacher Mu smiled slightly and continued to massage Fang Chang, as if this was a very important and happy thing for her.
After a moment, Fang Chang finally couldn't help but ask, Do you have anything to say to me? Why do you ask?
Fang Cheng smiled slightly, opened his eyes and looked at Mu Yao, and saw that her eyes were full of confusion.
You forget that I'm your beast master.
If I can't even tell that you're thinking about something, then I'm a terrible beast master.
Hateful.
Mu Yao gently pushed Fang Cheng, then said in a thoughtful tone, actually, it shouldn't be a big deal.
Is it about that Gong Yi? Or Shao Shi? Let's talk about Gong Yu first.
I feel like she came here specifically to see you.
Did you really not know her before?
Teacher Mu looked at Fang Cheng seriously, as if trying to tell whether he was lying from the subtle changes on his face.
Fang Cheng laughed and said, "Why do I smell a sour taste in your words?"
Mu Yao said shyly, "How could that be?"
You're just talking nonsense.
Fang Cheng chuckled, "No, I've never seen her before."
What else did you find out?
I heard she doesn't have a beast master.
What do you think of her talent?
I think I know her purpose.
Fang Cheng asked back, what do you think of her?
I think she's a pretty good person. Although she seems a bit strong, as an instructor of the Dragon Kingdom's security division, she doesn't have any airs.
I think she's someone who's easy to get along with. It's only our first meeting, and you're so sure. Aren't you afraid she's just pretending?
With you here, I have nothing to fear. Besides, if she becomes your beast girl, regardless of her experience or background, it will only benefit you, not harm you.
Fang Cheng chuckled, that makes sense. Okay, don't press it down, let's watch together.
Oh, don't, there's one more thing. We'll talk about Xiaoxi later.
Teacher Mu's reference picture.
Because of the disappearance of athletes, and not just one or two, but dozens of people disappeared collectively, this year's City Youth Competition ended one day early. As the Space Gate opened, everyone returned to the Beast Taming Square in Yucheng. Then came the award ceremony, and Fang Cheng won first place without any suspense. When Fang Cheng stood on the podium, the people in the audience and all those who were watching the live broadcast were all excited. In this City Youth Competition, the Shinta family, Xuanguan Guild and Xinqi Guild, which were considered to have the greatest chance of winning the championship, disappeared or were eliminated, and in the end, a student took advantage of the situation.
But some people don't think so. They think Fang Cheng is brave and resourceful. He has accomplished an unprecedented feat, leading a group of students to successfully counterattack their opponents.
You know, the students in the City Youth Competition have always been synonymous with sheep, noobs, and unlucky people, but the appearance of Fang Cheng made them see a group of vicious wolves. Even though this incident only happened in the small city of Yu, this unprecedented breakthrough was enough to shock the entire Dragon Kingdom. It is believed that although Fang Cheng's victory this time was due to luck, it cannot erase the outstanding strength he demonstrated.
As for the top 3 that everyone was sure would be eliminated this time, could it be related to him? TSK. How is that possible? He's representing number 11 middle school this time. A small middle school can't possibly have such ability.
If it is said that Fang Cheng did it alone, that is even more impossible.
Not to mention the 2 major guilds, Xuanguang and Xinqi, the Shinta family has hired 20 mercenaries this time. How could a student like him be their opponent?
Anyway, no one would believe that this matter was related to Fang Cheng. As for the Shinta family and the people from the Xinqi and Xuanguang guilds, they became the focus of Jing'an division at this awards ceremony. Although they all hated Fang Cheng with a vengeance, no one dared to act rashly. I could only watch him walk up to the stage with a smile on his face to receive the award, and then walk away with a smile on his face to receive the award.
Among the 3 prizes, Fang Cheng chose the S-level Beast Soul Crystal and the Supernatural Crystal.
An S-level Supernatural Crystal can allow one to awaken another S-level Supernatural power, or upgrade a B-level Lightning power to S-level. As for the S-level Beast Soul Crystal, it is of course used to upgrade Teacher Mu's skills. Moreover, when Teacher Mu reaches the next level, he will automatically awaken a new skill, and this Beast Soul Crystal will come in handy. I didn't expect that you actually won the first place, Wu Zhong said to the other party with emotion.
Fang Cheng smiled lightly, do you regret it now? Let me participate in the City Youth Competition as a student? This.
Wu Zhong scratched his head awkwardly.
To be honest, he felt a little regretful.
In Yucheng City Youth Competition, Lingqi Guild had never won first place. There was an opportunity to rewrite this history this year, but it was snatched away by that old guy Zhou Jianyang.
He did this all himself.
Xiaofeng, ignore him.
Tang Li pushed Wu Zhong away and patted Fang Cheng's shoulder.
I promised you that if you could get first place, you could choose any rank martial arts in the guild.
Let's go back and I'll take you to choose a martial arts. Sister Xiaotang is so anxious for me to go back. Have I gotten into trouble again? Fong Chang asked tentatively.
He had killed Shin Tujuan and the people from Xuanguan Guild, and also left people like Zhu Jinluan alive. These three parties plus the official would not pretend that nothing happened. At this time, Zhou Jianyang squeezed out of the crowd, looking very familiar. He patted Fong Chang's arm and said with a gratified smile, "Boy, you have really made our Yuching Education Department proud this time.
Why are you here?" Fong Chang still looked disgusted. "I'm here to tell you to just relax, nothing's wrong." Fong Chang looked at Zhou Jianyang suspiciously. "If I remember correctly, you are the director of the education department, right? What you mean is that this is the business of the Jing'an division, and you have no right to interfere?"
"It's true that I'm the director of the education department, but if I say you're okay, then even if you're okay, you'll be okay."
"Are you sure?" Confirmation and certainty.
Finally, the official explanation given for this incident was that the contestants of Xuanguan Guild died at the hands of Shin Tujun because the number plates of all the contestants of Xuanguan Guild were found in his bracelet.
Shin Tujuan died because he accidentally collided with a mutated space beast, and both sides died.
As for the Shinchi Guild, the only one who knew the truth, it became unusually quiet this time. Moreover, both the Shinto family and the Xuanguan Guild became unusually quiet this time, as if they had accepted the result from the bottom of their hearts. But after Fong Chang learned about this, he smelled something unusual.
But that was all later.
Now that Fong Chang had obtained the original magnetic technique he had been longing for, Wu Zhong pulled him aside and asked mysteriously, have you seen Gongyu?
Chapter 82 Xiao Fong and Xiao Shi make a contract. Fong Chang looked at Wu Zhong, not sure what he meant. Wu Zhong frowned. "Why are you looking at me like that? Tell me, did you see her? You know her well? So she mentioned me?"
Seeing Wu Zhong's surprise and delight, Fong Chang smiled and said, "You and her are not a good match."
Wu Zhong nodded subconsciously, then suddenly realized, "What do you mean by that, kid?" Fong Chang smiled and said, "I'm mainly worried that you'll get beaten up by little sister Tang." "So she left a good impression on you?" Fong Chang thought for a moment and said, "She has a nice figure." "Just the body shape?" "It's also good looking." "Just looks?" "How about you tell me what other advantages she has?" Wu Zhong subconsciously glanced around. "Didn't she tell you that she is a specially appointed instructor of the Dragon Kingdom's Jing'an division? Her grandfather is the president of our Lingxi Guild? Her father is the commander of the Dragon Kingdom's 5th Legion? She also has a good friend, who is the wife of the head of the Shen Yuan family, one of the 3 major families in our dragon country. Otherwise, why do you think others are so afraid of her? Do you really think that she is so powerful? What's her strength?" "Alas, I was originally S rank, but because I failed to advance, I fell to B rank and it's still unstable." "So pitiful?" "That's nothing. The most pitiful one is my sister. She can only live for 2 years at most, and that's even before she uses her supernatural powers." Fong Chang finally understood why she wanted to make a contract with him. It turned out that she was about to die. This meant she must be very anxious. "What are you laughing at, kid?" Wu Zhong was puzzled when he saw Fong Chang's mouth corners inadvertently raised. "I won first place this time, so I can't just smile." Wu Zhong said with disdain, "You're so flattered by winning the City Youth Championship. If you have the guts, go win me a regional championship." Fong Chang changed the subject and said, "By the way, doesn't Gongyu, the girl you just mentioned, have a Beastmaster? I think her situation can be easily resolved if her Beastmaster contracts a wood-type beast girl." Wu Zhong sighed. "Do you think her family wouldn't have thought of this? It's just that my sister is so proud and arrogant that she doesn't even look down on ordinary Beastmasters. By the way, how does she feel about you? You don't mean to say that she wants to make a contract with me? You wish." Wu Zhong said with disdain, "You kid, don't you think about your own weight? Can she be interested in you?" Fong Chang breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That's good. That woman is too strong. Whoever contracts with her will be in trouble." "Huh? What are you talking about?" Wu Zhong looked at Fong Chang with confusion. Fong Chang explained, "You don't know that I only met her once, and she wanted to find fault with me right away." "What do you think she wants to do? Is she mentally ill? Did I provoke her? She wants to find something to hold against you?" A hint of joy suddenly appeared on Wu Zhong's face. "Yeah, you said that with her personality, who can get along well with her in the future? That's not right. She might just be acting out of habit and want to take the initiative. What initiative? I think she's too controlling. Hey, it seems you're right. She really is like that.
But then again, she's not a bad person. If you spend more time with her, you'll realize that her assertiveness is just a disguise for her social incompetence.
Get along with her? Well, Brother Wu, please forgive me. I can't stay with her for even a minute. By the way, Brother Wu, are you okay? If you are, I'll go back. Teacher Mu is still waiting for me to go back and move. What are you talking about, kid? Is moving house so important?
Then Sister Tang seems to be looking for you, you should go quickly. Wu Zhong subconsciously looked back at his wife. When he turned back to look at Fong Chang had already run away.
Tang Li glared at Wu Zhong angrily. What are you looking for, you idiot? The guy ran away when you turned around. By the way, how did your talk with him go? Alas, not very good.
That guy has a big prejudice against Xiao Yu.
He has a strong prejudice against Xiao Yu? What's going on? Isn't it because of Xiao Yu's spoiled little sister's temper?
She always wants to take the initiative in everything.
How can Fong Chang be so easily controlled? So Xiao Yu has taken a fancy to him? Yes, but that boy doesn't seem to be interested in her. This. Tang Li said angrily, that kid is still provoking me? Instead of being angry with that guy here, you should go and persuade Xiao Yu to be more humble. After all, she needs help now. Fong Chang and his family of 3 finally moved into the big villa. Under the huge transparent dome, there was a villa full of science fiction.
From a distance, it looked like a spaceship parked in a glass cover, with smooth lines emitting a metallic luster. There is a small grassy garden in front of the villa, which obviously has not been taken care of for a long time. In addition, there is a swimming pool hidden under the garden, which can be raised and placed in the garden, or retracted into the field.
Thanks to the smart butler, the villa is very clean and you can move in directly with your luggage.
Fong Chang and Teacher Mu had been here before and were no longer surprised by some of the smart facilities in the villa.
Mu Yunxi was very curious since it was her first time here.
She touched and looked around, wanting to try it out, but was worried about breaking it.
Fong Chang smiled slightly. Shall we? Exist.
The space in front of Fong Chang's eyes suddenly flickered a few times, and a virtual beauty in tights appeared in front of him.
Take our eldest lady and go pick a room. Okay.
Seeing Mu Yunxi's curious face, Fong Chang smiled and said, look, it's a voice-controlled smart housekeeper.
If you have any questions, just go to her directly. I know, but I don't know her name. By the way, what did you call me just now? Miss? Isn't it? You're the boss. If you dare to say anything nonsense again, I'll kick you to death.
After saying this, she showed off her infertile kick as if in protest.
Ha, only children wear round-toed leather shoes.
I still like Teacher Mu's pointed high heels, and when paired with black stockings, they are the favorite of big boys. Mu Yao watched Xiaoxi follow the smart housekeeper upstairs, then pulled Fong Chang and said, I asked Xiaoxi about what happened before.
What's the matter?
Fong Chang withdrew his gaze from the little girl's back and fell on the royal sister in front of him.
It's about the contract between Xiaoxi and you. So, what do you think about this matter? She doesn't agree, right? No, she wants to gamble too. Ha? No way, what if I lose the bet?
If I lose the bet, I'll accept my fate.
Besides, isn't the taming value shared, right? This. Fong Chang was speechless for a moment. After thinking about it, he really didn't know how to comfort Teacher Mu. What if I lose the bet? I can't terminate this contract. What do you want her to do in the future? Teacher Mu suddenly raised his head and looked at Fong Chang and said, Xiao Fong, are you willing to let us have a gamble?
Fong Chang was still hesitating, but he saw Mu Yunxi, who was originally going upstairs, stopped on the second floor at some point and stood there motionless, her fingers tightly gripping the railing. Her eyes were filled with anticipation, nervousness, and uneasiness.
Chapter 83 Xiaoxi calls Daddy.
Mu Yunxi's eyes were fixed on Fong Chang downstairs, as if she wanted to glimpse the answer in advance from his every move. Her heart was filled with anxiety and desire. She wanted him to tell her the answer quickly, but she was also afraid that the answer would shatter all her illusions and expectations.
Teacher Mu stood quietly beside Fong Chang.
The hand holding Fong Chang had begun to sweat slightly. There was a hint of imperceptible tension on his seemingly calm face. Time seemed to be particularly long at this moment, and every passing second made the two women's heartbeats accelerate a little. Feeling Teacher Mu's increased heartbeat, Fong Chang reached out and stroked her cheek with a faint smile. Actually, the probability of triggering the highest contract is not as high as you think.
It's only half at most. Really? Did Xiao Fong agree? Mu Yunqi upstairs also breathed a sigh of relief. At first, she might still hesitate about what kind of contract to sign with Fong Chang, but now, she no longer cares about so much. As long as she can sign a contract with Fong Chang, otherwise what if this guy changes his mind? Fong Chang chuckled and said, "When have I ever lied to you, little fool?" Teacher Mu blushed slightly, then mustered up the courage to ask, "Then when do you think we can sign the contract?" Mu Yunqi's heart began to lift again, fearing that the little guy would go back on his word again. Fong Chang understood Teacher Mu's little thoughts. He was afraid that the night would be too long and he would have more dreams. This Beastmaster's talent is too great, but it also has its troubles, as there are always beast girls rushing to sign contracts with him. Gong Yu hadn't been dealt with yet, and Mu Yao was already thinking about taking the initiative. Could it be that Gong Yu's appearance had given her a sense of crisis? But where did this sense of crisis come from? Fong Chang couldn't understand it, but he would never let down a woman who only cared about him. So the contradiction arises, because she is Teacher Mu's own daughter. Since you insist on me being a scumbag, then let me be a scumbag more thoroughly. You decide the time. When is convenient for you? Mu Yao blurted out, "How about now?" After saying that, he felt a little rash, so he added, "What do you think?" "I think there's nothing to do now anyway. Other parents beat their children on rainy days because they have nothing to do anyway. You have nothing to do anyway, so why not just sign a contract?" Fong Chang nodded, "Okay." After hearing Fong Chang's words, Mu Yao finally felt relieved. Then Fong Chang turned around and looked at Mu Yunqi on the second floor. "What do you think?" Mu Yunqi's body suddenly stiffened, and a trace of panic flashed in her eyes, as if she had been caught doing something bad by Fong Chang. Then she quickly turned her face away and raised her hand to smooth the hair by her ear, trying to hide her discomfort and make herself less embarrassed. "Why don't you just say something? Is it okay or not? If it's okay, come down quickly, if not, just pretend I didn't say anything." Mu Yunqi was already feeling awkward, and after being teased by Fong Chang, she immediately said unconvincingly, "Of course I have no problem with that, but why do you want me to go down? Can't you come up?" Xiao Shi. Mu Yao frowned. Why was this girl acting like a spoiled brat again? Mu Yunqi also realized her own willfulness, but Fong Chang was really too irritating. All right, I'll go up." "Yao Yao, don't bother with your daughter." Mu Yunqi felt that there was something wrong with what the boy said, but she couldn't point out what was wrong. She slapped the railing in annoyance and turned away. Fong Chang went upstairs and opened the door. Mu Yunqi was standing in front of the window with her back to him. She was actually extremely nervous. How could she put it? She was like a bride on her wedding night. Hearing Fong Chang coming in, he took a deep breath. He shouldn't worry about it anymore. That guy had finally agreed for his mother's sake, and he might go back on his word later. After thinking about it, he turned around suddenly. "Fong Chang, I'm ready, do you want to be ready? You don't regret it? I mean, what if you signed the strongest contract?" Mu Yunqi shook her head, "No regrets." I said it very firmly, but I couldn't help but complain in my heart, "This kid looks very smart usually, why does he look like a wooden man now? Can't he see my feelings for him at all?" Fong Chang nodded, "Okay then, come closer." Mu Yunqi took a step forward nervously. Fong Chang frowned and said, "Can't you take 2 more steps?" Humph. This time Mu Yunqi walked directly in front of Fong Chang. The moment she raised her head, Fong Chang pointed a finger at her forehead. At this moment, Mu Yunqi's eyes suddenly went dark, as if her whole body was swallowed by the darkness, as if she had fallen into an endless void, without any perception at all. I don't know how much time has passed, it seemed like a century, yet it also seemed like just a moment. Mu Yunqi suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Fong Chang with drunken eyes. Fong Chang snapped his fingers in front of her. "Hey, wake up, are you asleep?" She was startled at first, as if she was suddenly pulled back from distant thoughts. Her eyelids blinked lazily a few times, and there was still a trace of confusion and trance in her eyes. There was a bit of ignorance and cuteness on her delicate face. Then she seemed to gradually wake up, and a blush quietly climbed up her cheeks. "Fong Chang, are we considering this a successful contract?" Fong Chang thought for a moment and said, "I don't know, how about we give it a try?" "Try it?" Mu Yunqi looked confused. Yeah, call me Daddy. Dad. Mu Yunqi said, and quickly covered her mouth. She was completely sober now. Then he pinched Fong Cheng's arm angrily. Asshole, how dare you play tricks on me? Hiss, let go, let go. How can you be so strong, little girl? If you pinch it and leave a mark, aren't you afraid that your mother will see it? Mu Yunqi reluctantly let go, but she had no intention of letting Fong Cheng go. Unless you promise not to play tricks on me again, I will kick you to death. I'm kidding you, I don't have the time. If you have nothing to do, just arrange flowers and weeds with your mother. Isn't it nice? Oh, and now we have a large garden that's all overgrown with weeds. I need to buy a lawn mower right away. Also, what kind of flowers does your mother like? I'll buy them all. They are just the ones we grow at home. Can't you tell them apart after you brought them here? Fong Cheng walked to the door and turned back to look at Mu Yunqi again. Beast Mother, Mu Yunqi. Beast Tamer, Fong Cheng. Upgrade progress, 78%. Loyalty, 100%. Favorability, 100%. Taming value, 30. I have just signed the contract and I have been allocated 30 points of domestication value, and the sharing ratio is about 70%. Beast Transformation Talent, D-Level, Beast Form, Swift Cat, Evolvable Form, Sea-Level Spirit Blazing Beast, Hidden Evolved Form, Sky Abyss Giant Spirit Fire Spirit Starflame Links. Attunement value, 0. Fong Cheng closed the door and sighed as he stood behind it. The taming value is easy to deal with, but this transformation value needs to be fixed. Standing downstairs and staring at Mu Yao upstairs, she felt a tightness in her heart when she saw Fong Cheng sighing. What's wrong, Xiao Fong? Xiao Shi's mouth is like a knife. She must be angry. Xiao Shi? Don't worry, everything will be as you wish. Real? You always ask such stupid questions. When have I ever lied to you? After saying that, he walked down, scratched Mu Yao's nose, and then looked out the window at the weedy yard and said, I'm going to buy a lawnmower. Do you want to come with me? Didn't you buy one last time? Fong Cheng was startled at first, then he chuckled and pointed out the window, saying, I'm talking about getting rid of the grass in our yard. Ah? Teacher Mu's face flushed, and she immediately spat, Bah, Xiao Fong, you're getting worse and worse. Teacher Mu, why don't you just say that you're thinking in the wrong direction? Okay, go ahead. I'll go up to check on Xiaoxi. Chapter 84. That kid is soft-hearted and doesn't take hardship. Spiritual Contract Guild. Sister Tang, do you think Fong Cheng looks familiar? Tang Li looked at Gong Yi in confusion. She came to see Gong Yu, originally wanting to persuade her to control her temper. Fong Cheng was not easy to deal with, so she wanted to avoid making things worse. But I didn't expect to hear her ask this question when we met. Gong Yu looked at Tang Li in confusion. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm not saying anything wrong. It's a good thing that you want to chat up Fong Cheng, Xiaoyu, but your way of chatting him up is a bit too old-fashioned, isn't it? Sister Xiao Tang, you misunderstood. I really think he looks familiar, as if I've seen him somewhere. Could it be that he is the ideal husband you imagined in your mind? Gong Yu rolled her eyes. I don't want to bother with you. Alright, let me tell you something serious. I heard from Lao Wu that you want to take control of that kid Fong Cheng, right? Gong Yu said with a frustrated look on her face, don't mention it. That kid is like a loach, he's impossible to control. Tang Li sat down next to Gong Yu and said patiently, Xiaoyu, have you ever thought about this? Even if you control him now, he is still a beast master, and you are a beast mother. What do you mean? Gong Yu was startled, as if she had thought of something, but she was not sure. I don't know much about that guy, but one thing is certain, he is soft-hearted and doesn't take hard tactics. Even if you have the means to force him to surrender now, that guy will definitely remember it. Moreover, he is a person who knows how to be patient and knows how to judge the situation. The time he can take revenge on you will definitely not be too short. For example, once you sign a contract with him, what qualifications do you have to negotiate with him? Tang Li had already put it very tactfully. If Gong Yu wanted to obtain Mu Yao's healing ability through Fong Cheng, she would have to have at least an intermediate level contract. This kind of contracted beast master was already binding on the beast woman. How will you fight him then? The more you control him now, the more fierce his revenge will be, and in the end, you will be the one who suffers. After Tang Li finished speaking, she saw Gong Yu fall silent, so she held her hand and comforted her. Silly girl, why are you still standing there?
While that boy hasn't reacted yet, the right thing to do is to build a good relationship with him.
Build a good relationship? Do you think that kid still won't react? You have to give it a try. Can you find someone more suitable for you than him?
Gong Yu said with lingering fear, is that brat really going to torture me to death in the future?
This.
Sister Xiao Tang, don't scare me.
Tang Li smiled and said, are you scared now?
Lao Wu and I have told you before, to control your temper, but you just wouldn't listen.
But don't worry, remember what I just told you, that kid is soft-hearted, this is his soft side.
You're so smart, and you found his weak link, so why worry about not being able to deal with him?
That's true, but the question is, are you and Brother Wu mistaken? Is he really that weak?
Tang Li immediately said proudly, of course, otherwise, given the situation of your brother Wu and I, how could we keep him in the spiritual contract guild?
Gong Yi nodded doubtfully, then I will trust you again. Tianyu community is the new home of Fong Cheng and his family of 3.
In the garden, Fong Cheng bought a lawn mower, the kind with a blade wheel. He pushed it forward by hand, loosening the soil and weeding at the same time. Mu Yunxi followed behind, wearing gloves and holding a rake, and she gathered the cut grass together. Teacher Mu was at the back, holding a small shovel and carefully dealing with the grass in the corners. Mu Yunxi slammed the rake into the ground, wiping the sweat off her face as she said, Fong Cheng, if you're buying a lawnmower, can't you just get a smart one?
Fong Cheng turned around and smiled slightly, don't you think this is interesting?
Teacher Mu, who was planting flowers, heard this and said with a smile, I also think this is quite interesting and meaningful.
Mom, you only know how to side with him. What do you mean I'm on his side? Don't you think this is what a family really is?
Mu Yunxi pursed her lips, obviously not convinced, but her hands became more and more serious in raking the grass, and she was muttering something under her breath. It seemed that although she was convinced in her heart, her mouth was not convinced yet. The sunlight shone through the transparent dome onto the family of 3, and gradually they began to talk and laugh. Teacher Mu likes roses, and all she thinks about is where to plant what kind of roses, and how they will look when they bloom. Mu Yunxi likes roses and plans to cover the small fences around her with roses. She also plans to build a few arches with roses, which will definitely look beautiful when they bloom.
Fong Cheng wanted to plant trees, preferably fruit trees. A peach tree would be a good choice.
A tree full of peach blossoms in the spring would be great, and in the summer, there would be a tree full of peaches to eat. Happy times always pass quickly, and before they knew it, the 3 of them had cleaned up the 3 acres of land in the garden. The 3 of them stood side by side under the eaves, admiring the fruits of their labor, and smiles of satisfaction and relief appeared on their faces.
Fong Cheng gently placed his hand on Teacher Mu's shoulder.
Teacher Mu leaned over and rested her head on his shoulder.
Everything seemed so natural and harmonious. But Mu Yunxi, who was standing next to Teacher Mu, was not happy.
These 2 people were actually spreading dog news in front of me again.
Did they think I was dead?
So his cheeks puffed up, his brows furrowed, and he was about to say something, but he saw the hand that was originally on his mother's shoulder was pressed on his head.
She couldn't help but be stunned. Is this the legendary head-patting killer?
Feeling the warmth coming from Fong Cheng's palm, Mu Yunxi showed a shy smile on her face. She felt as if she was wrapped in a warm cloud, and waves of sweetness surged in her heart. However, the next moment Fong Cheng pushed him out with force and said, "Get out of the way, little brat.
Don't disturb me and your mother from having a good time here."
Ouch! Mu Yunxi staggered, jogged a few steps to the side, and almost fell to the ground.
Humph.
She rubbed her head and looked at Fong Cheng coldly. Fong. She had just opened her mouth when Fong Cheng gave her a look, glaring back at her, making her stamp her feet in frustration. Teacher Mu naturally noticed their little movements, but she leaned on Fong Cheng's shoulder and just smiled slightly. Just then the doorbell rang, and the rare warmth was broken. When I looked up, I saw that the person standing outside ringing the doorbell was Gong Yu.
Who else could it be?
Mu Yunxi was stunned for a moment when she saw Gong Yu, not understanding why Instructor Gong would come to her house. The next moment, her eyes lit up like bright stars, and the depression in her heart was swept away, and surprise and excitement intertwined on her beautiful face. It's such a pity that this girl doesn't perform Sichuan opera.
Instructor Gong is my idol, why is she here? Mu Yunxi ran over happily, opened the door of the transparent dome, and asked excitedly, Instructor Gong, why are you here? Why can't I come and see you? Are you here to see me? You're not welcome?
No, it was just too unexpected.
Gong Yi smiled and said, I heard you moved to a new house, so I came to see you. Here's a small gift to congratulate you on your new home.
After saying that, Gong Yu handed a wrapped gift box to Mu Yunxi.
Thank you, Instructor Gong. Why are you being so polite to me? Don't you want to invite me to your new home? Look, I'm so excited that I've forgotten everything. Instructor Gong, please come in. Gong Yu smiled faintly and walked into the transparent dome.
When she passed Mu Yunxi, she was stunned for a moment, then looked at Mu Yunxi carefully. Have you made a contract with someone?
Chapter 85. I like women who are generous to me. A blush appeared on Mu Yunxi's face, like the sunset in the sky. Seeing Mu Yunxi like this, Gong Yu knew she was right and asked, with that guy? Mu Yunxi nodded. That kid is really.
Gong Yu said this, but didn't know how to continue.
Mu Yunxi quickly defended Fong Chang. Instructor Gong, Fong Chang isn't as bad as you think. Oh, you're speaking up for others so soon? Well, that guy is my beast master, I can't just turn my elbow outward, right? Gong Yu was stunned for a moment.
If what this girl just said was written on paper, there would be no problem reading it, but why did it sound a bit uncomfortable?
Forget it.
Sister Tang said that guy is soft-hearted and doesn't respond to tough measures. Since this girl is the boy's beast mother, she will be his sister in the future. The elder sister will not bear grudges against the younger sister, not only for the boy, but also for the entire team.
So Gong Yu changed the subject to something lighter. Is it okay to disturb you if I come to visit you today? How could that be? Instructor Gong, it's my honor that you can come. Shouldn't you ask your beast master? Him? To tell you the truth, that guy can't beat me.
Now it was Gong Yi's turn to be curious. Mu Yunxi laughed and said, that guy is so dumb with words. He always loses every time we argue.
Are you still arguing?
Well, it's not really a quarrel, it's just that guy always makes me angry, like he wants to piss me off to death. Seeing Mu Yunxi, who looked like she wanted to bite Fong Chang to death, Gong Yu couldn't help but smile. After crossing the garden and arriving in front of the villa, Mu Yao had already learned from Mu Yunxi that it was Gong Yi who saved her last time. Of course, she saw it too, but the situation was different now, and she could no longer pretend not to know.
Hello, Instructor Gong, thank you for saving my Xiaoxi last time. Hello, Sister Mu.
Gong Yu is 31 years old this year, 5 years younger than Teacher Mu. Teacher Mu was stunned for a moment, because she knew Gong Yu's purpose or thoughts.
Due to her woman's nature, she couldn't help but think, is she reminding me that she is younger than me? It's getting late. I'm going to make dinner. Instructor Gong, do you have any dietary restrictions? I feel a little embarrassed to come here uninvited and even eat at your house. Gong Yu is not stupid.
She can feel that Sister Mu in front of her is hostile to her. It seems that she and Fong Chang already know her purpose. If I tell her the foods I avoid at this time, and Sister Mu specifically cooks the foods I avoid, should I eat them or not? Although Teacher Mu now has some hostility towards Gong Yu, she is not as vicious as she thinks. It's just because she saved her daughter, so she still has to be polite to her, unless Xiao Fong hates her or finds out that she likes to make trouble. Then I'll just do whatever I want. Then I'll trouble you, Sister Mu. After she finished speaking, she looked at Fong Chang, who had been silent the whole time. Why aren't you happy to see your sister?
I didn't kick you out because of Xiaoxi's face. You still want to make me happy. Are you sick? You.
Gong Yu guaranteed that Fong Chang was definitely the first person who dared to speak to her like this, and he would also be the last one. Forget it, I won't bother with this kid. But she didn't know that Fong Chang had already got her under his control.
Little guy, I don't think I've ever offended you in any way, have I? You said you didn't offend me. If I said I did, wouldn't it make me look petty? Gong Yu couldn't help but look at Mu Yunxi subconsciously. Is this kid's mouth really as stupid as you say? Are you kidding me? Alright, Instructor Gong, don't bother with this guy. Let's go in and sit down.
After saying that, he pulled Gong Yu into the house. Gong Yu suddenly turned around and took out a gift box and said, Here, congratulations on your new home.
This is a small gift for you. Fong Chang took a look and didn't answer. What?
An upgraded version of the original magnetism technique.
Fong Chang quickly took the box and asked, is there an upgraded version of the original magnetism technique? What's so strange about this? Primordial magnetism is originally an SSS level skill. The one placed in the branch is just a castrated version. Didn't Sister Xiao Tang tell you?
I was wondering why she was suddenly so generous, letting me choose any rank martial arts technique I wanted. It turns out they were all castrated versions.
Gong Yi smiled and said, "That's not true.
Most of the A-level skills in the branch are real, and only a small number are castrated versions of S-level and above.
After all, there aren't many S-rank or higher martial arts in the world. When it comes to inheriting such martial arts, any guild or group must consider the loyalty of its members.
Then if you just give it to me like this, wouldn't that be breaking the rules?
If you think I broke the rules, you can give it back to me."
You took it seriously even though it was a joke. Gong Yu discovered that in addition to the points Sister Tang mentioned, this kid had another point: he was thick-skinned. Fong Chang had heard from Lao Wu before that Gong Yu had a strong background, but he only saw the tip of the iceberg of how strong it was.
SSS level martial arts, just given away for free.
But at this moment, Gong Yu said, "By the way, the original magnetic technique can only be studied for 1 week.
If you want to learn it, you'd better hurry up." "Really? You want something back that you gave away?" "What? I'm not as stingy as you. Don't you know that the guild's martial arts are all replicas?
Martial arts above S rank can only be copied for a week at most before disappearing."
"Didn't Sister Xiao Tang even tell you this common sense?"
Tang Li really didn't tell Fong Chang about this, but Lan Xiao told him about it the last time Fong Chang went to choose martial arts.
"No matter what, there is still one good thing about this woman Gong Yu, and that is her generosity. I like women who are generous to me."
However, what he didn't know was that Gong Yi turned around, raised the corner of her mouth slightly, and smiled cunningly. The A-level original magnetism is not a castrated version, but an introductory version. If you don't learn the A-level original magnetism and start directly from the SSS level, it will be impossible to learn it. During the meal, Gong Yu gave Mu Yao another gift, an S-level inheritance crystal, which had a certain chance of allowing the beast girl to awaken a bloodline skill in advance, and it would not conflict with the skills awakened during the promotion. As for Xiaoxi, it was an S-Starflame crystal, which had a certain chance of helping her awaken her hidden bloodline, which was her hidden evolutionary form.
It seems that I am not the only one with a sharp eye. Gong Yu also noticed that Xiao Xiong has a hidden evolutionary form. Does that mean she also saw Teacher Mu's true identity? That shouldn't be the case. What's hidden on Teacher Mu now is my own skill of being blinded by the tree. Even the identification instrument can't identify it, so how can she see it?
Gong Yu couldn't see it, but she could guess, which made her even more curious about what method Fong Chang used to hide Sister Mu's true identity. Anyway, with these 3 gifts paving the way for Gong Yi, this family dinner was a joyful one. After seeing Gong Yi off in the evening, Fong Chang and his family of 3 sat in the living room and used crystal. Fong Chang used the S-level supernatural crystal and successfully upgraded his B-level lightning supernatural power to S-level. Teacher Mu used the S-level inheritance crystal and successfully awakened the bloodline skill Imu Ling Guangzhan, an energy state attack skill that was released in a half-moon shape with an attack range of 50 meters. When used with a D-level supernatural bow, the attack distance can reach 550 meters, but the attack surface will be reduced.
Next, Mu Yunqi used the Starflame crystal, and the enlightenment value was directly maxed out.
Looking at what the 3 of them had gained, Fong Chang's favorable impression of Gong Yu increased even more.
Fong Chang likes women who are generous to him.
How could Fong Chang not like a woman who was generous to her own woman more?
Chapter 86 Mu Yunqi was caught in the act.
The night falls like a soft velvet curtain, gently covering the earth. The stars are like shining gems, inlaid in the vast night sky, shining with mysterious and charming light. The bright moon hangs high in the sky, casting silvery light, making the whole world look like a dream. The room was silent.
Mu Yunqi lay on the soft bed, but couldn't fall asleep.
For no reason, an inexplicable desire surged in her heart. This feeling had no reason, but it occupied her body and mind so real and strongly. She kept turning over and over, her body seemed to be driven by an invisible force, turning from one side to the other, but she could never find a comfortable position. Every time I turned over, my heart was throbbing, and the beating seemed to have lost its rhythm, becoming disordered and rapid. Her eyes were wide, gleaming uncomfortably in the darkness. She tried to calm herself down, staring at the dark ceiling and counting sheep foolishly. It was not until the bright moon set that the shy feeling gradually disappeared. Just when she thought she could finally have a good sleep, strange noises came from the garden downstairs.
Who is this? Can't I sleep?
She held a pillow in her left hand and a clothes hanger in her right hand, and walked to the balcony and looked down angrily.
Why is it Fong Chang?
Her heart suddenly jumped, as if a deer was running around.
What is he doing in the garden so late at night? Fong Chang finally managed to get Teacher Mu to sleep. He was now seizing the time to practice the original magnetism technique.
Gong Yu said that the original magnetism technique she gave him was just a replica and would only last for a week in the skill crystal card. He had taken a look at it before and found that this thing was extremely difficult to practice compared to D-level skills. The opportunity was rare, so he had to seize the time. He had just paid his tax payment when he came to the garden to practice. He placed the small shovel that Teacher Mu had used before in front of his eyes, and then used the method of magnetism to use the lightning system's special ability to generate magnetism, trying to control the small shovel in front of him. He practiced very seriously, but the small shovel in front of him did not give him any respect and did not move at all. He opened the crystal card again to check for his shortcomings, to see if he had misunderstood something, and then tried again, and then tried again. Circles of electric arcs appeared around him, and it really looked like that, but the little shovel still lay there like a salted fish, as if it was already in conflict with him.
Time passed by bit by bit. Due to the long-term high-intensity output of supernatural powers, sweat had soaked his pajamas. Even with his extraordinary recovery ability, Fong Cheng felt that he could not bear it. Finally, Fong Cheng sat down on the ground.
He must have misunderstood something. If the real magnetic technique was so energy-consuming, then it would be useless on the battlefield. After Fong Cheng sat down, he didn't want to get up anymore, so he simply lay back and cleared his mind to think carefully. Just practicing like this can easily lead to a dead end. Originally, Fong Cheng just wanted to look at the starry sky before dawn, but out of the corner of his eye he saw Mu Yunqi on the balcony. Did that girl get up early or didn't sleep all night? Did she wake her up again? No, what is that girl doing there holding a pillow? In this quiet early morning, Mu Yunqi on the balcony seemed to have realized that her previous inexplicable shyness came from the bad guy downstairs. He hugged the pillow tightly with both hands, and rubbed his cheek gently against the surface of the pillow. His heart was filled with desire, a desire that what he was holding in his arms was not a pillow, but some bad guy. She imagined his warm embrace and his gentle words whispering in her ears. Her thoughts drifted, filled with endless attachment and anticipation. The girl's thoughts hidden deep in her heart are like a rose blooming quietly in spring, fragrant and tender. Her slightly flushed cheeks, her eyes that were sometimes shy, sometimes fiery, and a sweet smile that unconsciously appeared on the corners of her mouth were all seen by Fong Cheng downstairs. Why is there suddenly no sound downstairs? Mu Yunqi rested her chin on the pillow, looked down, and her whole body froze instantly. Damn, she was discovered by that bastard. Her face suddenly turned red, just like other people scrape their backs, but she scraped her face, and it was red as if it was bleeding. She subconsciously lifted the pillow in her arms and hid her face behind it, her eyes roaming around in panic, not knowing what to do. I wanted to turn around and run back to my room, but I stumbled out of nervousness and almost fell. Fortunately, I grabbed the balcony railing in time. I looked both embarrassed and cute. Looking at her helpless look, Fong Cheng couldn't help but laugh. It's over. In that girl's mind, I must have been unclean. Fong Cheng stood up, brushed the dust off his butt, went back to the house and took a shower. He hadn't slept all night, but now he wasn't sleepy at all. This was the benefit of having a strong recovery ability. The sun had just risen from the horizon when Teacher Mu got up on time and made breakfast for everyone. When he came downstairs and saw Fong Cheng coming out of the bathroom, Teacher Mu immediately showed a gentle and nostalgic smile on his face, and his eyes sparkled with happiness. Honey, why are you up so early today? Practice the original magnetic technique. Didn't Gong Yu tell me yesterday? I only have a week, so I have to hurry. Then why were you busy so late last night? Staying up late is not good for your health. Teacher Mu's words were filled with a little complaint. Then he took the towel from Fong Cheng's hand and began to wipe Fong Cheng's hair. The star flame crystal that Gong Yu gave me yesterday has awakened Xiaoxi's hidden bloodline, so we may have to work a little harder for the time being. Real? What are you asking about? Teacher Mu shyly hit Fong Cheng's shoulder and said, of course it's about hiding your bloodline. This is indeed true. There's no need to rush. It won't be too late to talk about it after a week. You really think so? Of course, in my opinion, your body is more important than anything else. Don't let Xiaoxi hear this, or she'll get upset again. That girl just likes to show off with words, don't take it to heart. Don't worry, I won't argue with a silly girl. Teacher Mu smiled slightly. By the way, why hasn't she gotten up today? While the two were playing, the sun had risen high, and the sunlight coming in through the window was no longer red. Maybe you didn't sleep well last night? Fong Cheng said casually. Teacher Mu blushed slightly. How is it possible?
She couldn't sleep well last night even though we were so far apart? Fong Chang nodded, that makes sense.
In that case, it's just pure laziness. Teacher Mu added, she used to get up as soon as the alarm went off when she was in school, but now she's still lying in bed even when the sun is shining brightly.
What's wrong with a girl like this? I have to go and wake her up.
Mu Yunqi had just closed her eyes and had not had time to indulge in that bit of comfort when she was pulled out of the bed by her young and beautiful mother. At this moment, her eyes were full of confusion and astonishment, as well as deep reluctance. Teacher Mu wanted to look more serious, but Wanwan's personality could not be scary no matter how serious she was. The most important thing was that she was still thinking that her daughter was so old now, and if she scolded her like before, would it hurt her self-esteem? But she couldn't figure out how to scold her, so the mother and daughter just stared at each other.
Finally, Mu Yunqi couldn't bear the sleepiness anymore and broke the silence first. Mom, can you let me sleep a little longer? I'm really sleepy.
You're still sleeping even though the sun is shining on your butt. Look at Xiao Feng, he gets up before dawn to practice martial arts, and you're just thinking about sleeping.
Do you think everything will be fine after making a contract with Xiao Feng?
It would have been fine if Teacher Mu didn't mention that bad guy. As soon as he mentioned him, Mu Yunqi felt very aggrieved. She thought it was that guy's fault that she couldn't sleep all night, but she didn't dare to say it out loud. After all, she was caught red-handed by that guy last night. Thinking about it now, she felt so embarrassed.
Chapter 87: The Widow and the Deciphering of the Original Magnetism. Yuqing Funeral Home. There were 2 crystal coffins in the morning hall. Shin Tu-jun lay in one and Suyaki lay in the other. Although Suyaki is not the registered daughter-in-law of the Shinta family, she is the contracted beast mother of his son. According to the rules of this world, from the moment she signed the intermediate contract with Shin Tu-jun, she can actually be regarded as his daughter-in-law. Today is the day of their funeral, but Shin Ta-hao is the only living person in the morning hall. He sat there in silence, glancing outside the door from time to time, as if waiting for someone. Not long after, footsteps were heard outside the door, knock knock.
The slender heels stepped on the hard floor, the sound was crisp and ethereal, echoing in the empty morning hall.
Shin Ta-hao turned his head and saw a woman wearing a small hat with a black veil and a black slim-fit suit.
She was in her 30s, with a black miniskirt tightly wrapped around her waist, showing off her graceful curves. Her hair was neatly combed behind her head, her charming eyes were hidden in the veil, and her lips were painted with seductive lipstick. There was a studied affectation in her manner, and every movement seemed carefully choreographed. It is undeniable that this woman has a great figure, but Shin Ta-hao has no interest in her because under the enchanting black slim suit is a cold metal body, including the pair of high heels on her feet, which are actually part of her feet. Her name is Koizumi Meiko, and she is also Shin Ta-hao's immediate superior. She first glanced at Shin Ta-hao, then walked straight to the 2 crystal coffins, put her hands on the coffins and stroked them, her face showing an expression of savoring and intoxicated. After a moment, she said to Shin Ta-hao, "These 2 materials are very fresh."
Shin Ta-sang, you wouldn't mind giving them to me, right? Casual. Shin Tu-jun clenched his fists tightly, then gently loosened them. It was obvious that he didn't want to be casual. But he had no choice. The reason why the Shinta family was able to jump from a family on the verge of bankruptcy to the richest family in Yuqing was inseparable from the support of the plaster country. In Longwa, there are many families like the Shinta family that are secretly supported by Geo Yogwo. They are involved in various fields of Longwa, and the Shinta family is just a drop in the ocean. Koizumi Meiko waved his hand, put the 2 crystal coffins into his bracelet, turned around and asked, Shin Ta-sang, how are your preparations for the project I asked you to build the plaster country style street in Yuqing going? Ms. Motzi, let's talk about Fengcheng first. Isn't this the reason you came here?
Yes, but this is just a small matter. Letting you young men from Dragon Country accept the culture of our plaster country is the big deal.
Do you think Fengcheng is just a small matter?
Koizumi Meiko covered her mouth and laughed. Incompetent Shin Tu-sang, he may be an unshakable mountain in your eyes, but in our eyes. At this point, she stretched out her hand, made an ant-pinching gesture, held it in front of her eyes, and squinted her eyes as she said, in our eyes, he is just a small ant, not even a strong ant. Shin Ta-hao wanted to remind her not to underestimate Fengcheng, but after thinking it over, he decided not to. These people are best at being hypocritical and polite on the surface, but they are actually sarcastic and mean inside. They are the typical people who are polite but not righteous.
Should I remind her?
She didn't know what vicious words he would use to scold her. Ms. Motzi, you should also know that it is not easy to build your style street in Longwa. Although some of your things have a market here, there are not many people who really like them.
On the contrary, many people are not friendly to you.
If I am not careful, I will play with fire and get burned.
People always change slowly, right? Children are easy to change.
You're right, but I'm facing a group of adults.
Shinta sang, you're being so hesitant. Have you forgotten your position? This is what Shintahao hates to hear the most.
It represents some past events that are too painful to recall, but there is nothing he can do about it.
I need time. We have given you a lot of time.
If the project doesn't start this month, you know the consequences.
Miss Ma Zi is in Yucheng. Who else can you find to cooperate with besides me? Shinta sang, I think you really haven't figured out your position. From the very beginning, our relationship wasn't a partnership.
You had to obey me unconditionally.
I don't want to remind you a second time.
I'll be there as soon as possible.
I'm not asking you to hurry up, I'm asking you to see the project start this month.
Shintahao nodded, then stood up and walked out.
Did I tell you to leave? Miss Motzi, what else do you have to say?
Koizumi Mako looked around the morning hall and suddenly said, this is my first time visiting a morning hall in your dragon country.
I want you to satisfy my curiosity. I don't understand you.
Koizumi Mako laughed, and her smile was so charming that it made Shintahao shudder.
Shinta sang, have you heard of our great plaster empire? We have a show called Widows? You might as well say you like touching the electric switch? 6 days passed in a blink of an eye. Fong Cheng stayed at home every day to learn the art of magnetism. His hard work paid off, and he finally got the hang of it today. I imitated the fairy tales I watched in my previous life and put my fingers together to make a sword gesture. In an instant, electric light swirled around his fingers, and the small shovel covered with mud on the ground flew up in an instant, and like a nimble fish, it shuttled and circled happily around him. As the electric light on his fingers disappeared, he threw the small shovel on the ground again. Fong Cheng shook his head. He had learned it, but the speed was still a little slow. If he wanted to cheat people again with this skill, he would have a long way to go.
Just then Mu Yunxi and Teacher Mu came back, followed by Gongyu.
Hey, why did you come back so early today? Fong Cheng smiled slightly. Mu Yunxi held a big teddy bear in her hand and handed it to Fong Cheng. Do you like it? This is for you. I'm not a child, you can keep me and have fun with me. You don't know what's good for you. You like me but I won't give it to you.
Teacher Mu took out a tissue and walked over to wipe the sweat off Fong Cheng's head.
Did you practice all day again today? No, I just finished refining you and you came back.
Gongyi smiled and said, tomorrow is the last day, kid.
How are you doing with your studies? SSS level magnetism is indeed not a single stage, it is difficult to learn. Gongyu raised the corner of her mouth slightly, as if it was just as I expected, and said, do you want me to find you a master? You mean you will?
Gongyu shook her head, I can't, but I know someone who can.
If you follow me to the imperial capital, I promise to let him teach you. So you were waiting for me here. What's the meaning? First, give me an SSS level book on magnetism to pique my interest. Then, if I can't learn it, you can just follow me to the imperial capital as you are doing now. Your purpose is to get me to go to the imperial capital with you, right? If I'm not mistaken, you won't be able to learn SSS level magnetism by just learning it, right? Gongyu was shocked. How could this kid be so smart?
My plan was perfect and there was no possibility of any flaws.
How did he see through it? No, this was probably another lie, so he feigned composure and said, what good would it do me to trick you into going to the capital? I'd have to take care of your food, drink, and shelter, and even find you a master. How could I possibly be so idle? Really? Then why did I learn it right away, starting from the A-level magnetism technique? The castrated version you mentioned should be the introductory chapter, right? Gongyu finally couldn't pretend anymore and looked at Fong Cheng in shock. Is this guy a demon? He even discovered this? How did I get it right? Nothing. I don't know anything about what you are talking about. It must be Tang Li.
It must be Sister Tang who told this kid. It's my fault for not greeting her in advance.
Chapter 88 Lovesickness.
20 words, Mu teacher transformed into a picture to cheer for the good luck. Please don't dislike it if the drawing is not good.
Spiritual Contract Guild. Sister Xiao Tang, you really didn't tell that kid the correct way to learn the original magnetism technique? Really? Xiao Yu, why don't you believe me?
Besides, I didn't even know you gave that kid the SSS level magnetism technique. And he hasn't been to the guild these past few days. Even if I wanted to tell him, I wouldn't have the chance. That's strange, how did that guy know? Hearing this, are you still doubting me? No, I'm just curious. He can't just leave his SSS level magnetism and practice A level, right? Could it be possible that he couldn't learn it, so he went to practice A level, and he just happened to have it on hand? Gong Yi was stunned. It seemed possible, but then she thought about it and it didn't make sense. I only gave him a week to master the magnetism technique. With such a tight timeline, shouldn't he be focusing entirely on mastering the SSS level magnetism technique? Tang Li smiled and said, others might think the same as you do, but when has Feng Cheng ever played by the rules? You're using the same methods you use against ordinary people to deal with him. Aren't you just asking for trouble? Besides, you came back to see me so soon, weren't you kicked out by him? Gong Yu's face turned awkward, how could that be? I'm just embarrassed to stay with him. That's good. I was really worried that you might end up making things worse. Take my advice and stop fighting with that guy. Gong Yu nodded, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Tang Li immediately emphasized from behind, hey, what I said is true. You may not be able to defeat that kid. I know. I just want to be alone now. In the garden of the villa, Feng Cheng was performing the original magnetism technique for teacher Mu and Mu Yunxi. SSS level magnetism adds the following features to the existing magnetism control and magnetic blast. Electromagnetic shield uses magnetic fields to form a powerful protective barrier to resist physical attacks and energy shocks. Lightning guidance precisely guide lightning through magnetic fields, making it more directional and destructive. Electromagnetic perception sense metal objects and electromagnetic signals in the surrounding environment to obtain more information. Magnetic field suspension make yourself or a specific object suspend in the air to achieve flexible movement. Electromagnetic refraction changes the magnetic field around itself, causing enemy attacks to be refracted and deflected. Mu Yunxi is a strong-willed person, which can be seen from her mouth. Now that she sees Feng Cheng has become so powerful, in addition to envy, she also feels a little unwilling to accept it. When Feng Cheng came over, she was still struggling with herself, if he can do it, I can do it too. I won't be worse than him. Otherwise, he will look down on me even more. Suddenly, someone hit my head. I covered my forehead and looked up. It was Feng Cheng again. This time, when she looked at Feng Cheng, there was no anger in her eyes, but grievance. I already thought I was stupid enough, and he even flicked my head. Feng Cheng, who was about to tease her, noticed the strange look in the girl's eyes and changed his tone. Are you envious? Don't worry, it won't be long before you can become as powerful as her, maybe even better than me. It's a lie. I'm not lying to you. Tomorrow we'll go to the guild and get you an evolution crystal. We'll let you evolve first, and then we'll take you to level up. With your mother and I's abilities, we'll definitely get you to D-level in less than 2 weeks. Mu Yunxi raised the corner of her mouth slightly and pointed at Feng Cheng and said, well, you said that. In the evening, Mu Yunxi sat on the balcony holding her big teddy bear, waiting. It was almost dawn, but Feng Cheng still didn't come out. Well, that guy stopped practicing right after he got his skills started, and my mom even said I was lazy. Compared to him, I'm pretty diligent. Yes, Feng Cheng has been practicing the original magnetic technique downstairs every day these days, and she has been watching him from upstairs every day, without missing a single day. She couldn't fall asleep even when lying in bed. Over the past few days, Feng Cheng had turned her into a night owl. I kept thinking about that bad guy in my heart, feeling unwilling, just like going to a store to buy milk and vegetables every day, but when I wanted to drink it today, the store was suddenly closed. But he lives downstairs. An inexplicable desire grew wildly in her heart, spreading like weeds. So she threw the teddy bear away, got up from the bed, opened the door, and went up to the second floor. Even though I knew that guy must be sleeping now, it seemed that looking at his door could bring me some comfort. It seems I'm really crazy. After watching for a while, Mu Yunxi patted her head and was about to go back, but suddenly heard a sound coming from downstairs. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she quickly leaned over the railing to look down. The light was on in the kitchen, and the shadow cast by the light, who else could it be but Feng Cheng? As if possessed by a ghost, she went downstairs and sneaked to the kitchen. Feng Cheng was standing in front of the stove, eating an apple, as if he was cooking something. I turned around inadvertently and was startled by Mu Yunxi at the door. Oh my god, you want to scare me to death?
What are you doing here in the middle of the night?
Mu Yunqi pursed her lips and said disdainfully, "You're just a D-rank beast tamer, but you didn't even notice someone was walking behind you."
A D-rank beast master is also a human being. Even humans have their downtime, especially in their own home. What are you doing?
Mu Yunqi stretched her neck to look at the stove.
Cook noodles. Cooking noodles in the middle of the night? Fong Chang had no other choice.
In order to help the girl in front of him quickly accumulate enough taming points for upgrading, he had been spending a lot of energy these days. Although the recovery ability is amazing, it still requires energy, and this energy comes from the food we eat on a daily basis.
Otherwise, why would Teacher Mu, knowing that he had recovered so well, still stew sea cucumbers for him every day?
Now that his family conditions are better, he has been upgraded from a sea cucumber to a strange beast.
What else can I do if I don't cook noodles? Do you want some? Mu Yunqi licked her lips. Is it delicious? It's not tasty, go to bed now.
Oof. Mu Yunqi walked into the kitchen, opened the refrigerator and took out a seasoning packet. If it doesn't taste good, remember to add this seasoning.
It's already prepared, just mix it in and you can eat it. After that, he came to the stove, picked up the frying pan and said, "Would you like me to fry a few more eggs for you?" What do you want to do? Fong Chang looked at the girl warily. Humph, you don't know what's good for you.
I know you must be very tired these days because of my affairs.
You must have consumed a lot of energy, otherwise why would you come here in the middle of the night looking for food? You know quite a lot. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you to silence you? Tisk, although these things weren't taught in school, the instructors did explain them in the training camp. Don't think I don't know anything. Why is the instructor telling you this? He's sick. You're the one who's crazy.
This is beast taming knowledge, the price a beast tamer pays for their dominance, and it's common sense.
Don't you know that?
As he spoke, Mu Yunqi had already fried 3 soft fried eggs for him and gently placed them on the plate.
Your noodles seem to be burnt.
Mu Yunqi looked at the noodles in the pot and said, "It's okay, I'll cook more for you."
Is this enough? Actually, you're pretty cute sometimes.
Mu Yunqi turned her back to Fong Chang, and a smile appeared on her face, which was both sweet and proud.
La.
Mu Yunqi turned around and wanted to ask Fong Chang to keep an eye on the matter and not let it get messed up again, but she forgot that the bad guy was very close to her. His face suddenly enlarged in front of her eyes, and the distance between them was unbelievably close. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, and her eyes widened instantly, full of surprise and shyness. Smelling the scent on Fong Chang's body, she felt an inexplicable attraction that made her want to get closer. Mu Yunqi had already closed her eyes. At this moment, as a boy, Fong Chang should of course take the initiative, so the noodles got messed up again.
Chapter 89, Mu Yunqi's Wild Thoughts. Mu Yunqi reference picture. Although Mu Yunqi slept very late yesterday, she was in particularly good spirits today.
While stretching beautifully, she walked to the sink and gave a bright smile to the mirror.
Hey, what is this? Mu Yunqi looked in the mirror and plucked a hair from the corner of her mouth.
When she saw it clearly, her cheeks turned red.
Bah, you bad guy, you only know how to bully me.
Mu Yunqi spat and quickly brushed her teeth. Before my mother came up to wake me up, I skipped downstairs.
Fong Chang, are we going to the guild today?
Mu Yao, who was about to go upstairs to wake her daughter, looked at Mu Yunqi, who ran down like a rabbit with a puzzled look. Usually, this girl would look sleepy and reluctant at this time of the day, so why was she so cheerful and energetic today?
Fong Chang, who was drinking porridge, smiled and said, "Of course. Wasn't this agreed upon yesterday? Do you want some beast milk?
I heard from your mother that this comes from a D-rank exotic beast.
It's very nourishing."
Mu Yunqi looked at the glass of milk in front of Fong Chang.
She didn't know what she remembered. Her cheeks flushed and she shook her head in panic. "I don't want to drink it. It tastes too fishy."
Fong Chang turned around and smiled at Mu Yao. "See, I told you it smelled too fishy, but you didn't believe me.
Now Xiaoxi says so too, so you should finally believe it, right?" Mu Yao walked over, picked up the cup of animal milk on the table and sniffed it. "Could it be that I handled it incorrectly?"
"Forget it, Xiao Fong, you should just drink a little.
This animal milk is precious. I'm full, you give it to Xiaoxi." Fong Chang quickly took out a tissue to wipe his mouth, stood up and ran away. As expected, Teacher Mu looked at Mu Yunqi again. "Xiaoxi? Mom, I've been weaned for years, don't you know?" Teacher Mu was immediately choked by these words, and she said angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about, you little girl? You have to drink this beast milk today, whether you want to or not.
After saying that, he put the animal milk in front of her with a plop, then sat opposite her, looking like I'm watching you drink it.
Feng Cheng sat on the sofa in the living room, looking at Mu Yunqi's face full of reluctance, and couldn't help but feel funny in his heart. This girl really said one thing in front of you and another behind your back. She was not like this last night. She was drinking happily, not like now, with a face full of dissatisfaction and grievance. But it's no wonder that Teacher Mu is heartbroken.
The milk of a D-level monster costs 500,000 yuan per liter, and that cup costs at least 100,000 yuan.
It's really a pity to just throw it away.
After a breakfast of resistance and submission, the three of them came to the Spiritual Contract Guild.
Sister Xiaotang, why are you here today? Where's Sister Xiaolan?
Tang Li rolled her eyes at Feng Cheng and said unhappily, "You heartless little fellow, you only care about your sister Xiaolan.
Doesn't your sister treat you well? Look at what you're saying, sister. You're the wife of our guild's president. Isn't it surprising that you're standing here? If I were you, I'd deduct Sister Xiaolan's salary. I always ask you to cover for me. I'm hiring a waitress, not a young lady."
Tang Li smiled slightly. "You're just a chatterbox.
What do you want to do this time?"
"I haven't seen Sister Tang for a long time."
"Of course, I came all the way to see our beautiful and generous Sister Tang." "Go away, men's words are deceiving. I won't fall for your tricks."
Tang Li said this, but she was already smiling happily in her heart. Not to mention women, everyone likes to hear compliments, especially compliments from the opposite sex.
"Sister Tang, does our guild still have evolution crystals? Any level will do." "Evolution crystal?"
Tang Li subconsciously glanced at Mu Yunqi behind Feng Cheng, and then angrily said to Feng Cheng, "It was among the prizes of the last competition, and it was S level.
Why didn't you choose it?" Feng Cheng said with a distressed look, "Isn't this unexpected?" "No." "Ha? A guild as big as ours doesn't even have an evolution crystal?"
"The star source crystal used for evolution requires 30 fragments to synthesize one."
"Do you think it's a star crystal? When it explodes, it will be complete."
"If you can wait, I can ask other branches for you, but the price will definitely be high."
"How long will it take?"
"It could take 3 days at the fastest, or a week at the slowest."
"And since it's a loan, there's no discount or credit, so you might not be able to afford it." Feng Cheng thought for a moment and suddenly asked, "By the way, where is Sister Gongyu? I haven't seen her for several days." Tang Li chuckled, "You finally remembered her? I heard from Brother Wu that she's a wealthy woman. She should have a lot of crystals like this on her hands, right? It's not as easy as you think, brat. Didn't I tell you before?"
"It takes 30 fragments to synthesize one crystal, and even for the lowest grade B-level crystal, the chance of fragments dropping is less than 1 in 1,000.
"But..."
At this point, Tang Li pulled out a metal box from her bracelet and slammed it in front of Feng Cheng's face in annoyance. "But Xiao Yu said when she left that whenever you think of her, she asked me to give this to you."
"What is that?" Feng Cheng picked up the box suspiciously and opened it. "S-grade star source crystal? Didn't you just say you didn't have it, Sister Tang? There's none in the guild. This is what Xiao Yu left for you." "Left it for me? Where is she?" "Go home, didn't your brother Wu tell you about her situation?
With her current condition, if she stays outside for too long, her family will be worried. She was dying and had less than 2 years to live." Feng Cheng nodded, glanced at the star source crystal in his hand, and muttered to himself, "This damn favor."
"What did you say?"
Tang Li looked at Feng Cheng curiously.
"By the way, how did she know I needed this?" Tang Li smiled and said, "I guess I'm just guessing, what do you think?" Feng Cheng smiled slightly, "You guessed it right, Sister Tang, I want to rent an evolution room." "No need to rent. You are now a member of our guild and can use it for free."
After that, he checked on the computer for Feng Cheng. "I have opened it for you, evolution room number 9. After saying that, he handed a door card to Feng Cheng.
Feng Cheng took the room card and entered the evolution room with Mu Yunqi.
Being alone with Feng Cheng in the cramped space, the ambiguous atmosphere made Mu Yunqi's heart beat faster involuntarily, and a blush appeared on her face. My little head couldn't help but think of the scene of having supper together last night. It seemed as if the hot warmth still lingered in my mouth, and there seemed to be a small voice in my heart whispering that I wanted to taste it again. However, a hint of shyness shrouded her like a veil, making it difficult for her to speak. Feng Cheng saw her standing there motionless and finally noticed something was wrong with her.
He walked over and hit her on the head. Then he said with a playful smile, "Little girl, what are you thinking about?"
Mu Yunxi subconsciously covered her head, confused by this sudden incident. Then she glared at the male protagonist in annoyance, her cheeks turning even redder. Her originally tangled thoughts were temporarily put aside by this interruption.
Still looking? Hurry up and evolve.
After saying that, he pulled her hand and slapped the evolution crystal into her hand.
It is pitiful to see the love of parents in the world. Teacher Mu stood quietly outside the evolution room with a slightly anxious look on his face. His eyes were fixed on the door of the evolution room and he rubbed his arms from time to time. While she silently prayed for her daughter, hoping that she could successfully complete the evolution, she was also worried that her daughter would fail in the evolution. Chapter 90, Learn More, Lead Fong Chang out of the city. The door of the evolution room opened, and seeing Fong Chang coming out, Teacher Mu hurried to greet him. "How is Xiaofang and Xiaoxi?"
Fong Chang smiled slightly. "Don't worry, everything is going well."
"She will be out soon. You go in first.
I'll go buy her some equipment." Fong Chang held her waist and sent her into the evolution room, but when he looked back he was stunned.
Why did it feel like giving birth in the hospital? Look how nervous my mother-in-law is. Fong Chang shook his head and couldn't help laughing.
As time passed bit by bit, Mu Yunxi's light cocoon slowly spread out like petals in the soft halo.
The entire evolution room was instantly illuminated red by the fire.
A red cat-eared girl quietly appeared, curled up on the ground like a baby, with a layer of holy light surrounding her. Every line of her slender body showed unparalleled softness and elegance, interpreting the beauty of the girl to the fullest. The light gradually faded away, revealing a head of red hair as bright as flames, spreading out wantonly and faintly flickering with the afterglow. Cat ears are delicate and agile, as if they can capture the slightest sounds around them at any time. Her face was as exquisite as a sculpture, her fair skin was slightly flushed, her long eyelashes trembled gently, she slowly opened her eyes and looked around blankly.
Her tender and rosy lips opened slightly. "Mom, where is Fong Chang?"
"Xiao Fong went to buy you some equipment, so hurry up and put on your clothes first."
"Oh."
Mu Yunxi took the clothes handed to her by Teacher Mu, but she felt inexplicably lost in her heart. At this time, Fong Chang cleared his throat outside, then pushed the door and walked in.
How does the saying go? It's better to let others know than to let others see. It's better not to expose some things to avoid embarrassment. But Mu Yunxi might not think so. Instead, the girl thought it was very exciting. "Is this your final form? Shouldn't it be a lynx?" "What lynx? It's so ugly." "What?"
"It's afraid that you don't like it, so it deliberately turned into this shape."
Fong Chang looked at Teacher Mu in confusion.
The latter understood and lowered his head shyly, saying, "I didn't think so much before.
Besides, I didn't know what you liked at the time. Are you overthinking it again?"
"I just didn't expect that beast girls could choose their own form when evolving."
"I feel like I've learned something new." Mu Yunxi corrected him. "It's not like you can transform at will."
"I heard from the instructor that only beast girls above level A can do this."
"And no matter how you transform, you will always retain the characteristics of a beast." So, Teacher Mu had done his best at that time?
Next, Fong Chang used the skill of one leaf blocking the view as usual to hide Mu Yunxi's talent as a level fire cloud beast.
Beast Mother, Mu Yunxi. Host, Fong Chang. Age, 18. Strength level, F. Upgrade progress, 78%.
Strength, 156, Agility, 312, Spirit, 156, Stamina, 156.
Maximum energy, 720.
Beast form, X-level Sky Abyss Giant Spirit Fire Spirit Starflame Lynx.
Growth talent, 10 stars. Skills, Blazing Wind Blade level 1, Explosive Bomb level 1. Loyalty, 100%. Favorability, 100%.
Return ability, Speed plus 55%, Fire Resistance plus 100%, Firepower Amplitude 35% not activated.
Repayment ratio, 100%. Taming value, 100-100. Life countdown, days. Mu Yunxi reference picture.
Because she evolved too late, although she is also an X-level beast girl, her attributes are not as good as those of Teacher Mu at the time.
Fong Chang, didn't you go buy equipment for me? Where is my equipment?
Mu Yunxi stretched out her hand in front of Fong Chang and said,
"Don't mention it. When I got there, I just remembered that I don't even know your attributes yet." "Humph.
Mu Yunqi snorted unhappily, as if to say, I've seen through you a long time ago.
You're a speed type.
I think you're more suited to the short blade or the fist blade.
Choose one. No, I'll take a look first.
Finally, I came to the weapons counter and picked out 2 D-level daggers. When they were inserted together, they looked like a small red wooden stick, and when the 2 ends were pulled apart, they became 2 daggers 2 fingers wide. After Feng Cheng paid the money, the total amount was 1.8 million, and this was the price after the discount.
Beast masters earn a lot and spend a lot, including food, drink, and other necessities. The last 5 million bonus is almost gone in just a few days. Honestly, you can't use a D-level weapon right now.
You might as well wait until you upgrade and buy a better one. Mu Yunqi looked at the dagger in her hand and liked it very much. When she heard Feng Cheng's words, she snorted and said, I think you are reluctant to spend money.
Besides, what you are doing is actually an investment. Now that I have a weapon that suits me, how can I earn less money for you in the future? I can't argue with you. Okay, let's go to the F-level dungeon now so that you can level up earlier.
No, I heard from Mom that you guys went straight to the D-level dungeon after reaching E-level.
How about we go and do a D-level dungeon? You can't use D-level star crystals. You have to be at least E-level to use them. I have star crystals.
She pulled out a handful of F-level star crystals from her bracelet.
These were all given out during the last training camp. I've been keeping them and not using them.
Logically speaking, with my current talent, these star crystals should be enough for me to level up.
Why bother to grind? After eating these star crystals, just go home and sleep.
Using D-level star crystals to upgrade to D-level is a matter of a blink of an eye, but 200 points of taming value cannot be achieved overnight. Shinto Hao was discharged from the hospital.
Last time, when he was listening to Koizumi Mako telling the story of a widow, he accidentally plugged the switch into the electric door.
The tragic scene made a group of old Western doctors drop their jaws in shock. At the same time, they couldn't understand what had happened to the head of the Shinto family that made him so depressed that he had to plug the switch into the electric door.
Shinto Zhang, I'm so happy to see you back safely. I really didn't mean to do that last time. Please forgive me. At the Shinto family's villa, the first thing Shinto Hao did after being discharged from the hospital was to look for Koizumi Mako.
Seeing Koizumi Mako approaching, Shinto Hao quickly changed his chair and subconsciously kept a distance from her.
This woman is so damn electric, she's really leaking electricity. Miss Ma Zi, when are you going to take action? Kill Feng Cheng, you bitch, and leave quickly. I can't stand your torture anymore.
We also want to hurry, but if that kid doesn't leave the city, we have no chance. After saying that, he sat down next to Shinto Hao, propped up his chin, and looked at him with resentment.
If he doesn't leave the city, can't you think of a way? How about Shinto Sang, can you help me think of one? He was born in a slum, and many people in the slum are scavengers.
They would go to the abandoned base outside the city to scavenge under the organization of the scavenging company. He's already a beastmaster now, so why would he care about the lives of those people?
Our dragon nation is different from your plaster nation. We despise those who forget their roots. Even if he wishes those people would die, he has to go. If he doesn't go, he will be ungrateful. Hypocritical. This isn't hypocrisy, it's righteousness, and it's the best way to deal with the dragon people.
In Dragon Country, you can be casual about small matters, but you can be immoral. And you know small etiquette but not righteousness, and you know small matters but not virtue.
Shinto Sang, I need to remind you that you are no longer a dragon countryman. Shinto Hao was speechless for a moment, then said, do you have a better idea? Koizumi Matsu chuckled, as expected, the dragon people understand the dragon people best. By the way, what are people like you called in Dragon Country? Guzi, right? Chapter 91 Miss Matsu's Victory. The official number of the Hiko base is C21.
Built between 2 mountains, it was originally a dam before the abyss came. During the turbulent period after the coming of Tianyuan, the survivors transformed it into a base, which was eventually abandoned with the reconstruction of Dragon Kingdom. Now it is contracted by a scavenging company called Pioneer, which is organizing people to dismantle equipment here, and most importantly, to collect crystals and some beast taming materials left behind by their predecessors. To put it bluntly, the practice of the scavenging company is just like opening a blind box in a container. Whether you make a profit or a loss depends entirely on luck. With a whistle, it was time for lunch. Tian Chunrao, wearing a worn safety helmet and dusty work clothes, sat down on the ground.
Mrs. Tian, have you forgotten to bring lunch again? Here. Bao Lauer handed her an aluminum lunchbox. The neighbors already knew that Suyaki was dead, and Tian Chuanrao's wish to gain status as a mother through her daughter was dashed. At first, everyone was gloating, but after all, people are kind-hearted. Seeing Tian Chunrao become more and more like a lost soul, sometimes in the dead of night, she would wake up the neighbors to cry. Gradually, some people began to feel sorry for them. After all, they were old neighbors for many years and were a group of people struggling at the bottom of society. People around her gradually began to care about her and enlighten her. Tian Chunrao looked at the lunchbox in front of her, then looked up at Bao Lauer and slowly shook her head. I'm not hungry, you guys eat. You don't even have the energy to shake your head, and you say you're not hungry? Take this and eat it quickly. Only after you finish eating will you have the energy to work. At this time, Ma Ju also came over. Yes, Sister Tian, Bao Lauer is right, people are made of iron and rice is made of steel, how can we live without eating? Ma Ju took the lunchbox from Bao Lauer's hand and put it into Tian Chuanrao's hand. She then wiped the spoon carefully and put it into her other hand. Eat quickly. If Xiaoqi knew you were like this, she wouldn't be happy. Seeing that Tian Chunrao was still motionless, Ma Ju couldn't help but look at Bao Lauer. Bao Lauer sighed and shook his head. Everyone pulled her out to work, on the one hand to let her relieve the depression in her heart. At least when she had something to do, she would have no time to think about those sad things. On the other hand, if she were left alone at home, no one would know if she died. At this moment, a person suddenly fell from the sky. It fell to the ground with a thud, startling everyone. Isn't this the mercenary hired by the boss? After saying this, the man looked up at the sky. There was a dilapidated steel dome above. The man must have been on guard on the dome and accidentally fell down? Suddenly, a big hole was torn in the dome above heads by two sickle-like arms, and a woman with a human upper body and a steel mantis lower body crawled in. She smiled at the people below, and the smile was a bit crazy and weird. The people below were stunned for at least a second before they started to explode. In an instant, the crowd splashed like a falling waterfall, and before Tian Chunrao could react, she was knocked to the ground. Long Erpo, who was running behind, saw it and subconsciously tried to help him, but ended up being stepped on by someone as well. In the end, it was Ma Laosan and Wang Lauer who took the lead and desperately separated the crowd. The two were then helped up by Ma Ju, Bao Lauer and others. Then, they carried one person each and ran out in a swarm. The mercenaries outside were rushing over here, but they encountered the fleeing crowd and couldn't get in for a while. At this time, 17 or 18 cyborg humans and mechanical beast girls jumped down from the dome. Their faces were hideous, their eyes flashed with cruelty, and they brandished sharp blades in their hands, slashing at everyone they met. Not only would they show no mercy, they would not even leave a complete corpse. In order to save time, some of them released flames and instantly set the scavengers on fire, causing them to struggle painfully in the raging fire and turn into charcoal in the blink of an eye. Some of them had several flying blades ejected from their bodies, like cutting machines, instantly cutting people into pieces and causing blood to spurt out. Others were as fast as ghosts, chasing after the scavengers, and with a wave of their knives, heads flew off. What's worse, it directly launched a powerful shock wave, which caused a group of scavengers to suffer internal organ ruptures and bleed to death from all 7 orifices. Various supernatural martial arts raged through the crowd like a storm of death. The scavengers were just ordinary people and were slaughtered before they had any time to react. Limbs flew everywhere and blood stained the ground red. They were killing happily inside, but the mercenaries outside were blocked by the crowd and couldn't get in at all. Even though 1 or 2 of them finally rushed in, they were no match for them and were torn to pieces in a few moves. Manager Tian of Pioneer Company, the foreman of this group of scavengers, saw the bloody scene through the monitor, and his originally arrogant face was immediately filled with horror. He staggered back several steps and sat down on the ground. Pointing at the monitor, he frantically shouted at the mercenaries, his voice changing into a distorted tone as he stammered, "Go, run, run." Then he turned around desperately, took a step forward with his weak legs, and stumbled away desperately. He looked extremely embarrassed, with no trace of his usual domineering demeanor. Although the mercenaries were a little hesitant, they followed him and left in a hurry at his urging, completely abandoning the scavengers. Manager Tian has really killed everyone with this move. Koizumi Asako only had 34 people this time, while Pioneer Company hired more than 100 mercenaries, so his number was less than a quarter of the mercenaries. With the strength of these mercenaries, if they fight head-on, all of Koizumi Asako's men will be killed here today. But the frightened manager Tian wanted to escape. It would have been fine if he just escaped alone,
but he also ordered the mercenaries to escape with him. As they ran away, the fighting spirit in their hearts was lost, and they lost the courage to fight like the defeated soldiers. Major, just as you expected, they have already started to escape. A spy from the plaster country, looking at the monitor in his hand, reported to Koizumi Asako with a happy face. Koizumi Mako smiled slightly. It's time to hunt, tell the people inside not to kill anymore, there are still some civilians left. The rest of you follow me and chase. Asako Koizumi also knew that with the few people she had, she could not take over the base. But this is Longwa, and she can't transfer more people. So he used a little trick, using cruel and bloody methods to scare the managers. These people were used to living a life of luxury and superiority, and their psychological defenses were the most vulnerable. The most important thing is that everyone in the base has to listen to them. As long as these people order the mercenaries to retreat, they will have one foot in the grave. Asako Koizumi and his men began to chase, killing the people at the back. By the time the mercenary captain reacted, there were less than 30 people around him, and it was obviously too late. Less than an hour later, in the wilderness 5 kilometers away from the Hiko base, a group of Plaster Nation spies were holding human heads with long swords and arrogantly celebrating their victory. Long live, long live. The 34 of them destroyed a mercenary group of more than 100 people in Long Country. This was simply a miracle for them. The one who led them to create this miracle was their major, Miss Matsi. Chapter 92. The storm is coming. Shinta-sang, I've finished my work here. Now it's up to you. Shintahao hung up the phone with Koizumi Mako. Now he was just waiting for the matter to be reported, and then he could send someone to the Lingchi Guild for help. It is worth mentioning that in order to kill Fong Chang, Pioneer Company was secretly acquired by him last night. In the wilderness, a sci-fi off-road vehicle is speeding. The car has a silver blue body, deep windows, and flames spurting out from the tail, which flashes like lightning, leaving behind a brilliant trail, and then disappears at the end. Because it uses advanced anti-gravity technology, it can not only adapt to various complex terrains, but also provide excellent shock absorption effects. Even in this rugged wilderness, Fong Chang and teacher Mu sitting inside feel no different from sitting on the sofa at home. As for Mu Yunshi, this girl was driving in the front. She liked this kind of speed and passion, and especially liked manual driving. The steering wheel was in her hands, turning it left and right, and she drove it very smoothly. Fong Chang, when are we going to get a bigger bracelet? If we don't have the time to go home and sell the spoils, we don't know how many monsters we'll have to kill. The 3 of them just came out of the sea-level copy. In response to Mu Yunshi's complaints, it was not that the space on the 3 people's bracelets was too small. The space capacity of an S-level bracelet was equivalent to 2 standard containers. The reason why they have to run back and forth to the city twice every day is that they clear all the dungeons alone and don't have to split the profits with others. Just be careful with your usage first. The largest bracelet you can buy in Yuching is only S grade. If you want to buy a bigger one, you have to go to a bigger city. Then when are we going? Mu Yunshi turned around and looked at Fong Chang with anticipation. Because Fong Chang and teacher Mu were sitting in the back seat, she acted as the driver in the front. Hey, look ahead, don't look at me. Humph. Mu Yunshi snorted proudly, then sat obediently in the driver's seat, her hands supporting the steering wheel and her back pressed tightly against the backrest. Tell me, when are we going? The regionals are still a week away. Although I'm only participating in the competition, I can finally leave Yuching and go out and see the world. With the coming of the Abyss, the Dragon Kingdom became even more vast. The distance between cities was at least 1,000 kilometers, and they had to face attacks from strange beasts along the way. If they wanted to visit a neighboring city, they could not get there by taking the City Express, but only through the Space Gate. The bodies of ordinary people can only be transported over short distances. They cannot withstand the pressure of space when transported over long distances. Therefore, at least 60% of the people in a city will never have the opportunity to leave their birthplace in their lifetime. Speaking of this, we have to mention the contract training. In addition to helping students cram in some beast taming knowledge, this training also has a task of improving students' physical fitness. Mu Yunshi's upgrade progress of 78% was originally because she wanted to be able to go to school after being admitted to her ideal university and be able to use the Space Gate. However, with her physical condition at the time, she could only teleport to neighboring cities. If the university she applied to was far away, she could only jump over step by step like playing checkers. I heard that Longwei is building armored trains and constructing safe passages between cities so that ordinary people can travel conveniently. But for a small place like Yuching,
it is unknown when the road will be open to traffic. Fang Qingdu no longer cared about these things.
He and teacher Mu had already reached level C. After Mu Yunqi finished eating the star crystals in her hand, she would be able to reach level C. Fang Cheng was glad that he was the only one who could see the taming value, otherwise he really didn't know how to explain to teacher Mu the more than 100 points of taming value he gained from talking nonsense with Xiaoxi.
Fang Chang, look ahead. Mu Yunqi, who was driving in the front, suddenly said.
Fang Cheng took a look and saw that they were a group of mercenaries, and their signature weapon was the wasteland-style chariot.
They're probably out hunting. Stay away and don't provoke them. It's different outside the city than inside. Anyone you meet on the way may become a robber. With Fang Cheng's current strength, he is not afraid of them, but he also does not want to cause himself unnecessary trouble.
The main reason is that most of the mercenaries who come to rob are poor.
At the same time, the smell of human blood can easily attract strange beasts, which will delay time.
Mu Yunqi turned the steering wheel and made the car turn 90 degrees, causing the two people in the back seat to stick directly to the car window.
Xiaoxi, why are you so reckless? Are you doing this on purpose?
Hearing her mother's complaints, Mu Yunqi chuckled, this is creating an opportunity for you too, and you're still blaming me.
You really don't know how to appreciate kindness. After saying that, she checked the radar and then the rearview mirror.
Oh no, Fang Chang and the others seem to be chasing us.
Parking. Are you going to kill someone again? Mu Yunqi looked excited. What are you so excited about? No, I just feel like showing off lately.
She used to be a weakling in combat, but now after her bloodline awakened, she was taken by Fang Chang for a period of practical training. Now, facing 5 or 6 sea mercenaries at the same time, she could kill them as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. As soon as the car stopped, the 5 mercenary vehicles behind instantly surrounded the 3 people. The small plasma cannons on the roof were instantly activated, making a series of mechanical clicking sounds, and the muzzles were all aimed at the car of Fang Chang and the other 2. At this time, a young man got out of the car opposite. He was wearing a black battlesuit and carrying 2 swords on his back. He had long hair parted in the middle, a pale face and bloody lips, as if he had just drunk blood. There was a hint of weirdness in his sickly state.
Get out of the car.
As the sick man said this, his right hand was already on the hilt of the knife.
Fang Cheng sat in the car and used his spiritual eyes to look at all the mercenaries. No matter if they were hiding in the car or standing outside the car, none of them could escape the sight of his spiritual eyes. The one with the highest level is the sick man in front of you, with a B-level upgrade progress of 56%. The one with the lowest level is the driver in the car on the right, who is only at level D. Whether it's B-level or D-level, the talents are poor, and there isn't even a single S-level one. With the current strength of Fang Chang and the other 2, they can kill all these people in less than 2 minutes. But the other party was not like other robbers who would open fire impatiently before the car stopped. He wanted to attack quickly and unexpectedly.
Most importantly, he did not want others to obtain too much of his biological information.
Although the Dragon Kingdom cannot control the wilderness, there is a wanted order.
Unless you stay in the wilderness all your life and never return to the city, once you are on the wanted order, as long as you approach the defense tower outside the city, the system will automatically identify you and then kill you with heavy plasma cannons.
Is Fang Chang going to take action?
Mu Yunqi had already grasped her dagger with both hands, looking eager to try.
We are not vicious robbers. Let's get out of the car and see what they want to do. If they really don't know how to live or die, it's not too late to take action later.
Mu Yunqi nodded and got out of the car with Fang Chang and her mother. The sick man took a look and saw that it seemed to be 3 siblings, dressed neatly and not very strong, so he secretly breathed a sigh of relief.
Where are you from? Fang Changdao, Mushroom Forest Dungeon. Mushroom Forest Dungeon?
That's a C-rank dungeon.
Just the 3 of you? Fang Cheng smiled and said, we're just going to take a look. The sick man gave a rather calm expression and asked, did you see any Red Scorpion mercenaries on the road? Red Scorpion mercenary group? Seeing Fang Cheng's puzzled expression, the sick man thought to himself, they are indeed 3 weaklings. They don't even know about the Red Scorpion mercenary group. There's a Red Scorpion on the car. Fang Cheng shook his head, they really didn't see it.
At this moment, someone on one of the chariots suddenly said, brother, I just received news that the Red Scorpions have arrived at the Hiko base.
Fuck, those bastards are so fast? The sick man looked furious. Just as he was about to get in the car to chase them, he turned back and said to the other 3, alright, hurry up and get in the car and go back. It's not peaceful out there lately. Don't hang around outside if you have nothing to do. Looking at the yellow sand in the sky left by the 5 chariots speeding away, Feng Cheng seemed to be lost in thought. It seemed that something had really happened. The mercenaries he met along the way didn't even want to rob. Chapter 93, the first mission in the guild. Why did Feng Cheng and the others leave like this? Mu Yunqi looked confused. I don't know. Okay, let's go home quickly. It's getting late. By the way, can you get promoted to sea level today? Don't call me girl anymore. You'll die if you call me Xiaoxi. In the past, when Teacher Mu saw Mu Yunqi talking to Feng Cheng like this, she would say a few words to her. Now she is completely numb. This girl is very good at talking. Mu Yunqi angrily jumped into the car first and slammed the door. Teacher Mu said to Feng Chengdao outside the car, Xiao Feng, Xiaoxi has reached sea level so quickly, is her taming value sufficient? Feng Cheng smiled and said, Teacher Mu, you have worked so hard recently, don't you know? Teacher Mu blushed and shyly punched Feng Cheng. You're talking nonsense. Be careful that the kid hears it, or I'll be too embarrassed to face anyone. Feng Cheng smiled slightly. Teacher Mu, this is a typical ostrich mentality. Xiaoxi, a top student, knows as much about the knowledge of domestication value as you, her mother. Ha! Speaking of which, I seem to be an ostrich too, but judging by Teacher Mu's expression, she probably doesn't know it yet. Late at night, after Mu Yunqi took the last star crystal, an upgraded glow appeared on her body. Beast Mother, Mu Yunqi. Host, Feng Cheng. Age, 18. Strength level, C. Upgrade progress, 0%. Strength, 2076, Agility, 3952, Spirit, 2086, Stamina, 1976. Maximum Energy, 1720. Beast Form, X level Sky Abyss Giant Spirit Fire Spirit Star Flame Links. Growth Talent, 10 stars. Skills, Blazing Wind Blade level 2, Explosive Bomb level 1. Loyalty, 100%. Favorability, 100%. Return ability, Speed plus 35%, Fire Resistance plus 80%, Firepower Amplitude 25% not activated. Repayment Ratio, 100%. Taming Value, 100. Life Countdown, Days. Although Mu Yunqi evolved late, judging from her current data, after breaking through 1000, the gap between her and Mu Yao does not seem to be that big. At the same time, this girl looks innocent, but she is lively in character. On the battlefield, she is a tomboy who prefers close combat. As a mother, Teacher Mu loved her daughter dearly. For her safety, she gave her the Beast Soul Crystal and upgraded the Blazing Wind Blade to level 2. I want to use my speed advantage to make up for her lack of defense. The next day, the three of them came to the Lingqi Guild, first sold yesterday's spoils, and then bought some energy recovery potions for Mu Yunqi. Teacher Mu's super recovery ability only benefited Feng Cheng. Beast girls cannot share with each other. As for Gong Yu's desire to extend her life by signing a contract with Feng Cheng, she was actually exploiting a loophole in the rules. Under the power of a high-level contract, the Beast Girl will be bound to the Beastmaster by life, and Gong Yu's injuries will be transferred to Feng Cheng. Feng Cheng can use Teacher Mu's powerful healing ability to recover, which in turn will recover Gong Yu. So she had to find a Beastmaster with strong vitality, and because she was signing a high-level contract, the Beastmaster's character was very important to her, so she had to choose carefully. For Mu Yunqi, as long as Feng Cheng doesn't die, she can live forever. But life bonding can only help her restore blood, but not energy. Energy is the prerequisite for exerting supernatural powers and all skills. Feng Cheng, come here for a moment. Just as Feng Cheng was buying recovery potion for Mu Yunqi at the counter, Tang Li suddenly appeared and called him in. What's wrong, Miss Tang? Feng Cheng looked very cautious, mainly because Tang Li was not an easy person to deal with and he would be easily tricked by her. Seeing her serious expression today, he wondered what she was up to. I want you to go on a mission. Feng Cheng asked tentatively, Sister Tang, didn't we agree before? I can skip the mission. Tang Li nodded, I know, but this mission is a little special. After she finished speaking, she handed a tablet computer to Feng Cheng, which was playing a video. It was the surveillance footage that Xianfeng Company had previously recorded at the Hiko base. 8 beast masters and beast girls who were transformed by artificial bodies slaughtered a group of unarmed scrapyard workers. Their methods were extremely cruel and the scenes were extremely bloody. Feng Cheng stared at the inhumane massacre scene on the screen without blinking,
while Tang Li stared at his face closely.
At this moment, Fang Cheng's expression seemed to be frozen, without any ripples.
This made Tang Li's heart confused.
What was this kid's expression like?
No, it was completely expressionless.
Seeing such a scene, how could he not even have any expression at all?
But if you look closely, you will find that there is a ball of anger hidden deep in his eyes, an anger that is suppressed but may burst out at any time. The veins on the back of his hand holding the tablet were already popping out. Worried that he might accidentally crush Tang Li's tablet, Fang Cheng returned it to her without finishing reading it.
You're not going to watch it anymore? Tang Li looked puzzled. Nothing to see.
I've seen a lot of this kind of thing in the wild these days.
Don't you realize that you might know some of the people here?
Fang Cheng really didn't notice it just now, but after hearing what Tang Li said, he knew without thinking that it was his former neighbors, because most of them were scavengers, including Aunt Lin who raised him, who was one of them when she was alive. Fang Cheng, the time traveler who usurped the original owner's position, actually had no feelings for these people. Even in the original owner's memory, these people had very cold expressions most of the time. The only thing that touched Fang Cheng was that during the days when Aunt Lin passed away, these neighbors were quite caring towards the original owner. At least, it was Bao Lauer and others who helped apply for the original owner's relief funds.
Fang Cheng felt a little depressed.
He might have let out some emotion when he was alone, but in front of Tang Li, he had to change the subject. Who are those people?
Why do they look like a group of disabled people?
In Longhua, prosthetic bodies are provided to disabled people.
No normal person would install prosthetic bodies for themselves. Although some prostheses can be very powerful, once they are installed, the body's meridians will be damaged. The effects of taking star crystals and personal talents will be greatly reduced, and personal development will be greatly restricted.
So in Dragon Country, this is putting the cart before the horse. No one would be stupid enough to get a prosthetic body unless they are disabled.
Tang Li said angrily, "What disabled people? If I'm not mistaken, these people are all spies from the Plaster Country."
People from Plaster Country?
Fang Cheng was stunned. When he thought of the previous scene, he became even more angry.
That's right, they are different from us. They worship technology. To be more precise, they have an almost paranoid worship of artificial bodies. At the beginning, there were some people with poor talents who underwent body modification and used prosthetics to give themselves more powerful strength. Later, with the development of the times, prosthetics became stronger and stronger. Some people with good talents, unable to bear the slow pace of upgrading, also underwent prosthetic transformation in order to show off their strength for a while. This triggered a chain reaction, and now in Plaster Country, prosthetic body modification has become a trend.
Don't they know that after the artificial body is modified, the meridians are lost and a true master cannot be created? How could you not know? But they can't turn back now. If you don't reform, others will.
They will be stronger than you in the early stages, and you won't live to see the day you become a master.
And do you know where Plaster Country's first combat-capable prosthetic body came from? Chapter 94 Arrival at the Hiko Base. Fang Cheng said casually, "Could it be the West Coast Federation?" You guessed it right, it's the West Coast Federation. This is their conspiracy against the Plaster Nation. They want them to never become truly powerful and only be forever dependent on the West Coast Federation, becoming their pawns against our Dragon Nation. Tell me about the mission in detail. Are you agreeing to this?
Yes, I accepted this mission. Tang Li looked at Fang Cheng with a strange expression.
What was wrong with this kid?
He didn't react at all when he heard that his neighbor was murdered, but when he heard that the murderer was from the Plaster Country, he suddenly became lively.
As long as you are from the Plaster Country, just do it and it's done. Why ask so many questions? Actually, I've discussed this with Lao Wu.
You only need to go through the motions for this mission. It's mainly to deal with certain people who are using your neighbors to morally blackmail and maliciously slander you.
Just a formality? So what do you want, kid?
You've seen those people, they're all from Plaster Country. I wouldn't say they're all elites of Plaster Country, but at least each of them has some skills. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the courage to enter Dragon Country.
With your current strength, it's not even enough to fill the gaps in their teeth.
Fang Cheng was too lazy to waste words with her on such meaningless things, so he asked directly, who will lead the team this time?
Song Yong, an A-level beast master with S-level talent. Besides you have 50 teammates.
Their personal talents and beast mothers are all above B level, and their strength is also around B level. At the same time, the Pioneer Company has issued a bounty to the 3 major guilds, so there will be a lot of people going this time.
As long as you don't make trouble, you won't be in any danger at all. Fang Cheng was stunned for a moment, then he asked, if the Xinchi Guild and the Xuanguang Guild also go, wouldn't I be in even greater danger? Tang Li smiled faintly. Why are you scared now? Do you know the consequences of offending someone to death?
But don't worry, in the face of such a matter of right and wrong, no one dares to seek revenge, especially big guilds like Xinchi and Xuanguang. In Longhua, if one does not want to be disgraced, no one would dare to seek revenge on personal grounds in such a matter of right and wrong. But what Tang Li didn't know was that the Plaster Country had been trying every possible way to conquer the 3 major guilds. Although this seemed a bit beyond their capabilities, they were indeed planning to take over the 3 major guilds all the time. This time, Koizumi Mako saw the opportunity and took advantage of the hatred between Fang Cheng and the 2 families. He sent Shintoha to have secret contact with the 2 families early in the morning. As long as they can kill Fang Cheng this time, Koizumi Mako would not hesitate to let her men commit suicide collectively so that they can complete the mission smoothly and ensure that no one knows about this. Likewise, the fact that they killed Fang Cheng will become a handle for the Plaster Country to control them. If they don't want to be disgraced in the Dragon Country, they will have to be at their mercy in the future. They are very familiar with doing this kind of thing. Shintoha was instigated by them in this way. Now he can only serve them wholeheartedly and be their dog. Hey, Fang Cheng, when are we leaving? In the guild hall, Mu Yunqi came running over, grabbed Fang Cheng's hand, a bright smile on her face, her bright big eyes twinkling, and she shook Fang Cheng's hand playfully.
Mu Yunqi reference picture. Let's not go to the dungeon today, let's go do the quest. You mean the mission at the river mouth base? How do you know?
Mu Yunqi pointed at the information board in the distance and said, look, a lot of people over there are talking about this. I heard that the gangsters are from the Plaster Country.
Is that true? Are you afraid?
Mu Yunqi smiled slightly. I'm not afraid of them.
As long as I can be with you, I'm not afraid of anything. After saying that, she naturally wanted to lean on Fang Cheng, but at this moment she heard Mu Yao say, what are you talking about? Mu Yunqi was so frightened that she quickly stood up straight, turned around to look at Teacher Mu and said with a complaining look on her face, Mom, where did you go just now? Why did you come back just now? There was a hint of apology on Teacher Mu's face, but his eyes were still as gentle as water. How do you talk to your mother like that? Then he took out a white lunchbox like a magic trick and handed it to Mu Yunqi. Hey, didn't you say you were hungry before?
I bought you dumplings, fried dough sticks and soy milk.
Which one do you want? I want them all. I won't leave any for that guy.
After saying that, he glared at Fang Cheng. Teacher Mu always had a gentle smile in her eyes and never argued with her daughter. She walked to Fang Cheng naturally, reached out and gently adjusted his collar. The movement was gentle and delicate, showing the care of a good wife and mother. Xiao Fang, are we still going to clear the dungeon today? Mu Yunqi, holding a dumpling in her mouth, didn't wait for Fang Cheng to answer and said vaguely, no, your Xiao Fang said that we should do a quest today. Doing a mission? Teacher Mu's face was slightly surprised, but she still said gently, why did you suddenly change your mind? But it doesn't matter, I support you no matter what decision you make. Mom, aren't you curious at all? You agreed so quickly. Mu Yunqi was curious, but at the same time she felt a little disappointed. Her mother was just too weak and listened to that guy in everything. I'm not curious. I'm Xiao Fang's beast mother. If I don't listen to him, how can I listen to a little girl like you? Mom, I'm your daughter. Then I can't listen to you. How can a mother listen to her daughter? Teacher Mu's reference picture. At this time, Song Yong came. He was in his 30s, with a tall figure and stood steadily. His deep eyes revealed the maturity of having experienced vicissitudes of life. He was wearing armor that showed his competence and perseverance, making people feel trustworthy instantly. Fang Cheng? I am. Fang Cheng nodded and asked, are you brother Song? Song Yong nodded, Sister Xiao Tang told you everything, right? I told you, when are we leaving? Are you ready? If you are, we can go now. I've been ready and waiting for you here. Have you checked the recovery potions, food, and equipment? We might be gone for 3 or 4 days this time, and you know some exotic beasts can't be eaten. If we can't hunt them, we'll just have to eat what we brought with us. By the way, can you swim? The estuary base is built on a dam, so there's a certain chance of falling into the water. If you can't swim, remember to bring life-saving equipment.
These are available in the guild.
Fang Cheng could swim, so he looked at Teacher Mu and Mu Yunxi, and they also said there was no problem. Now the only thing left to prepare was food, so Teacher Mu went to buy it immediately. As for equipment, the three of them just exchanged for a set of A-level equipment when they sold the spoils this morning. After everything was ready, Song Yong led the team out. There are 9 cars in total, all of which are of the same wasteland style. Although they look cool, they still use old-fashioned wheels. No matter how good the shock absorption effect is, running in the wilderness can make people spill their breakfast. So Fang Chang did not squeeze into the same car with them, but drove his own. Although the seller said it was an off-road vehicle, whether it was the body defense or the machine gun on the roof, it was not inferior to their tanks at all. It is also faster and more comfortable to ride. An hour later, when the convoy arrived near the Hiko base, many corpses were seen on the roadside. At this time, several mercenaries came out from behind the mound in front and kept waving to the convoy. Song Yong asked the driver to stop the car, leaned over the car window and asked, "Are you from the Red Scorpion mercenaries? What happened?" The man nodded and said, "Are you from the Spiritual Contract Guild? We can't go any further. There are strange beasts all ahead." Chapter 95 Bait. The smell of human blood is like catnip to strange beasts. When Asako Koizumi was at the Hiko base, he deliberately made it so bloody, on the one hand to scare the executives of Pioneer Company, and on the other hand to attract strange beasts. They were alone and deep in the enemy's territory. If they didn't have the exotic beasts to cover them, they would easily be killed by the mercenaries of the Dragon Country, and there would be no chance to deal with Fang Chang. As for whether they would end up making things worse and be killed by the strange beasts, they were naturally prepared for this. These cyborgs did not have blood flowing in their bodies, but a black biotech fluid that looked like motor oil. In addition to having the functions of blood, they can also make them look like ordinary stones in the eyes of low-level monsters. There are also people among humans who can awaken similar special abilities and block the perception of strange beasts, but they are rare and not everyone can have this ability. Therefore, it is easy for these modified humans to develop a sense of superiority. The people of Plaster Country are keen on this kind of prosthetic modification, and being able to gain this kind of superiority is one of the reasons. Song Yong subconsciously glanced in the direction the mercenary pointed, then turned around and asked, "Have you seen anyone from the Xinchi and Xuanguan guilds here?" "I saw it. It just passed by not long ago." Song Yong nodded. "Do you need help?" "Not for now. Our boss is injured and we are preparing to go back. Be careful on the road." After saying that, Song Yong ordered the convoy to continue moving forward. After crossing a hill, they saw the people from Xinchi and Xuanguan Guild in the open space in front. "Song Yong? Is there no one left in your Lingxi guild? Why did you send a loser like you? Fuck you, you scared me with all your sudden movements. Xiao-san, why the hell did you just come here? Come here quickly. What are you still standing there for? I don't eat people." The leader of the Xuanguan Guild this time is Lu Weixin, and the leader of the Xinchi Guild is Xia Mingwu. Although they both look unhappy with Song Yong now, they are high school classmates. Later, because Song Yong's college entrance examination score was not as high as theirs, the three of them went to different universities. When they met again, Xia Mingwu, the most talented one, went to the Xinchi Guild, the second oldest Lu Weixin went to the Xuanguan Guild, and the third oldest Song Yong went to the Lingxi Guild, and he was the kind of person who had to take the Lingxi Guild exam twice. Song Yong jumped out of the car, picked up 2 stones from the ground, and threw one to each of them. "Why are you 2 bastards here?" Fang Cheng sat in the car and watched Song Yong throwing stones at the 2 of them. He turned around and said to Teacher Mu, "Song Yong doesn't look so dull after all. He even knows how to joke." Teacher Mu smiled slightly. "Maybe you met an acquaintance?" Some introverts don't know how to express themselves in front of outsiders, making people mistakenly think they are aloof, but they act crazy in front of acquaintances. Mu Yunxi, who was sitting in the front row, turned around and asked, "Isn't it said that the 3 major guilds have bad relations? Why do these 3 seem to be like brothers?" Fang Chung shook his head and continued to look outside. When Xia Mingwu and Lu Weixin saw the stone flying towards them, they jumped away with laughter, and then took advantage of Song Yong's unpreparedness and quickly circled around Song Yong, one grabbing his left hand and the other grabbing his right hand. Seeing that Song Yong was captured, the 2 men couldn't help but burst into laughter. Just when they felt proud, they saw Song Yong do a somersault forward, straighten the joints of his hands, and directly lift the 2 men up. While the 2 men were surprised, it was Song Yong's turn to laugh. Xia Mingwu was startled and even grabbed Song Yong's hand, saying angrily, "Fuck you, you little bastard.
Let go now. My brothers are watching us from behind. Lu Weixin, on the other hand, had the same expression as him. Song Yong held the two of them tightly and said with a smile, "Who the hell is the loser now? You, it's okay for you, right? Go to hell." Song Yong took one in each hand and threw them far away. Xia Mingwu got up from the ground and said with a puzzled look, "I haven't seen you for a while, and your strength has improved." The other Lu Weixin said unconvincedly, "Maybe it's because his sister-in-law raised him well, it has nothing to do with him." By the way, where's Wu Tong? Wu Tong is Song Yong's beast girl and also his wife. She was the class beauty that the three of them pursued together when they were in high school. Unfortunately, the white moonlight in the hearts of the three people at that time finally chose Song Yong, who was the least good-looking, the least talented, and came from the poorest family. This made Lu Weixin and Xia Mingwu very dissatisfied. After some greetings, the three beast girls gathered together, and it seemed that the three women had a good relationship. The three grown men gathered together to discuss how to wipe out the bandits from the plaster country and rescue the scavengers. That is also the purpose of this mission. The others also got off the bus, but unlike the three of them, the people from the three guilds separated into three groups according to the rules, and no one wanted to pay attention to each other. Fang Chang and the other two came to a cliff and looked forward. The Hiko base was just opposite, about 1 or 2 kilometers away. Now the entire base can no longer be seen, because it is full of strange beasts. The level is not high, mostly below D level, but there are many of them. The whole base is like an ant nest that has been dug out, densely packed with strange beasts. So many strange beasts. Fang Chang, do you think there are any living people in there? Mu Yunxi asked doubtfully. Fang Chang said confidently, "Yes, and quite a few." Mu Yunxi looked curious. "How do you know? Did you see it?" Fang Chang looked at it and smiled slightly. "There is a skill in the original magnetism called electromagnetic perception. Although I can't see it, I can sense it. How can we save them then? If we were to kill all these strange beasts, how long would it take? And what if they kill us? I heard that the people of Plaster Country appear modest and reasonable on the surface, but in their hearts they are all thieves and whores. They would definitely do something like murder and killing people. How do you know those bandits inside are from the Plaster Country?" Everyone in the hall said that before in the guild. "Don't you know?" Just then Song Yong found the three people. "Brother Xiaofeng, so you are here." "Brother Song, is your meeting over?" Song Yong nodded, then glanced at teacher Mu and Mu Yunxi. "There is something I want to tell you, is it convenient?" Fang Cheng smiled and said, "That's convenient. Brother Song, just say what you want to say. We just discussed 2 plans, one of which is to use you as bait." "Let me be the bait? Why?" "The reason is a long story, but to put it simply, those people from the Plaster Country are causing all this trouble just to get rid of you." "Brother Song, are you sure?" Song Yong nodded. "According to Xia Mingwu and Lu Weixin's speculation, this may be a conspiracy against you by Shintoheo. They have already found out that this pioneer company was secretly acquired by the Shinto family some time ago. Shintohao wants to kill you, naturally, to avenge his son. Although there is no evidence to prove that you killed Shinto Jun, for people like them, they don't need any evidence at all. They can kill as long as there is suspicion. So I hired a group of assassins from outside the country to lure you out of the city and then kill you." "So you want to use a trick against me?" Song Yong nodded. "That's right. What's the alternative?" Chapter 96, Using the Tricks and Using the Tricks. Song Yong said, "Besides outsmarting, we can also attack with force. Lure out the strange beasts and eliminate them bit by bit. Once the strange beasts are cleared, we can clear out the people. At the same time, dispatch reinforcements to block all entrances and exits to the Hiko base. This will not only speed up the process of clearing out the alien beasts, but also prevent those inside from escaping." Fang Cheng asked, "Brother Song, which plan do you think is right?" Song Yong said without a second thought, "I naturally prefer the second option. After all, Sister Tang told me that this mission is just a formality. I don't want you to have any excuses." It seems that Sister Tang knows the relationship between Song Yong, Xia Mingwu and Lu Weixin, and also knows that the other party will send these 2 people this time. To put it bluntly, she really just wants to get away with it. Fang Cheng turned and glanced at the Hiko base. The corner of his mouth raised slightly, and he said, "There's something I don't understand. It's been 5 days since the incident, right? Even if the smell of blood was strong at the time, these beasts should have dispersed, right? You want to wait until these strange beasts disperse before taking action? I'm just curious, maybe there's a third option. Song Yong sighed and said, that's impossible. They kill people and bleed them every day. Before we came here, they also carried corpses around to attract exotic beasts. Otherwise, how could there be so many exotic beasts here? Kill every day? That's what the people who came before said, but I'm not sure yet. But it's probably true, otherwise, just like you said, these strange beasts would have dispersed long ago. Fang Cheng thought for a moment and said, if that's the case, then let's outsmart them. Outsmart them? Song Yon looked at Fang Cheng in surprise. Are you sure? Isn't it just to be a bait? Tell me how to do it specifically? Are you really sure? Song Yon asked again. Fang Cheng nodded, it's confirmed, because if we choose the second plan, there will be so many strange beasts waiting for us to kill them all, and everyone inside will die too. Song Yon looked at Fang Cheng again, then nodded and said, in that case, we will take you to lure out a group of strange beasts. Let them see you and know you're here. Then they will definitely come over and assassinate you. Is it that simple? Your task is just that simple, leave the rest to us. Fang Cheng chose the second plan, and Song Yon went to find Xia Mingwu and Lu Weixin, organizing people to take Fang Cheng to lure the monster. Seeing Song Ning walking away, Mu Yanqi jumped out and asked, Fang Cheng, do you feel that there seems to be something wrong here? Fang Cheng smiled and said, what's the problem? Mu Yanqi shook her head, I don't know either, but my sixth sense tells me that it would be dangerous for you to do this. After she finished speaking, she immediately added, Song Yang just said that they analyzed that this was Shin Taeho's conspiracy against you because you killed Shin Tujuan in the City Youth Tournament, but the Shinchi Guild and the Xuanguan Guild also suffered heavy losses at your hands. According to what Song Yang just said, if they want to kill someone, they don't need any evidence at all. They can kill as long as there is suspicion. Then the Shinchi and Xuanguan families can still use this incident to get rid of you. Fang Cheng smiled slightly, I didn't expect you to be so smart. You thought of this. Nonsense. So you thought of that? Then why did you agree to them? First of all, I believe in Sister Tang's judgment. There is definitely no problem with Song Yong. The second is our own strength. With the current strength of the three of us, although we cannot kill them all, it is easy to defeat them, so there is no problem in protecting ourselves. With the strength to back us up, we can do a lot more, like killing all those bastards in there. So, you also believe that this mission is a conspiracy against you by Shin Taehyo? I believe it, but I don't know whether it's true or not. At the Kawaguchi base, Asako Koizumi is having a remote conversation with someone. In the video call, the person on the other end of the line was an old man with shaggy hair, a prosthetic eye that looked like a telescope, and a white coat. Ms. Motsi, we have tried our best, but we still have to tell you a sad news. The activation of test subject number 1 has failed. Koizumi Asako frowned, then the other party quickly added, however, test subject number 2's desire to survive is very strong. Now all the data is normal. According to calculations, her final success rate is as high as 99.8%. At this moment, someone called Koizumi Mako's bracelet again. She took a look and saw that it was an unfamiliar ID. She immediately said to the old man, Dr. Yui, I hope you won't let me down again this time. After saying that, he hung up the phone in a hurry, then connected to the unfamiliar ID, and a black shadow immediately appeared on the holographic screen. Hello Ms. Asako, I'm here to contact you on orders from Minister Abe. Abe Gueishi? Yes, Ms. Motsi. The minister is very interested in the plan you submitted earlier and specially asked us to help you. How many of you are there? I'm sorry, this is a secret. I contacted you today to tell you that they plan to lure you into assassinating Fang Cheng. I hope you can take advantage of their plan. Koizumi Mako frowned. The eagle-slaying plan in Dragon Country was originally my mission. How can I take advantage of their strategy? The shadow said, I'm sorry I didn't express myself clearly just now. They want to lure you out of the Hiko base to assassinate Fang Cheng. I hope you can leave the base and cooperate with them. After hearing this, Koizumi Mako said unhappily, we don't have many people. If we leave the base and lose the protection of the alien beasts, we will be dead. Are you asking us to die? This is Minister Abe's order. I take it you mean this as a personal thing. If this is truly Minister Abe's order, please show it to me. You. Koizumi Mako sneered, from what you just said, you are one of them now, and there are more than one of you, right? This is confidential and cannot be disclosed. That's it. Actually, our goals are the same.
You want to control the 3 major guilds of Dragon Country, and I want to kill the young genius of Dragon Country.
We can cooperate. I don't see how it's consistent. Koizumi Matsu laughed and said, isn't the key point all about that kid called Feng Chang?
According to my previous plan, I would first let Shin Toheo negotiate cooperation with them to leave evidence, then use them to kill this person, and then disclose Shin Toheo's identity to get hold of their handle on collaborating with the enemy.
If I'm not mistaken, you're now members of the 3 major guilds, right?
If you wanted to take advantage of the chaos to kill Feng Chang, it would be equivalent to the 3 major guilds killing him, and my previous plan would be closed. The branches of these 2 major guilds in Yuching are now in our hands.
But have you ever thought that they could also kill you to silence you? Seeing that the shadow opposite was stunned by her words, Koizumi Mako continued, now do you want to hear my plan? Please go ahead. It's very simple.
It's still what you said, turning the tables. The difference is that we will unleash a tide of beasts and kill everyone directly.
In the end, only you will return alive. Then, what you want to say will be up to you.
Your plan is good, but how sure are you that you won't kill us too?
You didn't undergo prosthetic transformation? Can someone with cybernetic powers infiltrate the 3 major guilds of Dragon Country?
Koizumi Mako thought for a moment and said, in this case, I can't guarantee that all of you will get out alive, but I will definitely not let you all die here.
As for who can get back alive, it depends on your own luck.
Chapter 97 The Beast Tide arrives as expected.
Sister Muyao, where is brother Xiaofeng? Song Yong found Feng Chang's car and asked Muyao. Can we set off now? Muyao asked.
Well, everyone is ready, just waiting for brother Xiaofeng. At this time, the car door automatically opened, and Feng Chang said to Song Yong while sitting in the car, Brother Song, please come up.
I have something to tell you. What's so mysterious?
As he spoke, Song Yong had already jumped into the car.
At the moment the car door closed automatically, Feng Chang said, Brother Song, do you believe me? Song Yong nodded, to be honest, Sister Tang told me to listen to you at the critical moment.
Sister Xiao Tang told him to listen to me at the critical moment. This means that Song Yong should be considered Sister Xiao Tang's confidant, which immediately reduced Feng Chang's doubts. At the same time, Feng Chang also had his own plan in mind.
That's good. No matter what I say next, don't tell anyone.
And don't tell anyone after you get off the car. An hour later, as planned, the 3 major guilds plus Feng Chang circled around the hilltop of the Hiko base on the opposite bank and returned. It seems that just like all the mercenaries before, they attacked the river mouth base, but found that there were too many strange beasts and were forced to retreat. Next came the 3 team leaders, Song Yong, Xia Mingwu and Lu Weixin, who dispatched people to set traps.
Xiao San, do you think the boss's plan can succeed? Lu Weixin asked uncertainly. Xia Mingwu was annoyed when he heard this and said, how can we know if it will work if we don't try? Do you have a better plan, second brother?
Song Yong hesitated for a moment and said, there's something I don't know whether I should say or not.
Lu Weixin was delighted.
He put his hand on Yong's shoulder and said with a smile, when did the third brother become so polite? If you have anything to say, just tell the dads.
Our spiritual contract guild is the weakest among the 3 of us. Do you have any objection to this?
Lu Weixin smiled and said, third child, you have finally grown up.
It is not easy to know that you are weak.
Your fathers are very pleased.
Song Yong was too lazy to pay attention to Lu Weixin and looked directly at Xia Mingwu.
Xia Mingwu laughed and said, you have been weak for a long time.
We know it even if you don't say it. Song Yong nodded, in that case, I want to retreat to the rear. I believe you guys don't mind, right?
Xia Mingwu and Lu Weixin were stunned, and then they realized that they had been tricked by Song Yong.
You haven't grown up yet, you've become a bad boy. You even cheated your fathers. But who told you to be a mistress? If you want to guard the rear, then guard the rear.
Xia Mingwu thought for a moment and said, Xiao San, if you want to defend the rear, we will definitely take care of you, but how can you be sure that the enemy will come from our side?
If they come from your side, won't your rear become the front? If we can't take care of you here, won't you be in even greater danger? I think it's best if you stay in the middle. If it's really as you say, then that's my fate. Now I'm asking if you agree or not. Okay, you can guard wherever you want.
The 3 of them discussed it again, and after making sure there were no loopholes, they began to act separately. Before leaving, Song Yong hesitated for a moment before saying, be careful.
Tisk, stop fussing. Just mind your own business. Xia Mingwu said disdainfully. Song Yong said, "Do you still remember what we said when we first teamed up to do a mission?" "Of course I remember. My life is the most important thing in the world." Song Yong smiled slightly. "Yes, we are the most lucky. After this mission is completed, I will treat you to a drink." Song Yong left, but Lu Weixin looked at his back and said to Xia Mingwu with a puzzled look on his face, "Boss, do you feel that Xiaosan seems to be a little strange today?" Xia Mingwu said disdainfully, "All married men are like this. Once they have a family, they have concerns. And when they have children, they become even more timid." Lu Weixin agreed and said, "That's true, but do you really not want to marry Shu Shu?" Xia Mingwu glanced around and made sure his beast mother was gone before he whispered, "She and I are just partners. Why would I marry her? Shu Shu is a good girl. I heard that she had never been with any other beastmaster before." "TSK, you believe what she said? Are you going to marry Inin?" "Of course I won't marry her. I'm not her first beastmaster, so I don't need to be responsible to her, right?" "That's it, alright, get busy now." Xia Mingwu and Lu Weixin led their men to guard the only intersection coming from the opposite side, while Song Yong led his men to guard the exit at the back. Following Fong Cheng's instructions, Song Yong deliberately kept a distance from the two of them. Time passed quickly and it was night, but there was still no sign of the person everyone was waiting for. Song Yong and Fong Cheng stood on the roof of the car, looking at the entrance in the distance. "Brother Xiao Fong, will there really be a beast tide tonight?" "There should be." Can't you be sure?" Fong Cheng laughed and said, "Brother Song, haven't you heard that plants cannot keep up with changes? Even if you are a person with a divine foresight, when God wants to play tricks on you, there is nothing you can do. All I can say is that there's a high chance of a beast tide happening tonight." "Then what did you infer?" This is Fong Cheng's secret, and when it comes to electromagnetic perception, the fewer people who know about it, the better. Otherwise, once more people know about it, everyone will be on guard against him, and the effectiveness of electromagnetic perception will be greatly reduced. That's why he wouldn't be so stupid as to show off in front of everyone. Guess. Think about it, if Lu Weixin knows how to use the opponent's trick, wouldn't the other party know it? Their current advantage is those strange beasts. Since they can keep the strange beasts gathered for 5 days, they naturally have a way to drive them away and use them for their own purposes. If it were you, would you have left the exotic beast and come here to assassinate him foolishly? Song Yong shook his chin and said, "Of course not." Fong Cheng smiled and said, "That's it. In that case, why can't we tell them about this? After all, we are all teammates now. Can I tell you that there are spies from the Plaster Kingdom among us?" "No, because if I tell you, you will ask me how I know." Fong Cheng looked at Song Yong and said, "I know you three have a good relationship, but have you ever thought about whether you three can represent the 3 major guilds? And even if it's you, it's better to say that you believe in Sister Xiao Tang rather than trust me, let alone the two of them. Why bother saying something when no one will believe it anyway?" Suddenly the ground shook. Song Yong looked at Fong Cheng in surprise, as if asking, "Could it be that what you said was right?" Fong Cheng asked, "Brother Song, do you think it's a beast tide or an earthquake?" Song Yong had no time to talk to Fong Cheng at this moment. He jumped down from the roof of the car to calm everyone down and prepare for the battle. If a beast tide really comes, Lu Weixin and Xia Mingwu's men will not be able to stop it at all. As soon as Song Yong left, Teacher Mu and Mu Yunxi jumped onto the roof of the car, protecting Fong Cheng on the left and right. The two of them observed the entire battlefield with their eyes and ears open. Soon, the strange beasts rushed out from between the 2 small hills in front like a flood. Lu Weixin and Xia Mingwu were dumbfounded at the time. How could a beast tide appear? At the same time, I felt like I had been cheated by that bastard Song Yong. But it was too late to say anything now. All the weapons on the tanks, whether they were particle cannons or small guided bombs, fired at the herd. At the same time, the personnel retreated behind the tanks and prepared to fight. Captain Shao Kong and the others are missing. Chapter 98, It's Always Conscience. At the same time, several people in Lu Weixin's team also disappeared. But now facing the strange beast so close, he has no time to care about these things. Any distraction now would be irresponsible to himself. Fong Cheng stood quietly on the roof of the car, gazing grimly at the battlefield ahead filled with the breath of death. In the darkness, a group of strange beasts surged out from between 2 small hills like a tide. They looked like a group of hairless monkeys, with wrinkled skin that had a disgusting luster and limbs twisted and weird. The densely packed figures were like the embodiment of a nightmare.
They let out sharp and piercing screams, like the devil's voice from hell, which made people's scalps tingle and their stomachs churn. Suddenly, the plasma cannon on the chariot in front ejected a dazzling light, accompanied by the buzzing sound of the beam. The shell streaked across the night sky like meteors and slammed heavily into the group of strange beasts. In an instant, flames shot up into the sky, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the smell of burning filled the air. However, the strange beasts seemed to be stimulated by the blood to become even more crazy, and continued to charge forward regardless of everything.
Soon, the two sides came into close combat.
The shouts, screams, and roars of strange beasts intertwined together, playing an extremely cruel symphony of death. Blood dyed the ground red, and broken limbs and arms splattered everywhere. On this bloody battlefield, life was as fragile as an ant, being devoured mercilessly, as if there would never be an end. As the chariots were overturned one by one, Xia Mingwu and Lu Weixin's troops began to gather in the middle. In fact, the levels of these strange beasts are not high, all between level D and level E, and it can be seen that these strange beasts are not good at defense. However, they are huge in number, strong in strength and fast in speed. Normally, when they hunt such exotic beasts, the maximum number of exotic beasts they can hunt is 5 times their own number, which is already the limit. But now the number of strange beasts is dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of times greater than its own number. According to Fang Cheng's previous plan, he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to make these two guilds suffer a great loss.
This was a normal operation between the 3 major guilds and there was nothing to say.
In the end, Song Yong couldn't stand it anymore and ordered the plasma cannons on all the tanks to open fire to buy time for Lu Weixin and Xia Mingwu in the front. Only if they unite as one and gather into a group to reduce the contact area with the monsters can they avoid being annihilated. But even if that were the case, there would certainly not be many people who would survive in the end. Fang Cheng wanted to stop him, but he raised his hand and then slowly put it down again. He understood the principle that kindness cannot command the army and righteousness cannot command wealth, but he was not yet able to be so cold-blooded. Then Song Yong ran to Fang Cheng and said, "Fang Cheng, the monster is coming soon. You should evacuate here immediately." This is what Fang Cheng wanted to tell him. Although the Lingqi guild was behind, it was not far away. As soon as Lu Weixin and Xia Mingwu in the front tightened their formation, the strange beasts would immediately rush to the front of the Lingqi guild. Taking advantage of the fact that Xia Mingwu and Lu Weixin were blocking the way in front, Song Yong quickly led his men to retreat. It is better to let his fellow Taoist die than for himself. But looking at Song Yong's expression, he didn't seem to want to leave now.
"What about you?" Fang Cheng asked. "I'm going to save people."
"Are you sure you're going to save people, not to die? My brother of many years is gone just like that.
I will feel guilty for the rest of my life." Time was pressing, so Fang Cheng was too lazy to persuade him anymore.
He just reminded him, "Remember, they may be your brothers, but not all of them are your allies. So, be careful." Seeing Song Yong nod, Fang Cheng prepared to get in the car with Teacher Mu and the others, regardless of whether he listened or not, but after thinking about it, he left the chariot to Song Yong. This car costs more than 10 million yuan.
3 days of copying were wasted.
In the end, just as Song Yong said, it allows him to leave with peace of mind. Fang Cheng took Teacher Mu and the others away, while Song Yong took the rest of the people and drove the chariot towards the herd of beasts, trying to meet up with Xia Mingwu and the others.
When Fang Cheng left, he left the group, which undoubtedly gave Koizumi Mako and the others an opportunity. "Fang Cheng, are we really leaving?"
I don't know whether Mu Yunqi has a tendency towards violence or is infected by Song Yong's brotherhood. Looking at her, it seems that she wants to rush back and fight the monster with everyone.
Fang Cheng nodded without explanation and just focused on getting on with his journey. Soon someone caught up with him from behind. "Is that brother Fang Cheng in front?" Fang Cheng looked back and saw that there were 6 people from the Lingqi guild.
They looked familiar, but he didn't know their names. When the man saw Fang Cheng stop, he quickly said happily, "I am Zhu Er.
We have met before. You haven't forgotten, right?" Fang Cheng asked, "Why are you here?" "Brother Song is worried about you and asked us to give you a ride. Brother Song is really thoughtful. Let's go quickly. The strange beast is coming soon."
When Fang Cheng turned around, he winked at Mu Yunqi and Teacher Mu. Teacher Mu immediately understood what Fang Cheng meant, but Mu Yunqi looked confused. There was no other way, so Fang Cheng had to use the contract to send her a message: "Be careful, these 6 guys are not right." Almost at the moment when Fang Cheng transmitted the message, Zhu Er and others came from behind with their knives. He swung his knife when Fang Cheng turned around, catching him off guard and choosing the timing perfectly. Just as Zhu Er's knife was about to split Fong Chang's head open, Fong Chang's head seemed to have eyes. He instantly took a step forward, turned around, and snatched the knife from Zhu Er with his bare hands. Then Fong Chang put the knife on Zhu Er's neck and sneered, "Brother Zhu Er, what are you doing?" Zhu Er was shocked. Fong Chang's strength was seriously inconsistent with the intelligence given by the higher-ups. According to the intelligence, Fong Chang was just a newly promoted D-level Beastmaster. I am a C-level Beastmaster, but when I launched a sneak attack, he snatched the knife away and put it on my neck. Only then did I realize that this was the strength that a D-level Beastmaster could possess. Fong Chang glanced at the Beast Girl beside him and his companions. At this time, they had all drawn their swords and the Beast Girl had also transformed. The few people who were about to take action were all stunned by this sudden change. "Brother Fong Chang, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I just took out the knife just now. Maybe I scared you." "Oh, it was just a misunderstanding." Yes, it's a misunderstanding." The other three also subconsciously echoed, with awkward smiles on their faces, and their smiles were so stiff. "Alright then, to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, you guys go ahead and we'll go behind." A few people looked at each other and felt that Fong Chang had no idea that he had fallen into a trap. Moreover, they were all acquaintances, so he would not take action until they took action. In fact, what they thought was right. Generally, young people who have just graduated from school don't want to cause trouble. So Zhu Er and the others walked to the front, and at the same time they winked at each other, as if asking what to do next since the boy was now on guard. However, the next thing Zhu Er saw was a bloody knife tip sticking out from his heart. When Mu Yunqi and Teacher Mu saw Fong Chang taking action, Mu Yunqi instantly rushed out like a red ghost, killed a Beast Girl with a knife on her left hand, turned around and killed her Beastmaster with a knife on her backhand. When he returned to Fong Chang, Teacher Mu shot his arrow, which hit Zhu Er's Beast Girl and two other people. With the help of Yimu Ling Guangzhan, the arrow passed through their necks like a half-moon, taking off their heads. "Fong Chang, how do you know there's something wrong with them?" Fong Chang suddenly raised his hand to interrupt Mu Yunqi and signaled her to be quiet. He closed his eyes and sensed it carefully, then suddenly looked towards the hill not far away and said, "This way." Chapter 99. These dragon country people are crazy, let us retreat. Koizumi Mako and his men mixed in with the beasts and rushed out of the Hiko base. After the strange beasts fought with Xia Mingwu, Lu Weixin and others, they quietly moved out of the battlefield. Then he joined up with the 8 people led by the Black Shadow. "Why, do you only have this few people?" When Koizumi Mako saw that there were only 8 of them, she looked unhappy. "With just a few of you, you want to kill that kid Fong Chang? I really don't know what Minister Abe is thinking." The leading figure was called Inohara. He had fought his way out of the herd and rushed all the way here. He was almost exhausted. He gasped and pointed at the battlefield behind him and said, "They are all dead in there. Of course there are more than just these few of them, they just didn't run away. Useless. I've known about your affairs for a long time, yet you still managed to do this. You are such a useless bunch of rubbish. It seems that at this critical moment, we have to rely on our Sakurayama group." Inoue Hara was unhappy when he heard this. This was not their previous plan. It was Koizumi Asako who insisted on changing the plan. If she hadn't insisted on triggering a beast tide and killing people to silence them, would his subordinates have died? "Ms. Motsi, are you questioning Minister Abe's decision? And as far as I know, Minister Abe hasn't agreed to your plan yet. You are acting on your own initiative. It was because of your own actions that my men died, and you must bear all the responsibility for this." Asako Koizumi was also very angry. The situation on the scene was ever-changing and the opportunity was fleeting. If she really had to wait until Minister Abe made a decision, it would be too late. Oh, that's what a man is like. He has no sense of responsibility at all. I'm irresponsible, but you are. Then why don't you take all the responsibility? What do you think, Ms. Motsi? Shut up. The most urgent thing now is to kill Fong Chang so that we can continue with our plan, not to listen to your complaints here. Inohara said in the same unpleasant tone, "Then go ahead. Fong Chang is over there. He has 50 experts from the Spiritual Contract Guild protecting him. I wish you success. My dear colleague, I think we shouldn't act on impulse like this. If the mission fails, Minister Abe won't care who is responsible. He will hold everyone involved in the operation accountable." Koizumi Mako's words made sense, and Inoue Hara could only suppress his anger temporarily. "Let's wait and see how they respond next, and then we can look for an opportunity." Anyway, we can't kill him with so few people now. At this moment, Song Yong ordered the Lingqi Guild's chariots to fire, and then led his men to join the battle.
Koizumi Mako's eyes lit up. Fong Cheng doesn't seem to have participated in the battle. Inoue immediately cleared away the unhappiness in his heart. Miss Asako, our chance has come, let's go after her.
Tell the people in the Spiritual Contract Guild to hold that guy back first.
We'll go around this way.
If we rush forward directly, Song Yong and the others will definitely find out, and then we can launch a surprise attack, and no one will be in trouble. They could only wait for Fong Cheng to run farther away, but not too far, or he would get lost.
So they had to arrange for someone to hold him back first.
Even if they couldn't hold him back, they had to report his location in time to facilitate their pursuit.
But what Koizumi Mako didn't expect was that as soon as they climbed over the hill in front of them, they encountered a group of mercenaries.
It was during the day that Fong Cheng and his companions encountered the Red Scorpion mercenary group here. In addition, there were mercenaries from 3 other groups, with a total of about 60 or 70 people. Before the 3 major guilds arrived here, they had launched an attack on the Hiko base together. At that time, the number of people was much larger than it is now, with more than a dozen mercenary groups, totaling 300 to 400 people.
As a result, Koizumi Mako almost used those strange beasts to capture them.
In the end, some died, some were caught, and they were the only ones who escaped. But they were unwilling to leave like this. Firstly, there were still teammates trapped in the base. Secondly, they knew that people from the 3 major guilds would be arriving soon. At that time, they might have a chance to rescue their teammates in the base and get a share of the mission at the same time.
To put it bluntly, they just want to fish in troubled waters. Everything was going well for them until they saw Asako Koizumi.
The bandits at the Hiko base triggered a beast tide, which was equivalent to clearing the base of all the exotic beasts. At the same time, the 3 major guilds that bore the brunt of the attack would certainly see their strength greatly reduced even if they could survive. By then, they will become the main force, and the 3 major guilds will become bystanders, or even cannon fodder. But then Asako Koizumi appeared, and her appearance caught these people off guard. The mercenaries thought they were people who had escaped from the 3 major guilds, and Koizumi Mako thought she had been ambushed by the 3 major guilds. Anyway, they both felt that they could not defeat the other side, and subconsciously wanted to escape. The bad thing is that the mercenaries move too fast. This is an instinctive reaction they have developed over the years to seek good fortune and avoid danger. Even when they run away, they are much faster than others. As a result, Koizumi Mako reacted later and saw that the other party ran away when they saw her.
How could this be an ambush by the 3 major guilds?
It must be those mercenaries who came to extort money in the past few days. Although many were captured and killed, many also ran away.
Since you want to run now, I will take your life while you are running. Kill them all. Don't leave any alive.
At this moment, all the mercenaries who were running forward were stunned.
Outsiders? What do you mean by outsider? You can't hear plaster country? All those study materials you read were wasted? You may die, one cool and one cool? Does it look like it?
Picture.
Then why am I running?
If people knew I was running with my tail between my legs in front of a bunch of plaster countrymen today, they would laugh to death.
What's so funny?
Even our ancestors would be pissed off to death by us.
Fuck them to death.
They can't defeat the 3 major guilds, but if they meet the people from the plaster country, they will fight them to the end even if it means death. Koizumi Mako and his group, who were chasing after them, thought they could do the same as last time, with more than 30 people chasing after more than 100 Dragon Country mercenaries and killing them all without any casualties on their side.
So everyone wants to keep up the good work and create greater glory. As a result, the mercenaries in front suddenly came back and attacked. Koizumi Mako was stunned. What was going on? Why did these Dragon Nation mercenaries still have the courage to fight back? What went wrong? As soon as the 2 sides fought, it was a fight between you and me. The mercenaries' brutal nature was fully displayed at this moment.
Although all the mercenaries were injured and their strength was not as good as the group of professionals led by Koizumi Mako, the mercenaries dared to exchange injuries for injuries and lives for lives because they could not lose face. In short, whenever the Dragon Kingdom mercenaries meet people from the Plaster Kingdom on the battlefield, they will awaken a blood-buff berserk.
The same goes for Beast Girls.
Even though they are a group of women, they also dare to self-destruct with a body of steel.
If my minions can't break your defense, then I will blow you to death.
Even a mortal like Inoue found out the strength of these mercenaries was just so as soon as they started fighting. It was only a matter of time before he killed them one by one.
As a result, he stabbed the knife in but couldn't pull it out. When he looked down, he found that the knife had been caught and the man was still smiling. Inohara thought he was already perverted enough, so how could this passerby be even more perverted? "You're about to die, what are you laughing at?" Of course he had to laugh, because when he saw his companion, he could immediately cut the bastard into pieces with his knife. Koizumi Mako and the others could still rely on their iron bodies to hold on, but Inoue and the others were not so lucky. They were all hacked to pieces in less than a minute. "Major, these Dragon Kingdom people are crazy. Let's retreat." Chapter 100 Cyborg Nemesis. At that time, they were able to massacre a group of unarmed scavengers in the most cruel and vicious way, like demons crawling out of hell. But now, the eyes of these demons are full of fear. Just now, they saw with their own eyes that a seemingly delicate dragon beast girl actually blew herself up while holding their companions. Although his colleagues were not killed in the explosion, they had all undergone modifications, and the only thing that belonged to them was their brain. Even if their bodies were blown into pieces, as long as their brains were not damaged, they could be picked up and inserted into a new body and still survive. Although I thought so, it was still terrifying to see my colleagues being blown to pieces with my own eyes. Just when Koizumi Mako was hesitating whether to retreat, Feng Chang arrived with Teacher Mu and the others. Xiao Feng is the group of people in the video. Teacher Mu and Mu Yunshi had also seen the video of bandits slaughtering scavengers in the guild hall. Although their appearances were blurry, their bodies were easy to recognize as they were all prosthetic bodies. Mu Yunshi didn't say a word. After confirming that it was this group of people, she went straight for the kill. The figure looked like a long red rainbow, which looked particularly gorgeous and terrifying under the moonlight. As soon as he walked over, he cut off a man's steel arm. The cut was smooth and there were sparks left by the high-speed cutting. His posture was both dashing and reckless. Koizumi Mako, who was originally still hesitating whether to retreat, the moment she saw Feng Chang, the flames of greed and determination rekindled in her eyes. No matter how many people die next, even if they all die. As long as he could kill Feng Chang and complete this mission, he would create an unprecedented miracle and put a perfect end to his mission. Just think about it, I can ignore the 3 major guilds and hundreds of mercenaries of Dragon Country and still successfully kill the target. What will happen when the people of Dragon Country know this news? That is, there is no one I cannot kill if I want to. In the future, I will become the nightmare and shame of all dragon people. At this moment, an almost insane smile appeared on her face, and her eyes were filled with ecstasy that what she had achieved was within her grasp. It was as if he had already seen the glory of himself standing at the top, and his heart was filled with joy and contentment. She couldn't wait to order everyone to quickly leave the battlefield and surround and kill Feng Chang on the hillside. Bang, bang, bang. As clouds of smoke exploded on the battlefield, the spies from the Plaster Country who had just been fighting with the mercenaries disappeared in an instant. When it appeared again, it had already landed around Feng Chang. Then everyone held a dagger-shaped kunai in their mouths, dragged a knife in their hands, and squatted slightly. The energy in their prostheses was accumulated to the extreme, like a cheetah ready to pounce. His eyes were like those of an icy poisonous snake, fixed on Feng Chang. There was no emotion in them, only endless coldness and determination. The next moment, with a burst of mechanical sound, the legs suddenly exerted force and lifted the grass, so fast that after images appeared. A pair of arms seemed to be dislocated and fluttered in the wind behind him. Facing such a group of aggressive spies from the Plaster Kingdom, Feng Chang stood there quietly, as steady as a towering mountain. There was no panic on his face. His eyes were deep and peaceful, like a calm lake. He just calmly watched them rushing over, reached out and pressed down the supernatural bow that Teacher Mu had already pulled, and there was even a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. That smile seemed to contain disdain for these dwarf mules and absolute confidence in his own strength. In Koizumi Mako's eyes, this kind of self-confidence is no different from being scared silly. Go to hell, Feng Chang. You will put a perfect end to my trip to Dragon Country and become a stepping stone for me to reach the top. Feng Chang moved and quickly pulled out the knife. The moment the long knife was unsheathed, electric light swirled around the blade, and then he thrust it into the ground with all his might. He drew the sword and thrust it into the ground in one smooth motion, and then there was a brilliant burst of lightning that illuminated the entire night sky. A bunch of mechanical things, they didn't even turn on the plasma shield when they encountered me, aren't they looking for death? The sky full of lightning was just the young man's way of showing off in front of others. It was also to cover up his real killer move, the magnetic explosion technique released in secret. After making sure that none of them could escape his attack range, magnetic explosions suddenly broke out.
As the invisible magnetic explosion swept across the battlefield, Koizumi Mako and her men stopped working one after another and plowed the ground headfirst like a plow that had lost power. They relied on inertia to plow deep furrows on the ground, with Fang as the center and extending towards him. Asako Koizumi struggled to get up, or to be more precise, she only raised her upper body. The expression on her face instantly changed from greedy desire to incredible astonishment. Her mouth was wide open, but no sound came out. Her previous ambition seemed like a ridiculous joke. Her heart was filled with shock and despair. She tried frantically to attack again, but her body refused to obey her. Her eyes gradually turned from crazy to dull, and her body trembled as if she was in an ice cellar.
How could this happen? How could this happen?
She muttered to herself, her mind going blank. The hope she once thought of was shattered in an instant, replaced by endless pain and self-doubt. Fang Chang spotted her in the crowd and smiled disdainfully. Oh, there's actually someone there who can move.
It seems the transformation hasn't been thorough enough.
According to Sister Xiaotang, people like this in Plaster Country generally have some talent and are unwilling to entrust their entire future to prosthetics. But at the same time, they were unwilling to be overshadowed by other cyborgs in the early stages, so they came up with a way to have the best of both worlds. They wanted the power of humans, and they also wanted the power of cyborgs. The result was naturally that they ended up with nothing, which was neither fish nor fowl.
Fang Cheng picked up the knife from the ground and was about to go forward to take a look, but was stopped by Teacher Mu. Xiaofeng, be careful, there is a trap.
Fang Cheng nodded, walked over and looked down at Koizumi Mako, tapped her face with a knife and said, "You should be their leader, right?"
"What's your name?" Asako Koizumi's face flushed red, with shame and anger intertwined, but now her prosthetic control chip was burned, making her a waste.
She could only grit her teeth and endure the humiliation in Fang Cheng's words.
"If you don't speak, I'll kill you." Fang Cheng's words seemed to suddenly wake up Koizumi Matsi.
She suddenly looked up at Fang Cheng and said in broken Dragon Country dialect, "You can't kill me.
I am from Plaster Country. I have diplomatic immunity. Fuck you."
It would have been fine if Koizumi Mako didn't mention diplomatic immunity, but when she did, Fang Cheng got furious and cut off one of his arms with a knife.
Huh? Why didn't I hear any screams?
Only then did I remember that this guy's limbs are all fake.
So he squatted down again and slapped her hard on the face. This face couldn't be fake anymore.
Sure enough, after the slap, her face began to turn red and purple at a speed visible to the naked eye, and quickly swelled up. Koizumi Mako spat out a mouthful of blood, her voice limping as she spoke. My name is Koizumi Mako, captain of the Sakurayama Group, the Special Operations Division of the Chrysanthemum Monument Confidential Section of the Plaster State."
"You bastard. I have to beat you up before you even open your mouth. Who are your accomplices? How many accomplices do you have in Yucheng?"
They are indeed a group of beasts who are extremely cruel when they are in power, but wag their tails and beg for mercy like stray dogs when they lose power.
Koizumi Mako was not convinced, and I said, "A man who knows the times is a hero. I have no accomplices, really."
Before she could finish her words, Fang Cheng raised his hand to slap her again, frightening her so much that she immediately changed her words and said, "It was Shinta Hao from the Shinta family.
You just killed all of their accomplices." Chapter 101, The Reinforcements That Were Tricked Out. It's the Shinta family again. After killing one Shinta Jun, another Shinta Hao comes. When will this end? Fang Cheng slapped Koizumi Matsi in the face again. "Are you kidding me? There are no members of your team in the three major guilds?
They are all Minister Abe's men.
They are not from the same system as me. I don't know, I really don't know. Stop hitting me. This face is my only pride."
Just then Mu Yunshi and the mercenaries ran over.
"What happened to Fang Cheng just now?" Mu Yunshi looked at Fang Cheng with confusion.
She seemed to have just seen Fang Cheng welding something here, and then everyone fell down inexplicably.
"Are you from Dragon Country?" asked a mercenary. "Nonsense."
Mu Yunshi was still the same, not liking to be nice to strangers.
Fang Cheng stood up and smiled. "It's nothing, actually.
I just used an electromagnetic pulse bomb to burn out the control chip of their prosthetics."
"What electromagnetic pulse bomb?"
"It's just that there are so many outsiders present now, and he doesn't want to reveal his trump card. He knows the art of magnetism." At this moment, a mercenary suddenly said in frustration, "So that's how it is."
"Damn it, why didn't I think of that?
Just now, his beast girl blew herself up in order to kill these guys."
Fang Chang asked, "Do you also have electromagnetic pulse bombs?"
The mercenary was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and explained, "But we did have it in our group before." People who spend a lot of time outdoors have not only the commonly used supernatural weapons, but also tanks and small plasma cannons. Medium and large ones are military products, and ordinary people don't have the opportunity to use them, but it's not completely impossible. Electromagnetic pulse bombs are designed to paralyze this type of weapon, but just as there is a spear, there is a shield.
Plasma shields can block electromagnetic pulses.
The key lies in who can seize the opportunity and choose the right time.
Obviously, Koizumi Neko and the others were too arrogant just now. Fang Chang said that he had just used an electromagnetic pulse bomb, so they naturally didn't doubt it.
But this guy just said before. What does this before mean?
Fang Chang asked subconsciously and found out that these guys had already united and launched an attack on the Hiko base.
But at that time, there were only strange beasts, and even if they saw these alien humans, no one thought of using things like electromagnetic pulse bombs. But this also made Koizumi Mako ignore their nemesis, the electromagnetic pulse bomb, and she never thought that Fang Chang actually knew the art of magnetism, because there was no mention of this in the intelligence about him. Everyone knows that he has awakened lightning abilities, but all he has demonstrated so far is Thunder Slash.
No one thought that he could also use magnetism, and SSS-level magnetism at that, let alone magnetic explosion.
You look familiar. The sick man among the mercenaries was now covered in blood.
Fang Chang had indeed seen him just yesterday. Fang Chang smiled lightly, "Isn't I just that weakling? We just met yesterday. Have you forgotten?" The sick man couldn't help but blush. "By the way, you just said that some of you were trapped in the Hiko base?"
Seeing that the sick man seemed to be mute, the others continued, "Indeed, at least 30 of our Red Scorpion mercenaries are trapped in the Hiko base." Others also agreed, and a rough estimate was that there were about 100 or 200 people.
"You guys take these people's heads off first, I'll go check inside the base." "We'll go with you. There are strange beasts ahead. Can you make it through?" "What about you?" "Me?" Fang Chang smiled lightly, and disappeared in front of them in a flash of lightning.
Everyone was still surprised at how this guy suddenly disappeared.
At this time, Mu Yunqi said angrily, "Haven't you seen a flash of lightning? What's so strange about it?
Hurry up and tear off the heads of these guys."
Estuary base. "Xiao Fang? Is that you? I'm your Uncle Bao. Were you also arrested?" Fang Chang looked in the direction of the sound and saw a large iron cage full of people in the dark corner. "Uncle Bao? Are you still alive? Where are the others?" Fang Chang was asking the other neighbors. "I don't know, maybe they are all dead." After saying that, Bao Lauer lowered his head. "I have something to do now.
I'll come back to save you later." When they heard the call for help, everyone became alert and looked over.
"Little brother, don't go. Let us out first. There are strange beasts everywhere outside now. You will die if I let you out," Fang Chang said without looking back.
He disappeared again in a flash of lightning.
Although Fang Chang's electromagnetic perception can penetrate walls and objects, it can only perceive a general idea, unlike the Pahuan Lingtong that can see a person upside down.
He had sensed it outside before that there were two groups of people in the base, one with fewer people and the other with more, and they were located in different locations of the base. He first chose a place with fewer people because he thought that the number of surviving mercenaries would definitely not be as many as civilians. "If it were me, I would kill people and bleed them every day to attract strange beasts, and I would definitely start with the mercenaries who posed a threat to me." It turned out to be a scavenger, which immediately gave Fang Chang more confidence in his plan. When he learned that hundreds of mercenaries were trapped in the base, he wanted to lead these mercenaries to rescue Songyong. When Fang Chang appeared again, he saw those mercenaries, all trapped in a hemispherical red force field. At a glance, there were not 200 of them, but at least 150.
"Who are you?"
A mercenary saw Fang Chang and suddenly stood up and asked.
"Come and rescue your people." "Save? How? There are strange beasts everywhere outside. How did you get in?"
Now all the strange beasts have been led away by the people from the three major guilds.
"I have been ordered to come and rescue you. The strange beasts have been lured away? Are you sure?" "Nonsense, if there are strange beasts outside, how can I get in?"
"Hurry up, they probably won't be able to hold out for long, we have to rush out." After saying that, Fang Chang smashed the force field controller with a knife, the force field disappeared, and everyone regained their freedom.
The man was still hesitating, but another person said, "Why are you still hesitating? Can it get any worse than it is now?"
But when they rushed out of the base and reached the two hills, they were all dumbfounded. That kid said that the three major guilds had lured away all the strange beasts. It was true that they were no longer in the base, but they were all blocking the gate. By this time, Fang Cheng had already called teacher Mu and Mu Yunxi over.
Seeing that everyone was still dumbfounded, he immediately said angrily, "What are you still standing there for? If they die, you will be the next to die. Hurry and follow me. If you rush over, you can survive." Fang Cheng had nothing to be afraid of, so he rushed out with Mu Yunxi and Mu Yao. At worst, if they really encountered danger, he would be able to take them away in a flash.
But the mercenaries behind him, under Fang Cheng's stimulation, rushed into the beast herd with knives in hand and howling.
As for how many of them could survive to the end, it all depended on luck. Anyway, it was better than hiding here and waiting to die. Chapter 102. Dear, follow me closely.
On the hill, the sick man and a group of mercenaries were lying here and could see clearly. The beast tide that originally rushed out from the Hiko base, after Song Yong joined the battle, for some unknown reason, the beast tide that was about to rush forward suddenly began to flow back, no longer continuing to rush forward, but became a mess as if the direction was confused. The center of this mess is the three major guilds. In the wilderness stained with blood, the three major guilds were tightly surrounded by a surging tide of strange beasts.
Lu Weixin's face turned pale. Why did this beast tide, which should have been over, suddenly become endless? Sweat soaked his forehead. He gasped and said, "It's over. I'm afraid we're really going to be defeated here this time." Xia Mingwu gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with despair yet determination. "What are you afraid of? The worst that can happen is death."
Song Yong risked his life to kill a beast with a single blow, saving his wife Su Wutong from the clutches of the beast. He felt guilty towards her, saying, "Don't be afraid, honey.
I'm here."
Wutong nodded and looked at Song Yong. Although there was fear in her eyes, there was more trust in her husband because he had never let her down. When everyone was running away, he would always rush over regardless of everything and pull himself out of the mud and out of the abyss. He is usually as dull as a piece of wood. He won't say sweet words to compliment her, nor will he buy small gifts to please her. He will only do what a man should do at the critical moment. I don't know when it started, but I feel at ease when I see him. Even if I'm in a desperate situation like now, as long as he is by my side, death doesn't scare me. At this moment, a strange beast suddenly pounced towards them. Xia Mingwu struck sideways, and the sword, which had long lost its durability, finally broke into pieces. The flying fragments cut several bloody wounds on the three people.
Lu Weixin roared, "Asshole."
Then he picked up his weapon and chopped at the monster. With such powerful force, he blew the monster into pieces. Song Yong endured the pain and joined the battle. "Brothers, if we have to die, we must take a few more people with us." Wutong, his beast mother, followed closely behind. A green light flashed on her body, and she instantly put a layer of vine armor on Song Yong. However, she was not careful for a moment and was bitten on the hind leg by a strange beast in the herd.
The husband and wife are connected by heart.
Song Yong, who was fighting bravely at the front, felt something strange about his wife. Without thinking, he turned around and chopped the strange beast into two pieces with one knife.
"How are you, wife?" "I'm fine, go on, leave me alone, don't be distracted."
Under the frenzied attacks of the strange beasts, everyone was covered in wounds, blood gushing out, staining the ground beneath their feet red. But they bravely fought the enemy, their backs to their brothers, their brotherhood as strong as steel at this moment. Xia Mingwu picked up a sword from the ground and grinned, even though he was covered in blood, "It's worth it to be brothers with you in this life."
Lu Weixin shouted, "That's right, the only regret is that I haven't married yet." Song Yong's eyes sparkled with tears. "Don't give up. We will definitely be able to return alive. Then you can marry Yan Yining. She has been with you for so many years. You have to give her an explanation. Then we will all come to your wedding." Before Lu Weixin finished speaking, Xia Mingwu turned around and looked at his beast mother. "Shu Shu, if we can return alive this time, will you marry me? You finally said that, bastard. But it's worth my life to hear you propose to me before I die."
Lu Weixin looked at Yan Yining, as if he had something to say, but he didn't seem to know how to start. Yan Yining knew she wasn't worthy of him, because before she met Lu Weixin, she had already had other beast masters, even more than one.
But she still asked, "If we can return alive this time, Weixin, will you marry me?" Lu Weixin still didn't say anything, but nodded vigorously. A relieved smile finally broke out on Yeninin's nervous face. Then, flames erupted from her body, and she shouted, "We can't just sit here and wait for death. We have to rush out." After saying that, he transformed into a firewolf and rushed into the herd. "Dear, follow me closely." Inin. Inin no longer looked back. She burned her special powers and turned herself into a ball of blazing fire, opening an escape route for everyone in front. "Let's go. We can't let Yinyanbai die." Xia Mingwu pushed Lu Weixin from behind and rushed forward with Song Yong to protect him. The other survivors also gathered quickly and rushed forward with the three of them. Yeninin, who was at the front, was like a powerful harvester, turning strange beasts into ashes wherever she passed. However, there were so many strange beasts, as if endless, they rushed for hundreds of meters, and finally everyone fell into despair again. On a distant hill, the sick man saw this scene and slapped the ground anxiously. Wrong direction. The sick man and the red scorpion mercenaries were lying high and seeing far, and they had already seen from afar Fong Chang and his men rushing out of the Hiku base. If Yaninin had led everyone and rushed towards Fong Chang, they would have successfully joined forces by now. With Fong Chang's strength, he would definitely be able to lead them to kill all the strange beasts. Fong Chang rushed into the beast herd with Mu Yao and Mu Yunqi. Now with his S-level lightning system ability, he slashed with thunder, and these D-level beasts died in front of him. Seeing Fong Chang being so fierce, the people behind him immediately joined the battle as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Teacher Mu's vines wrapped around Fong Chang, flying up and down like a ground dragon, directly killing a group of strange beasts around him. Fong Chang's knife flashed, and the electric light he swung out was like a long whip, chopping them all into pieces. "Teacher Mu, don't worry about me. Go forward and find Song Yong." After saying that, Teacher Mu drew his bow and shot an arrow. With the blessing of Imu Ling Wangzhan, the green arrow was like a meteor, instantly clearing a passage of hundreds of meters forward. Before the passage closed, Fong Chang was the first to rush in, but Mu Yunqi was faster, and after reaching the second level of Blazing Wind Blade, her sword movement speed became faster and more powerful. In the eyes of others, the strange beasts wherever she passed by seemed to be directly smashed to pieces by her slender body, giving people a strong visual impact. I just can't understand why she, who is obviously a pure and lovely school beauty, behaves like Li Kuei and Lu Zhishan when it comes to fighting. Unfortunately, this girl has poor stamina. She can't use the second level Blazing Wind Blade for long before she has to stop and replenish energy potions. In the end, Fong Chang protected him from behind, and Teacher Mu followed behind, and the three of them continued to fight forward together. The three of them were like the sharp tip of a spear, creating a conical gap in the surging herd of beasts. With the addition of more than 100 mercenaries from the rear, the gap gradually widened. Finally, Fong Chang saw Song Yong and the others in the herd. He joined forces with Teacher Mu to separate the herd again and rushed forward together. "Fong Chang, why are you here?" "I'm here to save you. Let's fight our way out together." "Oh, you shouldn't have come." In Song Yong's eyes, the six of them couldn't handle so many strange beasts, and you, a kid who just graduated from school, would be seeking death by coming in. This is not just about being fearless like a newborn calf, it's about being arrogant. This kid's mentality has become inflated after winning the City Youth Championship. "You can go anywhere, this is not the City Youth competition." A sigh expressed his sorrow. For a moment, he felt sorry for Tang Li and the president. They had entrusted this kid to him, but he failed to protect him. But he never thought about how Fong Chang got in when they couldn't kill so many strange beasts. At this time, Lu Weixin, who looked like a warrior with explosive clothes, said coldly with his bare chest, "Boy, I will lead you to fight out, follow closely. Don't do anything stupid." Before Xia Mingwu could finish his words, Lu Weixin rushed into the herd with a knife in hand. Chapter 103, Once you have the strength, you must take revenge overnight. Only after Yan Yinin died did Lu Weixin realize how important she was to him. At that moment, his whole world seemed to lose its color. At that moment, he woke up from a dream. All the memories of the past came flooding back to his mind like a tide. The tenderness, companionship, and love that he had once ignored were now like sharp thorns, piercing deep into his heart. He never thought that her departure would make him so heartbroken. "Without you, my world is meaningless." There was determination in his eyes as he charged into the herd of beasts resolutely. At this moment, it would be more accurate to say that he was seeking death rather than clearing the way for Fong Chang, wanting to perish together with these strange beasts in front of him. He threw away his defense and swung his sword, but the sword broke. No matter how good a knife is, it cannot withstand endless chopping.
Looking at the hand holding the hilt of the knife, at this moment he seemed to see a slender jade hand with a white glow, gently stroking the back of his hand, trying to wipe away the scars on it. He saw Yenin, the woman whom he usually despised, now looking at him tenderly, with the same beautiful smile on her face.
Yenin, let me do it.
Buzz. A flash of lightning streaked across the sky, sweeping away the strange beast in front of him.
The death he was waiting for did not come.
When he turned around, Fong Chang was already beside him.
Fong Chang laughed and said, "Why rush out? We are going to kill them all today."
Lu Weixin was completely stunned. The thorny vine suddenly emerged from the ground and swept across like waves, clearing a space around the two of them in the blink of an eye. Then, he used the healing technique that he had never used before, and cast it on the people around him as if it were free.
The crowd, who had already been exhausted, suddenly became energetic and saw hope.
Fong Chang's crazy swordsmanship, coupled with Thunder Slash, killed the surrounding strange beasts as easily as chopping melons and vegetables, killing one with each blow. The surrounding red figures were like ghosts, appearing and disappearing among the beasts, and all the strange beasts exploded wherever they passed. At this moment, everyone's eyes widened and their jaws dropped to the ground.
This kid is so powerful? Is his beast girl really a rank? Isn't he only D rank? Why does he seem even more awesome than our rank?
What that kid just said was definitely not bragging. With the killing method he used, he can really kill all these strange beasts.
Escape? Why are you running away?
Kill all these beasts. A moment later, the more than 100 mercenaries finally arrived. The sick man on the hill and a group of mercenaries watching the battle were so excited that they rushed down without hesitation. With the joint efforts of the three parties, the flashes of swords and the shouts of killing shook the earth. Someone was waving a long knife, and the knife shadow fell on the strange beast like a rainstorm, blood splattered, and limbs flew everywhere. Someone drew his strong bow and shot sharp arrows with a sharp whistling sound at the densely packed strange beasts, causing each strange beast to fly in the air among the herd. The three parties worked closely together, not giving these beasts any chance to breathe. Blood splattered in the air and strange beasts wailed in the wilderness. The battle instantly became intense, and everyone was trying their best to exert their strength to the extreme. Sweat soaked their battle suits, but their eyes were still burning. In less than 2 hours, all the strange beasts were slaughtered, but everyone was exhausted. Except for Fong Chang and Teacher Mu, who were still able to stand, everyone else was either lying down or sitting, gasping for breath. But everyone's face, without exception, was filled with the joy and satisfaction of victory. They looked at each other with admiration and approval in their eyes. They had already foreseen that this battle would become the most exhilarating memory of their lives.
Fong Chang found the sick man.
His face was flushed. When he saw Fong Chang coming, he hurriedly wanted to get up, but his hand slipped on the blood on the ground and he fell flat on his face. He smiled awkwardly at Fong Chang.
Then I wanted to stand up again to show my respect to the other person. Because this guy really did it. Who wouldn't want to run away when seeing these terrifying beasts?
You know, a large number of ants can kill an elephant, let alone a group of beasts. But this guy was the only one who said he could kill them all.
Who wouldn't think he was dreaming and having delusions? But this guy has a way.
First, he went around to the rear, rescued the trapped mercenaries and brought reinforcements to everyone. Then, this guy himself was very fierce. He took 2 beast girls to lead the way, and he really tore a hole in the beast herd.
Let everyone see hope. Escape now?
Why escape?
Just kill them all, and then everyone will really kill them all.
When I first met him, I thought he was just a newbie who knew nothing. Now I sincerely admire him, and even have an urge to follow him. He believed that at this moment, there must be more than one person who felt the same way as him. He walked over so calmly, but he seemed to exude a unique charm, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. Although they were originally exhausted, their eyes became hot again because of him. Fong Cheng quickly supported him, and the sick man who almost fell down again was like a dog eating shit.
You all rushed down. What happened to those people from the plaster country?
Brother Fong Chang, don't worry. According to your instructions, everyone's brain containers have been removed, except for that woman. If her head was chopped off, she would be dead.
Without your order, we wouldn't dare to do it. Where are the people?
On the hill. Oh, and we've removed all her prosthetics.
She definitely can't escape. At this time, Song Yang asked, Brother, have you met them?
Yeah.
Fong Chang nodded.
Not only them, but also several members of our Lingqi guild, and members of their guild. After saying that, Feng Chang looked at Lu Weixin and Xia Mingwu. The two looked bewildered, and then Xia Mingwu said, "Brother, are you saying there's a second-rate woozy among us? It's a long story. Wait until I bring that woman named Ma Zi here, and you can ask her yourself." After saying this, Feng Chang wanted to go up and bring those spies from the Plaster Kingdom, but at this time the sick man called him and said, "Brother Feng, my name is Wu Wuji."
Feng Chang didn't even turn his head to ask, "Wu and Lao Wu?"
"No, it's the Wu in martial arts."
"I know your name is Wu Wuji." Wu Wuji laughed, as if it was an honor to have Feng Chang remember his name.
There are spies in the three major guilds, and it is the job of the presidents of the three guilds to find these spies. What Feng Chang has to do now is to solve another problem. It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge, but that is a temporary measure when you lack the strength. Now that I have the strength, I never wait to settle my grudges. It was still dark when everyone returned to Yucheng, and Feng Chang went straight to the Shinto family's Aoshire Villa. Aoshire Villa is the most famous wealthy community in Yucheng. It is the property of the Shinto family and also the base camp of this family. The light in Shentoha's study was still on, and the room was quiet. Shentoha sat there quietly, his brows slightly furrowed, tapping the table unconsciously with his fingers, an indescribable irritation welling up in his heart for no reason. He always felt that something was about to happen, but he couldn't tell why.
That woman, Ma Zi, should have succeeded by now, right? So why hasn't she replied to my message yet? Are they all dead? How is that possible?
Shinto Heo immediately overturned his idea.
He knew the people sent by the three major guilds yesterday.
They were no match for the woman with pockmarks. Killing them would be as easy as killing a group of ants.
But why did I suddenly feel uneasy?
Suddenly, the lights flickered a few times without warning, and then the whole room was plunged into darkness. A gust of night wind blew open the window of his study, and the lifted white curtains fluttered in front of his eyes like soul flags. The shadow of the banner fell, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of him.
Chapter 104. The Shinto family was exterminated. Feng Chang.
With the dim light from the window, Shinto Hao saw Feng Chang clearly. At this moment, he felt like he saw a ghost and subconsciously wanted to step back. However, because the floor was covered with carpet, the friction was too great and the chair did not move. Instead, it flipped backwards, causing him to fall to the ground.
Feng Chang, why aren't you dead?
Shinto Heo hid behind a chair, holding onto it tightly with both hands, his pupils shrunk into needlepoints, his face filled with fear. He looked at Feng Chang in disbelief.
How could this kid appear here? Shouldn't he be dead by now?
2 minutes ago, Feng Chang, teacher Mu and Mu Yunxi arrived at the gate of Aoshire Villa.
After killing Shinto Jun, Shinto Hao came. Feng Chang was worried that after killing Shinto Hao, another Shinto X would come.
Then he would have no time to do anything else. He would have to deal with the Shinto family all his life.
Moreover, it is easy to seize an open attack but difficult to guard against a hidden attack.
It is not a good thing to be targeted by a group of people all the time.
So he decided to kill all the people in the Shinto family tonight. Have you found out how it went?
Feng Chang said to Mu Yunxi, who was using her bracelet to surf the internet.
Yes, I've found out.
Mu Yunxi enlarged the holographic screen on the bracelet. This is the relationship chart of Shintujuan that I compiled.
I'll send it to you to take a look. The Shinto family is the richest family in Yucheng.
Some bloggers on the internet often dig up news about their family in order to attract traffic, and even encyclopedia entries have been compiled.
Feng Chang glanced at Shintujuan's character relationship chart and said, "Okay, let's kill the people listed here." Feng Chang, are you sure it's okay to do this? We are in the city after all. You reminded me.
After Feng Chang finished speaking, an invisible magnetic explosion quickly spread out with him as the center. Wherever the magnetic storm passed, street lights went out, surveillance cameras burned out, and all electronic equipment was paralyzed. Looking down at the bright Yucheng from high above, it was like someone had suddenly gouged a large hole with a radius of 2 or 3 kilometers.
All right, let's get this over with quickly.
Before the authorities react, let's go home quickly. Mu Yunxi seemed to want to say something else, but Feng Chang had already decided to take action. Anything she said now would only hinder Feng Chang.
It would be better to kill the man in one go.
Through electromagnetic perception, Feng Chang came to the strongest person in the entire villa, but he didn't expect it to be Shinto Hao. Seeing that he was so scared that he was out of his mind, he subconsciously asked why he didn't die.
This shows that Koizumi Mako did not lie and he did not kill the wrong person tonight. Fang Cheng answered him by chopping the heavy desk in front of him with a knife.
The tip of the knife pierced through the chair in front of him, then pierced his heart, and then nailed him and the chair to the wall. The whole process happened as fast as lightning, in the blink of an eye, leaving Shin Tae-jun no time to react. At this time, Fang Chengkai said, "I'm not dead, why are you so surprised?"
Shen Tua's face was filled with astonishment and pain.
He had never expected Fang Cheng to be so resolute and decisive.
Didn't he usually talk first and then act? Why did he do the opposite?
He opened his eyes wide and stared at Fang Cheng. Besides disbelief, there was more despair in his eyes. His lips trembled slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but he could only make vague whimpers. In fact, before this, Shin Tae's psychology had always been very contradictory. On the one hand, Fang Cheng had a grudge against him for killing his son, and he wanted to cut Fang Cheng into pieces. On the other hand, he wanted Fang Cheng to be alive, because if Fang Cheng could survive tonight, then it would be Koizumi Mako who would die, and in this way Fang Cheng could help him get rid of the control of the plaster country. As the richest man in Yuching, he should be able to call the wind and rain.
Why does he have endless wealth but still has to be driven like a dog? Before, he didn't know how to choose. Did he want Fang Cheng to die or live? It's really ridiculous to think about it now.
From the moment I accepted funding from the plaster country, I was destined to be a pawn.
Isn't it ridiculous that a chess piece actually wants to tell the player how to play chess?
He slowly raised his hand and tried to grab Fang Cheng's knife, hoping that he would not draw the knife so quickly, otherwise he would die faster. He also wanted to take another look at this colorful world and the business empire he had built.
But Fang Cheng is in a hurry.
He turned around and drew his sword, and before leaving, he did not forget to release a stream of sword energy, directly cutting off his neck. Even if he was taken for transformation, he would not be able to be saved.
For ordinary people living in Aosher Villa, this was just an ordinary night like any other.
The only difference was that the alarm clock didn't ring in the morning, and when they were making breakfast, they found that there was no electricity at home. But this is not a big deal. The authorities have already sent people to repair it, and I believe the power will be restored soon. Only after the call came back did they discover that all the electrical appliances in their home were broken. Until a maid screamed. In this picturesque Aosher villa, she was like a crowing hen, waking up those who should have overslept. It is not a good thing for a hen to crow at dawn. Before the crowing on one side has died down, the crowing on the other side begins again, echoing one after another throughout the entire Aosher villa.
All 111 members of the Shinta family died overnight.
The early morning sunlight shines through the clear window and falls into Fang Cheng's living room. Fang Cheng's family of 3 sat around the table to eat breakfast as usual.
Fang Cheng, as always, liked to watch the morning news while eating breakfast. Has Fang Cheng been reported in the news?
Mu Yunxi was tearing fried dough sticks into soy milk when she saw Fang Cheng watching the news. She came over and took a look at the holographic screen in front of him.
Fang Cheng asked, "What?" "The Shinta family's tragic annihilation." "No. How is it possible? He's the richest man in Yuching, and his entire family was wiped out, yet there's no news about it? By the way, what did you want to ask me last night?" Actually, it's nothing. I just want to say that the Shinta family is collaborating with the enemy and betraying the country.
Even if we don't take action, the authorities will deal with them.
Fang Cheng smiled softly. "Do you know how many spies from the Plaster Kingdom there are in the Dragon Kingdom?"
Mu Yunxi shook her head. "I don't know, do you know?" "I don't know either, so it's better to do it myself." Because of the mission at the Hiko base and the capture of the Plaster Nation's spy, the 3 major guilds and the Jing'an division held an emergency meeting at the City Lord's mansion, which did not end until dawn.
Before everyone left the City Lord's mansion, news came that Shin Tu-jun's family was killed last night.
The crowd, who were about to leave, were petrified.
A moment later, Yang Shang, the president of the Yuching branch of the Shinchi Guild, said leisurely, "What do you think about Wu Zhong?" Wu Zhong frowned.
The Shinta family was wiped out, and Fang Cheng was undoubtedly the biggest suspect. He had a grudge against the Shinta family. According to the confession of the spies from the Gaoyao kingdom, they collaborated with Shinta to assassinate Fang Cheng. Now that the assassination has failed, it is only natural for Fang Cheng to want revenge. So he had the motive to wipe out the entire family.
"What the hell is your business? Are you bored? Why do I need to report to you?"
Seeing Wu Zhong not responding and even arguing with him, Yang Shang was so angry that he stood up and said, "Wu, don't play dumb with me.
You dare to say that the Shinta family's annihilation had nothing to do with that kid of yours?"
I have a headache today, so I'm sorry for posting the last chapter late. I'll post a picture on the status bar to express my apology to all of you who support me.
Chapter 105. We are now connected to people above us.
Wu Zhong said firmly, I don't think it matters.
Another trader's family was exterminated. Why are you so excited? Is he your brother or your colleague? You are slandering me. What does he have to do with me? If you don't make this clear today, I will never let you go. After saying that, Yang Sheng subconsciously looked at the city lord Yu Jianming, as if to say that I really have nothing to do with Shintu Hao. It is a foregone conclusion that the Shintu family is a traitor.
Anyone who has anything to do with this family will die.
Yang Sheng is also annoyed now.
I was just impulsive. Why did I bring up this matter for no reason?
The person who is most thankful now is Lu Kuan, the president of Yuqing branch of Xuanwan Guild.
Shinto family was wiped out, and Feng Cheng of Lingqi Guild is undoubtedly the biggest suspect. He also felt that this was a good opportunity to kick someone when he was down, but he was not as quick as Yang Sheng in speaking. Now I think, fortunately, my mouth is not as quick as Yang Sheng's, otherwise I would be the one who is embarrassed. Yu Jianming knocked on the table and said, Alright, the discord between your three guilds is well known to everyone in Dragon Country, but in the face of such a major issue, I still hope that you can point your guns at the outside world in unison. As for the extermination of the Shinta family, I personally think that it was most likely a spy from the Plaster Country who killed people to silence them. Also, the Jing'an division, keep a close eye on those spies. If anything happens to them before they're handed over to higher authorities, I'll hold you accountable.
Feng Cheng is now a treasure in Yu Jianming's heart.
In this Hiko base incident, that guy not only saved the reputation of the three major guilds, but also single-handedly arrested all the spies of the Plaster Country.
He couldn't even protect such a genius from Dragon Country. If he is held accountable because of a few traitors, then what is the difference between him and those traitors? Now that the matter is over, the happiest person besides Yu Jianming is none other than Wu Zhong. This time, Feng Cheng really made their Lingqi Guild proud.
Not only did he capture all the spies of the Plaster Kingdom alive, but he also made the Xinqi and Xuanguan guilds owe him a favor.
Although Yang Sheng and Lu Kuan were two ungrateful people, at the guild level, the Xinqi and Xuanwan guilds had to owe him such a favor.
As long as the big bosses above and the younger brothers below agree to it, Yang Sheng and Lu Kuan will have to accept it no matter how reluctant they are. My wife was determined to get Feng Cheng into the guild at all costs. Now it seems that she is indeed a good judge of vision. At noon, the news of the Shinta family being wiped out appeared in the news.
Shinta Hao is a spy from the enemy country. Now all the exposed spies have been caught.
The ones who escaped have killed people to silence them in order to protect themselves. As soon as this news came out, the whole city was in an uproar. Oh my god, Shinta Hao turned out to be a spy from the enemy country, and his entire family was wiped out.
This plot is too exciting.
I never expected that someone who looks so glorious on a daily basis could have such a filthy background.
It's shocking. He's a spy from the enemy country. No wonder he's so rich.
It turns out he has ulterior motives.
People like him deserve to be hacked into pieces. That's great. The whole family has been wiped out. This is really satisfying. People who endanger the country like this must not be let off.
Soon, an insider revealed that the Hiko base incident was a conspiracy planned by these spies in Shinta Hao, and was successfully thwarted by Feng Cheng of the Lingqi Guild.
This is really a case of one melon not being settled, yet another one arises. Is it true that Feng Cheng single-handedly saved the reputation of the three major guilds and captured all the spies alive? How can something officially certified be fake? Don't underestimate that kid's young age, he's incredibly capable.
From the moment he won the City Youth Championship, I knew he was definitely something special.
That's right.
Before he won the championship, some people said he was just lucky.
Now they've proven that he's really got the talent.
We'll know whether we have the ability in next week's regional competition. Even if it's a regional competition, I believe Feng Cheng can at least rank in the top 3 and bring glory to our entire Yucheng.
Top 3? Our Yucheng hasn't even made it into the top 100. There were no students who won the City Youth competition before, but now there are some, right? It's nothing for students to win the championship? Like Shintu Jun. Bah, why am I bringing up this kind of rubbish again?
Anyway, as long as parents are capable, they can still hire someone to help them win the championship. But leading a group of students to seize the entire stadium is absolutely unique in the entire Dragon Country, and it is impossible to do it even with hired personnel. In the villa, Mu Yunqi was clamoring to swim, so she begged Teacher Mu to help him clean the swimming pool. Teacher Mu agreed, but the girl started to act cunningly again, saying that she wanted to go to the toilet and then that she was thirsty.
It took me almost half an hour to drink a cup of iced sour plum soup. It seems like everyone on the internet is praising you. Are you feeling really happy right now?
Fang Chang, who was using his wristband to surf the internet, glanced back at Mu Yunqi, then at the sour plum soup in front of her. You've been drinking this cup of sour plum soup for almost an hour, right?
No, I just had a drink. Do you want one too?
Fang Chang glanced at Teacher Mu, who was working hard in the swimming pool, and couldn't help feeling a little sad.
Why don't you ask your mother if she wants some?
I asked her, and she said she wasn't thirsty.
By the way, is this the end of the Shinto family's affairs? Did you know this would happen?
Fang Chang rolled his eyes at her and pointed at the swimming pool, saying, "Let me remind you, our swimming pool has a lid.
If you slack off here again, I'll have Teacher Mu lock it up. You don't know what's good for you."
At this time, the doorbell rang and Zhou Jianyang, director of the education department of Yuqing, came to visit.
Why is that old man here? Fang Chang couldn't help but look puzzled. Mu Yunqi, who had just looked resentful, immediately came over and said happily, "Are you asking me? Get lost. You. Humph, if I pay attention to you again, I will be a dog. Hurry down and help your mother with the work."
After saying that, Fang Chang pushed Mu Yunqi down and turned around to open the door for Zhou Jianyang. Director Zhou is such a rare guest. Zhou Jianyang chuckled, "Thanks to Brother Fang, I might be able to go to the Jing'an division to serve as an operations coordinating captain."
Ha? Fang Chang looked confused.
Seeing that Fang Chang seemed to have misunderstood, he quickly explained, "It's the imperial capital."
Fang Chang suddenly realized, "So you got a promotion? This is all thanks to you. But aren't you from the education department? Why are you going to the Jing'an department?"
I was originally supposed to go to the education department, but after what happened recently, they transferred me to the peace and security department. When I took over, I took those things with me.
Fang Chang smiled and said, "Congratulations, Captain.
If I ever have the chance to visit the imperial capital, you must protect me."
Zhou Jianyang smiled and said, "That's a must. By the way, Brother Fang, I came here this time just to ask if you want to go with me?"
Seeing that the old man had already started to call him brother, Fang Chang decided to take advantage of the situation and asked, "What do you mean by Brother Zhou? Let's go together."
"Isn't the regional competition next week?"
"I can go with you to Fuan City first, and then to the imperial capital." "Brother Zhou, if you want to introduce me to some acquaintances, I appreciate your kindness, but you are going to the imperial capital not only to take up a position, but also to complete a mission. For safety reasons, it is better to go directly to the imperial capital."
Zhou Jianyang thought about it and nodded immediately. "Brother Fang, what you said makes sense. By the way, this is for you." Chapter 106 Xiao Fang, did you hear the puppy barking last night?
Zhou Jianyang took out a business card and handed it to Fang Chang. "This is my classmate Lu Chong.
He is doing well in Fuan City now. If you encounter any trouble, you can go to him." "He is
director of the operations department of the Jing'an division of Fuan City. It sounds like his rank is higher than Zhou Jianyang's, the captain, but one is in the local area, just in charge of the small piece of land in front of him, while the other is in the imperial capital, doing the work of coordinating the overall situation. In other words, one shoulder wears a flower and the other shoulder wears a star, and the rank can be seen from the epaulets."
Fang Chang and Zhou Jianyang chatted for a while in the garden.
Seeing that it was getting late, Zhou Jianyang stood up and said, "Goodbye, Brother Fang. I hope that one day in the future, we can meet in the imperial capital."
Fang Chang smiled and said, "If I have the chance, I will definitely go.
I heard that the roast goose in the capital is very good."
"Brother Zhou, you can treat me then. Don't worry, as long as you come, I will treat you to a feast." Zhou Jianyang left, walking towards the sunset, and he was really right about this.
"Hey, everyone has left. What are you still looking at here?" The girl who thought Fang Chang was a dog came over again. "I was wondering if a willow tree would be a better choice for this place than a peach tree."
"Willow tree?"
Mu Yunqi looked puzzled.
"Haven't you heard?
Willow trees grow green in the east wind, lining the imperial river.
Lately, it's been hard to pick them, probably because of so many separations. What's the meaning?"
Fang Chang glanced back at her, then rubbed her head with his fingers. "I usually tell you to read more, but you insist on looking at handsome guys.
You don't understand anything at the critical moment. You still have the nerve to criticize me? I actually got first place in the last joint exam. Tell me where you got yourself. In the last joint exam, I think I was ranked 51st from the bottom, but that was the original examiner's job and it's none of my business. Hey, I remember now. A little girl said before that if you care about me again, you're a dog. Is that girl you? Mu Yunxi was so angry that her teeth itched. She raised her leg and kicked him. I'm going to kick you, you ungrateful thing. Fong Chun laughed. I didn't kick it. After saying that, he had already reached the swimming pool. Teacher Mu, please take care of your daughter. She wants to kill your husband. Teacher Mu, who was busy, suddenly froze and her shy face instantly turned red to her ears. Xiao Fan was talking nonsense. But his heart felt as sweet as if he had eaten honey. Regardless of his blushing face, he stood up and said to Mu Yunxi, Xiaoxi, stop right there. Stop messing around. Mom, you only know how to protect him. I am your biological daughter. It was a quiet night with a cool breeze. Teacher Mu, who had been playing in the swimming pool with Fong Cheng until midnight, had just laid down on the bed. In a daze, she seemed to hear a puppy barking. She had not slept well the whole night. But when the first ray of sunlight of the next morning just poured down on the living room floor, the gentle figure of Teacher Mu was always the first to quietly appear in the living room. She wore a simple yet elegant white nightgown, with a loose belt that accentuated her slender waist. Dark circles? Not there. Her face was as smooth as white jade, and her complexion was excellent, with a faint blush, as if it had just been kissed by the sun. Her long hair fell on her shoulders like a waterfall, swaying gently as she walked. Her beautiful eyes were filled with soft light, as if they could embrace everything in the world. She walked into the kitchen slowly and made breakfast for everyone day after day. She leaned slightly sideways in front of the stove, and the sunlight made her figure even more graceful and charming. This home becomes more warm and beautiful because of her presence. Now she has mastered the technique of removing the fishy smell from animal milk, and the cooked animal milk tastes even better than cow's milk. But Fong Cheng still didn't like it, so she kept making sweet and delicious double-skim milk, rich and milky animal milk pudding, soft and sticky milk cake, crispy and sweet-baked milk skin. In short, as long as it is beneficial to the other party, Teacher Mu will find ways to make him eat it. As for Mu Yunxi, she seems to have gotten used to drinking it now, so just give her a cup of animal milk. When breakfast was ready, Fong Cheng also came down from the bedroom on the second floor. Yao Yao, what are you doing today? Teacher Mu tilted her head slightly, and a warm and sweet arc appeared on the corner of her mouth. That smile seemed to melt people's hearts, like the warmest sunshine in spring falling on Fong Cheng's heart. She said softly, I made these custard buns especially for you. Come and try them and see if they are delicious. The sound was as pleasant as the gurgling of a spring, and accompanied by her smile, it made the whole morning particularly beautiful and warm. Fong Cheng took a bite and it tasted really good. Teacher Mu had really taken great pains to get him to drink the animal milk. But when the words came to his lips, he changed his tone and said, Teacher, you have worked hard. Teacher Mu was slightly startled, then a shy blush appeared on her face, and she immediately said coquettishly, Xiao Fong, you are getting worse and worse. Fong Cheng chuckled complacently. Teacher Mu suddenly seemed to have thought of something and asked, Xiao Fong, did you hear the puppy barking last night? Puppy? Just then, I heard a girl on the third floor slip and almost fall down the stairs. Teacher Mu walked out and looked upstairs. At this moment, the girl with her hands tightly holding the handrail, who else could it be but Mu Yunxi? Oh, girl, you go to bed so early every day, and why do you look so sleepy every day? I really don't know where all your sleep goes. Can't you be more alert? What if you fall? Although Teacher Mu's tone was a little complaining, his eyes were full of love. Mu Yunxi was too embarrassed to say anything and could only admit defeat with a blushing face. After breakfast, Fong Cheng came to the Lingqi Guild and met Tang Li and Wu Zhong. Sister Xiao Tang, are you looking for me? Fong Cheng simply ignored Wu Zhong on the side. It was not that he looked down on Wu Zhong, but there was really no need to do so. This guy was just a henpecked man. As long as you showed a little respect to Sister Tang, it would make him happier than if you showed 10 times the respect to him. I want to ask when you plan to go to Fuan City. What's wrong? Are you in a hurry for me to win the championship? Bah, you're getting more and more conceited. Do you think Fuan City is our little Yucheng? This regional competition has gathered all the top people from the 22 cities in the region. You're lucky to be ranked in the top 100 and win the championship? So you want me to leave early? Tang Li nodded. After all,
our Yuching is a small place and too poor. When I say poor, I don't mean poor in terms of money, but in terms of the fact that there are almost no high-level dungeons.
Fong Chang nodded.
What Sister Tang said was right.
Yuching didn't have any high-level dungeons, let alone B-level dungeons. If you wanted to get crystals, you didn't know where to go.
If you are lucky enough, you may encounter a wild boss of level B or above and get 1 or 2 fragments. But this is the real world, and wild bosses cannot be refreshed on the spot like in games. Therefore, things like beast soul crystals and supernatural crystals have to be imported or found in other cities. Therefore, whenever crystals appear on the market, they will be much more expensive than in other places.
By the way, can you clear B-level dungeons now? It should be possible, I haven't tried it. Then you can go to Fuan City and try it now.
There are quite a few B-level dungeons there, which you can grind to your heart's content.
Is it me again?
Hearing Fong Chang's words, Tang Li glared at Wu Zhong angrily. It's all his fault.
What's wrong with Brother Wo? Fong Chang looked confused.
The regional competition is only open to those who have placed in the city youth competition, and only the top 100 can participate.
Let us not talk about these unhappy things anymore. I hope you can leave as soon as possible. Do you understand what I mean? Chapter 107, The Very Competent Big Sister Tang Li. Fong Chang said, Sister Xiao Tang wants me to take advantage of the time before the competition to do more dungeons?
Tang Li smiled slightly. You are really smart, both you and your beast mother have good talents, especially you. If you were not born in Yuching, with your talent, your strength would be at least 4 or 5 times what it is now.
You are not young anymore, it's time for you to go out and see the world.
First, it can broaden your horizons and increase your experience. Second, it can help you obtain more resources and improve your strength. Our dragon kingdom is vast, and the world is even more vast. In this vast world, there are geniuses as numerous as stars, and you are not the only one. Even people of your age have already embarked on their journey early and set off. Don't be afraid of those who are ahead of you, don't let their footsteps disrupt your own rhythm, and firmly believe in your own abilities and potential.
If they can do it, you can do it too, and even better.
When she was moved, Tang Li had already come to Fong Chang's side from behind the desk. She looks like an older sister, with her hand on Fong Chang's shoulder. Her deep eyes are filled with doting for her younger brother and her understanding of life, which makes people unable to help but trust her. To be honest, Fong Chang had known Tang Li for such a long time, but this was the first time he saw her so serious. He was just a little bit short of believing it. Suddenly Fong Chang brushed Tang Li's hand away and said, Little sister Tang, let's get down to business.
I'm about to go on a long trip. Don't you have any words of advice for your brother-in-law? You, hum.
The warmth that Tang Li had worked so hard to create was shattered by this boy's words.
No, just go away.
At this moment, Tang Li's voice sounded full of disgust to the other party.
Really? No, go ahead. Then I'll really leave.
After saying that, Fong Chang walked towards the door, but was suddenly stopped by Tang Li, saying, Come back here, kid.
Fong Chang chuckled, looking like he knew you had something else to do.
Tang Li took out 3 bracelets and threw them to Fong Chang in a bad mood.
Fong Chang quickly caught it with both hands, took a look at it, and was immediately surprised. It's an SSS level bracelet, and it has stars? Hey, you know what's good? You even know the star mark? What's the big deal? Just check it online. There's nothing you can find online these days.
In fact, Fong Chang was looking for this kind of information online because he wanted to replace his bracelet recently.
Products with stars are military products and are generally only used by the military.
The storage space inside is twice that of an ordinary bracelet. At the same time, the communication is forced to be encrypted, and the communication distance is wider. Ordinary bracelets can only be used as short-range walkie-talkies in the wild, but the Starband bracelet can connect to the global network, just like a satellite phone. The most important thing is that all transactions generated by using S-level or above star bracelets are tax-free, such as personal income tax and purchase tax when buying and selling spoils. They can also pass through space gates across the country for free and enjoy discounts at all military-affiliated institutions, such as hospitals, equipment stores, and guest houses.
Fong Chang asked, I heard that this star bracelet can only be obtained through military merit. The SSS bracelet must require quite a lot of military merit, right? Tang Li said unhappily, Why are you talking so much nonsense? Just take it. No, Sister Tang, I'm just curious. Where did you get the military merits? I want some too. I heard that star-level equipment is even more powerful. You want military merit? That's easy. Go to the border for a few years and you'll definitely have a chance to earn it. As for whether you have the ability to earn it, I don't know. So, you and your brother Wu earned all your military achievements on the border? Wu Zhong, who had been silent the entire time, suddenly said, I spent 8 years with your sister Tang on the western border. All the military merits I earned are now in your hands. 8 years? Tang Li said unhappily, okay, why are you telling this kid all this? Fang Cheng smiled and said, don't worry, Sister Tang, I will definitely not bring shame to our guild when I go to Fuan City this time. Who told you to bring honor to us? You're lucky to be alive and well and not bring shame to us. Remember, when you're out in the world, you have to learn to judge the situation. There's no sense in fighting for a moment's anger. The one who laughs last is the winner. Also, you are still young, so don't trust others easily when you are outside, and don't form a team with others easily, otherwise you will easily be used as cannon fodder. You're still young, only 18. Consider this a chance to broaden your horizons, understand? It doesn't matter if you're eliminated early. We can try harder next year. The next day. Fang Chang, is this Fuan City? As soon as the three of them came out of the space gate, Mu Yunqi seemed to be shocked by the scene in front of her. Maybe it was because it was her first time traveling far away, Fang Cheng felt that this girl was making a fuss out of nothing. In Fang Cheng's eyes, Fuan City and Yuqing are similar. Whatever is available in Fuan City is basically also available in Yuqing. The difference is that there are more advanced dungeons in the wild, where you can go to brush crystals. Of course, there are also buildings left over from the previous era, which are used to show the rich history of this city. But in Fang Cheng's eyes, they are actually just some dilapidated buildings. He now has the bonus of wood and fire abilities, but he has not awakened the corresponding abilities, which always makes Fang Cheng feel a bit of a waste. If you want to awaken your superpowers, you must have superpowers crystals. At the same time, Mu Yunqi and Teacher Mu also need Beast Soul crystals if they want to upgrade their skill levels. Okay, I'll let you wander around tonight. Now let's find a place to stay. Mu Yunqi nodded with a smile, and subconsciously wanted to hold Fang Cheng's hand, but found that his hand had been held by his mother. She had to raise her outstretched hand awkwardly and pretended to scratch her head. Then she put her hands behind her back and walked to the front with light steps, like a happy little deer. The sunlight fell on her, illuminating her energetic figure. Suddenly, she turned around abruptly, her long hair like a waterfall swung out in a graceful arc, her hair flying in the wind, her clear eyes sparkled with a smart light, and her rosy face was filled with a bright smile. Hurry up, what are you still dawdling about? Mu Yunqi reference picture. The three of them found a hotel to stay in, and then went to the competition organizing committee to register. In the event hall that looks like an airport, the reception ladies in tight uniforms all have amazing figures. Hello handsome boy, are you here to participate as well? Please show me your points ID. Fang Cheng took out his Beastmaster badge and handed it to the young lady in front of him. Are you Fang Cheng from Yucheng? What's the problem? Sorry. I just heard that you won first place in the Yucheng City Youth Tournament this time. Has your Yucheng fallen to this point? Fang Cheng frowned slightly. Miss, what do you mean? Can I take first place? Oh, sorry, there has never been a student who took first place. Fang Cheng said noncommittally, okay, hurry up and register. I'm in a hurry. Okay. By the way, the system shows that you are participating in this competition as a member of the Yucheng Lingqi Guild. Does that mean you have been specially recruited by the Lingqi Guild? Congratulations. Thanks. By the way, you know what? You're the first player from Yucheng to arrive at this regional tournament. You want to go do a dungeon, right? I have this idea. The young lady returned the registered badge to Fang Cheng and said with a smile, handsome boy, do you know why you were the first to arrive? Chapter 108 I've never lost in a competition of luck. Is there any other explanation for this? Fang Cheng looked at the young lady in front of him suspiciously. The young lady smiled as if to say, I know something you don't know. The people from the Yucheng branch are really something. Didn't they tell you that you need to have real strength to clear high-level dungeons in the capital city? Let me put it this way, it's not that other people don't want to come earlier, but coming early will waste time and accommodation fees. Handsome boy, listen to my advice. In the few days before the competition, take your beast girls and have fun in Fuan City. Don't go to any dungeons. Thanks. Hey, seriously, there are spots available for dungeons above level B.
Now that all the geniuses from the 22 cities are here, you can't compete with them.
Fong Chang thanked the young lady for her kindness and left the hall with Teacher Mu.
At this time, Teacher Mu said, "What the little girl said just now is right, Xiao Feng, look." Teacher Mu pointed to the holographic screen on his wristband and explained, "For dungeons above level B, only 20 tickets are issued each day. Each dungeon can only be refreshed 100 times a day. On average, each ticket can only be used to refresh the dungeon 5 times a day."
How do I get a ticket? Tickets for each day will be distributed in the afternoon of the previous day.
15 of these tickets will be allocated to the top 15 players based on their Beastmaster rankings and their dungeon results.
The remaining 5 will be randomly drawn. What did you say, random selection? Teacher Mu nodded doubtfully. Yes, there are 5 tickets that are randomly drawn. That's great. Teacher Mu, can you please check which dungeon in Fuan City has the highest crystal drop rate? There are a total of 12 B-level dungeons in Fuan City. The one with the highest crystal drop rate is the Starlight Ruins dungeon. Xiao Feng, you're not really going there, are you? Fong Chang asked doubtfully, why can't I go?
Teacher Mu explained, the higher the drop rate, the more people there are.
Why don't we go to a dungeon with a relatively low drop rate?
That way we can avoid some powerful competitors, such as some S-level teams.
Fong Chang smiled slightly. Who said I want to compete with them in strength? I want to compete with them in luck. Have you forgotten that my luck has always been good? Teacher Mu was stunned. Thinking about Fong Chang's luck, it seemed that it had always been good.
So the 3 of them followed the navigation and took the city express to the Star Ruins copy located on the outskirts of the city. In front of the door of the B-level copy, there is no longer a small ticket window, but a ticket hall similar to the securities hall. The hall was crowded with people, all coming for tickets for tomorrow.
Fong Chang looked at the information board in the hall.
Wow, the top 100 teams were all S-level teams, which meant that the 5 Beastmasters were at least S-level.
How could he compare with them?
Not to mention the level, just in terms of strength, the other person is far superior to me at 5-1.
And as for the battle record, even the record that I am proud of cannot be compared with others here.
They are all veteran teams, and some of them make a living by playing Crystal.
Even if they don't have an SSS level evaluation, an L level evaluation alone can defeat you. After all, there are thousands of copy records there.
Others came from other places for the regional competition. They did not participate in the major competitions because of the age limit. It was almost impossible for those under 25 to reach S level. At least in this region, no one can reach S level before the age of 25. They came to fight for the crystal for the younger generations in their own faction, and of course there were also mercenaries hired for money. Everyone wants to achieve good results in the regional competition, and the only thing that can improve strength in a short period of time is crystal. For example, an extra ability, the evolution of a beast girl, or the improvement of a beast girl's skill level can all improve the strength of the beastmaster in a very short period of time. Therefore, whenever the regional competition is approaching, the price of crystals in the entire dragon country will experience a crazy surge. After all, success is not achieved just by having crystals, luck is also needed. Those who are unlucky can only rely on piling up a large number of crystals, which will undoubtedly increase the demand for crystals, making crystals even more scarce at this time. Fong Chang saw that there was still half an hour left before the final registration time, so he quickly asked someone where to register and went to sign up. The young lady at the registration desk smiled slightly and said, "Handsome boy, are you here to try your luck too?" Fong Chang smiled and said, "Yeah, with my limited strength, I can't compete with them in anything except luck." The young ant chuckled and said, "You are quite self-aware, but this should be your first time in our Fuan city, right? How did you know?" The young ant smiled without saying anything and handed a number to Fong Chang. "Here you go, this is your number." Fong Chang took it and took a look, his eyes widened immediately. "Name? Are there so many people?" After saying that, he turned around and looked at the hall. It didn't look like a hall that could accommodate more than 10,000 people. The young auntie explained with a smile, "That's why I said this is your first time in our Fuan city. People who really rely on luck to get tickets directly get accounts online. They get accounts for all 12 copies. Doesn't this increase the chances of winning? Is there still such an operation? Why not? Even if you do get a ticket, most people either don't have the ability or the money to buy one. So even though there are over 10,000 people lining up to draw a number, many of them are just profiteers. Scalping tickets? Isn't that just scalping? The authorities don't care? Why should I care?
Those who can afford B-level dungeons don't need that little money. Those who lack money can't do B-level dungeons either.
It's better to give it to some beastmasters who are struggling to make ends meet and improve their living conditions.
This way, when they grow up, they can contribute to the country, right? Fong Chang nodded. That seems to make sense. But from what you said, isn't there a risk of the ticket being snatched away? You could say that.
Then the auntie leaned close to Fong Chang's ear and whispered, "Handsome boy, I'll tell you a little secret for free. A B-level ticket here can be sold for at least 180,000.
Don't sell it cheaply. Thank you, but I want to keep it for myself. For your own use? Do you know how much the B-level dungeon entrance ticket costs? Do you know that with your grades, you're just barely enough to enter? Isn't the entrance fee 1 million? Yeah, but if you're sent out as soon as you go in, wouldn't that million be wasted?
Considering your young age, it wouldn't be easy for you to earn that million." When Fong Chang was clearing the sea-level dungeon in Yucheng, his daily net profit was over 3 million. It couldn't be said to be easy, but it couldn't be said to be difficult either. Fong Chang thought that since he had nothing to do, he chatted with the receptionist for a while.
Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye.
The first 15 tickets went to the top 15 teams without any suspense.
The owners of the last 5 tickets were full of suspense.
After all, there are more than 10,000 people queuing up for the lottery, and no one knows who will win. As the random lottery system on the big screen started, a series of numbers jumped wildly, and numbers were drawn one after another.
357, 1381. Fong Chang, look, we won.
After confirming again and again, Mu Yunqi finally jumped up, her face flushed with excitement.
She shook Fong Chang's arm excitedly and chirped like a happy little bird.
At this moment, someone in the hall immediately noticed Fong Chang and came over.
"Little brother, are you selling your ticket? How about 50,000? You can't swipe it anyway, so why not sell it to me?" Chapter 109 Kidnapped. 50,000? Fong Chang subconsciously glanced at the young ant at the counter.
The young ant quickly winked at him, as if telling him to leave quickly and ignore these people. Fong Changza remembered that she had just said that the admission ticket here was sold for at least 180,000, but this guy wanted to buy it for 50,000.
He really took me for a fool. Sorry, I plan to use this ticket for myself. The man immediately said unhappily, "Why would you use it on yourself? Do you have the ability to do it?
How about this, I'll increase your salary by another 10,000.
60,000 is the maximum."
As soon as the man finished speaking, someone immediately stopped him. "Little brother, sell me your ticket.
I'll give you 100,000.
Fong Chang felt that these people looked at him as if he were an idiot, and of course he looked at them that way too. On the other side of the hall was Cui Jin from the Cui family in Fengcheng. In Fengcheng, he was a genius in everyone's eyes.
He took second place in the first regional competition, and second place again in the second.
He was second in every regional competition and was known as the eternal runner-up. He is already 25 years old. This year is his last time to participate in the regional competition. It is also his last chance to break away from the perennial second place and be proud of himself.
"How did you buy the tickets?" Cui Jin asked his housekeeper anxiously.
The housekeeper, Pan, frowned and said, "Master, there are only 6 days left before the competition, and B-level tickets are becoming increasingly difficult to buy."
"I asked you if you bought it? You just have to answer whether I have it or not."
He had experience in the regional competition and came to Fuan City a month in advance. He spent money to hire mercenaries to brush crystals and buy fragments. In short, he did everything he could to get crystals. Adding up all the bits and pieces during this period, I spent more than 100 million and got a total of 5 supernatural crystals and 3 beast soul crystals. His beast girl successfully upgraded her skills with 3 beast soul crystals, but his own wish to awaken another superpower has always been unfulfilled. Now the success rate has increased to 50%, and with another B-level supernatural crystal, he believes it will definitely succeed.
And the 6th supernatural crystal is only 1 fragment away from success.
But at this time there was no admission ticket. His mood at this time was exactly the same as when he made the last cut on Pink Sixie and the system prompted that his gold coins were stolen. Butler Pan was no longer surprised, because his young master would suffer from this kind of rage disorder every time he participated in the regional competition. Because every time he would give himself another superpower to increase his chances of winning the championship and get rid of the perennial runner-up position. But in Butler Pan's opinion, it is martial arts that can truly unleash the power of superpowers.
If you only think about awakening superpowers but don't practice martial arts to perfection, what is the use of having more superpowers? But Butler Pan didn't dare to persuade him. The last person who persuaded him in this way was the personal trainer hired by the master, but he ended up being sterilized by the trainer without anesthesia. Butler Pan felt a chill in his crotch just thinking about it. Master, our internet connection is not good. All the scalper coupons online have been snatched up. What are you doing? You've been with me for so many years, and you can't even get a ticket? What's the point of my Chui family raising you? By the way, Master, there's another person who has it, but he won't sell it. What's the meaning? I just asked around. That guy is from Yucheng. He just arrived in Fuan City today and just won an admission ticket. But with his strength, he can't even clear a B-level dungeon. Why don't you go buy it quickly, or someone will snatch it away again? Master, it's not that I don't want to buy it, it's that guy simply doesn't want to buy it. He said he wants to keep it for himself. Master, do you think we should? Butler Pan whispered something in Chui Jin's ear, and Chui Jin was furious. Why don't you do it quickly? Do you really need to tell me again about this? Hurry up and don't let someone else snatch it away. Fong Chang brought Mu Yunqi and teacher Mu to the station. Fong Chang, I want to eat candy. Mu Yunqi pointed to the convenience store at the station. Fong Chang took a look and said, if you want to eat, why don't you go buy it yourself? But I want to eat what you bought. Mu Yao frowned slightly, but a smile appeared on her lips as she said, how old are you? You still want candy? Mu Yunqi said unconvincingly, what does age have to do with this? Even if I'm 100 years old, I'm still just a child in front of you. Teacher Mu was speechless after hearing this. He immediately looked at Fong Chang and said, Xiao Fong, why don't you go buy one for your child? Huh? Mu Yunqi was stunned. She looked at teacher Mu with anger and shame, as if silently protesting, Mom, can you even speak? I'm your child, not his. At this moment, a woman in the station suddenly shouted loudly, catch the thief, catch the thief. The sound was getting closer and closer, and in the blink of an eye it ran past the three of them. A man is running in front and a woman is chasing him from behind. When Mu Yunqi saw this, she subconsciously wanted to rush out to help, but was held back by Fong Chang. She looked at Fong Chang in confusion, why are you pulling me? Look, the thieves have run away. Fong Chang smiled lightly, when you go out, aren't you afraid of being set up by a honey trap? What is a honey trap? Mu Yunqi looked confused. She had never heard of this term. Fong Chang pointed at the woman behind him and asked, what do you think of her figure? Mu Yunqi looked at Fong Chang suspiciously, when did you become interested in that kind of big and strong woman? Fong Chang smiled and said, look at that man again. He's as skinny as a monkey, what's so good about him? You're not trying to say that man is no match for that woman, are you? If that can be considered a flaw, then I really overestimate you. Fong Chang laughed and said, haven't you noticed that neither of their clothes fits them? If it was a woman's clothes that didn't fit, it could be that she was just pretending to be young, but for both of them, that's just too much of a coincidence, isn't it? What's this? The bus is coming soon. Just wait here quietly and don't meddle in other people's business. Stop interrupting me. I want some candy. Are you going to buy it for me? Okay, I'll buy it for you. Teacher Mu, please keep an eye on the child and don't let her run around. They turned a corner at the station entrance and both the thief and the woman stopped. Isn't that kid a student? Why didn't he come out with us? Isn't that too unjust? What should we do now? We can't really go to the station and rob it, right? There are surveillance cameras everywhere in the station. Wait a minute, look at that kid, is he about to come out? Fong Chang was indeed walking towards the station entrance, but he turned and entered the convenience store inside the station. He's alone now, and the beast girl isn't with him. Do you want to take action? I mean, carry him out first and find a deserted place to rob him. Let's go and take a look. Fong Chang had just bought Mu Yunqi's favorite bear lollipops from the convenience store, and when he went out, he was sandwiched between two people, one on each side. Don't make any noise, or I'll kill you right now. Fong Chang glanced at the two of them and said, they are all S-level. Since when did S-level beastmasters become so miserable? They don't go to the wild, but only choose places like train stations to rob? Brothers, calm down. I wonder if you two are robbing me for money or for sex. Stop talking nonsense and come with us.
After saying that, worried that Fong Chang would resist, he added, "Don't worry, I promise not to kill you." The two men carried Fong Chang out of the station, and Butler Pan, who had been waiting for news outside, came to meet them.
That's right, it's this kid. Now that you have the thing, let him go.
After saying that, Butler Pan looked around with a worried look on his face, afraid that it would attract the attention of the city's security system.
Don't look around, let's find a place where there is no one first.
Obviously, the two S-level Beastmasters were more experienced than Butler Pan in kidnapping. Then the three of them took Fong Chang to the public toilet, closed the door and put up a sign saying it was under repair.
This was their little world. Chapter 110. We were all fooled by that guy. Hand over your B-level ticket, kid.
No, I mean buy it, Butler Pan quickly corrected.
I've already made inquiries, little brother. With your abilities, you won't be able to use that B-level ticket. How about selling it to my young master? I'll give you 200,000. It's an absolutely fair price. Who is your young master? Why did he buy my ticket? Doesn't he have one of his own?
At this moment, the door of the public toilet was pushed open suddenly, and the sign that was originally standing at the door was also kicked in.
I'm his young master, why are you talking so much nonsense? Just sell it when I tell you to. Hurry up, I'm in a hurry. Butler Pan was originally talking with Fong Chang, with a calm expression on his face.
But when he saw his young master suddenly appear, his face turned pale in an instant, and his eyes revealed unconcealable fear. He ran over almost without thinking, looking flustered and staggering a little. When he came to Cui Jin's side, he bent very low, with a flattering yet somewhat fearful smile on his face, and said anxiously,
"Master, why are you here? I'm about to finish the discussion. Why don't you tell everyone outside?
I'll be done here soon." His voice was trembling, and his hands were shaking unconsciously. He seemed to want to reach out and ask the young master to leave, but he didn't dare to, so he could only move his hands awkwardly at his side.
One can tell at a glance that this young master of his family is not an easy person to deal with. Bullshit.
Cui Jin held his head high, his face full of arrogance, his eyes squinting at Fong Chang, a sneer of disdain hanging on the corner of his mouth. "Humph, kid, if you don't want to die, then quickly hand over your ticket to me, otherwise I'll chop you into pieces and flush them out of this toilet bit by bit." As he said this, his facial muscles twisted slightly and his eyes flashed with ferocity. It seemed that he had done this kind of murder and dismemberment many times. His arrogant attitude made it seem as if the whole world revolved around him, and anyone who dared to go against his will would be courting death.
Fong Chingze glanced at the two S-level Beastmasters beside him and said, "You should be the mercenaries he hired, right? How do you know?"
"No, this is none of your business."
Fong Chang smiled softly, "Otherwise, why would two dignified S-level Beastmasters follow such a loser and risk their lives? You're looking for death. Don't be impatient, brothers. Be gentle with your hands. I'm so small, won't you crush me to pieces if you use too much force?"
Hearing this, the two mercenaries subconsciously let go of Fong Chang.
In the cities of Dragon Kingdom, no matter how brutal a criminal is, he only wants to make money, not kill people, unless you have someone above you. Fong Chang continued, "How much does that piece of crap want to pay you?" "I'll pay double." Cui Jin couldn't help but get anxious when he heard this. He said with a dark face, "Don't listen to this poor guy. Do you think he has anything valuable on him? Even if we sell him, we can't raise 40 million. Originally it was 20 million. Okay, I'll pay 40 million. All the materials for clearing the dungeon for me will be yours. I only want the crystals." "Shut up right there."
Cui Jin then turned to the mercenary and said, "Captain Shi, I signed a contract with your leader." Fong Chang could see that Captain Shi and his companions were already tempted when they heard the conditions he offered. Fong Chang then said, "Now, please trouble this brother Shi to call your team leader."
"We can sign another contract right away. As for the liquidated damages, you and him will pay you." "Shut the fuck up." Cui Jin shouted angrily. He could see that Captain Shi was moved. If the two of them turned against him, he would be in trouble. S-level Beastmasters all have dual superpowers, so crippling themselves is no different from sneezing. At this time, Fong Chang said, "Brother Shi, I will transfer 100,000 yuan to you now to buy you 1 minute. You don't have to do anything during this minute. I want to teach that kid a lesson." Cui Jin laughed angrily at this, "Just you?" He has been the runner-up in the regional competition for a long time, so his strength is naturally beyond doubt. Seeing Fong Chang, I wonder if that little beast from the remote mountains wants to teach me a lesson? Isn't that courting death?
Fong Chang had already entered the transfer amount on the bracelet and touched it with the bracelets of the two mercenaries.
You can't be stingy when bribing people.
Being generous can not only achieve twice the result with half the effort, but sometimes it can also have unexpected effects. Just like Captain Sure now, at first he thought Fong Chang was talking about 100,000 to be shared between two people, but he didn't expect him to say 100,000 per person.
He was really generous.
This made him, who was still hesitating, stop hesitating immediately.
It's just 1 minute, right?
With the strength of this kid in front of him, he should not be able to hurt young Master Chui. As long as he is not beaten to death, it will not be considered a breach of contract. It is really easy to earn these 100,000. So the two of them stepped aside tacitly.
Damn it, you're looking for death.
Chui Jin spat out these two words viciously, his distorted face full of cruelty, and his ferocious look seemed as if he wanted to tear everything apart. At the same time, he swung his hands, and a pair of crutches appeared in his hands, the crutches that were like meteors among the 18 kinds of weapons. While holding the crutches, he clenched his hands into fists, assuming a basic boxing fighting posture. Weapons like crutches can be used for both attack and defense, and are very suitable for close combat. Moreover, the short end of Chui Jin's crutches has a gun tip, which undoubtedly increases his attack power. People who use this kind of weapon are generally good at physical skills but lack defense. As for the 4B level abilities he possessed, Fong Chang simply ignored them.
Fong Chang took out his knife, gripped the handle tightly with the 5 fingers of his right hand, squatted slightly, tensed his muscles, and began to accumulate strength. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, staring straight ahead, revealing a determination to kill.
The air seemed to freeze at this moment, and the people around unconsciously took a few steps back, with shock and tension written all over everyone's face.
The aura emanating from Fong Chang was like a volcano about to erupt, oppressive and frightening.
Before Chui Jin could make a move, he was shocked by the prelude of Fong Chang's sword-drawing slash. He subconsciously changed his posture, put his hands in front of him, and prepared to meet Fong Chang's sky-breaking slash.
Clang! The sound of the knife coming out was like a dragon's roar. Chui Jin's heart instantly rose to his throat and he subconsciously clenched his fists. His lack of defense was his weakness. He had to withstand this blow. Once the two of them got close, Fong Chang would be dead.
However, just as he subconsciously lowered his head, Fong Chang suddenly rushed over and stepped directly on his head to gain leverage.
When his body fell forward under the force, Fong Chang had already escaped.
This sudden change made everyone stunned. They opened their eyes wide, their faces full of disbelief, as if time had stopped at this moment. Captain Sure and his accomplices opened their mouths slightly, still maintaining their expectant look, their eyes full of confusion and astonishment.
Chui Jin lay on the toilet floor in a daze.
Even though his head was bleeding from the impact, he didn't react for a long time.
Pan Guan rubbed his eyes vigorously, as if he couldn't believe what he saw. What the hell are you guys still doing here? Why don't you just chase them?
Chui Jin yelled at Captain Sure and the other two in frustration. Only then did the two of them realize, as if they had just woken up from a dream, that they had actually been fooled by that kid.
Chui Jin was the same.
He was really shocked by the boy's momentum just now, and really thought that his sword could cut off Eternal. I didn't expect that he was actually playing a trick on me. At that moment, he felt like his lungs were about to explode. He didn't even bother to wipe the blood off his face and chased after me.
Chapter 111, Connections are also part of strength. Facing 2S level beast masters with dual superpowers, if he doesn't run away, will he stay and have a feast? As for bribing them, I can clear the dungeon by myself, so why should I waste the money? I don't know how hard it is to make money nowadays. Equipment costs money, and there are tickets required to enter the dungeon. My wife also needs money to buy sanitary pads. Now there is Mu Yunxi. I am almost going bankrupt just by buying medicine. I have 40 million to hire a bunch of idiots. Wouldn't it be nice if I used it to buy crystals?
As soon as Fong Chang rushed out of the toilet, he ran straight to the street. Although this is a suburb, wherever there are many people, there will be surveillance, which are the probes of the city's security defense system. Once anything unusual is detected, the Jing'an division will be automatically notified. As soon as Fong Chang rushed out, the early warning mechanism was triggered because he looked too much like someone running for his life. Chui Jin and his group were almost angered to death by Fong Chang just now, so they didn't even think about whether they could take action here. When they came out and saw Fong Chang, Captain Sure immediately used the Earth-based ability, the Earth Spike technique.
Suddenly, spikes emerged from the ground and quickly chased towards Fong Chang. Fong Chang jumped onto a telephone pole as if he had eyes on the back of his head. Hey, are you still chasing? Fong Chang wanted to remind them that there were surveillance cameras here, and if they didn't want to be caught by the uncles, they should stop immediately. But Cui Jin and his group are now so angry with him that even if the King of Heaven comes, you must die today. Go to hell. Cui Jin jumped up and punched Fong Chang on the electric pole. Fong Chang dodged and said, Hey, do you guys still have any legal awareness? My law is bullshit. You are talking to me about the law. I am the law. Even if the King of Heaven came today, he can't save you. Cui Jin was so angry that he didn't even notice Captain Shi and the others. He had already stopped when Fong Chang said, Are you still chasing us? To be honest, no one knows the law better than these mercenaries. If they want to make a lot of money, they can only exploit loopholes in the law without breaking the law. How can they do this without understanding the law? The reason why Longwei is the most stable country in the world is that on this land, no one dares to openly challenge the law. The Longwei officials have the final say, not a certain group or individual. Cui Jin couldn't care less about so many things now. He was the eldest son of the Cui family and a genius in Fengcheng. From childhood to adulthood, everyone had obeyed him. He had never suffered such humiliation. If the first attack misses, chase again. But this time Fong Chang did not hide, but stood there and looked at him with a smile. Cui Jin didn't care whether there was any trick or not, and punched him anyway. But just as he was about to smash Fong Chang's hateful face into a meat pie, his wrist was suddenly grabbed by someone, and then a pair of silver bracelets were put on his wrist at lightning speed. Cui Jin subconsciously looked up and saw Jingengard C as an administrative unit, Wei as a profession with a stern face. You. Cui Jin had just opened his mouth when he was kicked in the popliteal fossa by the other party. His knees went weak and he was pressed to the ground by the other party. It was only then that he discovered that at some point, dozens of small drones had appeared in the sky, and the plasma cannons on them had locked onto everyone. Captain Shi and his accomplices were as obedient as quails under the watchful eyes of these drones. Master, master. Butler Pan tried to run over crying, but was caught by the Jingenguards on the way. Be still and don't move. Uncle Jinganwei, you are here. These people just wanted to kill me. Fong Chang made a brilliant appearance as a victim, but the Jingenguards in front of him did not buy it. Because the murderer Cui Jin, with his face covered in blood, looked much worse than Fong Chang. After taking a look at Fong Chang, he said, Don't move, kid. Stand still. At this time, 3 Jingenguards' chariots came speeding over, and 5 more Jingenguards got off them. Get everyone in the car. At this time, Fong Chang said, Uncle Jinganwei, I am a victim. I know, but the victim doesn't have to give a statement? Everyone was taken directly to the Jingen division and invited into small rooms. This was the first time Fong Chang had come to a place like this in his 2 lifetimes. For some reason, he felt a little curious and kept looking at the decoration here. Okay, stop looking, what's going on? How did you get involved with those people? I won a B-level ticket today. They wanted to buy it, but I refused to sell it, so they tried to snatch my ticket. Is it that simple? Fong Chang nodded, yes, it's that simple. The other party looked at Fong Chang suspiciously, can you win the admission ticket? Fong Chang quickly took out the ticket from his bracelet, look, this is what I won today. The other party came over and picked up Fong Chang's ticket, how do you prove that this ticket is yours? Fong Chang was stunned. In order to facilitate the transaction, the admission ticket did not require real name authentication. Physical evidence could not prove it, but there was a witness. Receptionist number 7 of the Starlight Ruins dungeon can prove it to me. Oh, and I also have a winning record. These can all be faked. Fong Chang narrowed his eyes slightly, what do you mean? You don't have a ticket, do you? Are the tickets so scarce now? The other party sneered, if it wasn't in short supply, would they take such a big risk to snatch it from you? I wonder what this Master Wei's name is. The other party threw the ticket into his wristband and sneered, are you here to participate in the regional competition? It seems that the competition will start in only 6 days. This is a naked threat. If I don't know what's good for me, he can lock me up for 6 days and make me miss the game. Fong Chang sighed and said, it's just an admission ticket, no big deal. The other party smiled slightly after hearing this, you have a bright future, okay, just stay here for now. Hey, Master Wei, when can I leave? I will let you go when the time comes. After saying that, Fong Chang was taken to the detention room by another Jingen guard. The guard from the Jingen guard went directly to the stairwell, looked up and down to make sure that no one was there, and then turned on the bracelet. As the holographic display on the bracelet appeared, a bald man with a mustache appeared in the picture. "Hello, team leader Inukai." "Hello, Chang Wujuan, do you have something important to say? Why do you want to talk to me directly? Our district's #1 target has arrived in Fuan City." "So, Motzi and the others failed?" "It should be. Damn it, why didn't anyone tell me?" "Team leader Inukai, are you on good terms with Minister Abe?" Inukai Gohachi was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Minister Abe and I are as close as brothers." On the other side, before his bracelet was confiscated, Fong Chang took out the business card given to him by Zhou Jianyang. The reason why Fong Chang dared to bet on Jingen Guard was because of this business card. He now has connections above him, and these are also part of his strength. You actually know our director Lu?" "I wouldn't say I know him, but I'm his brother's brother." "Brother's brother?" The other party was stunned for a moment, then a look of disdain appeared on his face. The corner of his mouth curled up, revealing a hint of sarcasm. "You may not be a big man, but you speak so arrogantly. He is the brother of our director Lu's brother. Why don't you say you are his father? Why don't you believe it? If you don't believe me, return the bracelet to me and I'll call him right now." Chapter 112. Why is this bad boy so rude every time? Fong Chang was dumbfounded. The other party hung up as soon as he saw that it was an unfamiliar number. Yo, brother's brother got hung up on by brother's brother? Come on, you're wasting my time." After saying this, the other party was about to confiscate Fong Chang's bracelet. "No, I'll fight another one. It's the same even if you beat up 100 more of them. It's just me who has a good temper. I'm listening to your nonsense here, but I'm not that easy to fool. Just one and I'll give it to you after I finish beating you." After saying that, Fong Chang directly called Zhou Jianyang. As soon as the call was connected, the other party smiled and said, "Brother Fong, how come you have time to think of calling me?" "Brother Zhou, are you kidding me? The business card you gave me doesn't work at all. Can't get through? Where are you now, brother? Why does your place look so familiar to me?" "Don't you look familiar? I'm in the Jingen division of Fuan City. The regional competition is in 6 days, and I don't think I can participate. Wait a moment, I'll call that Lu Chong kid right away." After saying that, Fong Chang returned the bracelet to Mr. Wei in front of him. However, the other party was not stupid. He could see clearly the video call between Fong Chang and Zhou Jianyang just now. Although he didn't know Zhou Jianyang, his outfit, especially the star on his shoulder, was particularly eye-catching, even more eye-catching than the 3 flowers on their director's shoulders. You really know our director Lu?" "I don't know him. Didn't I say that? I'm his brother's brother. How could I possibly know him? No, there must be some misunderstanding here. I'll go talk to Captain Chang right away. Please wait here for a moment." No, don't go to our office, go to our office." In the office, Chang Wu was sitting behind the desk, covering his thermos cup and chewing 1 or 2 tea leaves in his mouth. "Well, didn't Xiao Lu tell you to take him to the detention room? Why did you bring him here?" "Little brother, please wait here for a moment." Xiao Lu first bowed to comfort Fong Chang, then ran to Chang Wu in 2 steps and whispered a few words in his ear. Chang Wu was startled and looked at Xiao Lu in surprise. "Are you sure?" "I'm not sure, but I think the director upstairs will be coming down soon." Before he could finish his words, Lu Chong came to the office. "Chang Wu, did you guys just arrest someone named Fong Chang?" "Director Lu, I'm here." Fong Chang quickly stood up and greeted him. Lu Chong heard the sound and looked over. "Isn't this just a child? That bastard Zhou Jianyang just kept calling me brother. I thought he was a middle-aged talent in his 40s or 50s, but he turned out to be a little brat." "Are you Fong Chang? The younger brother that old man Zhou Jianyang mentioned?" I'm Fong Chang. Actually, I was quite surprised to become friends with brother Zhou, regardless of age difference. Maybe he thought I wasn't too bad and was willing to give me some pointers. I'm really grateful for his kindness." "You're just a flatterer. That old fellow only wants to be an official. What can he do to you? Tell me why you came in this time? How can Director Lu say that again? This is my first time in this precious place. As for why I came in, I've already explained this to Captain Chang.
I drew a B-level ticket, but someone wanted to buy it and I refused to sell it, so they tried to snatch it away. The ticket is still with Captain Shang, so you can ask him if you don't believe me. Shang Wu was so frightened when he heard this that he quickly stood up and said, Director, there is indeed something going on. Really? Then why put this kid in the detention room? Reporting to the director, this little brother, his explanation is too simple. You can tell at a glance that he is a smooth talker. Moreover, this incident triggered the security mechanism, which is why we were sent out on this mission. So according to normal procedures, we have to understand the truth of the matter before releasing him, and we can't just listen to his one-sided story. Fang Cheng chuckled and said, Captain Chang, that's not what you said at the beginning, right? Little brother, I know you have a close relationship with our director, but you can't falsely accuse me just because I didn't treat you well, right? False accusation? Don't you have a video camera in the interrogation room? Shang Wu looked at Xiao Lu beside him, who immediately understood and said in a panic, I haven't even had a chance to open my mouth yet, and you've already finished asking. Fang Cheng smiled and said, It doesn't matter. If you didn't record it, I would. After saying that, he turned on the video recording on the bracelet. The video clearly recorded how Chang Wu showed off his power, how he wanted to take Fang Cheng's ticket for himself, and the look on his face that showed he had you in his hands. After reading this, Lu Chong, who was standing next to him, suddenly turned pale. But this was a family scandal after all, and he couldn't get angry in front of outsiders. He could only say to Cheng Dao, I will definitely deal with this matter seriously, don't worry. But where did you get this SSS level merit bracelet? It's a gift from our president. President? Which guild is so generous? Spiritual Contract Guild. That brat Wu Zhong? Director, do you know our president? Of course I don't know him. Back then at Redstone Fort, he was a soldier under my command. At this point, Lu Chang's eyes flashed with emotion, and then he said unhappily, That guy is really generous. He even exchanged his life for military merit and used it to buy a bracelet for you. In exchange for your life? You don't know? I'm too lazy to explain it to you, but when he gave you the bracelet, he didn't tell you that with such a bracelet, you can enter all the dungeons in Dragon Country for free? Why are you still going to draw tickets? Fang Cheng was surprised. Can all dungeons in the country be free of charge? Nonsense, now you know how hard it is to get a bracelet like this, right? If I had known then, I wouldn't have made Sister Tang angry. She must have wanted to say something, but I interrupted her and she forgot. Okay, if you're okay, just get out of here. My ticket? Lu Chong looked at Chang Wu unhappily. The latter trembled and quickly ran over to return the ticket to Fang Cheng with both hands. Fang Cheng then added, Oh, by the way, they robbed me of 200,000. They were those two mercenaries. One was named Sher, and I don't know the other's surname. Lu Chong frowned, but still waved to Xiao Lu and said, Hey, take this kid with you. This time, Fang Cheng not only recovered the 200,000 yuan of hard-earned money, but also sold the admission ticket to Cui Jin for 200,000 yuan, saying that it is better to resolve a feud than to create one. However, this ticket is only valid for tomorrow, and I don't know if they still have time to swipe it. After all, it was robbery. If this crime is confirmed, I'm afraid I won't be able to get out unless I sit in jail and work on a sewing machine for decades. But it doesn't matter. As beast masters, they have long lifespans. For them, decades are just a blink of an eye. As Fang Cheng walked out of the gate of Jing'an Division, 2 gusts of fragrant wind blew over. Xiao Feng, are you okay? Fang Cheng, what the hell are you doing? You scared me to death, do you know that? Fang Cheng held Teacher Mu's hand and comforted her, It's okay. Have you forgotten that we have people above us? Seeing that Teacher Mu was puzzled, he handed Lu Chang's business card to Teacher Mu. Then, like a magic trick, he took out a bear lollipop and stuffed it into Mu Yanqi's mouth. The force was so great that her head suddenly jerked back. It could not be described as stuffing, it was like he was thrusting it in with force. Why is this guy always so rude? Mu Yanqi was about to get angry when she took it out and saw that it was a lollipop, her favorite teddy bear lollipop. This guy actually remembered that she liked teddy bear lollipops? Thinking of this, her heart couldn't help but warm up. When she came to her senses, Fang Cheng and her mother had already walked away. Hey, Fang Cheng, wait for me. Chapter 113, Bad Boy, do you want to learn skills from your sister? Fang Cheng finally understood why it was impossible for people under the age of 25 to become S-level beast tamers. That is, the domestication value has almost doubled. The upgrade from C level to B level has reached a terrifying 800 points, while Mu Yunqi only has 70%. Just like sometimes feeding her some tonic food to improve her physical condition, the domestication value required for level 1 is about 1000 points. A beast master can only create a maximum of 10 points of taming value at a time, and this is under the most ideal conditions. Even if this state can be maintained for a whole day, a maximum of 35 points of taming value can be generated per day, and the beast girl is also in the state. There can be many beast girls, but there is only one beast tamer. That is to say, no matter how many beast girls there are, the maximum taming value that a contract group can generate per day is only 35 points. It seems that the domestication value can be increased in 1 month, but ordinary people cannot reach the maximum limit and increase the domestication value every day.
Would they risk their lives?
So in this world, ordinary people will only brush 3 or 4 times a month, and stronger ones may brush 6 or 7 times.
Any more than that will damage the foundation, and the gain will not outweigh the loss. Fang Chang used to wonder why all the beastmasters he knew only had one beast mother. Are they all gentlemen, and I am the only villain?
Fang Chang has always felt deeply guilty about this, but now he realizes that he was overthinking it.
The other person had the intention but was unable to do anything about it.
In this world, a beastmaster can have many women, but a beast girl will usually only choose one.
Fang Chang even suspected that the genetic drug that prevented beast girls from completely transforming into beasts was produced in this way. After all, when the people above want to solve a problem, the faster they solve it, the more likely they are to succeed. Of course, it is not ruled out that some people who know how to play like other people's beast girls, and even find beast tamers for their partners to help themselves save genetic medicine. Fang Chang was fortunate that his first beast girl was Teacher Mu, because her existence made him stand out from the category of ordinary people. With powerful self-healing and recovery capabilities, there is no need to worry about damaging the foundation. She can also cheat. It doesn't matter whether she is in the right state or not. As long as she thinks about it, she can realize any wish she has. The only drawback is that the appetite becomes larger and larger to make up for the energy consumed by self-healing ability. He had just coaxed Teacher Mu to sleep, and then he quietly ran out to have a midnight snack. Self-heating hot pot is not only delicious but also has a strong smell, which can effectively cover up some odors on your body that you don't want Teacher Mu to smell. Mu Yunqi also secretly came out for a midnight snack like him. One was eating hot pot, while the other was secretly hiding under the table eating popsicles. Both of them seemed to be afraid of being discovered by Teacher Mu.
The scene where Mu Yunqi was scolded by her mother for stealing spicy strips in the past seemed to be still vivid in her mind. Although adults don't allow children to eat spicy strips, there is no child who doesn't like to eat them.
Mu Yunqi was like this in the past.
No matter what her mother said, she just wanted to eat. Sometimes I don't finish my meal on the way home, so I hide outside the door to eat, and then come in after I'm done.
This is often the most exciting time.
I stare at the door, afraid that my mother will suddenly open it, but I keep eating.
When it was almost dawn, Fang Chang could finally go back to rest.
He opened the door quietly, and the rich smell of hot pot filled his body. He tried not to make any noise, but he didn't expect to wake up Teacher Mu, who was sleeping. Teacher Mu slowly opened her sleepy eyes, and in her hazy vision, she saw Fang Chang returning with the smell of hot pot all over his body. The aroma of hot pot instantly filled the room, mixed with the tranquility of the night. Fang Chang looked at Teacher Mu, who was awakened by him, with an apologetic look on his face. There was still a trace of satisfaction from enjoying a delicious meal at the corner of his mouth, and the smell of hot pot on his body seemed to be telling of the lively midnight snack carnival he had just experienced. Teacher Mu looked at him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Although there was a hint of anger in his eyes, there was more tenderness and understanding.
Going for a midnight snack again?
Sorry to wake you. Dear, I'll go buy some animal milk tomorrow. I saw S-grade animal milk here, which is more nourishing.
Yao, can't you buy something else?
Like natural treasures or something. Teacher Mu smiled slightly, then lay down next to Fang Chang. Although some of those materials have nourishing effects, they are all used to make potions. Medicine is 3/4 poisonous, and they can't be compared to animal milk to nourish people. Teacher Mu wanted to pull Fang Chang aside to talk to him in private, but Fang Chang fell asleep in the blink of an eye. She turned sideways and looked quietly at the lover beside her, her eyes gentle and focused. She stared at his face for a long time, her fingers gently stroked his eyebrows, gently brushed away the hair in front of his forehead, and her fingers stayed on his cheek for a moment, feeling his warmth. There is a gleam in the eyes, which is the endless love and attachment to the other person. Looking at Fong Chang sleeping soundly, she felt a surge of self-blame in her heart. She thought that the reason why Fong Chang was so tired was because she took advantage of her favor and forced him to make a contract with Xiaoxi. If it weren't for Xiaoxi's burden, he wouldn't be so tired. She sighed slightly, her eyes full of pity and pride. Then she snuggled up to Fong Chang and rested her head on his shoulder, as if this could give him some comfort. The next day, Fong Chang went to the B-level copy to try out the effect of the merit bracelet for free admission. It really worked. Not only did he not have to queue up for verification, but he also had a direct VIP channel. In the following time, Fong Chang and the other two frantically cleared the dungeon. With the current strength of the three of them, the B-level copy is not difficult for them. They can clear it about 30 times a day, but in reality, it is good if they can clear it 10 times a day. Because the regional competition is approaching, many experts come to Fuan City to brush high-level dungeons. However, high-level dungeons can only be refreshed a maximum of 100 times a day. Fong Chang and his two companions can brush them 10 times a day, which is already competing with those S-level teams. By the night of the regional competition, the fragments obtained were only enough to synthesize a beast soul crystal, which was used to upgrade teacher Mu Zimu Lingguangzhan. Then he went to the Lingqi Guild in Fuan City and spent nearly 10 million to buy 6 fragments of supernatural crystals. Only then did he put together another supernatural crystal and successfully awaken the B-level fire supernatural power. As for the B-level star crystals used for upgrading, they were already enough for the three of them to reach B-level, but the taming value was still a little short. In fact, being able to reach the C-level beast tamer at the age of less than 19 is already an extraordinary talent. When Mu Yunqi learned that Fong Chang had awakened his fire ability, she jumped over to him. Blinking her bright eyes, she approached Fong Chang expectantly, tilted her head and said with a smile, "Hey, do you want to learn my skills? I can be your master." Fong Chang rolled his eyes at her and said, "Go cool down somewhere." "Humph, you don't know what's good for you. You really don't want to learn? I don't have money to pay tuition. It's free. Of course, it would be even better if you could buy me a bear lollipop. Your current skills are too low. Let's wait until you awaken advanced skills." Mu Yunqi said unconvincedly, "Didn't I awaken the flame arrow recently? Isn't S level high enough?" Fong Chang thought for a moment and said, "This is something I can consider. Hey, if you give me a lollipop every day, I'll teach you for free." "Really, just a lollipop?" "Of course, when have I ever broken my word?" Fong Chang immediately said to Teacher Mu, "Teacher Mu, you heard it too. You will have to testify for me when the time comes." "Well, I'll testify." Teacher Mu nodded with a smile, but a trace of disappointment flashed across his eyes. Why didn't Xiao Fang awaken the wood type ability this time? That way I could teach him. I said 1 a day. Okay, 1 a day for a month. Why only 1 month? I'm worried you'll cheat me out of the lollipop. TSK, you cheapskate. The regional competition opened as scheduled, and a total of 2,200 Beastmasters from 22 cities were sent into the competition venue through the Space Gate. Chapter 114. Oh my god. Can we still play like this? Today is the opening day of the Fuan City regional competition, and everyone is waiting in front of the live broadcast. This was the case with Gong Yu and Zhou Jianyang in the imperial capital, as well as Tang Li, Wu Zhong, and Yu Jianming in Yucheng. In addition, there is the entire slum area of Yucheng. Although many Beastmasters emerge from the slum area every year, Fong Chang is definitely the most dazzling one in their hearts. Unfortunately, Fong Chang was not very eye-catching after arriving in Fuan City, and there was not a single shot of him in the live broadcast. Everyone's expectations were in vain. As the space gate in the square opened, everyone was sent into the arena. After Fong Chang and the other two entered the competition venue, they saw a deserted little village in front of them. In the open space in the center of the village, all the people standing there were from the Yucheng competition zone. Of course, no one knew Fong Chang, but they knew Fong Chang. Who didn't know the champion of the Yucheng City Youth Championship? But knowing him was just knowing him, and no one came up to say hello to him. Their current mental state is like that of a group of refugees, and they seem indifferent to everything. After the physical discomfort caused by the transmission disappeared, some people began to leave quietly, and instead of leaving the village, they went to find a house. Fong Chang, are we going out hunting? Mu Yunqi seemed to be unable to see anyone else, and there was only Fong Chang in her eyes. What kind of hunting? You haven't figured out the rules of the tournament yet, have you? Oh, right. What are the rules of the tournament? Are they different from the City Youth Tournament?
Fong Chang rolled his eyes. Ask your mother. Huh, can't you just talk nicely?
Teacher Mu shook his head helplessly. All right, you two always quarrel when you're together. Then Teacher Mu explained, there are a total of 22 local villages in the regional competition, including the village in front of us. Then she scanned the village and pointed at the crystal pillar at the back of the clearing.
Do you see that crystal pillar? Our mission is to protect it. When Mu Yunqi heard this, she immediately rushed to say, I know. It's just like when I play games. Whoever pushes the opponent's crystal wins. Girl, can you please listen to me carefully? Destroying the crystal pillar only earns points for everyone in this village. The person whose crystal pillar is destroyed will not be eliminated directly. Let us put it this way, this is just a way to quickly gain points. Those who lose the crystal column still have a chance to turn defeat into victory. At the same time, hunting in the wild is also a way to obtain original points, and you can also obtain all city defense props. Do you see the high walls around the village? Now it's all empty, so we can go out into the wild to collect city defense items to strengthen our city defense. Mu Yunqi nodded. Doesn't that mean this is a competition that places more emphasis on teamwork? You could say that. Then look at the others. Do they look like they're here to compete? They look like they're waiting to die. Mu Yao didn't know how to respond and looked at Fong Chang with an awkward expression. Fong Chang didn't have any good ideas at the moment. This was the format of the competition, which forced everyone to be tied together. Once the crystal pillar in the village was destroyed, his points would also be taken away. But looking at these people in front of him, just as Mu Yunqi said, this doesn't look like a competition at all, they are clearly here to die. But you can't just stand there like this. Fong Chang thought about it and stood up and said to everyone, actually, we still have a chance to win. There's no need to act so desperate. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then someone said disdainfully, you said there is a chance to win, but you haven't seen the strength of others. Let me tell you this, when we were led by the 3 major guilds, we couldn't even make it into the top 100. This time, the 3 major guilds have won. No, it's just you. How can we win? It would be better to wait here until the competition is over, when no one has any points, and we can avoid others attacking our village and avoid suffering any physical pain. Fong Chang said, since you know me, you should trust me. I have the ability to lead you to victory. You have this ability? Are you trying to say that you once led a group of students to steal our points in the city youth competition? That was in Yucheng. Everyone's strength was actually about the same, and you had the advantage in numbers. But here, this advantage is gone. Everyone has the same number of people. How can you win? Moreover, they are not even a little bit stronger than us. At least 1/5 of them are at level B. Do you think we have a single level B? There is no way to convince someone, and even Bodhisattva cannot save the damned ghost. Fong Chang sighed and turned to look at Teacher Mu. Teacher Mu, you just said that after the crystal explodes, you can still accumulate points, right? Mu Yunqi's eyes lit up, and she said happily, you want to destroy your own crystal? Mu Yao shook her head. Xiao Fong, I know what you're thinking, but it's useless. Even after the crystal pillar is broken, you can still accumulate points because the crystal pillar will refresh. Mu Yunqi sighed, how about we just your head? Fong Chang said and walked towards the crystal column. Mu Yunqi was stunned for a moment and quickly followed. Didn't my mother say that even if you kill it, it will still respawn? Besides, we can't defend this village with just a few of us. No matter how many points we earn, we'll just be giving others a free ride. Fong Chang didn't bother to pay attention to the girl and looked around the crystal column. This pillar doesn't seem to be very big. Fong Chang, what do you want to do? Fong Chang lowered his voice and said, I'm talking about this pillar. Can our bracelet fit on it? Mu Yunqi's face suddenly turned red because of excitement. Xiao Fong, is it a foul if we do this? Teacher Mu was a little worried. Are there any rules against doing this? Teacher Mu thought for a moment and said, it seems that this really doesn't exist. That's it, as long as it's not prohibited by law, you can do it. After saying that, Fong Chang stretched out his hand and pressed on the crystal pillar, and thought to himself, collect. Suddenly, the crystal magic in front of him disappeared. Mu Yunqi immediately said excitedly, oh, it really works. The bracelet Sister Tang gave me is also large enough. Ordinary SSS level bracelets really can't fit it. Not only Fong Chang thought so, but the people from the competition organizing committee also thought so.
It was impossible for anyone to move such a large crystal column, so they felt that it was redundant to write in the rules that the crystal column could not be moved.
Fong Chang waited for a while and was relieved when he saw no new crystal pillars refreshed.
Turning around to look at the people around him, they were all stunned, as if they were shocked by his amazing operation.
I'll ask you again, are you willing to follow me? Everyone was awakened at this, but they still looked like if you think you can do it, then go ahead and do it yourself.
Those who needed to find a room went to find a room, and those who were bored sat under the shade of the tree and chatted. Looking around, they all looked like dead pigs that were not afraid of boiling water.
Fong Chang no longer insisted. Since you don't want to follow me, then you can just wait to be beaten to death. Once Fong Chang leaves, the points of this village cannot be 0.
When other people come to grab points, they will find that the crystal pillar of this village is gone.
You can imagine what will happen to these people then. Chapter 115. When a wife educates her children, a man must give her face. Fong Chang, are we really leaving like this?
Mu Yunxi bit her lower lip tightly, still feeling a little unwilling. In her opinion, if these people were willing to work with Fong Chang, with Fong Chang's ability, he couldn't guarantee that everyone would get first place, but he would definitely have no problem getting everyone into the top 100. Fong Chang smiled slightly and reached out to smooth out the wrinkles between her brows caused by frowning. Don't worry, you can see that we put the crystal column in the bracelet and carry it with us. Without a signal that triggers the crystal column to break or the points to be cleared, it cannot trigger the system's refresh mechanism. That way, when we come back next time, they will definitely change their minds. Mu Yunxi's face first showed a hint of doubt, and then gradually blossomed into an extremely brilliant smile. That smile was as bright and beautiful as a blooming spring flower. She closed her eyes slightly, enjoying Fong Chang's gentle gesture, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. She didn't understand what Fong Chang was saying, but simply enjoyed Fong Chang rubbing her forehead, this intimate little gesture.
Really?
Mu Yunxi's eyes were filled with Fong Chang's shadow.
Of course. Fong Chang said confidently, within 3 days they will definitely beg us to come back.
At this time, Teacher Mu suddenly said, I understand.
They are playing badly now because they have no motivation. Instead of trying to persuade them now, why not wait until they suffer a little and then gain motivation? Then, organizing them will be more effective. Teacher Mu, we really are in perfect sync. Mu Yunxi finally understood Fong Chang's intention, but she was still puzzled and asked, Fong Chang, we can fight alone now, why do we have to take them with us? Don't you think they are a burden? Fong Chang smiled and said, although we can fight alone now, we can only maintain our points and not get good results. Do you think the 3 of us can overthrow an entire village and destroy the crystals? Mu Yunxi shook her head.
After all, this was a competition, not a battlefield. On the battlefield, one could use any means possible and kill them all bit by bit, but on the field, one could only defeat but not kill, which was a great limitation. Fong Chang continued, so we need someone to help us hold off the opponent. It doesn't matter whether they win or not. The key is to buy us time to steal the home base. There are a total of 100 people from Yuqing coming this time. If I am the only one who wins, don't you think it would be boring? Well, they're the ones who messed up. What does it have to do with us? Besides, we don't have to rely solely on them to hold off the opponent. Don't the people from other villages go and grab the points themselves? Once they leave, we can still take action. Teacher Mu smiled and said, silly girl, you can do whatever you want in school, but if you still do this when you enter society, the good ones will say you are aloof, and the bad ones will say you are selfish. This way you won't be able to build connections, and your life will be very limited, do you understand? I don't care about that. Mu Yunxi looked unconvinced, thinking that as long as Fong Chang treated her well in this life, it would be enough for her. Fong Chang smiled slightly. You must know that if you are rich, you will have distant relatives in the mountains, but if you are poor, no one will care about you in the city. As long as you are strong enough, there will always be people who will try to curry favor with you. There is no need to worry about not having anyone to use you. But Teacher Mu is educating the child now. If I deny her now, she will lose face in front of the child. So he said, actually, the most critical problem is that without the protection of the village, when everyone is targeting us, where can we hide? Mu Yunxi said unconvincingly, how can that shabby village protect us? Although the village looks dilapidated, it's because it's still in its initial state. It will be different once the city defense items are added. Fong Chang continued, so our task now is to quickly find powerful city defense items. Teacher Mu smiled slightly and opened the competition map. I got together with Fong Chang and started discussing where to get some cool props. There are 5 levels of city defense props in the arena, with level 1 being the most powerful and level 5 being the weakest. As for where the props appear, there is no specific location, but there is a general area, which can be triggered by killing the boss, but the boss will not stay in one place, it will move in its own territory.
Anyway, the areas on the map have been demarcated. Whether you can find the boss depends on luck, and whether you can kill him depends on your strength.
The entire competition map is like a sun, and the 22 rays of light radiating out represent the 22 novice villages, with only one way in and out of the village. The place where the props appear is the big circle in the middle. At a glance, there are about 10 first-level city defense guides, 22nd level ones, 33rd level ones, and so on. Similarly, the power of a first-level item is twice that of a second-level item and 5 times that of a fifth-level item. Xiao Feng has 1 level 1 item and 5 level 3 items in front of us.
Which one should we choose?
We only pick the first level ones and deal with the other levels at the same time.
The 3 of them were very fast and lucky.
As soon as they arrived at the boss area, they saw the boss sleeping there. A 10-meter-long one-horned earth dragon, AB level boss, with a mountain-like body covered with a thick layer of black scales, flashing with a cold and strange light. On the huge head, a thick and curved horn flashed with cold light, as if it could easily see through everything. Although its mouth is closed now, rows of sharp fangs are still exposed around its lips. There seems to be blood and flesh fragments of the previous prey left between its teeth, emitting a disgusting fishy smell. It looks very good, and most people are really fooled by its appearance. But Feng Chang and his 2 companions have killed countless B-level bosses in the dungeon these days. At this time, the boss was still napping in front of the 3 of them. There was nothing much to say. Mu Yunxi was the first to rush up, very recklessly. By the time the unicorn sensed the danger and opened its eyes, it had already been stabbed in the eye.
The scorching fire element gushed out from the blade, instantly burning its eye into a big hole.
The unicorn earth dragon stood up and screamed, and the next moment it was tied up like a dumpling by the thorn vines that broke out of the ground. Mu Yunxi kept dodging around the unicorn earth dragon, because her weapon could not break the scales of this guy. After all, he was a boss, so she could only find a soft place to cut.
But soon she was almost hit by the unicorn's tail.
Fortunately, Feng Chang arrived in time, grabbed her clothes, and pulled her out in a dangerous way.
Teacher Mu.
As Feng Chang finished speaking, a long brewing green arrow shot out and hit the unicorn dragon's jaw.
The entire jaw was blown into a bloody mess. Let me go now, I know how to kill it.
Mu Yunxi saw the unicorn's body rising uncontrollably, revealing the weak spot in its abdomen, the so-called 7 inches. So she broke free from Feng Chang and rushed forward, stabbing the dagger in her hand directly into the diamond-shaped belly scale. There was a flash of fire, and the flames spread across the body of the unicorn dragon. Mu Yunxi couldn't help but reveal a smug smile on her lips, but the unicorn dragon not only did not die, but suddenly went crazy.
Ha! What's going on?
Just when she was at a loss, Feng Chang appeared again, holding her in one hand and thrusting out a long sword with the other hand. In an instant, a dazzling electric light directly illuminated the body of the unicorn earth dragon. The unicorn was no longer crazy. After shaking for a while like having the hiccups, it suddenly fell to the ground.
What happened just now, Feng Chang? Why can you do it but I can't?
Mu Yunxi lay in Feng Chang's arms, looking at Feng Chang seriously.
Your mother is watching from behind, shouldn't you be more reserved?
Mu Yunxi lowered her voice and spat, Bah, it's not like you haven't hugged me before.
Okay, let's hug for a while longer.
Seeing that Feng Chang wanted to do something bad, Mu Yunxi quickly stood up.
Some words can be said, but some things cannot be done. You haven't told me yet why you can do it but I can't.
Because your knife is too short, and its true fatal point is about 1 meter behind that scale. If you had used the flame gale blade and continued to attack forward, you would have definitely killed it, but you didn't do that. As the 2 were talking, the Dulong Earth Dragon's massive body was blown away by the wind like sand, leaving behind a metal box with an S written on it.
Chapter 116. Do you know how good my man is now?
In a blink of an eye, 5 days passed and Feng Chang had collected 6 first-level props, which was more than half of the total. At the same time, the props bosses encountered along the way were not wasted, including 8 level 2 props, 12 level 3 props, 18 level 4 props, and 20 level 5 props. It can be said that Feng Chang took almost half of all the city defense props in the venue.
This time the others were not happy. Did the rules of this regional tournament change?
Why are there so few props?
That's impossible.
If the rules are changed, the officials can't fail to notify us in advance.
Then why are there so few props? Will the people from Fengqing take it all? I heard that their leader vowed to take first place this time. Chui Jin? Didn't he go in? I heard that the Chui family paid tens of millions in bail, and with their powerful connections, they got him released. The Chui family is really rich. No, we're talking about props now. Where are you going? Fengqing only has one first-level item right now, and the number of second-level items is even less than ours. If it's not Fengqing, then who could it be? River Valley City? Don't be so foolish. The internet says everyone has about the same number of props. No, there's another city, Yucheng. You forgot about it. There's no mention of Yucheng in the online information. No way. The Yucheng group, ranked last for 1,000 years, can possibly take in so many city defense items this time? Furthermore, none of their three major guilds showed up this time. But now there is no other possibility except Yucheng. Why are you guessing here? Why don't you go over and take a look? Even if there are no props, can't we grab some points? These days, there are not just one wave of people who have this idea, but waves after waves. Starting from the second day, people came to the door every day. At first, they were here to grab points. The points Fengqing earned alone were almost equivalent to 1/10 of the points earned by others. In previous years, Yucheng village would have been considered a comeback. As a result, when the people who came saw that there was no crystal pillar, they realized that they must have arrived too late and had been destroyed by others in advance. So those people who were as fearless as dead pigs in boiling water were beaten up. It's mainly these guys from Yucheng who think that the crystal pillars have been moved away by that kid Fengqing, so why are you still coming to snatch them? The way they looked at him at that time was like they were looking at a bunch of fools. The other party was already angry because he had made a wasted trip. If you looked at him with such eyes again, he would definitely hit you. The people who were trying to grab points left, and someone else came to grab props, and beat them up again. This time, they acted like they were playing badly, which was mistakenly taken as disdain for the other party. After all this, no matter what I did, I couldn't escape a beating. This clay Buddha still has some earthy nature. Don't push him too far and do things to the extreme. So they were beaten again. They couldn't win the fight. They originally only wanted to fight for 10 minutes, but because these people fought back, the fight lasted half an hour. If I had known I was so cowardly, I might as well have worked with Fengqing. A bruised guy swollen his face and nose, swirled his tongue in his mouth, spat out a mouthful of blood foam and said, "I don't know where that guy is now. We are all from the same village, why didn't he come back to visit? What's the point of him coming back now? All the props have been taken." That's right. If we wanted to do it, we should have listened to him from the beginning. It's too late to say anything now. Are we just going to be beaten like this until the end of the game? Men all care about their reputation. It's no big deal if they get beaten, but who can stand it if their girlfriend gets beaten too? Don't forget that they all have beast girls, and at their level, they have signed intermediate contracts with the beast girls, and some have even become husband and wife. No one can stand seeing his wife being beaten black and blue every day, lying on the ground and crying in pain. The same goes for the beast girl. She sees her man being beaten and bleeding by others every day, which makes her feel heartbroken and angry. If only I had known earlier, I would have followed that kid Fengqing. This is everyone's strongest thought now. But it's too late to say anything now. The competition only lasts for 7 days, and it's already the 5th day. All the props have been snatched away. Moreover, none of the 3 major guilds of Yucheng came this time. Their strength was definitely at the bottom of the entire arena. Without the support of city defense props, how could they fight against others with their own strength? Fengqing is capable, but he is not a god. Just when everyone was regretting their mistake, another group of people came to kill them. When he came in, he saw that he had no props and no points, and that everyone dared to glare at him, so he beat them to death. There are 22 villages in the whole area, and there are 21 left excluding Yucheng village. Even if we come 2 a day, it will take almost half a month to go around. It's only the 4th day since the 2nd day. When will it end? Honey, I'm sorry. Looking at his wife with a bruised face and nose, the man wanted to die. Husband, don't scare me, wake up quickly. Looking at her husband whose old wounds had not healed yet and who had new injuries, the woman felt heartbroken. Just then Fengqing came back and heard crying and wailing in the village from a distance, like a funeral. What's going on, everyone? All the crying and wailing stopped abruptly, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Fengqing. With an exclamation, the still picture started moving again. Everyone stood up, their bodies still trembling slightly with excitement. We were wrong. We were really wrong. A woman covered her face with her hands, her voice choked with sobs. Someone rushed forward, trying to grab Fang Cheng but stopped halfway, his hands hanging in the air, saying with shame on his face, "I'm sorry. We shouldn't have doubted you." Someone clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. "Fang Cheng, can you still lead us to revenge now? Even if there is only a 1% chance, I will fight you." Fang Cheng raised a faint smile at the corner of his mouth and looked at Mu Yunqi beside him, his eyebrows slightly raised, as if to say, "How is it? I didn't lie to me, did I? I said these people would regret it, now you see it?" Mu Yunqi was indeed very unconvinced at first, but now seeing these guys being worse off than each other, the anger in her heart suddenly disappeared. Just like my mother said, we are all fellow villagers. Whether you like it or not, in the eyes of outsiders, you and they are a group. If they get beaten up and bloody, they will also be ashamed. But she was unwilling to accept it, so she continued, "What did you all say when Fang Cheng asked you to work with him? You're already regretting it after just a few days? This slap in the face is too quick, isn't it? It's true that this is a slap in the face, but it's better to be slapped in the face than to be beaten. These days, those bastards always beat me up for at least half an hour every time they come. Counting the number of people in these 21 villages, we haven't even reached half of them. Who the hell can stand this kind of fighting? We know our mistakes. Fang Cheng, if you have the ability, please help us." Fang Cheng sighed and said, "Honestly speaking, if you weren't from Yuqing, I wouldn't agree to your request even if you all knelt down and begged me." "So you agree? Listen to me, I can take you with me, but you also know that the game time is already halfway through, and I'm not sure I can win." "It's okay. Even if there's only a 1% chance, we'll do it with you." "That's right, we're going to fight those bastards to the death. Fang Cheng, you give the order. We'll obey you in everything. If anyone dares to be sarcastic to you again, I'll be the first to skin him alive." Chapter 117, Those who believe in me will prosper. Do you believe me this time? Fang Cheng still followed the old rules and divided the 99 beast masters and more than 100 beast girls in front of him into 10 teams, with one captain in each team for easy command. The reason why there are more beast girls than beast tamers is because some people, like Fang Cheng, have signed more than one beast girl. Although the more beast girls there are, the slower the upgrade will be, but the beast girl's feedback can sometimes make up for one's own shortcomings. Of course, some people are purely lustful and marry concubines openly. The Dragon Kingdom really doesn't care. After all, being loyal has its reasons, being affectionate has its advantages, and there is also the matter of contracts. If the beast girl is not truly willing, it is useless for the beastmaster to force her. After dividing everyone into teams according to their characteristics, Fang Cheng took out all the prop boxes. When the densely packed prop boxes filled the floor, everyone felt ashamed again. It turns out that Fang Cheng has never let us off, even when we were so bad and said some sarcastic words to him, he still never let us off. For a person to collect so many props, it goes without saying that he must have paid a huge price and endured great hardships to snatch so many props from those people. At this moment, Fang Cheng's image in everyone's mind was like a Leshan giant Buddha, with Buddha's light shining brightly, illuminating these despicable villains, making them feel ashamed and burst into tears. They regretted it, really regretted it. Why were we so confused back then? Mu Yunqi looked at these crying guys and felt so proud in her heart. Now you know how good my Fang Cheng is, right? But he still said angrily, all right, stop howling here, hurry up and install these props, otherwise if someone comes later, you will get beaten again. Mu Yunqi reference picture. Yes, quickly reinforce the city defenses, everyone, hurry up and move. As the boxes were opened one by one, city defense props burst out one by one, and Fang Cheng was dumbfounded. There are a lot of weird city defense props. The electromagnetic net launcher is understandable, but what the hell are these bubble cannons and fart cannons? Are you serious about making these things? Seeing Fang Cheng's puzzled expression, the second captain immediately stepped forward to explain, Brother Fang, this is your first time participating in a regional competition. It's normal that you don't know about these props. Simply put, this is a competition, not a battlefield, so everything is based on control. For example, this bubble cannon fires a super sticky foam. Once this level 1 bubble cannon hits its target, it can make a level B beastmaster unable to move for at least half an hour. At the same time, the bubbles it launches are dispersed. If the enemy is small in number, sometimes one shot can be enough to take care of them.
This stinky cannon, as the name suggests, can emit an unbearable gas, usually used to disperse the opponent, so this thing will not be above level 3. In addition, there is this strong light cannon, which can be used to blind people's eyes.
The first level of blinding time is about 40 minutes. There are also electromagnetic net launchers, which are mainly used to restrain opponents.
Of course, the most important thing is this. The second captain took out a triangular iron lump from the props on the ground and said with a smile, "Brother Fong, this is a plasma shield.
There is only one level 1 shield. I didn't expect you to get it. This thing can block all attacks, including electromagnetic pulses.
It is almost impossible to be broken in the arena, which means that with it, we are almost invincible."
Alright, hurry up and pack these things up, Captain. Here. What do you want, Brother Fong? Take your people and follow me. Where are we going?
A captain looked confused.
Fong Chang said unhappily, "Of course I'm going to grab points. What else can I do? But there are only 10 of us on the team."
"Why are you scared?" The captain was indeed worried. Under normal circumstances, half of the people would go out to rob and half would stay behind to look after the house.
But Fong Chang went out with 10 people. Wasn't this a bit too arrogant?
But before that, everyone had sworn to the heavens that they would obey Fong Chang's orders. Although they were nervous, they immediately straightened their chests and said, "I'm not afraid."
At this time, the second captain said to the third captain, "Brother Fong, do you want to take us with you? You guys? Do you have a team that can run fast?"
At the beginning, Fong Chang also wanted to bring 3 teams that were good at close combat and 2 teams that were good at defense together, but after learning about the usage of these city defense props, Fong Chang decisively gave up this idea.
He brought only 1 team.
Not only were the people in this team the fastest runners, but they were also all good at long-range attacks. What Fong Chang wanted was someone who could come and go like the wind, grab something, and run away. As for combat power, he, Teacher Mu, and Mu Yunqi can definitely match their 2 teams. Seeing the second and third captains shook their heads, Fong Chang smiled and said, "That's all. You guys stay home and take good care of the house. If anyone comes to attack our village, you must find out their identities and tell me immediately. Then I can lead a team to rob their homes." The third captain's eyes lit up and he nodded immediately, "Understood."
As the props were installed on the city wall one by one, Fong Chang led a team out of the village.
As for which house to rob first, it depends on which one is empty. This is when the team's fast runners come in handy. 10 people were sent out, and soon news came that in the 3 villages of Hetao City, Sanshu City, and Fengcheng, only half of the people were left at home to look after the houses. Among them, Hetao City is the closest to everyone, so let's start stealing from this city first. When you arrive at the city, you first attack the city defense props on the city, although the people on the city discovered the thief at the first time. However, the distance between the 2 sides was far, and the speed of both sides' prop attacks and long-range attacks would be slowed down due to the distance, which gave everyone time to dodge. The difference is that people can hide, but the props on the city wall are fixed once they are installed, and you can't hide for a while. There were not many city defense props on the city wall, because half of the props distributed to the 22 villages went into Fong Chang's pocket. Once the city defense props were knocked over, Fong Chang and Mu Yunqi rushed up the city wall under the cover of firepower from others. As soon as they started fighting, they found that the people here, apart from having a large number of people, were no match for them.
Fong Chang didn't want to fight anymore.
After opening a gap, he rushed into their village and chopped down their crystal pillars with one blow. The hard work of more than 200 people in the village for several days all went into Fong Chang's pocket.
After robbing, leave and go to the next village.
Before the people responsible for fire cover outside the city could react, Fong Chang came back with Mu Yunqi.
"Is everything going well, Xiao Feng?" Teacher Mu is always the first one to come out and show concern for Fong Chang. Fong Chang smiled slightly, it went surprisingly smoothly. "Done?" The team leader looked at Fong Chang in surprise, "So fast? Let's go to the next village quickly."
On the other side, Cui Jin brought the people from Fengcheng to the village of Yucheng, and he was overjoyed. As expected, all the city defense props are here in Yucheng. These guys are not very strong, but their luck is damn good.
Nothing much to say, go for it. These city defense props are all mine, all mine. The competition will end in less than 3 days.
Starting tomorrow, everyone will start to scramble for points.
Fengcheng village really needs these props.
Suddenly, a mass of grayish-white snot shot out from the city wall. Before Cui Jin could react, he and his 3 companions were stuck to the ground by the snot.
Chapter 118. What a surprise!
Cui Jin was so angry that he screamed, but the 5-meter square area around him was like a rat sticker. They were a group of stuck rats. They could raise their arms, but there was no way they could break free. Super sticky cannonballs, electromagnetic nets and high-intensity light bombs were fired one after another on the city wall. In a blink of an eye, dozens of people in Fengcheng were either blinded or controlled and unable to move.
Brothers, here's your chance, go ahead and beat him to death.
Teams 2 to 10 who stayed behind in the village have been beaten every day these days, and each beating lasts for half an hour.
They have been holding a lot of anger in their hearts for a long time.
Now that the Fengcheng team outside the village is unable to move, it is a good opportunity for them to strike a blow. On the other side, Fengcheng had just finished robbing Fengcheng when he received a report from the captain of the second team that the first batch of Fengcheng team headquarters had arrived in the village.
What's wrong, Fengcheng?
Fengcheng turned off the communication screen on his bracelet and said with a smile, "It's okay, let's continue grabbing."
Which one is the next one? Brother Feng is from Blackwater City.
At the end of the day, Fengcheng captured 10 cities in a row, and Yucheng's points soared. The competition system will automatically allocate prizes based on individual strength and contribution value. 30% of all the points snatched went into Fengcheng's pocket alone, and he instantly jumped from outside the top 1,000 to first in the entire district. As for the other people in Yucheng, those guarding the village were ranked outside the top 300, while Fengcheng's team of 10 people were ranked within the top 100. At this moment, the entire competition area was in an uproar.
No way!
Yucheng actually ranked third in the group this time, and the guy named Fengcheng actually ranked first in the individual competition.
Damn! Big brother Fengcheng's points are nearly 1/3 higher than yours. Has this world gone crazy?
Yucheng's 1,000-year-old youngest actually made it into the top 3 this time.
Yucheng Lingqi Guild.
Although Tang Li knew that Fengcheng's ranking was not high enough and there would be no footage of him in the live broadcast of the competition, she still watched the live broadcast of the competition for a while every day without fail. I always hope to see that boy suddenly. She was watching a live broadcast today and was already bored when she suddenly screamed. There was no way the surprise came too suddenly. Let us put it this way, by the time the live broadcast system of the event reacted, Fengcheng had already ranked first. Her scream startled Wu Zhong, who was assembling a model.
What's wrong, honey? What scared you?
Tang Li waved at him quickly, as if something was stuck in her throat. Wu Zhong approached with a puzzled look on his face, and Tang Li's slap landed on him. He excitedly clapped his hands and pointed at the live broadcast of the game, saying, "Quick, quick, quick!
Look, that kid Fengcheng. What happened to that kid?"
Live broadcast, there are shots of him in the live broadcast. Wu Zhong carefully watched the live broadcast footage, which showed Yucheng village.
He was immediately shocked by the city defense props on the city wall. Why are there so many city defense props? Could that kid have taken all the props in this competition area? What props are you looking at? Look at Fengcheng.
Tang Li said unhappily.
Look carefully, that boy is nowhere to be found. Really? How could that be?
If you don't believe me, see for yourself. After saying that, he saw his wife, who was still searching.
Wu Zhong sighed and said, "Just look at the rankings." Huh?
Yes, you're right.
Look at the rankings.
When I clicked on the ranking, Fengcheng was the first one.
Oh my god, that guy actually got first place. Wasn't he last yesterday?
Wu Zhong's eyes nearly popped out of his head, but Tang Li looked smug. That guy is never like this. He plays soy sauce in the early stages and only exerts his strength at the last moment.
Oh, you used to call this what it is? Plan before you act, accumulate strength and then explode?
Yes, that kid never disappoints. It's only the 5th day, so whether we can take first place in the end is still uncertain. When Tang Li was excited, Wu Zhong, the blind guy, poured a basin of cold water on her, which immediately turned Tang Li into a tigress.
Get out!
He raised his foot and kicked Wu Zhong out. Yu Jianming in the city lord's mansion was staring at the live broadcast screen and laughing foolishly.
What is the most important thing for a city's leader?
Of course it is the political achievements. Jiyu City in the district went from being at the bottom of the list every year to suddenly being in the top 3, and even a kid suddenly ranked first.
This is the political achievement, and it is the result of good education.
At this moment, Yu Jianming seemed to have seen that the position of regional governor was beckoning to him. At the very least, he would be promoted to the mayor of a first-tier city, which would be more than enough. His silly smile left the female secretary who came in to make him tea bewildered.
What happened to our Lord City Lord? Why was he suddenly laughing like an idiot?
Yang Sheng and Lu Kuan from the Xinqi and Xuanguan guilds had originally firmly believed that after Fang Cheng squeezed out their two major guilds in the city youth competition, Yuqing would definitely make a fool of itself in this regional competition. However, what I never expected was that they actually gave you the third place in the group. This is an achievement that Yuqing has never even dreamed of since the regional competition. At this moment, Yang Sheng's eyes were as big as copper bells, his eyeballs seemed to be popping out, his mouth was wide open, almost enough to fit a toilet, his face was full of astonishment and disbelief like a distorted portrait. Lu Kuan's eyebrows were raised high, almost reaching his hairline, his face was tightly bound, and he looked as if he had seen a ghost. His facial features were distorted by shock. Gong Yu, who had been watching Fang Cheng every day in the imperial capital, now had a calm expression on her face, but her eyes widened in shock, with an unbelievable light flashing in her eyes, as if she had seen the most incredible miracle in the world. In regional competitions like this, Yuqing's team performance always ranks last, earning them the nickname, the last one in 1,000 years. But as soon as that kid came, he directly made it into the top 3. But soon, Gong Yu's surprised look was replaced by a sweet smile, which was as bright and warm as a blooming spring flower, spreading from the corners of her mouth to the bottom of her eyes. Her heart felt as sweet as if it were filled with honey, and a sincere joy and pride surged in her heart. She thought to herself that she had not misjudged this boy.
He was so outstanding and excellent.
Zhou Jianyang, who is also in the Jing'an division, suddenly seems to have become dozens of years younger. He is radiant and proud. He shamelessly acknowledges a brother when he is old. This brother is really reliable.
God has been very kind to me.
It seems that it will be difficult for me not to become successful in the future. After thinking about it, he subconsciously looked towards the position of the director, and then quickly shook his head. I had just become the action coordination captain and my butt wasn't even warm yet, but I was thinking about becoming the director.
Am I crazy?
But when he thought of Fang Cheng, he still felt happy. In the arena, when Cui Jin, with a bruised face and nose, finally waited for the sticky foam to wear off and got up from the ground, a brother suddenly shouted, "Young Master Cui, something bad has happened. It seems our house has been robbed."
What?
Frightened, Cui Jin quickly opened his bracelet to check his points. The result was a huge 0 in front of him. At this moment, he suddenly felt short of breath and dizzy. His eyes went black and he fainted. When I woke up again, I was back in Fengcheng village.
Who did it?
Cui Jin sat up suddenly as if he had gone crazy, startling everyone in the room.
It's Yuqing village.
The person who was speaking was afraid that he wouldn't believe it, so he opened the leaderboard for him. Now Yuqing village was ranked 3rd as a group, and Fang Cheng was ranked 1st individually.
Fang Cheng? Fang Cheng.
Cui Jin remembered the boy who almost forced him to step on the sewing machine. If his family was not rich and well connected, he would be singing Tears Behind Bars right now.
Mr. Cui, do you know this guy? Cui Jin was embarrassed to say that he knew Fang Cheng because he was almost killed by Fang Cheng during their first fight. Has our crystal column been refreshed? Oh, it's been refreshed. Then what are you still doing here?
Hurry up and grab the points, or you'll run out of time.
Mr. Cui, why don't we unite with those who were robbed and go to Yuqing to rob them?
After all, our points were all taken away by them.
Chapter 119. No way, you want to seize the Eternal Overlord. How many people were robbed by them? Not many, only 10.
There are a total of 22 villages, and he robbed 10 of them.
No wonder he got so many points.
But Cui Jin was hesitant.
Yuqing had a lot of points, but not the most. Moreover, he had to join forces with others to snatch the points. Even if he succeeded, he would just be back to square one and would not get first place. Which company has the highest total points now? Shantao City, Master Cui, you are not planning to attack them, are you?
Hilltop City has consistently won the regional championship, and is both a team and individual champion.
To be honest, Cui Jin did have this idea.
He came here just to be the first, but the strength of Shantaing City was there, which made him feel guilty. After much deliberation, he finally said, "We'll first join forces with the 11 families that were robbed to rob Yuqing.
If we succeed, we can then go and rob Shandingqing. What do you think?" Everyone's eyes lit up. This was a good idea.
The Hilltop City has accumulated power for a long time and no one dares to provoke it under normal circumstances. However, once a victory is won, people's morale will inevitably swell. At this time, if you instigate others to attack the hilltop city, there will definitely be people who respond. As soon as Fengqing's invitation message went out, servants gathered in large numbers, because everyone was robbed and they were all holding their breath. An hour later, everyone gathered in Yuqing village, vowing to take back the opportunity that had been snatched away from them. The 9 captains of Yuqing village on the city wall were all frightened when they saw the dark crowd below the city.
Have we gotten into trouble this time? What are you still doing here? Hurry up and ask Brother Fong what to do.
Yes, Brother Fong is resourceful and will definitely find a way. When Fong Chang received the second captain's call for help, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Second captain, what are you afraid of?
Have you forgotten that our family has a level 1 plasma shield? Didn't you say that no one in the arena can break such a shield?
Yeah, why didn't I think of that?
That's it, let's teach them a lesson.
If they don't obey, I'll beat them until they obey.
That's right, beat them until they surrender. The 9 captains who were originally gloomy suddenly became heroic. When did anyone from Yuqing dare to say such things in the regional competition?
But today, I said, I will beat them until they surrender.
After ending the call, Fong Chang was still a little worried and called a captain over. Is a level 1 shield really unbreakable?
A captain thought for a moment and said, let me put it this way. With the strongest spear comes the strongest shield. To achieve a certain balance in the competition and prevent a team's points from being reset to 0, the level 1 shield will only be given to the team with the lowest points.
So, we just got lucky?
When the props were first opened, Yuqing village's points were ranked last. A captain laughed and said, in fact, every level 1 shield is almost a must-have item for us in Yuqing village.
Looks like I was overthinking it, but we're third in line now, so this shield won't disappear, right? Brother Fong, once you've made your move, there's no regrets. Once it's revealed, there's no reason to regret it. If props can be adjusted at any time, then what's the point in robbing them?
At this moment, Mu Yunqi suddenly said, Fong Chang, look, our group ranking has been squeezed to 4th place.
Whose ranking has moved up? It's Beishi City. Fong Chang took a look at the points on the ranking list.
The total points of the 22 participating teams were really scattered. He had snatched points from 11 teams, but he didn't expect to be overtaken by others in such a short time. I had to start reflecting on myself.
Was I too impatient at the beginning?
I should have started with the villages with high points. Next time, I must be careful and let the protruding rafters rot first.
This time we're going to rob the hilltop city. Mountaintop city?
A captain was startled.
Brother Fong Chang, are you sure? What's wrong?
Brother Fong, you may not know that since the mountaintop city started participating in the competition, they have always been the ones who rob others, and no one dares to rob them.
Really? That's great. Good.
Fong Chang said in a deep voice, as long as we succeed in seizing the mountaintop city, we will be the mountaintop city, and let everyone see our strength.
Brother Fong, I know you want to use this to intimidate everyone so that they won't dare to attack us again. But we are different from Hilltop City.
They have been accumulating power for a long time, while we have been the youngest for thousands of years.
Aren't you afraid that everyone will come together under the leadership of Hilltop City to rob us? They certainly will. Then why are you still going to rob? Of course we have to go and rob it. It's better to strike the first blow to prevent 100 blows.
Even if the people from Hilltop City come to rob it, the others will have to think about whether they will be used as cannon fodder.
I don't think anyone wants to be used as a gun. Besides, don't we have a level 1 shield? What are we afraid of? A captain nodded and said, you have a point. So the first city to launch an attack when we arrive must be the Hilltop City. As long as we block them, we block everyone.
My only worry now is that those guys in Fengcheng might get carried away and join the Shandingqing in attacking the city.
Them?
Fengcheng smiled faintly. As long as the second captain and his men can hurt these people this time, they will be smarter than anyone else. After all, you also mentioned that Hilltop City has always been the dominant force in the regional competition.
Doesn't anyone want to see them suffer a setback and make a fool of themselves? That makes sense. Brother Fong, you're the smartest one. So when do we set off? Of course now.
At the same time, Fong Chang remotely instructed the 9 captains who were on duty to beat the guys headed by Cui Jin to death this time, and it would be best if they could not get out of bed for 3 days. The leader of Shanding City was called to you, and he was on his way to Shucheng village with his men.
Shucheng village is now ranked second in the group.
As long as they can snatch this family, not only will their position as the first in the group total score be as stable as a rock, but Du will also be able to return to the first place in the individual ranking, and he will be able to leave the second place Fengcheng far behind.
Master Du, are we really going to rob Shucheng village?
They've been able to maintain their second place this time, so their strength is definitely beyond doubt. Furthermore, ever since those 10 families in Fengcheng were robbed, they have been adopting a defensive strategy.
Wouldn't it be a bit too rash for us to rob them now?
That's right, Mr. Du. How about we wait a little longer until they go to rob other villages and attack when their defenses are weak? That way, the success rate will be higher. Du smiled coldly and looked at the two people in front of him. One was called Jia Chang and the other was called Lai Lei.
All three of them have good talents and are SS-level geniuses.
But when they were in the Hilltop City, the three major guilds refused to accept the three men because of their character problems, so they set up a mercenary group on their own. Their purpose was not to make money. Although his Du family was not well known in the Hilltop City, Du was never short of money. He simply liked killing and the pleasure of being free in the wild where he could do whatever he wanted without any constraints. Jia Chang and Lai Lei both had criminal records. After meeting Du, they felt like they had found a close friend. They discovered that their previous petty thefts were nothing compared to what Du had done. They admired Du very much, and because the three of them kept each other together, the two of them always followed Du's lead.
Du never hid some things from these two people?
Just like this, Du put his arm around the shoulders of two people, one on each side, and the three of them put their heads together and whispered, "Have you forgotten that we have helpers?"
Chapter 120, Man's Nemesis Wasabi.
When Jia Chang and Lai Lei heard Du's words, they both subconsciously looked around. Then Lai Lei lowered his voice and said, "Master Du, this is the competition venue.
How can they get in?" Du smiled smugly and said, "Do you think there's any place in Dragon Country that they can't go to?"
This. Lai Lei was speechless. Jia Changza hesitated for a moment and said, "Master Du, I think those people are not simple people.
They definitely didn't come to the stadium to help us. Master Du, it would be better for you to have less contact with them."
Lai Lei nodded in agreement.
"We've all seen what those people are doing. They're not like ordinary people at all. They must have other motives for coming to the arena this time. Even though we're not good people, there are some things we can't do." Du said impatiently, all right, I know. How many times have you said this?"
Although they're not here specifically to help us, given the friendship I have with them, it's no problem for them to do me a favor. When the three of them brought their team to Shucheng village, they saw a crowd of people on the city wall. These people were indeed using a defensive tactic, intending to keep their existing points first and wait until the storm was over. At the same time, there were quite a few city defense props on the wall, and because it was a regional competition, each city had its top talents. Du took a look and saw several familiar faces on the wall, all of whom were SS-level talents like him. In this situation, with the few people Du brought with him, there was no chance of winning if they wanted to attack by force. But since he was already here, he really didn't want to leave in such disgrace. After thinking it over, he finally decided to make a phone call.
"Hello, is this Brother Chang? Du? Are you looking for death? Why are you calling me at this time? Brother Chang, I want to ask you for a small favor. I'm busy. Brother Chang, I know you are in the competition area. How the hell did you know that?"
Hearing the other party's tone slow down, Du smiled slightly, as if it was just as I expected. "Brother Chang, isn't that what you said?
There is no wall that is impenetrable."
"Okay, what do you want to do?"
"I want to attack Shucheng village, but I don't have enough people."
Okay, I'll help you find a solution, just wait." Du hung up the phone and raised his eyebrows at Lai Lei and Jia Chang, as if to say, "See, I was right, wasn't I? Given our friendship, this little favor shouldn't be a problem at all." On the other end of the phone, after hanging up, Chang Wu's face suddenly became ferocious, his eyes flashed with murderous intent, and his face was full of murderous intent.
"This kid Du can't be kept. What's wrong, Mr. Chang Wu?"
A graceful woman leaned her face on Chang Wu's shoulder from behind. The originally cold metal body has now been warmed up by Chang Wu to give off human body temperature.
Her name is Toriyama Wasabi.
She has delicate features, a slightly red face, and her hazy eyes seem to still retain the afterglow of the past.
Chang Wu touched Toriyama Wasabi's face with the back of his hand.
The smooth touch immediately made him feel much better.
He smiled slightly and said, "It's okay. I was just pissed off by a little jerk." "You want to kill him? I can help you. Just consider it as my thank you." Did we just make a deal? Toriyama Aoi's eyes flickered as she glanced at Chang Wu with a mixture of anger and joy. She opened her red lips slightly, exhaling a sweet breath. What else do you want? I have a beast master. If you want, I can terminate the contract with my beast mother. Of course, if you think I am not as good as your beast master, then just pretend I said nothing. Toriyama Wasabi smiled slightly, hugged Chang Wu's waist from behind, lay on his back, and sniffed his scent greedily. Chang Wu-kun, you are great, I am not complimenting you. Then, like a spirit snake, she swam from behind into Chang Wu's arms, reached out and touched his cheek, and said, You also know that in our plaster country, there is a mysterious worship of prosthetic transformation. My beast master had already hardened himself to a heart of stone in order to preserve his sword drawing speed. If it weren't for the organization's request, I would never have signed a contract with him. Is that the guy named Fujisai Jiro? I can help you kill him. Toriyama Wasabi smiled and said, My dear Tsuchite-kun, it's useless even if you kill him. No matter who we sign a contract with, we have to obey the organization's arrangements. Unless you can get the organization to give me to you, then even if you don't kill Fujisai, we can still be together happily. That's easy. As long as we successfully kill that kid Fongchang this time, I will apply to the higher-ups and have team leader Inukai hand you over to me. Chang Wujuan, you won't let me down, right? Of course, I never disappoint my woman, but now I have to go out and do something. Go kill the guy who just pissed you off. I can help you. You? Yeah, it's inconvenient for you to move around here because many people know you, but it's different for me. No one knows me. Chang Wu nodded, then I'll leave it to you. Toriyama Wasabi stood up and lifted Chang Wu's chin with her finger. Her eyes were filled with deep affection and love for Chang Wu, like a pool of warm spring water, as if to drown him. Chang Wu-kun, you will definitely ask team leader Inukai to give me to you, right? Feeling Toriyama Wasabi's deep love for him, Chang Wu suddenly felt that he had found true love. Toriyama Aoi's pitiful appearance aroused Chang Wu's desire to protect her. He felt that she was so fragile and needed warmth and support. Chang Wu was immediately excited. I swear, I will ask team leader Inugami to send you to me. A soft curve appeared at the corner of Toriyama Wasabi's mouth, and in the blink of an eye, a crystal tear overflowed from the corner of her eye and dripped into Chang Wu's palm. Chang Wu stared at her in a daze, but he didn't notice that after she turned around, the corners of her mouth turned slightly up, and suddenly became so proud. The slender back was straight and proud, as if announcing her victory to the man behind her. Hey, look at how silly you are. I fooled you so easily. It's really pathetic and ridiculous. If you were still Chang Wu or the Jing'an Guard, you might be of some use to me. Unfortunately, you are useless and were fired by the Jing'an division. Now you are just an abandoned stray dog, a club that I can play with at will. Your only value now is to make use of your remaining energy as an S-class beastmaster and be loyal to my great plaster kingdom. After leaving the secret base, Toriyama Wasabi transformed into a steel spider and quickly found you outside Shucheng village according to the coordinates given by Chang Wu. Who are you? Diyu's heart trembled when he saw the beautiful woman walking out from behind the tree. Hello, are you Diyu? Diyu nodded subconsciously. I am, you are? Toriyama Wasabi suddenly quickened his pace. Great, I finally found you. I was sent by Chang Wu to help you. When she ran closer, her cheeks were slightly flushed with excitement, and her eyes were full of pure joy without any impurities. She was breathing slightly, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose, revealing a smile as bright and pure as the sun, as if the whole world became brighter because of this smile. Diyu had never played such a high-level game before, and his eyes instantly became dull and dazed. He stared straight at Toriyama Wasabi, hardly moving his eyeballs. At this moment, his spirit seemed to be completely drained, and he was in a dreamlike state. The corners of his mouth unconsciously rose slightly, with a hint of obsessed smile. He has completely lost his mind. Chapter 121 Teacher Xiaokuei's on-site teaching. When Diyu was attacking Shucheng village, Fongchang also came to Shanding village to steal the house. Almost half of all the city defense props in the entire competition area went into his own pocket, and the other half was randomly distributed among the 21 villages. In fact, each village could not get many items. Therefore, the defense of these 21 villages was just so-so in Fongchang's eyes. It couldn't be said to be like entering an empty land, but it would be no problem for him to kill a few of them back and forth. What's more, all the masters of Shanding village have been led by Diyu to attack Shucheng village. Now it is destined that Shanding village will be robbed. On the other side, Cui Jin, with 10 poor men whose pockets were cleaner than their faces, was attacking Yuqing village. Is this Yuqing village? When these people arrived at Yuqing village, everyone except those from Fengcheng was dumbfounded. Their people had been here before, but Yuqing village was not like that at all. They could come in and out as they pleased, fight as they pleased, and scold as they pleased. But now the city defense props almost cover the entire city wall. There is not a single prop below level 3. All are above level 3, and level 1 props account for the majority. Nonsense, if this isn't Yuqing village, where else could it be? Cui Jin said angrily, hurry up, let's try to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Don't give them any chance to breathe. I'm going to give those bastards a good beating. Wait a minute, Cui Jin, do you have a grudge against them? Cui Jin asked angrily, don't you have any grudge against them? Where did all your points go? Everyone was speechless. Their points were taken away by the people from Yuqing, but they had also beaten them to death before, so it was just tit for tat. Alright, stop wasting time. Are we going to attack Yuqing or not? Let's fight. We're already here. Besides, the competition will end in 2 days. Now the only way to turn the tables is to grab points. Who will be the vanguard? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at Cui Jin in tacit understanding. Cui Jin said unhappily, why are you all looking at me? He is not stupid. He just suffered a great loss under the enemy's city wall. If he acts as a vanguard now, he will be no different from cannon fodder. Didn't you ask us to attack Yuqing? You're the leader, shouldn't you be the vanguard? If I ask you to come, I have to be the vanguard? Then if I ask you to go back, will you go back? Alright, stop arguing. Let's draw lots, shall we? Do you agree with Cui Jin drawing lots? Cui Jin thought about it for a moment, and he didn't have any good ideas at the moment, so he nodded. You guys are not going to play tricks on me, are you? If you don't want to do it, then we can break up. Are you really a man if you keep dithering like this? So 10 people took 10 branches and drew the shortest one to be the pioneer. As luck would have it, Cui Jin grabbed the shortest one. You guys must be kidding me. Playing with you? Are you playing with us, or are we playing with you? Now everyone was fed up. It was Cui Jin who called the person here, and he agreed to draw lots. But when he was asked to be the vanguard, he refused. Are you kidding me? You have to go now, whether you want to or not. You guys? Cui Jin was dumbfounded and felt like he had been cheated. Hurry up, someone else urged, if you don't want to suffer physical pain, rush forward with your men now. Everyone reached a consensus in an instant and blocked the people from Fengcheng in front. Either you take your men and charge towards Yuqing now, or you come back and let us beat you up. Master Cui, what should we do now? Cui Jin's face was dark and his teeth were clenched tightly, making a chattering sound, as if he was trying to bite off the endless grief and frustration. What should I do? What can I do now? Cui Jin took out his crutches and rushed out first, and the others could only follow helplessly. As a result, as soon as he entered the attack range of the city defense, a pile of grey snot fell from the sky. Seeing the shadow flying down below him, Cui Jin subconsciously looked up and immediately became furious. What the hell is coming? Whether it comes or not, it has already come. He swung his crutches and hit the flying snot with gritted teeth. The snot fell and stuck him to the ground again. This time, only he was stuck, because the others had already moved away when they saw the snot falling, but he was the only one who insisted on competing with the snot and wanted to see who was better. Now I'm in trouble again. Cui Jin struggled desperately on the ground, but the fly stuck to him and he couldn't get rid of it. The people of Yuqing village are no longer the rookies they used to be. Cui Jin had previously given them a victory, which greatly boosted their morale. Now when they face these former defeated enemies, they no longer operate the city defense props to fire in a swarm as before. Instead, they fired in bursts with purpose. Since they had a level 1 plasma shield, they were not afraid that they could rush in. In less than 20 minutes, all the people in Fengcheng's group were knocked to the ground. None of the people behind, called Cui Jin, who acted as the vanguard, moved from beginning to end. The first level shield rising from Yuqing village can be seen from a long distance as long as you are not blind. Only Cui Jin was such a stubborn guy that he insisted on using his head to hit the first level shield. I thought he had some trump card or trick that could break the first level shield, but it turned out to be rubbish. Looking at the people from Yuqing village who rushed out and beat Cui Jin and the others again, the others shook their heads and thought, forget it, there's nothing to see, so they just dispersed. We can't seize Yuqing village, but with so many of us now, can't we seize other villages?
Shucheng village was successfully breached by the people from Shandingqing, and with the help of Toriyama Wasabi, they chopped down the opponent's crystal pillars with almost no effort.
As for how strong Toriyama Wasabi is, that's not the case. She is still young and is just an A-level beast girl, and her beast transformation is an SSS level 9-eyed sword spider.
The key is that she was transformed into a semi-intelligent body, and she is best at hacking technology.
She directly hacked all the city defense props in Shucheng.
The city defense props that the people of Shucheng village had worked so hard to collect were just a pile of scrap metal in their own hands, but in the hands of the people of Shanding City, they became powerful siege weapons.
However, the result did not need to use expectations.
Although he snatched away all of Shucheng's points, his own points still did not exceed Fangcheng's.
Because he did not participate in the siege, he was pulled into the bushes by Toriyama Wasabi to discuss life while everyone was attacking the city.
According to the points distribution rules based on combat power and contribution points, the points he got this time were greatly reduced. But he was not angry at all, on the contrary, he felt very happy. I have read learning materials for so many years and have experienced practical experience, but who has the privilege of being personally instructed by the teachers and the materials?
Mr. Du.
Toriyama Wasabi lay lazily on the ground, and her delicate voice made Duyu's whole body soften.
What's wrong, Xiaokue? Are they finished yet? It looks like that.
Duyu turned around and glanced at Shutsuan.
Toriyama Wasabi looked at Duyu in front of her with a dazed look, biting her lower lip and said coquettishly, "Why don't you help me up quickly, everyone will be back soon."
She was the one pretending to be shy, but she made Duyu blush. Duyu hurried over and carefully helped her up, but she suddenly said, "Hiss."
What's wrong, Xiaokue?
A shy blush appeared on Toriyama Wasabi's face, and she said softly and coquettishly, "Humph, it's all your fault.
You're too strong. You're the strongest man I've ever seen, bar none."
This greatly satisfied Duyu's vanity, but why did her words sound a little strange?
Forget it, these are not important compared to Xiaokue. Chapter 122, Killing Without Blood.
Seeing that everyone from the hilltop city had returned, Duyu showed an unhappy expression because his points had been greatly reduced. Lai Lei came over happily and said, "Master Du, your trick really works." This time, the brothers took over Shucheng village without much effort.
Jia Changza noticed the strangeness on Duyu's face. "What's wrong, Mr. Du? You look very unhappy." "Nothing?" Duyu said unhappily.
"I can't say that you guys were firing in the front and I was firing in the back, but in the end I didn't get as many points as you." At this time, Jia Chang and Lai Lei both realized that Du Xiao must be unhappy because he did not participate in the siege this time and did not get as many points as everyone else, which prevented him from getting first place. Lai Lei immediately consoled him, "Master Du, your points are the highest among all of us, and you're only a little behind Fang Chang.
Why don't we go rob another one? This time, you'll definitely come out on top."
Jia Chang also agreed, "That's right, using your method, I don't think there will be any village in this competition area that we can't conquer."
At this time, Toriyama Wasabi walked out of the woods. "What's wrong, Mr. Du?
I heard you speak just now, and you seemed very unhappy." Toriyama Wasabi's voice instantly made Duyu feel as if he had lost half a pound of weight, and all his anger disappeared in an instant.
Duyu's face instantly blossomed into an almost flattering smile, his eyes filled with infatuation. He took 2 steps at a time and walked towards her, carefully supporting her and saying, "Xiaokue, you must have heard it wrong."
"How could I not be happy?"
"Humph, don't lie to me, I just heard everything."
"This."
Toriyama Aoi smiled understandingly and said, "Is it about the championship?"
Duyu nodded, and Toriyama Wasabi smiled slightly. "Show me the standings, I want to see who is ranked first now."
Duyu Yen obeyed and opened the scoreboard on the bracelet. Toriyama Wasabi came over to take a look and said, "So it's this guy called Fang Chang. Do you know him?"
Duyu looked at Toriyama Wasabi in confusion, with a hint of jealousy in his eyes.
Toriyama Wasabi laughed and said, "How could I possibly know him? I just feel that no one other than you is qualified to take first place. You are the best in my heart, and only you deserve this first place."
Duyu immediately turned his jealousy into laughter. "I heard that this guy is very powerful. He brought 10 people and robbed 10 villages in a row."
"So what?" Toriyama Wasabi said indignantly, "That's because he hasn't run into you yet.
If he runs into you, he'll be in trouble.
You alone can beat 10 of them. I'm not as good as you say."
"Yes, you do. You are so powerful.
Don't you even have this little confidence?" "Who said that?"
Duyu immediately puffed out his chest and said, "I'm going to go find him right now." Not only will I take all his points away, but I'm also going to beat him until he kneels down and calls me grandpa.
Toriyama Wasabi looked at Diyu with admiration. That's right, this is the man I like.
She really wanted to meet Fong Chang, the man who could defeat Koizumi Mako, and who is now ranked in the top 10 on the Sakurayama team's must-kill list. Those who can rank in the top 10 on the overall list have always been the children of wealthy families in Longwei or the pride of famous schools. Fong Chang was just a poor boy born in the slums of Yucheng. He had no resources, no inheritance, and no connections. In short, he was a poor guy with nothing. I heard that he didn't even get into a university in Longwei and was expelled from school.
Moreover, he was a cowardly little bootlicker while studying. How did such a person climb up to the 10th place in the overall ranking step by step? Toriyama Wasabi wanted to go and meet him, so as to avoid being killed by Chang Wu's big club and having no chance. But she can't go alone.
She can hack into the city defense equipment of Shucheng village, but she can't hack into the official competition system. In order to prevent the system from discovering her as a spy, she needs someone to cover for her. It would be most appropriate to go with the people from Hilltop City and meet him as a person from Hilltop City. Lai Lei and Jia Chang, who were standing by, were both stunned when they saw Diyu's current state.
Did that woman suck all of Du Xiao's brains dry? That woman was clearly using him, couldn't he see that? Mr. Du, I have something to tell you.
Du Xiao smiled and said, if Lao Lei has anything to say, just say it here.
Xiao Kuei is not an outsider. Lai Lei opened his mouth and glanced at Toriyama Wasabi. What do you want me to say in front of her? What's wrong, Lao Lei? Why are you so hesitant when speaking today? Jia Chang couldn't bear it any longer and said, don't you think there's something wrong with that Du Xiao? Who are you talking about? Xiao Kuei? How could there be something wrong with her? Do you know her background? Don't you think the way she just hacked the city defense equipment is a bit strange? What's so strange about this?
Everyone there knows how to do it.
As for her origins,
I'm sorry, Lao Jia, I really can't tell you her identity. Even without Jia Chang and Lai Lei's advice, they could have guessed it roughly.
After being with Duyu for so many years, how could they not know that this guy was reselling information? Otherwise, where did he get all the money from?
However, the two were not sure what information he was reselling and who the buyer was, but there was one organization that was certain, and to put it bluntly, he was working for that organization.
But now they know, they guessed it from the methods shown by Toriyama Wasabi.
It seemed that the woman's entire body except for her head was covered with prosthetics. They couldn't think of anyone else in the world who could transform themselves so crazily except the people of Plaster Country.
Mr. Du, do you remember what Lao Lei and I told you before? There are things in this world that can be done, and there are things that cannot be done.
Diyu smiled and said, of course I know what I can do and what I can't do, don't worry.
No, you don't.
In order to maintain his image, Diyu didn't want to get angry in front of Toriyama Wasabi, but Jia Chang and Lai Lei's relentless pressure really made him feel very angry. At this moment, Toriyama Wasabi suddenly raised his eyebrows, a fierce look flashed in his eyes, and he said in a sarcastic tone, I will follow Master Du and call you Jia for the time being. Old Jia heard that young Master Du is your eldest brother, so I want to ask you, you accused your eldest brother in front of so many people, do you respect him in your heart?
Do you take him as your eldest brother seriously?
Diyu felt that Xiao Kuei's words had hit the nail on the head, and he said to Jia Chang in a bad mood, Xiao Kuei is right. I have been very kind to you all these years.
Haven't you spent all the money I earned? You are now actually lecturing me in front of outsiders.
You are really two ungrateful wolves.
Toriyama Wasabi quickly comforted him. All right, Master Du, calm down first.
You're brothers after all.
Don't you feel embarrassed with so many outsiders watching?
Toriyama Wasabi rolled his eyes at him, then turned to Jia Kuei and Lai Lei and said,
I know you three have a deep bond as brothers, but can't you just keep your affairs private? With so many people watching, even if you don't think about young Master Du, you should at least think about yourself, right?
Then he said to Duyu, since there is a misunderstanding between brothers Du Xiao, it is better to resolve it as soon as possible to prevent the misunderstanding from getting deeper and deeper, don't you agree? Duyu nodded subconsciously, and Toriyama Wasabi said happily, okay, just listen to me.
Let's go over there and resolve the matter, and reconcile our brotherhood.
Jia Chang and Lai Lei followed Duyu, but they never came back. Seeing that only Duyu and Toriyama Wasabi had returned, the people in Shandingqing couldn't help but wonder, where are Du Xiao, Lao Lei, and Lao Jia?
Wasabi reference picture. Chapter 123 I am a reckless beast girl.
Do you seemed a little absent-minded and was startled when he heard someone asking about Lai Lei and Jia Chang? Old Jia and the others. Wasi Shimayama, who was standing by, couldn't help but frown, mentally cursing him for being a loser. His mental state was too poor, so he continued, they left first because of something. You left early because of something? So urgent? Toriyama Wasabi smiled and said, it's to gather information for us, to see which village is not at home, so that we can kill them by surprise. So that's how it was. Everyone's doubts were resolved, but no one noticed that there was an extra bracelet on Toriyama Wasabi's hand. With this bracelet, Toriyama Wasabi had a legal identity in the arena. Come on, Master Du, let's go find that guy Fong Chang and help you get the first place first. Du nodded and was about to lead everyone out, but suddenly he seemed to think of something and turned around to say to everyone, you go back to the village first and take care of it. I will go with her to find Fong Chang. Are you going alone? You're not even taking your beast girl with you? Toriyama Wasabi reacted calmly to Du's sudden change of mind. After all, she now had legal status, and bringing so many people with her would only cause trouble. As for why Du suddenly changed his mind, it might be that Lao Lei and Lao Jia awakened the last bit of conscience in his heart. This woman, Toriyama Wasabi, is very dangerous. Killing people to silence them is a common practice for people in her plaster country. He didn't want Toriyama Wasabi to kill people to silence them because his identity was exposed. Now that everyone has points, the village must be protected, so there is nothing to doubt. But before they got home, the bracelet started to sound the alarm, saying that their house had been robbed. When everyone was furious, Du was the only one who looked indifferent, as if he no longer cared about it. After Fong Chang led a team to rob the mountaintop city, Yuqing's total team score directly ranked first, and his own individual ranking was also first, and it was the kind that could no longer be shaken. Unless you are robbed. At this time, Team 1 was resting, and Fong Chang was listening to the report from the second captain. Chui Jin joined forces with 10 robbed families to attack Yuqing village. As a result, Chui Jin was directly picked out as cannon fodder. When the cannon fodder fell at the foot of the city, the others left without firing a shot. Even when they were leaving the city to teach Chui Jin a lesson, they had no intention of taking action. After listening to the second captain's report, Fong Chang smiled slightly. Selfishness is the original sin of mankind. Now it seems that as long as I stop robbing others, the chances of them joining forces to rob me are very small. Fong Chang smiled slightly, but was suddenly stunned. What's wrong, Xiao Fong? Mu Yunxi heard Teacher Mu's voice and looked over curiously. Fong Chang suddenly stood up and used electromagnetic perception to carefully sense the situation again. Then he said anxiously, someone has used a shield. After saying that, he immediately said to the team that was resting, take your people and return to the village quickly, quickly. A captain looked bewildered, what's going on? Is someone planning to attack our village? Don't ask so many questions, hurry up. After saying that, he looked at Teacher Mu and Mu Yunxi beside him. As a result, the two of them grabbed Fong Chang's hand together and said, don't chase me away. Yes, don't try to drive me away. I don't want to chase you away, I want you to hide first. Hide? Mu Yunxi looked at Fong Chang suspiciously. Yes, give them a surprise at the critical moment. Mu Yunxi's eyes lit up, so that's how it is. I like to surprise people. Teacher Mu said, let me stay. If you don't have a beast girl around you, others will get suspicious. Mu Yunxi said unconvincingly, Mom, I should stay. You have long-range attacks, so you can hide in the shadows and shoot arrows from behind. I'm a melee beast girl, so I'm not as effective as you at attacking from the blitz. Fong Chang said, alright, both of you stop arguing. Teacher Mu, just listen to Xiaoxi this time. Then be careful. Not long after Teacher Mu hid himself, Toriyama Wasabi and Du appeared in his sight. When the two came closer, Fong Chang used his spiritual pupil to take a look and found that the woman was a spy from the Plaster Kingdom. Toriyama Wasabi, there is no way the dragon people would give this name. While Fong Chang was looking at the two of them, Toriyama Wasabi was also looking at Fong Chang. Her fiery and greedy gaze wandered wantonly over Fong Chang's body, starting from his handsome face, slowly moving down, passing over his broad shoulders, strong chest, and then to his tight waist. She looked at every part of him carefully with her possessive eyes, as if she wanted to engrave every inch of Fong Chang in her mind. He's perfect, and he can fulfill almost any fantasy of mine. The corners of her mouth unconsciously rose, revealing an ambiguous smile. The tip of her tongue gently licked her lips, and a low swallowing sound came from her throat. Mu Yunxi was not going to do this anymore.
Hey, have you seen enough? Toriyama Wasabi was startled, as if waking from a dream, and smiled faintly at Muyunshi. Are you his beast mother?
To me, she is his beast mother, so watch your eyes and look at your own beast master, not my Fongchang.
Haha, interesting little girl.
You are the little girl, your whole family are little girls.
Hi, don't be angry.
The main reason I came here today is because my beast master said he could beat 10 Fangchangs by himself.
I didn't believe it, so he brought me here to see it. After saying that, he looked at Du and said, Mr. Du, now Fangchang has been found, you won't let me down, right? Du has now been forced by Toriyama Wasabi to pledge his allegiance?
The infatuation in his eyes when he looks at her is gone, replaced by unconcealable anger and fear.
How can I disappoint you now? I don't even have the right to refuse you now. You took out his spear from the bracelet?
The sharp tip of the spear was chilling, and the body of the spear was covered with light-like circuits, giving the spear a futuristic sci-fi style. He put the spear behind his back and stared at Fong Chang as he took a step forward. A hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes, but more of it was determination and cold-bloodedness.
He must win. Fong Chang was just a stranger to him.
Compared with his life, he was not worth mentioning at all, so it was better for this guy to die.
Wait a minute, your opponent is me.
Muyunshi suddenly drew out her two swords and stood in front of Duyu, with disdain on her face. A waste like you is not worthy of fighting with my beast master.
You're looking for death. It was the first time that Duyu was called a waste by a woman. He was already angry and he became even more furious.
After he finished speaking, seeing that Muyunshi seemed to want to retort, he took the opportunity to take action, wanting to teach this ignorant little girl a lesson. However, Muyunshi's reaction speed and strength were beyond his expectations. Just as his spear thrust forward unexpectedly, Muyunshi blocked it with a knife, then took advantage of the situation to move closer, and aimed the other short knife at his throat. Duyu instinctively leaned his body back and performed a bridge pose to increase the distance between his neck and the tip of the knife. However, who could have thought that Muyunshi was such a reckless girl? After missing her first blow, she stabbed him in the vitals with the next one. The neck moved away but the feet remained in place, and the iron bridge posture was perfect for her to cut. At this moment, Duyu was almost scared to death. He quickly pointed the tip of his gun at the ground and at the same time used his legs to step back violently. He narrowly avoided her knife attack, but he still felt a chill in his heart.
Is that girl really your beast mother? Toriyama Wasabi looked at Fong Chang in surprise. Muyunshi reference picture. Chapter 124. No way, is this her weakness? Wasabi reference picture. Fong Chang was not worried at all whether this girl would suffer a loss.
Although Duyu was of a higher level than her, his talent was not as good as hers. Unless there were 3 or more Duyes, it would be like a piece of cake for that girl to beat him.
After hearing what Toriyama Wasabi said, Fong Chang withdrew his gaze from Muyunshi and looked at Toriyama Wasabi. Okay, you want to kill me, don't you? Why don't you do it? Who said I wanted to kill you?
As Duyu's beast girl, the most I could do was accompany him here to take a look.
Of course, I'm also curious about what you look like.
Her voice was as clear as a silver bell, with a childlike innocence and tenderness. There was no trace of gloom or calculation in her eyes, only full expectations and pure love for the other person. That innocent look made people want to protect her.
But she didn't tell the truth. How could a spy from the plaster country like you be a beast mother to that idiot? Do you think I'm stupid? Fong Chang said coldly, You, a spy from the plaster country, are you going to be his beast mother? Do you think I'm a fool? Toriyama Wasabi frowned slightly. How did he know my identity?
She came here today just out of curiosity about what kind of man Fong Chang was.
Killing him is Chang Wu's job. Besides, I don't have the ability to deal with someone who can't even deal with Ma Zi.
Of course, it would be even better if this guy could fall at the feet of my high heels.
How did you? Never mind, that's not important. What's important is that not all people in plaster country are bad. I really just wanted to meet you. To see me? Yes, you are amazing.
I like strong people and I admire them, just like you dragon people admire heroes.
You are my hero. 2A, don't try that.
What I said is true, why don't you believe me? Toriyama Wasabi was almost crying with anxiety, her eyes were slightly red and tears of grievance were flashing in her eyes, making her look so touching and pitiful.
You want me to believe you? Fine, then take off your clothes.
Toriyama Wasabi sneered in his heart, men are really pigs. I just moved my mouth and this guy took the bait. I really don't understand how that woman Koizumi Asako could lose to this guy.
Okay, how do you want to play? I can agree to it.
Her fingers slid across the tight and smooth battlesuit, with a hint of cunning and shyness in her eyes.
She bit her lower lip slightly, her pearly teeth were faintly visible, a blush appeared on her face. She seemed to want to say something but stopped herself. She was reluctant but also willing. She had a unique kind of delicate charm, which was particularly moving and made people's hearts ripple. Fang Chang didn't buy her tricks, because this woman had been imitating Mu Yunqi according to her ideas from the very beginning.
Coincidentally, Mu Yunqi had also said the same thing to him, and her eyes at that time were much more sincere than this woman's.
But then again, I haven't tried wearing the battle suit yet. Why don't I ask teacher Mu to try it one day? She would definitely be shy. She is such a traditional woman, unlike Mu Yunqi.
Young people usually have a stronger ability to accept new things and are willing to try new technological products, new lifestyles, new cultural trends, etc. Fang Cheng seemed to be thinking further and further away, but in Toriyama Wasabi's eyes, she mistakenly thought that she was the one who made Fang Cheng stare at her infatuatedly. From a certain perspective, the quality of a wife can determine a man's determination.
For example, Fang Cheng seems to have reached a point where he is not confused by external things. No matter how you perform, it is far inferior to my wife. Hey, have you seen enough?
Toriyama Wasabi lowered her head slightly, her cheeks flushed like clouds, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly, as if hiding the shyness and panic in her eyes. She bit her pink lower lip with her pearly teeth, put her hands on her chest, and twisted her body slightly to one side, as if trying to avoid someone's burning gaze. Her shy look was so adorable. When Fang Cheng saw her like this, he frowned. This woman was too pretentious.
You haven't even taken off your clothes, what the hell am I supposed to see? Toriyama Wasabi's delicate body suddenly stiffened. What? Didn't you say we could play however we wanted? Why did you change your mind? Why are you so rude? Please remove the word lu. I don't want to. Who knows if what you said is true or not? How about you let me see it? Fang Cheng was stunned for a moment.
He really was worthy of being from the plaster country. He dared to respond to anything.
Toriyama Wasabi laughed and said, "What's the matter? Did I hit the mark?" Fang Cheng pointed at Mu Yunqi, "Do you and the others," and said, "Look, the battle over there is almost over. If you don't take action now, you won't have a chance." Toriyama Wasabi glanced at Du Yu and Mu Yunqi. She originally thought that with Du Yu's strength, it would be no problem for him to deal with that little girl. It turned out that Du Yu was useless. He was actually beaten by a beast girl of a lower level than him. But upon closer inspection, something was not right. That woman seemed to be using him to feed herself with tricks. Could Fang Cheng's beast girl be so strong? Then she turned around to look at Fang Cheng, and a trace of vigilance arose in her heart. With her own strength, if the two of them joined forces, would she be able to escape today? I was really too arrogant today. I shouldn't have come to see him alone. Why are you scared? Fang Cheng smiled coldly. Yes, I'm scared. I'm afraid you don't have the courage. After saying that, she leaned towards Fang Cheng with an air of throwing herself into his arms. She didn't believe that Fang Cheng would not be charmed by her, because believing him would mean that she would be dead today. She underestimated the strength of Fang Cheng's beast girl, and also underestimated Fang Cheng's strength. If the beast girl is so strong, the beast master will be even stronger. The only thing she could gamble on, and what she was best at, was charm. Her beast form is the nine-eyed spider, and the skill of her ninth eye is charm. But Fang Cheng had already seen through all her cards with his spiritual eyes, and knew that her weakness was her lightning ability. Coincidentally, he had just awakened her lightning ability. She walked closer to Fang Cheng step by step. Seeing that Fang Cheng did not resist her, she suddenly became bolder. The fingers hidden behind his back began to transform into sharp blades. Closer, just one step closer, and he would be absolutely sure to give him a fatal blow. But at this moment, Fang Cheng suddenly moved, grabbed her neck, looked behind her, and sneered, "What are you hiding behind you?" Toriyama Wasabi also laughed. This idiot actually took the initiative to get closer to him. Isn't this courting death? Fang Cheng was stunned for a moment. What are you laughing at? Toriyama Wasabi sneered, I'm laughing at you being an idiot. Before she could finish her words, her hand suddenly appeared, and her slender fingers turned into cold and shining blades.
She thought that at this moment, she could scare Feng Chang and see despair in the eyes of this idiot before her. Even if it was only for a moment, she would be satisfied. But she saw Feng Chang laughing. Why was he laughing at this time? The next moment, before her blade fell, a dazzling electric light suddenly burst out from Feng Chang's palm. A powerful electric current passed through her neck and instantly rushed to her limbs and bones.
What am I laughing at?
Nikaido Benimaru's Benimaru throw, a skill from King of Fighters, can only be performed at close range.
Don't you know that, stupid woman?
As lightning erupted from the palm of his hand, Toriyama Wasabi, who was held in his hand, rolled his eyes and his body began to tremble as if he had the hiccups. In an instant, green smoke began to come out of his body. She can't die now because Feng Chang doesn't know how many people have come this time. Then he threw her on the ground like trash. How do you feel now?
Great.
Feng Chang was stunned, looking at the burnt black wasabi on the ground. His hair was stuck to his face with sweat. He felt weak all over and his eyes were charming, as if he was enjoying some afterglow.
No way, is this her weakness? When did the skill of breaking delusion spiritual I become so unorthodox? At this moment, Muyunshi, who had stabbed Ryu to death, ran over and looked at Toriyama Wasabi lying on the ground with a puzzled look on her face. What happened to her? Chapter 125. This ace agent is too watery. Maybe, he was probably electrocuted. Feng Chang said uncertainly. Ha?
Muyunshi suddenly turned around and stared at Feng Chang. Feng Chang, you bastard.
It's not Muyunshi's fault for misunderstanding.
It's just that Toriyama Wasabi's current appearance makes it too easy for people to have fantasies.
How am I a bastard? Feng Chang was completely confused. You said you weren't an asshole, but look at her. What did you just do here? Do I need to tell you again? Feng Chang understood now and felt a little amused and helpless.
Then he pointed at Toriyama Wasabi on the ground and said, please take a good look at her.
What do you think we just did? Only then did Muyunshi notice that Toriyama Wasabi's entire body was charred black by the electric shock. Although her expression was strange, she looked extremely miserable. If it is really what he thought, then Feng Chang is really too unkind to women. As for whether Feng Chang knew how to be gentle with women, Muyunshi had the most say in this matter, and she immediately confirmed that Feng Chang was not such a person. It seems that I was overthinking it. Feng Chang, what did you just do?
Feng Chang knew that this girl was a tough talker, and he didn't expect her to apologize, so he explained, she just tried to attack me, and I caught her red-handed, so this is what happened.
Are you okay then? Look at her. Does she look like someone in trouble? After saying that, Feng Chang walked over to Toriyama Wasabi and squatted down. Tell me, how many of you came this time, and where are you now? If you tell me, I can consider giving you a quick death.
Toriyama Wasabi was breathing heavily, her eyes slowly moving up from Feng Chang's feet, looking up at his face, an indescribable sense of satisfaction welling up in her heart, which was something that the people she had experienced could not give her. Now even the sound of Feng Chang's voice seemed full of magnetism, echoing in her ears like a spell, causing her body to tremble slightly again involuntarily.
No wonder I thought he was so perfect when I saw him for the first time.
It turns out that he is my true love, the man arranged by God to tame me.
Toriyama Wasabi swallowed his saliva and then smiled softly. Can it be as satisfying as just now? Feng Chang frowned. You can try. Can I take a break for a bit? Feng Chang was really defeated by this woman. I'm talking to you about serious matters, and you're just here acting like a fangirl. It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you really think I'm easy to fool, right? Before Toriyama Wasabi could react, Feng Chang grabbed her hair and pulled her up, then threw a red pill at her again. The scorching electric light exploded on her body, and within a moment she began to beg for mercy. That's enough, that's enough.
If you continue like this, I will die. This time, Feng Chang clearly wanted to teach her a lesson, and he turned a deaf ear to her pleas for mercy.
After a while, she stopped shouting. Ha! Muyunshi was shocked. Did you electrocute her to death? Are you really that weak? I still have a lot of questions to ask. Then why didn't you just be gentler?
At this moment, a circle of red light appeared on Toriyama Wasabi's chest, and an electric current ran through her body, just like Iron Man Feng Chang, who was electrocuted, subconsciously threw her to the ground. She shook a few times on the ground, and suddenly woke up with a deep breath.
No way, their prosthetics have automatic defibrillation functions?
Muyunshi glared at Feng Chang angrily and said, be gentler next time. It won't be too late to kill her after you've asked her questions. When Toriyama Wasabi saw Fong Chang this time, she subconsciously moved back, but the mechanical joints on her body seemed to be rusted, and her movements became weak.
Don't do this again.
If you continue like this, I will die.
I will really die.
Muyunshi said angrily, if you don't want to die, why don't you tell me quickly, how many of you came this time, and where are you now?
It's just me. Just you? Fong Chang frowned. Are you kidding me? You think you can kill me? Oh, there's another one, he's from your dragon country, his name is Chang Wu. Chang Wu? Fong Chang was stunned. Why did this name sound so familiar? Yes, that's Chang Wu.
He used to be a Gingan guard in Fuan City. I don't know why he was expelled from the Gingan division. Now he is our abandoned pawn. But he possesses S-rank strength, and not many people know about his expulsion. Taking advantage of this information gap, coupled with his strength, the chances of him killing you are very high, so there's no need to send anyone else.
Then why were you sent here? I'm responsible for getting rid of him afterwards. Can you get rid of him? He's different from you. He's just a useless pervert. I bewitched him and he obeys me every time. If I want to kill him, I don't even need to do anything. I can just let him die on his own. Can you really let him die? Really, you have to treat me as an adult. Fong Chang touched his chin, not knowing what he was thinking. Muyunshi said unhappily, how is that possible? How could there be such a stupid person in this world? Fong Chang, don't be fooled by her. Fong Chang smiled and said, I don't think that's possible either. But if we let her be our insider, it shouldn't be a problem for her to stab Chang Wu in the back. Aren't you afraid that she agreed to you first and then ran away? So, we have to ask her to submit a letter of allegiance. After saying that, Fong Chang turned on the record function of the bracelet and gave a close-up shot of Toriyama Wasabi. As long as you tell me everything you know, I will let you go. When Toriyama Wasabi saw that Fong Chang had not objected to her calling him sir, she couldn't help but feel happy again, and this time it was a happiness that came from the bottom of her heart. But I don't want to leave you now. Go to hell, are you going to tell me or not? I say, Master Fong Chang, whatever you want to know, I will tell you. Next, Toriyama Wasabi really told everything she knew, including her trump card, the spirit physique. Because of this ability, she is still the ace agent of their Sakurayama group. In addition, their organizational structure, their encrypted communication channels, the known undercover personnel, and their several secret bases in Longwa were all revealed in detail. Of course, Fong Chang also recorded everything. Muyunshi was secretly surprised after hearing what she said, but she still reminded her, what if Fong Chang is lying? Isn't that easy? Just find someone to verify it and you'll know. Verify? Just when Muyunshi was confused, he picked out an undercover agent from the Jingen division and called Lu Chong to check it out. Aren't you in the middle of a competition? Isn't it a bad time to call me? Fong Chang was too lazy to explain and simply pointed the camera at Toriyama Wasabi. Do you know Director Lu? Lu Chong, who had just looked disgusted, became serious the moment he saw Toriyama Wasabi clearly. Why is she here? Are you okay? It seems you know him, which makes things easier. I heard there's a guy named Chang Yi in your department. Do you know him? Did this woman tell you everything? You knew that a long time ago? Lu Chong nodded. We were thinking of casting a long line to catch a big fish, but I didn't expect that you would catch a big fish before you even cast the line. Okay, I get it. When I return to Fuan City, I'll give you another big gift. Fong Chang hung up the phone and turned back to Toriyama Wasabi and said, you can go now. Toriyama Wasabi raised her head and looked straight at Fong Chang, her voice trembling and pleading, please, don't chase me away, okay? Don't worry, as long as you're obedient, I'll keep your secret for you. I'm obedient. I will definitely listen to you, as long as you don't drive me away. Fong Chang frowned. He felt that his good temper was almost worn away by this woman. If you're obedient, just go back to Chang Wu and give him some poison or something. Do you have any? Yes, I have spider venom. Fong Chang was also thinking about her spider venom. Can it kill him instantly? No, he's too powerful, but please give me 7 days, and I will definitely poison him to death. Then it's settled. You'll drug him as soon as you get back. Chapter 126, for Xiaokue, I vowed to kill Fong Chang's little animal. After sending Toriyama Wasabi away, Fong Chang immediately told Lu Chong about Chang Wu hiding in the stadium. But unfortunately, the Jingen division searched the entire stadium but found no trace of Chang Wu.
They only reassured Fong Chang not to worry and that they would send someone over immediately. To be on the safe side, Fong Chang quickly took Mu Yunxi and Mu Yao back to the village. His life was the most important thing in the world. He didn't know whether the people from Jing'an Division could catch Chang Wu, but Chang Wu would definitely come looking for him. If the people from the Jing'an Division cannot find Chang Wu, they will most likely use themselves as bait. The safest place now is Yuqing Village, which has a level 1 shield, but I don't know if it can stop an S-level Beastmaster. On the other side, Isamu Wasabi returned to the secret base, and his embarrassed appearance scared Chang Wu.
Xiao Kuei. What's wrong with you?
Toriyama Wasabi's body was burned black, and her smooth and tight battlesuit became tattered, and even many internal components of her prosthetic hands and feet were exposed.
Get out of here. Seeing Chang Wu rushing over to help her, Toriyama Wasabi pushed him away. I belong to Lord Fong Chang now.
If a piece of trash like you touches me, I will feel disgusted.
What's wrong, Xiao Kuei? Chang Wu felt a little uncomfortable with Toriyama Wasabi's sudden indifference.
She didn't treat him like this before she left. I accidentally ran into Fong Chang and almost died at his hands.
That damn beast, I will definitely kill him for you. Toriyama Wasabi frowned. How dare you, a waste, slander my dear Lord Fong Chang?
But she couldn't break up with Chang Wu yet, because the task assigned to her by Lord Fong Chang had not been completed yet. But this also made her more determined to poison Chang Wu.
Okay, I need to replace my prosthetic body now, please leave. Xiao Kuei, I can help you.
You? Aoi Toriyama closed her eyes in anger, and silently said to herself that all this was for Lord Fong Chang. After preparing herself mentally, when she opened her eyes again, her shimmering eyes became charming again.
Mr. Chang Wu, I need you to keep watch for me, please.
The way she bit her lower lip made Chang Wu's heart tremble.
Okay, Xiao Kuei, no problem. But do you really not need my help in replacing your prosthetic body?
Her voice was sweet and coquettish, and her tone was as leisurely as a feather gently teasing Chang Wu's heart, making people feel itchy and unable to help but want to get close to her and indulge in her charm. Seeing Chang Wu being seduced by her and walking towards her like a zombie, Toriyama Wasabi felt full of disgust towards him.
Look at his disgusting and stupid look. I just used a little trick and he was completely bewitched. My dearest Lord Fong Chang is still the cutest. He never lets himself get confused. Why is he so outstanding?
Seeing Chang Wu approaching foolishly, Toriyama Wasabi suddenly snorted, biting her lower lip, staring at Chang Wu with a hint of anger in her eyes, to express her dissatisfaction. But in Chang Wu's eyes, those eyes were as bright and charming as autumn water, and their eyes were full of endless charm and style, like a pair of hooks, which had already hooked him into a black carp.
Xiao Kuei, why don't you get out now?
After sending away the reluctant Chang Wu, Toriyama Wasabi took out an instrument that looked like a space capsule from her bracelet, opened the hatch and stepped inside. The intelligent mechanical tentacles started up, replacing her spare limbs and the reinforced spine on her back. In less than 5 minutes, all the prosthetics were replaced and came out looking brand new. She did not rush to call Chang Wu in, but took out another bottle of wine from her bracelet and poured her spider venom into the bottle. Originally, she had only poured in a little, fearing that the other party would find out if she drank too much. But when she thought of her beloved Lord Fong Chang, in order to poison that waste Chang Wu to death quickly, she squeezed in a little more. Then he thought about that useless Chang Wu, whose 3 souls and 7 spirits had been seduced by him, and he probably wouldn't be able to notice even if there were more people, so he squeezed in a little more. Then she picked up the bottle and drank it herself, becoming immune to her own spider venom. Chang Wu, who was watching outside, heard the strange noise inside and felt a surge of doubt and curiosity in his heart. He wanted to rush in, but he stopped at the door, knocked on it and said, "Xiao Kuei, are you okay?
Do you need my help?" Toriyama Wasabi in the room didn't bother to pay attention to him and just drank his wine.
Chang Wu waited for a while but saw no response from Toriyama Wasabi, so he finally mustered up the courage to open the door. At worst, Xiao Kuei would scold him, but nothing was more important than Xiao Kuei's safety. When he pushed the door open and saw Toriyama Wasabi sitting there drinking alone, Chang Wu was stunned.
"What's wrong, Xiao Kuei?" "None of your business."
Seeing Xiao Kuei's frustrated look, Chang Wu's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. He clenched his fists tightly and slammed his foot hard in anger.
Toriyama Wasabi was startled. "What are you doing?"
"Don't worry, Xiao Kuei. I will make that little beast Fong Chang pay you back 10-fold or 100-fold for the humiliation you suffered today."
"You, humph, it's not what you think." "Forget it, think whatever you want." "Xiao Kuei, I won't dislike you." I will only cherish you more in the future.
When Toriyama Wasabi heard this, he covered his forehead with his hands in disgust.
Oh my god, what is this loser thinking?
Seeing Xiaokuei's sad look, Chang Wu directly snatched the bottle of wine from her hand.
Toriyama Wasabi was startled and was about to ask what you wanted to do. Chang Wu just picked up the bottle and blew into it. Tun, he drank all the wine in the bottle. Toriyama Wasabi swallowed back what he was about to say. Drink it, drink it. This wine was originally meant for you.
I didn't expect that you would drink it yourself when I was only halfway through my performance.
Do you want more? Toriyama Wasabi opened her big watery eyes and looked at Chang Wu with an innocent look on her face.
According to her original plan, it would take at least 6 or 7 days to poison him to death. Now that Chang Wu was drunk, she couldn't help but think, why not poison him to death today? At worst, I'll have to work harder and squeeze out more spider venom. When I think about seeing my beloved Lord Fengcheng again soon, this little suffering I endure is nothing. But Chang Wu threw the bottle away, put his hands on Xiaokuei's shoulders, and said firmly, Xiaokuei, wait for me to come back.
What do you want to do, Chang Wujuan? Chang Wu just smiled lightly, turned around and left. It was so tragic. Hey, Chang Wujuan, where are you going?
Chang Wu waved at him without even turning his head, and said firmly, be good and wait for me at home.
I will definitely ask Inugami-sama to give you to me. What is this idiot doing? No, could he be going to see Lord Fengcheng?
Thinking of this, Toriyama Wasabi hurriedly used the contact information Fengcheng had left her and sent him a message, asking him to be careful. Chang Wu rushed all the way to Yuchenkai, but when he saw the blue hemispherical shield outside the village, he was dumbfounded again.
How come this Yucheng has a level 1 shield?
With his strength, he could break such a shield, but that would cause a lot of noise and allow the Jing'an division to lock onto him. Now he just wanted to secretly kill Fengcheng, and then secretly run away with his beloved Xiaokuei.
Fortunately, there is always a way out. He is not the only one who is still plotting against Yucheng village.
Chapter 127 The Unlucky Child Shui Jin.
Shui Jin was very unwilling to accept this. This was their last time participating in the regional competition.
If he couldn't win the championship this time, he would never have another chance in his life.
Now the points of Yucheng village have reached a terrifying level, accounting for almost half of the total points. One can imagine how big the gap is between Yucheng Village South Group first place and Fengcheng's individual first and second place.
If he could grab the points from Yucheng, Shui Jin would not only be able to win the championship in one fell swoop, but also put a very perfect end to his regional competitions over the years. He had been beaten twice here, but he still didn't give up.
Even after everyone left, he still didn't give up. He was still calling people everywhere, hoping to persuade some people to join him in attacking Yucheng village. Fengcheng has returned.
He just entered the village and I saw everything clearly.
This time, if we capture Yucheng village, we will definitely get points. Are you crazy? How did you break his level 1 shield? Every object has a durability. As long as we keep attacking, we will definitely be able to break it. I don't care about you, idiot. Hello? Shui Jin was unwilling to give up. He picked up the bracelet and started dialing again.
He didn't believe that there was no one in the entire competition area who was not tempted by Yucheng's high points. At this moment, his vision darkened and he subconsciously looked up. A stranger appeared in front of him, but when he looked closely, he found that the person looked familiar, but he just couldn't remember who he was.
We just met a few days ago. How come you don't recognize me so soon? Chang Wu smiled lightly.
Shui Jin finally remembered that when he was beaten to a bloody pulp by Fengcheng some time ago, it was this guy who suddenly came out and took him to Jing'an division. He was a Gin'an guard.
Captain Chang, why are you here? There are also criminals in the competition area. Is it strange that I am here? Not weird. From what I hear you mean, you want to attack this village?
Shui Jin quickly said, don't worry, Captain Chang.
I promise to follow the rules of the competition. It's completely reasonable and legal. Don't need my help? Help? Don't you want it?
Chang Wu glanced at the shield outside the village. That's a level 1 shield, do you think you can break it? Shui Jin was speechless for a moment, but still said unconvincedly, as long as we keep attacking, we will definitely be able to open it.
How long will the fight last? Besides, they won't just stand there and let you hit them. But since you're so persistent, I do have a solution. Do you want to hear it? Cui Jin's eyes lit up, and he asked excitedly, "What method?" Chang Wu laughed and said, "If you can't get in from the outside, can't you try another approach? For example, let the people inside come out." "Let the people inside come out? Look at your bruised face. Did you hit your shield?" "No, they came out to fight." At this point, Cui Jin suddenly reacted and said excitedly, I understand, thank you Captain Chang for your guidance." Chang Wu sneered, "What do you understand? Can you lure them out by yourself?" "But no one listens to me now." "Just because no one listens doesn't mean no one isn't greedy. As long as you tell everyone about this method, someone will definitely come. After all, this is indeed a method, isn't it?" Cui Jinyue pondered for a moment, then nodded immediately. "I understand, I'll call someone right away." "Okay, I'm leaving now. Take your time shaking people. And don't tell anyone you've seen me. Got it?" I understand. Captain Chang is on a secret mission." "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone even if you kill me." After Chang Wu left, Cui Jin watched him disappear until he couldn't wait to call for help. This time, someone was interested. But no one would be stupid enough to immediately accept Cui Jin's invitation. To put it bluntly, the method provided by Chang Wu is like a mantis stalking a cicada while the oriole is behind. No one wants to be the cicada that lures out the mantis, everyone wants to be the oriole. Cui Jin also understood this, so he was not in a hurry at all. He just kept calling the person and someone would definitely show up by tomorrow noon at the latest. "When everyone arrives, will you still be worried that no one will be the cicada?" Cui Jin was right. It was only the next morning when people began to appear outside the woods one after another. As more and more people arrived, everyone was too lazy to wait any longer and walked out to Cui Jin and said, "Mr. Cui, we are all here, so you can get started." "Start?" Cui Jin was stunned at first, then smiled and said, "Master Ma, this idea was mine. It's not appropriate for me to be the bait, right?" Ma Xiu from Beishi City sneered, "Because this idea was yours, you have to verify whether it works or not." At this time, others also echoed, "You came up with the idea, and you are the one who should verify its feasibility." Cui Jin suddenly understood that who would be the cicada was not determined by strength, but by whoever was the most annoying. In a one-on-one fight, Cui Jin believed that he was not inferior to any of them, but he was not sure about a group fight. "It seems you have already discussed it." Ma Xiu smiled and said, "Don't worry, Master Cui. According to the points distribution rules, your Fengchang village will definitely have the highest points. We are doing this for your own good. It's your idea, so we can't take the lion's share." After saying that, Ma Xiu waved towards the woods, and soon the people from Fengchang village were driven out. When they came in front of Cui Jin, their faces turned ashen. It was all Cui Jin's fault. After abandoning Cui Jin, they were grabbing points well. Even if they couldn't get first place this time, they would have no problem getting second place with their strength. After all, the most powerful Shanding city was destroyed by Fengchang, and the second most powerful Shu city was also destroyed by Shanding city. Their Fengchang is undoubtedly the strongest except Yucheng now. But it was also because of the confidence of this second strongest team that they became arrogant and started to grab points everywhere, which immediately angered everyone. As a result, everyone united and pushed them out as bait. Now when they saw Cui Jin's face, they felt disgusted and wanted to strangle him to death. "Alright, Mr. Cui, hurry up." Cui Jin suddenly approached Ma Xiu, looking like he was ready to eat someone, which frightened Ma Xiu. He hurriedly said, "Master Cui, you have to think carefully. If you fight with us, even if you win, we won't give you any points. But if you attack the city, even if you get beaten up, you'll still get the highest points. Of course, if your plan doesn't work, just ignore what I said." Cui Jin hesitated again and again but finally gave up for the sake of points. He wanted to win the championship and avenge his previous defeat. Compared to his long-cherished wish, getting beaten again was nothing. "Attack the city!" Cui Jin shouted angrily, holding his crutches and rushing towards Yucheng. The second captain on the city wall was immediately furious when he saw Cui Jin making a fuss outside early in the morning. "Have the people in Fengcheng gone crazy? We beat them up twice yesterday, and they're here again so early in the morning?" The third captain chuckled and said, "Maybe we didn't hurt them enough yesterday. We have to hurt them a little more this time." The fourth captain also said with a smug look on his face, "Should we call everyone out and give them a good beating?" The second captain said with disdain, "That's not necessary. Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? Just a few of us can still beat the shit out of them." Chapter 128, A Sudden Assassination.
As expected, in less than half an hour, the people of Fengcheng were trapped outside the city by various props. Several captains rushed out with their men and were about to give these people a severe beating, but something unexpected happened at this moment. Countless rope-like vines, knife-like blades of grass, spear-like stone thorns, and swamps appeared on the ground.
Oh no, there's an ambush, retreat quickly. The second captain shouted and wanted to lead his men to retreat.
At this time, countless flaming arrows, flaming spears, wind blade tornadoes flew out from the woods. The explosion outside the village woke up the villagers.
Fengcheng divided the people into 3 groups, one for the night shift, one for the day shift, and one for the mobile team.
It was just dawn and the sun had not yet risen, and it was not yet time for the shift change, but explosions were heard outside the village.
Fengcheng was immediately awakened from his bed.
Xiao Feng seems to have had an accident.
Teacher Mu was wearing a tight battle suit. Why does he wear it even when sleeping? You have to ask Fengcheng. Don't worry, I'm here. Fengcheng used electromagnetic perception and rushed out the door as soon as he sensed something.
Teacher Mu also hurriedly chased out and ran into Mu Yunxi, who also had a confused look on her face, at the door.
Mom, what happened?
I don't know either, but judging by Xiao Feng's appearance, something big must have happened.
Let's hurry up and catch up.
On the way, Fengcheng met other captains who were also rushing over with puzzled expressions.
Brother Feng, judging from your appearance, is this a big deal? Another captain said, no way.
Our village has a level 1 shield.
Who can break in? Fengcheng pointed at the top of the city wall in a bad mood and said, look, is there anyone else there? Fengcheng was also very angry.
When he left last night, he pulled their ears and told them not to leave the city, but these guys just didn't listen. Now they were all pinned to the ground. But no matter how angry I was, I still had to think of a solution and force myself to calm down.
Brother Feng, don't worry.
Since Team 2 and Team 3 dared to leave the city, they must be confident of victory.
Without absolute certainty, they wouldn't dare to go out.
Captain 6 also said, yes, Brother Feng, these noises must have been caused by Team 2. As they were talking, everyone had already rushed up to the city wall. Standing on the wall and looking down, everyone except Fengcheng was dumbfounded. The people from Team 2, Team 3, Team 4, and Team 5 were all pinned to the ground. The worst thing is that there are quite a lot of people coming this time, and it looks like a sea of black at a glance. Captain 6 felt his throat dry at that moment.
Oh my goodness, they're not all coming, are they?
Captain 7 also shrank his neck just now, looked up and saw that the shield was still there, and then he felt a little relieved. It's okay, the shield is still there and they can't get in.
Captain 8 said unhappily, they can't fight, but what about the brothers outside?
Captain 9 said angrily at this time, those bastards, after winning a few battles with Brother Feng, I think they have all become inflated.
Last night, Brother Feng repeatedly warned them not to leave the city, but they refused to listen.
Captain 10 sighed, all right.
Talking about this now won't help.
Then he looked at Fengcheng and said, let's hear what Brother Feng has to say. Fengcheng stared outside the city without saying a word. He was looking for Chang Wu, wanting to see if Chang Wu was hiding inside.
Today's incident is too abnormal.
As the old saying goes, when things are abnormal, there must be something wrong. After searching for several times and not finding Chang Wu, he felt a little relieved. At this time, Mu Yao and Mu Yunxi also came to Fengcheng. Looking at the captives outside the city, her brows frowned inadvertently.
What should we do now, Xiao Feng? Fengcheng then turned around and looked at everyone. Do you think this person can be saved? Captain 6 asked, Brother Feng, do you mean you won't save him anymore? Fengcheng continued, let me ask this another way. Do you think the existing points are more important, or are the people outside the city more important?
At this time, a captain stood up and said, of course points are important.
Those guys can't die anyway. After today, they will let them go. Captain 6 also reacted, Team 1 is right. This is a competition, not a war.
How dare they kill people? Brother Feng warned them not to go out yesterday, but they refused to listen. It would be a good thing for them to learn their lesson through some hardship.
At this time everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, this is a competition, not a war. They can't die, so what do we have to worry about? Captain 7 stepped forward and said, all right. Whoever is on duty during the day will stay and do what the others should do. Who's on duty? You're on duty.
After realizing it was a false alarm, the atmosphere on the city wall suddenly became relaxed again.
Fong Chang looked back outside the city again and used electromagnetic perception to search again, but still did not find Chang Wu. Could it be that he guessed wrong? But didn't that Toriyama Wasabi woman say that Chang Wu was already here? Was she kidding me? Damn it, if I see her again next time, I will electrocute her to death. The people outside the village were dumbfounded at this time. Why don't they come out to rescue people? At this time, someone reacted and said angrily, "Are you stupid? They didn't come out to rescue people, and you dared to kill all these people? Or even cripple them? Damn it, I told you that Cui Jin is unreliable, and now it seems I was right." Cui Jin, lying on the ground, was also stunned. How could this result be so different from what he expected? Why didn't they come out to rescue them? These were all their teammates, fellow villagers from the same city. How could they just abandon them like that? Alright, let's all go. Those who need to grab points should grab points, and those who need to hunt should go hunting. There's only one day left, so let's try to get second place. When it comes to the second one, everyone subconsciously thinks of Fengqing village. Ever since Shanding City and Xuchang were defeated, their village now has the most points. Those who reacted immediately started running. Now there was no one in Fengqing village, so whoever ran faster would get the points. When the people in Fengqing village saw this, their hearts immediately sank. They originally thought that Fengqing could at least get second place in the group in this regional competition, but now they saw that the youngest position was secured. Some of them had already reached the top 100 in individual points, but now they have lost everything. Everyone looked at Cui Jin and was furious. Fuck, hit him. Are you crazy? Cui Jin was frightened when he saw everyone rushing towards him. It's all your fault. We could have gotten second place, but it was your stupid idea that caused us to end up in last place. Cui Jin really wanted to say that this idea was not his, but before he could even utter a word, someone hit him on the mouth with a stick. Several captains on the city wall looked puzzled. Why did Brother Fong and the others start fighting among themselves? Oh, Brother Fong, you had expected this to happen a long time ago, right? Okay, let's go out and carry all the brothers in. Wait a minute. Fong Chang called out to everyone. Chang Wu might be guarding outside. According to him, he really didn't want to care about those people outside anymore. But just when everyone was confused, Fong Chang suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart. Not good. Before Fong Chang could finish his words, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. Chapter 129, I'm willing to die for you. No way, is this the end for me? With that person's speed, Fong Chang had no time to turn around, but he couldn't just wait to die. In an instant, when Fong Chang turned around, a figure suddenly bumped into his arms. It was Mu Yunxi. If you were to ask who was the fastest on the entire city wall, it would be Mu Yunxi, and she had just been standing next to Fong Chang. In that split second, a black shadow suddenly attacked Fong Chang like a ghost. At this critical moment, Mu Yunxi suddenly turned her head as if she had telepathy. Her eyes were instantly filled with fear and determination. Without the slightest hesitation, she pulled Fong Chang away and slashed at the black shadow with her whole body like an arrow. But she was no match for Chang Wu. After all, there were 2 levels between them. Moreover, Chang Wu was also very talented and he is the captain of Ginyan Guard. Whether in combat experience or skills, he is not comparable to Shi Yunqi now. As expected, the knife she swung out was shattered by the dagger in Chang Wu's hand. But at this moment, she had only one thought in her mind, that is, she must not let Fong Chang get hurt, even if it meant sacrificing her own life. When Chang Wu's dagger stabbed her chest, she tried her best to grab Chang Wu's wrist tightly in order to buy time for Fong Chang. Chang Wu missed his first strike and was about to draw his sword again, but suddenly countless mines emerged from under his feet and a flash of lightning appeared in front of his eyes. The dagger in his hand was swept by lightning and shattered instantly. Chang Wu was shocked. Isn't that boy only sea level? At this time, he didn't dare to think too much and immediately changed the knife. With a wave of the knife, the surrounding vines were cut into several pieces, but at this moment, another green arrow shot out from the electric light. It was wrapped in electric light, and the air was torn and the light was dazzling wherever it passed. He slashed at the arrow with his sword, and actually sent him flying. Chang Wu stood still dozens of meters away. At this time, the other people on the city wall reacted, drew their swords one after another, and gathered around Fong Chang. Damn it! Chang Wu now hated Mu Yunxi to death. His plan was flawless and he could have killed Fong Chang in one blow, but it was all messed up by this woman. At this time, Fong Chang felt that Mu Yunxi's vitality was rapidly draining away.
Similarly, because of the contract, his own vitality was also draining away. But as the owner of the highest contract, he can take the initiative to cut off his connection with Mu Yunqi at this time. But if he did that, Mu Yunqi would really be dead. Mu Yao was about to attack when Feng Cheng grabbed her and said, "Your task now is to take good care of Xiaoxi." After saying that, he took out a life potion and gave it to Mu Yunqi to take, and then handed the person to Mu Yao. Mu Yunqi will not die because of Mu Yao's blood bank, but before her injuries are stabilized, I, as the link of life, can do nothing. Just like now, even though Mu Yunqi was given a life potion, Feng Cheng's vitality continued to decline, but the speed had changed a little. He was still no different from a seriously injured and dying person, but it was not visible on the outside. Mu Yao also felt that Feng Cheng's life was slipping away, because her vitality was feeding back to Feng Cheng. The most important thing now was to heal Xiaoxi. Healing magic was continuously sprayed on Mu Yunqi, combined with the self-healing ability she fed back to Feng Cheng, and the life potion. It would not take much time to heal Mu Yunqi's injuries and restore Feng Cheng's combat strength, but before that, Feng Cheng had to delay time.
Captain Chang, we are old acquaintances. Isn't it a bit too much for you to greet me like this?
Chang Wu is now completely covered in a cloak, and it is because of this SS-level cloak that no one can find him.
I'm not Chang Wu, you got the wrong person. If you weren't Chang Wu, you wouldn't say that. How could a murderer whitewash someone else? Do you think I'm right? How did you know it was me? Ha, of course Xiaokuei told me this. Didn't she tell you? Shut up, you are not allowed to mention Xiaokuei.
In Chang Wu's heart, it was not Toriyama Aiwei who betrayed him, but Xiaokuei could not bear Feng Cheng's torture and had no choice but to resort to a temporary measure.
Ultimately, the culprit was Feng Cheng in front of him. As for what kind of torture it was, Chang Wu didn't dare to think about it. Chang Wu's eyes instantly filled with bloodshot, and he roared with endless sadness, "Go to hell." Wait, don't you want her?
Chang Wu, who had accumulated enough strength, was about to rush out and chop Feng Cheng down with a knife, but was interrupted by his words. A mouthful of blood rushed into his mouth, but he swallowed it back forcefully.
For Chang Wu, what could be more important than getting Xiaokuei? Chang Wu pointed a knife at Feng Cheng and said, "What else do you know?" Feng Cheng smiled lightly. To show her loyalty, Toriyama Wasabi had already told Feng Cheng everything about the relationship between Chang Wu and Toriyama Wasabi. Feng Cheng continued, "Xiaokuei is a good girl. You should cherish her. You don't need to tell me this. What else do you know? You want to know how to get Xiaokuei without going through Inukai Gohachi, right?"
Chang Wu did not deny it, but the captains of the Yuqing village around him became more and more confused as they listened.
It sounded like Inukai Gohachi was from the plaster country. How could Chang Wu, as a Jing'an guard, be involved with people from the plaster country?
Feng Cheng said, "In fact, since you were expelled from the Jing'an division, you should know that you are no longer valuable to the plaster country, so it is almost impossible for you to ask Inukai to give Xiaokuei to you."
If I were you. If it were you, what would you do? Chang Wu's eyes showed great urgency. Feng Cheng smiled and said, "Of course I'm going to take Xiaokuei and fly away."
Although Dragon Country and Plaster Country can't accommodate you, there are more than just these two countries on this planet. After hearing this, the captains also realized that Chang Wu was a spy from the Plaster Kingdom and a traitor to the Dragon Kingdom.
Why do you have to be a spy for the people of Plaster Country and betray Dragon Country?
While they were all filled with righteous indignation, Chang Wu fell into deep thought. The option of running away with Xiaokuei was very tempting to him.
But I still feel that something is wrong.
After Xiaokuei was transformed with the prosthetic body, her body no longer belongs to her.
How could she run away with me?
No, this guy is just stalling for time. Although he had a way to avoid detection by the Jing'an division, Feng Cheng now had the right to broadcast live, and everyone could easily find him through him. Chang Wu had thought of this at the beginning, so he wanted to use assassination to kill Feng Cheng and leave before anyone could react.
But Feng Cheng's word Xiaokuei disrupted his rhythm.
Feng Cheng also noticed that Chang Wu had reacted, and he subconsciously looked at Teacher Mu, only to hear her voice transmission, "It will be ready soon." But at this moment, Chang Wu completely exploded. "Even if the King of Heaven came today, he couldn't save you."
"Fuck, let's fight that bastard."
Feng Cheng shouted in the crowd, and everyone rushed over with knives in hand. But then there was a flash of a knife in front of them, and everyone was lifted into the sky again. The knife flashed past the flying crowd, but at this moment, a delicate cry came from the distance, "Asshole, stop it."
Chapter 130 Lord Feng Cheng, don't you want me anymore? Toriyama Wasabi's voice startled Chang Wu. Why did she come here?
His body instinctively wanted to do as Xiao Kuei instructed, but he was now like an arrow that had been shot out and could not turn back. In a flash, Fong Chang held a knife across his chest and firmly blocked Xiang Wu's powerful and heavy knife. Boom! A circle of air swept out from under Fong Chang's feet, and Mu Yao and Mu Yunxi, who were not far away, were directly blown away. Then the city wall under their feet cracked and collapsed with a loud bang.
Xiao Fong. Lord Fong Chang. Fong Chang was buried in the rubble. Chang Wu grabbed Toriyama Wasabi, who rushed over and asked, "Xiao Kuei, why are you here? Let me go." Toriyama Wasabi wanted to break free and look at Fong Chang.
Chang Wu was an S-level beastmaster and had been in the Jing'an division for many years.
Could Fong Chang block his fatal blow?
Now that the city wall has collapsed, Fong Chang is buried under the rubble and his life or death is unknown.
She is extremely anxious.
But no matter how she struggled, Chang Wu not only did not let go, but also hugged her tightly.
Let me go, let me go.
While struggling, Toriyama Wasabi stomped hard on Chang Wu's instep with her extremely seductive red high-heeled shoe. The heel of the shoe, as thin as a steel drill, pierced through his instep. The blood gushed out like a small fountain, staining her ankles red. Chang Wu felt the pain and subconsciously loosened his grip, causing Toriyama Wasabi to fall directly to the ground. Then she rolled and crawled towards the gap in the city wall.
Lord Fong Chang. Chang Wu was stunned. What was going on? Wasn't Xiao Kuei's mission to kill Fong Chang?
Why did she feel like her lover had died when Fong Chang died? Mu Yunxi, who was blown to the village on the other side, endured the severe pain in her heart and raised her head to look at the gap in the city wall. Fong Chang. Mu Yao had already bent her bow and arrow, and shot an arrow at the dazed Chang Wu. Without even turning back, she said, "Hurry and find a place to hide." After saying that, he turned into a green rainbow and disappeared in front of Mu Yunxi.
Chang Wu faced the flying supernatural arrows and didn't even bother to look at them.
He just raised his hand and slashed with a knife.
The C-rank beast girl's psychic arrows were not worthy of his attention.
But this time, when he shattered the arrow, he was knocked back and staggered. For some reason, from the moment he started fighting with Fong Chang, he felt sore in his waist and knees, as if his body had been hollowed out.
He just thought that Xiao Kuei was too good at squeezing, even better than Tang Sang.
After killing Fong Chang this time, he must buy more kidney treasures to replenish his body. Chang Wu walked behind Toriyama Wasabi again and reached out to pull her hand, but Toriyama Wasabi shook her off. "Get away, don't touch me."
Chang Wu was stunned on the spot.
He was angry, but more of a strange fear, a fear of losing his most beloved thing. At this time, Mu Yao had already arrived. She jumped high from under the city wall and shot a series of arrows at Chang Wu in the air. At the same time, countless vines shot up into the sky from under Chang Wu's feet.
Get out of the way. Fear turned directly into anger at this moment.
He chopped all the vines with one knife, and the knife light continued to move forward and chopped directly towards Mu Yao in the air. Mu Yao put her hands in front of her body and activated the plasma shield on her arm guard, but it was directly shattered by the sword light. At this moment, the rubble under the city wall suddenly exploded. Fong Chang, who had finally recovered, soared into the sky and caught Mu Yao, who was flying backwards. He pushed her waist with his palm as if it was nothing, and the two separated again. As usual, Teacher Mu is responsible for long-range assists, and he serves as the main output.
Lord Fong Chang.
Toriyama Iwoi looked at Fong Chang in the sky and suddenly burst into laughter, with incomparable surprise in her eyes.
In the eyes of Fong Chang's divine eyes, this woman is a lunatic.
She has zero favorability towards him, but her loyalty to him is 100%. This person is either schizophrenia or has emotional cognitive disorder. In short, he is not a normal person.
You're not dead yet?
Chang Wu saw Fong Chang in the air, veins bulging on his forehead, his facial features distorted with anger, as if he wanted to eat Fong Chang alive.
Fong Chang took out a new knife from his bracelet.
The previous one had been chopped into pieces by Chang Wu. If he had not been quick-witted at that time, he would have stepped on the city wall to break it and used the height difference to relieve the force on himself. I guess even if he didn't die, he would have been seriously injured by him. But now it's all over. Mu Yunxi is fine, and Fong Chang's vitality and combat effectiveness have almost recovered.
Fong Chang didn't like nonsense, so he took the knife and chopped directly at Chang Wu.
A knife shadow formed by the interweaving of electric light stretched across the sky, and with one slash, dozens of meters of city wall collapsed directly.
Oh, Master Fong Chang.
Toriyama Wasabi was blown away by the airwave and fell heavily to the ground like the captain's, rolling around like a rolling gourd.
Chang Wu was also blown away and crashed directly into the city's protective shield.
His cloak and battlesuit were like rags torn by the wind. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, his stomach was churning, and a stream of blood spurted out of his mouth. Then he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, tightened the knife in his hand and rushed towards Fong Cheng again. He just couldn't believe that he, an S-level beastmaster who had served in the Jing'an division for many years, could not be defeated by a B-level kid. He had just shot up when he was trapped in the sky by the vines that soared into the sky. In an instant, several green arrows suddenly appeared in front of him. Chang Wu exerted force on his right arm holding the knife, and the veins on his arm bulged. He directly struggled with the vines and chopped the arrows into pieces with another blow. At the same time, on the ground, Fong Cheng finished accumulating strength, caught up with the trajectory of the arrow, and slashed it down with a knife. Suddenly, thunder exploded in the sky, and a bolt of lightning struck Chang Wu in the vines. Chang Wu flew out like a cannonball again, but the difference was that this time, there was a flame gun stuck in his body. That kid actually has 2 superpowers. Chang Wu felt that he had been tricked. He shattered the arrow light and withstood the thunder, but was pierced through by a flaming spear that pierced through the light. In a weapon fight, Fong Cheng's knife shattered as soon as it touched him, so they could only fight with martial arts. The flaming gun blasted Chang Wu on the shield, creating a ball of sparks, and Chang Wu, whose body was charred, fell to the ground. At this moment, several rays of light suddenly appeared in the open space in the village. A dozen Jing'an guards appeared under the leadership of Lu Chong. When Fong Cheng saw the Jing'an guards, he couldn't help but frown.
Damn, you guys came here after I finished beating you. What were you doing before? Are you okay, kid? Lu Chong ran to Fong Cheng in 2 steps. You came early. If you had come a little later, I would have repaired the city wall for you. As soon as we discovered Chang Wu, we rushed to your place, but Chang Wu planted a virus in the transmission system, so we were late. Let me go, please let me go, Master Fong Cheng. Toriyama Wasabi was pinned to the ground by 2 Jing'an guards, still struggling desperately. Lu Chong looked at Fong Cheng. What's going on? What's going on? I don't even know her. Hearing Fong Cheng's words, Toriyama Aoi immediately burst into tears and said, Master Fong Cheng, I am Xiao Kuei, your most loyal servant, Xiao Kuei. Don't you want me anymore? The voice was filled with endless sorrow and sadness, and the eyes were filled with tears, and the tears seemed like they would burst at any time. That weak and helpless look actually moved the hard-hearted Lu Chong to feel sympathy. He thought that Fong Chan was too heartless to do this.